Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. In the gentle embrace of summer, beneath the luminous full moon, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes to find himself seated atop the dilapidated wooden roof of a cottage, surrounded by the symphony of cicadas and insects. With a deep sigh, Xiang Wentian acknowledged the irrevocable truth. He could never return. It had been 6 years since he was transported to this world by a system known as the Invincible upgrade system, the extent of its invincibility remaining a mystery to him. 6 years prior, the system had brought him into a realm called Douluo Continent, where it infused his very soul with a martial spirit named Demon Angel. This martial spirit harbored 2 techniques, the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture and the Celestial Titan Body. 4 years ago, his mother in this world passed away. Before her departure, she had taken in a young girl from an orphanage as a child bride, named Rumong, in a bid to preserve the lineage of the Xiang family. Throughout these 6 years, with the village's support, Xiang Wentian and Rumong managed to survive. The village they resided in was called Douluo Village, named after a soul master who had emerged from its midst a millennium ago. Over the past few years, Xiang Wentian diligently practiced the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture, reaching the pinnacle of its first level, yet unable to progress further. He understood that his inability to enter the second level was linked to the order of this world, while the Celestial Titan Body remained unaffected. "Brother, I'm hungry." Ruming's delicate voice pierced the air. "All right, they'll prepare the meal right away," he replied. Upon returning to the cottage and glancing into the nearly empty rice jar, he sighed. "We're running low on rice again. He'll have to trouble the village chief once more." After a while, he managed to prepare 2 bowls of thin porridge and called out, "Sister, it's time to eat." "Brother, I'm starving," Ruming exclaimed as she rushed out, seizing the bowl and gulping down the contents. "Slow down, be careful, it's hot," Xiang Wentian cautioned. "It's fine, brother, it's not hot," Ruming replied, her words muffled as she continued to consume the porridge. Xiang Wentian chuckled and shook his head, bemused by her fearlessness since childhood. Ruming had never shied away from hot soup, devouring it with the fervor of a wolf that hadn't eaten for days. That moment, the door creaked open, and upon closer inspection, Xiang Wentian recognized the village chief, Lin Naz. He stood and greeted. "Grandfather Lin Naz, what brings you here?" "Xiao Tian, Xiao Meng, are you eating?" Lin Naz inquired with warmth. Seeing Lin Naz's arrival, Xiang Wentian smiled. "Grandfather Lin Naz, we just started. Have you eaten? Why not join us?" Lin Naz affectionately ruffled Xiang Wentian's hair and replied, "I've already had my meal. I came to inform you both that tomorrow is the day of martial spirit awakening, so make sure to rise early and gather at the church." "Understood, Grandfather Lin Nas, sister, and I will be there on time," Xiang Wentian assured with a nod and a smile. On the following morning, Xiang Wentian and Ruming arrived punctually before the church. Standing alongside the other 7 children, poised to undergo their soul awakening, it was evident that the other children held a disdainful view of the sibling duo in their eyes. Xiang Wentian and Ruming were akin to those who had been raised on the charity of others, scarcely better than beggars. Thus, from a young age, the siblings found themselves devoid of friends. Xiang Wentian, due to the experiences of 2 lifetimes, harbored a greater affinity for befriending adults, as he considered them to be his contemporaries on a spiritual level. At that moment, a young man, strikingly handsome and adorned in the attire of the spirit hall, approached them. Grandpa Linaz hurriedly greeted him, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed soul master, we request your assistance in awakening the souls of these children." The young man displayed an air of pride characteristic of the spirit hall, responding coolly, "I have little time, let us commence." Turning to the children, Linaz introduced him, saying, "Children, this is a soul master from the spirit hall branch in Notting City. He will guide you on your journey to discover your own martial souls. Be sure to cooperate with him, and I wish you all the best in becoming soul masters." "Huh," the young man scoffed derisively. "Is becoming a soul master truly so simple? In my travels through numerous villages, I have only encountered 1 child in Holy Soul Village with innate full soul power, and even then, their martial soul was merely blue. Silver grass." His expression shifted from disdain to regret as he uttered these words. Regaining his composure, the young man addressed the 9 children. "Stand in a line, children. I am Su Yun Tao, a level 26 great soul master and your guide. I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Do not fear, regardless of what transpires." He then retrieved 2 items from his pack, 6 black stones and a transparent crystal orb, arranging the stones into a hexagonal awakening formation. The first on the right, step forward and stand within the hexagonal formation. Do not be afraid, close your eyes and focus on sensing your martial soul. Martial Soul Manifestation. Su Yun Tao Beyobeth. A wolf materialized behind him, causing the child standing in the awakening formation to scream in terror. "Oh my, a wolf!" Hearing this, Su Yuntao's expression soured. "This is my martial soul, the lone wolf. Not a mere D-O-G to D-O. Not be afraid. If any of you can become a soul master, you too will possess similar abilities." At that moment, the hexagonal formation suddenly radiated brilliance. "Child, extend your right hand," Su Yuntao instructed, and a small teddy dog appeared in the child's palm. Shaking his head, Su Yuntao remarked, "Your martial soul is a teddy dog, one of the most useless among martial souls, lacking any offensive capability. Let us determine if you possess soul power. Even a teddy dog can intimidate with its bark if one has soul power." "What should I do, master?" the child asked timidly. Su Yuntao replied, "Reclaim your martial soul with your mind. In the future, you will summon it in the same manner." The child retracted the teddy dog and placed his hand upon the crystal orb, yet the orb remained utterly still. That Su Yuntao shook his head with a sigh, saying, "Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. You may leave now." Su Yuntao had awakened the martial spirits of 7 children, each possessing unique and bizarre martial spirits, including a teddy bear, scissors, and even a child's martial spirit that resembled a pile of excrement. Truly, there are peculiarities every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. At last, it was his turn. Xiang Wentian stepped into the hexagonal awakening array, and as Su Yuntao infused soul power, the array radiated a brilliant light. Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming warmth, akin to being embraced by his mother. Suddenly, he heard a soft crack emanate from his soul, and there appeared an angel by his right hand, a demon angel exuding a dark aura, adorned with 8 wings. Su Yuntao exclaimed, "An angel martial spirit, and it is a demon angel martial spirit. Could this be the most powerful martial spirit recorded in the texts? A perfect fusion of demon and angel, the demon angel martial spirit? Uncle, what is an angel martial spirit?" Xiang Wentian inquired. Su Yuntao responded with excitement. "Angel martial spirits are the pinnacle of the martial spirit hierarchy. No other martial spirit can compare. The former pope possessed an angel martial spirit, but your martial spirit is even more extraordinary. Come, child, let us test your soul power." The moment Xiang Wentian grasped the crystal ball, an uncontrollable tremor surged through him. The primal energy of the heavenly demon destruction scripture surged uncontrollably toward the crystal orb, which then radiated a brilliant light. Su Yuntao's previously settled heart raced once more, exclaiming, "Could this be innate full soul power? I should have anticipated that possessing a super martial spirit would guarantee innate full soul power." Taking a deep breath, Su Yuntao exclaimed, "Child, you must join the spirit hall. They will undoubtedly nurture you to your fullest potential." "Uncle, please help my sister awaken her martial spirit first." "Oh highs, yes. I almost forgot there was another child yet to awaken. I am simply too excited." "Child, come stand in the awakening array." Ru Meng, like him, stepped into the awakening array and slowly extended her right hand. Yes, she did. A crimson 8-winged angel gradually materialized from her palm, illuminating the awakening array. Seeing this, Su Yuntao trembled with exhilaration, akin to having an epileptic fit, exclaiming, "Another angel martial spirit. Is it that I am favored by the god of angels today? Come, child, let us see if you possess soul power." Ru Meng extended her hand to receive the crystal ball, which also radiated a brilliant light. Su Yuntao declared, "Another innate full soul power. I have struck gold. It seems a promotion is in my future." Xiang Wentian respectfully remarked, "Uncle, how is my sister's innate full soul power related to your promotion and salary increase?" It was only then that Su Yuntao realized, a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. It was entirely an error. "I misspoke. Do not take it to heart, children. You both should come with me to the spirit hall." "Uncle, to be honest, my sister and I have no desire to join the spirit hall." "Why?" Su Yuntao asked, astonished. Xiang Wentian solemnly addressed, "Uncle, my sister and I have been orphaned and destitute since childhood, relying solely on the charity of the village. To survive, our gratitude lies with the village, not the spirit hall. Furthermore, we have no desire to be tools for others' advancement." Su Yuntao replied earnestly, "I hope you will consider this carefully. After all, what the spirit hall offers, no one else can." "Thank you, uncle. We will contemplate it." With a sigh, Su Yuntao departed. Ru Meng and I observed Su Yuntao exit the chapel. I said, "Sister, let's return home." The following day, Grandfather Linus visited Xiang Wentian multiple times, extolling the numerous benefits and honors of joining the spirit hall, all of which I declined, simply stating, "I do not wish to become a tool for others." Upon returning to the spirit Hall Branch. Su Yuntao promptly reported the emergence of two children with angelic martial souls from Douluo Village. The next day, a shadow appeared before Su Yuntao. He saluted respectfully, saying, Su Yuntao, steward of the Nodding City Spirit Hall, pays his respects to you, my lord. The shadow replied indifferently, I have taken an interest in those two children. Do not disturb them henceforth. As for your discovery of them, I shall record it as a merit for you. Su Yuntao exclaimed with excitement. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. In an instant, the shadow vanished. When the shadow arrived at Douluo Village, a faint, exhilarated smile crept across his lips as he murmured, Thanks to the support of His Holiness the Pope, I can contend with the stubborn elders. Now that these two children are mine, they must first undergo my trials after they pass. It will not be too late to take them on as disciples. Chapter 2. Enrolling in Shrek Academy. That night, Xiang Wentian penned a letter which he placed on the table. The letter read, Grandfather Linus, by the time you read this letter, my sister and I will have departed. We do not wish to impose on you any longer. I understand there is a student labor position in the village, but as there are two of us, we do not want to put you in a difficult position that in the future, once we have achieved success, we shall return to honor you properly. Take care, Grandfather Linus. That evening, my sister and I set off with provisions and water, embarking on a journey to the southern part of Soto City, our destination being Shrek Academy. In Law Village, Xiang Wentian had contemplated that given their talents, the Academy's dean, Flander, would surely accept them, otherwise he would not have proclaimed, only monsters are admitted, not ordinary people. Unbeknownst to us, a pair of watchful eyes followed our every move, protecting us and clearing our path of obstacles. After 3 days of relentless travel, just as our supplies were nearly exhausted, we finally reached Shrek Academy, with several days remaining until enrollment. However, our intention was not merely to enroll, but to seek refuge at Shrek Academy. As one approaches the gates of Shrek Academy, an elderly man with flowing white hair can be seen, seated beneath a shaded canopy, seemingly half awake and languidly remarking, Children, this is not a place for play. Xiang Wentian replied, Grandfather, we are not here to play, we have come to learn. The old man chuckled. Have you awakened your martial souls? If so, do recognize that this is no mere beginner's soul master academy. Grandfather, my sister, and I awakened our martial souls 3 days ago. We both possess innate, full soul power. My martial soul is the demon angel, and my sister's is the seraph. We have heard that the headmaster of Shrek Academy cherishes talent, which is why we sold our possessions and exhausted our savings to arrive here. I could see that moment. A voice resonated in the mind of Flinder, the Academy's headmaster. Flinder, it's time to repay the favor. There are 2 children at the entrance of the Academy. Take them in and nurture them. Flinder grimaced slightly. Did you not merely save one of my students? You saved 1 student, and now I must train 2 children? I seem to be at a disadvantage. Do you regret it, Flinder? Everyone speaks highly of the Golden Iron Triangle today. However, the reality does not match the reputation. All right. I shall take them in, Flinder responded with a hint of impatience. Excellent. Those 2 children possess angelic martial souls, and they are my intended disciples. You must not steal them from me, understand? What did you say? Angelic martial souls. Flinder exclaimed in astonishment. Once the shock subsided, he calmed down, realizing that whether or not he accepted disciples, as long as these 2 children joined Shrek Academy, they would eternally remain his students. Flinder approached the Academy's entrance and spotted the 2 children conversing with Li Yusong from a distance that he walked over and inquired, Who told you that I am obsessed with wealth? Xiang Wentian noticed a bespectacled middle-aged man slowly approaching from Shrek Academy and replied, It was a short-haired middle-aged man named Yu Xiaojiang. Flinder chuckled to himself, recognizing the familiar character. Ah, a man of his caliber, full of deceit. In that case, I shall take the gentle approach and spare this child's pride. Thus, Flinder said gently, I am Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Since you were introduced by Xiaojiang, come with me. After settling Xiang Wentian and his sister, Flinder said, You may rest today. I will take you to hunt for soul rings when the weather clears. Thank you, Headmaster Flinder. Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng replied in unison. Do not mention it. Your sister seems rather reserved, Flinder observed. Headmaster, my sister's a bit shy, but she will warm up over time. I hope you do not mind, Xiang Wentian explained. Flinder smiled calmly. Not at all. Chapter 3. Ru Meng's First Soul Ring. The following day, the morning sun gradually ascends. It resembles a vast disk, its hue akin to that of a salted egg yolk, yet it is not blinding. Gentle streams of warmth drift gracefully, dancing with the light breeze wherever they alight. Warmth follows. Upon opening the window, A breath of fresh air greets me, and as I inhale deeply, a refreshing chill courses through my entire being, awakening every cell and unblocking my meridians. Point two little creatures hasten to the dining hall for their meal, gathering on the playground thereafter. Upon hearing the words of Dean Flander, they open the dormitory door and, like a dream, make their way to the dining hall. After finishing their meal, they sprint to the playground, where Dean Flander has long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the two siblings approach, Dean Flander declares, "Today, I shall guide you both to the Douluo Forest to procure your very first spirit ring." Why the Douluo Forest, rather than the soul-hunting forest in the Heaven-Do Empire, where spirit beasts are cultivated? Dean Flander sighs. It is because Shrek Academy is not registered and does not qualify as a formal Spirit Master Academy, thus lacking the privileges afforded by the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. However, there is a silver lining: the Douluo Forest is abundant in spirit beasts, allowing for a delightful selection. Now, enough talk, let us depart. The Shrek Academy lies over 400 kilometers from the Douluo Forest. Dean Flander effortlessly lifted both Xiang Wentian and Ruming, soaring into the skies. As they gazed down at the swiftly passing mountains and rivers, a sense of unease enveloped them. In less than half a day's time, they had reached the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, and upon landing, Xiang Wentian and Rumma felt their legs turn to jelly. Dean Flander remarked, "Letting you fly for free is one thing, but how come you both look like wilted donkeys upon landing?" Ruming timidly responded, "This is my brother and my first flight. We are a bit unaccustomed." "Very well, ahead lies the Douluo Forest. Stay close behind me, and if you encounter a soul beast, do not scream." Dean Flander instructed as he strode directly into the depths of the Douluo Forest. Xiang Wentian and Ruming closely followed Dean Flander as they entered the central area of the outer perimeter. Dean Flander remarked, 500 meters ahead lies a fire cloud leopard, aged approximately 5 to 8 centuries. Ruming, this fire cloud leopard is perfectly suited for you. With a melodious voice, Ruming replied, "Yes, I trust the Dean." "You two wait for me here," Dean Flander instructed, and without delay, he darted away, returning in less than 30 seconds. He dropped the fire cloud leopard onto the ground and handed Ruming a dagger, saying, "Slay it, and the soul ring shall be yours." As it was her first encounter with a soul beast, Ruming felt a pang of trepidation due to her inadequate psychological fortitude. Xiang Wentian consoled, "Sister, do not fear. Just thrust it in. Recall how you used to catch wild chickens and how you would sever their heads." After comforting her for 3 minutes, Ruming finally plunged the dagger into the brain of the fire cloud leopard. A yellow soul ring slowly ascended from the corpse of the fire cloud leopard before drifting towards Ruming, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The soul ring gradually expanded, ultimately encircling Ruming. At that moment, Ruming slowly opened her eyes and exclaimed with excitement, "I have acquired a soul skill. I have finally become a soul master." Dean Flander smiled and inquired, "What is your soul skill?" Ruming replied enthusiastically, "My first soul skill is Fire Cloud Step." "Fire Cloud Step?" Both Xiang Wentian and Dean Flander questioned. Ruming playfully nodded, "Yes, indeed. When I activate Fire Cloud Step, my speed increases by 30% and my explosive power by 20%. Dean Flander nodded approvingly. "That is a commendable soul skill. It seems that little Ming has made a great gain from her journey to the Douluo Forest." Ruming smiled shyly in response. "All right. We must assist Xiao Tian in finding a suitable soul ring. We cannot delay any longer. It would be troublesome if night falls. For the Douluo Forest is perilous after dark," Dean Flander stated earnestly. Chapter 4. The system awakens. The three of them searched the outskirts of the Douluo Forest for over 2 hours. Yet they had not found a suitable soul beast for Xiang Wentian. The sun had set, and the dim gray sky was on the verge of plunging into complete darkness. Dean Flander remarked, "It seems we will have to camp in the Douluo Forest tonight." The three set up a tent, and Dean Flanders said, "We haven't eaten all day. Let's start a fire and roast some meat." He then retrieved 6 plump pig legs from his storage ring and placed them on the prepared grill, while Xiang Wentian gathered some dry twigs from the surroundings and stacked them into a pile. Ruming playfully suggested, "Brother, leave the rest to me," as a small flame flickered to life in her hand, igniting the wood instantly. Soon, the dry twigs burned into glowing coals, and the three of them roasted the pig legs over the red-hot embers. The fat dripped onto the coals, producing a sizzling sound, and a tantalizing aroma wafted from the pig legs. Taking a bite of the roasted leg, Xiang Wentian remarked, "It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The flavor is delightful, though a touch of salt would enhance it further." Just as he was about to take a second bite, He suddenly realized that the pig leg in his hand had vanished. With only Ru Ming and Dean Flander present, he knew it must have been stolen by the Dean. Dean Flander, Xiang Wentian called out, "My pig leg has disappeared. Did you use some underhanded means to take it?" Dean Flander, engrossed in devouring his own pig leg, raised his head and retorted, "You little rascal, who would steal your pig leg? These legs are all mine. Why would I need to steal?" Xiang Wentian scratched his head in agreement. Just then, Ru Ming exclaimed, "Brother, my pig leg is gone too." The atmosphere among the three suddenly grew tense. Dean Flander was instantly imbued with the essence of his martial spirit. Activating his third soul skill, the cat-eagle gaze, he surveyed his surroundings twice. Perched upon a sturdy branch of a grand tree, he discerned a soul beast adorned with a single horn, indulging in a roasted pig's leg. Flander remarked, "So it is you, little rascal, causing mischief." Without hesitation, he darted forward and delivered a powerful punch, rendering the unicorn unconscious. As he approached, Xiang Wentian beheld a small white unicorn, no larger than a kitten, held in Flander's grasp. "May I inquire, Dean, what manner of soul beast is this? And why does it resort to thievery?" Xiang Wentian questioned. "As for this, I am at a loss. Soul beasts possessing spatial attributes are indeed quite rare." Dean Flander replied awkwardly, "Dean, I believe this soul beast is quite suitable for me. Might I absorb its soul ring?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "However, the age of this soul ring is merely 100 years. Does that not seem a trifle insufficient?" Dean Flander stated with gravity. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiang Wentian's mind, persistently urging him, "You must absorb the soul ring of this soul beast. Worry not, Dean, I have made my decision." Seizing the unicorn from the Dean's hands, he swiftly twisted its throat. A pale yellow soul ring gradually emerged, and Xiang Wentian settled into a meditative posture. Activating the celestial demon extinction scripture, he felt strands of primal energy surging forth, effortlessly drawing the soul ring towards him, and without any hindrance, he absorbed it. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and stood up, exclaiming, "Director, I have succeeded." Ru Ming hurriedly rushed over, grasping Xiang Wentian's hand, and said, "Brother, congratulations." Dean Flanders smiled and inquired, "What is your soul skill?" "Let me see. Director, my soul skill will surely astonish you. It is a space-type soul skill, spatial lock." "A space-type soul skill?" Dean Flanders exclaimed in astonishment. It can be said that space-type soul skills rank as the second most formidable in the world. As the saying goes, when time is absent, space reigns supreme. Since you, Shao Tian, have also acquired a soul ring, let us pack our belongings and return. Just then, a notification chimed. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 10, 152200, Soul Ring, Yellow Soul Skill, First Soul Skill, Spatial Lock Cultivation Method, Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture. Vast Sky Body. Ability, Devour, able to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to selectively enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 5, The First Encounter with the Shrek Trio 3 years later. Spring has arrived, and nature awakens. The springtime at Shrek Academy is enchanting. The breeze is gentle, the air is fresh, and the sun is warm. The willow trees stand tall, and the birds joyfully sing melodious songs, flitting about the budding branches, showcasing their talents with graceful dances, celebrating the season's arrival. The flowers bloom in a riot of colors, red as fire, white as snow, pink as dawn, a vibrant spectacle. Today marks the annual enrollment assessment at Shrek Academy. Before dawn, Dean Flanders roused everyone from their slumber, and they busied themselves. Xiang Wentian's task was to guard the fourth assessment. Shortly thereafter, Ru Ming accompanied 3 individuals to the fourth assessment point where Xiang Wentian was stationed. She approached him and softly remarked, "Brother, 2 of these 3 have been admitted through special consideration by the Dean. They are all exempt from the second and third assessments. Here, it's merely a formality. So don't take it too seriously, okay?" Xiang Wentian responded with a reassuring gesture and introduced himself. "I am Xiang Wentian, a level 28 Great Soul Master. The final task of today's assessment is for the 3 of you to hold out against me for the duration of a burning incense stick, and you will pass. Ru Ming, please convey the characteristics of my martial soul to them." Ru Ming nodded with a smile and said, "Brother Wentian's martial soul is the Demon Angel, a supreme martial soul that possesses extraordinary defense, speed, and attack capabilities. Moreover, his first soul skill is a control-type skill, so you 3 must approach this with caution. A moment's negligence could lead to defeat," she added playfully. The chubby boy clad in red, upon witnessing Ru Ming's playful expression, nearly drooled, utterly oblivious to her words. Xiang Wentian felt a wave of revulsion wash over him at the sight of the boy's expression, and he was tempted to deliver a few kicks. Meanwhile, the boy wearing windproof goggles and the long-haired youth were both aghast. You three must first contemplate how to surpass my challenge. Remember, only by uniting as one can you hope to pass the assessment. I shall grant you 3 minutes to devise a strategy, Xiang Wentian stated solemnly. The long-haired youth spoke first. Dai Mu Bai, Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, a level 25 powerful attack type Soul Master. The boy with windproof goggles added, Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, a level 15 food type Soul Master. The boy in red chimed in, Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, a level 15 powerful attack type Soul Master. Time's up. Have you reached a consensus? If so, let us commence, Xiang Wentian declared, lighting an incense stick and placing it on the ground. The three simultaneously exclaimed, Martial Soul Manifestation. Dai Mu Bai unleashed 2 soul skills, White Tiger Protection Barrier and White Tiger Radiant Wave. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun released his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Just as the Phoenix Fire Line and the White Tiger Radiant Wave were about to collide, a smile played on Xiang Wentian's lips as he uttered, First soul skill, Spatial Lockdown. In that instant, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, along with the 2 soul skills, froze in place. Xiang Wentian approached Ma Hongjun, who was still crouched in a horse stance, mimicking a fire-breathing pose. With a firm kick, he sent Ma Hongjun sprawling to the ground. Returning to his side to the spatial lockdown, you three have successfully passed the assessment, he announced. The trio stood there, bewildered. As Ma Hongjun rubbed his sore backside and exclaimed, What just happened? Why does my rear hurt so much? Dai Mu Bai, equally baffled, remarked. But the incense hasn't burned out yet. Xiang Wentian arrogantly declared, I am responsible for the assessment of the 4th level. If I say you have passed, then you have indeed passed. Lu Ming then led them to the teacher for registration, where each was required to pay 100 gold soul coins. Lu Ming stated, Very well, the 3 of you may follow me. Chapter 6, The Great Soul Arena of Soto City. The following day, the 5 stood in a line at the center of the training grounds. Dean Flander announced, Soon, Xiang Wentian will escort you to the Great Soul Arena of Soto City for the soul battles. This arena is the most excellent venue for enhancing a soul master's practical combat experience, where each individual must participate in 2 1-on-1 and 2 2-on-2 battles daily. Oscar interjected. But, teacher, I am a food-type soul master. Xiang Wentian assured, No worries, I will lead you into the 2-on-2 match. Oscar exclaimed with excitement, Yay! I knew Brother Tian would take care of me. Upon their arrival at the magnificent Soul Arena in Soto City, apart from Dai Mu Bai, Xiang Wentian, and Ru Ming, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were utterly astonished. The Soto City Soul Arena, an elliptical architectural marvel, soared to a height of 120 meters. It comprised a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating simultaneously up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue not only served as a platform for soul masters to showcase their prowess, but also acted as a hub for major powers to scout for talent. Upon reaching the registration area of the Soto City Soul Arena, Xiang Wentian declared, Ru Ming and I have registered the Dream Team. And now I shall register with Oscar as the Angel Sausage Duo. Within less than 5 minutes, the loudspeaker announced, Now, please welcome the Angel Sausage Duo to face the Iron Blood Duo. The Angel Sausage Duo has just registered today. Let us see what surprises they will bring us. The 2-on-2 soul battle commences now. With a smile, Xiang Wentian turned to Oscar behind him and said, Just stand there and watch as I resolve this battle within a minute. Channeling his martial spirit, he unleashed his first soul skill, Spatial Lock, followed by his second soul skill, Angelic Glory. Upon activation, Angelic Glory granted a brief surge of 50% in speed and power. The Iron Blood Duo, having just summoned their martial spirits, suddenly found themselves immobilized. At that moment, Xiang Wentian surged forth, his speed magnified to its utmost under the influence of Angelic Glory. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 2 members of the Iron Blood team, delivering a punch to each that sent them flying out of the arena. The audience erupted in fervor at this spectacle. Among them, a boy in black exclaimed, Wow, look at that young man. He is incredible. Several spectators around him echoed in agreement. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. The referee declared, This is utterly astounding. I hereby announce that the Angelic Sausage team has triumphed over the Iron Blood team. After the conclusion of the ranking stage, Xiang Wentian and Oscar received 20 gold soul coins. Xiang Wentian extracted 10 gold soul coins and offered them to Oscar. However, Oscar shook his head and said, "No, no, no, Brother Tian, I cannot accept this. I contributed nothing in this 2-on-2 soul battle." Xiang Wentian feigned anger and said, "Take it if you must. But stop dawdling like a woman. Here, take it." Oscar, observing the expression on Xiang Wentian's face, accepted the 10 golden soul coins and remarked, "Brother Tian, after the soul battle concludes, I shall treat everyone to a feast." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Excellent. After the conclusion of the soul battles, I participated in 3 matches today, 1 individual duel and 2 team battles. The team matches were held with Oscar and Rumeng, each having 1 round. Upon exiting the grand arena of Soto City, Xiang Wentian turned to Oscar and remarked, "I am aware of a delightful restaurant that serves delectable meat-filled pancakes. Shall we go there to dine?" "Certainly, wherever you choose to eat. Brother Tian, I shall accompany you," Oscar replied. Xiang Wentian was aware that Oscar, like himself, hailed from a humble background, with little wealth to speak of. Every bit of assistance he could offer was valuable. Approaching the stall selling meat-filled pancakes, Xiang Wentian said, "Boss, I would like 5 meat pancakes, please." Ma Hongjun chuckled and added, "I want 2. Oscar interjected, "Then let us make it 6. The vendor replied, "Certainly." Each pancake costs 5 copper soul coins, totaling 30 copper soul coins. Ma Hongjun jested, "That's not feasible. Given Oscar's earnings today, it wouldn't even cover a scratch." Rumeng shot Ma Hongjun a glare and suggested, "Why don't you treat us at the fine dining establishment?" Ma Hongjun awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I was just joking. Please don't take me seriously." Chapter 7. Devour. At that moment, Xiang Wentian sensed a pair of eyes intently fixed upon him. He scanned his surroundings but found no one following him. Turning to the others, Xiang Wentian said, "You all should head back. I have a matter to attend to." Rumeng, noticing the unusual tone in Xiang Wentian's voice, approached and inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" Xiang Wentian smiled gently and said, "It's nothing. You take Mu Bai and the others back to the academy. I will join you shortly." Rumeng, filled with concern, asked, "Are you truly all right?" "Rest assured. It's nothing to worry about," Xiang Wentian comforted her, stroking Rumeng's hair. After Rumeng and her companions had walked away, Xiang Wentian took a series of turns in an attempt to shake off his pursuers, yet he was persistently unsuccessful. Just as he entered a dead end, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. As Xiang Wentian was momentarily enveloped by his martial soul, he turned with gravity to regard the individual behind him. There stood a young man clad in the attire of the spirit hall, intently observing him. "Who are you? Why have you been following me?" Xiang Wentian inquired solemnly. The young man replied coolly, "I am the steward of the spirit hall branch in Soto City. I have followed you here to extend an invitation for you to join the spirit hall." Xiang Wentian smiled slightly and inquired, "Why should I join the spirit hall? What benefits would it confer upon me?" The young man replied with a grin, "Joining the spirit hall would grant you their utmost cultivation support. I believe any astute individual would readily agree to such an offer. However, I am already affiliated with Shrek Academy and have no intention of joining the spirit hall. What should I do?" The young man's indifferent expression vanished in an instant, and his tone turned cold as he declared, "To refuse is to embrace death." After uttering these words, the young man manifested his martial spirit, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly materializing around him. Upon seeing the opponent's martial soul, the ghost leopard, which belongs to the agility-focused soul masters and is a natural seeker, it is no wonder that he was unable to detect the location of his pursuer while being tracked. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and said, "Do you think you can compel me to submit through sheer strength? You are exceedingly naive. In this world, no one has the authority to command me, nor can anyone force me to yield." The young man retorted angrily, arrogant. In an instant, he charged at Xiang Wentian, exclaiming, "First soul skill, acceleration. Second soul skill, phantom slash." Upon witnessing the opponent instantaneously unleash 2 soul techniques, Xiang Wentian discerned the evident intent to eliminate him in a singular, lethal strike. He would never allow such an opportunity to be bestowed upon his adversary. Xiang Wentian proclaimed, "First soul technique, spatial lock." Within him surged the profound energy of the heavenly demon annihilation scripture as he subsequently invoked his second soul technique, angelic glory. The young man, in mid-charge, abruptly halted. Frozen in place, alarm surged within him as he pondered, "What is happening? Why can I suddenly not move? Could it be a spatial-type soul technique?" Under the enhancement of his second soul skill, angelic glory, Xiang Wentian unleashed the celestial demon annihilation scripture, delivering a single, devastating blow that shattered the young man's skull. The headless body of the youth slowly collapsed to the ground. Standing beside the lifeless form, Xiang Wentian scoffed with disdain. To think you believe a mere soul master could compel my submission, you truly overestimate yourselves. Xiang Wentian crouched on the ground, harnessing his devouring ability. In a short while, the headless corpse of the young man transformed into a desiccated husk. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability and acquired 1 2,000-year soul ring and 1,000 points of soul power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 29. The system has bestowed this 2,000-year soul ring upon the first soul ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the first soul ring from 100 years to 2,100 years. Purple, years, 2,100. Xiang Wentian, filled with exhilaration. Open the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Great Soul Master Martial Spirit. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 29, 900, 010000. Soul Rings. Purple, age, 2,100 years. Yellow, age, 800 years. Allow me to clarify that some readers have expressed concerns regarding the arrangement of the soul rings. Upon careful examination, I assure you that there is no error. Previously, Xiang Wentian's soul rings were yellow, 100 years, yellow, 800 years. However, he has enhanced the first soul ring with the devoured 2,000-year soul ring, resulting in the current configuration: purple, age, 2,100 years, yellow, age, 800 years. Soul skills: first soul skill, Space Lock; second soul skill, Angel's Glory Techniques, Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Body of Dominance abilities: Devour, the capacity to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to augment his own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 8. 3 years later, upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiang Wentian found Ru Ming anxiously awaiting his arrival at the entrance. When Ru Ming spotted Xiang Wentian, she rushed over and embraced him. With a reassuring smile, Xiang Wentian comforted her, saying, "It's all right, dear sister. I am perfectly fine. I have returned, haven't I?" Releasing Xiang Wentian, Ru Ming, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, said, "Brother, promise me you will never leave me again." "Very well. I pledge that I shall never depart from you," Xiang Wentian vowed with unwavering determination. "Forever. Always." As Ru Ming gazed into Xiang Wentian's eyes, she became entranced, and with a swift kiss on his lips, she blushed and hurried away. Xiang Wentian gazed at the fleeting figure of Ru Ming, licking his lips and smiling blissfully, so fragrant and sweet. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar teasingly inquired, "Brother Tian, was it pleasurable just now?" "What pleasure?" Xiang Wentian responded with confusion. Ma Hongjun stood up and, with unyielding candor, declared, "Little Ao is asking you if kissing was enjoyable." With a slight smirk, Xiang Wentian remarked, "You will understand once you have a girlfriend." Following this, he settled down on his bed to meditate. Days turned into weeks, and years slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One fine morning, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, exclaiming, "At last, I have broken through to level 39. He checked his system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 39, 9000, 010, 0000, Soul Rings, purple, age, 2,100 years, yellow, age, 800 years, purple, age, 3,000 years, soul skills, first soul skill, Space Lock, second soul skill, Angelic Glory, third soul skill, Angelic Judgment, cultivation method, Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture, Firmament Body Technique. Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and physique. After closing the system, Xiang Wentian stepped out of his room and fortuitously encountered Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. He greeted Zhao Wujia, saying, "Good morning, Teacher Zhao. Xiao Tian, do not wander about today. It is the day of our Shrek Academy's enrollment assessment." "Understood, Teacher Zhao." After finishing breakfast, Xiang Wentian spotted Dai Mubai and teasingly asked, "Mubai, where are you off to charm the ladies today?" Dai Mubai boasted, "I recently managed to woo a pair of twins, and we are currently in the throes of romance." Xiang Wentian smiled and gave a thumbs up to Dai Mubai, saying, "Well done, Mubai. 3 in 3 days and 2 in 5 days. You truly are a paragon among us." Dai Mubai, far from feeling embarrassed, responded with pride, "Oh, not at all. Just a bit of jest." After Dai Mubai departed, Xiang Wentian made his way to the 4th assessment area, which he had overseen for several years. Moments later, he noticed Vice Dean Zhao Wujie approaching him. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Is there something you need, Teacher Zhao?" To which Zhao Wujie replied, "Today, I am in charge of the fourth assessment, so you may attend to other matters." Xiang Wentian awkwardly chuckled, "Teacher Zhao, isn't this inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate?" "The dean is absent. Within the academy, my word holds sway," Zhao Wujie replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Very well then," Xiang Wentian conceded, vacating his seat. Exiting the fourth assessment zone, he arrived before the academy's entrance, where nearly 100 students were queuing to register. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian's arrival, Ru Ming inquired, "Brother, weren't you in the fourth assessment zone? What brings you here?" Xiang Wentian shook his head in resignation and remarked, "Teacher, Zhao has taken over my position. I came to the entrance of the academy to see if there is anything I can assist with." "I see," replied Ru Ming, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "If any students pass the first assessment, you can guide them inside for the remaining evaluations, all right?" "Certainly, no problem at all," he responded. A short while later, Teacher Li called out, "Wentian, come here." Xiang Wentian approached and inquired, "Teacher Li, did you call for me?" Teacher Li gestured towards a male and a female student, stating, "These two may bypass the assessments of the second and third stages and proceed directly to the fourth." "Very well, teacher. I shall escort them at once," replied Xiang Wentian. Observing the two candidates, the male student possessed an unremarkable appearance and a slender frame, while the female student, though not strikingly beautiful, exhibited a delicate charm, particularly highlighted by her long, thick braid. Xiang Wentian addressed the two candidates, "Please follow me." At that moment, a male student who had passed the preliminary examination voiced his discontent, asking, "Why are they allowed to skip the second and third tests while I cannot?" Xiang Wentian gazed at the student and remarked, "As long as one's age is appropriate and their soul power exceeds 25, they may be exempted from the tests of the second and third rounds." The male student, filled with skepticism, retorted, "Are you implying that their soul power has indeed reached 25? I find that hard to believe." "Very well, allow me to convince you of our Shrek Academy's hidden truths." As he spoke, Xiang Wentian retrieved a 30-level testing crystal ball from the table and handed it to the student exempted from the second and third round tests, instructing, "Demonstrate your soul power." The student nodded, accepting the crystal ball and promptly channeling his soul power into it. The crystal ball radiated brilliantly, indicating that his soul power was nearly at the 30-level mark. After completing the test, the student passed the crystal ball to a nearby female student, who, upon testing, also revealed a level of 29, disregarding the peculiar gazes of his fellow students. Xiang Wentian led the two students exempted from the second and third assessments directly to the fourth evaluation area. Upon arrival, he spotted Teacher Zhao and promptly informed him, "Teacher Zhao, there are two students exempted from the second and third tests." Before he could finish his sentence, Ru Ming entered with two female students and interjected, "Teacher Zhao, these two students are also exempted from the second and third assessments." Seeing that all four candidates were exempt from the previous tests, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of excitement and declared, "Excellent. Your task for the final challenge is to endure my attacks for the duration of a burning incense stick." Chapter 9. Departure. The Starry Forest. Zhao Wujie instructed, "Xiao Tian, please inform them of my capabilities and the characteristics of my martial spirit, so they can prepare accordingly." "Understood." Teacher Zhao, Xiang Wentian replied solemnly to the four candidates, "Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the powerful Golden Bear, a formidable level 76 assault spirit master." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the four candidates gasped in unison, "Level 76. Continuing, Xiang Wentian elaborated, "Allow me to briefly outline the characteristics of Teacher Zhao's martial spirit. Pay close attention. The powerful Golden Bear possesses exceptional defensive strength, with no apparent weaknesses, while speed is typically a vulnerability for Teacher Zhao. The disparity in soul power between you and him renders this disadvantage negligible. To withstand Teacher Zhao's assaults for the duration of an incense stick, you must unite and act as one." 3 minutes later, Zhao Wujie inquired, "Have you all come to an agreement?" He then retrieved an incense stick from his storage belt, creating friction in the air before igniting it and placing it on the ground. "If you have deliberated sufficiently, let us commence." Half an hour later, as Xiang Wentian had anticipated, Zhao Wujie was left in a disheveled state. The following morning, after breakfast, the 9 students lined up on the training field. Dean Flander approached from his office and instructed, "You all should introduce yourselves, starting with you, Wentian." Xiang Wentian, possessing the martial soul of the demon angel, stands as a formidable soul master at level 39 in the assault category. Ru Ming, with the martial soul of the Seraph, also ranks at level 39. Excelling in the same discipline. Dai Mubai, wielding the evil Eye White Tiger, is a level 37 assault-type soul master. Oscar, with his martial soul of sausage, is a level 30 food-type soul master. Ma Hongjun, embodying the phoenix, is a level 29 assault-type soul master. Tang San, with the blue silver grass, is a level 29 control-type soul master. Xiao Wu, possessing the martial soul of the rabbit, is also a level 29 assault-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasure glazed tile, stands at level 26 as a support-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, wielding the nether cat, is a level 27 agility-type soul master. Upon the completion of their introductions, Flinder expressed his astonishment. Oscar, you have reached level 30. When did this happen? Oscar replied with excitement. I just broke through this morning. Excellent. Flinder commended. Today, our lesson will take us to the Douluo Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd spirit ring. I shall have Vice Dean Zhao Wuji lead you there. Remember, the Douluo Forest is no ordinary place. You may encounter spirit beasts that are thousands of years old at any moment. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you must exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, Dean Flinder. We will protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Xiang Wentian assured, thumping his chest confidently. Flinder nodded with a smile. Moments later, Zhao Wuji approached, and Xiang Wentian noticed that the Vice Dean's face appeared even more swollen than the previous day. Teacher Zhao, has your face been poisoned? Xiang Wentian inquired. Zhao Wuji, irate, retorted, poisoned? What nonsense. Hurry up and set off. What are we waiting for? All right, let us depart now, Xiang Wentian said, turning to face his companions. The Douluo Forest is teeming with aggressive spirit beasts. Everyone must remain vigilant. Dai Mubai, you will lead the way. Oscar and Ning Rongrong will be in the center, while Ma Hongjun and Ru Ming flank the sides. Tang San will bring up the rear. Zhu Qing will scout the ground, and I will oversee aerial reconnaissance. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. Xiang Wentian, you can fly. Xiang Wentian naturally proclaimed, my martial soul is the 8-winged demon angel, inherently endowed with the ability to soar through the skies. After his declaration, he addressed the assembly. Let us set forth. With the assistance of sausages provided by Oscar, the head of the logistics department, they reached a quaint town named 7th Level Town on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest within a mere day. This town catered to the needs of passing merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, as well as students and teachers from the Soul Master Academy, offering them lodging and essential supplies for their journey into the Douluo Forest. As they traversed the bustling streets of 7th Level Town, Xiang Wentian suggested, the day is drawing to a close. Let us first seek out an inn to rest for the night, and we shall venture into the Douluo Forest at dawn. The group nodded in agreement. Very well. Xiang Wentian led the group to a hotel that appeared to be rather clean and remarked, let us choose this establishment. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, with a troubled expression, interjected, might this hotel be a tad too expensive? Xiang Wentian approached Vice Dean Zhao Wuji and quietly remarked, no worries. Vice Dean, this one's on me. In response, Zhao Wuji softly admonished, our academy's rules prohibit taking advantage of students. With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian retorted, having studied at Shrek Academy for so many years, have I ever paid a single penny in tuition? What does it matter if I'm a student or not? What is mine is yours, Vice Dean. Vice Dean Zhao, feeling somewhat awkward, conceded, very well then. Just ensure that those little rascals remain oblivious. Rest assured, Vice Dean. Leave it to me, Xiang Wentian replied with a hearty laugh, patting his chest. As Xiang Wentian returned to the group, Dai Mubai inquired, what did you discuss with the vice principal? Nothing of importance, Xiang Wentian replied somewhat awkwardly. The vice principal merely remarked that this hotel is quite impressive and has a grand ambience. Ma Hongjun scratched his head and said, impressive? I didn't perceive that at all. Chapter 10. Songhui Academy. Upon entering the hotel, Xiang Wentian discreetly arranged a private room for Zhao Wuji, instructing the attendant to deliver exquisite food and fine wine to teacher Zhao, as he was a person who valued his reputation greatly. Xiang Wentian, accompanied by 9 others, found a large round table in the first-floor dining hall, and everyone took their seats. Ma Hongjun, ever the eager gourmand, declared, waiter, let us skip the vegetarian dishes and bring us all the meat, and 2 barrels of the finest wheat beer, please. The group exchanged glances, unable to suppress their admiration for Ma Hongjun's insatiable appetite. Before long, the dishes were served, and everyone watched as Ma Hongjun devoured his meal with fervor. Suddenly, he realized the attention he was attracting and awkwardly urged, "Stop staring at me. Dig in, or it'll get cold and lose its flavor. Besides, it's on Brother Tian, and he can afford it." At this moment, the restaurant was nearing full capacity. Xiang Wentian was savoring a piece of beef when he overheard Dai Mubai scoff. "The insignificant Songhui Academy is nothing to brag about." By the time Xiang Wentian finished his beef, he noticed that Dai Mubai had already engaged in a scuffle with the students from Songhui Academy. With a fierce glare and hands on his hips, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "So it's the Songhui Academy that's causing trouble, is it? If you want to fight, let us take it outside. Brawling here would be detrimental to the owner's business. Anyone looking for a fight, follow me out." One of the Songhui Academy students arrogantly retorted, "Let us go outside and see if I don't wipe the floor with you." Just then, Xiao Wu approached, casting a disdainful glance at the Songhui Academy students, and said to Xiang Wentian, "Senior Xiang, just let me handle these little pests." Xiang Wentian said, "Don't push Xiao Wu too hard." "Rest assured, Senior," Xiao Wu replied, blinking her beautiful big eyes in agreement. At that moment, Tang San interjected, "Don't worry, Senior. Xiao Wu is perfectly fine." Indeed, as Tang San had asserted, Xiao Wu swiftly dispatched the students of Songhui Academy with remarkable ease. Just then, a middle-aged man approached and inquired, "Which academy do you belong to?" "To ask the heavens," said Xiang Wentian, "we are from Shrek Academy." The middle-aged man pondered. "I have not heard of Shrek Academy. I am a teacher from Songhui Academy. My name is Yi Zhiqiu. You cannot simply dismiss the fact that you have harmed my student. I must seek retribution. Where is your teacher?" With unwavering confidence, the middle-aged man continued. Ma Hongjun retorted, "With your feeble demeanor, you wish to confront our teacher? Spare yourself. We alone are sufficient to deal with you." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Yi Zhiqiu's anger flared. "You little brat, seeking your own demise. Turtle spirit possession." Noticing the old man attempting to leverage his age to intimidate, Xiang Wentian discreetly turned to the other aide from Shrek and whispered, "My first soul skill is spatial in nature. I can immobilize him. Once I have him under control, follow my command. When I say charge, we shall unleash our most formidable attacks upon him." He then turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, when you hear my command, exert your utmost to assist everyone. Understood?" "Understood, Tian Gu." Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Turning to his companions, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls. First soul skill, spatial lockdown. Charge forth, my brothers." Except for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the others surged forward in an instant. Ascending into the air, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Second soul skill, angelic glory. Third soul skill, angelic judgment." By employing the second skill to amplify the third, the power of angelic judgment was undeniably magnified several-fold. Suddenly, a colossal sword of judgment, dark as ink, materialized in the sky and descended upon Yi Zhiqiu. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was utterly confined by the spatial lockdown. Without the enhancement of any soul skills, how could he possibly withstand such an overwhelming blow? As the gigantic sword collided with Yi Zhiqiu, a thunderous roar erupted, sending dust and debris into the air. The onlookers were left with ringing ears, and as the dust settled, they beheld Yi Zhiqiu, drenched in blood, barely clinging to life. Xiang Wentian cast a glance at Songhui Academy, choosing to disregard it, and addressed the crowd, "Brothers, let us return to our meal." Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Tian Gu, our soul abilities have yet to be fully unleashed, and the battle has concluded. Next time, do grant us the opportunity to showcase our skills. Indeed, from now on, each of us shall have our moment to shine." Xiang Wentian responded with a smile. Chapter 11. The Buddha's Palm. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone retired to their rooms to rest, while Xiang Wentian ascended to the rooftop, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate in silence. Soul power increased by 10. Soul power increased by 10. Soul power increased by 10. Observing the continual rise of his soul power, Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed until he was jolted awake by the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to Soul Master level 40. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an upgrade reward. Would you like to open it? An upgrade reward? Why was there none before? Xiang Wentian pondered. That depends on the system's mood. If the system wishes to grant you something, it will, and if it does not, then it shall remain absent. With a sense of resignation, Xiang Wentian said, "Very well. Please open the upgrade rewards." A sound chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine skill, Rulai's Divine Palm. Upon witnessing the Rulai Divine Palm, Xiang Wentian abruptly rose to his feet. He proceeded to examine the introduction to the Rulai Divine Palm. This extraordinary martial technique was imparted by Buddha Rulai to save sentient beings, alleviate suffering, and eradicate calamities. The power of the Divine Palm can rival natural disasters, vanquish demons, and obliterate malevolence. The Rulai Divine Palm is divided into 10 forms. First form, the initial glimmer of Buddha light. Second form, the golden summit Buddha lantern. Third form, the Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Fourth form, the Buddha inquires of Jialan. Fifth form, welcoming Buddha to the Western paradise. Sixth form, the Buddha's light illuminates all. Seventh form, the celestial Buddha descends. Eighth form, the boundless teachings of the Buddha. Ninth form, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. 10th form, the Rulai exterminates evil. Xiang Wentian, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "With this divine palm at my side, who could I possibly fear?" He then glanced at the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian. Rank, Soul Master Martial Spirit. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 40, 50, 100, 000. Soul Rings. Purple. Age, 2,100 years. Yellow. Age, 800 years. Purple. Age, 3,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Second Soul Skill, Angel's Glory. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Titan Body Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Upon closing the system, Xiang Wentian took a moment to calm his emotions and exhaled a breath of turbid air, saying, "Yet another splendid day." 30 minutes later, the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Xiang Wentian subsequently roused everyone from their slumber, declaring, "We must set out early today to assist Oscar and myself in searching for soul rings." Daimubai inquired, "Assist you? Have you broken through?" "Indeed. I have just achieved level 40. Xiang Wentian replied with enthusiasm. The group chorused, "Freak." After rising, freshening up, and having breakfast, they exited the 7th level town. They were now quite close to the Stardew Forest. The group hastened their pace, and within less than an hour, they reached the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, where the air seemed much fresher. At that moment, Zhao Wuji shouted, "Everyone, stay alert. Something is approaching at high speed." Xiang Wentian inquired, "I shall ascend to safeguard Oscar and Ning Rongrong." With that, he soared into the air, heading straight for the treetops. Through the gaps in the leaves, Xiang Wentian beheld a serpent, a flying serpent, adorned with a fleshy crest upon its head. He discerned that it was indeed a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "Wentian, what do you see?" Weisteen Zhaowujing asked. "It is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Its cultivation level around 1,500 years, replied Xiang Wentian. Zhaowujing chuckled. "Haha, little Ao, you are fortunate. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is well suited for you." Tang Xin remarked, "The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is quite cunning, most adept at evasion." Xiang Wentian addressed the heavens. "Soon, we shall encounter the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I will employ my first soul skill, Spatial Lock, to confine it. Oscar, you must swiftly resolve the matter and obtain the soul ring." Oscar, both exhilarated and anxious, replied, "Understood." "It approaches," Xiang Wentian calmly declared. "Martial Soul Manifestation. First soul skill, Spatial Lock." With that, he unleashed his inaugural soul technique, instantly immobilizing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in midair. "Oscar, quickly!" Xiang Wentian shouted. "On my way." Oscar exclaimed as he rhythmically struck the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with 2 sausages in hand. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiang Wentian was consumed by fury, exclaiming, "Oscar, what are you doing? If you do not take action soon, I will not be able to hold on any longer." At that moment, Oscar finally set aside his playful demeanor, brandishing a dagger and plunging it into the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Moments later, a soul ring radiating a resplendent purple hue began to ascend slowly. Oscar promptly seated himself, preparing to absorb the 1,000-year-old soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. 1 hour later, Chapter 12, The Serpent Matriarch Fragrant to the Heavens. After an hour had elapsed, Oscar completed the absorption of the soul ring. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Oscar, do you still require this snake?" To which Oscar replied with enthusiasm, "No longer." Xiang Wentian crouched beside the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, extending his hand to unleash the Devour skill. Before his very eyes, the serpent rapidly shriveled at an astonishing pace, ultimately transforming into a desiccated, snake-like husk. Ding. The host has utilized the Devour skill, acquiring 1,500 points of soul power. Xiang Wentian silently murmured. Open system panel. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 40, 15, 501, 000. 000. Soul Rings. Purple. Age: 2,100 years. Yellow. Age: 800 years. Purple. Age: 3,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill: Space Lock. Second Soul Skill: Angel's Glory. Third Soul Skill: Angel's Divine Judgment. Divine Skill: Buddha's Palm. Cultivation Method: True Scripture of Heavenly Demon Annihilation, Celestial Body of Dominance. Ability: Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Xiang Wentian, with Oscar exclaiming in shock, "Brother Tian, what have you done to this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake?" Xiang Wentian smiled and explained, "There is no need for such astonishment. This is my innate skill, Devour. It allows me to absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance my own soul rings, physique, and cultivation." Daimu Bai suddenly comprehended. "No wonder your soul power has surged so rapidly. It also clarifies why your first soul ring is purple." Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Tian, does that mean you can continuously devour and transform all your soul rings into those of 100,000 years?" Xiang Wentian smiled faintly and remarked, "In theory, it is indeed possible." Tang San expressed his astonishment, saying, "Your demon angel martial soul truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme martial soul. It is undeniably formidable." Xiang Wentian, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, awkwardly remarked, "Please, do not look at me. My sister, Ru Meng, possesses the seraphim martial soul, which can devour all fire elements to enhance the fiery potential of the seraphim." Oscar, with a downcast expression, lamented, "How foolish we were to consider ourselves monsters. Compared to the two of you, we are merely ordinary." Ru Meng approached with a smile, gently patting Oscar on the shoulder. "Do not lose heart, Oscar. We are comrades, are we not?" Oscar lifted his head, returning the smile. "Indeed, we are comrades and close friends." Ning Rongrong mused, "Is this the essence of friendship's strength?" At that moment, a girl sprinted towards them, her short hair framing a strikingly beautiful face, her figure curvaceous. Breathlessly, she exclaimed, "What has happened to my phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? It has turned into a desiccated corpse." She glared at the group, accusingly demanding, "Was this your doing?" Just as she spoke, an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, emerged behind her, wielding a cane topped with a snake's head. With a huff, 6 soul rings materialized around her. Zhao Wujia, undeterred, responded with a soft snort, and 7 soul rings ignited around the Shrek group. The old woman, noticing the last 3 black soul rings around Zhao Wujia, changed her demeanor, saying, "I am Chao Tianxiang, esteemed soul sage. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to us. You have hunted our soul ring and reduced it to a dry corpse. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Zhao Wujia, astonished, replied, "Could it be that you are the renowned dragon lady, Chao Tianxiang?" The old woman chuckled lightly, "Ah, merely a title. I do not deserve such honor. May I inquire the esteemed name of this soul sage?" "I am Zhao Wujia," he replied. "Ah, so it is the infamous unmoved Yin King," Chao Tianxiang remarked. "I do not deserve such a title. It is merely a notorious reputation," Zhao Wujia countered. Chao Tianxiang continued, "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is ours. You have captured my granddaughter's phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Zhao Wujia stated, "The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has already become a soul ring for my student. What more explanation do you seek?" Chao Tianxiang contemplated, observing that the oldest of these children could not be more than 15 years of age, yet they had already reached the 30th level, an indication of their limitless potential. Chao Tianxiang pondered for a moment and remarked, "Since you have already absorbed the soul ring of this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, I have nothing further to say. You must compensate me for my granddaughter." Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, "How can you prove that this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake belongs to you?" Chao Tianxiang replied, "Young man, do not be hasty. Observe the 3 distinct wounds on the belly of the snake, inflicted by my hand." As Ma Hongjun approached the lifeless serpent, he indeed observed the 3 marks on its underbelly and said, "Since the deed is done and the soul ring has been acquired by us, what do you propose?" "Very well," Chao Tianxiang chuckled, "let the one who absorbed the soul ring accompany us and join our family." Before anyone else could respond, Zhao Wuji stepped forward, declaring, "That is impossible." Xiao Tianxiang calmly stated, "If that is not feasible, let us adhere to the conventions of the Spirit Master realm. I propose a contest between my granddaughter and your student who acquired the soul ring. Should she emerge victorious, we shall depart immediately. If she loses, she will accompany us." Zhao Wuji objected, "That is also unacceptable." Xiao Tianxiang exclaimed in frustration, "I have made considerable concessions." Zhao Wuji clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. My student is a food-type spirit master and cannot compete against a battle spirit master." "Oh, such a young food-type spirit master," Xiao Tianxiang expressed his astonishment. At that moment, Xiang Wentian interjected, "I am a level 40 spirit master. I will only use my first spirit skill and 30% of my spirit power to battle your granddaughter. Would that suffice?" Xiao Tianxiang was astounded, realizing that at such a young age, he was already a spirit master. If he could join their family, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights within a decade. Xiao Tianxiang smiled and replied, "That is acceptable. However, should you lose, you must join my family." Xiang Wentian replied with a gentle smile, "Certainly." Chapter 13. Oscar's third soul skill. No, no, no. Oscar interjected playfully from the side, "That is hardly fair. If you lose, you merely forfeit a serpent, while our dear Tiangu would be at risk of losing his very life." Xiao Tianxiang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Young man, what do you propose would be a fair arrangement?" Oscar grinned mischievously and suggested, "If your granddaughter were to lose, she should then marry him." Facing the heavens, when Tian exclaimed, "Oscar, what nonsense are you speaking?" Xiang contemplated, "Our chances of victory remain considerable. If he emerges victorious at such a young age, his prowess would indeed warrant my granddaughter's hand in marriage." With a resolute demeanor, Xiang raised her head and declared, "Very well. I shall agree." Still stamping her foot, her face flushed with embarrassment, she protested, "Grandma." Xiang chuckled, "Ah, youth must possess a touch of passion, mustn't it?" Xiang Wentian proclaimed, "Come forth." He was a martial soul demon angel, possessing a formidable rank of level 40 and a 3-ringed soul sect. The angelic martial soul elicited a gasp of astonishment from Xiao Tianxiang. Meng Iran, wielding the martial soul serpent staff, ranked as a level 30, 2-ringed soul master. In her heart, Meng Iran mused, "Though you are of level 40, should you engage me with merely 30% of your soul power, defeat is surely inevitable. To the heavens, I beseech, let us commence with the first soul skill, Space Lock." In an instant, Meng Iran found herself immobilized, seemingly caught in a moment of disbelief. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Xiao Tianxiang. A spatial-type soul skill, a prodigious talent, an extraordinary ability. Where could Zhao Wuji have discovered such exceptional individuals? Xiang asked the heavens, "I believe this battle has come to an end. Senior, do you think we have emerged victorious?" Xiang shook her head with a sigh and replied, "We have lost." Meng Iran, freed from the control of her soul skill by Xiang Wentian, exclaimed loudly, "This match does not count. He attacked me unexpectedly." Xiao Tianxiang approached and said, "Iran, even if it were an ambush, you would still be unable to overcome spatial soul skills. In the realm of the cosmos, time reigns supreme over space. Only time-based soul skills possess the power to conquer those of spatial nature." Habitually competitive, Meng Iran found it difficult to accept the reality of her defeat, lowering her head as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. As Xiang Wentian observed Meng Iran weeping sorrowfully, he hastily declared, "The wager we made earlier is null and void. You need not marry me." He then turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "Master Zhao, let us depart." However, Meng Iran interjected, "I am a person of my word, and I shall honor our agreement. 3 years hence, you may come to the Meng family to propose." Xiang Wentian replied, "No need. I already have a fiancée." After conversing with Xiang Wentian, Zhao Wuji led the members of Shrek Academy deeper into the Stardow Forest. As they walked, Ma Hongjun inquired, "Xiao Ao, what is your third soul skill? Hurry and unleash it for us to see." Oscar replied, "I can show you, but please refrain from laughing." Dai Mubai assured him, "We won't laugh." However, as Oscar recited the incantation, "Imaginative Mushroom Sausage," the group erupted into laughter. Ma Hongjun, clutching his stomach, chuckled, "Imaginative is one thing, but mushroom sausage? That's just ridiculous." Oscar, flustered, retorted, "Did we not agree to keep a straight face?" Xiang Wentian inquired, "Is it merely about flying? Surely, there must be more to it." Oscar replied, "Indeed, it is not solely that. My third soul skill enables me to soar at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake for a minute." Zhao Wuji solemnly declared, It is currently afternoon, and we have only half a day left until darkness descends. We must hasten to assist Xiao Tian in locating a suitable soul ring. Let us depart." The group diligently searched throughout the afternoon, and just as twilight approached, they finally aided Xiang Wentian in discovering a most fitting soul beast, a millennium-old silverlight python. Xiang Wentian exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Teacher Xiao, I wish to tackle this silver python on my own, and also showcase my self-created soul skill to all of you." The crowd gasped in astonishment at the mention of a self-created soul skill. Dai Mubai remarked, "Wentian, I am eager to witness the true nature and strength of your self-created soul skill." Xiang Wentian advanced towards the silvery serpent, proclaiming, "I shall undoubtedly bring you delightful surprises." Upon reaching the vicinity of the silvery serpent, it regarded Xiang Wentian with a wary gaze, emitting a hissing roar, warning him to cease his approach, for any further advance would provoke an attack. With a determined leap, Xiang Wentian charged forward, proclaiming, "Martial soul embodiment, first soul skill, spatial lockdown." Although the duration of the spatial lockdown against a 10,000-year soul beast lasts merely a few seconds, those fleeting moments afford Xiang Wentian ample opportunity to execute his plans. Invoking the ninth stance of the Buddha's palm, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, a colossal golden hand materialized from thin air, striking the body of the silver-scaled python with a thunderous impact. The shockwave reverberated for hundreds of meters, causing the ground to tremble beneath Zhao Wujia's feet, who, along with his companions, felt the earth quaking beneath them. Dai Mubai, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this the soul skill that Xiang Wentian has devised? How can it be so formidable?" As Xiang Wentian unleashed the ninth form of the Buddha's palm, the 10,000 Buddhas congregate. He found himself expending a staggering 90% of his soul power. It seems that in the future, unless faced with imminent peril, he should refrain from utilizing the Buddha's palm, given its exorbitant consumption of energy. At this moment, the silverlight python had been transformed into a serpent-shaped meat pie under the impact of the Buddha's palm. Xiang Wentian approached the silverlight python, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Before him, a black soul ring circled, drawn to him by his soul power, gradually vanishing into his body. At this juncture, the celestial body of dominance was operating at full throttle, meticulously absorbing the soul power affixed to the soul ring, leaving not a trace behind as it infused his cellular structure to enhance his physique. This phenomenon elucidates why, each time Xiang Wentian assimilated a soul ring, one could observe an elevation in rank without a corresponding increase in soul power. At this moment, when Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, he found everyone gazing at him in astonishment. Bewildered, he queried, "What are you all staring at me for?" Chapter 14. Divine Light of the Angel. Zhao Wujing chuckled. "Little Tian, what is your fourth soul skill? Release it for everyone to see." Xiang Wentian nodded at Zhao Wujing and then turned to the open space ahead, exclaiming, "Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light." A colossal beam of white light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth towards a massive boulder 100 meters away, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the stone into countless fragments. Zhao Wujing remarked, "Indeed, the power is formidable." Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd, requesting a moment's pause. He then crouched down to begin absorbing the soul power of the silverlight python. Before long, the once formidable serpent was reduced to a lifeless, desiccated form. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring skill, acquiring 11,000 points of soul power. Upon reviewing the system panel, Xiang Wentian silently contemplated. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 40, 12, 550, 100, 000. Soul Rings. Purple. Age: 2. 100 years. Yellow. Age: 800 years. As the soul rings obtained through absorption are added to the first soul ring, the second soul ring remains at 800 years. Purple. Age: 3,000 years. Black. Age: 11,000 years. Soul Skills. First soul skill, Spatial Lock. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory. Third soul skill, Angelic Judgment. Fourth soul skill, Divine Light of the Angel. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Technique. True Scriptures of the Celestial Demon. Titan's Body Ability. Devouring, the capacity to absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian deactivated the system panel and stood up, declaring, "Our expedition to the Stardow Forest has concluded successfully. Given the perils of the Stardow Forest, it would be prudent for us to return to the academy without delay." Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement, stating, "What Xiao Tian says makes sense. We should hasten our return." "Wait a moment," Teacher Xiao, Tang San interjected. Zhao Wujia inquired, "What is it, Xiao San?" "Teacher Xiao, I have just reached the 30th rank and require a soul ring." Tang San replied. Zhao Wujia, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "What? You have also reached the 30th rank? Haha. Old Ghost Flander will be thrilled upon our return. Very well. Let us assist you in acquiring a soul ring." The group rejoiced at Tang San's achievement, and they set out once more in the Stardow Forest to help him find a suitable soul ring. However, after 2 days of searching, they had yet to locate an appropriate soul beast for Tang San. As dusk approached, Zhao Wujia suggested, "Let us set up camp here for the night." Xiang Wentian proactively volunteered, "Allow me to keep watch during the first half of the night." The others nodded in agreement, and Dai Mubai remarked, "If Xiang Wentian will guard the first half, then I shall take the second half." Zhao Wuji's responded, "Very well, let us hasten to establish camp." As the night deepened, everyone fell into a profound slumber, while Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged beneath a grand tree at the front of the camp, engaged in meditation, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, a menacing aura surged toward him at an alarming speed. With his eyes wide open, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Everyone awaken! A formidable soul beast approaches." At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and out of nowhere, a colossal black gorilla materialized before Xiang Wentian. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Could this be the king of the forest? The Titan Great Ape?" Xiang Wentian once again shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! It is the Titan Great Ape. You all must flee. I will hold it back." With that, Xiang Wentian soared into the sky, letting out a long cry, the 10th style of the Buddha S palm, Buddha S annihilation. In that instant, he felt his soul power, mental strength, and physical stamina being completely drained. Before him manifested an enormous golden hand, a manifestation of the 10th style of Buddha S annihilation, fundamentally distinct from the 9th style of all Buddhas paying homage. This colossal golden hand was fully substantial, and Xiang Wentian descended from the heavens like a golden meteor. Under the force of his push, the Titan Great Ape appeared diminutive. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding area within 5 miles was left barren, reduced to mere ash. The Titan Great Ape seemed to feel pain and roared in fury at Xiang Wentian, who, succumbing to the backlash of his mental energy, fainted. When Xiang Wentian awoke, he found himself lying in the dormitory of Shrek Academy. Ruming sat beside his bed, leaning against it, having fallen asleep, likely waiting for him for quite some time. At that moment, Xiang Wentian felt an excruciating headache, realizing that the final move of the Buddha S palm had required the fusion of his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy, creating an unprecedentedly powerful strike. However, the overwhelming strength of the Titan Great Ape had resulted in a backlash, causing him to lose consciousness for an extended period. Chapter 15. The Devious Flander. At that moment, Ruming noticed Xiang Wentian stir. Upon opening his eyes and seeing him awake, she threw herself into his arms, weeping, "Brother, you nearly scared me to death. Mother is gone, and you are my only family in this world. Please, brother, do not leave me." Raising her dreamlike head, Xiang Wentian gently wiped away her tears and said, "Menger, I promise you, I will never leave your side again, all right?" Menger nodded and replied, I will inform the principal." Before long, Principal Flander entered, led by Menger, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "You rascal, you're still alive. You've deceived me terribly over these past 6 years." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Wentian immediately realized that the master must have arrived at Shrek Academy. With a solemn expression, he addressed the dean, "I admit, 6 years ago, I deceived you, but it was a necessity of life. Had I not misled you then? My sister and I would have perished from starvation. What would you have done in my place? Moreover, throughout these years, your care for me has been akin to that of a father. While you may see me merely as your student, in my heart, you have long been regarded as my father. Every coin I earned in the soul arena has been devoted entirely to you." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the resolute countenance of Dean Flanders softened, and there seemed to be a glimmer of tears in his eyes. He replied, "You rascal. Do not attempt to charm me with sweet words. I am no longer fooled by your tricks. A lesson learned is a lesson earned, and I do not wish to be deceived by you again. Now, rest and recuperate in the dormitory. I shall take my leave." As he reached the door, Dean Flanders turned to Xiang Wentian and added, "Yu Shaojiang visited Shrek Academy a few days ago. Once you have recovered, go report to him." In the afternoon, after a period of recuperation, Xiang Wentian felt much improved and was quite hungry. He rose and made his way to the dining hall, where he discovered a middle-aged man with short hair tending to a fire and boiling water. "This must be Yu Shaojiang," as mentioned by Dean Flanders. It would be appropriate to address him as Master. Greetings, Master. My name is Xiang Wentian, a student of Shrek Academy. I sincerely apologize for having misappropriated your name to gain entrance into Shrek Academy 6 years ago. The Master smiled and responded, no need for apologies. It seems this is fate. Had you not used my name, Flanders would not have been able to discover a student as remarkable as you. Xiang Wentian awkwardly replied, Master, you flatter me. At that moment, the canteen door swung open, and Dean Flanders strode in, stating, Xiaojiang, I must disagree with you. This little rascal has deceived me for so many years. Without further ado, he ought to compensate me for my mental anguish. Xiang Wentian, aware of the cunning nature of Dean Flanders, timidly inquired, How much do you deem appropriate, Dean? With a sly grin, Dean Flanders replied, Not much. For you wouldn't be able to produce a larger sum. Merely 100,000 gold soul coins will suffice. 100,000. Why don't you go and steal it? Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. Stealing lacks the thrill. It is far more gratifying to ensnare someone with their own methods, Dean Flanders retorted with a mischievous chuckle. 100,000 gold soul coins. Are you truly capable of consuming such an amount? I would hate for you to choke, Xiang Wentian said through gritted teeth. Not to worry. Should I choke, I have the means to manage it. Have you not seen little gang boiling water? Dean Flanders' cunning demeanor only intensified. Master remarked, I am boiling salt water. It is too salty for you to drink. Dean Flanders replied with a grin, It matters not. I can drink anything. Xiang Wentian weakly inquired, Is it safe to drink urine? Dean Flanders turned around, shooting him a fierce glare, and exclaimed in anger, You insolent brat, are you tired of living? Xiang Wentian witnessed Dean Flanders' furious outburst and swiftly departed like the wind. That evening, he approached the Master and said, Master, over the next few months, I wish to hone my combat experience at the Soto City Arena. The Master inquired, Why have you chosen the arena instead of training alongside them? Xiang Wentian replied, As Dean Flanders has mentioned, my martial soul possesses the devouring skill. Most of the energy I absorb is reinforced within my physique, resulting in my formidable constitution. Thus, I do not require additional enhancement training. After a moment of contemplation, the Master said, You present a valid point. When you go to the arena, let Zhao Wujia accompany you. Xiang Wentian responded, No need, Master. Venturing into battle at the arena alone will serve as a valuable trial. Chapter 16, Slaughter and Devouring. The following morning, Xiang Wentian arrived alone at the Soto City Arena. He addressed the charming attendant at the registration desk. I wish to participate in the life and death contest. The attendant smiled and replied, Your current rank is Silver Spirit Fighter. If you enter the life and death contest, your opponents will also be Silver Spirit Fighters. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely. Xiang Wentian affirmed resolutely. Very well, please proceed to the waiting room. The attendant chuckled. Having arrived at the waiting room for less than 10 minutes, Xiang Wentian heard the announcement over the loudspeaker. Silver Spirit Fighter Xiang Wentian. Please proceed to Arena 8 for the life and death contest. As he approached Arena 8, Xiang Wentian noticed the stark difference between the life and death contest arena and the typical competition platform. The former was a large, circular iron cage where only one contestant could emerge victorious. Opposite him stood a burly man in his 40s, bearing a long scar across his face. The man glared menacingly and declared, I am Tai Zhu, Martial Soul, Iron Bull, Rank 49 Assault System Soul Master. Xiang Wentian. Possessing the martial soul of a demon angel is a formidable level 40 Assault System Spirit Master. The Han Dynasty warrior scoffed. You dare to participate in the life and death arena at merely level 40? Once you perish, do not blame me. We are all here to earn our livelihoods. Xiang Wentian shook his head and asked, Can the referee announce the start? The referee, standing outside the iron cage, proclaimed, The soul contest of life and death begins. At that very moment, as the referee's voice echoed, Xiang Wentian shouted, First soul skill, Spatial Lockdown, Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Suddenly, the imposing figure of the burly man charging forward was abruptly halted. In the next instant, a massive white beam of light shot forth, filling the man's eyes with terror. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying, and by the time he landed, he was unconscious. Xiang Wentian approached and swiftly broke the man's neck to unleash his devouring skill. Ding! Host has activated the devouring ability, acquiring 1 4,000-year soul ring, 5,000 soul power. The audience below erupted in fervor. The shock of a level 40 soul master vanquishing a level 49 was not the most astonishing aspect. The true marvel lay in Xiang Wentian's acquisition of a 10,000-year fourth ring and his devouring skill. After transforming the burly man into dried meat, the spectators began to classify Xiang Wentian as a being of the dark side. Throughout the day, Xiang Wentian had slain 10 soul masters above level 40. With each devouring, his soul power returned to its zenith. Had he not exhausted his stamina, he could have continued the battle. The system merged all the absorbed soul rings into the first soul ring. Ding. Fusion complete. Please check the system panel. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 40, 565501000000. Soul Rings: Black, Age, 40,100 years, Yellow, Age, 800 years. Purple, Age, 3,000 years, Black, Age, 11,000 years. Soul Skills: First Soul Skill, Spatial Lockdown. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method, Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Titan Body Ability. Devouring can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian deactivated the system panel and made his way directly back to Shrek Academy. Chapter 17. The Chubby One Gets Beaten. 3 months later. Throughout these 3 months, Xiang Wentian engaged in life and death battles during the day and returned to Shrek Academy for training at night. His days were filled with purpose, as he elevated his soul power from level 40 to 43, enhancing all 4 of his soul rings to over 10,000 years in age. The most significant improvement was in his physical constitution. Over these 3 months, the immense energy acquired through his devouring skill was consistently transformed by the celestial body, allowing Xiang Wentian's physique to ascend several tiers. Ding. Opening the system panel. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 43, 326650400000. Soul Rings: Black, Age, 40, 100 years, Black, Age, 46, 000 years, Black, Age, 48, 000 years, Black, Age, 42, 000 years. Soul Skills: First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Holy Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method, Heavenly Demon Extinction Scripture. Celestial Body Ability. Devouring, able to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings, physique, and cultivation level at noon. As was his custom, Xiang Wentian visited a secluded restaurant for a meal. This establishment was modest in size and attracted few patrons, prized for its tranquility. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of anguished cries echoing from a distance. The sounds were somewhat familiar. Setting down his chopsticks, Xiang Wentian flew towards the source of the cries. Upon nearing, he discovered a tall, gaunt youth, resembling a piece of black charcoal, fervently beating Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian, the tall young man with a dark complexion exclaimed in anger, "Stop!" The youth, sneering at Xiang Wentian, retorted, "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Just because you have a few feathers, you believe yourself to be impressive?" Xiang Wentian, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You, with your complexion as dark as coal, dare to strike my junior. Today, you shall learn the true meaning of regret." He unleashed his first soul skill, Spatial Blockade, followed by his second soul skill, Angelic Glory. The tall, dark-faced youth, immobilized by the first skill, endured a relentless assault from Xiang Wentian, who, bolstered by the enhancements of his second soul skill, unleashed a flurry of blows directed at his face for nearly 10 minutes. By the time Xiang Wentian finally ceased his onslaught, the dark-faced youth lay on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing Ma Hongjuan's visage, swollen and bruised like that of a pig, Xiang Wentian inquired, "Is Ma Hongjun all right?" The bewildered Ma Hongjun, realizing it was Xiang Wentian who had come to his rescue, immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, thank goodness you arrived. Had you not come, I would have been beaten to death." Xiang Wentian comforted, "All right, stop crying. I have avenged you. Hurry back to Shrek Academy and enjoy an Oscar sausage. Everything will be fine." Along the way, he assisted the injured Ma Hongjun in returning to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving before the dormitory, they encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San inquired, "What happened to Hongjun?" Xiang Wentian asked, "Who has harmed you?" Hongjun revealed the identity of the assailant, and third brother vowed vengeance on your behalf. Tang San exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, Hong Jun, do share with us. Sister Xiao will surely seek retribution for you. Ma Hongjun replied, thank you, their brother. But there is no need for Sister Xiao Wu's assistance. Tiangu has already avenged me. As Tang San opened the door, Xiang Wentian supported Ma Hongjun as they entered the dormitory. Oscar, upon witnessing this, expressed his astonishment. Tiangu, who is this? He resembles a pig's bristle. Xiang Wentian chuckled helplessly. Oscar, please, no more jokes. Hurry and get a recovery sausage ready. After consuming Oscar's recovery sausage, Ma Hongjun noticeably regained much of his vitality. Tang Sen inquired, what on earth is going on, Wentian? Xiang Wentian, upon being questioned, responded with a knowing smile. It is evident that the portly fellow lost in a contest of jealousy, resulting in such a predicament. Luckily, I arrived in time. Had I been a moment later, his third leg might have suffered a grievous injury. This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd, while Ma Hongjun, feeling quite embarrassed, interjected, what jealousy? I merely spoke out for justice. Spoke out for justice, yet you remain without a girlfriend. Do you not, my rotund friend? Oscar jested, do not shout so loudly. Your reputation precedes you, Xiao Wu chimed in, provoking further laughter among the group, which left Ma Hongjun visibly flustered. Chapter 18. Shrek Academy at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Xiang Wentian had ascended to the rank of Gold Soul Master. Within the arena, there were no rivals of his caliber, and the Soto Arena could scarcely provide a worthy opponent for him. Aside from challenging those of a higher rank, he had no contenders left. On a fine morning, after breakfast, the familiar yet foreign sound of the class bell rang out. The group of 9 lined up on the playground. It was a splendid day. The azure sky free of clouds, showcasing the beauty of the surroundings. At this moment, the master, hands clasped behind his back, had been waiting for some time. Once everyone had assembled, he announced, it has been 3 months since my arrival here. Thanks to the assistance of the esteemed instructors, you have laid a foundation for your physical abilities. Yet this alone is far from sufficient to become an exceptional soul master. From today onward, I shall commence the second phase of your training. I have heard from Flander that you have all visited the Soto City Great Soul Arena. That will be your venue for the upcoming lessons. There will be no time constraints for this training. It will conclude when you earn your Silver Soul Master badges. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay in accommodations near the Soto Arena, with all expenses to be borne by yourselves. Should you prove capable, your earnings within the arena will be quite substantial. Moreover, remember this, to obtain the Silver Soul Master badge, you must excel not only in one-on-one and two-on-two battles, but also in team combat. You shall compete under the name of the Shrek 7 Monsters. However, there are 2 crucial points to keep in mind. First, you must not reveal your identities or names in battle. All engagement must be conducted under code names. Second, no one is permitted to use hidden weapons or armaments. Lastly, regardless of victory or defeat, each of you must participate in at least 2 battles daily. Turning to Xiang Wentian, the master inquired, Xiang Wentian, please share your current badge rank and the earnings you have amassed in the arena. Xiang Wentian nodded towards the master, retrieving the Golden Do Soul badge. He stood up and proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the Golden Do Soul badge. I am now a Golden Do Soul. The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly Ning Rongrong, who exclaimed, Tiangu, you look so handsome. Lu Ming added, brother, you are truly remarkable. Others chimed in, Tiangu, you are incredible. Xiang Wentian gestured for a moment of pause and stated, I have amassed a total of 50,000 gold soul coins in the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. 50,000. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Oscar, with a sly grin, remarked, if Brother Tian can earn 50,000, surely we can rake in at least 20,000. Dai Mubai turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, what is your loss rate? 0. The crowd was taken aback, and Oscar gasped, how is that even possible? The master replied, there is nothing impossible. With diligence, you too can achieve as Xiang Wentian has. Ma Hongjun, looking down, timidly asked, is that truly the case? Upon observing their demeanor, Xiang Wentian realized that even before his arrival, they had already succumbed to a sense of defeat. He remarked, look at your cowardly appearance. Even before I have arrived, your spirit has already diminished. You are merely 2 arms supporting a single head. Who is truly afraid of whom? No matter how formidable the opponent may be. Are they not still human? Do they not vomit when intoxicated, or suffer from indigestion after overeating? Xiang Wentian solemnly addressed the 8 individuals. If one harbors adversaries in their heart, then the world shall be filled with foes. If one holds no enmity, Then no adversary shall exist in the realm. Dai Mubai added, what Wentian asserts is indeed correct. What do we have to fear? We need not compare ourselves to Wentian. Our sole objective is to secure the Silver Soul Spirit. The group encircled one another, resolutely proclaiming, victory is assured. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Chapter 19. The initial encounter with the Imperial battle team a month later, with the exception of Xiang Wentian. The remaining 8 members of Shrek Academy participated in the group battles, achieving a remarkable record of 27 victories in 27 matches. To maintain a low profile, the master routinely registered his students last, ensuring that their participation did not attract undue attention. After a month of combat, the seemingly unattainable Silver Soul Spirit level had been largely attained among the 8, with only the final tally of points to be calculated after today's battles. The master wished to shield his students from excessive scrutiny. Should their ages be revealed, the ensuing attention from all manner of opportunists would be overwhelming. Thus, he resolved that after today, he would usher the Shrek students into the 3rd phase of training he had arranged for them. Upon arriving at the registration point, the master retrieved the Shrek Academy battle badge and presented it to the staff. Shrek team, registering for group battles, he declared. The staff member took the badge, and upon seeing the 5 prominent characters spelling Shrek team, his expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, the Shrek team. The master furrowed his brow, affirming, yes, it is indeed the Shrek team. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire if you are the captain of the Shrek team? The staff member asked with a smile. The master surveyed his surroundings and replied, yes, please expedite the registration process. Sir, please hold on a moment. The staff member disregarded the master's demeanor, proceeding towards the back office. After a short while, the staff member returned, addressing the master, I apologize for the wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from backstage. Greeting the master, greetings, esteemed captain. I am the supervisor here, surnamed AO. May I propose a discussion? I assure you it won't take too long. The master inquired. Are you here to speak on your own behalf or representing the Soto City Grand Soul Arena? Supervisor AO smiled. I am, of course, representing the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Captain, I shall be forthright. I hope the Shrek team can participate in today's group battle at the central main arena. Oh, the master responded, astonished. That seems to contradict the established regulations, does it not? Director AO chuckled, esteemed team leader, there's no need for modesty. Given Shrek's achievements, it is only a matter of time before you reach that pinnacle. The master replied coolly, it seems you are also faring well these days. With a serious demeanor, Director AO stated, let me be direct. A formidable team has recently arrived at the Soto City Soul Arena, achieving consecutive victories. Several major factions have placed substantial bets on this team, resulting in significant losses for the arena. We no longer possess a second Soul Master team capable of contending with them. Upon hearing this, the master remarked, I see. You wish for the Shrek team to overcome this powerful adversary, am I correct? Director AO nodded. Indeed. The Soto City Soul Arena would not send your team into battle without compensation. Should your team triumph, we will reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. After a moment's contemplation, the master agreed. Very well, I accept. Director AO smiled. Here is the information regarding this formidable team. Please take good care of it. The master received the documents and proceeded to the waiting room of the Shrek team, where only Dean Flander and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia were present. The master approached and recounted Director AO's proposal to them. Dean Flanders sighed. Xiao Gang, I must say, you should negotiate with the Soul Arena. Perhaps you can extract a bit more benefit. The master retorted, since when did you become so money-minded? Dean Flanders shook his head with a resigned sigh, alas. A man with wealth is a man of fortune, while a man without it struggles. The master remarked, if the Shrek team wins, the earnings will be considerable after all. It's 10,000 gold soul coins. After a while, the 8 members of the Shrek team and Xiang Wentian returned to the waiting room. The master addressed the Shrek team. This time, I have found you a formidable opponent. Come and take a look at their information. As Xiang Wentian approached to collect the information, he opened it to find the Royal Duel team, comprising 8 members, all of whom are holders of the Silver Soul Badge. Team Leader, Dugachiobai. Martial Soul, Heavenly Dragon Serpent Emperor Sword, a level 41 powerful attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Vice Captain, Yu Tianheng. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, a level 39 powerful attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Dugu Yin, Martial Soul, Emerald Scale Serpent. A level 38 Control Type Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 38 Defense Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 37 Defense Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Windbell Bird, a level 36 Agile Attack Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Yilingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. A level 35 Support Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Except for Xiang Wentian and Ryue, the others gasped in astonishment upon viewing the respective profiles. They had anticipated that their opponents would be formidable, yet they had not expected them to possess such overwhelming strength. Flender stated gravely, "If I am not mistaken, this team should belong to the Tiendo Royal Team. What brings them to Soto City? Xiaojiang, you truly should not have accepted this duel. It is likely that our little monsters will not stand a chance against them." The master remarked, "Only under pressure does one find motivation. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms." Flender sighed. "Well, you have a point. However, safety must remain our priority." The master nodded. Ryue, Tang San. "Master, teacher." Ryue and Tang San hurriedly stepped forward. The master continued, "Ryue, this time you need not suppress your strength. Tang San, you are once again forbidden from using hidden weapons. But I permit you to wield the 8 spider lances." Ryue inquired, "Master, do you believe we cannot defeat them?" The master cast a knowing glance at Ryue. "There is only a 30% chance of success, and it primarily hinges on you, Tang San and Zhu Qing." As Weniang stepped forward, he recalled my words. If one harbors enemies in their heart, the entire world becomes adversarial. If one possesses no enemies within, they shall be invincible in the world, live to fight, and should one perish, so be it. The dead soar towards the heavens, while the living endure for eternity. What is there to fear? Prepare your battle strategies, for tomorrow I shall witness your combat. I wish for your triumphant return. Chapter 20, The Royal Combat Team versus the Shrek Team, Part 1. Weniang spoke wisely. If one perceives enemies, the world is filled with foes. Dai Mubai declared loudly. Have you forgotten? We have achieved a remarkable record of 27 consecutive victories. Though our opponents may be formidable, are we weak? We must believe in ourselves as the strongest. With that, Dai Mubai extended his hand, and the Shrek team unified their voices, proclaiming, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" In the VIP room number 3 of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, the members of the Royal Combat Team awaited the impending team battle. Suddenly, the door swung open, and upon seeing the figure that entered, the entire Royal Combat Team stood respectfully, exclaiming, "Teacher." The person who walked in was, of course, Qinin. Dugong Qiubai approached and inquired, "Teacher, what troubles you?" Qinin sighed and replied, "This time, you may have encountered a worthy adversary." He handed over the information regarding the Shrek team, saying, "Take a look." Dugong Qiubai accepted the documents and opened them to find Shrek team, comprising 9 members. With an unknown origin, Gold Soul Combat Team. Upon seeing this, Dugong Yin exclaimed in anger, "Is there no one left in the Silver Soul Combat Team of Soto City, Great Soul Arena? How could they send a Gold Soul Combat Team to challenge us? This is an outright display of bullying." Qinin responded, "There is only one holder of the Gold Soul badge, and he will not enter the arena." Dugong Qiubai turned the pages and read aloud. Shrek Team, Captain, Demon Angel, Martial Soul. Demon Angel, a level 40 Assault System Soul Master, with 4 Black Soul Rings. After reading the details about Demon Angel, the Royal Combat Team gasped in astonishment. How could there be a configuration of 4 completely Black Soul Rings? This is impossible. Dugong Qiubai asserted, "Nothing is impossible. Everything is possible." Did my 4th Soul Ring not also originate from a 10,000-year source? Vice Captain, Seraph, Martial Soul, Seraph. A level 41 Assault System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 2 purple Soul Rings. Team members, Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul, White Tiger. A level 38 Assault System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Ring. Team members, Thousand Hand Azura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass. A level 32 Control System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Ring. Team members, Gentlebone Enchantress, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit. A level 31 Assault System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Ring. Team members, Evil Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul, Phoenix, a level 29 Assault System Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. Team members, Ethereal Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Ethereal Spirit Cat, a level 28 Agility System Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. Team members, Sausage Specialty, Martial Soul, Sausage, a level 31 Support System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Team members, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. The 27th rank Auxiliary Spirit Master, with soul rings of 2 yellow hues. Note, the Shrek team has achieved an impeccable record of victories in team battles this month, revealing that their true prowess far surpasses what their ranks might suggest. Particular attention should be paid to 2 members, the Seraph, who has never utilized their 3rd soul skill in team battles, and the Thousand-Hand Azura, a master of control. It is imperative to remain vigilant. Douluo chuckled, remarking, "Teacher, it's enough to be cautious of that Seraph, but what threat does a blue-silver grass pose?" Xiang replied solemnly, "Do not underestimate your adversaries. Remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Prepare yourselves today and devise a decisive strategy. Also, ensure a good rest tonight to face the impending battle against the ominous skies." The following evening, as dusk fell, the day had been marked by 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles. But the evening promised the main event, the team battles. The Soto City Great Soul Arena was abuzz with activity, as throngs of spectators converged from all directions, drawn by the various promotions indicating that 2 formidable teams would clash that night. Historically, team battles have always captivated audiences, and for the affluent, it offered unparalleled enjoyment. Meanwhile, the common folk could also witness the spectacle, as the Soto City Great Soul Arena consistently sold inexpensive tickets or standing spots. Additionally, gambling on the matches served as a covert arena for the wealthy and powerful to vie against one another. Chapter 21, The Royal Battle Team versus the Shrek Team, Part 2. At the central observation platform of the main battle arena, Xiang Wentian stood, offering encouragement to his classmates below. "Shrek Team, you are the strongest. Victory is assured." Suddenly, the lights of the central battle arena illuminated, revealing a stunning young woman. With one hand on her hip and a microphone in the other, she sported a pair of pristine white wings and a professional smile. Appearing to be around 17 or 18, her alluring figure was accentuated by cascading golden curls that gleamed brilliantly, and her long legs were adorned with a strikingly short, pale yellow miniskirt, showcasing her flawless physique. With a flutter of her white wings, she ascended, greeting the audience. "Good evening, everyone. I am Douluo, your host for tonight." She continued, "Tonight promises to be an exhilarating battle. Although the participants possess only soul skills of levels 30 to 40, they can undoubtedly be described as geniuses. Now, allow me to introduce the details of both teams. The captain of the Royal Battle Team is Douluo, while the acting captain of the Shrek Team is the Seraph." Douluo introduced all the members of both teams, and then announced, "Now, let us welcome the participants to the arena." As the grand doors of the battle arena swung open, the Royal Battle Team stood to the left and the Shrek Team to the right. "Competitors, please prepare yourselves. You have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. Once I declare the start, you may engage in combat, and victory will be determined when one side concedes or is completely knocked off the arena." As Dream declared, the time for the soul battle commenced. Daimubai announced, first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, and an oval translucent barrier enveloped him. He aimed to eliminate one opponent first. Leaping towards the brothers, Shimo and Shimo. The Shimo brothers, witnessing Daimubai charging at them, displayed no semblance of fear. In unison, they proclaimed, first soul skill, Turtle Shell Defense, and a thick layer of dark turtle armor encased them entirely. As Daimubai, fortified by Ning Rongrong's amplifying light, struck Shimo's turtle shell with a powerful claw, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Such formidable defense! My claw has been numbed by the impact. At that moment, Tangsen shouted, "Mubai, retreat!" as his blue-silver grass rapidly extended towards Daimubai, attempting to pull him back. Douluo called out, "Tianheng, let us strike together," and unleashed his first soul skill, sword control technique. A colossal sword, resembling the heavenly dragon serpent emperor, materialized and, like a beam of light, sliced through Daimubai's form, severing Tangsan's blue-silver grass into fragments. Overwhelmed by the blow, Daimubai succumbed to unconsciousness, prompting exclamations of "Mubai" from the rest of the Shrek team. In that instant, Yu Tianheng invoked his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, directing it towards the incapacitated Daimubai. Zhu Zhuqing, desperate to rescue her beloved, was halted by Dream's warning. Qing, return. Your soul power is too low. You may fall as well. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Dream turned to Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, instructing Rongrong, provide support, Ma Hongjun, ensure Oscar and Ning Rongrong's safety. Ning Rongrong responded, first, strength, second, speed. Understanding the perilous situation Dai Mubai faced, Dream resolved to take a risk, activating her second soul skill, Angel's Wings, followed by her third soul skill, Angel's Holy Sword. She manifested 2 soul skills, showcasing her deep concern for Dai Mubai. Wings sprouted from her back, and a crimson sword radiating intense heat was launched towards Yu Tianheng. Meanwhile, Tang San, utilizing Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, positioned himself beneath Dai Mubai, aiming to drag him back with his blue silver grass. However, the Shimo brothers noticed him, discarding their turtle shell towards Tang San. The shell shattered midair, transforming into countless tiny turtle scales that pursued Tang San. Yet his movements were too elusive for them to catch. Dugu Qiubai smirked slightly, remarking, "So these are the blue silver grass and seraphim soul masters that the records cautioned us about. They are now on the verge of being ensnared within my trap." Chapter 22. The Showdown Between the Heavenly Do Team and the Shrek Team, Part 3. At this moment, Ru Ming, wielding her crimson giant sword, approached Yu Tianheng. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Yu Tianheng was compelled to unleash his Thunder Dragon Claw against the Red Blade. However, given that Yu Tianheng's soul power was inherently inferior to Ru Ming's, how could his first soul skill, the Thunder Dragon Claw, withstand the might of Ru Ming's third soul skill, the Angelic Holy Sword? With a thunderous crash, Yu Tianheng was sent flying, tumbling off the stage. Witnessing this, Dugu Yin cried out in alarm, "Tianheng!" She then turned, her gaze filled with fury directed at Ru Ming. "You dare to harm Tianheng? Prepare to meet your end." With that, she invoked her third soul skill, Phosphorescent Purple Poison. The serpent spirit, the azure scale snake, coiled around her, lifted its head, and unleashed a torrent of purple venom toward Ru Ming, who hovered in the air. A smile graced Ru Ming's lips as she declared, "My seraphic angel spirit is most resilient against poison." She deftly maneuvered through the poisonous onslaught, positioning herself above Dugu Qiubai, and proclaimed, "You have injured my comrade, Dai Mubai. You shall pay dearly for this." With a flourish, she unleashed her fourth soul skill, Blazing Inferno. A vast expanse of searing crimson flames erupted from her seraphic angel spirit, cascading down upon the heads of the Heavenly Do team members. Observing the devastation, Tang San realized that Ru Ming's fourth soul skill had shattered their protective formation. He shouted, "First soul skill, Entanglement." Thick strands of blue-silver grass ensnared Dai Mubai, yanking him toward the Shrek camp. Dugu Qiubai, witnessing the widespread inferno, felt a grave weight in his heart and swiftly activated his fourth soul skill, Heart of Defeat. A diminutive golden sword, no larger than a pinky finger, shot through Ru Ming's chest, veering sharply in midair to target Tang San, who was nearing the Shrek camp. At that moment, Tang San sensed an imminent threat. Activating his 8 spider lances, he swiftly countered. With a resounding impact, the 8 spider lances managed to intercept the Heart of Defeat. Yet the backlash forced Tang San to spit a mouthful of blood, sending him reeling backward. Struck hard, Ru Ming succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting beyond the arena, while the uncontrolled blazing inferno simultaneously dissipated into the ether. In that instant, Xiang Wentian activated his spirit, soaring from the observation platform to catch Ru Ming as she fell. Anxiously, he called out, "Ru Ming, are you all right? Please awaken." Meanwhile, Dugu Qiubai turned to Xiang Wentian and remarked, "She is fine. She has merely sustained severe injuries. With some time for recovery, she will be restored." Xiang Wentian lifted the gravely injured and unconscious Ru Ming, speaking with a voice filled with animosity. "Dugu Qiubai, I eagerly await the day I can confront you in battle. I shall show no mercy." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Dugu Qiubai replied with a tone of solitude, "I have stood atop the pinnacle of my rank for quite some time. I sincerely hope to find a worthy opponent who can compel me to unleash my full strength." At that moment, the Shrek team found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhu Zhuqing was locked in a fierce struggle with Osro, while Xiao Wu was encircled by the Shijia brothers. Ma Hongjun, with the assistance of Oscar's sausages, was evenly matched against Yu Feng. The injured Tang San was utterly defenseless against Dugu Qiubai, and defeat was merely a matter of time. As Dai Mubai slowly regained consciousness, he called out to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, shadowy white tiger." Hearing Dai Mubai's voice, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a shadowy 100 claws to push Osro away and rushed toward Dai Mubai. Douluo Yin. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai preparing to execute their soul fusion technique, shouted anxiously, "This is bad. They're about to perform a soul fusion technique. Quick, stop them." The Shijiao brothers, upon hearing Douluo Yan's urgent cries, hastily abandoned their assault on Xiao Wu and, alongside Asuro, used their third soul skills in an attempt to disrupt the fusion. However, it was too late. The fused form of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a colossal shadowy white tiger, and with a fearsome roar, they struck down Asuro and the Shijiao brothers, rendering them unconscious. Seeing this, Xiao Wu sought to ambush the auxiliary soul master Yi Lingling of the Tiando team, but was intercepted by Douluo Yin. The two engaged in combat, and it was evident that Douluo Yin was no match for Xiao Wu, who deftly executed several agile techniques, ultimately throwing Douluo Yin off the stage with a powerful maneuver. At this juncture, Douluo Qiubai took note of Xiao Wu and declared, "Let you experience the might of my self-created soul technique, the Douluo Nine Swords." The first strike unleashed a massive sword light that sent the struggling Tang San flying. The second strike, even more formidable, cleaved the shadowy white tiger in two. The third strike, greater than the previous two, was aimed at Ma Hongjun. Before Douluo Qiubai could execute the third strike, a white cloth was thrown onto the battle arena. And the master called out, "Stop. We concede." Upon hearing the master's words, Douluo Qiubai adjusted the trajectory of his sword light, redirecting it towards the center of the arena. A tremendous crash resounded as the arena was marked with a colossal sword scar, illustrating the sheer power of the third strike of the Douluo Nine Swords. The host, Dodo, announced, "With the Shrek team conceding, the Tiando team shall cease their assault. I declare, the Tiando team has triumphed over the Shrek team." At the moment the host proclaimed the battle's outcome, the audience of thousands erupted in fervor. "What an exhilarating battle!" they exclaimed. "Did you see that?" Douluo Qiubai, at merely over level 40, was able to unleash such immense soul power. Other spectators echoed in agreement. Indeed, on the arena, these two parties truly live up to their reputation as geniuses. Chapter 23. Qin Ming Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, and Master hurried over to assist the injured members of the Shrek team. With concern etched on his face, Master urgently inquired, "Xiao-san, how do you feel?" Tang San, clutching his chest weakly, replied, "Teacher, I am all right." Dean Flander, with a sense of urgency, urged, "Quickly take the children to the waiting room for treatment." In the waiting room, Oscar distributed a recovery sausage to each injured member. "I'm sorry, teacher. I have let down your expectations by failing to secure victory this time," Tang San expressed with remorse. Master sighed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Failure is the mother of success. Without experiencing failure, how can one truly appreciate the value of success? "No, Xiao-san, this is not your fault. The captain of the Tiando team is simply too formidable. The martial soul fusion technique between Zhu Qing and I was utterly ineffective against them," Dai Mubai lamented. "Their strength is also a product of rigorous training. If they can cultivate to such a level, why can't we?" Relying on her waning strength, Zhu Ming opened her eyes and said, "Teacher, upon our return, please provide us with the most rigorous training." "Indeed, Sister Ming is right. Teacher, we must grow stronger," Zhu Zhuqing added, seeing the unwavering determination in his students' expressions. A hint of a smile appeared on Master S' face. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from outside, as Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, and disciple Qinin arrived to pay their respects. As Xiang Wentian approached, he opened the door to find a young man with short hair, clad in a flowing white robe. The youth glanced at Xiang Wentian before striding directly into the room. Following him was a beautiful woman whom Xiang Wentian recognized as Yi Lingling, the support soul master of the Royal Battle Team. The young man's name was Qinin, an instructor of the Royal Battle Team. Upon entering, Qinin knelt before Flinder and Zhao Waoqi, respectfully stating, "Disciple Qinin pays his respects to Dean Flinder and Vice Dean Zhao Waoqi." Flinder chuckled, his expression one of bemusement. "It seems your teaching skills have surpassed those of us old-timers during these past few years." Vice Dean Zhao Waoqi, smiling warmly, helped Qinin to his feet, saying, "You still remain so polite after all this time." Qinin bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, Dean Flinder, but I will always be a disciple of Shrek Academy." The students of Shrek Academy could not help but gasp in admiration upon hearing Qinin's words, "A disciple of Shrek Academy." Flinder patted Qinin on the shoulder. "After being away from the academy for so long, you are still so formal. Allow me to introduce you. This is the master. And these 9 little monsters, 8 of whom you have seen at the soul battle platform, are accompanied by the 9th, who opened the door for you just now." Qin Yin bowed respectfully to the master, saying, "Greetings, master." The master shifted slightly, not acknowledging Qin Yin's gesture, feeling awkward at the master's lack of response. Qin Yin was relieved when Flinder interjected, "You are his nephew's teacher, which makes you peers in this regard. He naturally would not accept your formalities." Qin Yin looked quizzically at the master, and Flinder continued, "At this point, are you still keeping it a secret? Must I explicitly inform Qin Yin that Yu Tianheng is indeed your nephew?" A chorus of astonished gasps erupted among the crowd. Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Waoqi, and Master, I sincerely apologize for the injuries sustained by the Shrek students. I have come to bring Yi Lingling, a support soul master of the Royal Battle Team. Her martial soul is the nine-hearted Sea Tang, which is exceptionally effective for healing injuries, Qin Yin stated with reverence. Flinder, smiling, patted Qin Yin on the shoulder. "It's commendable of you to think of this. Lingling, do not delay. Please attend to the Shrek team members," Qin Yin urged. Yi Lingling nodded, unleashing her martial soul, the nine-star Sea Tang, to assist in the healing of the injured members of the Shrek team. The healing effects of the nine-hearted Sea Tang proved remarkable, and in a short while, Tang San and the others were restored to their former selves. Qin Yin glanced at the 9 Shrek students, his gaze settling on Xiang Wentian. "If you were not students of Shrek Academy, I would have done everything in my power to recruit you into the Tiando Royal Academy," Flinder inquired. "Are you perhaps teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy?" "Indeed, Dean Flander," replied Xiang Wentian. Dean Flander remarked, "This is not the appropriate setting for conversation. Let us discuss matters leisurely at our hotel." Upon arriving at the hotel, Xiang Wentian addressed Dean Flander, saying, "Dean, the junior students are all injured. Allow me to order some fine wine and exquisite dishes to nourish them. Rest assured, it will be my treat." Dean Flander, patting Xiang Wentian's shoulder, replied, "Young man, you are quite considerate." Xiang Wentian arranged an abundant feast for everyone and said to Dean Flander, "Dean Flander, I wish to step outside for some fresh air." "Very well. Do go ahead, but return promptly." The dean chuckled. As Xiang Wentian strolled alone through the bustling streets, a persistent sensation of being followed enveloped him. In an attempt to elude his unseen pursuer, he ventured into a secluded grove on the southern outskirts of Soto City. Chapter 24. The compulsion to take a master. "Since I cannot shake you off, I shall discern your identity." Before him, a shadow gradually drifted closer, prompting Xiang Wentian to inquire warily, "Who are you, and why do you follow me?" The shadow responded with a languid tone, "Young man, I am your savior." "Savior?" Xiang Wentian questioned, puzzled. The shadow scoffed, "Have you not pondered why the Spirit Hall has remained silent since their initial attack on you? Is it not due to Dean Flinder and Vice Dean Zhao Wujie?" Xiang Wentian retorted. "Humph," the shadow dismissed. "Do you truly believe that 2 soul saints could thwart the Spirit Hall's intentions? Is it because of you?" Xiang Wentian asked uncertainly. "Humph," the shadow sneered. "I have been monitoring you since the day you awakened your martial soul. Your rapid growth astonishes me. Were it not for my protection, you would have perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall long ago. Why do you protect me?" Xiang Wentian inquired, perplexed. "Because your martial soul is that of a demon angel, akin to mine. I see potential in you and wish to take you as my disciple. Will you accept?" The shadow proposed gently. "How could I pledge myself to a master whose identity and power are unknown to me?" Xiang Wentian replied. At that moment, 9 soul rings began to emerge from the shadow, revealing hues of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Xiang Wentian gasped, "A titled Douluo. There are only a few titled Douluos across the 2 great empires. Who on earth are you? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is whether you are willing to become my disciple," the shadow expressed, slightly impatient. "Only by hearing your voice and not seeing your soul could you be Shu." The shadow interrupted, "It is sufficient that you understand. There is no need to articulate it. What would happen if I were to become your disciple?" "And what if I chose not to?" Xiang Wentian asked. "Should you become my disciple, you will receive my utmost guidance and protection. If you refuse, death awaits." The shadow pronounced, placing a heavy emphasis on the final word. "Very well, I shall become your disciple," Xiang Wentian conceded reluctantly. The shadow expressed surprise, such decisiveness. "You cannot be deceiving me, can you?" Xiang Wentian, with a hint of ire, remarked, "If I do not acknowledge you as my master, what choice do I have left?" He added, "Those who recognize the times are true heroes. You have performed admirably." The shadow, in admiration, continued, "A genius. What defines a genius? It is the one who matures into greatness. A premature prodigy, no matter how dazzling, ultimately becomes mere remnants of bone." Now that you have accepted me as your mentor, I shall reveal that others have shown interest in taking your little wife as their disciple. Her safety is not a concern for you, he stated. Moreover, the spirit hall elder who attempted to assassinate you was sent by me to test your resolve. He laughed heartily before vanishing into the shadows. Once the shadow departed, Xiang Wentian exhaled deeply. This devious fiend, how insidious he is, to pursue a disciple for so many years. It is indeed unfortunate to have to take on such a feeble title Douluo as my master. Returning to the hotel, night had fallen. Damubai inquired, Wentian, where have you been? Why have you returned so late? I merely took a stroll to clear my mind, Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, I have something to inform you. In 2 months, all faculty and students of Shrek Academy will relocate to the Royal Academy of Tiando, Dai Mubai stated. Yes, I am aware, Xiang Wentian responded nonchalantly. Dai Mubai questioned, why do you show no reaction? Are you not surprised? I had anticipated this outcome. If Shrek Academy could not find a suitable new home, it would inevitably have to cease operations, Xiang Wentian explained. Days later, the master introduced a method of sleep cultivation, allowing everyone to practice while resting. Ever since Xiang Wentian acquired the Master-S technique, he dreamt nightly of his soul power ascending continuously. Soul power 10, soul power 10, soul power 10. 2 months later, Xiang Wentian successfully broke through 2 levels, reaching the realm of a level 45 soul master. Upon checking the system panel, name, Xiang Wentian level, soul master martial soul, demon angel soul power, level 45, 512366600000. Soul rings, black, age, 40, 100 years, black. Age, 46. 000 years, black. Age, 48, 000 years, black. Age, 42, 000 years. Soul skills. First skill, spatial lock. Second skill, angel's glory. Third skill, angelic judgment. Fourth skill, angelic divine light. Divine skill, Buddha's palm cultivation techniques. True scripture of the heavenly demon's annihilation. Overbearing body of the heavens ability. Devour, capable of consuming enemy or soul beast. Soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 25. Today, I must tend to the fields below. Updates may be delayed. I seek your understanding. Thank you. Chapter 26. The journey begins within the span of 2 months. Ru Meng, Xiao Wu, and Tang Sen each experienced an elevation in their soul power by 1 rank, while the others also made remarkable progress. The current soul power levels of the Shrek Academy students are as follows. Evil Angel Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul. Evil Angel, level 45 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, for black. Radiant Angel Ru Meng, Martial Soul. Radiant Angel, level 42 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Evil Demon White Tiger Dai Mubai, Martial Soul. White Tiger, level 38 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San. Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, level 33 Control Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Softbone Charm Rabbit Xiaowu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit. Level 32 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul. Phoenix, level 29 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Nether Spirit Cat Zhuge Qing, Martial Soul. Nether Spirit Cat, level 28 Agility Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Sausage Specialist Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage. Level 31 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. 7 Treasure Glazed Tiling Rong Rong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. Level 27 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. During these 2 months, everyone engaged in rigorous training, while Tang Sin took a different approach, secluding himself in a quiet chamber. Each day, the sound of metal clashing would resonate from within, leading Xiang Wentian to deduce that Tang San was busy forging hidden weapons. Today marks the day of their journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. After breakfast, everyone gathered, eagerly awaiting Tang San's emergence from his retreat. Soon, the door to the quiet chamber creaked open, and Tang San stepped out. Dai Mubai chuckled. Ah, our Iron Man has emerged. Why are you so neatly dressed today? Surely, it must be his partner who did the washing, Xiang Wentian teased. Xiao Wu, blushing and looking down, tugged at her clothing and protested. I didn't do anything. Look, little Wu is shy, Ru Meng chimed in, eliciting laughter from the group. Noticing Xiao Wu's embarrassment, Tang Sen quickly changed the subject, offering a faint smile. Now that I've finished my tasks, it's time to leave. Any further delay would hinder our journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. In addition to crafting several hidden weapons for each of you, I've also forged something particularly useful. Tang San spoke mysteriously. Do we all get one? Ru Ming exclaimed with delight, and the faces of the others lit up with joy. Your actions are truly remarkable, little San. Where is it? Come on. Hurry up and reveal it. Don't make us take it by force. A sly smile played on Oscar's lips as he rubbed his hands together. Third brother. What on earth is it? Show us quickly, Ma Hongjun urged impatiently. Produced a cylindrical object resembling metal and affixed it to his arm, adjusting it before aiming at a large tree in the distance. Everyone, pay close attention to my actions, he instructed. With the press of a button, a soft whoosh echoed as the tree was instantly pierced, creating a gaping hole. Ma Hongjun remarked, it appears to be less powerful than the Zhuge crossbow. Replied. This is called the flying claw. Its strength is not its primary attribute, but rather its ability to soar. With another press of the button, the flying claw's cord swiftly lifted off the ground. Indeed, this device possesses its unique merits, Xiang Wentian noted, then distributed a set of hidden weapons to each person. On a sunny morning, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze in the air, the group from Shrek Academy, led by Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, and Master, embarked on their journey to the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, while Flander and Master flew, the others were left to walk. I can also carry one person while flying. Who wishes to accompany me? Ru Ming inquired. Everyone exchanged glances, and Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, saying, Sister Ming, why don't you take me with you? All right. Ru Ming agreed, and they soared into the sky together. I envy that flying soul skill. When will I ever possess a flying soul skill? Ma Hongjun lamented. I can also carry one person while flying, Xiang Wentian began, but before he could finish, Ma Hongjun eagerly interrupted. Brother Tian, please take me with you. Look at your physique, Xiang Wentian remarked, pointing at Ma Hongjun's belly. Aren't you afraid of a crash? Wentian, you should escort Oscar first. He is a support-type soul master and the weakest among us, Dai Mubai suggested. Allow me to expend all my soul power to create recovery sausages. This way, you need not worry about a deficiency of soul power, Oscar proposed. That's an excellent idea. We can continue our journey without pause, Ma Hongjun responded eagerly. Thus, Oscar crafted dozens of recovery sausages, depleting his soul power entirely. After distributing the sausages to the group, he soared into the sky with Wentian, heading directly towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 27, The Challenge Beyond Limits Part 1. The Shrek team realized that to reach the Tiando Empire, they must traverse the Sylvis Kingdom, located north of the Balak Kingdom. Before entering the territory of the Tiando Empire, Xiang Wentian's martial soul, the demon angel, possessed an astonishing flight speed, swiftly leaving others far behind in mere moments. To the extent that their tail lights became mere memories. Oscar, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Brother Tian, slow down, it's too fast. It's fine. Let us first catch up to the Dean. I wish to compete with him to see who reigns as the King of the Skies, Xiang Wentian replied. Shortly thereafter, they spotted Dean Flandre soaring through the air at an incredible pace, accompanied by the Master. How about a little game, Dean? Xiang Wentian proposed. You little rascal. Daring to challenge me. Speak, what shall we play? Dean Flandre inquired. Let us race to see who flies faster, your cat eagle martial soul or my demon angel. The finish line will be the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom. The loser treats the winner to a meal. What do you say, Dean? Are you brave enough for a competition? Xiang Wentian asked with a grin. Dean Flandre chuckled. It seems I won't be spending any money on dinner tonight. Very well. As the Dean, I shall grant you a 1-minute head start. That's what you said, so don't regret it. I shall take my leave. With that, Xiang Wentian vanished in an instant. Goodness, how can this kid be so fast? I must catch up. Master teased. Didn't you say to let him fly for a minute before chasing him? Dean Flandre, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, Xiao Gang, why do you always undermine me? By the time Dean Flandre and the Master arrived at the capital city of the Sylvis Kingdom, they found Xiang Wentian waiting for them. Dean Flandre, I have already reserved the hotel. I await your treat for dinner, he declared. The Master quipped, have you ever seen an iron rooster shed feathers? Dean Flandre's face turned a shade of displeasure. A treat is a treat. Tonight, we shall have noodles. Oscar shouted, Dean, surely not. We've traveled all day? Dean Flandre turned to Oscar. Do you have an objection? Oscar, startled, took a few steps back and meekly replied, no objections. As night completely enveloped the sky, Weisstein Zhao and the others finally arrived at Silva City. Upon reaching the hotel, Ma Hongjun burst in. I'm starving. Are the dishes ready? Oscar, disheartened, replied. They're ready, but it's just a bowl of watery noodles. What? Watery noodles? Everyone gasped. Brother Tian, I know you're the wealthiest among us. So treat your brothers to something good. We've traveled all day. Our stomachs are growling, Ma Hongjun flattered. All right, no problem, came the response. A multitude gathered in the first-floor dining hall, with Xiang Wentian instructing, bring forth all the delectable dishes you have. After a brief interval, once the feast was laid out, the guests indulged ravenously, with our cousin Ma Hongjun being the most gluttonous of all. On the following day, in a bid to alleviate the financial crisis, Dean Flander resolved to have the Shrek team engage in a soul battle at the Sylves Arena. The Sylves Arena appeared far more magnificent than the Soto City Arena, befitting its status as the capital of the Sylves Kingdom, elevated several tiers above Soto City. Upon donning the masks distributed by the Master, the team was met with the disheartening news from the staff. Esteemed Soul Master, you are not permitted to participate in tonight's team battle. The group stood in collective astonishment. Why not? Is there truly no one present at the arena? Dean Flander inquired with evident frustration. The staff replied, regrettably. We do not have a 40-level Soul Master team available. Flander, in a state of urgency, pressed, is there truly no alternative? The staff, with a grin, responded. There is indeed a solution. A challenge beyond levels is not bound by soul badge restrictions. You may partake in tonight's 50-level team battle. 50 levels? Flander resolutely shook his head and sighed. Perhaps it is best to forego it. No, I believe we can proceed, the Master interjected. Are you out of your mind? Little gang? That is a 50-level Soul King team. Do you wish to send the children to their demise? Flander exclaimed anxiously. Do you truly believe I would risk their lives? Rest assured, I have my own intentions, the Master assured. Addressing the staff, he declared, I wish to select the most formidable team within the 50-level bracket. Is that possible? The staff, presuming the Master would opt for the weakest available team, was taken aback when he chose the strongest, the Bloodslaughter team, infamous for having maimed 86 opponents and slain 123 since their registration, earning the title of the King of Carnage in the Silver Soul Battle teams. Due to their fearsome reputation, they had not participated in a match for nearly a month. Let us go with the Slaughter team. Our team name is Shrek, consisting of 9 participants, the Master asserted with unwavering determination. The staff, astonished, asked, Are you certain? Indeed. The Master nodded affirmatively. Chapter 28, The Challenge Beyond Levels, Part 2. Upon completing the necessary formalities, the Sylves Arena promptly disseminated this news, and by evening, it was teeming with spectators. Have you heard? A 40-level Golden Soul team seeks to challenge the 50-level Slaughter team. ISNT that tantamount to seeking death? The Slaughter team has a fearsome reputation. Who would dare to face them? Indeed, we must go see. If we delay, there will be no standing room left. Yes, let us hurry. Such sentiments of skepticism towards the Shrek team abounded throughout Sylve City. It was hardly surprising, as challenges beyond levels were a rarity, and those who succeeded were even more scarce. It was only natural for such discourse to arise in Sylve City. The Coliseum of Silva City was teeming with spectators, particularly in the betting area, where throngs eagerly awaited to place their wagers on the victorious Slaughter squad. In stark contrast, not a single soul could be found betting on the triumph of the Shrek squad. From a distance, Xiang Wentian beheld the grand screen in the betting area, where the odds for the killing squad stood at a mere 1-to-1, while the odds for the Shrek squad soared to a staggering 10-to-1. Ru Ming, stamping her foot in indignation, exclaimed, How outrageous! They hold our Shrek squad in such disdain, with odds as high as 10-to-1. Is this not a blatant declaration of our inevitable defeat? Xiang Wentian gently caressed the silky hair of Ru Ming and said, Rest assured, the best is yet to come. He then turned to Dean Flander and stated, Dean, I have 50,000 gold soul coins. Could you kindly assist me in betting on the Shrek team to win? Dean Flander shook his head with a heavy sigh and inquired, Xiao Tian, do you truly have confidence in this? Fear not, Dean, Xiang Wentian replied with unwavering assurance. Soon, as more and more individuals placed their bets on the Slaughter team, the odds for the Shrek team surged alarmingly, reaching a staggering 20-to-1. In front of the betting area, a strikingly peculiar scene unfolded. A seemingly endless line of people queued up to bet on the Slaughter team, while the Shrek betting station stood desolate, devoid of any patrons. At that moment, a sudden voice jolted the staff at the Shrek betting point from their drowsiness. I will wager 50,000 gold soul coins on the Shrek team to win. What did you say? How much? The staff member asked, bewildered. 50,000 gold soul coins. Dean Flander declared loudly. Nearby, a better for the slaughter team mocked. Fools are plentiful every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. When someone is foolish with money, what can be done? After all, they have the wealth. Another person chimed in. Hey, if you have money to spare, why not share some with me? Dean Flander glanced at these individuals without retorting, merely letting out an annoyed grunt. An hour later, the voice of the referee echoed from above the arena, now inviting the slaughter team and the Shrek team to the third arena for the competition. On the stage, the slaughter team exuded a palpable aura of menace, while the atmosphere surrounding the Shrek team was starkly contrasting. Oscar's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he stuttered as he spoke. Wentian, Mubai, if they charge at us, do you think the three of us, with Rong support, can hold them off? Without hesitation, Dai Mubai replied. We cannot withstand them. Xiang Wentian gravely responded. If the hidden weapon of the third party fails to eliminate the opponent, everyone aside from Ru Ming must retreat to the lower area of the arena. The crowd echoed their agreement. Both sides prepared, and the battle of souls commenced. At that moment, the audience erupted in fervor, chanting for bloodshed and destruction. The slaughter team, I have staked my very livelihood upon your success. You must ensure they are torn to shreds. Tang Sen commanded, Zhuge Divine Crossbow, unleash. With a series of explosive sounds, 3 members of the slaughter team fell lifelessly, while the remaining 6 valiantly withstood the onslaught of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Xiang Wentian urgently commanded, everyone retreat. With a swift motion, he embraced Ru Ming. As the other members of the Shrek team promptly leaped down from the soul-fighting platform, the spectator area and audience erupted in a fervor, exclaiming, Behold! It is the spirit fusion technique. A figure clad in black within the viewing area remarked in astonishment, My daughter. You have truly surprised me by finding a partner for the spirit fusion technique. In the 29th chapter, The Challenge Beyond Limits, Part 3. The soul-fighting platform was illuminated with a dazzling golden light, radiating brilliance that compelled onlookers to instinctively close their eyes. At that moment, a majestic golden 12-winged battle angel descended, adorned in resplendent golden armor, treading upon myriad beams of golden light, exuding an extraordinary presence and unmatched authority. Xiang Wentian commanded the 12-winged battle angel, exclaiming, Angel's judgment. A colossal golden sword swept across the battlefield, as Xiang Wentian unleashed but a single skill. The soul powers of both individuals collided violently, sending them plummeting onto the external soul arena. When the golden light dissipated, the audience beheld a harrowing sight. The remaining 6 members of the slaughter team lay severed in half, while Ru Ming succumbed to unconsciousness, drained of her soul power. Yet, Xiang Wentian, driven by his indomitable will, momentarily regained consciousness, for he still had one skill yet to cast, Devour. Ding! The host utilized the Devour ability, consuming 9 individuals, thereby acquiring 9 soul rings of 5,000 years each and 90,000 points of soul power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the rank of a 46th level soul master. Xiang Wentian excitedly declared, Bestow all 9 5,000-year soul rings upon the first soul ring. With a chime, the bestowal succeeded. The system panel opened, prompting the host to peruse at their leisure. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 46, 2, 366, 700. 000, Soul Rings, Black, age, 85, 100 years, Black, age, 46, 000 years, Black, age, 48, 000 years, Black, age, 42. 000 years, Soul Skills, First Soul Skill, Space Lock, Second Soul Skill, Angel's Glory, Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment, Fourth Soul Skill, Divine Light of Angels, Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method, True Scripture of Heavenly Demonic Annihilation, Celestial Titan Body Ability, Devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Upon reaching level 46, his soul power instantly replenished. Xiang Wentian carried the unconscious Ru Ming towards the Shrek Academy's waiting room, when suddenly, the referee's incredulous voice rang out. The killing team faced off against the Shrek team, with Shrek emerging victorious, and the killing team utterly annihilated. At that moment, the arena erupted in chaos, filled with shouts of fury. The killing team is utterly useless. I wagered all my savings on them. How will I live now? Lamented the old gambler, Liu. In my lifetime of gambling, I've never lost. Yet today I have been utterly defeated. Sui Hua, I can no longer marry you. My dowry has been lost. I urge everyone to take me as a cautionary tale. Avoid gambling for the sake of family happiness. With solemnity, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, steer clear of gambling. Distance yourself from darkness, cherish life, and embrace the light. How could the Grand Soul Arena permit such a malevolent soul master to compete, one who relies on devouring others to augment their own strength? Kill him, roared a gambler, his eyes ablaze with fury. Kill him! Kill him! The audience erupted in a cacophony of outrage and cries for blood. Let me see who dares to confront him. A figure clad in black robes suddenly levitated above the arena, surrounded by 9 pulsating soul rings radiating vibrant hues, particularly the final crimson ring that sent shivers down spines. What does the red soul ring signify? It represents a 100,000-year soul ring, a coveted treasure that embodies the lifelong aspiration of every soul master. Not only is the crimson ring dazzling and striking, but it also symbolizes a power capable of intimidating legions, synonymous with the pinnacle of strength. As the black-robed figure made their entrance, a hush fell over the audience. At that moment, a youth clad in red mustered his courage and declared, he is merely a titled Douluo. What do we have to fear from him? Let us unite and slay him. With a resounding thud, the youth's head shattered like tofu. Who else? The black-robed figure enunciated slowly. I have always despised those who bully the weak and cower before the strong. Xiang Wentian, you may leave. I dare anyone to obstruct your path. The black-robed figure addressed Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian nodded at the shadow and embraced Ru Ming as they returned to the waiting room for battle. Oscar, quickly produce some large sausages, he instructed. After infusing Ru Ming with a measure of soul power, she gradually awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, Ru Ming inquired, Brother, how did the soul fighting go? We emerged victorious, Xiang Wentian replied. Really? That's wonderful, Ru Ming exclaimed with delight. First, consume Oscar's restorative sausages. After finishing the sausages, she began to meditate to recover her soul power. As Ru Ming savored the restorative sausages, Tang Sen approached and asked, Who was that figure in the black robe earlier? I felt as if the voice sounded somewhat familiar. At that moment, Tang Hao was speaking in a hushed tone. Naturally, you couldn't recognize him as your father. Xiang Wentian explained. I too remain unaware of his identity. The members of the Shrek team were still shaken by the earlier events. Grateful that Wentian had a benefactor to rescue him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In truth, Master, Flander, and Zhao Wujin were all aware that the man from earlier was Tang Hao, as the Master had previously encountered him, and Zhao Wujin had endured a beating at his hands. They were all familiar with his attire, but the Master, Flander, and Zhao Wujin had promised Tang Hao to keep his identity secret. At that moment, Dean Flander burst through the door, exclaiming with joy, We're in for a fortune. Can you guess how many gold soul coins we've earned? Stop the suspense and tell us, the Master urged. 1 million gold soul coins. After deducting the fees and the Great Soul Arena's share, we have 80,000 remaining. ISNT that a substantial amount? ISNT that thrilling? Flander announced excitedly. This money isn't yours, so why are you so exhilarated? The Master retorted disdainfully. Flander's smile faltered. How can it not be mine? It's all rightfully mine. Zhao Wujin patted Flander's shoulder and remarked, That money belongs to little Tian. ISNT that the same as being mine. I'll keep it safe for him. To help him with his future marriage, Flander cunningly countered. The Master shook his head in exasperation at Flander's shameless demeanor. Zhao Wujin, animated and exaggerated in his expressions, exclaimed loudly, Oh my goodness! I've seen shamelessness before, but I've never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Not only do you refuse to repay the 10 gold soul coins you owe me, but now you also wish to swallow little Tian's 80,000 gold soul coins. Flander's face turned red with embarrassment. I will give them to him. Must you berate me so? He then produced 10 gold soul coins for Xiang Wentian, saying, Here. You can use these first. If it's not enough, come to me for more. Just remember, be sure to spend wisely. Xiang Wentian, upon receiving 10 golden soul coins, sighed. Although my childhood was marked by poverty, it was filled with joy. I once believed that growing up would bring happiness. Yet I find myself now both impoverished and discontented. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's lament, the crowd collectively turned to Flinder, rendered speechless. The following day, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, the Master led the group to depart from the city of Sylves before dawn. They continued their journey towards their destination, the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do City. Chapter 30, The Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, Part 1. On the second day, after a swift and relentless journey, the group finally arrived at the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do City. The academy was situated atop a mountain, surrounded by picturesque landscapes that were simply breathtaking. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is the place where we will study in the future. It is truly magnificent. If I cultivate here, my efforts will surely yield great results." Indeed, the Royal Academy of Heaven Do boasted numerous simulated training environments, ensuring that not only Ma Hongjun but all who trained there would reap substantial rewards for their efforts. As the group approached the entrance of the academy, an unpleasant voice interrupted them. "Halt. This is the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, not a place for you to wander. Return from whence you came." A dozen young soul masters blocked their path, and Xiang Wentian noticed that they wore light blue and white uniforms, indicating they were undoubtedly students of the Royal Academy. Flender, the dean, dismissed their hostility with indifference. "We hail from Shrek Academy and have been invited by the Royal Academy of Heaven Do for an exchange. Please lead the way." The leader of the opposing group scrutinized the Shrek Academy members with disdain and remarked, "You lot look like a bunch of country bumpkins dressed like beggars. I suspect you are trying to sneak into our academy." Despite having traveled tirelessly for several days, the Shrek group did not appear as disheveled as the leader suggested. It was evident that he judged them solely by appearances. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do was renowned as an elite institution, with the most basic requirement for entry being noble birth. Even the most inept soul master could enter if they bore a noble title. Thus, while the academy was prestigious, its reputation was often misleading. The Shrek members bristled with indignation at the derisive and insulting remarks. In a flash, Xiang Wentian stepped forward, his demeanor icy as he addressed the leader. "I can overlook your insults toward others, but disparaging my teachers and classmates is wholly unacceptable. What if I did? Go ahead. Try to touch me. Do you know who I am?" Before the leader could finish, Xiang Wentian charged forward, delivering a swift kick that knocked several of the young man's teeth out. He then activated his martial spirit and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the group. With none exceeding level 30 in soul power, they were swiftly subdued, and the leader was left battered and bruised. As he departed, Xiang Wentian tossed back a parting remark that nearly caused the young man to regurgitate his last meal. "Oh dear. My apologies. I forgot to wipe the dog excrement off my shoe. Your teeth just did the trick. Thank you. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. You are causing a disturbance at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, undermining its authority," the leading youth expressed with indignation. "Save your breath. It seems you can't even speak without faltering. Be careful not to trip over your own tongue when the wind picks up. Should you seek revenge, I am at your service," Xiang Wentian replied with haughty confidence. "What is happening?" A robust voice resonated as a middle-aged man emerged from within the academy. He had a slender face, dark skin, and pronounced eyebrows and eyes, exuding an air of aloofness. "Excellent. It is Teacher's son." The leading youth pointed at Xiang Wentian, proclaiming, "You are doomed. Teacher's son is here to address the chaos you have caused at our academy. And look at my teeth. He has knocked them out. Teacher's son, you must advocate for us." "Enough of the tears. Compose yourself. What a disgrace to weep before outsiders," the middle-aged man admonished, albeit gently. "Why have you harmed my students? Especially within the confines of the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Do you presume we lack the means to defend ourselves? Your numbers do not concern us. We have come to seek someone," Flander replied nonchalantly. "Oh, seeking someone? Whom do you seek?" the middle-aged man inquired with a tone of arrogance. Flander scoffed, declaring, "Qin Ming." Upon hearing Flander's words, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he replied courteously, "I am Sun Buyu. Might you be from Shrek Academy?" "Indeed," Zhao Wujie responded coolly. "It is no trifling matter to produce a talent like Qin Ming. Please, allow me to escort you to Teacher Qin Ming," Sun Buyu offered graciously. Chapter 31, Heaven Do Royal Academy, Part 2. Under Sun Buyu's guidance, they arrived at the reception hall. Shortly after, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Qinin briskly entered. He greeted Flander, Zhao Wujie, and the other teachers with a respectful bow. "Teacher, I humbly greet you," Qinin said. Flander quickly assisted Qinin to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality. We have come seeking your guidance, haha. Such words are unmerited. It is my honor to have you at Heaven Do Royal Academy." Qinin responded respectfully, aware that he could not speak for the institution. "We plan to follow your lead from now on. Are the arrangements in place?" Zhao Wujie inquired. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I have already made arrangements with the Academy's higher-ups, who are eager to welcome you all. Moreover, the talents of the junior students have been recognized by the administration under my and the Royal Combat Team's endorsement. This evening, you will stay here, and tomorrow I shall introduce you to the Academy's leadership, and matters will be settled." Qin explained as he led them to the accommodation building at the southernmost part of the academy. The three-story building was accompanied by a grove of bamboo, furnished with everything necessary, much to Flanders' satisfaction. Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, this place is far superior to our humble abode at Shrek Academy." Tang Sen patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and chuckled. "That is undoubtedly true. The Royal Academy of Tiando is directly supported by the Tiando Empire. Its financial backing is unquestionable, and thus, such opulence is to be expected." Hongjun remained composed. "After all, we are also talented individuals. We must not be overly boisterous, lest we compromise the dignity of Dean Flandre." Oscar interjected with a gentlemanly demeanor. Dai Mubai playfully kicked Oscar's rear, saying, "You're no better than Ma Hongjun." The group erupted in laughter at Dai Mubai's remark. The Royal Academy of Tiando is directly supported by the Tiando Empire, with the nominal authority held by the Snowy Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. The management of the academy is entrusted to 3 senior committee members who handle routine matters, while important issues are referred to the Snowy Knight Emperor. At the Royal Academy of Tiando, faculty and students are categorized into 3 tiers. The teachers are classified as follows. Those at levels 40 to 50 are termed Tiwei, 50 to 60 are Tiji, and those above 60 constitute the highest tier, Tiando. The students are classified based on their strength. Those below level 25 are Tiwei, those from 25 to 30 are Tiji, and those above 30 are Tiando. Qin elaborated slowly. "Then we might as well aspire to be Tiando-level teachers," Flandre remarked with a smile. "Of course," came the reply. "Tiando-level teachers are responsible solely for instructing Tiando-level students, and their salaries are indeed substantial. An initial salary of 3,000 gold soul coins, plus commissions." 3,000 gold soul coins. In addition to commissions? Flandre and the other teachers exclaimed in astonishment. As they conversed, they arrived at the committee hall, located at the heart of the Royal Academy of Tiando. It is one of the largest structures, a single-story building standing 10 meters tall and 50 meters wide, exuding an air of opulence and solemnity. Before they could enter the committee hall, they observed 3 elderly gentlemen slowly descending the steps. Their mere presence, without the release of their martial spirits, imparted a formidable sense of pressure. Clad in black and red intertwined cloaks, with black capes draped over their shoulders, they bore an intricate flower embroidered in gold thread on their chests, a distinctive attire reserved for the Spirit Hall, permitted only to those who have attained the rank of Soul Douluo at level 80. Typically, such garments are seldom donned by Soul Douluo level experts, reserved for solemn ceremonies. Their attire today signifies respect and reverence towards the gathering at Shrek. Upon witnessing their formal attire, Flandre felt compelled to personally greet them. Despite his pride, he was taken aback by the honor, and thus he approached with a bow, stating, "I am Flandre, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Martial Spirit, Owl, a level 78 Agility-type Soul Sage. It is an honor to meet the 3 esteemed elders." Chapter 32. The Royal Academy of Tiando 3. The venerable elder standing at the center stepped forward with an infectious laugh, proclaiming, "There is no need for formality, Director Flandre. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Dream God Machine, a spirit master of the Black Demon with an 86th level 8 title Battle Douluo in the control system." To the right of Dream God Machine, a portly elder emerged, whose girth was extraordinary, weighing at least 600 pounds. He was Bai Baoshan, the deputy chief of the Education Committee, a spirit master of the Celestial Star Furnace, boasting an 85th level 8 title Battle Douluo in the defense system. On the left side of Dream God Machine, another elder stepped forth, his physique starkly contrasting that of Bai Baoshan. He was emaciated, resembling a mere stick. This was Ji Lin, the 3rd seat of the Education Committee, a spirit master of the Sky Blue Vine, an 83rd level 8 title control system Battle Douluo. Dream God Machine made a gesture of invitation. "Please, esteemed guests from afar, do come in." The assembly entered the Education Committee and took their places. Due to the limited seating available, the members of the Shrek team could only stand behind Director Flandre and the other instructors, their faces betraying a glimmer of excitement, for they were in the presence of 3 renowned Battle Douluos. At this moment, Xiang Wentian noticed Xiao Wu, who was shyly hiding behind the curtains. Upon catching Xiang Wentian's gaze, Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Dream God Machine directed attendants to bring forth tea and snacks, his eyes scanning the Shrek team. "I have heard from Teacher Qin that Shrek Academy boasts a formidable team that has clashed with the Tiando team. Might Director Flandre introduce them? Your compliments are too generous, Chief Dream." "Of course," Flandre replied courteously. You little monsters, step forward and introduce yourselves. The Shrek team, Captain, Evil Angel, Spirit, Evil Angel, a 46th level attack system Spirit Master, with 4 black spirit rings. Upon reading the profile of Evil Angel, the members of the Royal Battle Team gasped in astonishment. How is it possible to have 4 completely black spirit rings? This is unheard of. The members of the Shrek team stepped forward to bow to Chief Dream God Machine, stating, Xiang Wentian, Spirit, Evil Angel, a 43rd level attack system Spirit Master. Lu Meng, Spirit, Seraph, a 42nd level attack system Spirit Master. Daimubai, Spirit, White Tiger, a 38th level attack system Spirit Master. Tang San, Spirit, Blue Silvergrass, a 33rd level control system Spirit Master. Xiaowu, Spirit, Jade Rabbit, a 32nd level attack system Spirit Master. Ma Hongjun, Spirit, Phoenix, a 20th level attack system Spirit Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Spirit, Nether Spirit Cat, a 28th level agility system Spirit Master. Oscar, Spirit, Sausage, a 31st level support system tool Spirit Master. Ning Rongrong, Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, a 27th level support system tool Spirit Master. Truly, it is no wonder that the Academy is renowned throughout the Spirit Master community. Each student is a prodigious talent, Dream God Machine lauded. The Chief Dream is overly gracious. We still fall short in comparison to the Tiando Royal Academy's Tiando team. Flander humbly retorted, Alas, why should Dean Flander be so modest? According to the chief of our student council, the unparalleled Du Guqiu Bai, the captain of the Shrek team, did not participate in the match. I wonder who that might be, inquired Dream Machine. Xiang Wentian stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the chief of Dream Machine, and introduced himself. I am but a humble student, named Xiang Wentian. Oh, our academy student, Du Guqiu Bai, has defeated all challengers in Tiando City, tirelessly seeking a worthy opponent to taste defeat. To be frequently mentioned in his discourse is a testament to one's extraordinary talent. A paragon among elites, the chief of Dream Machine remarked with approval. Thank you for your praise. Had I possessed the Silver Soul Badge at that time, the Tiando battle team would have undoubtedly been vanquished, Xiang Wentian responded with gravity. Haha, I eagerly anticipate the day when our 2 teams will clash. The chief of Dream Machine chuckled. At that moment, a voice resonated, powerful and commanding, imbued with the aura of authority and laced with respect toward the 3 committee members. Is the chief of Dream Machine present? The chief of Dream Machine thought to himself. Why has he come? The 3 committee members promptly rose to welcome the visitor. Soon, 3 individuals entered, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. Among them was a youth whom Xiang Wentian recognized as the one he had bested at the academy gate the previous day. Chapter 33. Titled Douluo. The young man followed an elder clad in an ornate yellow robe, exuding an undeniable air of authority as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind them stood a tall, slender elder, erect as a spear, his hair and beard tinged with a faint green hue, scanning the entire assembly with keen eyes. After being scrutinized by this individual, Xiang Wentian felt as though he were ensnared by a venomous serpent. Xiaowu crouched behind the crowd, paralyzed by fear. The 3 committee members bowed slightly and greeted. Your Highness, what brings you here? The elder in the python robe cast a glance at the Shrek crowd and replied with a nonchalant smile. Is there not a guest here whom you might introduce to me? Meng Xinji's expression tightened, and a subtle, unnatural smile emerged as he said, Your Highness, this is Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy. He has come to discuss matters of collaboration with us. Addressing Flander, Meng Xinji added, This is His Highness Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire, who oversees the Tiando Royal Academy. Flander rose and respectfully acknowledged, It is an honor to meet His Highness Prince Xuexing. Yet, the prince did not spare Flander even a glance, coldly remarking, Shrek Academy? I seem to have never heard of it. Are its students of any renown? Meng Xinji, how could you allow individuals of dubious origin into our Tiando Royal Academy? At these words, the Shrek members were instantly incensed, with Zhao Wujie on the verge of losing his temper, only to be restrained by the composed Flander nearby. Meng Xinji's countenance shifted. Your Highness, Shrek Academy is by no means an inconsequential institution. Our esteemed teacher, Qin Yin, hails from Shrek Academy. It is a privilege for Dean Flander and the faculty of Shrek Academy to visit us. Oh, according to the Academy's regulations, hiring teachers should require an assessment. Should it not? Prince Xuexing remarked coolly. Meng Xinji hastily replied, The teachers from Shrek Academy have all reached the 60th level, and thus do not require such evaluations. Is it truly for this matter that your Highness has come here today? The Tiando Royal Academy is a pillar of the Empire, responsible for nurturing the talents of the Tiando Empire. I absolutely refuse to allow the Academy to employ arrogant and overbearing individuals. Mengshenji, I have heard that upon the Shrek Group's arrival yesterday, they humiliated my nephew, the fourth prince, His Highness Shuekong. How does your highness propose to resolve this issue? Have you inquired with your nephew about the reasons behind his humiliation? Flander inquired calmly. Prince Shueshen glanced at Flander and stated, I have always been benevolent towards talented individuals. Since you seek collaboration, you must prove to me that you possess true merit. At this moment, Chu Jiangyin erupted into laughter. Your highness, are you suggesting that you wish to expel us? Though we are unaware of how we may have offended you, I can assure you that a confrontation with His Highness Shuezong was not our intent. It is known that the machinations of the ambitious are often hidden, and you are oblivious to the cultivation of your own interests while attempting to ostracize others. As the saying goes, the most ruthless are those of royal blood. Since Shuezong is the fourth prince, surely he has elder brothers, the first, second, and third princes. With the aging of Emperor Shueye, if a new emperor were to ascend, do you believe that Shuezong and his faction would survive? One must remember, no one sleeps peacefully beside a slumbering tiger. How audacious. Discussing the royal family is a capital offense. Surely you are aware of this, Prince Shueshen remarked. Whether it is a death sentence or not, I cannot say, but it is evident that everyone present comprehends the gravity of the matter, though none dare to voice it. I merely pierce through this veil of silence. If I am not mistaken, your requirement for us to prove our worth hinges upon this title Douluo, does it not? Xiang Wentian stated solemnly. Silence, Xiaodian. Dean Flander interjected sharply. Prince Shueshen jested. Oh? You can discern that Mr. Dugong is a titled Douluo. You are indeed correct. Turning to the elderly man with emerald hair, he said respectfully, Mr. Dugong, I entrust this to you. This young man possesses some insight, as he has recognized my status as a titled Douluo. The elderly man with green hair stepped forward, and with a flourish, 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated around him, revealing a serpent with azure scales. Let us validate our worth through strength. Come at me together. Dream Machine exclaimed furiously, Prince Shueshen. Do not overstep your bounds. The prince coldly replied, How have I overstepped? This entire academy is mine. Very well. Let us 3 old men experience the prowess of the poison Douluo. It is utterly shameless. Do not presume that because you are a titled Douluo, no one can bring you down. The Shrek team stepped forward, declaring, Today, I shall extract your serpent's bones and brew a serpent soup. Xiang Wentian shouted angrily. Chapter 34. 3 titled Douluo. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Remember this, young man. I am Dugong Bo. Do not arrive at Yama's realm unaware of who has meted out your fate. Now, tell me, how do you wish to perish? Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and said, Let's go outside. It's too cramped here. This suited Dugong Bo perfectly, who regarded Xiang Wentian with the same indifference one might show to a corpse. Stepping into the open space before the education committee, Dugong Bo calmly inquired, Are you all prepared? Let us begin. With that, he activated his martial spirit, unleashing his first soul skill, Spatial Lockdown. Xiang Wentian shouted in response. However, Dugong Bo seemed to disregard his own spatial confinement and directly grasped his own throat. Under the overwhelming presence of a titled Douluo, the Shrek team found themselves frozen in place, unable to move. At that moment, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and others launched their attacks. Stop. Just then, a voice that seemed to drift in and out of reality resonated. Old poison, release my disciple at once. 2 figures materialized in the void. One was indistinct, a mere shadow. The other held a peculiar flower known as the celestial chrysanthemum. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd immediately halted their assault, with the members of Shrek exclaiming, 2 titled Douluo. What brings these 2 here? Dugong Bo's expression darkened. Who is your disciple? The shadow replied slowly, The young man in your grasp. Dugong Bo sneered. What if I refuse to let go? The middle-aged man holding the flower interjected, I recall that your granddaughter is studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. If anything were to happen to my esteemed nephew, your granddaughter will accompany him to the grave. Do not think we are incapable of such actions. This young man is a prized disciple I have painstakingly sought out. If he were to perish, I would stop at nothing, the shadow threatened. The celestial chrysanthemum and the old ghost were known for their ruthless methods. Countless prodigies had perished at their hands. I cannot wager my granddaughter's life on this. Very well. I will release this young man, but you must not harm my granddaughter. That is only natural, replied the middle-aged man with the flower. Dugong Bo relinquished his hold on Xiang Wentian, finally freeing himself from the suffocating grip. Shortly thereafter, he was overtaken by a fit of violent coughing. As if in a dream, Xiang Wu hurried forward to pat Xiang Wentian's back, inquiring, "Brother, are you all right?" Xiang Wentian gazed at Ru Ming with a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured, Ru Ming, I am unscathed." Though his voice resonated, his martial spirit remained unseen. Could it be that these two were Yuguan and Gue Mei? The master pondered, wondering how Gue Mei had become Xiao Tian's mentor. Flinder too contemplated the unexpected connection between Xiao Tian and the Spirit Hall. The Shrek team was elated to discover that Wentian's teacher was a titled Douluo. Their joy was palpable. The bonds among the Shrek team were profound, and having a formidable ally among them naturally brought them happiness. At that moment, Xiang Wentian realized that Xiao Wu was absent, likely hiding in fear of being discovered. Douluo observed his two adversaries, aware that remaining in this place would yield no advantage, and thus he chose to retreat. Upon seeing Douluo depart, the two titled Douluo felt a temporary sense of security and also withdrew. After the three titled Douluo left, everyone exhaled in relief. Flinder sighed, stating, "Since the Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome us, we shall take our leave." Dream Machine, noticing Flinder's intent to depart, hurriedly called out, "Principal Flinder, please wait." However, Flinder did not turn back. He understood that staying in an unwelcome place would only bring unnecessary troubles. "I am truly sorry, esteemed members of the committee, but I too must leave the academy. Shrek Academy is where I was nurtured, and I am intrinsically a part of it. With the teachers gone, I, as a student, have no desire to remain," Qin Yin lamented. The three committee members were taken aback. Even Prince Xuesheng was momentarily stunned. Qin Yin held a status at the Tiando Royal Academy that was second only to the committee members. He was among the youngest to reach level 60 as recorded by the Spirit Hall, and the committee had long believed that he would undoubtedly attain title Douluo by the age of 60, making him a rare talent for the academy. Dream Machine, witnessing Qin Yin and Flinder's departure, exclaimed in frustration, "Look at what you have wrought, Prince Xuesheng. I shall report this matter to His Majesty Yin, and let him make the final decision." Prince Xuesheng said nothing, turning away with a frown, and halfway through his departure, he remarked to Blood Collapse, "The trouble you have caused for your uncle is quite significant." Blood Collapse displayed an arrogant demeanor, saying, "I shall continue my wayward ways, and you, uncle, can keep cleaning up after me." Once outside the Tiando Royal Academy, the master inquired, "Wentian, how did you come to be a disciple of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall? It has been some time. Once, I found myself being followed and unable to shake them off. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead, demanding that I become his disciple, threatening death if I refused. I had no choice but to agree. Indeed, your choice was wise. Had you declined, your demise would have been certain. The Spirit Hall is known for its ruthlessness." The master remarked, "Alas, where is Xiao Wu?" Flander inquired, "Dean, where have you been? I didn't see you earlier." At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged from the crowd, feeling somewhat awkward. She responded, "I just spotted a titled Douluo and, feeling faint, I went to the restroom." The others erupted in laughter upon hearing her words. "Oh, please stop laughing," Xiao Wu said, her face flushing with embarrassment. Tang Xin took her hand in a comforting gesture, saying, "No matter what happens in the future, I will always stand by your side to protect you." Xiao Wu smiled and blushed at his words. Chapter 35, Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, Part 1. As they walked along the road, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. "Why don't we expand the academy?" the dean suggested. "With the strength of our Golden Fighting Soul team, participating in soul battles should yield considerable income. If that fails, our Shrek team could establish a mercenary group. Income shouldn't be an issue. One day, we will make the Tiando Royal Academy regret their decision made today," Xiang Wentian proposed. Upon hearing this, the members of the Shrek team expressed their agreement. "Oh, never mind. I lack the desire to reform the academy at this moment," Flander replied. "So where should we go now?" Zhao Wujie asked. "How about we head to Seven Treasure City? It's not far from our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School," Ning Rongrong suggested. "Forget it. I no longer wish to experience that feeling of being dependent on others, Rongrong." "Thank you for your kindness." Flander shook his head. The group arrived at the city gate, the oppressive atmosphere lingering. Just as they prepared to enter, they noticed an advertisement on the bulletin board at the gate. The Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy is currently seeking 15 soul masters of level 40 and above for expansion. Higher soul power is preferred, and exceptional treatment will be provided upon hiring. I came across this academy in a travelogue. Although it hasn't been established for long, it boasts complete facilities. Moreover, this academy only admits commoner students and rejects all nobles. Let me share a little secret. The teacher at Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy is a stunning beauty, Xiang Wentian remarked. In which travelogue did you find this? The master inquired. The record of seeking defeat in Tiando. When I was at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Dugu Chobai gifted this to me, expressing concern that I might struggle to find him for practice. So he sent me this book. You can see his name and address inscribed within, Xiang Wentian replied. The master took the book, and indeed, it contained the child's name and address. After reading about the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible? The dean is actually named Lu Erlong. Where? Let me see." Flander approached, eager to look. As Xiang Wentian munched on an apple, he casually remarked, "What of Lu Erlong? As long as she possesses beauty, even if her name were Lu Yi Hundred Long, it would be of no consequence. Did you know? I have heard that the principal of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy resembles a woman in her 30s, still exuding charm, with captivating curves and an enchanting figure. A mere glance would surely add a decade to one's life." At this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar couldn't help but drool. Smack. Ouch. Who struck me? Xiang Wentian exclaimed. I did, Flander retorted. You little rascal. Instead of focusing on your studies, you are now contemplating women. Not so, Principal Flander, Xiang Wentian pleaded. I merely noticed the atmosphere was somewhat stifling and thought to lighten it with a jest. Besides, with our Ruo Ming, who else would I contemplate? Flander scoffed. Early romantic pursuits are not commendable. You are but a child. What do you know of love? At that moment, Ruo Ming approached with a stern expression. Brother, henceforth, do not mention other women in my presence, or I shall ignore you, she whispered with a pout. Xiang Wentian gently grasped Ruo Ming's hand and sincerely said, Ruo Ming, my feelings for you have remained unwavering. Just now, I was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere. Do you trust me? Ruo Ming blushed and replied, I believe in you. Ma Hongjun observed the two and muttered, you two have been together for such a long time, yet you still cling to each other every day. As Xiang Wentian and the dreamlike duo heard Ma Hongjun's words, an awkward silence enveloped them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Master and Flander appeared to be engaged in conversation. Xiao Gang, how long do you intend to evade this? Let us not forget that we cannot yet ascertain her identity. What if she merely shares the same name? Shall we take a look? Shall we? After nearly an hour of deliberation, Flander finally persuaded Master to visit the Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 36. The appearance of Lu Erlong at this juncture, Qinin remarked. I am familiar with the Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Allow me to lead the way. Very well. Flander's heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to discover whether Lu Erlong, the Academy's principal, was indeed the Lu Erlong he had known. Guided by Qinin and aided by the prominent signage, the group navigated through the streets and soon arrived at the grand entrance of the academy. The imposing sign above the gate boldly proclaimed in gilded letters, Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy. We have arrived, Qinin announced. At that moment, an elderly gatekeeper inquired, whom are you seeking? Qinin stepped forward and replied, Greetings, sir. We have come in response to an advertisement at the city gate regarding teaching positions. Oh, then please follow me, the elder said, leading them to the recruitment office. He knocked on the door and called out, Is Teacher Li in? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who asked, What brings you here, Uncle Wu? These soul masters wish to apply for teaching positions. Uncle Wu replied with a smile. Oh. Teacher Li glanced at the group from Shrek. Please, come in. Upon entering the office, which was specifically designated for the recruitment of teachers, they found it quite spacious, approximately 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. Aside from a podium, the room was bare. Teacher Li stated plainly, to apply for teaching positions, you must undergo an assessment of your martial soul level. Only those above level 40 may be considered. Hearing Teacher Li's words, Flander chuckled, Qinin, you may go first. Nodding in agreement, Qinin, burdened with frustration from his prior experiences at the Tiando Royal Academy, released his martial soul without restraint. A blazing wolf of fire materialized before them, exerting immense pressure upon Teacher Li. Qinin, martial soul, blazing fire wolf, a formidable assault-type soul emperor at level 62. Teacher Li, merely a soul king at level 50, felt the overwhelming weight of a soul emperor's presence. Before he could react, Flander interjected, Let us proceed together. Level 63. Dragon Pattern Staff, Soul Emperor, Li Yusong, Assault Type. Level 66, Star Luo Chess, Soul Emperor, Lu Chi Bean, Control Type. Level 71, Jelly Bean, Soul Sage, Xiao Xin, Food Type. Level 76. Mighty Vajra Bear, Soul Sage, Zhao Wujia, Assault type. Level 78. Owl, Soul Sage, Flander, Agility type. From weakness to strength, the 5 teachers of Shrek Academy all unleashed their martial spirits. At that moment, Teacher Li, standing on the podium, appeared momentarily dazed and respectfully said, "Everyone, please retract your martial spirits. I cannot decide on this assessment. I must consult the dean. Please follow me." The teachers of Shrek retracted their martial spirits and, under Teacher Li's guidance, made their way to a bamboo grove at the back of the academy. Flander remarked with a smile, "Your dean certainly knows how to indulge. He has established this beautiful bamboo grove." Teacher Li replied, "The dean usually spends time here in the bamboo grove. He would not be disturbed unless it is something of great importance." Understanding this, Flander, who had always been a hands-off manager, could relate. As the group arrived in the bamboo grove, they heard a faint yet melodious song drifting through the air. Master exclaimed in astonishment, "It is her. It is her. My wife, Xiaolong." With that, he turned and dashed away. Flander called out, "Is that you, Erlong? Your husband, Yu Xiaojiang, is here. Come out quickly, or he will escape." A fleeting figure emerged from the bamboo grove, standing before Master. "Xiaojiang, is that truly you? I must be dreaming," she exclaimed. "You are not dreaming. It is indeed Xiaojiang," Flander said excitedly. Lu Erlong turned to Flander and asked, "How did you all end up here?" Flander replied, "Do not worry about how we arrived. Just keep a close watch on Xiaojiang. If he runs away again, you may never see him again." Lu Erlong confidently responded, "Rest assured, Boss Flander, this time I will not let him escape." Chapter 37. A sword comes from the west. A celestial being descends. "How did you come to be here?" Lu Erlong inquired again. Flander then recounted the entire sequence of events, and Lu Erlong, upon hearing it, became quite furious. "Since Boss Flander is here, this is now your home. Feel free to settle in." Flander covered his face and said, "My salary expectations are quite high." Lu Erlong laughed. "The salary will be your concern, Boss Flander. You are the leader of our Golden Triangle. Starting tomorrow, I will convene a meeting of all faculty and students to rename the Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy." Once everything was settled, a teacher named Hai Dafu addressed the members of the Shrek team, saying, "Today is the first day of the month. There will be a student council peak soul fighting event tonight, so it might get a bit noisy. That is not a problem, teacher, we do not mind." Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. As the members of the Shrek team were students of Flander, and Flander was now the dean of the academy, all the teachers treated the Shrek team members with great courtesy. That evening, just as Xiang Wentian entered his training, he was met with a cacophony resonating throughout the academy. Reminiscent of a concert, he concluded his training and, slightly annoyed, muttered, "What is happening in the academy? Is there a bonfire party? It does not sound like it." Dai Mubai suggested, "Tang San and the others have gone out to sea. Should we join them?" "All right." Upon arriving at the academy, Xiang Wentian was greeted by a throng of students, chattering incessantly amidst the cacophony. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from the sky. "On this night of the full moon, at the pinnacle of the blue tyrant, a sword descends from the west, a celestial being from beyond." At that moment, a student exclaimed to Xiang Wentian and Dai Mubai, "You are fortunate indeed to witness the duel of the 2 esteemed student council leaders at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy on your very first day." Dai Mubai scoffed. "What is so remarkable about it? Is it merely a duel between 2 students? Such exaggeration." The student, filled with admiration, replied, "These 2 leaders have been hailed by our director Lu Erlong as future title Douluos, a matter set in stone. Their innate talents are astonishing. Since their enrollment, they have engaged in duels every fortnight, with neither emerging victorious. Other students who consider themselves formidable cannot withstand even a single strike from them. Is it truly that grand? Today, I shall see whether their martial souls surpass my white tiger." At this moment, the 2 duelists descended upon the highest rooftop of the academy. On the left stood a young man clad in white, his demeanor proud and his countenance striking. On the right, another in black, with a handsome visage and a fiery expression. They were Shimin Shui Shui, the vice master of the Shushan sword sect, wielding the heavenly sword, a level 45 assault-type soul master. And Yi Guqing, the young lord of Nodding City, brandishing the dragon-slaying blade, also a level 45 assault-type soul master. Shimin Shui Shui declared, "I have just mastered an unparalleled sword technique, named Celestial Being from Beyond. I wonder if you can withstand this self-created technique." Yi Guqing replied coolly, "I am prepared." With a fierce gaze, Yi Guqing unleashed a series of slashes with his dragon-slaying blade, intoning the words, heaven, beyond, fly, celestial. Suddenly, a white fairy, conjured from the blade's aura, materialized and struck towards Shimen Shui Shui. Shimen Shui Shui called out, unity of man and sword, the sword god smiles. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal sword, charging towards Yi Guqing's celestial being from beyond. A tremendous roar echoed as a cyan shockwave surged forth, rippling into the distance. Shimen Shui Shui mused, I did not anticipate that my self-created soul skill would still be bested by your sword god smiles. Yi Guqing replied, Nay, do not belittle yourself. My own self-created skill, the sword god smiles, too, cannot surpass your celestial being from beyond. Next time, when I devise a new soul skill, we shall see who prevails. Shimen Shui Shui stated, before disappearing into the academy's depths. Simultaneously, Yi Guqing soared into the air, vanishing from sight. I am no match for them. Seeing them invokes a feeling akin to encountering the invincible Douluo, an indescribable sense of helplessness, Daimu Bai's side. Fear not, for each person possesses their own destiny. I believe there will come a day when you surpass them, becoming one of the few masters of the younger generation, Xiang Wentian encouraged. Chapter 38. Destiny. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with not a cloud in the sky. Xiang Wentian sought out Tang San, saying, Today, I shall take you on a quest for fortune. Will you join me? Tang San, believing that Xiang Wentian was jesting, inquired, What fortune? Xiang Wentian spoke word by word, the ice and fire duality, and countless celestial herbs. Upon hearing this, Tang San was filled with excitement. You mentioned the ice and fire duality, how could you possibly know of it? I know much more than that. I am quite the encyclopedia, Xiang Wentian replied. Tang San squinted at this statement and remained silent. I see you possess considerable knowledge regarding concealed weapons. I wonder if you are also adept at antidotes. Xiang Wentian inquired mysteriously. I know a little. Why do you ask? Tang San questioned, puzzled by Xiang Wentian's unusual behavior that day. A little is sufficient. Knowing too much can be counterproductive. Come, let us request leave from Dean Flender. Everything hinges on my cues. What I say goes, so refrain from speaking out of turn, understood? Before Tang San could respond, Xiang Wentian firmly grasped his arm and led him towards the dean's office. On their way, they encountered Xiaowu. Brother, where are you and Wentian headed? We are seeking the dean to discuss a few matters. It's nothing to worry about. Xiaowu hurriedly replied. What else with your hurried demeanor? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Dream must know. I'll go ask her. Upon arriving at the dean's office, they found Dean Flender reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. Xiang Wentian pulled Tang San inside. Dean, Tang San and I wish to request leave. Flender, upon seeing them, scolded, you could at least knock before barging in. You're as rushed as ever. Just now, you mentioned wanting to take leave. For what purpose? Today, Tang San told me his father misses him and wishes to see him, and he believes I am of handsome stature and wishes to introduce me to a bride. Xiang Wentian explained. Flender replied, perplexed. You always speak nonsense. He turned to Tang San. What is the real story here? Sighing, Tang San responded with calmness. It is indeed my father who wishes to see me, and he also desires to meet Xiang Wentian. As for the matter of brides, that is entirely unfounded. Flender, irate, exclaimed, all you think about are women and brides. If I catch you, I'll give you a good thrashing. He removed a shoe and chased Xiang Wentian throughout the academy, lamenting, look at how composed Tang San is. This brat is incorrigible. After their leave was granted, the two emerged at the school gate, where they found Ru Ming and Xiaowu waiting. Xiaowu asked, Wentian, what are you and Xiao San up to? This is a matter between men. You need not pry, Xiang Wentian replied. What sort of matter can't I inquire about? Must you hide it from both me and Dream? Xiaowu challenged. Very well, I shall tell you, Xiang Wentian said with a playful smile. Tang San and I wagered 100 gold soul coins to see who is superior. Hence, we seek a secluded spot to compare. Xiaowu and Ru Ming's faces flushed with embarrassment. You shameless boys, they exclaimed before covering their faces and fleeing. Tang San, feeling awkward, remarked, Wentian. It's rather inappropriate to say it that way. What is inappropriate? Those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trivialities. Now, let us proceed. In a secluded corner of the academy, a figure cloaked in black murmured to himself, what could this child possibly be doing with that little third wheel? As he observed Xiang Wentian and the other individual exit the academy, he stealthily followed in their wake. The pair ventured into a dense forest. where they were confronted by a barrier of verdant poison that obstructed their path. Xiang Wentian called out, "Is Elder Dugong present?" Moments later, Dugong Bo appeared before them, inquiring, "What brings you two little ones to this place?" Xiang Wentian patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "We are here to rescue you." Ha 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 ha, Diggybo laughed maniacally. "Rescue me? With just the two of you little brats? If anyone truly intended to kill me, you two wouldn't even qualify to serve as side dishes, let alone save me." Xiang Wentian quietly said to Tang San, "As long as you can resolve the poison within him, we shall be able to negotiate terms to procure the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire." Chapter 39. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang San narrowed his eyes and solemnly remarked, "Elder Dugu, you have been poisoned, and the venom has permeated your very marrow." Ha ha. Dugu Bo laughed heartily. "In my lifetime, I have dabbled in poisons. I have always been the one to poison others. How could I possibly be poisoned? Do you wish to amuse me to death, young man? Is it truly amusing? Then let me ask you this. Whenever it rains on overcast days, do you not feel an itching sensation at your sides? Over time, this sensation intensifies, manifesting twice at noon and midnight. Given your current condition, it should persist for over an hour. Moreover, around the witching hour, does your Bai Wei and Yongquan acupoints not experience a piercing pain, leading to full-body spasms for at least half an hour? If it were not for the venom infiltrating your marrow, how could such symptoms arise?" Dugu Bo, taken aback, exclaimed, "How do you know this?" This is Dugu Bo's greatest secret, one he forbids others from knowing. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes had nearly solidified into a palpable force. How could he possibly know? Allow me to enlighten you. Noticing the murderous intent manifesting in Dugu Bo's eyes, Xiang Wentian hastily shifted the topic. Tang San has studied medicine since childhood. He is capable of treating ailments ranging from minor headaches to severe illnesses, particularly excelling in gynecology. Tang San cast an awkward glance at Xiang Wentian. "Elder Dugu, might I have a word with you in private?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "Young man, you had best convince me today, or none of you shall leave here alive." Xiang Wentian and Dugu stepped aside. Xiang Wentian whispered, "Senior Dugu, we have come today for two reasons. First, to provide you with an antidote, and second, to collect some medicinal herbs from you. I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. Furthermore, you have a little granddaughter who is also afflicted by poison deep within her bones. At your advanced age, you may not fear death, but what about your granddaughter? She is still in the bloom of youth. Additionally, do you know who Tang San's father is?" "It is Tang Hao," Dugu exclaimed in astonishment. "How can this be? His martial soul is merely blue-silver grass." "Indeed, but he possesses a twin martial soul," Xiang Wentian asserted confidently. "Is that truly the case?" Dugu responded, intrigued. Dugu then approached Tang San and asked, "You are Tang San, are you not? Do you wish to take me as your master?" "But I already have a teacher," Tang San replied. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dugu sighed. "What a pity. Such a promising talent. What do you plan to do to cure the poison afflicting both me and my granddaughter?" "An antidote, of course, requires medicine. We will need a substantial quantity of rare herbs," Xiang Wentian stated. "Very well, I have an abundance of herbs here. However, if you two cannot cure the poison within me, I shall not concern myself with who his father is," Dugu said with a hint of malice. At that moment, a chill swept over the two men, causing them to shudder. "Fear not, Senior Dugu. Without the proper means, how could we dare to undertake such a delicate task?" Xiang Wentian reassured him. Xiang Wentian quietly inquired of Tang San whether he had confidence in curing this old fellow's poison. Tang San pondered. "If it truly is the Eye of Ice and Fire within, then I am assured of success. What are you two murmuring about? Hurry up and follow me," scolded Dugu as he turned back. Soon, under Dugu's guidance, Tang San and his companion arrived at the summit. Before them lay an inverted conical hollow, from which thick mist billowed forth, the humid warmth infused with a hint of sulfur's distinctive aroma. "Follow me," Dugu commanded, leaping directly into the chasm. Xiang Wentian unfurled his wings and, cradling Tang San, followed suit. Before they touched the ground, Tang San exclaimed in exhilaration, "Indeed, it is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Wow, so many exquisite medicinal herbs." Upon landing, Dugu inquired, "You just mentioned the Eye of Ice and Fire. What is it?" Tang San pointed to the Eye of Ice and Fire, declaring, "This is the Eye of Ice and Fire." Xiang Wentian hurriedly remarked, "With the assistance of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, we possess a 90% chance of restoring you to health. As for your granddaughter, the assurance is a complete 100%. There are no concerns." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Douluo Bo's expression softened somewhat as he gestured towards the surrounding medicinal herbs, saying, "You may utilize the herbs here freely, but do not cause any destruction. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you both endure a fate worse than death. Rest assured, esteemed Douluo, we cherish such a splendid place and would never dream of causing harm," came the reply. "Moreover, do not venture near the two hot springs of extreme heat and cold. Even I cannot withstand them for long. Should you engage with them, it would lead only to your demise." With those words, Douluo Bo took flight, soaring away like a great eagle. Level 40. Terrifying advancement once Douluo Bo had departed. Xiang Wentian scoffed, "That old poison master, why must he utter so many words? He threatens our lives at every turn. When we become titled Douluos, I shall ensure he finds himself in a most regrettable predicament." At this moment, Tang San was oblivious to Xiang Wentian's remarks, his body trembling with excitement, muttering indistinctly to himself. At that instant, two blossoms captured Xiang Wentian's attention. He beheld a striking red and a brilliant white flower blooming extravagantly on either side of the ice and fire in Yagai, swaying without a breeze. Overcome with exhilaration, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Could this be the nether flower?" Legend has it that the nether flower exists in two varieties, red and white. The red blooms in hell, while the white flourishes in heaven. The nether flower, often referred to as the gentle embrace of the devil, is said to be the flower that willingly descended into hell, only to be sent back by the demons. Yet it lingers on the path to the yellow springs, where the demons, unable to bear its plight, allowed it to blossom to guide and comfort the wandering souls departing from the mortal realm. The pristine white and sanguine red of the nether flower collectively symbolize death. It is rumored that the white blooms along the path to heaven, signifying the thin veil separating hell from paradise. Thus, the white represents angels, while the red embodies demons. With great joy, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "These two flowers are now mine." Upon finishing his declaration, he proceeded to pluck the two ethereal flowers from the ground and swallowed them whole. He hastily sat down to circulate the Celestial Demon Annihilation Sutra, continuously absorbing the medicinal essence of the flowers. In that moment, Xiang Wentian felt his martial soul, the demon angel, undergoing a profound transformation, gradually growing in power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the ethereal flowers. Soul power 100, 000. Soul power 100, 000. Soul power 100, 000. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Xiang Wentian absorbed the full potency of the flowers. Awakening from his meditation, he exhaled a breath of stale air and remarked, "How invigorating. I feel as though I have ascended several levels." He proceeded to inspect his system panel. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 49, 319, 268, 840, 000. 000. No soul rings available for upgrade. Soul rings must be acquired before upgrading. Soul rings: Black. Age: 85, 100 years. Black. Age: 46, 000 years. Black. Age: 48. 000 years. Black. Age: 42. 000 years. Soul skills: First soul skill, Spacelock. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory. Third soul skill, Angelic Divine Judgment. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Divine skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Techniques. Celestial Demon Annihilation Sutra. Celestial Overlord Body Ability. Devour can consume enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power, closing the system panel. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering that Tang San was nowhere to be found. After a brief search, he spotted Tang San soaking in the eye of ice and fire. Xiang Wentian then glanced around the vicinity of the eye, only to find that the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were missing, leaving behind only two roots. What a ruthless fellow Tang San is. He couldn't even leave me a little. At that moment, a faint, ethereal light illuminated Xiang Wentian's face. Following the barely discernible glow, he beheld a crystal-like flower blooming in the shadowy corner of the eye of ice and fire. It was difficult to notice without careful observation how remarkably it resembled the crystal orchid. In his past life, he had perused numerous texts that described it. The crystal orchid, also known as the ghost flower, has long been regarded as a flower of terrifying magical power, capable of emanating an alluring white glow in the darkness. The very thought was spine-chilling. Due to its unique habits and appearance, the crystal orchid has been bestowed with the title of the ghost flower. While many refer to it as the death flower of the underworld or putrescent flower, shrouding it in an air of mystery, The crystal flower is also considered to possess supernatural powers, yet those who have attempted to harvest it have never returned alive, rendering it a sinister entity that sends shivers down one's spine. Xiang Wentian murmured to himself with a grave expression, "The crystal orchid must not be touched. It can only be devoured through my innate skills. Otherwise, I may not even know how I perish." Subsequently, he extended his hand, and the power of absorption coiled around his palm as he pressed it against the petals of the crystal orchid, silently invoking the act of consumption. Gradually, the crystal orchid withered under the influence of the absorption force. Ding! The host has utilized the absorption skill to devour the celestial herb, crystal orchid, gaining 6,000 soul power. His physique has reached the pinnacle of the celestial titan, and his mental strength has attained the realm of unity with the heavens. Soul power, level 49, 919, 268, 810, 000. No soul rings available for upgrade. Soul rings must be acquired before further enhancement. At this moment, Xiang Wentian felt as though his body was on the verge of bursting. He could no longer consume any herbs. It was best to sit cross-legged and cultivate instead. Chapter 41. The Earth Heart Fire Lotus. As Xiang Wentian was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly perceived a faint, elusive voice calling, "Child, come out for a moment." Opening his eyes, he pondered, could it be an illusion? Yet, that seems implausible. My spiritual power has attained the realm of unity between heaven and man. Nevertheless, I shall venture outside to investigate. As Xiang Wentian stealthily moved towards the direction from which the voice emanated, a figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared before him. In a moment of panic, Xiang Wentian attempted to halt his advance, but instead collided into the embrace of the mysterious figure. At that instant, he discerned that the entirety of the figure's face was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a strong jawline, indicative of formidable strength. "Child, your name is Xiang Wentian, is it not? I am Tang San's father, Tang Hao. How is my son faring?" Tang Hao inquired, his concern apparent, as he had not seen Tang San emerge from the valley for an extended period. "Uncle, Tang San is currently cultivating within the valley. He is doing quite well. So please do not worry," Xiang Wentian replied with utmost respect. Feeling a pang of guilt for not having fulfilled his paternal responsibilities towards Tang San, Tang Hao earnestly said, "I would appreciate it if you could keep a watchful eye over him. Rest assured, Uncle, Tang San and I are good friends, and I shall take great care of him," Xiang Wentian assured him. "Remember, what you have witnessed regarding me must never be divulged to Tang San. Understood?" Tang Hao instructed. "Understood, Uncle. If you could kindly inform Dean Flender that we are both well, and he need not fret, I shall now return to my cultivation in the valley. Until we meet again." With that, Xiang Wentian made his way back to the valley, standing beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, observing Tang San as he was refined by the energies of fire and ice. Shaking his head, Xiang Wentian remarked, "Your clothes have been consumed in the process. What more are you trying to achieve? However, you do possess a physique quite robust, akin to Oscar." Comparing Tang San's bare form to his own, Xiang Wentian chuckled proudly. "Tang San is indeed Tang San, but even he must rank third. He cannot surpass me." Turning his attention to the fragrant air, he settled down and continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. After an indeterminate period, Xiang Wentian sensed someone calling out to him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Tang San. "What is it, Tang San?" he queried. Tang San gazed at him and said, "Let us return to the academy. It has been quite some time. Have we not only been here for a few days? Cultivating here is rather efficient. Let us stay a few more days," Xiang Wentian replied. "Few days? Are you dreaming?" "It has been half a year," Tang San stated, looking at Xiang Wentian. "What? Half a year? So this is what it means to lose track of time in the mountains," Xiang Wentian exclaimed, regaining his composure and concluding his cultivation. Observing that Xiang Wentian had finished his practice, Tang San presented him with a precious item. "This is the Earth Heart Fire Lotus I acquired from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Please take it back and have Ru Ming consume it." Xiang Wentian awkwardly remarked, "Is this appropriate? I have gathered for Ruming. What about the others?" Tang San replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I have prepared offerings for everyone." "Then I shall not be polite," he stated. "The Earth Heart Fire Lotus, an element concealed within fire energy, takes a century to form, a millennium to gestate, and a myriad of years to bloom. It is a rare treasure coveted by those of the fire attribute." Tang San urged, "We should hasten our departure. Otherwise, when the old monster arrives and discovers that the celestial herbs have been taken, he will undoubtedly be enraged." Thus, Xiang Wentian lifted Tang San and soared into the distance. Yet, before they could fly far, an angry roar echoed from behind. "You two little rascals, halt." Tang San, filled with excitement, retorted, "You told me to gather herbs, but you never specified an amount. Furthermore, I left the roots and seeds for you. They will regrow in a few years. You little brat. I said you could take some, but I never said you could take them all." Douluo fumed. "What on earth is happening?" Xiang Wentian inquired. Tang San explained. "I mentioned that we required a plethora of herbs to cure his granddaughter, so I took everything from here." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiang Wentian chuckled heartily and turned to the pursuing Douluo, saying, "Senior Douluo, there is no need to chase us. Please return. We will ensure that your herbs are put to good use in treating your granddaughter. Rest assured." Tang San added, "Old monster, after some time, you should bring your granddaughter to our academy, and I will naturally assist in her detoxification. No need to see us off. We are leaving now. Farewell. You two little brats are driving me to madness." Douluo seethed, watching the pair grow increasingly distant in the sky. Chapter 42. Return. Xiang Wentian escorted Tang San to the entrance of the academy, where once stood the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, now transformed into Shrek Academy. The familiar figure of the elderly guard, Wubo, remained at his post. "What brings you two young fellows here?" he inquired. "Wubo, I'm Xiang Wentian. And this is Tang San. Surely you recall us?" Xiang said. "Half a year ago, it was you who accompanied us to apply for teaching positions under Dean Flander." Wubo's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ah, now I remember. You two are students of Dean Flander. Do come in. Both the Dean and Master have missed you dearly." Tang San cast a glance at Wubo and remarked, "Do you think Wubo might be showing signs of senility?" Xiang Wentian nodded and remarked, "It seems somewhat familiar. Perhaps I shall deliver a couple of bundles of paper to him in due time for him to tear apart for amusement." Upon reaching the Dean's office, Xiang Wentian pushed open the door to find Dean Flander seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. With a smile, Xiang Wentian greeted Dean Flander. "Tang San and I have returned. Are you delighted, surprised, or perhaps even astonished?" Seeing Tang San and Xiang Wentian standing at the door, Dean Flander rose with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, you two little monsters still remember to come back. I thought you had forgotten about the academy and your humble dean. How could you say that? For the past 6 months, Tang San and I have been ceaselessly missing you." "Dean," Xiang Wentian replied. "Isn't that right, Tang San?" Tang San awkwardly affirmed. Yes, that's correct." He found it peculiar that both the dean and Xiang Wentian were so at ease, wondering why the dean did not inquire about their whereabouts over the past 6 months. Just then, the master entered from outside, prompting Xiang Wentian and Tang San to bow in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Master. Welcome back, you two. How have you fared these past 6 months?" The master inquired with palpable excitement. After all, it had been half a year since he last saw his prized disciple, Tang San. Yet, aside from the master and Dai Mubai, the ones most eager to see the two were undoubtedly Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu. "Master, both Xiang Wentian and I have been quite well. How about everyone else?" Tang San inquired, referring to the members of the Shrek team. The master smiled and nodded, replying, "They are all doing splendidly. I hadn't informed them of your activities. I merely mentioned that you were in seclusion for cultivation. Your return is perfectly timed. Had you delayed even a few more days, we might not have been here." "Why is that?" Tang San asked. The master, with a look of satisfaction, explained, "During this past 6 months, they have all made significant progress. Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing have all surpassed the 30th level. Oscar's soul power has also increased by 2 levels, while Xiao Wu has advanced by 3, and Ru Ming has remarkably improved by 4 levels. Dai Mubai is currently in seclusion, striving to break through the 40th level. The process may be challenging, yet he is nearing it. Once Dai Mubai achieves this milestone, we shall accompany him to hunt soul beasts and obtain his 4th soul ring." Listening to the master's words, Xiang Wentian was filled with admiration. Although he and Tang San had made tremendous advancements, their companions had not been idle either. Each member of the Shrek team had significantly enhanced their abilities, and now, all had surpassed the 30th level, undoubtedly bolstering the team's overall strength. "Master, shall we go see them?" Xiang Wentian eagerly proposed, yearning to reunite with his friends. The master smiled and nodded in agreement, saying to the two, "You have just returned. Do you not wish to rest for a moment?" Tang San glanced at Xiang Wentian, who nodded in response and declared, "Master, we are not tired, and I have gifts to present to everyone." Dean Flander approached, suggesting, "Why don't we all go together?" Dean Flander was also eager to discover the nature of the gift brought by Tang San. Previously, Tang Hao had sought out Flander and informed him that Tang San and Xiang Wentian were cultivating under the guidance of Douluo, a place renowned for its splendid environment and an abundance of obscure herbs, greatly beneficial for their training. The little monsters were all engaged in cultivation within a simulated environment located on the Academy's rear mountain. Follow me, Dean Flander instructed as he led everyone towards the simulated environment. On their way to the rear mountain, Master inquired, "How did you two come to be cultivating under Douluo's tutelage?" As Xiang Wentian and Tang San exchanged glances, Xiang Wentian remarked, "During our time at the Tiando Royal Academy, I observed that Douluo's martial soul, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, possessed certain deficiencies in his poison techniques. Additionally, I detected a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs emanating from him, undoubtedly beneficial for cultivation. Given that Tang San is quite adept in the study of poison, I brought him along to assist Douluo in rectifying his shortcomings, while simultaneously utilizing the herbs and environment there to enhance our training." Chapter 43. A Reunion of Lovers. Oh, is it true that Tang San excels in the art of poison even beyond Douluo? The master inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Indeed, it is so. I once possessed a family heirloom technique known as the 10,000 Poisons Divine Art. However, I had little interest in poison, so I entrusted it to Tang San for his examination, and subsequently, I set it aside," Xiang Wentian stated, carefully choosing his words to avoid raising any suspicion from the master. The master regarded him with a measure of doubt. "Is that truly the case, little San?" Tang San met Xiang Wentian's gaze and exchanged a knowing smile, affirming, "Yes, it is indeed so. During your time assisting Douluo in addressing his poison deficiencies, I presume your training hasn't suffered too greatly, and your soul power has not diminished?" the master asked. Tang San responded, "Not at all, master. We have devoted nearly 90% of our time to training, and I have already reached the 37th level." "What? The 37th level?" both the master and Flander exclaimed in astonishment. The master then smiled slightly, turning to Xiang Wentian. "And you, Wentian? I have now attained the pinnacle of the 49th level, and I merely require a soul ring to break through to the 50th level. It seems my concerns were entirely unfounded, even in my absence. Your training progress remains the swiftest among the Shrek team. This brings me great relief. With less than 6 months until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. If things continue as they are, little San, you may very well reach the 40th level, and Wentian, you two have the potential to surpass 33. It is not merely a possibility, it is assured. Both Tang San and I have consumed 3 celestial-grade medicinal herbs, and our bodies are brimming with potent medicinal energy. As long as we lay a solid foundation and remain steadfast in our cultivation over the next few months, our strength will soar." Flander chuckled. "I truly envy the talents and opportunities that both of you possess." The group shared a smile and continued onward. They soon arrived at a thicket, dense and towering over a meter high. The master called out towards the thicket, "Xiao Wu, pause for a moment. See who has come." Upon hearing the name Xiao Wu, Tang San's expression froze, his eyes reflecting a mix of urgency and joy. In an instant, Xiao Wu dashed towards him, embracing Tang San with fervor, her arms wrapping around his neck and her legs entwining around his waist. Upon catching sight of Xiang Wentian, he was unable to suppress the goosebumps that erupted across his skin. It had merely been half a year since their last encounter. Was such a display truly necessary? "All right. Enough of this," he said. "Let's not make a spectacle for everyone." At his words, Xiao Wu and Tang San, their faces flushed with embarrassment, released each other. Xiao Wu, blushing and with her eyes cast downward, retorted, "What business is it of yours, Wentian? Just wait until Sister Ming Ming sees you. I shall relish in teasing you." With a playful huff, she took Tang San's hand and led him away to indulge in their own private moments. At that moment, Flander beckoned, "Come with me, Wentian." He guided Xiang Wentian to a crumbling wall, where the temperature was noticeably warmer than in other areas. Before them sat a captivating figure, cross-legged before the ruins. Her eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by wisps of soul power that danced around her form. "Ruhong!" Xiang Wentian could not help but exclaim. Ruhong opened her eyes, concluding her cultivation, and slowly approached Xiang Wentian, her gaze brimming with longing. A few tears escaped her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. She gently cupped Xiang Wentian's face and spoke with profound affection. "Brother, where have you been for the past 6 months? You didn't even think to come back and see me. You have no idea how much I have missed you." Xiang Wentian gently wiped away the tears from Ru Ming's face, remaining silent yet embracing her tightly, conveying his deep longing in this silent yet powerful manner. After a long moment, he released Ru Meng and smiled, saying, "I have returned with a gift for you." He then took out the Heart of Earth Fire Lotus and quickly consumed it. This magical herb, the Heart of Earth Fire Lotus, would greatly benefit your martial soul. The Seraphim. Ru Meng hesitated, saying, "Brother, what about you if I take it?" "Do not worry, I have already consumed 3 magical herbs prior to this. If I were to ingest any more, my body would burst," he reassured her. To prove his point, Xiang Wentian summoned his martial soul. Ru Meng gasped in astonishment. Level 49 peak. "Brother, congratulations." A smile blossomed on her face as she accepted the Heart of Earth Fire Lotus. "Consume it here. I will protect you," Xiang Wentian said gently. Ru Meng nodded with a light laugh and began to ingest the magical herb. After 3 hours of consuming the Heart of Earth Fire Lotus, violent flames surged around Ru Meng, reducing her clothing to ashes and revealing her flawless, porcelain-like figure. Xiang Wentian quickly turned away, fearing that if he continued to watch, he would succumb to the flames of desire within himself. As time passed, the ferocious fire energy gradually subsided, and a melodious voice called from behind him, "Brother, I am finished. You may turn around." When Xiang Wentian turned, he beheld Ru Meng gazing at him, and at that moment, she appeared even more radiant than before. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her arched eyebrows framed captivating eyes, and her delicate nose complemented her slightly flushed cheeks and cherry-like lips. Her face, akin to a flower, was as clear as jade, her skin smooth and fair as snow, with a figure that was utterly enchanting, both alluring and charming. She wore a vibrant red fuzzy garment paired with a short skirt of muted green. Her sparkling eyes playfully blinked at him, and her slightly upturned nose revealed a mischievous demeanor. The moment Xiang Wentian laid eyes on her, he felt an irresistible affection stir within him. Ru Meng playfully smiled. "Brother, are you mesmerized? You are beautiful, truly beautiful. I shall guard you for a lifetime," Xiang Wentian declared with deep affection. "Xiang Wentian, Ru Meng, the dean is treating us to a meal today." An incongruous voice interrupted their tender moment. "Who is yelling?" Xiang Wentian retorted angrily. Oscar, noticing Xiang Wentian's furious gaze, realized he had unwittingly disrupted their intimate exchange. He stammered, "In nothing. You two continue. I shall not disturb you. Farewell." Xiang Wentian witnessed Oscar dart away like the wind, and with a furious voice exclaimed, "Consider yourself fortunate for your swiftness. Otherwise, I would have shown you no mercy. Alas, if I were not interrupted, I could have resolved matters with Rung by now. Dreadful Oscar, I will not let this rest." "Brother, let us seek out Xiaowu and the others," Rung said, her beautiful large eyes sparkling. Seeing the dreamlike scene before him, Xiang Wentian was overwhelmed with an insatiable longing. Thus, he forced himself to suppress the fiery restlessness within, saying, "Very well, let us proceed." As Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng entered the wooden cabin, they were greeted by the cheerful laughter and lively conversation of their companions, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Upon noticing their arrival, Tang San inquired, "Wentian, have you given Ru Meng the Earth Heart Fire Lotus?" "Indeed, I have." Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. "How much has Ru Meng's soul power increased?" the master asked. "After consuming the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, my soul power has now reached level 50, Ru Meng stated. With the ingestion of this extraordinary herb, the strength of the Shrek team had significantly improved. Captain, the Demon Angel Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, a peak level 49 Assault type Soul Master. Due to system restrictions, he could only attain a pinnacle level of 49. Vice Captain, the Seraph Ru Meng, Martial Soul, Seraph, a level 50 Assault type Soul Master. Team Member, the Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, a level 40 Assault type Soul Master. Team Member, the Thousand-Handed Shura Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, a level 37 Control type Soul Master. Team Member, the Soft-Boned Charm Rabbit Xiaowu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, a level 35 Assault type Soul Master. Team Member, the Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, a level 36 Assault type Soul Master. Team Member, the Dark Spirit Cat Zhu Qing, Martial Soul, Dark Spirit Cat, a level 38 Agility type Soul Master. Team Member, the Sausage Specialist Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, a level 38 Support type Tool Soul Master. Team Member, the 7 Treasures Glazed Ning Rong Rong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, a level 37 Support type Tool Soul Master. The rapid enhancement of the Shrek team's soul power was astonishingly swift, a fact no one had anticipated. Amidst the excitement, Dean Flanders suddenly called out from outside the door. Dean Flander, did you call for me? Tang San asked. Nodding, Dean Flander replied. Dugubo has brought Dugu Yin to see you, claiming he wants you to detoxify her. Be cautious, Tang San. Dugubo is a dangerous individual. At that moment, Xiang Wentian opened the door and said, Tang San, do you need me to accompany you? With a smile, Tang San responded, There's no need. I can handle it myself. Very well, then be careful, Xiang Wentian advised. Rest assured, Wentian, I will be fine, Tang San assured him, and thus, Flander accompanied Tang San towards the teaching building. Chapter 45, The Celestial Star Feast that evening, in celebration of the significant enhancement of the Shrek team members' strength. Dean Flander personally funded a lavish banquet at the largest restaurant in Heavendo City, featuring the Celestial Star Feast. This feast encompassed the finest dishes from both the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, costing no less than 1,000 gold soul coins, a true extravagance. The master remarked, Flander, this is not your usual style. Why would you treat us to such opulent fare? Flander grinned mischievously. Well, the money isn't mine anyway. Why not indulge? Besides, I've never had the Celestial Star Feast before, and I intend to savor it thoroughly today. The master's expression turned serious as he questioned. This wouldn't be Xiao Tian's money, would it? Flander awkwardly remarked. Isn't that mine? The master shot Flander a glance, saying, I find your lack of boundaries increasingly concerning. After the grand banquet, before anyone could lift their chopsticks, Ma Hongjuan's large hand had already reached for the food. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in anger, Ma Hongjun. Your hands are filthy. How can others eat what you've touched? Don't you know how to use chopsticks? Oscar inquired, what is that dish in the center? That is called cut cake, came the reply. It is rumored that this delicacy is exorbitantly priced, causing great distress among the 4 wealthiest individuals of the Douluo Continent. Is it truly that exaggerated? Oscar questioned. Indeed, was the response. It is said that a single slice would bring tears to Ma Yun, 2 slices would make Jianlin kneel, 3 would shatter Huadeng's heart, and 4 would leave Qiangdong filled with regret. Flander kicked his leg in frustration as the sight of such delectable dishes prompted the group to indulge ravenously, ultimately concluding their dinner in a frenzy of feasting. A few days later, Dean Flander and others led the members of the Shrek team along with the nominal leaders of the 2 student councils into the forest to hunt for soul rings. On a bright morning, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Flander, the master, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia stood before the school gates, filled with pride as they observed the spirited 11 students before them. Achieving the level of 40th to 50th rank typically occurs between the ages of 30 and 40, requiring a certain level of talent in soul masters. Yet, the children before them, the eldest barely 17 and the youngest merely 14, had already reached such heights. While some fortunate circumstances contributed to their success, the more significant factor was their remarkable innate talent. As their discoverers, how could Flander, Lu Erlong, and the others not feel a swell of pride? Hey, buddy, your name is Xiang Wentian, right? I would like to have a friendly match with you. Shimin Shui Shui said. Sure, let's spar after we acquire our soul rings, Xiang Wentian replied. Just don't forget, my memory isn't the best, Shimin Shui Shui cautioned. I too have a poor memory. If it comes to mind later, I will surely seek you out, Xiang Wentian reassured him. Giving Shimin Shui Shui a pat on the shoulder. What are you two discussing? Asked Daimubai from the side. Shimin Shui Shui wants to challenge me. Xiang Wentian responded. Count me in as well. After being at the academy for so long, I've never had the chance to spar with the mysterious Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Guqing, Daimubai said, casting a glance at Yi Guqing. Brother Yi, we should have an opportunity to duel in the future. Absolutely. I couldn't ask for more. Let us wait until we obtain our soul rings, Yi Guqing replied excitedly. Both Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui Shui were martial enthusiasts, driven by their fervor for strength, and had been relentlessly striving for greater power. At this moment, Yi Guqing, seeing others eager to spar, could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 46, The King of the Earth Flander announced, All right, children, let us embark on our journey. Our destination is the sunsetting forest. Although this expedition is undertaken by the 4 of us teachers, I must clarify one point in advance. The process of hunting soul beasts will be entirely yours, and we shall intervene only in dire circumstances. Yi Guqing remarked. As this is our first collaboration, I wish us a pleasant partnership. The Sunset Forest, in comparison to the Stardo Forest, differ significantly not only in size but also in various other aspects. The Stardo Forest, situated in the heart of the continent, is the largest soul beast forest within the central region. It resides in the tropical zone, predominantly filled with tropical flora. In contrast, the Sunset Forest is located at the center of the Tiando Empire, while it does not reach the frigid climate. Its temperatures are considerably lower than those of the Stardo Forest, resulting in a predominance of temperate plants unique to the northern regions. Tropical vegetation evokes a sense of density and humidity, whereas temperate flora, though more refreshing, lacks the compactness of its tropical counterparts. Thus, traversing the Sunset Forest is considerably easier than navigating the Stardo Forest. Nonetheless, formidable soul beasts still favor the tropical rainforests of the Stardo Forest. Consequently, while the Sunset Forest does host a number of soul beasts, those with a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years are rare. Most remain within the range of 1 to 10,000 years. Moreover, the indiscriminate hunting by soul masters has generally diminished the quality of these beasts. To successfully hunt a suitable soul beast now requires not only strength, but also patience. With half a month remaining until the commencement of the Soul Master Academy's elite competition. This marks the final opportunity for the Shrek team to hunt soul beasts. Within this time frame, they must return to the Academy regardless of their success. To participate in the preliminary rounds of the Tiando Empire's Tiando City Division, having spent half a day within the Sunset Forest, the number of soul beasts encountered has been comparable to that in the Stardo Forest, albeit of inferior quality. Although a few thousand-year level soul beasts were sighted, they were mostly at the threshold of 1,000 years and clearly not what the group desired. These soul beasts did not approach the large contingent of hunters. Let us take a break. We shall continue our search when the skies brighten, Flanders suggested. Observing the darkening skies and calling to the Shrek students who were scouring the area for soul beasts. Thanks to the assistance of soul guide devices, everyone was well prepared. In a short time, 2 sturdy tents were erected to facilitate quicker responses within the soul beast forest. The group chose a large and robust tent for the teachers and another for the Shrek students. Having collaborated before, the Shrek team exhibited remarkable synergy. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai took charge of setting up the tents, while the girls, led by Lu Erlong, prepared the food. Tang Xin wandered around the vicinity, utilizing some special medicinal powders to delineate their campsite, which not only served as a deterrent to soul beasts but also helped ward off any creeping pests. As the evening descended, Xiang Wentian, Shimin Shui Shui, and Yi Gucheng had agreed to take turns keeping watch. At that moment, the 3 of them were resting, preparing for their nocturnal vigil. After finishing their dinner, the others returned to their tents to rest, leaving only the trio to guard the night. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged, cultivating while scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, a fire-type soul beast appeared within his perception. Opening his eyes, he addressed Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, saying, "It seems a soul beast is approaching. I shall handle it. Do you need assistance?" Shimin Shui Shui replied, "I can manage without help." With that, Xiang Wentian soared into the air. He had barely flown 1,000 meters when he spotted an enormous scorpion, its tail stinger a fiery red. At this moment, Xiang Wentian identified the type of soul beast before him. From its appearance, he could ascertain that it was a king of the earth, belonging to the fire attribute. This scorpion, known as the king of the earth, was notoriously ferocious and bloodthirsty, unequivocally a superior fire-type soul beast. The 9 segments of its tail indicated that it had cultivated for approximately 4,500 years, as each segment lengthens every 500 years. The king of the earth comes in 3 colors. A red one signifies a cultivation age of under 1,000 years, with each tail segment representing 50 years of cultivation. Upon reaching 1,000 years, its massive body reverts to a more modest size, and its color changes from red to white. It is only upon evolving to 10,000 years that it changes color once more, adopting a deep blue hue. From the coloration and the number of tail segments, Xiang Wentian swiftly deduced its strength. Indeed, the soul beast was perfectly suited to the current needs of the Shrek team's members, who possessed 40 levels of soul power. Encounters like this are unfortunate for you, Xiang Wentian declared as he activated his martial soul, utilizing his second soul skill, Angel's Glory. Under the enhancement of Angel's Glory, both his speed and strength surged significantly. The king of the earth, witnessing a human charging towards it, might have thought this human was merely a snack. Though slightly smaller than usual, the beast unleashed torrents of fire energy from its stinger, hurling several fire pillars towards Xiang Wentian. "Humph, you dare retaliate? If not for my companion's need for your soul ring, I would have dispatched you already." Employing his first soul skill, Space Lock, he rendered the king of the earth and its magma-like attack motionless. Xiang Wentian then flew forward, seizing the beast's tail and snapping it like a twig, wielding it as a weapon against the king of the earth. With a single swing, he He severed the scorpion's tail into several segments. Pathetic. Is your tail truly that fragile? Next, Xiang Wentian leaped onto the back of the king of the earth, raining down a flurry of punches upon its head. The thunderous blows echoed. And as the creature struggled to breathe, he swiftly released the space lock, grasping one of its thick legs and sprinting back towards the campsite. Upon reaching the tent's entrance, he shouted, "Hongjun, come out. Your soul ring has arrived." Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng inquired. This soul beast is quite impressive. It is ideal for the fatty. Are there more? There is nothing more. This one came of its own accord, as Xiang Wentian remarked. Why did we not hear any commotion, given the grievous state of this soul beast? Yi Gucheng inquired. My first soul skill is of the spatial variety, which silences all sound, thus you could not hear anything. A spatial soul skill. The two exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Tian, where did this soul beast come from? Ma Hongjun rushed out of the tent, brimming with excitement. Xiang Wentian hastily remarked, why bother with so much? Do you not see it is on the brink of death? The Earth King, with a cultivation span of 4,500 years, is perfectly suited for you. Quickly slay it and absorb its soul ring. Very well, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, drawing forth a dagger and plunging it into the head of the Earth King, then settling into a meditative position to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Chapter 48. The Pink Lady Flinder declared, as Hongjun is engaged in the absorption of the soul ring, it is my duty as his teacher to protect him. Wujia. You may return to your slumber. Zhao Wujia, feeling quite embarrassed, responded, sleep. The tent is as noisy as a firecracker. How am I to rest? Perhaps you should go back to sleep while I stand guard here. Both individuals fell into an awkward silence. Upon observing the awkward silence shared by the two esteemed instructors, Flander and Zhao Wujia, Xiang Wentian devised a clever ploy. Esteemed deans, he began. Allow me to pose a question. If one day you were to witness two women simultaneously plunge into a river, one possessing unparalleled beauty and the other quite the opposite, if saving the beautiful maiden would result in her offering herself to you, while rescuing the less attractive woman would grant you a fortune of 10 billion gold soul coins, which would you choose? Mind you, you may only save one. Zhao Wujia, wide-eyed, retorted, is this even a question? Naturally, I would save the beautiful woman. Flander, however, interjected, it is not that I would hesitate to save the beauty. Rather, I have a peculiar fondness for the less fortunate. The audience erupted in laughter at Flander's remark. Zhao Wujia, clutching his stomach in mirth, exclaimed, who would have thought that you, old Flander, remained so avaricious? Only then did Flander realize the jest, removing his shoe and pointing at Xiang Wentian, exclaiming, ah, I never imagined this cheeky lad would dare to mock me. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. As Xiang Wentian observed Flinder preparing to strike himself with the sole of his shoe, he wasted no time and fled. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. As others emerged from their tents, Tang Sen inquired, Director Flinder, has Ma Hongjun yet to absorb his soul ring? Flinder replied, he completed the absorption long ago. I instructed him to continue his cultivation, ensuring the energy from the soul ring fully integrates with his body. Xiang Wentian's assistance in capturing this Earth King is quite fortuitous for him. It appears that the skill associated with his fourth soul ring should be impressive. You all must strive to find soul beasts that suit you. The four young women were considerably relieved, as the remains of the Earth King had transformed into a desiccated corpse, evidently devoured by Xiang Wentian. At that moment, Lu Erlong supported the master as he exited the tent, clearly fatigued after a night of labor. Ma Hongjun, awakening from his training, noticed the master's trembling legs and vacant gaze, his pallor alarming. Master, what has happened? You appear as though you have been devoured by Brother Tian. Lu Erlong glared at Ma Hongjun and coldly remarked, Little fatty, we haven't had breakfast yet. I am craving roasted phoenix. I wonder if you would be so kind as to make a sacrifice. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Ma Hongjun trembled in fear and quickly replied, Do not eat me. I shall prepare breakfast. After everyone had eaten, they resumed their quest for soul beasts. The master and Lu Erlong lingered at the back of the group, hand in hand, engaged in conversation, their faces radiating a happiness that evoked envy among the others. As the group advanced a mere 300 meters, a strange wind suddenly swept from the front, transforming the morning mist into a vibrant hue. The once dense white fog morphed into a soft pink, enveloping the group. Within the pink fog lingered a faint sweetness, inducing a sense of intoxication. Everyone be cautious. This is the mist emitted by the Pink Lady, which has a disorienting effect on soul masters, Yi Gucheng warned. Blowing snow, martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing unleashed their rare domain-type martial soul fusion technique, the Invincible sword domain. In this domain, Yi Guqing embodied the heavens, while Shimin Shui represented the earth. Under the encompassing domain, the mist dissipated, revealing countless spiders rushing toward the group. A massive pink spider trailed closely behind. At that moment, two voices resonated within the domain. Sword shatters the void, blade cleaves the earth. As these words echoed, countless sword energies and blade lights severed multitudes of spiders in half. At this juncture, the master commanded, "Do not eliminate the pink lady, subdue her instead, as we require her soul ring." Countless sword energies and blade lights tightly enveloped the colossal pink spider, and once again, a voice echoed from the void. "Whoever needs this soul ring, swiftly slay the pink lady. We are struggling to maintain our hold." "Xiao Ao, quickly go to Flender," Oscar exclaimed as he retrieved a dagger from the soul guide and rushed towards the pink lady. He approached the colossal spider soul beast, which was ensnared by the sword chi and blade light, and plunged the dagger into its head. A violet soul ring gradually emerged, prompting Oscar to sit cross-legged and absorb its essence. At that moment, Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing, having exhausted their soul power necessary to maintain the martial soul fusion technique, collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness from the depletion of their energy. Flender and Zhao Wuji, witnessing this, hurriedly assisted the two, channeling a modicum of soul power into their bodies. With this infusion, the two awakened gently, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate their soul power. Chapter 49. This book will continue to be updated perpetually and will remain free of charge. Friends who appreciate my writing may consider offering a few recommendation votes. Conversely, those who feel my writing falls short should refrain from harsh criticism, especially directed towards my supporters. One reader amusingly expressed his frustration after losing 200 yuan today, launching a barrage of insults at me. I wonder whom I have offended. Yet he insisted I not delete his derogatory comments. If I were to leave such disparaging remarks unaddressed, it might adversely affect other readers, wouldn't it? Here, I wish everyone, may you find joy in reading and happiness in your pursuits. May you marry lovely wives daily and reap abundant wealth. Chapter 50. Blood God Fruit. Ma Hongjun inquired, "Master, why did you allow Oscar to absorb the soul ring of that pink lady? Although this soul beast has considerable age, its strength is rather lacking." The master replied earnestly, "For soul masters in need of soul rings, there exists no strongest soul beast, only those most suited to oneself. This pink lady is more beneficial for Oscar than any other soul beast. If my conjecture is accurate, acquiring this fourth soul ring will enhance your collective offensive capabilities." Xiang Wentian inquired, "Master, do you mean to say that the effect of Oscar's fourth spirit ring will intermingle with the exhilarating toxins of the pink maiden's poisonous mist?" The master nodded and replied, "Precisely. Oscar possesses a food-type martial soul. Even if he absorbs the martial soul of a toxic spirit beast, his soul skill will not produce any toxins. Thus, the skill originally belonging to the pink maiden will undergo a transformation upon his absorption. The effect should temporarily enhance the level of excitement. I cannot ascertain the extent of the enhancement, but it is likely to be an all-encompassing boost." "An all-encompassing boost?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. "Hush! Oscar is still absorbing the spirit ring. Let us speak softly," Flander gestured. After a moment's time, Oscar awakened from his meditative state. Since the pink maiden was slain by Oscar, a food-type soul master, her lingering resentment caused Oscar to absorb the spirit ring at a significantly slower pace than Ma Hongjun did the previous night. It took a full hour for him to complete the entire absorption process, perhaps influenced by the pink maiden's dazzling appearance. Oscar appeared even more handsome after absorbing the spirit ring. Ma Hongjun, who had just risen from his cultivation, could not help but comment, "No wonder you have such a pretty face." Oscar, however, paid no mind to the corpulent one's jibe and retorted, "You are merely envious." "I shall pretend I did not hear that. In any case, you will never have the chance to be as dashing as your older brother." The crowd gathered around, and Dai Mubai, unable to contain his eagerness, asked, "Little Oscar, what is your fourth soul skill?" Oscar's eyes sparkled with the same excitement as Ma Hongjuan's earlier that morning. "My fourth soul skill is exhilaration. It allows the user to enjoy a 10% enhancement in all attributes for 5 minutes. 10% enhancement in all attributes? Xiang Wentian exclaimed. That is an impressive soul skill. With the support of your fourth soul skill, an individual's power could instantly reach 101%, said Yi Guqing, who had just recovered his soul power and stood up. What is that delightful aroma? Dai Mubai remarked, twitching his nose. Indeed, I smell it too, others chimed in. At that moment, the group detected a faint, enchanting fragrance. It is the scent of rare materials, Xiang Wentian noted. The aroma is emanating from ahead. I shall investigate. You all stay here and do not move, Flander instructed. Whenever rare materials emerge, there are always spirit beasts guarding them, some of which may be thousands of years old. As a sensitive attack-type battle spirit saint, I am best suited for this task. In less than half a tea's time, Flander returned, addressing the crowd. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Ma Hongjun, who often joked with Flander, boldly declared, Of course. We want to hear the good news. Flander's lips curled into a smile as he announced, The spirit rings you seek lie ahead, along with a ripening blood god fruit. The blood god fruit? Tang Sen exclaimed. Director Flander, are you certain that is the blood god fruit? Absolutely certain. In the days of our Golden Triangle journey across the continent, I immersed myself in a plethora of literature. Otherwise, I would not have donned spectacles due to my nearsightedness. Although I may fall slightly short of Xiao Gang in the realm of martial spirit research, when it comes to the intricacies of geography, the myriad facets of human nature, and the treasures bestowed by heaven and earth, few can rival my knowledge on the continent. Indeed, Flander was correct in these particular domains. It is rare to find anyone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, Master remarked. At this moment, the admiration in the eyes of the crowd directed towards Flander was palpable. What is the bad news? Xiang Wentian inquired. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's question, a somber expression crossed Flander's face. There are over a dozen ancient soul beasts there, with the strongest among them reaching approximately 80,000 years in age. 80,000 years. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Regardless of the age of these soul beasts, we must acquire the blood god fruit, Xiang Wentian stated gravely. Why? Is it worth the risk with 80,000-year-old soul beasts guarding it? Ning Rongrong questioned. It is indeed worth it, Xiang Wentian affirmed. Perhaps you are unaware of what the blood god fruit is. To you, it may merely appear as a rare treasure. But let me be candid. The blood god fruit is not merely an extraordinary treasure. It is a divine one. A divine one. The crowd exclaimed in awe. Xiao Tian is correct. The blood god fruit is indeed a divine treasure. Just a single bite can resurrect the dead, restore youth, invigorate one's vitality, and unlock immense potential, not to mention the enhancement of soul power, Flander elaborated slowly. At that moment, upon hearing the words of Dean Flander, the members of Shrek were filled with desire, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, particularly Ma Hongjun, who drooled uncontrollably. Tang San, Xiang Wentian, and Flander remained the most composed. Even Master and Lu Erlong found themselves consumed with yearning upon hearing the phrase returning to youth. Dean Flander, please instruct us on our course of action. Tang Sen asked resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Flander replied, First, we shall wait for the blood god fruit to ripen. By gauging the intensity of its fragrance, we can estimate that it will mature in less than 3 days. At that time, the beasts will undoubtedly clash fiercely over the right to claim the blood god fruit. When they are weakened from battle, Xiang Wentian and Tang San, you two must exert your utmost effort to control the soul beasts. The rest, except for Xiao Gang, will launch an all-out assault. Understood, Yinbai? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. I would like to add, Master interjected as he stepped forward. When the time comes for Xiao Tian and Xiao San to withdraw their control, they must do so swiftly and refrain from further attacks. For you will be facing one or several soul beasts nearing the age of 100,000 years. Very well, now that our plan is set, let us establish our camp, rejuvenate our spirits, and optimize our physical condition to prepare for this battle, Flander remarked. Chapter 51. The Great Battle 2 days later. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, the aroma emanating from the blood god fruit intensified to an almost intoxicating degree. Even those positioned at a considerable distance could detect the alluring fragrance of the fruit. With each breath, they felt their soul power gradually augmenting, and the thought of consuming even a single fruit was tantalizingly enticing. At this moment, the scent of the blood god fruit had reached an overwhelmingly rich level. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the resonant roars of beasts. The blood god fruit was ripe, and even the composed master could not conceal his excitement. Before such a rare treasure, not even a formidable titled Douluo could resist, let alone the master himself. Do not act impulsively, exercise restraint. We shall wait until the soul beasts have exhausted each other before we make our move. I will venture ahead to scout the situation. Follow my command, Flander instructed. The group nodded in agreement. In the heart of the Soul Beast battlefield, no creature could withstand the allure of the Blood God fruit. This fruit not only offered immense benefits to Soul Masters, but was even more advantageous for Soul Beasts. At the center of the battlefield stood a towering Blood God tree. Over a meter high, adorned with 3 crystalline, heart-shaped Blood God fruits that glimmered with a faint rosy hue. The bloodshed from the fierce clashes of Soul Beasts had been absorbed by the Blood God tree, which radiated a mesmerizing crimson glow. Just then, Flanders' voice rang out. "We can no longer delay. The Blood God fruit is on the verge of ripening. If we do not harvest it within 5 minutes, the tree will wither, and the fruit's potency will dissipate. The growth of such rare treasures is intricately tied to the harmony of time and place. Should we fail to act promptly, the spiritual essence will disperse back into the world, adhering to the natural order of life and renewal." As the Blood God fruit approached maturity, the conflict among the Soul Beasts intensified. Only an 80,000-year-old Sky Tiger and 2 60,000-year-old Blood Shadow Leopards remained engaged in fierce combat, while all other Soul Beasts below 50,000 years were left on the brink of collapse, rendered unfit to contest for the Blood God fruit. The Master spoke gravely. "The Golden Iron Triangle shall handle the 80,000-year-old Sky Tiger. Zhao Wuji will lead the children in taking down the remaining Blood Shadow Leopards. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely." The group responded in unison. "Now is the time. Charge!" Flanders shouted, as he, the Master, and Lu Erlong unleashed their martial soul fusion technique and surged towards the Sky Tiger. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji led Shimen Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, who had also activated their fusion technique, to confront the Blood Shadow Leopards. Simultaneously, the Dozhan Tian Shi and Yu Ming Baihu combinations, along with the remaining members, rushed towards the other Blood Shadow Leopard. Xiang Wentian harbored an audacious notion to implement spatial confinement within the realm of martial soul fusion techniques. Witnessing the martial soul fusion technique, the Battle Angel, executed by both Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng, they initiated the fusion ring skill. This technique requires the soul's attributes to be harmoniously aligned for its execution. 8 soul rings intertwined, manifesting a colossal ring radiating resplendent colors, enveloping the 3 soul beasts. "Let us strike. We cannot hold out for more than 10 seconds, commanded Xiang Wentian, as the formidable Golden Triangle's martial soul fusion technique, the Golden Sacred Dragon, surged towards the sky-soaring tiger. Concurrently, Zhao Wujia, alongside Shimen Shui and Yi Guqing, unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Invincible Sword Domain, charging towards the Blood Shadow Leopard. The spectral white tiger, with the assistance of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, advanced towards another Blood Shadow Leopard. The combined might of their assault erupted, unleashing a torrent of vivid light and concealed weaponry upon the 3 soul beasts, resulting in an unparalleled cacophony. In under 8 seconds, the fusion ring could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering as 7 out of the 8 soul rings returned to the Battle Angel, while the remaining black soul ring expanded. Enacting spatial confinement, the once mobile bodies of the 3 10,000-year soul beasts were once again restrained. The 9th form of the Buddha's palm, myriad Buddhas revering the ancestor, empowered by the martial soul fusion technique, demonstrated immense potency as a colossal golden hand materialized from thin air, striking the Blood Shadow Leopard with a resounding crash, burying it into the earth. Tang Sen then utilized the binding technique to retrieve the Blood Shadow Leopard from the soil, ensnaring it tightly in a web of blue-silver grass, followed by an onslaught of flying concealed weapons. The spectral white tiger relentlessly struck the Blood Shadow Leopard with its massive claws, generating a series of thunderous roars. At that moment, Ma Hongjun unleashed his 4th soul skill, the Phoenix S-Howl, directing a fiery pillar towards the Blood Shadow Leopard, causing the blue-silver grass encasing it to glow a fiery red. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's amplification persisted. Despite her soul power nearing depletion, she grit her teeth to endure. Oscar continuously hurled auxiliary sausages to his comrades. Chapter 52. The strength of Shrek's teachers and students. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujia, under the guise of his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, ceaselessly unleashed his abilities. The Martial Soul Avatar allowed Zhao Wujia to freely execute any technique beneath the 7th soul skill for a limited duration. The formidable might of the Great Strength Diamond Bear was now on full display, as the booming sounds echoed relentlessly, mercilessly pummeling the confined Blood Shadow Leopard into a bloody pulp. It appeared that Zhao Wujia was on the verge of swiftly concluding the battle. Sword shatters the void. Blade rends the earth. Blade and sword harmonize. Divine weapons part the heavens. In the realm of the Invincible Sword Domain, the air was rent with fierce roars as an ethereal blade, resembling both a sword and a knife, cleaved the gravely wounded blood shadow leopard in twain. Observing the demise of their foe, Zhao Wujia hastened towards Tang San. Meanwhile, the golden iron triangle struggled against the relentless assaults of the golden sacred dragon, with the flying tiger barely clinging to life. With the 10th technique of the Buddha's palm, Buddha's annihilation of demons, a colossal golden hand descended upon the blood shadow leopard, producing a thunderous boom that left the creature a mangled wreck on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, the three ancient soul beasts had been vanquished, and the collective soul power of the group was utterly depleted, compelling them to collapse onto the ground in a meditative position to restore their energies. The battle concluded swiftly, thanks to their unified efforts. At this moment, Flander approached the blood god fruit tree, his hands trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Behold, this is the divine blood god fruit. A mere bite can resurrect the dead." The master interjected, "How do you propose we distribute the blood god fruits? Surely you do not intend to hoard them all for yourself, given how your saliva is practically dripping onto them." Flander, flustered, replied, "How could I possibly consume them all? If I were to swallow all three at once, it would surely burst my old bones. I plan to divide each fruit into several portions so that everyone may partake." "That sounds reasonable," the master affirmed. Consequently, Flander meticulously divided each blood god fruit into multiple portions, distributing them among the group. With eager anticipation, each person received their share. As Xiang Wentian accepted his portion from Flander, he did not hesitate to consume it, savoring its sweet flavor reminiscent of mangoes. At that moment, a gentle energy began to enhance Xiang Wentian's body, warming his limbs and providing an indescribable comfort. In this state of ease, he felt his soul power gradually ascending, his physical constitution dramatically strengthening, and even his mental fortitude solidifying and reinforcing. Ding. Soul power 100,000. Ding. Soul power 100,000. Ding. Soul power 100,000. Simultaneously, profound transformations were occurring within the others. Suddenly, an ecstatic voice rang out, "I've broken through to level 80. I never imagined this humble blood god fruit would grant me such a monumental enhancement." It was Zhao Wujia, exulting in his newfound strength. Enough with the howling. "I too have reached level 80. Flander interjected, though his excitement was palpable beneath his composed demeanor. The ground was littered with the nearly lifeless soul beasts. "Let us select a few suitable ones for our soul rings," the master suggested. "Very well, let us protect one another as we hunt and absorb soul rings," Lu Erlong responded. Xiang Wentian selected 2 soul beasts as his soul rings, a 30,000-year-old flame scorpion and a 60,000-year-old blood shadow leopard. During his time at the Eye of Ice and Fire, his soul power had already ascended to level 63. However, he had been unable to acquire any soul rings, thus remaining at the pinnacle of level 49. As Xiang Wentian indirectly absorbed 2 soul rings, the process took a considerable amount of time, lasting 5 full hours. Upon completion of the absorption, he acquired 2 soul skills, the 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash, and the 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Upon reviewing his system panel, he found the following details: name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Emperor Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 65, 5292688600000. Soul Rings, black. Age 85,100 years, black. Age 46,000 years, black. Age 48,000 years, black. Age 42,000 years, black. Age 35,000 years, black. Age 60,000 years. Soul Skills: First Soul Skill, Spatial Lock 2nd Soul Skill, Angelic Glory 3rd Soul Skill, Angelic Holy Judgment 4th Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light 5th Soul Skill, Angelic Flame / 6th Soul Skill, Angelic Pagoda Divine Skill, Tathagata Divine Palm Cultivation Method, Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Overlord Body Ability: Devour, the capacity to absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian noticed that everyone was gazing at him. With an innocent expression, he inquired, "Why are you all looking at me?" Flinder responded, "Little Tian, how did you absorb 2 soul rings and achieve soul power exceeding level 60? Xiang Wentian explained, "It is as follows, Director. While at Dugubo's place, I consumed 3 types of celestial-grade herbs. The first was 2 soul flowers, which elevated my soul power to level 53. The second was a crystal orchid, raising my soul power to level 59. Additionally, by devouring and absorbing the soul power of the soul beasts, along with consuming the blood god fruit. I have now reached my current soul power of level 65. What level has everyone's soul power reached? Inquiring about the path to enlightenment, let us reveal our strengths. Flender exclaimed. Flender, martial soul, cat eagle, level 83 agile attack soul Douluo. Lu Erlong, martial soul, red dragon, variant martial soul, level 82 power attack soul Douluo. Zhao Wujie, martial soul, mighty ironclad bear, level 81 power attack soul Douluo. The master, martial soul, Luo San Pao, level 38 soul elder. Shrek Academy student, Shimin Shui Yue. Martial soul, heavenly sword, level 63 power attack soul emperor. Shrek Academy student, Yi Guchen, martial soul, dragon slayer blade, level 63 power attack soul emperor. Captain of the Shrek team, demon angel Xiang Wentian, martial soul, demon angel, level 65 power attack soul emperor. Vice captain, radiant angel Ru Ming, martial soul, radiant angel, level 58 power attack soul king. Team member, evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 49 power attack soul sect. Team member, Thousand Hand Azure Tank San. Martial soul, blue silver grass, level 48 control system soul sect. Team member, Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, martial soul, Jade Rabbit. Level 40 power attack soul master. As Xiao Wu mentioned that there is no suitable martial soul for her here, she remains at level 40, rank 3 soul elder. Team member, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, martial soul, Phoenix, level 46 power attack soul sect. Team member, Nether Spirit Cat Zhu Xing, martial soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Level 49 agile attack soul sect. Team member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, martial soul, Sausage, level 48 support system tool soul sect. Team member, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong. Martial soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, level 47 support system tool soul sect. What are your 5th and 6th soul skills? Dai Mubai inquired. With a gentle smile. Xiang Wentian remarked, my 5th soul skill is the Angelic Flame Slash, a potent fire attribute slashing technique. The 6th soul skill is the Angelic Pagoda, which bears resemblance to the true form of a martial soul, capable of magnifying the angelic apparition, though it lacks corporeality. The attacks of the Angelic Pagoda grow progressively more formidable, yet the consumption of soul power is also immense. It is indeed a double-edged sword. Turning to the members of the Shrek squad, Xiang Wentian inquired, what skills have you acquired? Dai Mubai replied, my 4th soul skill is the White Tiger Meteor Shower. Tang San added, my 4th skill is the Blue Silver Prison. Despite not absorbing a soul ring within the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang San succeeded, perhaps owing to the halo of the protagonist. After sharing their newfound soul skills, the group returned to Shrek Academy, preparing to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Chapter 53. Xiang Wentian vs. Yi Guqing upon their return to Shrek Academy. The master granted everyone a day's respite to rejuvenate their spirits in anticipation of the elite tournament. On a bright morning, as the sun rose, the sky appeared as though it had been washed anew, presenting a captivating azure hue. The freshly risen sun radiated vitality, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire world. Xiang Wentian was in exceptionally high spirits, for today marked a day of respite, a moment where he need not engage in any task or ponder over anything. Reveling in a carefree existence, basking in the splendid morning light. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Turning to look, he saw Shimin Shui and Yi Gucheng approaching. With an air of bravado, Shimin Shui exclaimed, just moments ago, Dai Mubai and Tang San engaged in a friendly contest with us, and they emerged as the vanquished. Thus, we sought you out to complete our gathering. Xiang Wentian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, what? Am I merely a pawn in your eyes? Enough with the nonsense. As previously agreed, I shall first bring you down, and then I will engage in a proper duel with Shimin Shui, Yi Guqing retorted with disdain. To think that after all these years, no one has ever treated me as mere fodder. This is a first for you too. Xiang Wentian fumed. Defeat us, and you shall earn our respect. Fail, and you will be deemed weak. In this world, the weak can only survive by thievery, Shimin Shui declared boldly. Very well. Who among you will come first? Xiang Wentian challenged. I shall, Yi Guqing responded, instantly summoning his martial soul. His 5th soul skill, Dragon Slaying Heaven, unleashed a colossal blade of light towards Xiang Wentian, entwined with several roaring azure dragons. Observing this strike, Xiang Wentian acknowledged, indeed, you possess the audacity to be arrogant, yet it remains insufficient against me. The 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash manifested as a crimson circular wave, colliding with Yi Guqing's fifth soul skill, producing a thunderous roar. While the aftermath of their clash radiated outward in a circular wave, at that moment, Xiang Wentian soared into the sky, proclaiming, "My sixth soul skill possesses immense power and remarkable endurance. Yi Guqing, prepare yourself." The sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda, summoned an enormous demonic angelic figure in the void, mirroring Xiang Wentian's movements. With precision, Xiang Wentian launched a punch aimed directly at Yi Guqing. Gone was the trace of disdain on Yi Guqing's face, replaced instead by an expression of grave seriousness. "I cannot withstand the ferocity of Xiang Wentian's strike. It appears I must resort to my ultimate technique," he murmured, narrowing his eyes. "Heaven, outer, flying, immortal." With each word he uttered, he unleashed several, even dozens, of blade lights. Upon completing the 4 words, he summoned a total of 81 blade lights, which coalesced to form a celestial maiden wielding a dragon-slaying blade. The maiden raised her weapon above her head, bracing for the impending, formidable punch. With a resounding boom, the maiden's form dimmed significantly. "This is just my first strike. Subsequent punches will grow increasingly powerful. As long as my soul power is sufficient, I can unleash 100 punches without issue. This is the Angelic Pagoda. Let us see how many punches you can endure," Xiang Wentian declared, delivering his second punch. Yi Guqing, now controlling the flying immortal with his divine sense, chose not to defend, but to counterattack. The celestial maiden, with blade raised, cleaved downward toward the massive fist of the demonic angel, resulting in another deafening cacophony. This time, the already dimmed flying immortal could no longer sustain itself, dissipating into the void. As the flying immortal shattered, Yi Guqing's divine sense suffered simultaneous damage, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Seeing the situation, Xiang Wentian hastily withdrew his fist, which was poised for another strike, and then descended from the air. Shimin Shui said nothing, merely cradling the unconscious Yi Guqing and rushing towards the infirmary. At this moment, due to the sparring match between Xiang Wentian and Yi Guqing, a crowd of students had already gathered around. A female student applauded and exclaimed, "Wow, Senior Xiang is truly impressive." Another chimed in, "Indeed, our student council's chief Yi has been bested by Senior Xiang. Henceforth, Senior Xiang shall be our new chief. Wouldn't that be splendid?" In the Douluo Continent, strength was revered above all, and many female students, witnessing Xiang Wentian's prowess, began to cast flirtatious glances and engage in various suggestive gestures. Ru Ming, incensed at seeing Xiang Wentian become the center of attention among the female students, pulled him back to the dormitory. "Your Senior Xiang is already taken, so cease your daydreaming. I am his junior, Ma Hongjun, and still single. Perhaps you should consider me instead," the rotund boy boldly proclaimed, striking various poses. Upon witnessing Xiang Wentian being escorted away by Ru Ming, the infatuated girls lost interest, dispersing in disappointment. Oscar stepped forward, saying, "Don't be disheartened, fatty. What is meant for you might not just be cake, but perhaps a roasted suckling pig." Chapter 54. The Awkward School Uniform in the Evening. The group gathered to listen to the master elucidate the rules of the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent. The master stated, "I have just clarified the rules of the competition. Now, I shall announce the roster of participants from Shrek Academy. Captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, a level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Ming, a level 58 Assault System Soul King. Team Member, Dai Mubai, a level 49 Assault System Soul Sect. Team Member, Tang San, a level 48 Control System Soul Sect. Team Member, Xiao Wu, a level 40 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Ma Hongjun, a level 46 Assault System Soul Sect. Team Member, Zhu Qing, a level 49 Agility System Soul Sect. Team Member, Oscar, a level 48 Support System Tool Soul Sect. Team Member, Ning Rongrong, a level 47 Support System Tool Soul Sect. Substitute Team Member, Shimin Shui, a level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Substitute Team Member, Yi Guqing, a level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Substitute Team Member, Jiang Zhu, a level 35 Healing System Tool Soul Master. Should any injuries occur during the competition, Jiang Zhu will be the first to offer assistance. All right, children, make sure to rest well tonight in preparation for tomorrow's competition, the master smiled. The following day, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the grand opening ceremony of the elite competition for advanced soul master academies took place. As the most prestigious tournament in the Soul Master realm, it captivated not only the attention of the Soul Masters but also drew the interest of royals, nobles, and commoners alike. Every citizen of Tiando City regarded this event as the grandest of celebrations. The opening ceremony was held at the Tiando Great Soul Arena within Tiando City. A month prior, tickets for the opening ceremony had sold out completely. It is noteworthy that the prices of these tickets were equivalent to those of the esteemed Heaven-Do Great Spirit Arena's entrance fees. As the principal competition venue in the Heaven-Do region, the Great Spirit Arena ceased all spirit battles a month ago for extensive renovations, merging all sub-arenas with the main spirit center into a colossal competition space. Apart from the VIP section, which remains situated at the northern end of the venue, the revamped Great Spirit Arena now accommodates up to 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Although the ticket sales generated a substantial income, the expenditures incurred by the arena were equally significant. In the coming period, all preliminary rounds of the Heaven-Do region will be held here. At dawn, before the sun had risen in the east, the transformed Great Spirit Arena had already welcomed a vast crowd of eager attendees. Their early arrival was not to secure entry, as each ticket bore a designated seat number, but to catch a glimpse of the young spirit masters competing on the first day of the ceremony. Among them were numerous youthful maidens, for as the master had stated, the total number of spirit masters across the continent does not exceed 6 figures. The representatives from advanced spirit master academies are particularly distinguished, with a stringent age limit of 25. Undoubtedly, they would become the ideal objects of affection for these young women. To marry a powerful spirit master would be a splendid union of both fame and fortune. Even some nobles who had procured VIP tickets gathered outside, as the nobility has always relished the pursuit of spirit masters. The elite competition of advanced spirit master academies is a veritable cradle of talent. Those who achieve noteworthy results, and even those who merely participate, are coveted by noble families. At this moment, centered around the Great Spirit Arena, nearly a third of Heaven-Do City was a scene of emptiness, as if a multitude had vacated the streets. Since several days ago, every tier of hotel within the city had reached full capacity, resulting in a population surge of nearly 50%. This illustrates the immense allure of the elite competition of advanced spirit master academies. In preparation for this grand event, Heaven-Do City mobilized a total of 5,000 city defense forces to maintain order, thereby mitigating the risk of disturbances. Xiang Wentian observed that everyone had their heads bowed in dismay and shook his head helplessly. Dean Flanders' aesthetic sensibilities are truly questionable. The uniforms he designed for us resemble the unappetizing hue of spinach-induced stomach troubles. How revolting! And as if that were not enough, the piece de resistance is the 6 large characters embroidered on each person's back in white thread, boldly advertising for sponsorship. Beneath these 6 characters lies a smaller line of text, stating that for advertising inquiries, one should speak directly with Mr. Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy. In protest against this ghastly competition attire, the participants of Shrek had once risen in rebellion, only to be forcefully quelled by Flanders' overwhelming authority. After much insistence from the group, Flander reluctantly conceded that if any advertising revenue were to materialize, 1/3 of the total would be allocated to the competing team members, with the remainder reserved for the Academy's development funds. Throughout the journey, Ma Hongjun lamented incessantly, "Brother Tian, although our strength is formidable, our image has already suffered a defeat, mercilessly trampled by this uniform." Xiang Wentian consoled, "Let us walk our own path, regardless of what others may say. We shall consider this school uniform the most beautiful of all." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 55. The inauguration of the Soul Master competition. As the crowd prepared to enter, Xiang Wentian encountered familiar faces, Grandpa Linus and several children from Douluo village. "Look, it's Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming," exclaimed a young child in excitement, drawing Linus's attention to the Shrek Academy team. At that moment, Xiang Wentian stepped forward and respectfully said, "Grandpa Linus, how have you been?" With tears of joy welling in his eyes, Linus replied, "Xiao Tian, Xiao Ming, I thought I would never see you again. You both have done wonderfully. You have not disappointed me. Our village has not produced a soul master in nearly a century, and from now on, Douluo village shall take pride in you." Xiang Wentian was filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting the old village chief. "Grandfather Linus," he declared, "for the elite competition of high-level soul masters across the continent, we shall spare no effort. Honor shall ultimately belong to Shrek Academy and to Douluo village." "Very well. I shall not delay you any further. I will await your good news outside." the grandfather replied. Due to the lack of tickets for the viewing area and the fact that Linus and the children had come from the countryside, they found themselves unable to enter the venue. However, they could still witness the competition on the large screen outside. After exchanging pleasantries with Linus, Xiang Wentian and the team entered as the participating groups gradually made their way into the arena. To the chagrin of the Shrek Academy members, the staff blatantly ignored their presence, ushering in other academies one after another while neglecting them entirely. It was only when their team was the last remaining in the waiting area that a staff member finally approached to guide them into the entrance corridor. Although they entered the venue last, the moment they stepped inside, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The vast square was surrounded by a sea of spectators, all cheering and shouting in fervor. At the forefront of the central arena stood a podium adorned in gold, with a remodeled VIP area behind it. The expansive arena boasted a diameter exceeding 150 meters, and the academies that had entered before them were already arranged in neat formations at the center. Each academy was introduced by a designated announcer as they made their entrance. The last to enter was the Shrek Academy team, formerly known as the Blue Tyrant Academy. They had changed their name to Shrek Academy a year prior. Just look at their unique attire, so striking. A total of 11 students were competing, and their registration slogan proclaimed, "Champions without rivals." As the announcer's voice echoed, laughter erupted among the audience, with jeers and taunts resounding in waves. "Look, they're even looking for advertising endorsements, perhaps for Stinky Tofu," mocked a student clad in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy. "Damn it, I can barely hold back," Daimubai exclaimed, clenching his fists as he strode forward, his muscles taut with pent-up energy, a fact that did not go unnoticed by Tang San, who walked closely behind him. "Mubai, hold on," Xiang Wentian urged. "When the competition begins, we shall silence them with our strength." Dai Mubai cast a glance at Xiang Wentian, inhaling deeply to force himself to calm down. If it were only himself, he might have already lost control, disregarding everything else. Yet it was not just Dai Mubai. Everyone was brimming with anger, which they could only unleash upon their opponents during the match. At last, all participating academies had entered. The Shrek Academy team stood at the rear of all the groups. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed a few familiar faces in the VIP area. Among them was the very Prince Xuesheng who had once driven them away from the Tiando Royal Academy, along with 3 members of the Academy's committee, all seated in the second row of the VIP section. In the first row of the VIP section, there were merely 3 individuals. At the center sat a man clad in a golden dragon robe, adorned with a crown of a golden dragon, his visage reminiscent of an ancient moon. He appeared slightly more imposing than Prince Xuesheng, sharing a few similarities in their features. However, the demeanor of this man far surpassed that of Prince Xuesheng. Although he bore the marks of age, his presence exuded a sense of command over the heavens and the earth. This individual could undoubtedly be none other than the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Great Emperor Xueye. To the left of the Great Emperor sat an elder even more advanced in years. The elder donned a red and white interwoven cloak, embroidered with 5 extraordinary patterns belonging to the Spirit Hall in golden thread. From the 5 unique designs on this man's cloak, one could ascertain that he was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. The supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly the Pope, beneath whom are the 4 major bishops, with the 5 distinctive patterns symbolizing the rank of one of the 4 Platinum Bishops. To be worthy of the title of Platinum Bishop, this individual was likely the master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, his status exceedingly noble. One could observe that his eyes were slightly closed, appearing as though he were in slumber, leaning against his seat in the VIP section. His shoulders were narrow, and his elongated frame resembled a reed. To the right of the Great Emperor Xueye sat a man whom Wang Wentian had never encountered before. Clad in a white robe and adorned with a 7 treasures purple gold crown, he was presumably Ning Fengxi, the father of Ning Rongrong, representing the 7 treasures glazed tile school, one of the 3 sects supporting the Tiando royal family. As one of the leaders of the 7 major sects, he was entirely deserving of this position. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, "Look at the 3 individuals in the front row." "What 3? I can't see anything," Oscar said, perched atop Ma Hongjun's shoulders. "It's no surprise you can't see from this distance," Ma Hongjun retorted, with a huff of annoyance. Ning Rongrong pointed at the large screen above, declaring, "Look up there." "Rongrong, do you actually know them all?" Tang Sin inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, "The one on the far right is my father, and the one in the middle is the Great Emperor Xueye of the Tiando Empire. To the left of the Great Emperor is the master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, one of the 4 Platinum Bishops, Bishop Salus. Humph, he is not a good man." The announcer from the side of the VIP platform proclaimed, "Now, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to declare the opening of this grand competition." At that moment, the cheers and applause from the crowd resonated, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums and the cacophony of shouts, creating a profound sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, countless doves of peace ascended into the sky, as vibrant petals cascaded down in abundance. The great Emperor Xueye raised his right hand, gently waving to the audience and the competing soul masters below. The cheering, applause, drumming, and shouting swiftly came to a halt, and the vast square fell into a profound silence. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the sound amplification soul device. "I, Xueye, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing the Tiando Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby declare the commencement of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies of the continent." Applause erupted once more, and cheers rose in a crescendo. The 28 competing teams were filled with excitement, eager to engage in battle and showcase their talents before the multitude of spectators. As the applause gradually subsided, the Emperor of the Snowy Night addressed the audience once more. "Here, I hope that all soul masters participating in this grand competition will unleash their full potential and achieve remarkable results. You are the pride of the Tiando Empire." Applause erupted for the third time, accompanied by the booming of ceremonial cannons, as countless colorful balloons burst in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle of vibrant hues. In this moment, the soul masters at the center of the competition radiated a fervent glow in their eyes. For them, this grand event represented the finest stage to exhibit their abilities. The Emperor returned to his seat, and the voice of the host resonated again. "Next, we invite Mr. Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, to deliver a speech for this competition." As Ning Fengji rose, applause erupted anew, accompanied by a multitude of curious gazes. As the foremost supporting soul master in the realm, many wished to witness his presence. Ning Fengji smiled gently, gesturing with his hands to calm the audience, expressing his delight in being invited as a guest for the opening of this grand event. "I have witnessed the rise and fall of many soul masters. Only through relentless honing can one achieve growth. As His Majesty just mentioned, today you bring glory to the Empire, and tomorrow the Empire shall take pride in you." Listening to Ning Fengji's address, a genuine smile finally graced the face of the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. The host inquired, "Master Ning, as the most powerful supporting soul master, which team do you favor in this competition?" Ning Fengji maintained his smile, affirming, "Indeed, I have a favored team that I believe will clinch the championship." The host, taken aback, asked, "Which team has captured the attention of Master Ning?" With a mysterious smile, Ning Fengji replied, "I shall keep that a secret for now. However, the ultimate champion will undoubtedly belong to the Empire." At this moment, the Platinum Bishop seated beside the Emperor, who had kept his eyes shut, opened them. His gaze appeared murky, lacking brilliance, as it swept across the 28 competing teams, seemingly searching for the team that Ning Fengji had alluded to. The audience had begun to buzz with speculation, eagerly guessing which team had garnered Ning Fengji's favor. The astute among them recognized that it could not be the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, as their strength was inferior to that of the first team. The seed team, which made them unlikely candidates for the championship. With 28 teams participating in the preliminary rounds, only 5 would ultimately advance. Thus, the predictions were far from straightforward. Ning Fengji returned to his seat, and the host smiled, stating, "It is regrettable that we could not elicit the name of the favored team from Master Ning." The host then announced, "Next, we invite Lord Salas, the Platinum Bishop of the Martial Soul Hall, to conduct the drawing for the first round of the preliminary rounds." The Platinum Bishop Salas slowly rose, guided by the palace maidens, as he approached the host to begin the drawing. He appeared remarkably reluctant to speak, handing over the announcement of each opposing team to the host. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Sanghui Academy faced off against Zixing Academy. In another match, Oakland Academy contended with Huiyin Guanghui Academy. Additionally, Tiando Royal Academy was pitted against Shrek Academy, while Dayuan Academy confronted Dali Academy. Ma Hongjun huffed in anger, expressing his frustration. "I am brimming with rage, and just now they dared to mock us as the representatives of Stinky Tofu. Let us see how we shall deal with them later." Chapter 56. A battle resolved in 1 minute prior to the match. Master entrusted the responsibility of commanding the Shrek team entirely to Captain Xiang Wentian. He announced, "I shall now declare the roster of participants. Myself, Ru Ming, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing. We shall take the stage. Remember, We must conclude this battle within 1 minute. If we do not make our presence known, we shall astonish them when we do. Welcome to the Tiando Grand Seoul Arena. I am Dodo, the referee for this tournament. Presenting tonight's main event, Team 2 of Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. As they arrived at the arena, they beheld the members of Team 2 from Tiando Royal Academy, who regarded Xiang Wentian and his companions with disdain. Oh, isn't this the Shrek team? Destined to represent Stinky Tofu? I see you're merely here for a formality. When the match commences, you better plead for mercy. Perhaps if we are in a good mood, we might let you off the hook, the members of Team 2 of Tiando Royal Academy derided. At that moment, Dai Mubai could hardly contain his urge to retaliate, but Xiang Wentian hurriedly restrained him, saying, "Do not act impulsively. The match is about to begin. There is no need to rush. Once the battle starts, use your level 40 ultimate move to teach them a lesson. You have 1 minute to prepare. The match will commence thereafter. Let both sides summon their martial souls. Brothers, let our martial souls manifest, causing our opponents to tremble under the weight of our absolute strength." Before them, the members of Team 2 from Tiando Royal Academy displayed their soul rings, which were perfectly configured with yellow and purple hues. When the Shrek Academy team activated their martial souls, the arena was filled with astonishment. Surrounding Xiang Wentian were 6 10,000-year soul rings, pulsating slowly, exerting immense pressure on the members of Team 2 from Tiando Royal Academy, who stared at him in disbelief, rendered speechless. Prince Xuexing's expression darkened as he fixated on Xiang Wentian's 6 10,000-year soul rings, internally grappling with shock. This is impossible. It cannot be true. Dream Machine, covering his face in despair, lamented, "Even at this moment, Your Highness Prince Xuexing, you continue to deceive yourself. This should have been the honor of Tiando Royal Academy. How could this be? A 6-ringed soul emperor, and each soul ring is a 10,000-year ring," Emperor Shuya exclaimed in astonishment. Pondering that the esteemed Ning Zhongzhu must have high hopes for this team, Ning Fengji smiled and nodded in agreement with Emperor Shuya. At this moment, Ning Fengji was utterly astonished. This individual truly possessed extraordinary talent. If he were to join our 7-treasure glazed tile school in 20 years, the sect would undoubtedly welcome a title Douluo. "So, the Shrek Academy battle team was cultivated by your esteemed sect?" inquired the Snow Knight Emperor with a smile, his eyes revealing a glimmer of delight, showing no concern over the formidable opponent faced by the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. Ning Fengji responded with a gentle smile, saying, "The Shrek battle team was not nurtured by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Rather, my daughter merely belongs to its ranks. Initially, they intended to join the Tiando Royal Academy, but unfortunately, they were dismissed by His Royal Highness, Prince Xuexing. Subsequently, they joined another academy in Tiando City, which is the predecessor of what is now known as Shrek Academy, the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy." What? The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, struggling to restrain himself from turning to inquire with Prince Xuexing, yet his mind immediately recalled the complaints made by Dream Machine, his brow furrowing deeply. That fool Xuexing, allowing such a prodigious talent to slip away so easily. Humph. Just wait until I return to deal with you. If there were anyone present whose expression was the most favorable, it would be Platinum Bishop Salis, for he was aware that Xiang Wentian was a disciple of a certain elder from the Spirit Hall. "Please prepare both sides. The match is about to commence." With a commanding shout, Xiang Wentian urged his comrades to charge, declaring a spatial blockade. The stunned second team of the Tiando Royal Academy remained dazed, instantly ensnared by the confinement. Enraged, Dai Mubai could no longer restrain himself and unleashed his most formidable attack, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. With a fierce roar, all the tiger stripes adorning his powerful physique transformed into a radiant gold. A brilliant light erupted from him, and countless golden orbs, each the size of a fist, locked onto the opposing team and rained down with ferocity. Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian called forth the angelic floating pagoda, summoning a colossal demonic angelic silhouette that mirrored his movements. A gigantic angelic fist descended upon the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted on the arena, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing, blood splattering, and bodies being hurled through the air. "Stop. We concede." The leading teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, sensing the dire situation, hastily tossed a white towel and rushed onto the stage to halt the onslaught from the Shrek Academy competitors. However, it was too late. The Tiando Royal Academy's second team was mercilessly sent crashing off the stage by the dual assault of Dai Mubai's White Tiger Meteor Shower and Xiang Wentian's angelic floating pagoda. Their fate's uncertain. The referee, rendered speechless by the dazzling golden light of the angelic floating pagoda and the white tiger meteor shower, was astonished. Such a brutal display was rare even in the grand arena of soul battles. One could hardly believe these were mere students. At that moment, the 80,000 spectators in the grand arena fell into an eerie silence. If the Shrek Academy's uniforms had previously been the subject of ridicule, the now vibrant, feculent green attire appeared strikingly radiant. The Shrek team demonstrated their prowess to the referee and the audience, proving that their motto, the champion without rivals, was no mere boast. Undoubtedly, this match was devoid of suspense. It was a one-sided massacre. Yet the vanquished were not the expected Shrek Academy, but rather the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, which was imbued with high expectations and symbolized the imperial lineage of the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, aside from Xiang Wentian and Daimobei, Tang San and the others remained in a state of bewilderment. Ma Hongjun remarked helplessly, "You two acted too swiftly. We hadn't even made our move before our opponents were eliminated." Xiang Wentian patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and turned to the crowd with a smile, inquiring, "Are you all satisfied now?" Xiao Wu, visibly annoyed, retorted, "You two may be content, but we have yet to make our move. What can we do if you are so slow to act?" Dai Mubai shrugged nonchalantly. "Referee, I must file a complaint. They are not competing. They are committing acts of violence. They have violated the rules of the match. I demand that they be disqualified." As he witnessed his team members battered and bloodied, with bones broken and ligaments torn, the lead instructor of the Tiando Royal Academy furiously shouted at the referee. At that moment, the referee, fully awakened to the situation, cast a stern gaze upon the Shrek Academy team. Xiang Wentian calmly addressed the esteemed referee, "Might I inquire if they have perished? Moreover, this is a competition where the unpredictability of strikes is entirely within reason. If one fears injury, they ought to return home to embrace their children rather than participate in such contests. Are you truly jesting, captain of the Tiando Royal Academy?" At this moment, Master Salas discreetly transmitted a message to the two referees affiliated with the Spirit Hall: "Declare Shrek Academy the victor." The referees exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Shortly thereafter, two more referees approached, and after a brief consultation, the previously stationed referee proclaimed in a resounding voice, "In the first round of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy emerges victorious." A tremendous uproar erupted from the audience, a cacophony of doubt, admiration, and astonishment filling the air. The formidable second team of the Tiando Royal Academy had been decisively vanquished by an obscure spirit master team in a mere minute, leaving the spectators in profound shock. The Snow Knight Emperor rose, his countenance ashen, casting a piercing gaze upon the dazed Prince Xuesheng, before snorting disdainfully and sweeping away in silence. Ning Fengji followed with a smile, trailing behind the Snow Knight Emperor as he exited the VIP section, while the Platinum Bishop Salas remained seated, muttering to himself. Though others could not discern his words, Xiang Wentian heard them clearly. "With me here, you need not worry. No one dares to trouble you." Could it be that the Platinum Bishop Salas is a formidable soul Douluo? Xiang Wentian turned to the bishop, offering a grateful smile. "Thank you, senior." Salas nodded in acknowledgement and rose from the VIP section. "What were you saying, brother?" asked Zhuomu, her curiosity piqued. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us be on our way." Chapter 57. Ning Fengji. The members of the Shrek team arrived at the viewing platform belonging to Shrek Academy. From a distance, Flanders spotted the children approaching and greeted them with a beaming smile. "Little monsters, your performance has astounded me. It seems that this time, we might actually have a sponsor for the costume advertisement." Ma Hongjun rushed forward, brimming with excitement. "Teacher, you should quickly secure that advertisement. With our outstanding performance, the sponsorship must be quite substantial. Once we have the funds, we must replace our uniforms. The new ones should definitely be designed by us, the Shrek team." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flander was not angered. Instead, he chuckled. "You certainly have a lot of demands, but if the advertisement funds are ample, I shall entrust the design of the new uniforms to you little monsters." "Wonderful. Dean Flander, you are the most brilliant. I wholeheartedly support this," Oscar exclaimed in delight. "Why celebrate so prematurely? Dean Flander hasn't even secured the advertisement yet. We can rejoice after the deal is finalized." Xiang Wentian doused the excitement with a splash of cold reality. Daimobei patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, saying, "Xiang Wentian is right. We shall celebrate once Dean Flander has secured the advertisement." The group departed from the Heaven Do City Grand Soul Arena. Having completed today's match, They would return on a cloudy day for the next round. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie immediately sought out Ning Rongrong, who was in the reception hall. "Lord Ning, I wish to meet you and the members of the Shrek team." Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. "Teacher Zhao, my father has come." Zhao Wujie smiled and nodded. Ning Rongrong then turned to Xiang Wentian and said, "Brother Tian, my father wishes to meet our Shrek team. Is that all right?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Of course. It is our honor to meet the third most prestigious family in the world, the Shrek battle team. Let us proceed." The group arrived at the reception hall, where they found Ning Fingxi and two elderly gentlemen savoring tea. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Ning Fingxi and the two elders, exclaimed excitedly, "Father, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu." The members of the Shrek battle team respectfully greeted Ning Fingxi and the two titled Douluos, saying, "We pay our respects to Master Ning, Douluo Jian, and Douluo Gu." Ning Fingxi, with a calm smile, replied, "No need for such formalities. Your performance today has been remarkable. Truly deserving of the title Golden Generation of Shrek Academy as bestowed by Zhao Wujing." Master Ning's praise was met with humility from Xiang Wentian. Ning Fingxi then turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, won't you introduce your friends to your father?" With a charming smile, Ning Rongrong responded, "Certainly, father. This is our Shrek team captain, Xiang Wentian, a formidable soul master with a rank of 65 in the assault system." Ning Fingxi narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Xiang Wentian. "So you are the Xiang Wentian that Rongrong often speaks of?" With utmost respect, Xiang Wentian addressed, "Indeed, I am Xiang Wentian." Ning Rongrong continued, "This is our vice captain of the Shrek team, Ru Ming, a formidable rank 58 assault spirit king. The team members include Daimu Bai, a rank 49 assault spirit sect. My father, this is Tang San, whom you have met before, a rank 48 control spirit sect. The member, the soft-boned charm rabbit, Xiao Wu, a rank 40 assault spirit master. The member, the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, a rank 46 assault spirit sect. The member, the nether cat, Zhu Qing, a rank 49 agility spirit sect. The member, the sausage specialist, Oscar, a rank 48 support spirit sect." After Ning Rongrong's introduction, Ning Fengji and Jian Bon Douluo were utterly astonished. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for the encounter, they were nonetheless taken aback to learn of the remarkable spirit power levels and accomplishments these young individuals had achieved at such a tender age. Ning Fengji gazed at the group and smiled. "Would you all be interested in joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect?" Ma Hongjun stepped forward, thumping his chest, and inquired, "Ning Sect Master, do you have any daughters as beautiful as Rongrong? If so, I would promptly become a son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect." Ning Fingxi chuckled. "I have only one daughter, Rongrong. If she is willing, I would gladly welcome you as a son-in-law." Upon hearing that Ning Fengji had only Rongrong as his daughter, Ma Hongjun immediately appeared dejected. "Oh, then never mind." Noticing the Shrek team members fall silent, Ning Fengji quickly sought to ease the atmosphere, smiling. "The doors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will always be open to you. All right, Rongrong, your father has matters to attend to. Please bring your friends to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect when you have the opportunity." Ning Rongrong waved. "Goodbye, father. Farewell, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone." Chapter 58. The Great Dwarf Academy. The following day dawned with splendid weather, a cloudless expanse stretching across the sky, while sunlight bathed the earth, causing all of nature to radiate a brilliant glow. Xiang Wentian stretched lazily and remarked, "What a splendid day it is. As we face today's competition, I possess unwavering confidence. In the presence of absolute power, any cunning schemes are rendered futile. Shrek team members, assemble." Xiang Wentian bellowed. Within a minute, everyone gathered before him. "Today marks our second day of competition. Do you all feel any pressure?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "None." The crowd responded in unison. At that moment, Lu Erlong approached Xiang Wentian and said, "Xiang, I wish to take Xiao Wu to hunt for a soul ring today. Will this affect your match?" "Ah," Xiang Wentian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I nearly forgot. Xiao Wu has yet to obtain her fourth soul ring. Please, take her with you. It will not impact the competition." Lu Erlong nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, let us be on our way." After Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu departed, Xiang Wentian addressed the remaining team members. "We are one short. Who wishes to participate in the match?" Shiman Shui Shui glanced around at the silence before stepping forward, declaring, "If no one else will, I shall go. Consider it a mere outing." Without further ado, let us proceed, Xiang Wentian instructed the group. At the venue of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, today's selection method was a self-draw lottery. As the captain of the Shrek team, it was only fitting that Xiang Wentian draw the lots himself. Approaching the stage, he noticed a fashionable young woman holding a tray, atop which rested a lottery tube. Xiang Wentian extracted a bamboo slip, which read, Douluo Academy. Upon returning to the waiting room, Xiang Wentian shared the name of the academy he had drawn with the others. What on earth is Douluo Academy? I have never heard of it, Ma Hongjun questioned. Does anyone know? Xiang Wentian looked at the group, just as everyone shook their heads. Shimin Shui stepped forward, coldly stating, Douluo Academy is a small institution affiliated with the Tindo Empire. I have heard of it in my sect. It is said to be composed entirely of Ronin. Ronin? What is a Ronin? Tang San queried. Shimin Shui replied coolly, Ronin refers to wandering warriors. Specifically those from the land of Wa. Never mind, let it be. Whether they are wayward or lascivious, we shall simply engage them directly and defeat them, Xiang Wentian declared. Indeed, fight while alive, and let death be a secondary concern, Ma Hongjun added. At that moment, the Soul Guide announced, Now, please welcome the Douluo Academy team to face the Shrek Academy team. Let us observe the power comparison between both sides. Shrek Academy team captain, Xiang Wentian. Martial Soul, Demon Angel, a level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Meng, Martial Soul, Seraphim, a level 58 Assault System Soul King. Team member, Dai Mu Bai. Martial Soul, White Tiger, a level 49 Assault System Soul Sect. Team member, Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, a level 48 Control System Soul Sect. Team member, Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, a level 46 Assault System Soul Sect. Team member, Zhu Xing, Martial Soul, Netherworld Cat. The 49th level Agile Attack Spirit Master Sect. Shrek Academy student, Shimin Shuyue, Martial Spirit, Heavenly Sword, 63rd level Assault Spirit Emperor. Today, Shrek Academy has welcomed a new face, astonishingly, a Soul Emperor, which has left many in awe. Let us now see what surprises the Great Wa Academy shall bring us. Captain of the Great Wa Academy Battle Team, Meichuan Naiku. Martial Spirit, SHT, 53rd level Assault Spirit King. Vice Captain, Meichuan Kucha, Martial Spirit, Tengu, 51st level Assault Spirit King. Team member, Meichuan Xiangzhou, Martial Spirit, Hummingbird. 48th level Agile Attack Spirit Sect. Team member, Shanchuan Naiku, Martial Spirit, Never Die, 46th level Control Spirit Sect. Never Die is a plant known for its resilience. Team member, Shachuan Beixin. Martial Spirit, Demon Blade, 45th level Assault Spirit Sect. Team member, Combidado, Martial Spirit, Shimmering Flute, 43rd level Support Spirit Sect. Team member, Giant Mujiameng, Martial Spirit, Ronin Blade. 41st level Assault Spirit Sect. Both sides prepared, the match commenced. Chapter 59, The Great Battle Unfolds. Warriors of the Great One Nation. For the honor of our nation and academy, let the cries of your opponents bear witness to your strength. The leader of Great Wa Academy shouted from the arena's edge. Yes, let the cries and the sounds of breaking bones testify to the might of our Great Wa Nation. Meichuan Naiku roared from the arena. Hey, can you please take a good look first? Have you worn your underpants on your head? Can you not see our strength? The match hasn't even begun, you peculiar beings. Xiang Wentian scoffed. Baka, how dare you call us peculiar beings? Meichuan Kucha yelled, pointing angrily at Xiang Wentian. Am I wrong? Just look at you peculiar beings. Meichuan Naiku without underpants and Meichuan Kucha without shorts. Does anyone here resemble a human? Xiang Wentian mocked. This infuriates me. I shall fight you to the death. Meichuan Naiku bellowed relentlessly. Referee, please begin. Just look at them, squawking and jumping. It's quite a spectacle. Xiang Wentian remarked to the referee. The referee, Dodo, glanced at Xiang Wentian and responded, All right. Both sides, prepare yourselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Underpants formation. Meichuan Naiku shouted to Meichuan Kucha. 6 individuals surrounded Meichuan Naiku, channeling their soul power into him. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this, Tianshu Invalids? My SHT, as a top-tier martial spirit, can absorb soul power to temporarily elevate my own spirit level. Today, I shall render all the prodigies of the Heavenly Empire powerless. In order to realize the ultimate plan for the grand rejuvenation of our great Dawei nation, proclaimed by Meichuan Naiku. At this moment, a dense yellow mist enveloped the arena, obscuring the view from both inside and outside, silencing any sound that might attempt to escape. Ning Fengji discreetly communicated with the Snowy Night Emperor, saying, Your Majesty. Some principalities have become increasingly arrogant with the support of the Spirit Hall over the years, warranting caution. The Snowy Night Emperor, upon receiving Ning Fengxi's message, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What transpired on the arena? Why can nothing be seen? Indeed, the absence of sound only heightens the anxious murmurs of the spectators. On the Shrek observation platform, Flanders turned to the master and inquired, "Will the children be all right?" "Rest assured, I have faith in them," the master replied with a smile. Amidst the yellow mist, Xiang Wentian anxiously proclaimed, "Everyone, retreat behind me. I shall venture ahead to scout the path." With that, Xiang Wentian soared into the air, darting towards the front of the arena. At that moment, Meichuan Naiku, infused with soul power, experienced a dramatic transformation, his physique swelling to resemble a dumpling. "My soul power has now reached level 70. Let us see how you dare to contend with me. All of you shall perish." He unleashed his third soul skill, SHT no Mako, Drunken Demon Claw. A colossal skeletal claw lunged towards Xiang Wentian. However, unfazed by this menacing appendage, Xiang Wentian shouted, "The ninth style of the Buddha's palm. 10,000 Buddhas adoring the ancestor." A radiant golden palm descended upon the skeletal claw, shattering it as if it had encountered its nemesis. The golden palm continued its relentless advance. A chilling scream echoed from ahead, dispersing the yellow mist. As the haze lifted, Xiang Wentian observed that the opposing formation remained intact, albeit with a trace of blood at the corner of Meichuan Naiku's mouth. Now is the time. With the mist cleared, let us charge together and disrupt their formation, Xiang Wentian commanded. Meichuan Naiku, with malice in his eyes, retorted, "You think you can scatter our formation? Not a chance. You have forced my hand." As Xiang Wentian beheld the scene, Meichuan Naiku struck his own crown with a resounding slap, causing blood to spatter forth. Yet, rather than cascading to the ground, the crimson droplets were devoured by the spirit of SHTNTG. Once the spirit had consumed Meichuan Naiku's blood, it transformed into a deep scarlet hue and, astonishingly, lunged towards Xiang Wentian. At this moment, both Shimin Shui and Ru Meng, witnessing such a grotesque and sanguinary spectacle, surged forward together to aid Xiang Wentian in his assault against the spirit of SHTNTG. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Quickly, disrupt their formation. Do not concern yourself with me." Upon hearing his words, Shimin Shui and Ru Meng charged towards the opposing formation alongside the Shrek team. The sixth soul skill, Angel's Pagoda, manifested a colossal demonic angelic shadow. In a hurry, Xiang Wentian unleashed a punch, a thunderous sound reverberating through the air. The SHTNTG spirit remained unscathed, continuing its rapid advance towards Xiang Wentian. If one punch was insufficient, then two would suffice. If two failed, four would follow. The cacophony of booming blows was relentless. Just as Xiang Wentian delivered his ninth punch, the SHTNTG spirit finally detonated before him, erupting like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, accompanied by a horrifying scream that sent chills down Xiang Wentian's spine. At that moment, the already weakened Meichuan Naiku was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the opposing formation crumbled under the assault of the other 6 members of the Shrek team, sent flying in disarray. The referee, Dodo, was nearly rendered deaf by the tumult of battle. Observing the outcome on the arena, he urgently proclaimed, "Shrek Academy versus Daiwa Academy. Victory goes to Shrek Academy." As the referee concluded his announcement of Shrek Academy's triumph, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The spectacle was truly exhilarating. Few had anticipated Shrek Academy's formidable strength. Indeed, I am fortunate to have wagered on Shrek Academy's victory. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. You have profited immensely. Yet I placed my bet on Daiwa Academy, losing my entire stake. Emperor Shueya smiled, stating, "The Shrek Academy team continues to astonish me." Meanwhile, countless merchants rushed towards the viewing area of Shrek Academy, eager to secure an advertising spot from Flinder. Flinder beamed, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Wonderful. Wonderful. Everyone, please form a line, one at a time. We have plenty of advertising space available." Chapter 60, Elephant Armor Academy in the evening. The members of the Shrek team arrived at the dean's office. Xiang Wentian observed Flinder, who was sipping a drink and humming an unknown tune. "Dean Flinder, it seems you have earned quite a sum from advertising and gambling today. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" "Absolutely. No problem at all," Flinder replied, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Xiang Wentian retrieved a costume design crafted by the members of the Shrek team. "I inquired at the tailor shop. And it turns out that the school uniforms would cost 500 gold soul coins to complete. Dean, do you think that is acceptable? What? 500 gold soul coins? What kind of school uniform is that exorbitant? Flander exclaimed, visibly agitated. Please, do not be overly distressed, Dean. This is a piece of exquisite black gold attire, and naturally, it commands a higher price, Xiang Wentian elucidated. That is unacceptable. I can offer you a maximum of 100 gold soul coins, Flander retorted. Raising a finger with a sly grin, Xiang Wentian gazed at Flander, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, since the dean has failed to uphold his promise, we shall have no choice but to deliberately concede defeat in tomorrow's match, thereby ensuring your advertisement falls flat. You dare to speak so recklessly? Just wait until I have my way with you. Flander retorted angrily. 500 gold soul coins is a mere 500. I concede defeat for now. But after the match, I shall show you what I am capable of. Humph. Upon witnessing the dean's agreement, the crowd erupted with excitement as they exited the dean's office. Brothers, let us celebrate tonight. I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Dai Mubai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Mubai is the best, cheered Ma Hongjun. The new school uniforms, hastily crafted overnight by the tailor, were finally ready by the following morning. As everyone donned their fresh attire, their spirits lifted considerably, though the haphazard advertisements plastered across the uniforms dampened their enthusiasm. The ads read, "Do not merely judge our product by its price. Opting for a cheaper water heater may plunge you into dire straits." Advertisement by a certain water heater company, seeking female secretaries with the following qualifications: looks akin to a youthful maiden, thoughts like a mature man, demeanor of a refined lady, and a work ethic akin to that of a donkey. Infamous far and wide, with a scent that wafts for miles. The aroma is foul, yet the taste is exquisite. Consuming the Zhuang brand stinky tofu will render you oblivious to the taste of meat for 3 days. A unique flavor that lingers for ages. Savor without sniffing. It is only fragrant, never foul. First, inhale, then taste. A delicacy of the human realm, a rejection by the nose, an enticement for the tongue. Delivering an absolute flavor that is undeniably rich. This year, no gifts for the holidays. We only accept explosive brand condoms. The crowd was taken aback to find themselves endorsing stinky tofu, a sheen of sweat breaking upon their brows. As the preliminary matches unfolded, Shrek Academy left a profound impression on the audience. Although the battles were brief, the 7 warriors of Shrek demonstrated an explosive power, particularly Xiang Wentian's somewhat ruthless approach and the thunderous roars that accompanied their attacks, captivating the spectators. The display of strength rendered the audience wary of this peculiar team, clad in uniforms adorned with advertisements. As they entered the Grand Spirit Arena, 2 staff members promptly approached to guide them to the waiting room for competing teams. The arrival of Shrek Academy drew numerous glances from competitors of other academies, with the most attention directed towards Xiang Wentian, who bore 6 black rings, and Shimen Shui, also a Soul Emperor. The demonstration of strength indeed served as the most effective means of validation, yet their primary concern lay in discovering how to overcome the formidable Shrek Academy team. After drawing lots today, Xiang Wentian returned directly to the waiting room of Shrek Academy. Who is our opponent today? Tang San inquired. The Elephant Armor Academy. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiang Wentian noticed that, apart from Shimen Shui and Ru Meng, the expressions of the other members of the Shrek team grew solemn. They were acutely aware of what the name Elephant Armor Academy signified. Just as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is revered as the strongest support sect, the Elephant Armor Academy possesses its own esteemed title, the most formidable defensive sect. The ancestral martial soul of the Elephant Armor Academy is known as the Diamond Mammoth, a super martial soul with exceptionally high defensive capabilities, characterized primarily by its strength and defense. Among martial souls of the same rank, it is nearly impossible for soul masters to breach their defenses, were it not for the absence of a title Douluo within the Elephant Armor sect. Their ranking would likely not be confined to the 6th position among the 7 major sections. Nevertheless, the sect master, an 87th level soul Douluo, can withstand attacks from some titled Douluos without a primary offensive capability, showcasing the might of their martial soul. Why do you all look so grim? It's merely a diamond mammoth. What's the fuss about? Xiang Wentian chuckled. Tang San, with a serious demeanor, replied, Xiang Wentian, let Rong Rong replace Ma Hongjun. With her support, our overall offensive power will be significantly enhanced, increasing our chances of victory. Shimen Shui remarked to Tang San, do you think we cannot break through their defenses? That's not what I meant. I am merely concerned. Tang San was cut off as Xiang Wentian interjected. Tang San makes a valid point. Let Rong Rong take the place of Ma Hongjun. Seeing Ma Hongjun's displeased expression, Dai Mubai chuckled. Hongjun, don't take it personally. Your martial soul is fire-based, which cannot cook a diamond mammoth. The captain is considering the overall strategy, so please understand. Ma Hongjun, somewhat begrudging, responded, all right then. I had planned to shine during the match and impress some girls, but now that it's all gone. The group erupted in laughter at Ma Hongjun's words. At that moment, the door to the waiting room swung open, and the master entered, addressing the crowd. I see your opponent today is the Elephant Armor Academy. Feeling pressured? Don't worry, master. With our formidable lineup, we won't need your guidance except in the finals. You can relax and enjoy the match, Xiang Wentian smiled. Very well. The match is about to begin, so prepare yourselves. I'll take my leave now, the master said, casting a sweeping glance over everyone before departing. Chapter 61, Shrek Academy vs. Elephant Armor Academy. Greetings. I am the host, Douluo. Today, the competitors in the Central Soul Fighting Arena are the Elephant Armor Academy and Shrek Academy. Please welcome both teams to the stage. The All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is about to commence. As an annual grand event, today's distinguished guest area is notably different from the first day. With 2 additional guests joining the ranks of Ning Fingxi, the Sect Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Snow Knight Emperor, and the Platinum Bishop Salis. 2 individuals occupied the front row. One was Gu Rong, a guardian of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the other appeared rather peculiar. Not only did the gaze of numerous dignitaries in the VIP section rest upon him, but even spectators seated further away took note of his presence. The man's stature was undeniably imposing, towering at an estimated height exceeding 3 meters, seated like a mountain of muscle. His skin was dark, and his physique was accentuated by explosive musculature, complemented by large, coppery eyes. A peculiar glow seemed to emanate from his ebony skin, exuding an inexplicable air of dominance. Ning Fingxi did not anticipate this individual's appearance in the VIP section. The bone Douluo beside him transmitted a thought, inquiring, Fingxi, why has that old rascal Hu Yinjin also graced us with his presence? Ning Fingxi replied via the same method. Consider who the Elephant Armor Academy faces today. It is no surprise. The close ties between the Elephant Armor sect and the Spirit Hall over the years explain his presence here. Gu Rong smiled subtly, remarking, it seems this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is becoming increasingly intriguing. Indeed, as you predicted, they represent the golden generation of the Soul Master community. I had my doubts when you first made that assertion, but it appears you were correct. As they conversed, Ning Fengji noticed Ning Rongrong had also appeared on the competition stage. Uncle Bone, look, Rongrong is competing as well. Oh, the Bone Douluo emitted a soft exclamation, chuckling. This makes things even more interesting. I am keen to ascertain just how formidable our little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School truly is. Indeed, Uncle Bone. Let us await the spectacle. I am eager to see what surprises our little enchantress will bring, Ning Fingxi replied with a smile. At that moment, as the 7 members of the Shrek team observed the contestants from the Elephant Armor Academy ascend the central competition platform, the entire stage trembled with their every step. They did not resemble 7 individuals, but rather 7 colossal figures. Bare-chested save for their long trousers, their bodies were adorned with peculiar patterns. And even the shortest among them stood over 2 meters tall, while the tallest exceeded 2.5 meters. They loomed over the Shrek Academy competitors. Their imposing height matched only by their formidable weight. Merely by sight, Xiang Wentian could ascertain that the lightest among these 7 weighed over 300 jin, and the tallest likely surpassed 500 jin. Their explosive musculature conveyed an undeniable aura of might, though their Mongolian hairstyles presented a somewhat comical contrast. The captain of the Elephant Armor Academy team stood in the center, taking a step forward. As he did, the ground of the stage reverberated with 2 thunderous sounds. Shaking violently, this captain, Huyen Tiniu, was a level 58 defense-type Soul King. Huyen Tiniu's voice boomed with a resonant timbre, his large, copper-like eyes fixed intently upon Xiang Wentian before him. Xiang Wentian pinched his nose and weakly remarked, Shanyo, why are you speaking so loudly? I can hear you. Huyen Tiniu glared at Xiang Wentian, retorting angrily, do you dare to belittle me? Not at all, Shanyo. This evening, our Shrek team wishes to indulge in some beef tendons. Might we borrow your cow's hoofs? Xiang Wentian replied indifferently. Ha. Huyen Tiniu laughed heartily. You seek to provoke me, to throw me into disarray. Your notion is clever, but regrettably, I shan't fall for your ruse. Chapter 62, Xiang Wentian observes the battle, both sides prepared as the match commenced. The moment the host called for the start, Shimin Shui patted Xiang Wentian on the shoulder, speaking with an air of arrogance. Wentian, you have garnered enough attention on the stage. This time, allow us to take the lead. You merely need to observe from the sidelines. What do you mean I have garnered enough attention? Am I not striving for victory? Xiang Wentian countered. Dai Bai offered him a reassuring glance. In the previous match, we hardly exerted ourselves. The grand formation of the Dawa Academy was easily breached. This time, with Rongrong's support and our collective spirit power surpassing that of the Xiangjia Academy, just watch. Tang Xin chuckled. Wentian, observe how I control them, and witness how we achieve victory with elegance. Very well. The majority rules. I shall watch from the edge of the arena. Xiang Wentian conceded reluctantly. Shimin Shui cast a meaningful glance at Xiang Wentian before swiftly darting towards Xiangjia Academy, declaring, Huyan Tiniu, your opponent is me. Third soul skill, Etian Wenkai. Huyan Tiniu's charge abruptly halted as he beheld a colossal white sword hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Third soul skill, Xiangjia defense. The 7 burly men of the Xiangjia Academy formed a line, each wielding a giant shield. With a resounding crash, the white sword struck the Xiangjia giant shield, shattering it to pieces. Huyan Tiniu, momentarily dazed, felt the sword pierce through the remnants of the shield and collide forcefully with his chest, causing immense pain and prompting a spray of blood. The remaining 6 members of Xiangjia Academy, witnessing their captain's injury, rushed forward, intent on shielding Huyan Tiniu with their bodies. Yet, before they could act, the blue-silver prison ensnared them tightly. A splendid opportunity, Dai Bai exclaimed excitedly. Everyone, attack together. Rongrong, provide your utmost assistance. Hearing Dai Bai's fervent shout, Ning Rongrong smiled and proclaimed, first is power, second is speed, third is spirit. 6 colorful beams of light shot towards each member of the Shrek team, filling them with exhilaration. With a fervent roar, Dai Bai declared, third soul skill, White Tiger's transformation. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger's meteor shower. He unleashed a succession of 2 powerful skills. Not to be outdone, Shimin Shui shouted. Unity of man and sword, the sword god smiles. Observing such formidable assaults directed at the Elephant Armor Academy, Ru Meng felt a twinge of sympathy, pondering, if I were to attack, would they lose their lives? Reluctantly dismissing her concern, she exclaimed, fourth soul skill, blazing flames of heaven. Seizing the moment, Zhu Zhuqing called out, fourth soul skill, phantom of the underworld, as both skills surged forth towards the Elephant Armor Academy. At that moment, Tang San struggled to maintain control over the members of the Elephant Armor Academy, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The air was filled with thunderous roars and crackling sounds, as vibrant flames engulfed the arena, accompanied by the explosive sounds of soul skills, cries of anguish. The sounds of bones breaking and blood splattering, creating a mesmerizing yet gruesome tapestry of overwhelming carnage. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, curses, gasps of astonishment, and sharp intakes of breath, blending into an unending chorus. Cease this at once, bellowed the enraged sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yin. The Elephant Armor Academy concedes. Upon hearing his thunderous command, the members of the Shrek team halted their soul skill onslaught. What transpired here was no mere contest, it was a massacre. Lord Salas, I demand the expulsion of Shrek Academy from this tournament. Leaning against the VIP seating, Bishop Salas whispered to Xiang Wentian, you have crossed a line this time. What do you intend to do about it? Xiang Wentian remarked to his companion, of course, one must give their all in the competition. What else could I possibly do? Surely, you cannot be so naive. He then discreetly shook his head at Salas. The esteemed coach Salas turned to Hu Yin Zhun and said, Master Hu Yin, in a contest like this, it is only natural that there are no rules governing the use of force. How about this? Let all medical expenses incurred by Xiangjia Academy be covered by Shrek Academy. Noticing Salas signaling him, Hu Yin Zhun communicated telepathically, Lord Salas, I am a supporter of the Spirit Hall. Why do you show favoritism towards them? Salas, in turn, conveyed, it is not favoritism, rather, it is because the captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, is a disciple of one of our esteemed elders. Moreover, both Shui Yi and Ning Fengji hold Shrek Academy in high regard, and if I oppose the Shrek team alone, I fear they will intervene. After much hesitation, Hu Yinjin finally conceded, very well, I, Hu Yinjin, will accept this outcome. On the arena, the announcer proclaimed, Shrek Academy faces off against Xiangjia Academy, and Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Simultaneously, the 5 major elemental academies regarded the Shrek team with newfound gravity. Each academy pondered how they would secure victory if they were to face Shrek Academy, especially considering that their captain, Xiang Wentian, had yet to make an appearance in battle, which undeniably elevated the perceived strength of the Shrek team. Chapter 63, The Illusion of the Void. At this moment, Ning Fengji wore a broad smile as he watched the jubilant Shrek team on the arena, filled with admiration for their prowess. It was evident that Rong Rong's decision to join the Shrek team was indeed a most astute choice. Beside him, Douluo laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's support spirit master is unparalleled." With Rong Rong's assistance, Xiangjia Academy was utterly overwhelmed, akin to a child being soundly thrashed. Already irked, Hu Yin-jun, upon hearing Douluo's words, let out an indignant huff, rising abruptly from his seat and descending from the VIP area. The defensive formation of Xiangjia Academy was something no other academy dared to claim could be breached so swiftly, let alone shattered. What astonished them was how such a formidable defense crumbled under the relentless assault of the Shrek team. As the match concluded, the audience was in a frenzy. Initially, only a handful had chanted the name of Shrek Academy, but it was as if a fuse had been lit, with the number of voices swelling. By the time the 7 members of the Shrek team stepped down from the arena, the spectators had entirely forgotten that there were still several matches yet to conclude, and a wave of fervent cheers for Shrek Academy surged through the stands. The vast majority of the audience were not spirit masters, as the saying goes. Outsiders watched the spectacle. The Shrek team delivered a performance that was nothing short of dazzling. From Tang San's initial deployment of the blue-silver prison to the subsequent breathtaking white tiger meteor shower, the unity of man and sword, and the infernal flames of various formidable spirit abilities left the audience in awe, etching an indelible impression in their minds. Moreover, the considerable disparity in physique between the 2 sides led the audience to perceive the Shrek Academy team as the underdogs from the outset. Such sympathy for the weaker party is a common emotional response among ordinary people. Thus, when the Shrek Academy team triumphantly defeated the Elephant Armor Academy, the spectators viewed it as a classic instance of the weak overcoming the strong, a miraculous feat. At the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, countless merchants encircled Flander, with an array of colorful contracts fluttering above their heads. Flander's face radiated joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. "No need to rush, there are plenty of advertising spots available," he assured. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed that Flander had a gold tooth in his prominent front teeth. He turned to those nearby and inquired, "When did Dean Flander replace his front tooth with gold?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed incredulously, "What? Dean Flander has adorned himself with a gold tooth using the advertising fees we've earned. How utterly shameless. Wait a moment, I recall Dean Flander's front teeth were perfectly fine before. How could he have suddenly replaced them with gold?" Tang San pondered, perplexed. Oscar, with disdain, glanced at the viewing platform where Flander was surrounded by a throng of merchants and remarked irritably, "Can't you see? It's surely a case of bragging that backfired." Daimubai interjected, "Oscar, isn't that a bit too harsh on Dean Flander?" "What harshness? If they won't let us spend the money, do they expect us to remain silent?" Oscar retorted. Meanwhile, the Snow Knight Emperor wore a constant smile, seemingly engaged in a low conversation with Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Behind them, the 3 commissioners from the Tiando Royal Academy glared furiously at Prince Xuesheng. The prince, who had recently been reprimanded by the Snow Knight Emperor, now found himself at a loss for words. Even with limited insight, he could discern the formidable strength and potential of the Shrek Academy team. Regret gnawed at him for having heeded the 4th Prince Xueping's words to expel these individuals, as this honor rightfully belonged to the Tiando Royal Academy. At that moment, Xiang Wentian announced to the group, "Let us return to the academy. We might as well enjoy a grand meal together. I still have over 10 gold soul coins. Sufficient for a feast." Ma Hongjun was the quickest to respond, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Yes." The others erupted in laughter at Ma Hongjuan's enthusiastic demeanor. At this juncture, none of the Shrek members noticed a pair of cold, ominous eyes fixated upon them. Upon exiting the Grand Soul Arena, they spotted a home-style restaurant 1,000 meters ahead and proceeded towards it, eager for their sumptuous meal. It was still morning, the sun shone brightly, and the warm rays enveloped them in a comforting embrace. For some inexplicable reason, Xiang Wentian felt that the distance of 1,000 meters seemed unusually long today. While the others chatted and laughed, they remained blissfully unaware that danger loomed near. "Stop!" Xiang Wentian made a gesture to halt, casting a vigilant glance around him. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, with a carefree demeanor, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, with so many people on the road, what could possibly go wrong?" Xiang Wentian cautiously inquired, "Have you not noticed any discrepancies? We are merely 1,000 meters away from the homestyle restaurant, yet we have already taken over 2,000 steps. Logically, we should have arrived by now, but we still find ourselves nearly 500 meters from our destination. Do you not find this peculiar?" Ma Hongjun scratched his head in contemplation. "Tian Gu, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but now that you say so, it does seem rather strange." At that moment, Tang Xin discreetly activated his purple extreme magic eye, having consumed the autumn water elixir. His purple extreme magic eye had reached a level capable of discerning the illusory from the real. He then proclaimed, "It is an illusion. Everyone, be cautious." Xiang Wentian warned, "This is an illusionary void. Someone intends to do us harm. Everyone, be vigilant and prepare for battle." Chapter 64, Soul Bone. Xiang Wentian quietly inquired of Tang San, "Can you detect the enemy's position?" The reply came swiftly, "The enemy is a mere 500 meters behind us, an elderly man." With this revelation, Xiang Wentian's eyes widened in astonishment. He leaped into the air, executing a swift turn as he proclaimed, "10th form of the Rulai Divine Palm, Rulai's extermination of demons." A colossal golden handprint, suffused with the radiance of the Buddha, surged forward at an astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, the illusory realm shattered. It was then that the group realized the humble dining establishment was situated 800 meters behind them. This adversary was a soul sage of over level 70. "Let us combine our strength and vanquish him," urged Xiang Wentian, his voice laced with fury. The others, invigorated by his rallying cry, charged forth alongside him towards their foe. At that moment, the elderly man, already grievously wounded from the Rulai Divine Palm's onslaught, felt a surge of anxiety and confusion as he beheld the Shrek team rushing towards him. His anxiety stemmed from his severe injuries, rendering him significantly weakened. Confronted by 7 or 8 formidable youths, he realized he was no match for them. The wisest course of action was to retreat. Yet, his confusion lingered. These youths, whom he believed he had ensnared within his nightmarish dreams, should not have been able to discern his location or unleash such formidable power that left him gravely injured and compelled to flee. Regardless of the elder's perplexity, the events had unfolded irrevocably. Escape was now his only chance, but as a soul sage, his pride forbade him from retreating. Still, in that moment, he cast aside any notions of dignity. Upon witnessing the adversary's intent to flee, Xiang Wentian hastily commanded, "Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly detain him. This individual must not escape alive today." As the most agile assault-type soul master among the group, Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly the fastest choice for this task. Responding promptly to her captain's orders, she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. In an instant, 2 manifestations of Zhu Zhuqing surged toward the enemy with remarkable speed. With the enhancement of the 9 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda's 2nd spirit skill, a radiant spectrum enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, further augmenting her velocity. The adversary, not possessing the agility of an assault-type soul master, found himself at a disadvantage. He had barely made any progress before being overtaken by Zhu Zhuqing. As she unleashed her 2nd soul skill, Phantom Claw, the elderly man was struck with dread upon seeing hundreds of claw shadows racing toward him. How can they be this fast? He thought in alarm. Yet, despite his astonishment, he did not falter in his actions and launched an attack against Zhu Zhuqing. He could never have anticipated that a nimble assault-type soul master, enhanced by the foremost support-type soul master's speed, had transcended the limits of agility. Just as the elder was about to strike Zhu Zhuqing, Xiang Wentian's spatial blockade and Tang San's blue-silver prison arrived just in time, completely restraining the old man. Witnessing the elder's incapacitation, the group was filled with indignation and unleashed their most formidable attacks: 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash; 4th soul skill, Blazing Inferno; 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Following a series of thunderous explosions, the elder was rendered unconscious. As the Shrek team approached, Ma Hongjun, upon seeing the elder's face, exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this Shernyan, a teacher from Sanghui Academy? Indeed, this is Shernyan. I have heard from Dean Flinder that he harbors a narrow mind and seeks vengeance for the slightest grievance. He is certainly not a good person. Wentian, we should deal with him," said Dai Mubai. Xiang Wentian commanded, "Ru Meng, with your blazing inferno, obliterate this individual and erase all trace of them." In response, Ru Meng extended his hand, conjuring a fiery silhouette that reduced the body to mere ashes, leaving behind only a fragment of a soul bone. It was a lamentable fate for a once great soul sage, who, in a state of unconsciousness, had been quietly dispatched. Ma Hongjun, filled with excitement, picked up the soul bone from the ground and exclaimed, "A soul bone, indeed. This is a spirit-type soul bone. It should be divided between Tang San and Ning Rongrong." He addressed Xiang Wentian, reasoning that aside from Tang San and Ning Rongrong, the others lacked focus on spiritual cultivation, making them the most suitable recipients. Tang San accepted the soul bone but shook his head. "Although the soul bone is concentrated on the spiritual aspect, it does not quite align with my attributes. It would be better for Rongrong to absorb it." Ning Rongrong interjected, "This soul bone belongs to everyone. I cannot take it for myself." Xiang Wentian smiled at Rongrong and said, "Please accept it for now. When we acquire additional soul bones in the future, we shall distribute them among others." Observing the nods of encouragement from her companions, Ning Rongrong accepted the soul bone and replied, "Let it be understood that once we obtain more soul bones, I shall not seek any further." "Very well, let us depart swiftly before the royal guards arrive. Rongrong, you may absorb this soul bone upon your return to the academy." Chapter 65. The unsuccessful ticket due to the considerable commotion stirred by the group in the Heaven-Do Imperial City. They opted not to dine at the homestyle restaurant, but returned to the Shrek Academy cafeteria, where Tang San took the helm and prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. At this juncture, since Ning Rongrong had received a soul bone, she was absent, having retreated to her dormitory to absorb it. Meanwhile, the others celebrated their victory in the competition and the elimination of a hidden foe, indulging in a hearty feast and jovial libations. To maintain discretion regarding the assassination, they chose not to inform Flinder and the others, intending to keep the matter to themselves. Suddenly, the cafeteria doors swung open, and a boy with a flat head entered. He was exceptionally small, barely measuring 1.30 meters, with a face resembling that of charred coal, and his appearance was quite unfortunate. The boy approached Xiang Wentian and inquired, "Are you Xiang Wentian, senior?" "Indeed, I am Xiang Wentian. And you are?" The flat-headed boy exclaimed with excitement, "Hello, Senior Xiang. My name is Ticket Unsuccessful." "Ticket Unsuccessful? Is your brother perhaps named No Money?" Xiang Wentian asked. Ticket Unsuccessful gasped in astonishment. "Oh, Senior Xiang, you truly possess remarkable insight. You even deduced my brother's name." Xiang Wentian shook his head and remarked, "Is there even a need for calculation? The failure to secure tickets is undoubtedly due to a lack of funds. If there were money, wouldn't one have gone to purchase them sooner?" Tiao Buqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed. It is precisely because my father lacks financial resources and yearns to travel that he bestowed upon us such unconventional names." Ma Hongjun approached and patted Tiao Buqing on the shoulder, saying, "It seems your father serves as a paragon for our generation. I too find myself lacking in wealth, which is why the dean often takes me along for excursions." The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. With a respectful bow, I inquired of Xiang Wentian, "Is there a purpose for your visit? Should the matter of the ticket prove unfeasible?" "Indeed, there is a request I wish to make, and I earnestly hope that Senior Xiang might acquiesce." Xiang Wentian stood up and inquired, "What is the matter? Speak freely." Tiao Buqing replied, "To participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent has been my childhood dream. I sought the dean's approval, and he instructed me to consult you. If you agree, I may join the Shrek team for the remaining events." Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "Since the dean has given his consent, it is not impossible for you to serve as a substitute. Pray tell, what is your martial soul?" Tiao Buqing responded, "I am a food system soul master." Before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interrupted, "I am sorry. We already have a food system soul master. Oscar's martial soul is a sausage. We do not require another food system soul master." Tiao Buqing, feeling awkward, replied, "While it is true that you have a food system soul master, Oscar's sausage, though it can provide soul power, does not satiate hunger. My martial soul, however, offers food that not only fills the stomach but also provides a hint of soul power. Can it truly fill one's hunger? What is your martial soul?" Upon hearing the prospect of satisfying hunger, Ma Hongjun became instantly excited, for when it came to food, none could rival him. Tiao Buqing hesitated. "My martial soul is somewhat unique. Allow me to demonstrate before all the esteemed seniors." With that, Tiao Buqing revealed his martial soul, Feces. A level 30 food system soul master. His first soul skill was Super Invincible Bucket. He placed a large bucket of alternating black and yellow contents onto the ground, which made a soft thud upon impact. The recoil from the bucket caused its contents to splatter everywhere, and Ma Hongjun, standing closest, was not spared. He was drenched. Resembling someone who had just emerged from a cesspool, the stench overwhelming. "Ah," Ma Hongjun roared. "Tiao Buqing, I shall kill you," as the foul substance splattered. The others activated their martial souls, enveloping themselves in soul power to avoid the disaster, yet Ma Hongjun, being nearest, bore the brunt. Realizing the calamity his inadvertent act had caused, Tiao Buqing turned and fled. The onlookers, confronted with the mess scattered across the dining hall, found themselves nauseated and carefully circumvented Ma Hongjun, who was covered in the repugnant residue and was furiously shouting. Oscar, holding his nose, shook his head and said, "Hongjun, hurry and wash up. You reek." Zhu Zhuqing shouted angrily, "Tiao Buqing, you'd better watch out. I will ensure you never succeed." Chapter 66. The Fiery Academy. Following the tumult of Tiao Buqing's incident at noon, everyone took a bath. Notably, Ma Hongjun lingered in the bathhouse until evening. The next day, the group proceeded to the competition venue as usual. Upon arrival, Xiang Wentian discovered that he had drawn the Weaving Fire Academy for that day. Upon entering the waiting room of the Shrek team, Oscar rushed over and asked, "Wentian, which academy did you draw today?" Xiang Wentian glanced at Oscar and inquired, "What is this? Oscar, do you wish to participate in the competition as well?" Oscar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, flailed his arms and replied, No. I was merely inquiring. How could a frail food-type soul master like me possibly compete with you all? Could it be the Weaving Fire Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies?" Ning Rongrong asked. Dai Mubai turned to Ning Rongrong and queried, "Do you have knowledge of this academy?" "I know a little, though not much. The Fire Academy's team is entirely composed of fire attribute fighters, including strong attackers, crowd controllers, agile attackers, and support roles. The Weaving Fire Academy does not reveal its full strength when facing weaker opponents. Like the Thunder Academy, it is renowned for its formidable attacks. Their strikes will certainly be as devastating as a thunderclap. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution this time." Damubai, ever proud, scoffed, "Rong. Is the Fire Academy truly as formidable as you claim?" Addressing the heavens, he declared, "Regardless of the prowess of the Blaze Academy, the battlefield shall reveal the truth. Although we have encountered no obstacles thus far in our competition, I implore you all to remember this. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its full strength. Let us not succumb to arrogance, for a haughty army is destined to fail." The members of the Shrek Academy team responded in unison, "Indeed. Now, let us welcome Shrek Academy as they face Blaze Academy." The host announced the names of the entering competitors with fervor, as both teams strode confidently into the arena. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, a tidal wave of sound that resonated throughout the venue. Support for Blaze Academy was present. Yet the overwhelming majority rallied behind Shrek Academy. Having previously triumphed over one of the 5 elemental academies, the Elephant Armor Academy, a victory against Blaze Academy would undoubtedly elevate their status once more. The spectators eagerly anticipated this moment. At this juncture, the members of the Shrek team took their positions in formation. What caught the eye was not merely the team members themselves, but their uniforms, which were plastered with a myriad of advertisements, ranging from those promoting stinky tofu to cookware, and even an ad for toilets, an amusing sight indeed. Perhaps due to the astounding effectiveness of these advertisements, Dean Flander had secured sponsorship from hundreds of companies for Shrek's uniforms. The attire appeared increasingly gaudy and comical, reminiscent of a beggar's garb. Yet, the revenue for Shrek Academy had significantly increased. The only grievance the team harbored was that most of the advertising revenue had been funneled into Flander's golden tooth, which gleamed radiantly, satisfying his vanity. The 7 members of the Blaze Academy team appeared to be of similar age, all in their early 20s. They formed a triangular formation, led by their captain, the Fire Cloud Evil God, a level 63 assault-type battle spirit master, whose spirit was the Fire Bullfrog, a rather peculiar spirit that often yearned for swan meat but never attained it. This individual, a balding youth of ordinary appearance and diminutive stature, possessed a pair of shifty eyes that roamed restlessly, clad in a striking crimson team uniform that accentuated his rather dubious demeanor. His baldness was perhaps a consequence of excessive indulgence, leading to a deficiency in vitality. Following closely behind the captain was their vice-captain, a man of average build and unremarkable looks, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. Broad-shouldered and dressed in the same vivid red uniform, he exuded an imposing presence despite his lack of conventional handsomeness. This was Fire Wushuang, the vice-captain of Blaze Academy, a level 42 assault-type spirit master whose spirit was the Unicorn Fire Violent Dragon, an exceptionally powerful and explosive spirit. Behind Fire Wushuang was another assault-type spirit master, level 38, who displayed no particular distinguishing features. According to the records, his spirit was a fire leopard. Further back in the formation stood two youths with strikingly cold visages. Their appearance was identical, revealing them to be twins. Two individuals, known as Huiyun and Huiyu, possessed the martial spirit of the fire crane. Their soul power has reached the 39th level, mere moments away from the coveted 40th. Among the final two contenders, one is a male soul master of imposing stature. His countenance fierce and intimidating, yet he serves as a support-type soul master. The other, the sole female soul master of the Blaze Academy's battle team, is strikingly beautiful, creating a stark contrast to her formidable male counterpart. Dressed in a golden-red team uniform and adorned with flowing crimson hair, she resembles a flame capable of melting the hearts of any man. Although she is the only woman among the seven, her height surpasses all, her figure notably voluptuous. Particularly her ample bosom, which could easily overshadow an elephant. Positioned at the center of the group, she wears a gentle smile, a fiery red birthmark gracing her forehead. This is Huowu, a 35th level control-type battle soul master, with her martial spirit being her very own shadow, the Fire Shadow. Chapter 67, Huiyun. The evil god as both sides lined up and exchanged formalities. Huiyun cast a cold smile at Xiang Wentian, declaring, "The reason I have entered this competition is solely to find someone capable of defeating me. I solemnly inform you that today, the winning streak of Shrek Academy shall come to an end." Xiang Wentian coldly retorted, "Do you possess such unwavering confidence? Have you not observed the overwhelming advantage in soul power levels our Shrek Academy team holds, effortlessly dominating your Blaze Academy team?" The Fire Cloud evil god scoffed, "Haha. Soul power levels have always been inconsequential in my eyes. I have single-handedly defeated the Soul Sage of our Blaze Academy, thus rendering you, a mere Soul Emperor, insignificant in my perspective." Xiang Wentian coldly remarked, "Do not forget that you are also a Soul Emperor, albeit 2 levels beneath me. Indeed, you are a prodigy. Does that imply that others are mere wastrels?" The Fire Cloud evil god glared fiercely, replying, "Very well. Only the strong deserve respect. Let us determine the victor through battle." At this moment, Xiang Wentian's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited, his eyes blazing red, fully embracing the challenge. "Come forth." With the formalities concluded, the competition commenced, marked by the referee's authoritative command. In an instant, both teams sprang into action simultaneously. As Xiang Wentian clashed with the Fire Cloud evil god, a tremendous roar reverberated through the arena, causing the entire platform to tremble. The unprecedented confrontation between the two Soul Emperors offered the audience an unparalleled sensory experience. On the stage, the members of both teams radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors from their soul rings and unleashed soul skills, sending intense waves of destructive energy rapidly spreading outward. The auxiliary soul masters emitted sparks, while countless tiny red lights hurtled through the air towards these sparks, coalescing and causing them to swell in size as they circled above the heads of the 7 fighters. Even with the support from their auxiliary soul master, the members of the Qihua Academy found themselves overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by the Shrek team. The disparity in soul power could not be bridged by mere assistance. Moreover, the Shrek team boasted not only the renowned auxiliary master Ning Rongrong, known for her extraordinary abilities, but also the formidable Xiang Wentian and Shimin Shui Shuet, both of whom were fearsome soul emperors. At that moment, Ning Rongrong witnessed the opposing auxiliary soul master deploy a soul skill and, undeterred, smiled as she declared, "The 9 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul, and the fourth is control." She unleashed 4 soul skills simultaneously, enveloping her comrades in a radiant array of 6 colored lights. The members of the Qihua Academy, already under pressure, found their situation increasingly dire. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian's fighting spirit surged to its zenith, moving with the ferocity of a tiger as he engaged in fierce combat with the Fire Cloud evil god, their blows echoing like thunder. The Fire Cloud evil god, panting heavily, remarked, "Kid, you are quite impressive. I must concede that your physical prowess surpasses mine. However, strength is not solely derived from the body. It also relies on soul skills. 5th soul skill, Frog-S Leap. Strike with all your might." Xiang Wentian beheld the Fire Cloud evil god sprawled upon the ground, resembling a colossal toad. It could not be said that it was merely akin to his martial soul, which was indeed a toad. Suddenly, the Fire Cloud evil god, lying on the ground, surged forth towards Xiang Wentian with the velocity of a rocket ignited by flames. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this the toad technique? Witness my 6th spirit skill as I dismantle your toad technique." At that moment, a colossal phantom of a demonic angel emerged in the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the head of the fire cloud evil god. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The fire cloud evil god clutched his head and bellowed, "Ouch. That hurts immensely. My iron head technique has been shattered by you." Atop his head, a sizable bump had formed, roughly the size of a fist, resembling a second head sprouting from his bald crown. Furious, the fire cloud evil god roared, "Xiang Wentian, I shall engage you with all my might." Sixth spirit skill, Fury of the Bullfrog. A pillar of searing flame shot towards Xiang Wentian. Even before the pillar reached him, he could feel the intense heat emanating from it, easily in the thousands of degrees. The fiery projectile advanced with such swiftness that Xiang Wentian had no possibility of evasion. Just then, a graceful figure stepped in front of him. This was Ru Meng. Ru Meng shielded Xiang Wentian from the attack, emerging unscathed, and surprisingly, she devoured the fire pillar whole. "The flavor is rather delightful. Perhaps the bald fellow over there could spare a few more." Ru Meng jested. The fire cloud evil god was taken aback, exclaiming, You have actually consumed my sixth spirit skill. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my self-created spirit skill, thousand-handed to Thagata Palm." With urgency, he shouted to Xiang Wentian, "Quickly, step aside and allow me to take charge." Suddenly, a myriad of golden hand shadows converged, coalescing into a colossal golden handprint, reminiscent of the Buddha's palm. The golden shadows surged forth rapidly towards him. Xiang Wentian calmly addressed the situation. The second fist of the angelic pagoda. The golden shadow of his palm collided with the second fist of the angelic pagoda, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The second style of the thousand-handed Tathagata palm. The third fist of the angelic pagoda. The third style of the thousand-handed Tathagata palm. The fourth fist of the angelic pagoda. The fourth style of the thousand-handed Tathagata palm. The fifth fist of the angelic pagoda. The 18th style of the thousand-handed Tathagata palm. The 19th fist of the angelic pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, only 3 figures remained on the arena: Huayun Sheshan, Xiang Wentian, and Shimin Shui. The others had either been defeated and eliminated or had been blown off the stage by the residual force of the battle between Xiang Wentian and Huayun Sheshan. At this moment, Shimin Shui stood at the edge of the arena, observing the fierce battle between the two, his hands continuously gesturing, as if he were simulating and comprehending something profound. Meanwhile, both Huayun Sheshan and Xiang Wentian were nearly depleted of their soul power. Xiang Wentian gasped, "Huayun Sheshan, I can no longer accompany you. I am utterly exhausted. I shall simply send you off the stage with one palm strike." The 9th style of the Tathagata palm. All Buddhas pay homage. Huayun Sheshan, already on the brink of collapse, was struck down from the stage by this decisive blow, falling into unconsciousness. In that moment, Xiang Wentian, having forcibly unleashed the 9th style of the Tathagata palm, expended the last of his soul power and succumbed to unconsciousness as well. Now, only Shimin Shui remained at the edge of the arena, muttering incessantly, 1-2-1. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. The referee, Do, observed Shimin Shui's foolishness, shaking his head in resignation, and announced, "Shrek Academy triumphs over Blaze Academy." Shrek Academy is victorious. Even as Dodo declared Shrek Academy the winner, Shimin Shui continued to murmur, 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Moments later, Xiang Wentian regained consciousness. Although he had recovered a sliver of soul power, it was insufficient to enable him to move. In the audience, the spectators erupted in unison, chanting, "Xiang Wentian, Xiang Wentian, Xiang Wentian." The deafening roar resonated, echoing endlessly. "Xiang Wentian, my love for you knows no bounds. I wish to marry you and bear your children." To Xiang Wentian, "I love you. I wish to marry you, and I desire to share an intimate bond with you." Upon hearing that both a woman and a man wished to marry him, Xiang Wentian could not help but break into a profuse sweat, a veritable torrent akin to a waterfall. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the audience, he descended from the stage, yet Shimin Shui remained steadfast, counting rhythmically. In a moment of impulsive defiance, Xiang Wentian removed one of his shoes and hurled the soul at Shimin Shui, producing a light but resonant sound upon impact. Stunned for a brief 3 seconds, Shimin Shui suddenly erupted with exhilaration, exclaiming, "I have succeeded. Ha ha, I have finally triumphed." Xiang Wentian cast a glance at Shimin Shui and shook his head, saying, "This fellow has gone mad. Let us return and securely lock him in the cage, allowing him to slumber alongside the dogs." As Xiang Wentian approached the arena, Oscar hurried over, saying, "Have a sausage, It will help restore some of your soul power. All right. Xiang Wentian accepted the sausage and began to eat. As the savory morsel entered his stomach, a warm sensation flowed through his limbs, sweeping away all fatigue. And his previously depleted soul power was rejuvenated. Oscar chuckled. Xiang Wentian, do you realize how handsome you look on the arena? Absolutely striking. With Oscar's chatter mode activated, the 7 members of the Shrek team entered the resting area. Regardless of whether they had competed, were still competing, or had already finished, the gazes directed at them were imbued with respect, particularly towards Xiang Wentian and Shimin Shui. In this preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the Shrek Academy team had truly made a spectacular impression, especially in their matches against the Object Academy and the recently concluded battle with the Blaze Academy, where they triumphed with overwhelming strength. The members of the Blaze Academy also returned to the resting area, harboring feelings of dissatisfaction, yet what could they do with their discontent? As the matches concluded, they gradually regained their composure. Chapter 68, Boiled Eggs and Urine. The fire cloud evil god snorted in anger. Humph. The captain of the Shrek Academy team, Xiang Wentian, is far too powerful. Even with my utmost effort, I was still defeated by him. I have never faced such pressure. Even against a soul sage, Xiang Wentian is indeed a rival to be envied and respected. Fire Wushwang sighed. Alas. Who could disagree? It's not just Xiang Wentian. The most irritating has been Tang San, always controlling the situation. His blue silver grass has been a constant source of annoyance. The most frustrating of all is Shimin Shui. How can he be so strong? I barely lasted 10 exchanges before being eliminated. Stop complaining. Their strength is a result of rigorous training. No one's abilities come from thin air. Since they are so formidable, we must strive even harder in our training and face the remaining matches with all our might. Let us rally, my friends. Do not lose your spirit due to a single defeat. Failure is not to be feared, but the inability to grow from it is truly daunting. Fire Dance encouraged. Standing up, the fire cloud evil god proclaimed loudly, Fire Dance is right. Shrek team, do not let me encounter you again, otherwise, I will ensure you cannot hold your heads high. Blaze Academy will assuredly prevail. In unison, the members of Blaze Academy echoed, Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Xiang Wentian, accompanied by the members of the Shrek Academy battle team, returned to the academy. On the path leading to the teaching building, they observed Dean Flandre carrying a large wooden barrel, leaving them curious about his intentions. Xiang Wentian stepped forward to inquire, Dean Flandre, what brings you here? Dean Flandre, upon noticing the group, exclaimed with enthusiasm, our little monsters have returned. I would like to ask you boys for a favor. He then addressed them with seriousness, boys, stay. The girls may return to the dormitory for some foot care. At this point, only Xiang Wentian, Shimin Shui, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and a few other young men remained. Filled with curiosity, Xiang Wentian asked, Dean Flandre, please tell us directly what you need. We shall do our utmost to assist. Dean Flandre, somewhat embarrassed, replied, you see, I recently had a gold tooth put in, but it feels a bit uncomfortable and the roots are causing me some pain. I visited the hospital, and the doctor prescribed a rather unconventional remedy, eggs boiled in the urine of a young boy. The group gasped in astonishment. Dean Flandre, maintaining his composure, asserted, do not underestimate the efficacy of this remedy. I have researched it. The urine of a young boy purportedly has benefits such as reducing heat, alleviating stress, promoting digestion, enhancing beauty, soothing coughs, and moistening the lungs. Experts even recommend it for those suffering from toothaches and swollen roots, claiming remarkable results. Xiang Wentian suddenly realized and exclaimed, ah, so the Dean intends to use our urine to boil eggs. Indeed. Dean Flandre chuckled. Which of you is still a virgin? Step forward. The crowd exchanged glances, none willing to reveal themselves. Flandre, growing impatient, urged, who among you is a virgin? Step forth, or I shall punish each of you to run 2 laps around the Heavenly Dough Imperial City. Upon hearing the consequence of running laps, Oscar hastily stood up, declaring, Dean Flandre, I shall speak first. I am no longer a virgin. I once ventured out with Ma Hongjun. Oh, I never would have guessed, Oscar. So, you are that kind of person, Dai Mubai exaggeratedly remarked. Dean Flandre retorted, do not point fingers at others. You are not any better. Surrounded by so many women in the past. Flandre then turned to Tang San and smiled. It appears that only Tang San remains a virgin. Stepping forward, Tang San awkwardly said, Dean Flandre, I must apologize. On a dark and windy night, Before Tang San could finish, Flandre interrupted, enough. I once believed you to be the most innocent. How disappointing. Flander then turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, "So, Wentian, you must be correct?" Xiang Wentian awkwardly addressed, "I apologize, Dean, but when I was 3 years old, I had already shared a marital bond with our family member, Rumming." Dean Flander retorted angrily, "Look at all of you, appearing respectable, yet behaving in an utterly disgraceful manner." After delivering this reprimand, Dean Flander strode away without a backward glance. In the afternoon, the Shrek team learned that Dean Flander had gathered several old acquaintances, the youngest of whom was 57 years of age. Each contributed a sample of urine, filling half a bucket for Dean Flander. With a sense of satisfaction, he carried the bucket to the kitchen to prepare boiled eggs in this peculiar concoction. Once the eggs were cooked, he summoned everyone to the kitchen, declaring, "I shall eat here, and you will bear witness. This is your punishment for your disgraceful behavior." Upon entering Dean Flander's exclusive kitchen, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly foul, shrouded in a stench that was indescribable. The team members covered their noses and lined up against the wall. Dean Flander, grinning maliciously, peeled an egg with one hand while devouring it with the other. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered, inquiring, "Dean Flander, what are you eating?" "It smells delicious." Dean Flander replied, "Eggs, would you like one?" Ma Hongjun responded, "I am not fond of eggs. I would rather have a sip of soup." Chapter 69. Songhui Academy. The team watched in disbelief as Ma Hongjun gulped down the foul soup, feeling both horrified and nauseated. The lingering stench surrounding him only intensified with this new addition, creating an overwhelming air of disgust. Oscar, pinching his nose, quietly asked, "Does Ma Hongjun not find this smell repulsive?" Daimubai, equally speechless, suggested, "Perhaps it is due to the first soul skill of the failed ticket, Super Invincible Mega Bucket, which has dulled his sense of taste." The team shook their heads in dismay, covering their noses as they observed Ma Hongjun finish an entire pot of the foul soup. They felt a mix of nausea and relief that Dean Flander did not compel them to partake in the concoction. However, the efficacy of the boiled eggs was remarkable. By the next day, Dean Flander's dental discomfort and swollen gums had subsided. The following day, the Shrek team arrived at the competition venue as usual, and to their surprise, Xiang Wentian's draw was against Songhui Academy. In the waiting room of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai nonchalantly remarked, "Songhui Academy is no challenge at all." Wentian said, "Do not be careless or underestimate the enemy. I have decided to allow Yi Guqing to replace Zhu Zhuqing today. Is there any objection?" Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment and replied, "No problem." Oscar, puzzled, remarked, "Wentian, is that really necessary? We did not deploy Yi Guqing when facing the Blaze Academy. Do we truly need him to deal with the trash from Songhui Academy?" Xiang Wentian spoke in a deep voice. "Songhui Academy may not be as worthless as you think. Have you taken note of their record? Since the commencement of the competition, Songhui Academy has only suffered 3 defeats, and those were against the formidable Xiangjia Academy, Thunder Academy, and Shinkong Academy. Against all other opponents, they have emerged victorious, currently ranking even above Xiangjia Academy. In their upcoming matches, they will face several formidable adversaries: our Shrek team, the Blaze Academy team, and the Tianxue Academy team. To advance to the next round, they must secure at least 2 victories in these 3 encounters. Although we currently hold the advantage, I cannot shake the feeling that Songhui Academy possesses a hidden strength, coupled with the long-standing rivalry between our 2 teams. I am certain they will exert their utmost effort in today's match. I have chosen to have Yi Guqing participate to ensure our victory and safeguard everyone else's well-being." Dai Mubai nodded. Indeed, those brash youngsters from Songhui Academy seem rather arrogant. Today, we shall demonstrate to them the prowess of our Shrek Academy. Their aspirations of entering the next round are nothing but a delusion. At that moment, as Xiang Wentian and the others were deliberating their match strategy, an unexpected voice interrupted the Shrek Academy team. They turned to see a young man dressed in a light blue and white uniform, with white hair and a mask, opening the door to their waiting room, sporting a beaming smile. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. "Yes, we are indeed the Shrek Academy. And you are?" The youth chuckled. "I am Feng Xiaodian. Perhaps my name is unfamiliar to you. However, that is inconsequential. We shall encounter each other in the competition. I am here to cheer you on. Make sure to give your all and defeat Songhui Academy." Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances, surprised. With the exception of Xiang Wentian, although they had not closely observed their opponent's matches, they could discern from the youth's attire that he belonged to Shinkong Academy. With a total of 28 competing teams, each vying for victory to qualify for the next round, interactions among them were rare. This was the first instance since the competition began where someone had taken the initiative to extend goodwill towards the Shrek team. Xiang Wentian nodded and assured, "We will certainly give our all, rest assured." Feng Xiaotian chuckled, "So you are Xiang Wentian. Your prowess is indeed formidable, rivaling that of our captain. However, do exercise caution. Our academy has previously clashed with Songhui Academy. While their strength may appear average, I always felt they were not exerting their full capabilities during our encounters. As if they were deliberately concealing something. I have faith in your abilities. At least until you face our academy, you must not falter. Now, prepare yourselves. I too must partake in the competition." Tang San pondered aloud. Wentian, that fellow Feng Xiaotian, came over and rambled on about a bunch of nonsensical things before leaving. What do you think his intentions are? Intentions? Xiang Wentian shook his head and smiled. He is surely enamored with some girl, and that girl likely takes pride in strength. Thus, he wishes for us to triumph, hoping to confront us in the subsequent matches, so he can claim victory and win her heart. Oscar scoffed with his appearance. Resembling a white-haired maiden, does he really think he can contend with our Shrek Academy team? Without my intervention, Mubai could easily take care of him. Dai Mubai responded with a grin. I am quite curious to see what your efforts look like in action. The others erupted in laughter at Dai Mubai's words. Oscar retorted, Am I not just boasting a little, trying to lift everyone's spirits? Is it truly necessary to ridicule me so? To the heavens, I say, enough. Let us hasten to devise our strategies, for the competition is about to commence. In the waiting chamber of the Shinkong Academy, one inquired, Xiao Tian, where have you been? Feng Xiaotian replied meekly, I went to cheer for the Shrek Academy. Cheer for them? Do you represent your own interests or those of our academy? Feng Xiaotian bowed his head in silence. Look at the state you are in, utterly captivated by a woman. Should you dare to repeat such folly in the future? As your captain, I shall expel you from the Shinkong Academy's battle team. In a flustered tone, Feng Xiaotian responded, Captain, I shall not err again. I promise to refrain from making the same mistake. Chapter 70. Yi Gucheng at that moment. The door to the waiting chamber of the Shrek Academy battle team swung open once more, revealing Dean Flander, who entered with a smile and adjusted his spectacles. Little monsters. When you take the stage, you must give your all. Regardless of the heights you may reach in the future, always remember to be individuals of value to society. Oscar inquired, Dean Flander, what constitutes a person of value to society? An excellent question, Dean Flander chuckled. A person of value to society is akin to a teacher. Sifting through many individuals as one would sift sand, repeatedly filtering and eliminating until only those truly valuable to society remain. Xiang Wentian stood up and addressed Dean Flanders. Is this truly a talent? Is this not simply scum? Dean Flanders glared furiously, saying, Xiao Tian, why must you always oppose your teacher? Is your skin itching? The Shrek Academy battle team and the Songhui Academy battle team, please proceed to the Central Seoul Arena for the competition. Dean Flanders, I apologize. But the match is about to commence. We must take the stage. Farewell, Dean Flanders. And with that, Xiang Wentian swiftly departed before Dean Flanders could erupt in anger. The other members of the Shrek Academy team exchanged awkward glances and said, Dean Flanders, we must also participate in the match. Farewell. At that moment, both teams entered the arena, and the audience erupted in cheers, which, of course, were not directed towards Songhui Academy. Defeat them, shred them, crush them, Shrek will surely triumph. Various cheers echoed from the stands, while professional commentators in the VIP section focused their attention on the two teams. The competition at the Central Seoul Arena is about to begin, and I trust everyone has noticed that the Shrek Academy team is participating in this round. Their opponents are Songhui Academy. As a formidable team in this tournament, who will ultimately prevail? Let us wait and see. Today, as Songhui Academy faces Shrek Academy. Based on my personal judgment, the victory is undoubtedly Shrek's. The key question is how long Songhui Academy can withstand the onslaught from Shrek Academy. The commentator's words were undoubtedly biting. As a professional, he held no personal biases, his inclination swaying only with the sentiments of the audience, who were clearly rallying behind Shrek Academy. His remarks undeniably heightened the atmosphere in the arena. Let us see. Today, Shrek Academy has made a change in their lineup. No longer featuring the agile attackers Yu Xuqing, but instead, a contestant who has never taken the field before. Who could this be? Let me check the records. Behold. His name is Yi Gucheng, with the martial soul, dragon-slaying blade, a level 60 powerful attack-type battle spirit. Today, Shrek Academy has sent him into battle. Does this imply that Songhui Academy is regarded as even more formidable than the Blazing Academy by Shrek Academy? Let us wait and see. The commentator's words only serve to further ignite the audience's enthusiasm. It is worth noting that due to the immense popularity of the preliminary rounds, ticket prices have already doubled since the opening day. The commentator's remarks also filled the hearts of Songhui Academy and Blazing Academy with fury. One team, Songhui Academy, was deemed destined for defeat, while the other, Blazing Academy, barely containing their anger, had just entered the waiting room. On the Blazing Academy side, Hui Yunxie gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Xiang Wentian, just wait. If I encounter you on the field, I will make you wish you had never crossed my path." Hu Wushuang walked behind Hui Yunxie and timidly said, "Captain, what should we do if we encounter the Shrek Academy team in the future and find ourselves unable to defeat them?" Hui Yunxie turned back, glaring fiercely at Hu Wushuang, and retorted, "If we cannot defeat them, then just eat dirt." In the face of Hui Yunxi's fiery gaze, the members of the Qihua Academy team bowed their heads in silence. In the central arena of the Seoul Duel competition, both teams had completed their entrance. "Greetings, everyone. I am the host, Douluo, and I welcome you to continue watching today's match. What you have all been eagerly anticipating is about to unfold." The competitors prepared themselves as the match commenced. What do the audience most enjoy witnessing? Undoubtedly, it is the combat between soul masters in the arena. Additionally, the spectacle of all soul masters unleashing their martial spirits at the start of the match is undeniably the most dazzling and magnificent moment. The emergence of each soul ring and the various effects produced by different martial spirits evoke a vibrant display that never fails to stir the emotions of the spectators. The Shrek Academy team observed their opponents, 3 soul masters at level 40 or above, alongside 4 soul masters above level 30. Right from the outset, Shrek Academy held a complete advantage in soul power levels over their adversaries. Among the 7 members of the Songhui Academy, only their captain possessed strength exceeding level 40, while the rest were merely in their 30s. Furthermore, even one of their soul rings was not ideally matched, as 3 of them were yellow. The 7 members of Songhui Academy appeared quite cautious. When the referee announced the start and the release of martial spirits, they swiftly gathered together, with their captain positioned at the forefront, forming a circular formation. Chapter 71, The Blood Demon God and the Blood Demon Frenzy. The 7 members of Songhui Academy formed a circular formation, vigilantly observing the 7 from Shrek Academy. Xiang Wentian cautiously remarked, "Everyone, exercise caution." Among the members of the Songhui Academy battle team, for have never appeared on the battlefield. This indicates that they have either withdrawn from the competition or possess means to counter us. Before them stood 7 members of Songhui Academy, each wielding a soul that resembled a diamond, an archetype of rare souls. The presence of such souls on the battlefield suggests they undoubtedly possess the capability to unleash formidable techniques. At this moment, the captain of the Songhui Academy team smirked and stated, "To speak frankly, Xiang Wentian, our Songhui Academy has been collaborating with the great Yamato Academy for decades. After extensive research by our esteemed predecessors, we have recently developed a fusion technique for 7 souls. And today we present our strongest formation here with the sole purpose of defeating your esteemed team and claiming the championship. It is safe to say that our victory is all but assured." The commentator in the VIP section could not contain his curiosity, exclaiming, "What is transpiring? Why has the Shrek Academy team yet to make a move? Are they truly intimidated by their current opponents? The disparity in strength is glaring. A few aggressive advances should suffice for victory. What are they waiting for? Is there something they fear?" Seated in the front row of the VIP area, the Night Emperor quietly inquired of Ning Fengji, "Master Ning, in your perspective, why have they yet to engage?" The atmosphere seemed overly cautious, and the apparent imbalance in strength was perplexing. Ning Fengji smiled gently and replied, "Appearances can be deceiving. I believe the Shrek Academy team has discerned something amiss, prompting their reluctance to act hastily." Nearby, the Platinum Bishop Salas coldly remarked, "Does it truly require Captain Xiang Wentian of the Shrek Academy team to deal with such trivialities? It is evident that he wishes to grant his teammates the opportunity to strike, while the other members of the Shrek Academy team are too timid to take action." Upon hearing Salas's comments, the Night Emperor and Ning Fengji chose to ignore him, allowing Salas to boast about his Spirit Hall members without interruption. "If neither team acts, both will be automatically eliminated," echoed a voice from below. The audience, growing increasingly impatient, called out, "Shrek, what are you waiting for? Charge forth and tear them apart." Under the referee's warning and the urging of thousands of spectators, the members of both teams finally moved on the central competition stage. Charge! Xiang Wentian commanded. The Shrek Academy team advanced towards the Tsanghui Academy team, arranged in a triangular formation. The captain of Tsanghui Academy, with a sinister smile, remarked, "I fear you may not take action." Suddenly, he glared with intensity and shouted, "Attack!" The 7 members of Tsanghui Academy bit their fingers, drawing blood that they smeared onto their foreheads. The captain bellowed, "7 spirits fusion technique. Merge." Instantly, the diamond spirits of the 7 floated into the air, forming a rapidly spinning circle. At that moment, their faces turned noticeably pale. Using their blood as a catalyst, they invoked the abyssal summoning. "Arise, great blood demon god." A crimson figure began to descend slowly from the aerial circle. A voice, weathered and profound, emanated from the blood-red silhouette. "I am the blood demon god of the Douluo Continent, blood demon frenzy. Who has summoned me?" The captain of Tsanghui Academy bowed respectfully and said, "Great blood demon god, we, the 7, have called upon you. Please eliminate our adversaries." The blood demon god, blood demon frenzy, replied, "I can do that. However, I lack sufficient blood energy and require the blood of all 7 of you to replenish it." The captain inquired, "How much blood do you need?" The blood demon god twisted its neck and answered in a deep tone, "All of it." As soon as these words were uttered, the bodies of the 7 members of Tsanghui Academy exploded, enveloping the arena in a thick mist of blood. This crimson haze, seemingly alive, swiftly coalesced into a massive blood-colored sword, hovering ominously behind the blood demon god. A fierce wind surged, thick with a malevolent aura. "What is happening?" The Emperor of Snowy Night exclaimed in astonishment from the VIP section. Could this be the 7 spirits fusion technique? Ning Fengji gasped in alarm. "This is an evil entity summoned with blood. The 7 from Tsanghui Academy are too weak to control it and will suffer a backlash, resulting in their demise." On the spectator platform of Shrek Academy, Flinder exclaimed in panic, "Xiao Gang, what should we do? This summoned evil is evidently powerful. We must save the little monsters." The master, in distress, replied, "With Erlong absent, it is futile for just the 2 of us." The platinum bishop, Salus, shouted urgently, "Xiang Wentian, run!" In the audience, gasps, cheers, and curses erupted in a chaotic chorus. In an instant, the entire arena was thrown into turmoil. Chapter 72. Battling the evil entity, the Emperor of Snowy Night stood, commanding, "All soul saints and above from the Heaven Do Empire, unite to vanquish this evil entity." Ning Fengji hurriedly rose and shouted, "Sword Uncle, Bon Uncle, quickly go save them." On the spectator platform of Shrek Academy, Flinder's usual cunning expression vanished, replaced by urgency as he declared, "All soul emperors and above from Shrek Academy, join forces to slay this evil entity and rescue the little monsters." Meanwhile, in the audience, dozens of formidable figures soared into the air, their martial souls manifesting instantly as they charged towards the blood demon god, fiercely intent on combat. Atop the highest edifice of the arena, a cloaked figure murmured, "Xiao San, your father has come to rescue you." Concurrently, 2 silhouettes descended from the heavens, proclaiming, "Evil spirit, how dare you harm my disciple? Witness the might of the spirit hall's twin Douluos as they come to confront you." One of these individuals was the ghost Douluo, Gui Mei, and the other, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in tumultuous energy, a palpable aura of menace suffusing the atmosphere. Upon the stage, Xiang Wentian commanded, "Shrek Academy team, retreat at once. The blood demon god is beyond our capacity to confront. Let other powerful beings handle his demise." Laughter erupted from the blood demon god, who declared, "I have been summoned to annihilate you 7. Do you truly believe you can escape?" At that moment, the blood demon god unleashed a devastating strike. The earth-shattering slash, a crimson wave aimed directly at Xiang Wentian and his comrades. Feeling the imminent danger, a chill ran down Xiang Wentian's spine. Just as the Shrek Academy's 7-man team was on the brink of annihilation within the stillness of the polar realm, the soul fusion technique of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo manifested in the nick of time, rescuing them from peril. As the 7 members of the Xiang Wentian clan witnessed the blood demon god momentarily immobilized, they fled without a backward glance. At that moment, the assaults from other approaching powerhouses simultaneously reached the blood demon god. Sensing the imminent danger, the blood demon god roared in fury, berserk, instantly breaking free from the dual realms of stillness. However, He could not evade the attacks from the other formidable beings, sustaining direct hits. The blood demon god cackled maniacally, declaring, "Ha ha ha, I am immortal. Resistance to death." A cerulean light flickered into existence, cascading down upon him, restoring his vitality in an instant. The blood demon god bellowed, "You dare to surround me with so many? Perfect. I shall slay you all and devour your blood, elevating my power to new heights." At that moment, the blood demon god's eyes blazed crimson, his entire being surging with bloodlust. Awaken, blood demon god. First awakening, demon prison blood slaughter. Not far from the blood demon god, a number of lower-ranked soul masters, unable to escape in time, exploded into a crimson mist. Their blood rapidly consumed by the massive blood-red sword hovering behind him. After ingesting copious amounts of blood, the blood energy coalesced into a colossal sword. Floating ominously behind the blood demon god, he roared, "Behold the strength of my awakened form." With that, the blood demon god seized the gigantic sword and cleaved toward the assailants, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A massive pit formed, from which a torrent of molten lava erupted, surging upward for 90,000 miles. Those unprepared, including dozens of soul emperors, were reduced to ashes within the flow. In that moment, a figure in a black robe descended from above with great speed, wielding the great Sumeru hammer. A colossal shadow of the Haotian hammer descended upon the blood demon god. Upon seeing the figure, the blood demon god roared and soared into the sky, unleashing a devastating strike that sent forth a torrent of blood energy, sending the black-robed entity hurtling back. The dual realms of stillness ignited once more, as the martial soul fusion technique of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo trapped the blood demon god within. At that instant, Bone Douluo unleashed his ninth soul skill, manifesting a gigantic bone dragon, upon which Sword Douluo Qinshin stood, brandishing a 7-kill sword over 100 meters long, charging towards the blood demon god. The snowy Night Emperor shouted, "Seize this opportunity to vanquish the evil." With his command, countless powerful beings surged toward the blood demon god. The blood demon god, his pupils constricting, beheld a multitude of attacks converging upon him, the most formidable being the bone dragon and the white-robed middle-aged man wielding the colossal sword. Boom! The imprisoned blood demon god was powerless to resist, helplessly watching as a myriad of colorful soul attacks surged towards him. Countless powerful soul techniques struck the blood demon god, and at that moment, he could no longer endure, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist that dissipated into the air. Just when everyone believed the blood demon god was utterly vanquished, a frail and ancient voice echoed from the sky. "I shall remember everything you have done to me today. When my demonic powers reach their zenith, I will surely bring bloodshed upon the Douluo Continent." Chapter 73. The return of Xiao Wu. The tulip Douluo gazed at the figure in the black robe, murmuring, "Could this person be Tang Hao? Tang Hao, Tang-san." "So it is." A peculiar smile flickered in the eyes of the tulip Douluo. Meanwhile, Flender swiftly led everyone back to Shrek Academy. Oscar, exhausted from crafting his fanciful mushroom sausages, nearly collapsed, thus the group missed the fierce battle in the arena. Although Flender was as greedy as they come, he valued talent even more. The Shrek team faced an immense crisis, and the evil spirits were summoned specifically to eliminate them. Therefore, after the Shrek members escaped the danger zone, Flender hurriedly brought the little monsters back to Shrek Academy, as it was their true sanctuary and relatively safer. Upon their hurried return to Shrek Academy, they were greeted by the sight of Lu Erlong bringing Xiao Wu back. Noticing the panicked expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Erlong quickly inquired, "Flender, what has happened? Why are you all in such a flurry?" Before Flender could catch his breath, Oscar eagerly recounted, "Oh dear, Aunt Lu, you have no idea, we nearly didn't make it back." He then relayed the events that transpired in the arena in their entirety. Lu Erlong listened, her heart racing for the group's safety. Xiao Wu, disregarding the crowd around her, rushed to Tang San and embraced him tightly. "Brother, are you all right?" she asked with concern. Tang San replied gently, "I'm fine. It's just that Oscar is exhausted and has made quite a mess." "How disgusting. Brother, we were having a moment, why bring him up?" Xiao Wu retorted playfully. Upon hearing Tang San's comment, Oscar glanced down, horrified to discover the evidence of his predicament. At that moment, the others noticed Oscar's plight, hastily covering their noses and retreating to a safe distance. Flender then inquired, "Where did you hunt for your spirit beasts? And what is Xiao Wu's fourth soul skill?" Lu Erlong responded, "I took Xiao Wu to the Sunset Forest, but we got separated. I was frantic searching for her, unable to find her anywhere." On the third day, I finally encountered Xiao Wu again on my way, which is how we managed to return. Xiao Wu then stepped forward, her expression somewhat awkward, and said, I got separated from my mother and was scared. At that moment, a spirit beast crashed into a tree and fainted. So I reluctantly absorbed it as my soul ring. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, is that truly possible? Dai Mubai responded, last time, you encountered a fainted soul beast. And now it seems your luck remains extraordinary, Xiao Wu. Henceforth, let us accompany you in the pursuit of soul rings. We can simply collect them without engaging in battle. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu offered an awkward smile. The following day, Flanders instructed everyone to remain at the academy while he ventured alone to the competition venue. Upon his return in the afternoon, he informed them, the malevolent spirit has been vanquished, and you may rest assured. Furthermore, the arena has sustained considerable damage and requires repairs. Let us postpone our participation in the competition for 3 days. The Tindo Empire, in light of the malevolent spirit incident, diligently sought to suppress information to prevent public panic. Issuing but a single statement, the malevolent spirit has been eradicated, and there are no further concerns. Please remain at ease. Upon hearing of the malevolent spirit's demise, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them, exhaling deeply. Subsequently, they enjoyed a delightful 3-day respite. 3 days later, the group gathered at the competition venue as promised. On this day, Xiang Wentian arrived and retrieved a bamboo stick from a tray, upon which the words Tianshui Academy were inscribed in golden sand. Simultaneously, Tianshui Academy drew a bamboo stick bearing the name Shrek Academy. Chapter 74. Tianshui Academy. Upon returning to the waiting room, Tang San inquired of Wentian, which academy shall we face today? To Xiang Wentian, the Tianshui Academy. Tianshui Academy. Dai Mubai exclaimed. What? You are familiar with Tianshui Academy? Xiang Wentian inquired. I know a bit, Dai Mubai replied. In my view, the 5 elemental academies are rather peculiar. Peculiar? The crowd echoed. Indeed, they are somewhat eccentric. Each of the 5 elemental academies has its own unique admission requirements. For instance, the standards for enrollment at the Zongjia Academy necessitate that a student's weight exceeds 300 pounds, followed by specific criteria regarding their martial soul. The other 4 elemental academies primarily focus on the attributes of the martial soul. For example, the Chihua Academy mandates that applicants possess a fire attribute martial soul, while Tianshui Academy naturally requires a water attribute martial soul. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy's admission criteria are the most stringent, as they impose several additional stipulations beyond merely having a water attribute martial soul. First, they only accept female students. Second, only exceptionally beautiful females are admitted. Third, those with a bust smaller than a frying pan are not accepted. Fourth, applicants whose hips do not exceed the size of a basin are turned away. Fifth, those with waists thicker than their thighs are excluded. Lastly, individuals with excessively dark skin are not accepted. Although Tianshui Academy's standards for female physique and beauty are exceedingly demanding, they do exhibit a humane aspect, being the only academy among the 5 that is open to the common populace, akin to our Shrek Academy. Consequently, all members of Tianshui Academy participating in this competition are not only female students but are all exceptionally beautiful. Oscar, fuming, remarked, I bet the headmaster of Tianshui Academy is a middle-aged brute. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the headmaster of Tianshui Academy is a burly man in his 60s. How did you know, Oscar? Oscar replied matter-of-factly, isn't it obvious? The headmaster must be a lecherous old man who couldn't find a wife in his youth, and now, having become an unsightly brute with no women interested in him, he imposes such harsh requirements for student admission as a form of revenge against women. Ma Hongjun admired Oscar. You are truly a model for us all. Your insight is astute. I cannot wait. Dai Mubai approached and patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, Who would have thought, Oscar, that you possess the potential to become an unsightly old lecher? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Now, let us invite the Shrek Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team to the central main arena. Enough chatter, today as participants. Follow me to the central main arena to compete. At this moment, upon seeing the Shrek Academy team, a young girl from Tianshui Academy remarked, Sister, look, that Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy is quite handsome. I've heard he is nicknamed the evil-eyed white tiger and has dual pupils. The speaker was a young girl with an oval face, appearing to be in her early 20s, petite in stature, and sporting a vibrant green bob that looked very spirited. This group of young ladies was clad in blue uniforms, representing Tianshui Academy, the very adversaries faced by Shrek Academy. The girl with dark green hair, who spoke, appeared to be the youngest among the 7 formal team members, her face still bearing traces of youth. While Dai Mubai certainly possessed charm, I believe the most handsome among them was their captain, Xiang Wentian, rumored to be nicknamed the Demon Angel and acknowledged as the strongest member of the Shrek team. The speaker, a girl with an oval face, seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old, tall and alluring with her long, light green hair. Old 6, old 7. When did you two become infatuated? At this rate, you might be so smitten before your match that you'll be utterly captivated by the opponent. Teased a red-haired girl with an oval face. All right, you two, stop the nonsense. The competition is about to commence, and Shrek Academy is formidable and not to be underestimated. Since the preliminaries, they have not lost a single match, and the defeats of both the Blaze Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy at their hands were no mere coincidence. Overcoming them will not be an effortless task, and should we lose today, we will be at a psychological disadvantage in the finals when we face them again. Thus, we must all give our utmost in today's battle. Compared to the previous 2 girls, this girl spoke with a much more composed tone. Among the 7 competitors from the Tianshui Academy, she was not the oldest. In fact, she appeared to be the youngest, seemingly not yet 20. However, when she spoke, the expressions of the other 6 girls became noticeably more restrained, their gazes toward her imbued with a hint of respect. She stood about 165 meters tall. Her figure notably ample, indicated by her pronounced curves, with long, water blue hair cascading down her back and a fair complexion adorned with delicate features. She might not strike one as extraordinarily stunning at first glance, but upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in layers. It was a kind of ethereal charm that grew more enchanting the longer one looked, ensnaring the observer in its allure. She was Shui Binger, the captain of the Tianshui Academy team, and despite being the youngest, her sisters in the team referred to her as elder sister with heartfelt admiration. At that moment, it was finally time for their team to enter for the final round of competition, as the 5 elemental academies along with Shrek Academy made their entrance simultaneously. The entire titled Douluo City arena erupted with excitement. The Shrek Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team ascended the stage from opposite sides of the central platform. The commentator, brimming with enthusiasm, announced from the stands, the final round of this preliminary competition is about to commence. First, let us direct our attention to the left side of the arena, where the Elephant Armor Academy will face off against the UC Academy. Finally, let us focus on the central platform, where today's most thrilling match will unfold. The Shrek Academy team, already confirmed to advance from the preliminaries, will engage in an exhilarating showdown with the Tianshui Academy team in this prestigious elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Masters Academy's preliminaries. On one side stands this year's dark horse, while on the other, a seasoned powerhouse. Who shall ultimately emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Now, let both Shrek Academy and Tianshui Academy pay their respects. The teams from both academies line up, with Shui Binger and Xiang Wentian facing each other. Upon observing Shui Binger's countenance, Xiang Wentian is taken aback. At first glance, she appears unremarkable. Yet a closer inspection reveals a captivating allure that could ensnare even the most steadfast heart. She is a remarkable woman, embodying both beauty and intellect. To demonstrate his respect, Xiang Wentian declares his soul power level. Captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, a formidable soul emperor of level 65 in the assault category. Captain of the Tianshui team, Shui Binger, a soul master of level 43 in the control category. Miss Shui Binger, the disparity in soul power between the Tianshui Academy team and the Shrek team is vast. I suggest you forfeit, a voice suggests. Shui Binger retorts, Xiang Wentian, you expect me to concede? Soul power does not equate to strength. Even if you are all soul saints, our Tianshui Academy team shall fight valiantly. Since Tianshui Academy displays commendable courage, let us engage in battle. Chapter 77, Snowflakes Fall. Shui Wu, a soul master of level 41 in the assault category, stands beside Shui Binger. This young lady, previously intrigued by Xiang Wentian, boldly announces her name. Both Xiang Wentian and Shui Binger are momentarily taken aback. It is sufficient for the captains to declare their soul power levels as a sign of respect. This is a competition, not mere sparring. Shui Wu's words seem somewhat out of place. Realizing her blunder, a blush spreads across her face. Yet this girl is evidently quite bold. unabashedly displaying her interest in Xiang Wentian, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. As Xiang Wentian noticed the other party gazing intently at him, he mischievously grinned and said, "Shall we meet, beautiful?" At that moment, Shui Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, 7 o'clock this evening, at the one-night stand hotel, room 606 on the 6th floor. Number 38, Tiando Imperial City. Let us not miss it. Shui Binga reprimanded, "Shui Wu, this is a competition, not your home. You can't just undress as you please." Simultaneously, Ru Ming's jealousy flared as she pinched the soft flesh at Xiang Wentian's waist, twisting it 3 times, causing him to grimace in pain, overwhelmed by a mix of sensations. At that moment, the host, Douluo, also found it hard to bear, exclaiming, Hey, what are you two teams doing? Have you come here for a date? This is a competition arena, not a couple's hotel. Without further ado, let the match commence." Xiang Wentian exclaimed. "The Shrek team shall conclude this battle within a minute." Indeed. At that moment, Shui Binga was thoroughly incensed. "Xiang Wentian, you utterly disregard our Heavenly Water Academy. You wish to resolve this conflict in merely a minute? Humph." With a commanding voice, Shui Binga declared, "Martial Soul Fusion Technique, snowflakes in the wind." The instant her words echoed, a tempest erupted in the sky, dark clouds swirling ominously. The host, Douluo, hovering above, expressed astonishment. To think that the undefeated Heavenly Water Academy would unveil a martial soul fusion technique at the very outset. They have never employed such a technique in previous competitions. Before long, Shui Binga and Shui Wu's martial souls fused seamlessly into a radiant blue beam, ascending into the stormy clouds above. Both Shui Binga and Shui Wu vanished from sight as their unique martial soul fusion technique began to unleash its power. The martial soul fusion technique, snowflakes in the wind, diverged significantly from Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming's martial soul fusion technique, Battle Angel. While Battle Angel represented a fierce and explosive martial soul, snowflakes in the wind, in contrast, embodied a relentless flow. Although its power may not rival that of Battle Angel, it was distinguished by its remarkable endurance. Xiang Wentian bellowed, "Tang San, unleash the blue-silver prison to safeguard Ning Rongrong," the harmonious fusion technique of 2 soul masters. Each exceeding the 40th rank, rivaled the full-force strike of a 60th ranked soul master. Ning Rongrong, being the sole support soul master of the Shrek team, possessed virtually no defensive capabilities. Should any mishap occur, it would be incumbent upon me, as captain, to account for it to the Academy's instructors. Shui Binga. The moment you enter the fray, you resort to a fusion technique. Do you wish for mutual destruction? My net is far sturdier than your fish, I declared defiantly. 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. An ethereal angelic figure materialized in the sky, delivering a powerful blow toward the aerial fusion technique, Snowfall. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the air. Snow Wu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Sister, Xiang Wentian's soul skill possesses overwhelming power. I fear we cannot withstand many blows. What shall we do?" Shui Binga, her eyes blazing with determination, gritted her teeth and replied, "For the honor of the Academy, we must give our all and confront him head-on." The aerial fusion technique, Snowfall, plummeted from above, its target unequivocally Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You 2 wretched women are truly ruthless. Are you intent on taking my life? It appears that I must engage you with utmost seriousness." He unleashed the 9th technique of the Buddha's palm, 10,000 Buddhas adoring the sect. A radiant golden handprint of Buddhist light emanated from Xiang Wentian's palm, rapidly expanding as it struck towards the swiftly descending martial soul fusion skill, Snowfall. With a thunderous roar, the snowfall collided violently with the Buddha's handprint, crumbling under the impact like a poorly constructed edifice, scattering countless shards of ice. Yet, the Buddha's handprint did not dissipate as it shattered the snowfall. It surged through the remnants, ascending towards the heavens and colliding with the rooftop above, producing a deafening explosion. Following the colossal sound, a multitude of bricks and tiles rained down from the sky, injuring numerous spectators. Chapter 78, The Green Hat. Even the host, Douluo, who was soaring and spinning in midair, could not escape fate, as a brick struck him, sending him plummeting. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the audience, filled with cries of outrage. "You, Xiang Wentian, have caused my head to be shattered. When you launch an assault on Xiang Wentian, could you not spare a modicum of your soul power? My nose has been struck all the way to my ear. Xiang Wentian, you have sent my dentures flying," bellowed an elderly lady. "Xiang Wentian, you have robbed me of my virtue. Return my first night." shouted a burly man. Xiang Wentian, you have shattered my first kiss. Restore my first kiss, cried another. I can hardly contain my colossal frustration thanks to you. At that moment, the Snow Knight Emperor nearly succumbed to laughter, yet as a sovereign, he understood the necessity of maintaining his dignity. Thus, he suppressed his mirth and declared with gravitas, esteemed guests and audience, please maintain silence. All medical expenses for the injuries you have sustained today will be covered by the Tiando Empire. With this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It is undeniable that the Snow Knight Emperor commanded considerable respect within the Tiando Empire. He continued with authority. I hereby announce that the competition shall resume. At this juncture, the host, Douluo, rose unsteadily from the ground, appearing somewhat dazed and floating into the air as if inebriated. I declare, the Shrek Academy team faces off against the Tianshui Academy team, and the Shrek Academy emerges victorious. After uttering this statement, he veered off course, colliding with the rooftop with a loud thud, losing consciousness. At this moment, Xiang Wentian shouted towards the direction of the Shrek Academy's waiting room, Jiangzhu, come down and save someone. Hearing his call, Jiangzhu rushed down like the wind, inquiring, Captain, whom shall I save? Xiang Wentian pointed towards Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and the host Douluo from Tianshui Academy. After receiving treatment from Jiangzhu, the three young women gradually regained consciousness. The first to awaken was the host Douluo, as she had only suffered a mild concussion. Following her were Shui Binger and Shui Wu, both of whom had sustained more serious injuries. Although they had temporarily regained awareness, they would require further recuperation before returning to full health. Meanwhile, on the observation platform of Shrek Academy, the scene remained as usual, with Flandres surrounded by dozens of merchants, each presenting contracts to pay for advertisements. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Wentian addressed the members of the Shrek team, saying, our bodies are covered in advertisements. Where could Dean Flandre possibly place any more? Tang San replied with a hint of exasperation, as long as they refrain from sticking them on our faces, it will suffice. Otherwise, it would mar our appearance. The others, upon hearing Tang San's words, fell into a moment of speechless silence. Xiang Wentian, accompanied by the group, arrived at the home-style restaurant they had previously missed, indulging in a sumptuous feast. After the grand meal, the party returned to Shrek Academy, now cloaked in the evening's embrace. Shortly after their return to the dormitory, Flandre entered the room, carrying a paper bag filled with clothing. Upon seeing Dean Flandre arrive, Xiang Wentian hurriedly inquired, Dean Flandre, is there something you wish to discuss? Dean Flandre, with a sweet smile, replied, you all have been working exceedingly hard lately, so I have gone to great lengths and expended considerable resources to procure a small gift for you. You must accept it and wear it, otherwise I shall be quite displeased. Upon hearing such words from the dean, the crowd thought to themselves, this cannot bode well. Surely, it is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year with ill intentions. Dean Flandre then retrieved several hats from a paper bag, and while hats in themselves were not a concern, the critical detail was their garish green color, a shade reminiscent of faded excrement. Yet, the most alarming aspect was that the hats were plastered with advertisements of the same unappealing hue. Dai Mubai, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Dean Flandre, you cannot possibly expect us to wear these green hats collectively. I must earnestly advise you against such folly. Dean Flandre shot him a stern glare and declared, if you know what is good for you, you will obediently wear the hats. Should you resist, I assure you I will take drastic measures. With no recourse, the group reluctantly donned the hats festooned with garish green advertisements. The following day, the members of the Shrek Academy team arrived at the competition venue, their spirits notably deflated. Along the way, they scarcely dared to lift their heads. The thought of Dean Flandre having forced them into wearing the green hats filled them with indignation. In the waiting room of the Shrek Academy team, the door suddenly swung open, and the host, Douluo, entered, addressing Xiang Wentian. Your opponents from the Thunder Academy have automatically forfeited, leaving only your team and the Kamikaze Academy to compete. Therefore, you need not draw lots. The organizing committee has decided that your two teams will proceed directly to the final showdown. Does this mean that the preliminary rounds conclude after today? Xiang Wentian inquired. That is more or less the case. This is my first time hosting here, and I feel quite fortunate. Beyond that, I am not well acquainted with the details. Douluo then produced a piece of paper from the Soul Guide, which contained the essential information about the Kamikaze Academy. Xiang Wentian received the materials and said, thank you. The host, with a professional smile, remarked, I look forward to your splendid competition. Farewell. Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd, stating, "Attention. I shall now present the fundamental information regarding the Shinkong Academy battle team. Captain, Bu Jingxun, a level 63 powerful assault system Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Nye Feng, also a level 63 powerful assault system Soul Emperor. Team member, Feng Xiaodian, a level 44 powerful assault system Soul Master." After Xiang Wentian concluded the presentation, Ning Rongrong stood up in astonishment and exclaimed, "You mean their captain's surname is Bu and his name is Bu Jingxun?" In the heart of Xiang Wentian, a sense of bewilderment arose as he pondered how Ning Rongrong could exhibit such astonishing behavior. Thus, he inquired, "Rongrong, do you have any knowledge of their captain, Bu Jingyun?" Ning Rongrong replied solemnly, "I am not well acquainted with the captain of Shinfeng Academy, Bu Jingyun, but I am aware that there is only one family with the surname Bu in the Douluo Continent. My father once told me that the Bu family is also known as the Bu Divine Clan. It is said that the Bu Divine Clan originated in the Yin Kingdom, and their ancient ancestor was a deity. For reasons unknown, this ancestor saved the god of life, Aila, but vanquished the god of destruction, Miaba. Consequently, the Bu Divine Clan was simultaneously blessed by the god of life and cursed by the god of destruction. The members of this clan are all exceptionally gifted. Furthermore, every 1,000 years, a prodigious genius emerges from the Bu Divine Clan, and as long as this genius does not meet an untimely demise, ascension to godhood is merely a matter of time. Each of these extraordinary talents bears a remarkable birthmark upon their visage. However, every genius from the Bu Divine Clan is cursed by the god of destruction to not live beyond the age of 7. It is evident that the captain of Shinfeng Academy, Bu Jingyun, has surpassed that age, indicating that he is destined to become a deity. "Oh no," Oscar exclaimed from the side. "I have seen their captain, and he indeed possesses a birthmark." "Ah!" The crowd gasped in unison. "Does that not mean we are facing a quasi-deity?" At this moment, Xiang Wentian stepped forward, asserting, "Let us not bolster the confidence of others at the expense of our own. Regardless of their captain's strength, the crucial point is that he is not yet a god. What is there to fear?" Tang Sen was the first to react. "Indeed, he is, at present, just a human, like us. What do we have to fear?" "Yes, he is human, not a god. What do we have to fear?" The crowd came to a realization. Oscar then inquired, "What about their vice captain, Nye Feng?" Ning Rongrong explained, "If the Bu family is a divine clan, then the Nye family is a demonic clan. It is said that the ancestors of the Nye family and the Bu family were sworn brothers. In ancient times, the ancestor of the Bu family was cursed after defeating the god of destruction, while the ancestor of the Nye family slayed the blood demon. Just before dying, the blood demon also placed a blood curse upon the Nye family, condemning them to madness for generations. Only a genius capable of controlling the demon heart can survive, otherwise, they will succumb to madness and death. Clearly, the vice captain of Shinfeng Academy, Nye Feng, has mastered the demon heart. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. What is truly alarming is that between the Bu Divine Clan and the Nye Demonic Clan, the males will either remain immortal or be bound as sworn brothers with females, while males and females together will become husband and wife. The two clans have maintained a close relationship for tens of thousands of years, primarily due to their exceptionally high compatibility of martial souls, which allows for the execution of a formidable martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 80. Nye Feng and Bu Jingyun. Does this mean that the relationship between their families is akin to that of mine and Jujuqing's? Dai Mubai inquired. Indeed, Ning Rongrong replied. Tang Sen inquired, what is the martial soul fusion skill of the two? Ning Rongrong pondered. I was not very clear about this before. It was only recently that my father informed me. Their martial soul fusion skill is known as Wind and Cloud Fusion, Limitless Ma. Wind and Cloud Fusion, Limitless Ma? The others questioned. Ning Rongrong explained. According to my father, Wind and Cloud Fusion, Limitless Ma is categorized into 3 levels: Primordial Ma, Celestial Ma, and Terrestrial Ma, with each level representing the creations of the divine, the demonic, and the mortal. Limitless Ma is the fusion skill of the captain and vice captain of the Divine Wind Academy. The essence of Limitless Ma refers to the formless wind. The formless wind is further divided into 10 aspects: color, sound, aroma, taste, touch, existence, birth, decay, masculine, and feminine. The term Limitless Ma signifies boundlessness. Limitless Ma does not possess a distinctly defined technique. Both formlessness and impermanence imply an uncertainty. This skill wields extraordinary power, capable of astounding might that could shake the heavens and move the earth. instantly augmenting the strength of the two by tenfold. Is it truly that powerful? Rong, you jest? Do you not? Oscar asked. Xiang Wentian replied gravely, according to Rong, it seems we have encountered a formidable opponent this time. Tang Sen inquired, what should we do, Wentian? In a solemn declaration, Xiang Wentian announced the unchanging roster. Myself, Ru Ming, Shimen Chui Shui, Yigu Qing, Daimu Bai, Tang San, and Ning Rong, 7 individuals in total. Meanwhile, in the waiting room of the Shinkong Academy, a man with long, tousled hair, a dark complexion, and towering at 8 feet tall, clad in a flowing black robe, stood. This was Bu Jingyun. Beside him stood another figure, equally imposing at 8 feet. Adorned in a pristine white robe that accentuated his strikingly handsome features, this was Niefeng. Bu Jingyun, with a grave expression, remarked, it appears we have encountered formidable opponents. Our adversaries are the Shrek Academy battle team. The details of the Shrek team were as follows. Captain, Xiang Wentian, a level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Ming, a level 58 Assault System Soul King. Team members, Shimen Chui Shui, a level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Yigu Qing, a level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Daimu Bai, a level 49 Assault System Soul Sect. Tang San, with the Soul of Blue Silvergrass, a level 48 Control System Soul Sect. Ning Rong, a level 47 Support System Soul Sect. Niefeng inquired, Brother Yun, the total soul power level of the Shrek Academy team surpasses ours. How do you intend to proceed? Bu Jingyun responded, the level of soul power is not paramount. What truly matters is that within the Shrek Academy team, there are 2 wielders of soul fusion techniques, Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming with their fusion skill, Battle Angel, and Shimen Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng with their fusion skill, Invincible Sword Domain. Therefore, we must exert every effort this time. I have decided that our own soul fusion technique should hold its ground against their combined powers, he continued. Feng Xiaodian assured, rest assured, Captain, we will give our all. Bu Jingyu nodded to the assembled team, proclaiming, for the honor of our academy, Shinkong Academy shall prevail. Victory! 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 Simultaneously. In the waiting room of the Shrek Academy, Xiang Wentian inspired his team, declaring, for the honor of Shrek Academy, Shrek Academy shall prevail. Victory! 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 The call was made for the Shrek Academy team and the Shinkong Academy team to proceed to the central main arena for the final showdown. Chapter 81. The Battle of Shrek Academy against Shinkong Academy. Xiang Wentian observed that the Shrek Academy, much like his own team, had adopted a triangular formation. The 2 teams gradually approached the arena, standing side by side, in a gesture of respect from the Shrek team towards the Kamikaze Academy. Xiang Wentian declared his spirit power level. Xiang Wentian, a level 65 Assault System Spirit Emperor. Bu Jingyun, acknowledging the respect shown by the opposing team, also proclaimed his spirit power level. Bu Jingyun, a level 63 Assault System Spirit Emperor. As both sides prepared to unleash their martial spirits, Xiang Wentian beheld Bu Jingyun's martial spirit, a jet black longsword, while Niefeng's martial spirit manifested as a blood-red saber. It was evident that the Kamikaze Academy fielded no support type or agile attack spirit masters, signifying that they were indeed a formidable assault-oriented team. On the side of the Kamikaze Academy, Bu Jingyu noted that aside from the Shrek Academy captain Xiang Wentian, there were 2 additional spirit emperors above level 60 within the Shrek ranks, Shimen Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Bu Jingyun surmised that the disparity in strength between the 2 teams was not particularly significant, and even if there were differences, the fusion technique between himself and Niefeng would bridge that gap. For in this realm, no fusion technique could rival the combined prowess of their martial spirits. Therefore, this battle promised to be intensely fierce. As both sides readied themselves, the match commenced. Xiang Wentian commanded, Tang San, protect Rong and maintain control over the battlefield. Everyone else, charge forward. Bu Jingzhen responded, let us advance collectively. I shall confront their captain. Feng Xiaodian, your speed is superior. Find a way to neutralize their support-type Soul Master. The 2 teams collided with the ferocity of a raging torrent. The fiercest clash unfolded between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingyu, as both launched relentless attacks aimed at each other's vital points, with the sound of slicing blades and thundering fists echoing in the air. Bu Jingyun bellowed, 4th Soul Skill. Sword 8. As Xiang Wentian beheld 8 jet black swords hurtling towards him with astonishing velocity, each sword a tangible entity, he bellowed, 4th Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. A dark beam shot forth, colliding with the 8 ebony blades. Contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, the clash did not result in a cacophonous explosion. Instead, both soul skills disintegrated in midair, dissipating into nothingness. Seizing the initiative, Xiang Wentian invoked his fifth soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash, sending forth a colossal circular wave of fiery energy aimed directly at Bu Jingyun. With a steely gaze, Bu Jingyun countered. All swords returned to the origin. Countless dark swords converged into a massive ebony blade, which sliced horizontally against the flaming wave. A deafening roar erupted as immense energy surged outward, creating a circular shockwave that radiated through the arena. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Feng Xiaotian engaged in a similarly fierce battle, each blow delivered with unrestrained ferocity. Feng Xiaotian soared through the air, employing his gale wings, leaving Dai Mubai at a disadvantage, as he lacked any aerial soul skills and could only resort to ranged attacks. Dai Mubai shouted, First soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With the enhancement of the Diamond Transformation, the power of the Radiant Wave escalated exponentially, manifesting as a white beam directed at Feng Xiaotian. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian's focus was not on Dai Mubai, but rather on seeking an opportunity to approach the support-type Soul Master of the Shrek team, Ning Rongrong, who was momentarily obstructed by Dai Mubai. Spotting Dai Mubai launching a ranged attack, Feng Xiaotian resolved to eliminate him first before targeting Ning Rongrong. He declared, Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. A colossal azure wolf head descended from the sky, aimed squarely at Dai Mubai. Despite the strength of Dai Mubai's second soul skill, it proved insufficient to withstand the might of Feng Xiaotian's fourth soul skill. As the White Tiger's radiant wave met the Demon Wolf Storm, it was as though light struck a wall, unable to penetrate the onslaught. Just as the Demon Wolf Storm was about to collide with Dai Mubai, he roared, Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless white fists materialized around him, launching upward to intercept the descending storm. A series of thunderous roars erupted as the two forces collided. In the wake of the cacophony, Dai Mubai staggered back several steps, while Feng Xiaotian was propelled backward into the air. Both warriors, reeling from the ferocious exchange of their fourth soul skills, bore pallid expressions, blood staining their lips. In midair, Feng Xiaotian remarked, Dai Mubai, you are indeed formidable, but I wonder if you can withstand the power of my self-created soul skill. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes manifested as Feng Xiaotian's dual wings expanded rapidly behind him, swirling in the air before he gathered his strength and dove directly towards Dai Mubai. Self-created soul skills possess a potency greater than that of ordinary soul skills, as they are honed through personal experience and understanding, rendering them more practical and powerful. Upon realizing that his opponent was employing a self-created soul skill, Dai Mubai's expression grew grave as he proclaimed, Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A beam of white light surged towards Feng Xiaotian. However, the latter's descent was astonishingly swift, evading the White Tiger's Radiant Wave and slicing towards Dai Mubai. With a resounding crash, Feng Xiaotian unleashed the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. The first strike collided with Dai Mubai's White Tiger barrier, though the barrier remained intact. The overwhelming force still pushed Dai Mubai back by 2 steps. Without pausing to linger, Feng Xiaotian completed his first slash and ascended into the sky, spinning once more before releasing his second strike. At that moment, on the spectator platform of the Shrek Academy, Flender anxiously exclaimed, This is bad. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes relies on charging for each attack, meaning that each subsequent strike is more powerful than the last. Ma Hongjun, equally distressed, asked, What shall we do? The master turned his gaze towards the arena and replied calmly, It will depend on Dai Mubai's adaptability and Xiang Wentian's battlefield command. As Tang San perceived the dangers surrounding Dai Mubai and contemplated intervening, a voice echoed, instructing him to proceed as planned. It was the voice of Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek team. As Feng Xiaotian executed his fourth slash, Dai Mubai's White Tiger barrier finally could not withstand the assault and shattered, simultaneously causing blood to spurt from his mouth. The spectators at the Shrek Academy were in a state of turmoil, with Zhu Zhuqing exclaiming in alarm, Mubai? In the VIP section, the Night Emperor remarked to Ning Fengji, It seems that the Divine Wind Academy has gained the upper hand. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, Not necessarily. Your Majesty, observe that the support-type Soul Master of the Shrek Academy, my daughter, has yet to make her move. They must have their own strategy. Oh. The Night Emperor mused, turning his attention back to the arena. On the platform, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Now is the time." At this juncture, Tang San's blue-silver prison had accumulated its power, and he bellowed, "Fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison." Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian activated his first soul ring, radiating brilliance as he commanded, "Spatial lock." Two formidable control skills ensnared the 7 members of the Divine Wind Academy team, immobilizing them entirely. Even Feng Xiaodian, hovering in the air, plummeted to the ground. In that moment, the 7 members of the Divine Wind Academy found themselves completely frozen in place, enveloped by the blue-silver prison. As the battle unfolded, Xiang Wentian declared, "Now is the moment for our most formidable offensive." With that, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Angelic Monument. Lu Ming followed suit, invoking his 4th soul skill, Inferno Flame. Shimin Shui proclaimed, "Unity of man and sword." The sword god smiles. Yi Guqing announced, "Celestial Ascendance." Ning Rongrong chimed in, "First comes strength, second speed, third soul." Boom. A kaleidoscope of soul skills erupted on the arena, accompanied by anguished cries and the sound of bones fracturing. The audience, witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, erupted in fervor. The purpose of their attendance at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was to behold such exhilarating moments. Today, the Shrek Academy team fulfilled their expectations, leaving the crowd in awe. In the VIP section, the great Emperor of Snowy Night was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such an exquisite strategy, truly unprecedented. Whose genius has crafted this team?" Ning Fingji quietly remarked, "It is the master of Shrek Academy who has nurtured them, Your Majesty. To possess the master is to hold the world." The great emperor replied, "Oh, it seems time has come for me to meet this master." On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flinder was exhilarated, exclaiming, "Splendid. They should have been dealt with this way all along." The master turned to Flinder, stating, "Do you comprehend? This is strategy, surprise the unprepared. If one were to deploy such skills from the outset, success would be unattainable, as the opponent would be fully fortified and vigilant." Flinder nodded awkwardly in agreement. On the arena, after the Shrek team had unleashed their soul skills, Dai Mubai wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Surely, the match should be concluding now." Just as the Shrek team believed the contest was nearing its end, 2 bloodied figures shakily rose to their feet. The Shrek team beheld the sight they dreaded most. With a resounding declaration, Niafeng and Bu Jingzhen executed their unique martial soul fusion skill, Wind and Cloud Harmony, Infinite Mocha. This fusion technique was unlike any other. While others merely combined their martial souls, Wind and Cloud Harmony fused not only their martial souls but also the 2 individuals themselves. Upon completion of their fusion, a stranger stood upon the arena. Tang Sen exclaimed in alarm, "This is not good. They are utilizing their martial soul fusion skill despite their grievous injuries. It appears they are risking their lives to fight us." At that moment, Niafeng and Bu Jingzhen were filled with fury. Today had been a setback for them, but they were determined to reclaim their honor. As Xiang Wentian beheld the opponent, a grave expression crossed his face. "Shimin Shui, Yi Guqing. Soul fusion skill, Invincible sword domain. Ru Ming, let us unleash, Battle Angel. Everyone else, swiftly retreat from the stage." Chapter 83, The Convergence of Storm and Cloud. Mo Ku Wu Liang, Part 2. At Xiang Wentian's urgent exhortation, Tang San and his companions promptly vacated the arena. Tang Sen understood that remaining on the stage would be futile and would merely serve as a hindrance to the others. In that moment, Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing activated their soul fusion skill, Invincible sword domain, enveloping the unfamiliar man across from them. The stranger, born from the soul fusion skill, Storm and Cloud Convergence, executed by Niafeng and Bu Jingyun, murmured, "My father devoted his entire life to create the sacred spirit sword technique, Sword 23, and today, it finally has its moment to shine." In this state of storm and cloud convergence, how formidable will Sword 23 be? Perhaps, as my father said, it can slay even gods. At this juncture, the invincible sword domain cast by Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing loomed above the unfamiliar man. They bellowed, "The sword shatters the heavens, blade rends the earth." The sword energy surged forth, aiming directly at the stranger, while the blade's wind howled, cutting towards him from below. Yet, the unfamiliar man regarded the descending sword energy and the slashing blade with an expression devoid of panic. Instead, he calmly intoned, "Sacred Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 23. An invisible sword energy manifested, forming a colossal protective barrier that encompassed the already vast invincible sword domain. Within this sword energy space, Both sword shatters the heavens and blade rends the earth came to a standstill. Everything was frozen in time. In that instant, a phantom figure emerged from above the stranger's head, wielding a black longsword that descended with a swift cut. An unseen sword energy cleaved the invincible sword domain in two. The soul fusion skill of Shimen Shui and Yi Gu Qing was forcefully disrupted, causing both to spew blood and be hurled backward, their fates uncertain. At this moment, Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming's soul fusion skill, Battle Angel, had also reached completion, but Xiang Wentian, witnessing the preceding scene, felt a surge of terror. What manner of soul fusion skill was this, capable of unleashing such power? Even a titled Douluo could not deliver such a formidable strike. In the viewing area of Shrek Academy, Dean Flander exclaimed, "Time does not yield to space. The very thing that frightens Xiaodian most is time-related soul skills." The bizarre and potent strike just executed by the opponent not only embodies time manipulation, but also possesses a mental attack component. We are in trouble. A look of urgency appeared on the usually stoic face of the master, who inquired, "Flander, do you possess any countermeasures?" Flander shook his head in resignation, "None. Unless Xiaodian also possesses a time-related soul skill." Daimubai exclaimed anxiously, "The crux of the matter is that Winnie lacks time-type soul skills." In the VIP section, the Knight Emperor was astonished, remarking, "This edition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition has showcased an abundance of prodigious talents, truly deserving of the title held by two teams with a record of 12 consecutive victories." Ningfengji interjected, "Your Majesty, this is precisely what I referred to as the Golden Age. Capturing the talents of this era is tantamount to seizing control of this continent." Saras scoffed quietly, contemplating. "You aspire to ensnare the geniuses of this age, but little do you know that our Spirit Hall has already taken action many years ago." The audience, witnessing such a plethora of martial soul fusion techniques, erupted into fervor, with roars and shrieks resonating throughout. On the arena, Xiang Wentian, commanding the Battle Angel, wore a grave expression. He could not afford to lose. A defeat would not only harm him but also put Dream in jeopardy. Moreover, Shrek Academy was observing him intently. At this moment, with no choice but to act, Xiang Wentian unleashed his first soul skill, Spatial Lockdown, followed by the 10th style of the Buddha's palm. The annihilation of demons. A mysterious figure, born of the convergence of wind and cloud, smirked as he gazed at the rapidly descending golden Buddha seal, musing, "Xiang Wentian, perish beneath my ultimate sword technique, Sword 24, and then you may smile in the afterlife." The strange man bellowed, "Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 24. An invisible sword aura enveloped the entire arena, where not only time stood still but space itself was frozen. Subsequently, a black sword light slashed down towards the Battle Angel. As the black sword light traversed, the very fabric of space shattered, revealing numerous cracks. At that moment, Xiang Wentian found himself unable to move, his breath stifled. He could only watch in horror as this formidable strike approached him. His own annihilation of demons was rendered to mere fragments of golden light, disintegrating before his eyes. Chapter 84. The Buddha Kingdom in one's palm. In the face of impending peril, Xiang Wentian was engulfed in a hazy, wondrous realm devoid of sky and earth. A mere void. He recalled the legendary martial arts film from his past life, where Su Qier merged 17 palms into one, forming the 18th palm. He pondered, "What if I were to consolidate the first 10 styles of the Buddha's palm into a singular form?" As Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, he rose with a newfound understanding blooming within him. His thoughts flowed freely, and in that moment of enlightenment, an indescribable energy surged forth from his being, shattering the confines of the sword chi space. Thus, he proclaimed, the divine palm of the Tathagata, first form, the emergence of the Buddha's light. Second form, the golden peak Buddha lantern. Third form, the Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Fourth form, the Buddha questions the Kalpa. Fifth form, welcoming the Buddha to the western heavens. Sixth form, the Buddha's light illuminates all. Seventh form, the celestial Buddha descends to earth. Eighth form, the boundless Dharma of the Buddha. Ninth form, the 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. 10th form, the Tathagata exterminates demons. 10 palm imprints were unleashed in quick succession by Xiang Wentian, layering upon one another and materializing before him. In a dazzling display, these imprints merged at an astonishing pace, forming a circular golden energy shield that emanated an ethereal glow. Within this shield floated the Western Pure Land, populated by 800 arhats and 3,000 Buddhas, all contained within. The golden energy shield expanded exponentially, ultimately enveloping the arena. At that moment, A swift descent of black sword light struck the golden energy shield, yet it failed to inflict the slightest harm upon it. Xiang Wentian realized at that moment that he was both heaven and earth, with the entire arena under his dominion. He observed a strange man on the stage, wildly slashing, yet failing to inflict even the slightest damage upon the golden energy shield. Xiang Wentian soared directly into the sky, casting his gaze upon the unfamiliar man ensconced within the golden energy shield. Two beams of golden light shot forth from his eyes, aiming squarely at the stranger on the arena. The man, perceiving the descending golden rays, summoned his entire soul power, unleashing hundreds of formidable sword energies in a futile attempt to thwart the oncoming light. With a series of crisp sounds, the foreigner was pierced through by the two beams, the tremendous force propelling him backward until he fell to the ground, now transformed into two individuals, Yefeng and Bu Jingzhu. The fusion technique of their martial souls, Wind and Cloud united, Imoku Infinite, had been unleashed. At that moment, the host, Douluo, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that such a powerful fusion technique from the Shinkong Academy had been thwarted. In the spectators' area of Shrek Academy, Oscar shouted in excitement, urging everyone to witness the birth of the world's most potent martial soul fusion technique, the Battle Angel. Dean Flinder grinned widely, revealing his dazzling golden teeth, and remarked that regardless of how talented or formidable the other academy's prodigies might be, they were no match for his students. In the VIP section, the Emperor of the Snowy Night contemplated the imminent conclusion of the elite tournament among the continent's top Spirit Master academies and devised a plan to recruit these talents for the Heavenly Do Empire. At the pinnacle of the arena, a cloaked figure murmured that the talents of these two children were astonishingly formidable, lamenting that they were affiliated with the Spirit Hall. He resolved to prepare early for the impending challenges regarding the third child. In a corner of the arena, the ghost Douluo chuckled, remarking to Old Ghost that it seemed he had taken on a promising disciple, inquiring whom he intended to support for the next pope. The ghost Douluo replied that the most competent contenders for the next pope from the Spirit Hall were Qian Renxue and Hu Laina, while Pope Bibidong favored Hu Laina. The Elder Hall supported Qian Renxue. He acknowledged that everyone had their own interests, including themselves, and expressed his desire for Wentian to assume the Pope's position, seeking Old Ghost's assistance in that endeavor. Old Ghost concurred, stating that if the disciple were to ascend to the papacy, their statuses would be elevated above all others. He assured him that he would indeed lend support, for after all, that was his disciple's nephew. On the arena, Xiang Wentian gradually retracted the golden energy shield and reappeared on the stage, contemplating the appropriate name for his self-created 11th form of the Buddha's palm. He mused that it bore resemblance to the Buddha's realm within the palm of the Tathagata, deciding to name it the Buddha Kingdom within the palm. At this moment, both Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng had dispelled their martial soul fusion technique, the Battle Angel, leaving only the two of them standing upon the arena. The host, Douluo, witnessing the dissolution of the fusion technique, proclaimed aloud that Shrek Academy had triumphed over Shinkong Academy. Instantly, the audience erupted in fervor, a resounding cheer echoing throughout the venue, as they chanted in unison, "Long live the Shrek Battle Team! Long live the Shrek Battle Team! Long live the Shrek Squad!" Meanwhile, the system notification echoed, "Congratulations to the host for comprehending the divine principle of the heavens, the realm of the Buddha in the palm. The host's soul power level has increased by 1 tier. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Emperor Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 66, 629-268-87000000. Soul Rings, Black, age, 85. 100 years, Black, age, 46,000 years, Black, age, 48,000 years, Black, age, 42,000 years, Black, age, 35,000 years, Black, age, 60,000 years. Soul Skills. First skill, Space Lock. Second skill, Angelic Glory. Third skill, Angelic Judgment. Fourth skill, Angelic Divine Light. Fifth skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Sixth skill, Angelic Stupa Divine Skill. Tathagata's Palm Divine Principle. Realm of the Buddha in the Palm Cultivation Method. True Scripture of the Celestial Demon. Overlord Body of the Heavens Ability. Devour. Able to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 85. Post-match rewards in the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. The Shrek Academy emerged victorious, maintaining a streak of 14 consecutive wins in the finals of the Tiando Empire's regional competition. From the 28 competing teams, 15 stood out, with Shrek Academy ranking first, achieving the highest distinction in the Tiando Empire's region. In this tournament, Shrek Academy triumphed over renowned institutions such as the Blaze Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy, substantiating their true strength through their remarkable performance. The title of the strongest academy team in the Tiando Empire is now indisputable, and this splendid achievement is the result of the collective efforts of the Shrek squad. At this moment, several healing-type soul masters emerged from various academies to tend to the injured participants. Despite some contestants sustaining serious injuries, they were able to walk with the assistance of the healing soul masters. The host, Douluo, proclaimed from the air, "Next, the Emperor of the Snowy Night of the Tiando Empire, along with the Master Ning of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Platinum Bishop Salus, will personally present the honorary certificates and rewards to the top 5 academy teams." There are 2 types of honorary certificates, the Academy Honorary Certificate and the Team Honorary Certificate. Initially, the Shrek Academy team was unaware of the monetary rewards, which were later revealed to Xiang Wentian by Ning Rongrong. In the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academies, the rewards for the victorious teams in the Tiando Empire's regional finals are as follows. First team, 30,000 gold soul coins. Second team, 20,000 gold soul coins. Third team, 15,000 gold soul coins. Fourth team, 10,000 gold soul coins. Fifth team, 5,000 gold soul coins. Beyond the top 5, the only reward is an honorary certificate, rendering the trip somewhat fruitless. Such is the nature of the regional finals rewards. As the grand finals of the regional competition approached, the esteemed prizes for the top 3 victors were to be graciously provided by the Spirit Hall. Once the awards were distributed, the host relinquished the floor to the most distinguished figure present, the Night Emperor. His gaze swept over the 15 academies represented, lingering a moment longer on the students of Shrek Academy, before he smiled and proclaimed, "First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Shrek Academy for achieving an impressive record of 14 consecutive victories." Applause erupted from the members of the 15 competing teams, their cheers resonating in the arena. "You have successfully completed this year's elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies, the finals of the Tiando Empire's regional contest. As the highest sovereign of the Tiando Empire, I take immense pride in you all. You are the hopes of our empire's future. Furthermore, as captains and vice-captains of your respective teams, your prowess has played a pivotal role in this competition. Thus, I have resolved to confer the titles of Viscount upon the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams, and the title of Baron upon the other participating students from these 5 academies. Upon your graduation, the gates of the Imperial Palace shall always remain open to you. Your fiefs will be allocated uniformly after your graduation." The Platinum Bishop, Saruth, interjected, "Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate." The Night Emperor cast a cool glance at Saruth and replied, "What seems amiss, Your Excellency?" Saruth continued, "In previous competitions, there has been no precedent for awarding noble titles. Moreover, isn't the rank being conferred rather lofty? In both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, the hierarchy of noble titles is Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. To grant 10 noble titles of Viscount for merely the top 5 of a regional final is astonishing." The Night Emperor silenced Saruth with a single statement, "Your Excellency, the granting of titles is an internal matter of the Empire and bears no relation to the Spirit Hall or this competition. I am merely rewarding these children for their commendable efforts. They represent the Tiando Empire in this grand competition. And is it not within my rights to bestow a few titles?" He continued, "Moreover, I promise you this, should any team secure the ultimate championship in the finals, their entire team will be elevated in rank, and the name of their academy will be prefixed with royal, receiving financial support from the Empire." Although these young leaders had seen much in their lives, the Night Emperor's generous array of rewards left them somewhat bewildered. What did these titles signify? The Viscount is already entitled to possess his own territory and personal guards, in addition to receiving a certain subsidy from the state, thus achieving both fame and fortune. Although many soul masters hold noble titles, acquiring a title from a kingdom or duchy is relatively simple, while obtaining one from an empire is considerably more challenging. Particularly a Viscount's title granted directly. A Viscount's domain can encompass a small city, comparable in size to Soto City. Chapter 86. Journey to Soul City. What is even more significant, is that the Snow Knight Emperor has assured the 10 individuals present that, upon the conclusion of this competition, they will be granted their lands. This indicates that they are not merely titles of nobility in name only, but true aristocrats possessing actual territories. It is evident that there is an intention to compel the academies present to choose their allegiances. It appears that the conflict between the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall has reached an irreconcilable stage. Saras appeared rather displeased. He refrained from speaking further. But there was a hint of malice in his eyes. Ningfengji merely stood by, smiling silently, as if all of this had no bearing on him. In due course, the final match will commence, determining which academy reigns supreme on the continent. As the Emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor cannot leave the Heaven Do Imperial City at will. However, he announced that Crown Prince Xueqinghe would represent him as the envoy of the Heaven Do Empire in the upcoming competition. The 15 teams from the Heaven Do Empire will be personally led by Xueqinghe to the Soul City, located at the border of the two empires. For the final showdown, which will be presided over by the Spirit Hall, the teams have only 3 days to prepare. After this brief period, a total of 15 teams, accompanied by their instructors and 500 knights from the Royal Knights Corps, will set forth towards the venue of the finals in Soul City. Originally, the finals were not scheduled to be held in Soul City, but for reasons unknown, the Spirit Hall abruptly changed the location to its main city. This city is almost entirely under the control of the Spirit Hall. Soul City is situated at the intersection of the two great empires, neither of which claims ownership over it. The most vital structures within Soul City are the Pope's Hall and the Elder's Hall. The Pope's Hall is a newly constructed edifice, hailed as the most magnificent building on the entire continent. It is precisely because of this new Pope's Hall that Soul City has become a sanctum for all Soul Masters. The journey from Heaven Do City to Soul City takes approximately 20 days. The duration of the final competition is not extensive, as it is conducted in a knockout format. With a total of 33 teams, the victors can be determined in less than 10 days. Just before the members of Shrek Academy are about to embark on their journey, Linaz arrives with a young girl to seek out Xiang Wentian. Upon inquiring of the heavens, Linus asked, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" "I have come to see you. This time, you have truly brought glory to our village, enhancing our reputation. Now, in the presence of other village leaders, I can walk with my head held high, exuding an air of dignity." With a chuckle, he continued, "By the way, I have brought you some local delicacies from our village, the fruits you cherish most. However, remember this, these fruits are not to be consumed without purpose. After enjoying them, you must secure the championship title, thereby bringing honor to our village. Do you understand?" Linus spoke with utmost seriousness. Xiang Wentian received the fruit handed to him by Linus and assured, "Rest assured, Grandpa Linus. I shall certainly bring back a championship gold medal for you." Linus beamed with delight, replying, "That's wonderful. At last, my efforts for you have not been in vain." At that moment, Xiang Wentian turned to glance at the little girl and inquired, "Grandpa Linus, who is this little girl?" "This is my granddaughter. With the summer vacation upon us, she returned to enjoy some watermelons I planted in the field." Linus chuckled as he turned to the girl. "Celia, why don't you greet your older brother? Haven't you always admired Soul Masters?" "This big brother here is an exceptionally powerful Soul Master," Linus said kindly, gesturing towards Xiang Wentian. Upon hearing Linus speak of him as a Soul Master, Celia's excitement bubbled over, and she exclaimed, "Celia has met her older brother." Xiang Wentian gently patted Cyria's head and said to Linus, "Grandfather Linus, we must set off now while the day is still young. Please make haste and return to the village." After bidding farewell to Xiang Wentian, Lin Naz, and Celia, the group boarded the carriage, embarking on their journey with a formidable procession of over 1,000 individuals. Shrek Academy remained the center of attention, whereas the Five Elements Academy had adopted a more subdued demeanor, possibly due to their defeat by Shrek in the competition. To ensure the participating team members could rest adequately, the Tiendo Empire provided a total of 15 luxurious giant carriages expressly for their comfort. Throughout the journey, Xiang Wentian consistently urged the Shrek battle team to continue their training, forbidding any frivolity. Flanders wholeheartedly supported Xiang Wentian's approach. Chapter 87, The Canyon Battle, Part 1. From the day of departure, the Shrek Academy team was missing a significant figure, Master. While the others were unaware of his whereabouts, Xiang Wentian, having lived 2 lives, was fully informed. Inside the teacher's carriage of Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong fumed. "Flanders, you knew Xiao Gang was going to meet her. Why didn't you tell me?" Flanders shook his head helplessly. It's not that Xiao Gang and I were afraid of you being upset. With a huff, Lu Erlong replied, Humph. Upset? I would only be angry if you didn't tell me. If you had informed me, would I still be angry? Besides, Xiao Gang and I are a couple. If he had shared the truth with me, would I still be mad? She then muttered darkly, Just you wait, you Xiao Jiang. When you return, I'll make you regret it. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's whispered threats, Flanders shivered inwardly, thinking to himself, Thank goodness this fierce woman never took a liking to me. I wouldn't know how I'd meet my end. Apart from Xiang Wentian, the rest of the Shrek battle team was oblivious to Master S' whereabouts. Even Tang San, Master S' most devoted disciple, had not been informed and had quietly departed alone, leaving Lu Erlong behind. Much to the disappointment of the Emperor of Snow Night, who had sent for him. Xiao Wu, your godmother seems to be in a foul mood these days. What is going on? Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiao Wu while leaning in on the carriage. Xiao Wu shook her head helplessly. I don't know, but my mother has always had a short temper. Everyone should be cautious around her lately. It's best not to provoke her, or you'll be the one to suffer. Beside them, Ma Hongjun scoffed, I'm not afraid. Teacher Erlong is the fire dragon, and I'm the fire phoenix. Oscar, stifling laughter, chimed in loudly, Teacher Erlong, Fatty says you're the fire dragon. Dai Mubai shot a disapproving glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Keep your voices down. Are you two trying to get us killed? If I'm not mistaken, Teacher Erlong's bad mood is likely related to Master S' departure. However, since she hasn't exploded yet, she must know where Master has gone. How strange. Xiao San, why don't you have any idea about Master S' whereabouts either? Tang San smiled faintly. How could I possibly know what Master is up to? Mubai, you should focus on recuperating from your injuries sustained in the battle with Feng Xiaotian. If you're unable to participate in the finals, wouldn't that be quite unfortunate? Dai Mubai let out a hum, and although merely 3 or 4 days had passed, the wounds on my body had already healed. However, there remained a lingering ache in my internal organs, yet with a couple more days of recuperation, I should be perfectly fine. Xiang Wentian solemnly addressed his companions, urging them not to squander their time. This carriage is indeed remarkable. It provides an excellent environment for cultivation. Your soul power is on the brink of a breakthrough. Let us hasten our training and strive to elevate our levels before the finals. This way, we shall possess a greater assurance when we arrive at the ultimate competition. Ning Rongrong softly interjected. My father informed me that the greatest threat we face comes from the team dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Only by overcoming them can we secure the championship. This will be the most formidable challenge our Shrek team has encountered since its inception. Xiang Wentian inquired, Ning Rongrong, are you aware of their specific soul power levels? Ning Rongrong replied, I am not entirely certain about their exact soul power levels, but my father informed me that their levels are undoubtedly comparable to our Shrek team, and may even exceed ours. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention the team from the Spirit Hall, the expressions of the other Shrek team members darkened, excluding Xiang Wentian. Although the Shrek team possesses such potential after consuming the celestial-grade herbs, they have yet to reach that level. Facing such formidable opponents in the competition poses a significant challenge given their current strength. However, the adversaries are real, and retreat is not an option. The question of how to overcome these foes has occupied the minds of the Shrek team members in the past few days. Xiang went on with a solemn tone. Regardless of the circumstances, we must overcome this challenge. Even if our adversaries are a formidable team of soul saints, we must give our all. In the face of adversity, it is the brave who prevail. The Shrek team is invincible. You must uphold the belief in our invincibility. Without the unwavering conviction of victory, how can we aspire to reach the pinnacle of greatness? Do you truly wish to live a life of mediocrity? Upon uttering these words, the members of the Shrek team were imbued with an unwavering determination. Tang San remarked, when Tian is correct. Having arrived in this world and embraced our identities as soul masters, we shall tread this singular path until the end, vowing not to relent until we reach the pinnacle. Simultaneously, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng declared, the blade and the sword are the heart's edge, capable of both destruction and protection. The blade commands the multitude of weapons, while the sword reigns as the sovereign among them. Together, our combined might shall sweep across the world. Shimin Shui Shui continued. In our recent battle against Fengyan, we discerned the inadequacies within our soul fusion technique. Drawing from the experiences of our predecessors, we have redefined our own fusion technique, aptly named the convergence of blade and sword, a world swept clean. Yi Guqing added, we are now brimming with confidence in our soul fusion technique. Shimin Shui Shui then recited, a melody that rends the heart. Where in this vast expanse can one find a kindred spirit? With that, the two sat aside and began to play their flutes. As the others listened to their newly discovered soul fusion technique, they felt a surge of joy, yet could not help but shake their heads at the duo's theatrical demeanor, likening it to that of street performers. Chapter 88. The Battle in the Canyon, Part 2. Oscar turned his head and inquired, Ning Rong Rong, did your father mention what the prize from the Spirit Hall is this time? Ning Rong Rong replied, the champion's prize offered by the Spirit Hall consists of 3 soul bones, each over 10,000 years old. Tang San expressed his astonishment. What a grand gesture. To offer 3 soul bones as the champion's reward. Wentian, have you received any recent news? Indeed. There are those who may seek to do us harm along the way. Everyone, hasten your training and remain vigilant. Wentian responded. Ma Hongjun interjected. Who would dare to oppose us? We are under the protection of the Tiando Royal Knights. Shoo. Xiang Wentian gestured for silence and said, focus on your training. Do not ask questions, for in due time, someone will emerge to protect us. Meanwhile, above a gorge on the path traversed by the Tiando Empire's forces, a shadow slowly uttered, Lord Diala, when the time comes, eliminate everyone from the Shrek team except for Xiang Wentian and his young companion, Ru Meng. Do you understand? Yes. My lord, I will diligently follow the elder's decree, Diala replied. At that moment, Xiang Wentian observed Feng Xiaotian conversing with a soldier from the Night Order. After their exchange, Feng Xiaotian headed straight toward the team of the Weaving Fire Academy. Brothers of the Weaving Fire Academy, may I enter? Feng Xiaotian called out beside their carriage. Brother Feng, what brings you here? The curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing the visage of the fire cloud evil god. Feng Xiaotian smiled awkwardly and replied, I came primarily to see Sister Huo Wu and, in the capacity of our captain, to discuss a potential collaboration with the Weaving Fire Academy. Huo Wu coldly retorted, if you wish to discuss matters, then speak plainly. Do not feign a visit to see me. Feng Xiaotian anxiously responded, Sister Huo Wu, please do not be upset. I genuinely came to see you. Fine, what matters do you wish to discuss? Come inside, the fire cloud evil god interjected. Very well. Feng Xiaotian entered the carriage and smiled at Huo Wu before addressing the fire cloud evil god directly, Brother evil god. Do you think the Weaving Fire Academy alone can defeat the Shrek Academy? The fire cloud evil god sighed and replied, given the overwhelming strength exhibited by the Shrek Academy, it is clear that our Weaving Fire Academy cannot prevail. Do you have any suggestions? Feng Xiaotian grinned and said, I came here for precisely that reason. Our captain, Wu Jingyun, proposed merging the Weaving Fire Academy's team with the Godwind Academy's team, renaming it the Windfire team. Before Feng Xiaotian could finish, the fire cloud evil god shook his head with a smile. That is impossible. The Spirit Hall would never agree. Brother evil god, that assertion is mistaken. I assure you that the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly consent, for our vice captain, Nie Feng, is the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Once we inform him, there will be no objections. If your Weaving Fire Academy agrees, we can finalize this matter today. Oh, if that is the case, it would benefit both parties. And how could we possibly refuse? Huo Wu's father is the dean of the Weaving Fire Academy. As long as she speaks to him, it will be settled. Feng Xiaotian replied, if that is so, does it mean that Brother Evil God agrees? The fire cloud evil god smiled. Indeed. I agree. Huo Wu added. If the captain agrees, then I too shall consent. Excellent. Xiang Wentian turned to Huo Wu and inquired, what about our situation? Huo Wu looked at Feng Xiaotian and said, Brother Feng, I am aware of your feelings for me and recognize your kindness, but I must inform you that it is impossible for us. My heart belongs to another. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened as he inquired, Sister Huo Wu, could you enlighten me as to who it is? Upon mentioning Xiang Wentian, a unique gleam sparkled in Huo Wu's eyes. Her fervent dedication to the pursuit of strength was no less than that of any exceptionally gifted male soul master. The formidable prowess of Xiang Wentian undoubtedly captivated her. However, it was not a matter of romantic attraction. In Huo Wu's heart, victory hinged solely on surpassing Xiang Wentian and defeating him. Should she fail to do so, she would resign herself to marrying him. Yet, Xiang Wentian already had a girlfriend. Does that not concern you? Feng Xiaotian asked anxiously. Huo Wu replied, it does not, unless one day you can surpass Xiang Wentian. Only then would I consider a relationship with you. With unwavering resolve, Feng Xiaotian declared, very well. Sister Huo Wu, your words reassure me. Please grant me time. I shall undoubtedly exceed Xiang Wentian. With that, Feng Xiaotian exited the carriage. As Huo Wu gazed at his retreating figure, she suddenly perceived something anew. She recognized that although Feng Xiaodian might not measure up to the top-tier geniuses, his sincerity was undeniable. Huowu discovered numerous qualities in him that she had previously overlooked. Perhaps it was his genuine heart that moved her, rendering her momentarily entranced. Chapter 89, The Battle in the Canyon, Part 3, in a brief span. Shinkong Academy and Chiwa Academy reached a collaborative agreement, a secret strictly maintained from other teams. They would not disclose this information until the commencement of the finals. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy enjoyed a period of tranquility, gathering daily in their carriage for training. Due to his recent advancement in rank during the prior matches, Xiang Wentian, along with Flander and others, attended to external matters. For the rest, excessive rehearsals for coordination were unnecessary. The enhancement of soul power was of paramount importance. After engaging in numerous battles, these already gifted young men and women made significant strides in both practical experience and soul power. Within just a few days, each member who had reached a plateau broke through to the next level. Currently, the strength of Shrek Academy's team members is as follows. Captain of the Shrek team, the Demon Angel Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, Level 66 Assault Type Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, the Seraphic Angel Roaming, Martial Soul, Seraphic Angel, Level 59 Assault Type Soul King. Shrek Student, Shimin Shui Shui, Martial Soul, Etienne Sword, Level 64 Assault Type Soul Emperor. Shrek Student, Yi Gu Cheng, Martial Soul, Dragon Slayer Blade, Level 64 Assault Type Soul Emperor. Team Member, the Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mu Bai, Martial Soul, White Tiger. Level 54 Ring Assault Type Soul Sect. Only one more soul ring stands between him and the title of Soul King, yet with the competition looming, he has no time to hunt for it. He must wait until after the finals. Team Member, Xinsho Shilua Tang San, Martial Spirit, Blue Silvergrass. Level 49 Control System Soul Master. Team Member, Rugu Mei Tu Xiao Wu, Martial Spirit, Softbone Rabbit, Level 48 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Xiahua Phoenix Ma Hongjun, Martial Spirit, Phoenix, Level 47 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Yuming Ling Mao Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Spirit, Yuming Ling Mao. Level 54 Ring Agility System Soul Master. Team Member, Xiangchang Zhuan Mai Oscar, Martial Spirit, Sausage, Level 49 Support System Tool Soul Master. Team Member, Jiobao Liuli Ning Rongrong. Martial Spirit, Jiobao Liuli Tower, Level 48 Support System Tool Soul Master. At first glance, their levels may not evoke much astonishment, but when considering their tender ages, they are indeed capable of shocking the Soul Master community. This remarkably youthful team possesses the potential to participate in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. What extraordinary heights might they reach in 5 years? It is a mystery beyond anyone's judgment. Throughout their journey, the team remained serene, and as they diligently practiced in silence, 10 days swiftly passed, marking the halfway point of their journey to Soul Master City. Under the leadership of 500 royal knights and Prince Shuqingha, they received the highest honors wherever they went, encountering no troubles along the way. Bandits, upon learning that the royal knights were passing through, promptly fled in terror, dismantling their camps and retreating for miles. Today, as usual, the group trained under the guidance of Xiang Wentian. Noticing that the members of the Shrek team had all entered their cultivation, Xiang Wentian exhaled lightly, sitting down to join them. At that moment, he sensed a powerful wave of soul energy emanating from ahead. With a sly smile, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and remarked, "Have you finally arrived?" My source of experience points? Their path primarily followed official roads, with the only perilous location being the Doomsday Canyon that lay ahead, from which the soul energy fluctuations were detected. Yet, Xiang Wentian was not the only one to sense the energy. The entirety of the Shrek team simultaneously opened their eyes. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in alarm, "Brother Tian, could it be true that someone intends to ambush us on the way?" Tang San responded gravely, "There is a murderous intent. Everyone, be cautious. Quickly disembark from the carriage." Xiang Wenyi exclaimed, "The target is too large on the carriage and more susceptible to attacks." It was not only the Shrek team that sensed the fluctuations of soul power. Simultaneously, the captain of the Royal Knights, leading their regiment, barked an order for vigilance. Something was amiss. The members of the Royal Knights, tasked with guarding the Soul Masters, promptly raised their lances. However, the students from the Soul Master Academy seemed unconcerned. With so many talented Soul Masters and esteemed instructors present, what could they possibly fear? Although the Academy's numbers paled in comparison to the Royal Knights, each student was an elite, a prodigy. Moreover, among their instructors were formidable Soul Masters, including Soul Emperors of level 60, Soul Saints of level 70, and even Soul Douluos of level 80. The Academy students regarded the bandits who dared to obstruct their path as nothing more than fools courting death. Chapter 90. The Canyon Battle, Part 4. At that moment, countless boulders cascaded from the hillsides like raindrops, appearing suddenly and in perfect unison, plummeting swiftly downward. The terrain was highly disadvantageous for the entire team, prompting the captain of the Royal Knights to issue a command for accelerated movement. The responsibility of withstanding the boulders fell to the 500 members of the Royal Knights. In this critical moment, the overall quality of the Royal Knights was revealed. Though not all were soul masters, their collective strength was formidable. The hills flanking the canyon were steep but not excessively high, and the impact of the falling boulders was not insurmountable. The soldiers of the Royal Knights stepped back a few paces, leaving a central passageway open for traversal. With their lances raised high, they braced themselves against the descending stones. Meanwhile, the Academy's team dismounted and sprinted forward through the corridor. Just then, even larger boulders began to tumble down, prompting the captain of the Royal Knights to shout, "Form ranks." In an instant, the 500 members of the Royal Knights quickly aligned themselves, creating a circular formation, leaving a lengthy corridor in the center for the Academy team to pass through. They concentrated their soul power to forge a massive steel shield, repelling the onslaught of boulders from above. Witnessing this display, the Academy members hastened their advance, discarding their carriages to quicken their pace. All students rushed forward, eager to escape the perilous terrain ahead, believing that once they did, they would have little to fear. Curiosity gripped everyone. Who could possibly have the audacity to attack even the Royal Knights? After all, they were within the territory of the Tiando Empire. Could they truly be bandits? Had they become so emboldened as to risk their lives? Flander and Lu Erlong urged the Shrek team onward. At that moment, Lu Erlong's temper flared once more. "I can't take it anymore. I need to go and unleash my wrath." Lu Erlong intended to charge into the canyon to wreak havoc, but was halted by Flander. "Old Flander, why are you stopping me? These blind bandits. I shall eliminate them all." Lu Erlong expressed his dissatisfaction. Flander replied earnestly, "The situation is not so simple. Do you not find it peculiar? Although the Heaven-Do Empire does have its share of large bandit groups, they are remarkably well informed and would flee at the first sign of danger. What emboldens them to attack a formidable team like ours? The falling rocks on the mountainside indicate that they were evidently well prepared, rather than acting by chance. Regardless of their intentions, our foremost priority must be to protect the children. Furthermore, with Xiao Gang absent, our Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique cannot be utilized. Safeguarding the children is paramount." Upon hearing Flander's words, Lu Erlong felt somewhat unconvinced yet refrained from contradicting him. The Royal Knights began to falter. Enormous boulders were crashing through their iron shields and into their ranks. In this dire moment, the prowess of the Academy's soul masters was on full display. The elites from the various prestigious soul master academies of the Heaven-Do Empire remained remarkably composed, each unleashing their martial souls and sheltering the support-type soul masters within, while the assault and defense types stood resolutely at the front. As the rocks descended, they were swiftly shattered, failing to hinder the team's advance. As they neared the passage between the two hills, the Royal Knights began to retreat gradually. Suddenly, a cannon shot echoed from an unknown source, and thousands of figures clad in black surged down from the hillsides with astonishing speed. At this moment, as the Royal Knights were still in retreat, the soul masters from the 15 academies had no choice but to rely on their own strength for protection. A myriad of vibrant lights began to emanate from the soul masters, their martial souls unleashed and spirit rings shimmering. They were prepared for battle. Though there was no cooperation among the various academies, each formed a cohesive unit. The appearance of the enemy ignited their fighting spirit. Rather than retreating, they charged forward without any need for organization, racing towards the foe. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the youthful soul masters, believing they could easily vanquish their opponents, found themselves pushed back by the enemy's ruthless onslaught. Combined, the 15 academies numbered just over 200. And with the Royal Knights 500, they totaled around 700, yet their adversaries numbered in the thousands, most of whom were above level 50. Their coordinated efforts drove the forces of the Heaven-Do Empire into retreat. Just as the Academy team emerged from the canyon, they were pushed back again. "Form ranks. Iron charge," commanded the captain of the Royal Knights. The 500 soldiers immediately shifted formations. while nearly 100 flying soul masters soared up the canyon walls to engage the descending enemies. Meanwhile, the masked leader of the opposing black-clad forces, realizing the royal knights were a tough adversary, commanded, "Fall back, form ranks." Hundreds of adversaries soared back into the air, aligning themselves in a row, channeling all their spiritual energy into the leader among them. At that moment, a black, ancient soul ring illuminated the dark-clad figure at the forefront, and a colossal black fist emerged from the depths of the eternal soul ring, striking fiercely towards the royal knight's iron onslaught. In an instant, the royal knights were thrown into disarray, with chaos reigning as blood flowed freely and severed limbs lay scattered about. Chapter 92. A surge of fury with a smile gracing his lips, Xiang Wentian declared, "At last, it is my turn to take action." He concentrated his soul power at his feet, and countless strands of black silk formed from this energy, unfurled from beneath him, stretching into the distance. Wherever they traversed, be it severed limbs, broken arms, or even entire corpses, within mere seconds, they swiftly transformed into desiccated husks. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability, consuming severed limbs and broken arms, thereby acquiring 1,000 year soul ring and 2,000 soul power points. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability, consuming incomplete corpses, thereby acquiring 2,000 year soul ring and 4,000 soul power points. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability, consuming complete corpses, thereby acquiring 5,000 year soul ring and 10,000 soul power points. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 5,000 year soul ring and 10,000 soul power points. Initially, others were oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, but after a brief moment, the fighters on the battlefield began to recognize the bizarre scene. On the side of the Tiando Empire, Xiang Wentian was one of their own, rendering them unable to voice their thoughts, only able to silently lament, "What a malevolent martial soul, capable of consuming the essence of others for its own gain." The enemy faction found themselves similarly constrained, as the elders had instructed them not to engage with Xiang Wentian. Ding! The host has consumed 200 severed limbs and broken arms. Ding! The host has consumed complete corpses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 67. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 68. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 69. With great excitement, Xiang Wentian declared, "Let all soul rings be enhanced." As he activated the system panel, his details emerged. Name, Xiang Wentian. Level, Soul Emperor. Martial Soul, Demon Angel. Soul Power, Level 69. 988888810000000. Soul Rings, Red, Age, 155. 100 years, Red, Age, 116. 000 years, Red, Age, 118. 000 years, Red, Age, 112. 000 years, Red, Age, 105. 000 years, Red, Age, 130. 000 years, Soul Abilities. First Soul Ability, Spatial Lockdown. Second Soul Ability, Angelic Glory. Third Soul Ability, Angelic Holy Judgment. Fourth Soul Ability, Divine Light of the Angel. Fifth Soul Ability, Angelic Flame Slash. Sixth Soul Ability, Angelic Stupa. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm. Techniques, Heavenly Demonic Extermination Scripture. Celestial Titan Body. Ability, Devour. The capacity to consume enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to augment his own. Upon closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian laughed maniacally towards the heavens, proclaiming, "Who commands the world? Only I, the demon angel, Xiang Wentian, the annihilator of the cosmos. I am invincible once more." The onlookers regarded him with expressions of disbelief, pondering whether he had lost his sanity. However, when they beheld the dazzling red soul rings glowing around him, each a staggering 100,000 years old, they were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Although the members of Shrek Academy understood that these soul rings were a result of Xiang Wentian's innate ability to devour, they remained profoundly shocked. At that moment, bolstered by an overwhelming sense of confidence, Xiang Wentian felt a tumultuous surge of soul power within him, teetering on the brink of explosion. He felt capable of vanquishing even deities. With a thunderous roar, he challenged, "Who dares to battle me?" Upon uttering these words, he noticed the surrounding individuals, all gaping in astonishment at him. An overwhelming sense of invincibility filled his heart, leading him to lament, "Have you all become timid in the face of my unmatched prowess? Have I ascended to such heights that no adversary remains?" Am I to retreat into obscurity, bearing my blade? Is there truly no one in this world capable of resisting my advance? At that moment, dozens of cloaked figures, unable to contain their indignation at Xiang Wentian's audacious bravado, rushed towards him. As proud soul masters, they would not tolerate such an affront. One may insult their character or dignity, but to belittle their esteemed soul power level was utterly intolerable. Even if it meant defying the Elder's orders, they resolved to eliminate this braggart on the spot. Then, Xiang Wentian bellowed, "Brothers of the Spirit Hall, are you heroes?" The cloaked figures responded in unison, "Indeed, we are heroes. Since they are heroes, let us together witness the annihilation of the cosmos." The crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Only heroes delve into the tome, the annihilation of the cosmos." Chapter 93, The Veiled One in White. Xiang Wentian observed dozens of cloaked figures charging towards him. His spirit ignited with fervor as he declared, "Come forth." He unleashed the second skill of his sixth soul technique, Angelic Meteor Shower. A crimson 10,000-year soul ring ascended into the sky, transforming into an immense angelic apparition. Suddenly, the angelic figure's eyes snapped open wide, and countless colossal meteors plummeted from above, crashing into the crowd below, erupting in a cacophony of explosions, reducing numerous cloaked figures to mere fragments of flesh. Xiang Wentian was left with no opportunity to absorb his foes. At that moment, the 15 soul master teams of the Tiando Empire were left in stunned silence, as were the black-clad figures atop the canyon. Tang Sen murmured in astonishment, "Is this the power of a 10,000-year soul ring? It seems almost monstrous. When will I ever acquire a 10,000-year soul ring? Perhaps, like other titled Douluos, it may be a lifetime's endeavor, if not impossible. 10,000-year soul beasts are not so easily vanquished, and even if one were fortunate enough to slay one, the process of absorbing its soul ring is far from simple. Wentian, your devouring ability truly evokes my envy. Since you have attacked me, I shall disregard your identities. Only through relentless slaughter can my soul power and soul rings achieve significant enhancement. As the saying goes, a dead comrade does not diminish a Taoist's path. In this perilous Douluo Continent, greater strength equates to greater assurance of survival." With that, Xiang Wentian activated the second skill of his sixth soul technique once more, Angelic Meteor Shower. The air was filled with the sounds of thunderous explosions, as enemies were engulfed in a tempest of blood and carnage. Devour. Ding, the host has utilized the devouring ability. Acquiring 15,000 your soul ring in 10,000 soul power points. Ding, the host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 15,000 your soul ring in 10,000 soul power points. Ding, the host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 15,000 your soul ring in 10,000 soul power points. Just as Xiang Wentian was reveling in his slaughter, an ethereal voice pierced through the chaos. "Wentian, what are you doing? You are slaying your own kind. Do not forget that you, too, are a part of the Spirit Hall." Xiang Wentian swiftly surveyed his surroundings, finding no formidable adversaries, and his heart settled as he concluded it must be his mischievous master causing trouble once more. He bellowed, "I am merely seeking a worthy opponent. I do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. It is merely that these individuals are woefully inadequate." Above the valley, a masked figure in white turned to a shadowy presence and remarked, "Oh, he claims that those we brought along are too weak. Old ghost, it seems your disciple believes his wings have grown strong and is becoming rather disobedient. Allow me, as the uncle, to descend and give him a lesson." The white-clad figure's voice was sharp and high-pitched, reminiscent of a eunuch's croak. The shadow replied, "Indeed, it is time for a reprimand. Otherwise, if he becomes a titled Douluo, he may no longer regard me with respect. However, the lesson must be measured. We must ensure he does not lose his life." The masked man in white took a few steps but paused, turning back to say, "Old ghost, do you still doubt my methods? I shall ensure he learns to obey while also understanding the consequences of defiance." At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed the white figure hurtling towards him from above the canyon. Although the opponent's face was obscured, he could discern the identity of the individual by their physique. While he recognized who it was, he had no intention of revealing it. With his recently bolstered strength, he was eager for a powerful adversary to test his prowess. This arrival was fortuitous. Xiang Wentian then addressed the masked figure, declaring, "Who approaches? State your name. I do not slay nameless foes." The white masked figure retorted in a shrill tone, "Oh, youngster, your bravado is considerable. You have yet to earn the right to demand my name. Perhaps when you ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, You may speak so. In the masked figure's eyes, Xiang Wentian was but a minor soul emperor, easily disregarded. Very well. Today, I shall demonstrate my strength against you and see if I possess that qualification, Xiang Wentian declared fiercely. Chapter 94. The Withering Chrysanthemum's Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Pagoda. Suddenly, a colossal demonic angelic apparition emerged behind Xiang Wentian, who launched a punch towards the masked figure. The white-clad individual snorted disdainfully, refraining from summoning his martial soul, and countered with a punch of his own, striking towards the rapidly approaching fist of the angelic illusion. The punch from the masked figure seemed minuscule compared to the overwhelming force of the demonic angel, yet astonishingly, it managed to block the attack. With a resounding crash, the masked individual was left utterly astonished. A mere soul emperor could unleash such a formidable strike. Xiang Wentian was equally astonished. This individual was able to withstand the force of my sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda's first strike solely through sheer physical prowess. However, the might of my sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda, grows stronger with each blow. I shall see just how many punches you can endure. Immediately, Xiang Wentian unleashed the second strike of Angelic Pagoda. With a resounding crash, the cloaked figure in white let out a cold snort and remarked, "Another one of those moves? It appears you are out of tricks." In the fleeting moment when the two punches collided, the masked figure was taken aback, realizing that this strike bore nearly double the power of the previous one. Caught off guard, he was forced to retreat 2 steps from the force of the attack. With a cold sneer, Xiang Wentian declared, "The true power lies ahead. Today's feast shall be bounteous." Upon the collision of the third strike, the figure draped in white, masked and enigmatic, was propelled backward by 5 paces. With the fourth blow, the same figure was forced to retreat 10 steps. Breathing heavily, the masked individual pondered. "It seems I must summon my martial soul and employ my soul skills. Otherwise, I risk humiliation, becoming a source of laughter for that old ghost." Thus, he unleashed his third soul skill, Aura Barrier. A translucent energy dome swiftly enveloped an expanse of over 100 meters, rendering all soul masters within unable to channel their soul power. Xiang Wentian wore a smile at the corners of his mouth and said, "Such a trivial aura barrier cannot possibly confine me. Not only do I possess spatial soul techniques, but I also wield temporal divine abilities. Your aura barrier is utterly ineffective against me." The figure clad in white, with a masked visage, finally showed signs of emotion. "How is this possible? Under my aura barrier, one can still launch a counterattack." Boom. The sixth soul skill of Xiang Wentian, the Angelic Pagoda, delivered a resounding blow upon the body of the white-clad masked figure. With a piercing scream, the figure was sent flying, a trace of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. Rising from the ground, he wiped away the blood and spat venomously. "You have thoroughly enraged me, boy." The sixth soul skill, Golden Petals Radiating Twilight, manifested as the peculiar heavenly chrysanthemum in his hand rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal pink chrysanthemum. From its center, a beam of red light shot forth, hurtling directly towards Wentian. Xiang Wentian beheld a crimson pillar of light hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. His gaze sharpened as he summoned the entirety of his soul power, witnessing the swift illumination of his sixth soul ring, rivaling even the brilliance of the sun above. The sixth punch of the Angelic Pagoda was unleashed. At the very moment when the mighty fist of the demon angel collided with the red beam, the latter disintegrated utterly, unable to withstand the force of the attack. The masked figure in white, with eyes widened in horror, exclaimed, "How is this possible? A mere soul emperor, even one endowed with a 10,000-year soul ring, could not possibly unleash such formidable power. Enough of this. I shall no longer play with you. If I do not subdue this insignificant soul emperor today, I shall have no face left in the soul master realm." The commotion created by Xiang Wentian was so immense that it drew the attention of the entire team from the Heavenly Empire, who were embroiled in battle with the dark-clad adversaries. Flender, upon witnessing the rapid illumination of the ninth soul ring of the masked figure, shouted, "This is dire. Little Tian faces a tidal Douluo." Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy were besieged by hundreds of black-clad foes, unable to divert their attention, akin to ants in a boiling pot, frantically seeking a way out. At that moment, Lu Erlong was entangled in a fierce struggle with the soul Douluo, unable to assist, and bellowed, "If anything were to happen to little Tian today, regardless of who you are, I shall eradicate you all." The dark-clad opponent engaged with Lu Erlong sneered, "Let us see if you survive today to make such threats." Meanwhile, Ru Meng found her path obstructed by a dozen black-clad foes. Though they did not strike to kill, they barred her from breaking free from their encirclement. The masked figure in white then shouted, "The chrysanthemum withers, leaving wounds upon the ground, flowers fall." Before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interjected, "I'll make your chrysanthemum wither, you wretch." With that, Xiang Wentian unleashed his divine power, the Buddha kingdom in his palm. A circular energy shield rapidly expanded, enveloping the masked figure within. Ascending into the sky, his eyes widened as he bellowed, "Buddha kingdom," with wrathful divine light. Two golden beams shot forth from Xiang Wentian's eyes, piercing directly into the masked figure's posterior. The golden rays burst forth from the figure's mouth, accompanied by a foul, sanguine miasma that permeated the air, a stench so potent it could only be described as overwhelmingly putrid. Xiang Wentian, pinching his nose, exclaimed, "What on earth have you consumed?" The stench surpasses that of an incomprehensibly large bucket of refuse. The figure in white, masked and shrouded, was splattered with a gruesome mixture of dark, yellowish blood. Suddenly, he clutched his posterior, leapt high into the air, and emitted a series of anguished cries. Oh, ah, oh, the exquisite pain. After a few desperate jumps, he vanished from the battlefield. Witnessing this, Xiang Wentian had an epiphany. It dawns on me now. Startled by the fright, he has quite literally leapt to his grandmother's house. How truly bizarre. At that moment, a shadowy figure atop the gorge covered his face, shaking his head in embarrassment, muttering, "What a disgrace." Chapter 95. Each displays their prowess. The white-clad masked figure, still clutching his rear, hopped back to the top of the gorge, wincing in agony as he lamented, "Ouch. The pain is unbearable." Observing this, Ghost Douluo retrieved a red petal from his soul-guiding device and tossed it to the white figure. Upon receiving the petal, the masked man hastily consumed it, and within mere moments, his injuries healed completely, the pain subsiding instantly. With a tone of disheartenment, the white figure remarked, "Today, I have truly lost face, having been so thoroughly humiliated. As a Douluo, to be defeated in such a manner, how shall I show my face in the realm of soul masters henceforth? Although my visage is concealed, my martial spirit is well known. My dignity has been utterly obliterated." Hearing his words, Ghost Douluo reflected, "I never expected the prodigies of the Golden Era to be so astonishing. My young disciple, hailed as the greatest talent of the Tiando Empire, is indeed exceptional." The masked figure, noticing Ghost Douluo's endless musings, retorted with ire, "Old ghost. Were it not for our long-standing friendship, I would have long since incapacitated that insufferable brat, Xiang Wentian. Had I not shown mercy this time, your disciple would have already become a lifeless corpse." With a stiffened expression, Ghost Douluo forced a smile and replied, "I extend my gratitude to brother you for your leniency towards my apprentice. Now, let us cease this bickering. It is time for us to take action." The masked figure, filled with malice, declared, "Tang Hao, you have opposed our spirit hall for so many years. Today, your son's life shall serve as the interest on our long-standing grievances." With that, the two surged toward the Shrek Academy battle team below. As Xiang Wentian beheld the two figures hurtling through the canyon at breakneck speed, he recognized one as the masked man clad in white with whom he had just battled, while the other was a shadowy figure he knew all too well, his mentor, the enigmatic Ghost Douluo Guemei. It became evident to Xiang Wentian that these two were impatient, intent on eliminating Tang San to eradicate any future threats. Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged on. On the side of the Shinkong Academy, Nie Feng and Bu Jingzhen unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, a formidable force that annihilated all who crossed their path. The fusion of their martial spirits birthed a mysterious figure that stood resolutely on the battlefield. Though the number of black-clad assailants targeting Shinkong Academy was scant, for the duo, only death would render them free from peril. Surrounded by a dozen black-clad foes, the unfamiliar figure slowly opened his eyes, two beams of divine light flickering within. Stepping forward, he commanded, "Sword 24. Instantly, the area within 100 meters was enveloped by a space of sword energy, rendering the black-clad adversaries immobile, unable even to breathe as they awaited their fate. The mysterious figure unleashed a relentless barrage of 14 colossal sword lights, each slicing through multiple enemies. Those who fell to the sword light were dismembered, their forms cleaved in twain or even into 14 pieces. The devastation extended beyond the vicinity of Shinkong Academy, claiming the lives of several black-clad assailants attacking other academies as well. Simultaneously, the combat within the Chihua Academy was equally intense. While it paled in comparison to the carnage at Shrek Academy, it was nonetheless a fierce struggle. The team captain, Wei Yunxieshin, erupted in a frenzy. Reveling in the chaos, he bellowed, "Fifth soul skill, Toad's Peak, strike with all your might." Upon unleashing his fifth soul technique, he shot forth like a cannonball, colliding violently with a black-clad opponent's chest, sending him hurtling over 500 meters before he finally came to a halt. Upon looking down, the black-clad man realized his chest had caved in, leaving a gaping void where his ribs once were, followed by a torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth, enough to irrigate 10 acres of land. Having slain one foe, Wei Yunxian's murderous intent surged, and he reveled in his frenzy, as 5 black-clad adversaries charged toward him. Rather than feeling alarmed, he was filled with exhilaration. He shouted, "Sixth soul skill, Wrath of the Toad." In an instant, his martial spirit expanded exponentially, transforming into a massive bullfrog. The creature opened its maw, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire that swept toward the 5 advancing foes. The moment the inferno collided with them, the black-clad figures were reduced to ash, utterly obliterated from existence. At that moment, the masked figure in white and Ghost Douluo had closed in to within 50 meters of the Shrek Academy team. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above the canyon, declaring, "Those who wish to slay the people of Shrek Academy must first pass through me." Chapter 96. The Sword Path of Dust. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in green emerged before the Shrek team. Surrounding him were 6 long swords, thrust into the ground, while 9 soul rings on his body pulsated rhythmically. Daimubai, upon seeing the elder's appearance, became serious and remarked, "Another title Douluo has arrived. It seems he comes to assist Shrek Academy." At the Blaze Fire Academy, the malevolent fire cloud god halted his slaughter, his expression grave as he said, 9 soul rings, a title Douluo. Why are so many powerful figures congregating here today? Could there be some underlying conspiracy? At the Divine Wind Academy, Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun felt a formidable wave of soul power emanating from the distance. Turning towards its source, they simultaneously expressed their concern. What an overwhelming presence. Could that direction be Shrek Academy? At that moment, both the teams of the Heaven Do Empire and the cloaked figures sensed this immense aura, causing them to temporarily cease their battles and look towards the source. The twin Douluos, Ju and Gue, halted their advance upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the elderly man in green. The masked figure in white, Ju Douluo, exclaimed in surprise. Sword Path of Dust. It was no wonder that he was astonished. The figure before him was renowned as the most formidable title Douluo in terms of offensive capability, one whose attributes completely countered his own. Among the known title Douluos, this elderly man was undoubtedly one of the few who could best him. This elder was none other than one of the 2 ultimate guardians of the 7 treasures glazed sect, the Sword Douluo, Dust, in the realm of title Douluos. Others commonly referred to him as Sword Path of Dust. He had devoted his life to mastering his 7 killing sword martial soul, and few could rival him in sheer offensive strength. Sword Path of Dust, have you also come to wade through this murky water? Queried the masked figure in white, his tone betraying an air of intimidation. Dust replied calmly, "The Shrek Academy team is our friend at the 7 treasures glazed sect. To harm our friends is to stand against us." With that, Dust raised his 7 killing sword. The 6 long swords surrounding him merged with the 7 killing sword, and he soared into the air, launching an assault towards the masked figure in white. In the air, Sword Path of Dust unleashed countless azure sword energies, slicing towards the masked figure. Seeing the multitude of sword energies rushing towards him, the masked figure quickly maneuvered to evade, summoning his martial soul, the extraordinary mushroom chrysanthemum, to defend against the onslaught of powerful sword energies. Clang, clang, clang. Countless powerful sword energies struck against the extraordinary mushroom chrysanthemum, causing the masked figure to feel numbness in his arms. With a grave expression, he acknowledged, such formidable offensive power, truly worthy of the title Sword Path of Dust. 5th soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Noticing the large petals of the chrysanthemum shooting towards him, Sword Path of Dust remained unfazed, swiftly retreating several hundred meters to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he pointed the 7 killing sword forward and declared, 6th soul skill, all swords return to the origin. The cloaked figure, Ju Douluo, clad in white, beheld countless 7 killing swords hurtling towards him. Swiftly, he summoned all his soul power, channeling it into his formidable martial spirit, the enigmatic celestial chrysanthemum, to counter the barrage of swords. The sound of metallic clashing echoed relentlessly, a cacophony of strikes and resounding blades. Jian Daoqinshin, with a disdainful snort, remarked, "Seeing you struggle so desperately, let us intensify the rain of swords, ensuring your utter exhaustion." Thus, he directed his entire soul power into his 6th spirit ring, unleashing an even greater onslaught of 7 killing swords at Douluo. The clamor of intensified collisions filled the air. Despite the indomitable nature of the celestial chrysanthemum, a plant-based martial spirit, it struggled to withstand the relentless assault of the 7 killing swords. Yueguan, already drained of considerable soul power and possessing a lower rank than Qinshin, realized that if he did not intervene, defeat was inevitable. Zhu Huaguan, Fusion, Dual Polar Stillness Domain. The sight of Zhu and Gue, the two Douluo, preparing to execute their martial spirit fusion sent alarm bells ringing in Jian Dao Qinshin's mind. I must thwart their fusion, he declared, activating his third soul skill, Sword Wings as Swift as the Wind. With precision, Jian Dao Qinshin leapt atop a 7 killing sword, soaring through the air at remarkable speed, racing towards the duo to prevent their fusion. Above the valley, Ning Fengji, upon witnessing the scene, urgently called out, 7 treasures, manifest the glazed tile, accelerate. A radiant spectrum of light enveloped Jian Dao Qinshin, enhancing his already extraordinary swiftness to an unparalleled degree. He disrupted the nearly complete fusion of Zhu and Gue Douluo with astonishing speed. Their martial spirit fusion technique was forcibly interrupted, resulting in a severe backlash. Zhu Douluo clutched his chest, exclaiming, how could Jian Dao Qinshin's speed be so formidable? Gue Douluo, glaring at Ning Fengji perched above the gorge, spat, Ning Fengji, do you intend to stand against us to the bitter end? In a flash, Ning Fengji descended to the valley floor, addressing Gue Mei, we are all branches of the same tree. Surely you are aware of this? Zhu Douluo seethed, today, we concede defeat. The mountains may change, but the waters flow eternal. We shall see each other again. With that, the two titled Douluo, Zhu and Gue, retreated swiftly. Yueguan and Gue Mei, the two titled Douluo, vanished quietly, while the black-clad figures withdrew like a receding tide, ensuring they left not a single weapon behind, not even the corpses of their fallen comrades. These assailants had arrived with alarming speed and departed just as swiftly, vanishing beyond the hills in mere moments. Daddy, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight, rushing into Ning Fengji's embrace. His mere presence had driven back their adversaries, a testament to the simple truth that though his own offensive and defensive capabilities might not be overwhelming, his existence alone rendered one title Douluo equivalent to 2. With his assistance, the sword Douluo Qinshin was more than capable of confronting the two titled Douluo, Zhu and Gue. Ning Fengji, embracing his daughter, smiled and remarked, I am not here to protect you. He was entrusted by His Majesty to safeguard the Crown Prince. As it turned out, Prince Xueqinghe, representing the Heavendo Empire, had not brought many attendants. Besides the 15 Soul Master Academies, he was accompanied by a carriage that contained not just himself, but also Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin. As the Crown Prince, Xueqinghe represented the future of the Heavendo Empire. The Emperor Shuiyi would certainly not allow him to venture into danger alone. Hence, he earnestly requested Ning Fengji to provide covert protection. As the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was always accompanied by a formidable guardian Douluo. And this time, it was Sword Douluo who followed while Bone Douluo remained at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Initially, when Sword Douluo Qinshin witnessed the peril faced by Xiang Wentian, he intended to intervene, but was halted by Ning Fengji. The reason for stopping Qinshin was straightforward. Xiang Wentian was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and they would not act against him. Later, upon seeing the dual threats of Zhu and Gue, both Douluo engaged simultaneously. At that moment, had Sword Douluo Qinshin refrained from acting, Shrek Academy would have been in grave danger. Thus, the battle lost its suspense. With the simultaneous intervention of Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin, the bandits were thoroughly suppressed. The two titled Douluo, being cunning, quickly retreated with their subordinates upon realizing their disadvantage. Chapter 97, Spirit City, Part 1. As the bandits fled, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, when the bandits first appeared, the Soul Master Academies had dismissed them. However, when the two titled Douluo emerged in succession, their hearts had raced with trepidation. What shocked them most was that Xiang Wentian had managed to contend with the titled Douluo, which was nothing short of astonishing. Previously, Nie Feng from the Shifeng Academy, Bu Jingyu, and the Fire Cloud Evil God from the Chihua Academy had been somewhat unconvinced by their defeat at the hands of Shrek Academy. Yet today, witnessing Xiang Wentian battle against the masked titled Douluo in white, and even emerge victorious, all remaining vestiges of their disbelief were cast aside, leaving only profound admiration. At this moment, the team from the Heavendo Empire Academy was filled with awe. After all, these were titled Douluo. Within just a day, 3 had appeared in the diminutive Doomsday Canyon, nearly equating to a fifth of the entire continent's number. In the presence of titled Douluo, even though they were talented, elite individuals, and the focus of the Academy's cultivation, they felt as insignificant as ants, looked down upon and trembling, even unable to muster thoughts of resistance. It was at this juncture that Xiang Wentian stepped forward, valiantly battling the masked titled Douluo in white, and ultimately defeating him. This undoubtedly ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts, revealing to them that titled Douluo were not invincible. If Xiang Wentian could achieve such a feat, they believed they too could follow suit. At this moment, Nia Feng, Bu Jingyun, and the fire cloud evil god once again radiated a resplendent brilliance in their eyes. They firmly believed that one day they would undoubtedly surpass Xiang Wentian. This day was not far off. With perseverance and their extraordinary innate talent, they were certain to achieve it. Meanwhile, Xue Qinghe commanded the captain of the Royal Knights to assess the casualties. The numbers revealed were startling. 102 members of the Royal Knights had perished, 37 were gravely injured, and 86 sustained lighter wounds, with nearly every remaining member bearing some form of injury. The Academy's side had also suffered considerable losses, although they had successfully repelled the bandits. The Tianzhou Empire had emerged from the battle with a Pyrrhic victory. After tallying the casualties, Xue Qinghe ordered the Royal Knights to bury their fallen comrades and steeds on the spot. With the enemy in retreat, he promptly and methodically began directing the Royal Knights, moving the intact carriages to the front, tending to the injured steeds and the severely wounded, and restoring the formation. Additionally, Xue Qinghe specifically instructed that 2 carriages be set aside for those severely injured who were unable to regain their mobility. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the bodies of the valiant soldiers of the Royal Knights, laid to rest in this picturesque canyon, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped him. He mused, "In every verdant hill lie the loyal bones. Why must we wrap our corpses in horsehide? Fallen petals are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into nurturing soil for the blossoms of spring." Thus, he lifted a massive stone from beside him, channeling his soul power to sculpt it into a rectangular monument, inscribing the words "Monument of the Loyal Souls." At that moment, as Xiang Wentian erected this tribute, tears silently streamed down the faces of the hundreds of royal knights, his gesture signifying the recognition bestowed upon them by the Empire's foremost prodigy. Once he had organized the royal knights and the members of the Academy, Xue Qinghe returned respectfully to Ning Fengji, inquiring, "Master, how shall we proceed from here?" Ning Fengji, with a serene smile, urged them to continue as planned, acknowledging the lesson learned, ensuring they would act with greater caution henceforth. "Indeed, let us advance," he affirmed. Upon returning to the carriage designated for Shrek Academy, the entire team resumed their journey, yet an air of tension had settled among them, each individual adopting a demeanor of utmost carefulness. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar refrained from their usual playful banter. The atmosphere within the Shrek Academy carriage turned hushed, with every member enveloped in silence. Observing this, Xiang Wentian thought it prudent, as it would prevent them from squandering precious training time. At that moment, the one who appeared most troubled was Tang San. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief, but the thief who holds a grudge. Tang San's notoriety as a titled Douluo had drawn the attention of formidable adversaries, a circumstance fraught with peril, bringing with it the potential for fatal consequences. With sincerity, Xiang Wentian advised Tang San, "I suggest you return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Refrain from participating in the competition at Seoul City." However, Tang San regarded Xiang Wentian with a hint of wariness, asserting, "Wentian, I must go to Seoul City for the competition. For the sake of our Shrek team and our master, I cannot turn back. I understand their motives for wanting to harm me. It is tied to my father. Yet these truths shall not impede my forward march." Xiang Wentian inquired, "Have you seen your father?" "Indeed, not only have I seen my father, but he has also revealed everything to me. I must grow stronger. I must become formidable," Tang San declared with unwavering resolve. "Each individual possesses their own choices, and we are no exceptions. Since you have chosen to confront this path, you must persevere until the end. As your captain, there is little I can offer you, but I shall support you spiritually." "Thank you, Wentian. However, I have a question that I wish to pose to you. Though I am uncertain if you can provide an answer," Tang San said, gazing intently at Xiang Wentian. "Go ahead," Xiang Wentian replied. Tang San, locking eyes with Xiang Wentian, asked, "Wentian, will you kill me?" As this question escaped Tang San's lips, the atmosphere within the carriage grew tense, and the members of Shrek Academy turned their gaze towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian gazed at the multitude fixed upon him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. How could it be otherwise? Though I am a disciple of the Phantom, I am, above all, the captain of the Shrek team. We are brothers, comrades, and intimately bound friends. I aspire to remain with you for a lifetime, sharing both joy and sorrow, life and death. At this moment, tears sparkled in Tang San's eyes, for he was deeply moved. To have such a group of friends, willing to share life and death together, was more than enough for this lifetime. Xiang Wentian spoke. Today, I shall introduce two individuals, the esteemed titled Douluos who seek to eliminate Tang San. The first to step forward is the masked figure clad in white, known as Yueguan, whose martial soul is the chrysanthemum, earning him the title of Chrysanthemum Douluo. His soul power is estimated to be between the 94th and 95th levels. The next to emerge from the shadows is my master, the very one who compelled me to become his disciple. His title is Ghost, and his level is comparable to that of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. His martial soul is rather peculiar, embodying the essence of a specter, and he too bears the name Ghost. He is a titled Douluo specializing in agile attacks. After finishing his words to Xiang Wentian, Ma Hongjun broke into an uproarious laughter. Everyone gazed at Ma Hongjun in bewilderment. Xiang Wentian inquired, Hongjun, what is it that amuses you so? Amidst his laughter, Ma Hongjun replied, Brother Tian, I cannot help but wonder if your master threatened to strip you of your trousers if you refuse to become his disciple. Otherwise, why do you seem so fond of? Xiang Wentian's expression darkened as he furiously exclaimed, If Ma Hongjun dares to make a joke at the captain's expense, I shall throw you out. After uttering these words to Xiang Wentian, Ma Hongjun immediately covered his mouth, refraining from speaking further. At that moment, Xiao inquired, Xiang Wentian, why do they recognize each other as members of the Spirit Hall, yet remain silent about it? This question, in truth, transcends the confines of the Spirit Hall. It equally applies to the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. It suffices to know in your heart who is responsible, but to articulate it is an entirely different matter. Xiang Wentian explained. Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, I still do not understand. Tang San then remarked with a smile, in time. As you interact more with people in society and cultivate a keener perception, you shall come to comprehend. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, Everyone, let us not linger any longer. Focus on your cultivation and strive to attain your optimal state before the competition, so that we may face the finals with our best selves. The group exchanged glances, closed their eyes, and immersed themselves in their training. Chapter 98, The Soul Master City, Part 2. The journey ahead was remarkably smooth, devoid of any troubles. Finally, on the 21st day, the entire team arrived at the Soul Master City. While not particularly large, similar in size to Soto City, it nonetheless left a profound impression on Soul Masters. For this was the sacred ground known as the Soul Master City. Though modest in scale, the city's walls and structures were more grandiose than those of the capital of the Tiando Empire. The walls of the Soul Master City soared to 300 meters in height and spanned 80 meters in width, presenting a formidable sight from the outside. Constructed entirely from azure granite, one could only imagine the strength of its defenses. However, it was not merely the walls that astonished, but rather the intricate relief sculptures adorning them. The Soul Master City was a colossal hexagonal fortress, with each side featuring a grand emblem of a soul spirit, identical to that on the emblem of the Spirit Hall, symbolizing 6 potent soul spirits. As one entered the Soul Master City, the air was imbued with a sense of prosperity. The streets bustled with life, shops lined the thoroughfares, and the sounds of trade filled the atmosphere. Here, one could find an array of dining establishments, hotels, home-style cuisine, and even spatial soul guide devices for sale. Welcoming them was a cardinal clad in red, a clear indication of the Spirit Hall's regard for the Tiando Empire team. Under the cardinal's guidance, the group of over 200 was swiftly settled into the most luxurious hotel within the Soul Master City. However, the only drawback was that accommodations were at their own expense. To their astonishment, the lodging fees were exorbitantly high, costing 10 gold soul coins per night. Not to mention the dining expenses. This left Flanders feeling as though his trousers were about to fall down from the weight of his concern. Yet, there was no alternative. As the Spirit Hall mandated that participation in the competition required residing within the city, clearly intending to capitalize on their predicament. Once settled, the Spirit Hall notified them that the competition would commence in 3 days. The following day, Xiang Wentian strolled alone through the bustling streets of the Soul Master City, surrounded by the lively sounds of commerce and spirited bargaining. As Xiang Wentian observed the bustling pedestrians around him, A sense of melancholy enveloped his heart. Perhaps it is only by embracing the life of an ordinary person that one can truly comprehend the simplest joys and happiness. The ancient spoke wisely. Nestled by the mountains and beside the waters, with a few humble dwellings, one can walk in tranquility and reside in peace. With a single plowing ox and half a field, the harvest relies on the heavens, as does the fallow land. After the rain, as the sky clears, one can sail a small boat, with fish on one side and wine on the other. Simple garments provide warmth superior to cotton. They can be worn long or short. A modest meal of plain tea and simple fare suffices for 3 meals, each morning sweet and each evening delightful. In leisure, one finds solace in reading classics, desiring neither fame nor fortune. At night, by the light of the lamp, the wife shares tales of the present and the past. Even as the sun climbs high, one lingers in slumber, not a deity, yet surpassing divinity. With the sun rising in the East Sea and setting in the western mountains, one experiences both sorrow and joy in a single day. In the face of challenges, by not fixating on trivialities, one finds ease and comfort in both body and soul. When the spirit of poetry and prose stirs feelings of melancholy, one cannot help but indulge in a few cups of wine. Thus, Xiang Wentian stepped into a modest tavern, where the business was rather lackluster, with only one patron present. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Tang San. Xiang Wentian observed Tang San seated alone, sipping wine with a visage steeped in melancholy. His presence went unnoticed by Tang San, indicating that the latter was undoubtedly preoccupied with his own thoughts. Very well. If you are troubled, then so shall I be. Let us share a few cups together. Thus, Xiang Wentian took a seat directly opposite Tang San and inquired, Tang San, do you harbor some concerns? Tang San, momentarily taken aback by Xiang Wentian's sudden arrival, responded with the question, Wentian, what brings you here? With a cheerful smile, Xiang Wentian said, I too arrived here by chance. Little did I expect to find you drinking alone in this manner. Tang San sighed deeply, forcing a smile as he replied, it is nothing of great consequence. I simply felt a bit lonely and decided to indulge in a drink by myself. Xiang Wentian smiled knowingly and said, you need not speak, nor shall I inquire. Today, we shall indulge in fine wine and refrain from discussions of business. Waiter, bring me 2 barrels of exquisite wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 donkey tails. Splendid. As for you, just a moment, it shall be served shortly. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy entering the tavern and approaching their table. Shui Binger smiled and asked, Wentian, may I take a seat here? Of course. He replied. The old-fashioned square table could comfortably accommodate 4, and even with Shui Binger joining them, there was ample space. Once seated, she inquired, Xiang Wentian, is this your friend? Would you be so kind as to introduce us? Xiang Wentian, fully aware of the situation, inquired with feigned ignorance and introduced, he is my teammate, known as Donkey Whip. Tang San had just taken a sip of wine, and before he could swallow, he spat it out in bewilderment, exclaiming, why does my name sound so absurdly suggestive? Xiang Wentian offered an awkward smile and said, I apologize, I misspoke. His name is Tang San. Shui Bingo covered her mouth with a laugh, nodding in agreement. Tang San, noticing Shui Binger's expression, could tell she had a clear interest in Xiang Wentian. Realizing that his presence merely served as an unwelcome third wheel, he took a sip of his drink and remarked, please, continue your conversation. I have some matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Although Tang San did not voice his discontent, Xiang Wentian was aware that the very individuals seeking Tang San's demise were from the Spirit Hall. Being in Wuhuan City placed him in constant peril, and one could hardly blame anyone for feeling the weight of such pressure. In less than 10 minutes, 2 barrels of wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 donkey whips were elegantly presented upon the dining table. With a wine barrel presented to the heavens, I filled a cup for Miss Shui Binger and inquired, Miss Shui Binger, may I ask what brings you to me? A blush adorned her cheeks as she replied, Wentian, do you have only one girlfriend? Dream? Xiang Wentian, lost in a reverie, smiled blissfully and replied, indeed. Miss Shui Binger, why do you inquire about such a thing? Shui Binger lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a captivating crimson hue, and bashfully said, would you mind having another girlfriend? Xiang Wentian suddenly froze, his heart racing as he nervously inquired, do you mean to say that? Shui Binger, resolute, bit her silver teeth and declared with conviction, what I mean is, I have feelings for you, and wish to be your girlfriend. Will you accept my affection? Xiang Wentian felt both anxious and embarrassed as he said, isn't this a bit too hasty? I'm still struggling to come to terms with it. Shui Binger let out a soft hum of discontent, turning her head away, and replied, "If you prefer to take things slowly, then we shall proceed at a leisurely pace. Now, let us not dwell on that any longer. Sai, what dish is this?" Xiang Wentian observed Shui Binger pointing at the donkey whip and, in the presence of the young lady, felt it inappropriate to disclose its true identity. Thus, he awkwardly remarked, "This is called an old tree's roots, a highly nourishing substance, particularly beneficial for men suffering from insufficient vitality, lethargy, and physical weakness. Most importantly, it possesses a delightful chewiness, akin to that of crunchy bones. Men consuming it can remain awake for 3 days and nights, while women find it enhances their beauty and stimulates their endocrine system." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is that so? Such a long, thick, dark object possesses such remarkable effects. I must give it a try." Shortly thereafter, after consuming a piece of the donkey whip, Shui Binger inquired, "So, how was it? Was it tasty?" Her expression turned slightly peculiar as she added, "It indeed has a delightful chewiness, but why do I sense an unpleasant odor within?" Xiang Wentian awkwardly remarked, "This dish has its unique flavor. You should indulge in it a bit more." Amidst the somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere of dining and conversing with Shui Binger, the two spent nearly an hour savoring the food and drinks before finally finishing. During this time, Xiang Wentian could not help but admire Shui Binger's talent for conversation, as she effortlessly engaged him in a myriad of topics, ranging from the mundane to the profound, even bringing up her grandmother into discourse. Consequently, feeling somewhat exasperated, Xiang Wentian concluded the meal and, under Shui Binger's reluctant gaze, settled the bill and departed. Chapter 99. The Soul Arena, Part 3. On the third day, the final competition was about to commence. At this moment, no one pondered the gravity of the situation. All were still immersed in the splendor of the Soul Arena. Over the past 3 days, the group had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. In the morning, as everyone was strategizing, the door suddenly swung open, and the master entered with a smile, saying, "Children, how are you faring?" Upon seeing the master, the group exclaimed, "Master, you have returned." The master nodded at them and inquired, "Where are Flander and Lu Erlong? With the finals imminent, why are they absent at such a critical time?" Tang San raised his head respectfully and replied, "Mother introduced a lady named Ru Hua to Dean Flander. She has taken him on a matchmaking outing." A flicker of irritation crossed the master's face as he remarked, "That old bachelor, even at this juncture, cannot resist seeking companionship." He then turned to Tang San and asked, "Little San, are you well?" "Teacher, you are already aware?" "I am fine, thanks to Uncle Ning and Grandpa Chinchin. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again." The master sighed, "It is my fault. I should not have allowed you to participate in this competition. I did not anticipate that you would draw their attention." Tang San smiled gently, "Teacher, there is no need for you to feel remorse. After all, I am unscathed. This experience serves as a unique form of training. Only through witnessing true battles of strength can I comprehend the insignificance of my own power. From now on, I will double my efforts in cultivation." A smile finally graced the master's face. "You have always been so understanding. You are right. Strive diligently in your training. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure no harm befalls you." Then, the master turned his gaze towards Xiang Wentian, smiling slightly. "In your heart, you regard Tang San as a friend, do you not? I believe that should he find himself in peril, you would protect him, would you not?" Nodding towards the master, Xiang Wentian reassured him, "Rest assured, master. With me around, Tang San shall face no peril. Furthermore, the finals are about to commence. Will you assist us in formulating our strategy?" The master shook his head and replied, "I have faith that you will fulfill your duties as the captain of the Shrek team admirably. The strategy is for you to deliberate amongst yourselves. My role is merely to observe. After this competition, you will all graduate, so before that moment arrives, let your own brilliance shine forth. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy is of paramount importance to every student within the academy. Here, you have the opportunity to showcase your unique talents, ensuring that your name resonates throughout the continent and is etched into history." Soon, Flander and Lu Erlong returned, and the onlookers were greeted by the sight of several enormous, red-lip prints adorning Flander's face, reminiscent of a bovite's. One giant kiss mark alone obscured his features, let alone the multitude that now decorated his visage, head, and nape, eliciting a mix of disbelief and amusement. Turning to Flander, the master exclaimed, "Oh my! What manner of creature is this?" Before even crossing the threshold, Flander burst into tears, clasping the master in a desperate embrace while lamenting, "Xiaojiang, I have preserved my innocence for over 50 years, only for it to vanish so abruptly. Erlong took me on a blind date, and to my horror, the other party was a towering lady, reeking abominably, as robust as an ox and as unattractive as a pig, with a stout frame and a face marred by pockmarks. I was left utterly repulsed as I watched her drool incessantly. The master gently patted Flanders' back and inquired, "Wasn't Erlong supposed to accompany you?" Lu Erlong, visibly embarrassed, replied, "I did indeed bring Flander there. Initially, it was agreed upon that he would meet a charming young woman, but to my utter astonishment, I encountered a mound of flesh instead. I mistakenly assumed the matchmaker was simply late and paid it no mind, allowing Flander to converse with her while I went out for a stroll. When I returned, I found him in this state." Xiang Wentian awkwardly addressed the three teachers. "Please continue your discussion. We shall proceed to participate in the competition." Having uttered these words, he led the members of the Shrek team towards the competition arena. The finals featured a total of 33 teams, including 3 seeded teams selected by the 2 great empires in the Spirit Hall. Undoubtedly, the most formidable threat to the Shrek Academy team came from the team sent by the Spirit Hall, representing their greatest challenge. The finals comprised 5 rounds. Due to the limited number of matches, the duration of the competition would be shorter, yet this very brevity would render the matches even more intense. In the first round, the 3 seeded teams would have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams vied for 15 advancement slots. Those who faltered would face immediate elimination. The ruthless nature of the knockout rounds would compel each Soul Master team to fight with utmost fervor, revealing all their hidden strategies in the finals. Thus, the challenges confronting the Shrek team were manifold. In preparation for the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, the Spirit City had specially designated a venue for the event, situated at the heart of the city. The vast arena, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, was constructed entirely of azure granite. Directly in front of this competition platform stood the Pope's Hall, located less than a kilometer from the hill where it resided. The Spirit Hall had announced in its notices that the final 3 contenders would compete in front of the Pope's Hall, where the Pope himself would personally preside over the crowning of the ultimate champion. This event represented an unparalleled honor for any Soul Master. Early in the morning, all participating academies were escorted by officials from the Spirit Hall to the competition venue. Each academy had its own designated resting area, which encircled the competition site. Opposite the Pope's Hall lay the distinguished judges' seats, where representatives from the 2 great empires, along with individuals from the Spirit Hall, gathered to observe the competition. Upon arrival, Xiang Wentian addressed his companions, saying, "Please tidy up the area. I will go draw lots." The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ru Ming stepped forward and gently remarked, "Brother, once we graduate, will you take me to travel across the continent?" Xiang Wentian tenderly stroked Ru Ming's cheek and replied, "At that time, I shall spend all my savings, and we will embark on an impromptu journey together." Ru Ming smiled blissfully and joined her companions in organizing Shrek Academy's resting area, while Xiang Wentian made his way to the preliminary area to draw lots. Chapter 100. The Wind and Fire Academy. Upon entering the preliminary area, Xiang Wentian found dozens of team captains and academy instructors lined up to draw lots. To his surprise, the individual responsible for the draw was an old acquaintance, Su Yuntao. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian, Su Yuntao expressed his excitement, saying, "Xiang Wentian, it is a pleasure to see you again." Upon encountering Su Yuntao's greeting, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Su Yuntao, how is it that you find yourself here?" With a beaming smile, Su Yuntao replied, "It is all thanks to you. The enigmatic elder has accepted you as his disciple and attributed the merit to me, which has led to my promotion. I am now an official steward of the Spirit Hall." "Congratulations, Steward Su Yuntao," Xiang Wentian exclaimed. "Now, let us not linger on pleasantries. It is time to draw lots." Su Yuntao extended the lottery tube towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian drew a bamboo stick from the sign tube, upon which was inscribed Fenghua Academy. Su Yuntao inquired, "Which academy did you draw?" "Fenghua Academy. This should belong to the academy teams of the Starfall Empire," Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "No, you will understand once you examine the information." Upon receiving the documents, Xiang Wentian was taken aback and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the Shenkong Academy and the Qihua Academy have invested funds and thus become members of the Wuhuan Temple?" The documents clearly stated, "Members of the Fenghua Academy, Captain Bu Jingyun, Vice Captain, Hui Yunxia. Team members, Nie Feng, Feng Xiaodian, Hu Wu, Hu Wu Shuang. Su Yuntao chuckled. You may ponder over it yourself. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy's rest area, the crowd gathered around Wang Tian. Daimu Bai inquired, Wang Tian, which academy did you draw? Xiang Wentian presented the materials to the group, stating, you may examine them yourselves. Daimu Bai took the documents and exclaimed, Finghua Academy, before he could utter another word. The others crowded around, chattering excitedly, Finghua Academy. Let me see. Let me see. Oscar donned his windbreaker goggles, nonchalantly remarking, which unfortunate academy has crossed paths with us? Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong playfully kicked Oscar's backside, retorting, unfortunate, indeed. Finghua Academy is merely a temporary alliance of Shenfeng Academy and Qihua Academy. Rongrong spoke the truth. Xiang Wentian reassured, indeed, Finghua Academy is a temporary coalition of Shenfeng Academy and Qihua Academy, yet we need not worry. With our strength, can we not triumph over former adversaries? Even if they unite, they remain our vanquished foes. Ru Ming chuckled. One candle may be lit, but two candles can be ignited just the same. Daimu Bai glanced at Ru Ming and turned to Xiang Wentian, asking, was it not stated that participating academies cannot change their members midway? Xiang Wentian pondered, contemplating the connections within the spirit hall. With sufficient maneuvering and exploiting loopholes in the competition rules, it was indeed plausible to substitute participants midway. However, this did not imply that the registered academies could not temporarily replace their teams. Such a stipulation was not explicitly stated. Both academies had their contestants listed for the grand finals. As long as the elder responsible for the competition at the Spirit Hall received certain benefits, it was not impossible for the two academies to collaborate. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in indignation, if they can do that, then Brother Tian, let's unite all the academies to take them down. It's too late, we won't make it in time. The competition is about to commence, Tang San reassured him, patting Hongjun on the shoulder. Enough of this anger, the match is about to start. Let us settle the score with these two academies that have resorted to financial manipulation. Xiang Wentian smiled. We must teach them a lesson. Hongjun retorted angrily. Let us turn them into laughingstocks. Xiao Wu added, equally furious. We need to show them that money and cheating are two entirely different matters. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. Chapter 101, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaodian. Upon entering the arena, Xiang Wentian beheld 5 colossal blue stone platforms, each nearly 100 meters in diameter, adorned with exquisite carvings depicting countless reliefs. These reliefs showcased not only formidable martial spirits but also numerous powerful soul masters roaring towards the heavens. Prominently inscribed in the center of these carvings was a striking phrase, Heaven is merciless, treating all beings as mere livestock. The divine is indifferent, regarding the populace as mere fodder. These reliefs not only honor the ancestors of soul masters but also illustrated, in an alternative form, the inequities of fate. The Shrek Academy team, under Xiang Wentian's leadership, slowly entered the arena. Ma Hongjun, lagging behind, remarked, why are there so few spectators for the finals? It pales in comparison to the Heaven Do City. Dai Mubai chuckled. Naturally, the Spirit City does not permit commoners to attend. Only teachers and students from the competing academies are present here. Xiao Wu, hands behind her back, leisurely stated, Fatty, regardless of how many spectators there are. As long as we can clinch the championship in this final, that's all that matters. Oscar struck a cool pose, declaring for us. Securing the championship is merely a piece of cake. Zhu Qing playfully slapped Oscar on the back of his head. Always acting cool, can't you refrain from boasting for once? Ning Rongrong chuckled at Oscar's antics. Oscar, if you think winning the championship is so easy, why don't you compete on your own while we watch? Laughter erupted among the group. Tang San smiled. If Oscar goes to compete alone, he'll surely end up being beaten to a pulp, even fatter than Hongjun. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from above the platform. Good morning, friends from the Soul Master Academy. I am Dodo, the host for this tournament. The upcoming matches will consist of elimination rounds, featuring one-on-one duels, where participants will take turns until one side is completely defeated to secure victory. As Xiang Wentian beheld the host Dodo in the sky, he noticed that she bore an uncanny resemblance to Dodo from Tiando City. Both possessed the martial soul of the P stuff. However, the distinction lay in their ranks. She was a 4-ring soul master, while Dodo was merely a 3-ring soul spirit. It was evident that they were sisters, the Wanching sisters. Now, let us welcome the Shrek Academy battle team to face off against the Fire and Wind battle team. The royal team of the Star Luo Empire against the Great Wa Academy team, and the Tian Shui Academy team against the Mo Luo Academy team. We invite each side to send a representative to the stage. Daimubai, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Wentian, allow me to take the stage. I shall defeat these individuals who have resorted to underhanded means, rendering them unrecognizable. Daimubai was inherently a proud individual, and in his eyes, the Xinfeng Academy and the Qihua Academy had merely conspired through nepotism to unite, a union that was despised by many. At this moment, his heart brimmed with fury, vowing to eliminate each of those who had taken such shortcuts. The members of the Shrek team echoed his sentiments, all exclaiming in unison, Wentian, let me take the stage. Wentian, let me take the stage. Wentian, let me take the stage. At that moment, Oscar joined the fray, urging, Captain, let me take the stage. Xiang Wentian smiled mischievously and said, all right. Oscar, you shall go first. Oscar immediately felt embarrassed and replied, I was merely caught up in the excitement of everyone else joining in with a shout. Xiang Wentian cast a stern glance at Oscar and said, I understand that everyone wishes to participate in the first battle, but the opponent is not to be underestimated. Their strength is nearly on par with ours, as they too possess 3 Soul Emperors. Therefore, let us have Tang San take the lead in the first match. What are your thoughts, Tang San? Tang San replied excitedly. I could not ask for more. Meanwhile, from the Finghua battle team, Hu Jingyun dispatched Feng Xiaotian. The first battle, being a tentative skirmish, would not feature the strongest fighters from either side, yet they would not send the weakest either. Both teams would deploy their most reliable members. And Feng Xiaotian and Tang San were undoubtedly the most steadfast warriors among their respective teams. The host, Douluo, announced with clarity, the Finghua battle team has sent Feng Xiaotian to participate in the first elimination match. Now, let us see who his opponent is. The screen revealed that his rival was Tang San from Shrek Academy. Now, let both competitors enter the arena. As Feng Xiaotian ascended the stage, he was met with a chorus of boos from the audience below, as the people of the Tiando Empire believed that the Finghua battle team had gained entry through favoritism, merging their academies unfairly. In stark contrast, when Tang San stepped onto the platform, he was greeted with roaring cheers from the crowd, who rallied behind Shrek Academy, shouting for them to thrash this privileged competitor and leave him with broken teeth. The uproar of cheers and jeers filled the air. While the Finghua battle team had indeed secured their position through connections, they had simultaneously alienated all participating academies from the Tiando Empire. Hearing the cacophony of insults, the fiery-tempered Hui Yunxie nearly lost his composure, vowing, should I encounter any of you on the stage, you will certainly regret ever stepping into this world. Hu Wu was equally incensed, yet upon seeing Xiang Wentian in the spectators' area of Shrek Academy, a peculiar light flickered in her eyes, and her anger subsided somewhat. As both sides prepared, the match commenced. Chapter 102, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaotian, Part 1. Tang San fixed his gaze upon Feng Xiaotian, requesting, Xiang Wentian, allow me to be the first to take the stage. I am determined to defeat Feng Xiaotian and uplift our team's morale. Feng Xiaotian returned his gaze with equal intensity, declaring, today, I shall not only vanquish Tang San, but also triumph over each member of Shrek Academy. Though my soul power may not match that of the main fighters from Shrek, for Hu Wu, I must win. Accept your defeat, Tang San, he bellowed. Almost instantaneously after the host Douluo announced the start of the match, Feng Xiaotian accelerated towards Tang San, a blue light trailing behind him as he rushed forth, leaving a long afterimage in his wake, moving with astonishing speed. Tang San's heart raced with alarm, having witnessed Feng Xiaotian's battle with Daimubai previously. He had not anticipated such immense pressure. Today, I engaged in a solitary battle against Feng Xiaotian, only to discover that he is not merely a formidable assault-type soulmaster, but also possesses astonishing speed. It is no wonder that Daimubai could not compete with him. Even in my own confrontation today, the outcome seemed evenly poised. The moment the host, Douluo, announced the commencement of the match, Feng Xiaotian's body accelerated almost instantaneously, charging towards Tang San. A brilliant azure light trailed behind him, creating a long, shimmering afterimage, showcasing his remarkable swiftness. Feng Xiaotian bellowed, first soul skill, Wine Blade Array. Time left little opportunity for Tang San to contemplate. In the instant Feng Xiaotian closed in, his first soul ring had already illuminated, and sharp wolf claws erupted from his palms, his piercing gaze fixated on Tang San. Even before his arrival, the wolf claws had already been unleashed, sending forth numerous semicircular wind blades that whistled through the air, sealing off all possible avenues of evasion for Tang San. Typically, The first soul skill of the Gale Demon Wolf martial spirit is the Wind Blade, yet Feng Xiaotian, possessing the Gale twin-headed wolf martial spirit, displayed the Wind Blade array. The sheer multiplicity of tenfold blades exemplified just how much stronger his first soul skill was compared to the ordinary Gale Demon Wolf martial spirit. As Tang San found himself encircled by the barrage of wind blades, he promptly activated his purple Extreme Demon Eye and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. With a swift motion, his entire being surged forward while his body danced with unparalleled agility. No one could discern the rhythm of his footwork. In that fleeting moment, Feng Xiaotian was astonished to realize he could not pinpoint Tang San's aura. Tang San's figure flickered unpredictably, and what appeared to be an unavoidable onslaught of wind blades was deftly evaded through his extraordinary agility, leaving him unscathed. As their silhouettes intertwined, they were merely 5 meters apart. At this juncture, Tang San refrained from summoning his blue silver grass. Instead, he thrust both hands forward, aiming directly at Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian, too, eschewed further soul skills, meeting Tang San's advance with his wolf claws. Remarkably, they both opted to rely on their innate soul power for combat rather than employing soul skills. This choice alone revealed to Tang San both Feng Xiaotian's confidence and prowess. A soul master's soul power is finite. Irrespective of the soul skill, it incurs a certain expenditure of energy. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat, however, significantly reduces soul power consumption. In the absence of understanding the opponent's attack, the first to unleash a soul skill often finds themselves at a disadvantage. Their decision to forego soul skills at this moment did not indicate a lack of readiness. Once the opponent's soul skill was activated, they would undoubtedly respond with their own in swift retaliation. Tang San's right hand struck towards Feng Xiaotian's right hand. With a deft twist of his wrist, Feng Xiaotian's sharp wolf claws seized Tang San's palm. He possessed a beast martial spirit, granting him a significant enhancement compared to Tang San, a tool martial artist. When his wolf claws grasped Tang San's right hand, even Feng Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback. He firmly believed that if Tang San were to be harmed by his own hand, he would stand no chance, given their comparable levels. However, upon the genuine contact of their palms, Feng Xiaotian realized something was amiss. Tang San's hands were as fair as jade, a beauty unattainable even by the most exquisite of maidens. Yet, these jade-like hands proved to be tougher than steel. The wolf claws struck against Tang San's palm, producing a flurry of sparks, yet leaving not a single mark. The pain from the recoil of the wolf claws sent a chill through Feng Xiaotian's heart. With his extensive combat experience, he instinctively unleashed his first soul skill without hesitation. The evidence was clear. Feng Xiaotian's decision was indeed correct. Tang San's Xianyu hand had already locked onto his vital point. Had Feng Xiaotian hesitated even a moment longer, his hand would have fallen into Tang San's grasp, rendering the outcome of the match utterly predictable. 5 blades of wind erupted. The distance between them was alarmingly close. The wind blades that burst forth from within their palms created a series of sharp, resonant sounds upon Tang San's Xianyu hand. They both instinctively separated, retreating simultaneously. At that moment, a blue-silver grass silently spread from beneath Feng Xiaotian's feet. As soon as Tang San's foot touched the ground, he sprang forward once more, unwilling to grant Feng Xiaotian even a moment to recover. Relying on the formidable strength of his Xianyu hand and aided by the ghost shadow perplexing track, he closed in again, this time launching himself directly towards Feng Xiaotian. The shock within Feng Xiaotian was indescribable. He had never anticipated Tang San's close combat prowess to reach such heights. A powerful intuition warned him that should Tang San close the distance and initiate an attack, he would have no chance of survival. In the face of this crisis, Feng Xiaotian's reflexes were astonishingly quick. He leaped back, instantly widening the gap between them. Not only did he evade Tang San's assault, but he also narrowly escaped the encroaching grasp of the blue-silver grass from below. What incredible speed! Chapter 103. Tang San vs. Feng Xiaotian, Part 2. Witnessing Feng Xiaotian's swiftness. Tang San suddenly recalled what Xiang Wentian had once said. Feng Xiaotian's martial spirit was the Gale two-headed wolf, which conferred upon him the dual advantages of strong offense and agility. The might of a powerful attack-type soul master combined with the speed of an agile one. No wonder he was so formidable, since he had grasped the essence of his martial spirit, resolving the doubts within his heart. Tang San's approach to combat had undergone a significant transformation. As a control-type soul master, his soul skills were primarily designed to manipulate his adversaries. Yet, he was also a disciple of the Tang sect. Were the martial skills of the Tang sect inferior to his soul skills? Certainly not. Though the current inability to employ hidden weapons and poison had considerably diminished the efficacy of Tang San's Tang sect martial skills, those abilities remained far more practical. As for the soul techniques he commands, one must wield them with precision, striking the opponent with the utmost severity when employed. While Feng Xiaotian retreated, he cast aside any hesitation. Through a brief probing, he discovered that as a dual-system battle soul master, he found it exceedingly challenging to gain an advantage over Tang San in close combat. This was not the time to ponder why Tang San's hands were so resilient. Instead, the focus should be on securing victory in this match. Thus, as Feng Xiaotian withdrew, both his second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Enormous azure wings unfurled from his back, while a shimmering blue silhouette materialized behind him, resembling the image of a gale wolf. Amidst the grandeur of this colossal light, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air, and with a single flap of his wings, harnessing the currents of the atmosphere, he ascended to a height of 50 meters above the ground, an altitude beyond the reach of Tang San's blue-silver grass. Observing Feng Xiaotian's sudden ascent, Tang San remained unperturbed, steadily moving towards the center of the arena while keeping a vigilant gaze on his opponent. Feng Xiaotian spread his wings in the air, gazing down at Tang San, and thought, "Tang San, I did not anticipate you to be more formidable than Dai Mubai. Yet, for Huo Wu's sake, I must surely defeat you. I shall vanquish you with my self-created soul technique, and you may yet find honor in your defeat." The name of the self-created soul technique, Gale Demon Wolf's 36 Slashes, undoubtedly astonished the majority of the soul masters present. It is well known that while self-created soul techniques may not manifest as naturally as those derived from soul rings, those capable of creating their own techniques are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Such techniques emerge through personal refinement and generally possess greater power than conventional soul techniques. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai expressed his concern. This is Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul technique, Gale Demon Wolf's 36 Slashes. I fear for Xiao San's safety. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu's face filled with worry. What makes Feng Xiaotian's Gale Demon Wolf's 36 Slashes so exceptional? Dai Mubai reflected. Feng Xiaotian's technique relies on accumulation and leveraging force to strike his target, with each successive attack growing stronger. I was once injured by his self-created soul technique, and I wonder how many times Xiao San can endure it, with each blow becoming increasingly potent. Does that not spell danger for Xiao San? Xiao Wu fretted. You need not be overly concerned. If Tang San continues to rely solely on his first martial spirit, the blue silver grass, he will undoubtedly be no match for Feng Xiaotian. However, should he release his second martial spirit at a critical moment, he could easily surpass Feng Xiaotian. Do not forget, Tang San has also trained in enhancement-type soul techniques, such as the chaotic wind hammer method, Xiang Wentian remarked calmly. On the arena, the twin-headed wolf silhouette gradually merged with Feng Xiaotian's form, marking the activation of his second soul technique, Twin Wolf's Possession. Under these circumstances, his attack, defense, and agility would each see a 50% enhancement. Coupled with his third soul technique, Gale Wings, his state had been elevated to its zenith. Only with the aid of these two soul skills could his self-created soul skill truly manifest. From a certain perspective, his self-created soul skill was certainly not inferior to his own fourth soul skill. Rather, it might even surpass it, consuming little soul power in the process. With a long howl, Feng Xiaotian moved, his body descending from the heavens like a shooting star. Strangely, his massive form, with wings unfurled, fell silently, enveloped in a serene azure glow. At that moment, his body and wings formed a flawless angle. The absence of sound signified a reduced influence from air resistance. Only a wind attribute soul master like him could so adeptly navigate through the wind to discover the most optimal descent path. The sharp edges of his wings glimmered with a faint azure light under the sun, and the so-called 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf evidently originated from these wings. The blue-silver grass surged upward, transforming into countless vines that entwined towards the descending Feng Xiaotian. His seemingly unyielding advance in the air made a subtle, yet exquisite adjustment, altering his trajectory at the very moment of impending contact with the blue-silver grass. Light emanated from his wings, and the blue-silver snapped. Those encircling vines could not hinder his progress in the slightest, each severed as they rushed toward Tang San. Tang San executed a remarkably bold maneuver, his fist striking forward towards the origin of Feng Xiaotian's wings, targeting his shoulders. At the instant of impact, Feng Xiaotian's wings had already merged with his arms, a crucial reason for the strength of his winged assault. Feng Xiaotian was no easy adversary as Tang San's fist approached. He too was eager to discern the true hardness of Tang San's hands. With a slight adjustment of his body, his shoulders contracted peculiarly, aligning the sharpness of his wings with Tang San's fists, which shimmered with a pearlescent glow. With a resounding crash, Feng Xiaotian soared into the sky, while Tang San's hands remained unscathed, and under the augmentation of his second soul skill, Twin Wolves, Feng Xiaotian emerged unscathed as well. A penetrating pain caused Feng Xiaotian's expression to turn peculiar. Was that truly a hand? He vividly recalled that during his execution of the 36 consecutive slashes, his winged assault had effortlessly cleaved through a meter-thick granite. Feng Xiaotian was propelled backward, and Tang San was not without his own discomfort. His feet sank deep into the ground, a faint flush rising to his face as blood surged within him. The thoughts of both combatants raced like lightning. Feng Xiaotian's onslaught would not cease, and Tang San's defense must endure. In the 104th chapter, the duel between Tang San and Feng Xiaotian, Part 3, Feng Xiaotian, propelled by the force of his ascent, did not soar into the heights as Tang San had anticipated. Instead, he merely spun in the air before his right wing cleaved downward once more. This time, his single wing flashed repeatedly in the air, constantly altering its trajectory to evade Tang San's fists. The hardness of his fists did not imply the same for his body. If such a formidable blade were to land upon him, the consequences would be dire. A layer of purple-golden light flickered in Tang San's eyes as he quietly fixed his gaze upon the descending wing. As the wings drew within less than a meter of him, his hands were once again raised, simultaneously unleashing a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, Feng Xiaotian was propelled into the air, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom how, despite his utmost efforts to control the situation, Tang San was still able to pinpoint the location beneath his wings for the strike. It seemed almost impossible. Little did he know that Tang San, hailing from the Tang sect, possessed perceptive abilities far beyond what anyone in this realm could compare to. Not only could he counter the lethal blades of Feng Xiaotian's wings, but he could also deflect countless hidden weapons flying at him from all directions. Both Feng Xiaotian and Tang San were astonished. For while Tang San had evaded the second strike of Feng Xiaotian, though it was merely a single wing, the power behind this blow was indeed greater than the previous one. This revelation sparked a sense of unease within Tang San. Their battle remained unaffected by their mutual astonishment. Feng Xiaotian spun midair, his wings executing a downward strike as he unleashed his third and fourth slashes. Tang San, too, utilized his Xiang Wentian to parry these two strikes. The evidence confirmed Tang San's assessment. Each of Feng Xiaotian's subsequent attacks was increasingly powerful. Though the increase in strength was slight, Tang San's arms were beginning to feel fatigued. His Xiang Wentian had not yet reached its pinnacle of cultivation, and the relentless onslaught from his opponent was causing a sharp pain in his palms. Suddenly, Tang San smiled, a reaction unexpected in the midst of such intensity. With the fourth strike, his calves had sunk into the ground. And Feng Xiaotian had previously mentioned that his Gale Demon Wolf slash comprised 36 strikes in total. Given the current circumstances, not only was the force of Feng Xiaotian's attacks amplifying, but the speed was escalating as well. The correlation between speed and strength was evident. The hallmark of his self-created soul skill lay in the ability to continuously enhance his power through velocity and gravity. Tang San's mind raced. Although Feng Xiaotian could complete all 36 strikes, if he were to withstand them indefinitely, it was likely that even Feng Xiaotian's wings would eventually shatter under the immense force. With Feng Xiaotian's soul power surpassing Tang San's by 2 levels, combined with this augmentation, how could Tang San possibly endure the brunt of his attacks? At that moment, an incredibly menacing aura of sharp soul power erupted around Feng Xiaotian, rendering any attempt by Tang San to deploy his second soul skill, parasitic, utterly futile. Even his third soul skill, spider web binding, could be severed by the ever-increasing blades of his opponent. What options remained for Tang San? Should he unleash the 8 spider spears and confront his adversary head-on? No, he would not resort to such a choice. The ferocity of Feng Xiaotian's attack stirred memories of the past, reminding him of a skill he had not utilized in some time. One that was the most inconspicuous in his arsenal. At the interval between Feng Xiaotian's 4th and 5th strikes, a surge of dark energy enveloped Tang San's right hand, and an unassuming small hammer materialized within his grasp. Meanwhile, a sudden explosive sound erupted beneath Tang San's feet and centered around his legs that were sunk into the ground. The earth immediately cracked open, forming a large pit. As his body pivoted halfway, Tang San grasped the hammer tightly, channeling power from his calves through his waist to his back. and finally to his arms. In a graceful half-rotation, the small black hammer, merely a foot in length, was lifted from below, directly meeting Feng Xiaotian's fifth strike. With a thunderous crash, Feng Xiaotian was propelled high into the air, and those who could see would have undoubtedly noticed a faint crack forming on his wings. The intense pain rendered his face a deep crimson. As his body spun, he gazed in horror at the small hammer in Tang San's hand, realizing he had no time to ponder how his opponent had acquired a weapon. The referee did not call for a halt, thus implying that his adversary had not violated any rules of the competition. Yet, little did he know that the referee was utterly astonished. Both combatants spun almost simultaneously, one in the sky, the other on the ground. As Feng Xiaotian's wings struck downward once again, Tang San's hammer swung upward anew. The sound of their violent collision echoed like relentless raindrops upon banana leaves. Both Tang San and Feng Xiaotian accelerated in their rotations, and before long, the series of clashes had concluded after a dozen exchanges. Atop the Pope's hall, Pope Bibi Dong, wielding a scepter, narrowed her eyes as she beheld Tang San, who held the Haotian hammer. She murmured, "Tang Hao, you have repeatedly opposed me. The last time, I spared your son. This time, I shall not let him escape. Killing your son will serve as a means of collecting some interest from you." Standing beside Pope Bibi Dong, the formidable Zhu Douluo bowed respectfully, inquiring, "Your Holiness, shall we eliminate that boy now?" With an air of authority, Pope Bibi Dong replied, "To kill him now would be too lenient. It would be far better to capture him after the match and use him to threaten Tang Hao. Once Tang Hao is ensnared, we shall eliminate both father and son together." "Your Holiness is astute. I shall make arrangements at once," Zhu Douluo responded, a sinister expression gracing his features. At this moment, a voice reached the ears of the host, Dodo, revealing that what was in play was not merely a weapon, but a martial soul, the pinnacle of weapon martial souls, the Haotian hammer. Host Dodo exclaimed in shock, "The Haotian hammer, the apex of weapon martial souls." Chapter 105, Victory. The blue silver grass, a standard useless martial soul, alongside the Haotian hammer, the epitome of weapon martial souls, manifested simultaneously within one individual, evoking a sense of uncanny harmony. No one could have anticipated that the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer, one soaring above, the other grounded, would coexist within a single person. In that moment, the only phrase echoing in the minds of the onlookers was twin martial souls, Haotian sect, Haotian hammer, twin martial souls. Three words that epitomized the unparalleled prowess of the Soul Master realm reverberated through the nerves of every individual present. Although Tang San displayed no outward expression, the ability he employed at this moment, the chaotic wind hammer method, was a unique martial soul technique exclusive to the Haotian sect. It is said that when mastered to its zenith, this technique can unleash a relentless barrage of 81 strikes, each one more powerful than the last. Even a deity would find it insufferable to withstand the final blow of those 81 strikes. The Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp appeared diminutive and unremarkable, yet the chaotic wind hammer method is singular in its existence. At this juncture, no one harbored doubts regarding his identity. As a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, only those of its bloodline possess the privilege to learn the chaotic wind hammer method. It must be acknowledged that Feng Xiaotian is indeed a highly gifted soul master, having created a soul technique of considerable might. In a fleeting moment, his 36 consecutive slashes unleashed from the air were enough to overcome opponents of superior strength. Regrettably, he faced an adversary whose self-created soul technique completely countered his own. The chaotic wind hammer method stands as one of the pinnacle enhancement techniques among such arts. Grounded firmly, Tang San's exertion came far more naturally than that of his opponent. Each of Feng Xiaotian's strikes relied on speed and his own weight for enhancement, while Tang San's every hammer strike drew upon not just these factors, but also his inherent strength. In terms of mass, could Feng Xiaotian's weight possibly compare to that of the Haotian hammer, which already weighed 500 pounds? The chaotic wind hammer method had been a tool of creation for Tang San, practiced countless times. In earlier clashes, Feng Xiaotian could still contend with Tang San, even gaining a slight advantage. However, after the 10th strike, he began to retreat steadily, akin to iron being forged by the Haotian hammer, continuously hammered and transformed. At this point, his wings, connected to his arms, had become utterly numb from the impact. Feng Xiaotian wished to halt his assault, yet he discovered himself utterly incapable of doing so. It seemed as though the Haotian hammer possessed an unusual adhesive force, drawing him in. He could not even cease his execution of the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. In that moment, Feng Xiaotian exemplified the demeanor of a formidable warrior. Approaching the initiation of his 19th slash, he let out a fierce roar, his entire being radiating with a vibrant azure glow. In a resounding crash, torrents of crimson rain erupted through the air as Feng Xiaotian audaciously shattered his own wings. Countless fragments of flesh, imbued with formidable energy, surged toward Tang San. While Feng Xiaotian, deprived of his wings' control over the air currents, was thrust away at an awkward angle by the immense force. A resolute severance, indeed. Though those wings were not limbs, they were a manifestation of Feng Xiaotian's essence. Their destruction would not be mended in a mere day or two. Yet, paradoxically, this very act salvaged his life. Tang Sen could control the chaotic wind hammer method, yet he remained unaware of his opponent's circumstances. With his current strength, he could at most wield the chaotic wind hammer method for 48 strikes. After the 36th strike, it was no longer within his control. Moreover, it was only during his initial use of the Haotian hammer for this technique that Tang San discovered a unique force field emanating from the hammer itself, which harmoniously complemented the chaotic wind hammer technique. The sheer power was beyond his imagination. However, there were challenges. The Haotian hammer was exceedingly heavy, weighing over 10 times that of an ordinary forging hammer. Consequently, while he could control it through rotation, halting it proved exceedingly difficult. In fact, after the 24th strike with the Haotian hammer, controlling that terrifying force became nearly impossible. By that point, Feng Xiaotian, ensnared by the hammer's force field, was virtually doomed. At that moment, with his wings shattered, Feng Xiaotian plummeted, and the blood and flesh from his broken wings did not harm Tang San. The whirlwind generated by the Haotian hammer swept away the violently ejected remnants, casting them down to the ground. Tang San relaxed his body, spinning dizzily for several rotations before barely stabilizing himself. His complexion was pale, and a wave of dizziness assaulted his mind. He instinctively retracted the Haotian hammer, for he struggled to maintain his grip on such a formidable weapon. At this juncture, Tang San's soul power was not severely depleted. Yet the strain on his body had reached its zenith. The two stood merely a few meters apart, despite one standing and the other fallen. Neither was in good condition. Both gasped for breath as they locked eyes, resolute in their refusal to concede. In truth, it was not Tang San's desire to wield the Haotian hammer. Rather, at that moment, he could conceive of no other means to counter Feng Xiaotian's Gale Wolf's 36 consecutive strikes. Even the 8 spider lances might prove ineffective. After all, the assault of this self-created skill was continuously amplified, bolstered by the power of 2 soul rings, serving as Feng Xiaotian's ultimate technique. Tang Sen recalled the chaotic wind hammer technique and promptly executed it, showcasing his practical experience. He made the most appropriate response in the shortest time frame, which ultimately enabled him to triumph over his opponent. Although both were nearly exhausted, Feng Xiaotian bore more grievous injuries. Their match was nearing its conclusion. Dual spirits, is it? Feng Xiaotian's voice was strained as he struggled to rise. Nodding, Tang San did not deny it. Hammer name, Haotian. Haotian hammer? Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted sharply, and he smiled wryly. It seems I cannot contest this loss. Tang San sighed and replied, in truth, you have not truly lost to me. You have merely succumbed to your own self-created soul skill. Your Gale Wolf's 36 consecutive strikes were perfectly countered by me. Otherwise, the outcome remains uncertain. In the battle between the Shrek team's Tang San and the Finghua team's Feng Xiaotian, victory was claimed by Tang San of the Shrek team. Chapter 106, A Decisive Surrender. The contestants beneath the arena were ablaze with fervor. A hastily assembled team dared to dream of victory. Let them indulge in their naive aspirations. Although the Wind and Fire team possessed formidable strength, encountering the Justice team assured their inevitable defeat. After all, the Wind and Fire team had resorted to underhanded tactics, and losing was their just desert. On the spectator platform of Shrek Academy, Xiao cried out in excitement, Xiao San, you are incredible. I love you. The atmosphere at Shrek Academy was undeniably jubilant, for the initial victory was paramount, significantly bolstering their morale. However, the mood on the Wind and Fire team was one of dismay. The malevolent fire cloud evil god fumed. How could a mere trash defeat Feng Xiaotian? I shall deal with him myself. Bu Jingzun, equally incensed, retorted, evil god, do proceed, but remember to spare his name, otherwise, we risk forfeiting our qualification in the tournament. Rest assured, while we may not claim his life, ensuring he lies incapacitated for 3 months is certainly feasible, the fire cloud evil god declared with a sinister edge. The host, Douluo, announced with clarity, now, the Wind and Fire team has dispatched their ace, the fire cloud evil god. At this moment, Tang San was at his wit's end. Facing the fire cloud, evil god left him utterly powerless. Even at his peak, he would have been no match for the evil god, let alone now. Yet, due to the tournament's regulations, Tang San had no choice but to continue. Seeing Tang San in such a predicament, Xiao felt a pang of anxiety and wondered, what should we do? The wind and fire team has sent forth their mainstay. The fire cloud, evil god. Xiao San is surely no match for him. What should we do? Xiang Wentian, equally filled with concern, remarked. I will convey to him that he should concede. Xiao, her face etched with worry, nodded in agreement. On the arena, Tang San was weakly kneeling on the ground when a voice echoed in his ear. As soon as the match begins, you must concede. Recognizing it as the voice of Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek team, Tang San nodded toward him in the spectator area, offering a reassuring smile. On the stage, the fire cloud, evil god sneered at Tang San. You little brat, I will ensure that you suffer for 3 months in bed. Rest assured, not a day less. Tang San, with a feeble smile, nodded back at the fire cloud, evil god, saying, Perfect, I too wish to rest. Please, do not hold back. You insolent brat. The match is about to commence. If you continue this tongue-lashing, your suffering will be magnified 1,000-fold. The fire cloud, evil god seethed with rage. The match commenced between Tang San of the Shrek team and the fire cloud, evil god of the wind and fire team. Before the host could announce the start, Tang San immediately declared, Referee, I concede. The cruel smile of the fire cloud, evil god abruptly vanished, replaced by bewilderment and then fury. Did you not say you wished to rest for months? Did you not ask me to be more ruthless? You liar. I truly wish to rip you apart. Do not let me encounter you again, for if I do, I shall strike you down each time. Tang San turned and slowly walked off the arena, lightly saying, With our Shrek team captain protecting me, I have nothing to fear. Ha! The fire cloud, evil god, filled with rage, retorted, What does it matter if he protects you? I will beat him as well. Is that so? As you wish, I am here. Go ahead, strike me. A calm voice unexpectedly resonated from afar. The fire cloud, evil god, turned to see Xiang Wentian gradually approaching the arena, greeting Tang San as he did so. In that moment, the fire cloud, evil god realized that this entire scenario was a trap set by Xiang Wentian to incite him to the stage, thereby dismantling his team. A rather clever strategy, to say the least. The Shrek team had dispatched their captain, Xiang Wentian. The crowd erupted in fervor beneath the arena. Xiang Wentian was hailed as the greatest genius of the Tiando Empire. If he were to face the wind and fire team, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly thrilling match. At that moment, countless participating soul masters focused their attention on Xiang Wentian in the arena, eagerly anticipating the commencement of a spectacular contest. At the pinnacle of the papal hall, Bibi Don smiled at the specter beside her, saying, Elder Ghost, this is your disciple. Quite impressive talents. Thank you, Your Holiness. For your kind words, Ghost Douluo replied with a respectful bow. I have heard that you intend to have him join the new generation of papal candidates? Bibion remarked with a hint of intrigue. My subordinate indeed harbors such thoughts. May I inquire about Your Holiness's stance? Ghost Douluo responded. Of course, I hold no particular opinion. The successor of the Pope should be one of merit. The Spirit Hall has always treated everyone fairly. If you believe he possesses such capability, I do not oppose. Bibion replied, her tone enigmatic as she regarded Ghost Douluo with respect. On the arena, the host Dodo observed that both Xiang Wentian and Huiyun Sheshan were fully prepared. He then proclaimed with a clear voice, Xiang Wentian will face Huiyun Sheshan. I hereby declare the match commenced. Chapter 107. A Clash of Titans. At this moment, Huiyun Sheshan's expression was exceedingly grave. He resolved to devise an extraordinary strategy to secure an unexpected victory. The instant the host Dodo announced the beginning of the contest, Huiyun Sheshan unleashed his fifth soul skill, propelling himself towards Xiang Wentian with the speed of a cannonball. Bellowing, fifth soul skill, Toad's head, drive it to the limit. Xiang Wentian disdainfully remarked, Are you resorting to this tactic once more? Has the lesson I imparted upon you previously not sufficed? Do you still aspire to cultivate a festering boil upon your bald pate? At that moment, Xiang Wentian discerned a glimmer of malevolent cunning in the smile that played upon the lips of the swiftly approaching fire cloud evil god. The thousand-handed Dithagata. Even if you, Xiang Wentian, are as cunning as a fox, you could never foresee that my fifth soul skill is merely a ruse, intended to swiftly bridge the gap between us. I am to deliver a fatal blow using the thousand-handed Buddha palm. At this moment, Xiang Wentian has readied himself to unleash his sixth soul skill, the Angelic Pagoda, but suddenly observes the fire cloud evil god executing a rapid change in tactics. leaving Xiang Wentian unprepared. There is no time to alter his own strategy. He can only brace himself against the oncoming thousand-handed Buddha palm, which is the fire cloud evil god's most formidable attack. In contrast, the angelic pagoda belongs to the category of skills that build upon enhancements with its initial strike. How could it possibly withstand the might of the thousand-handed Buddha palm? The consequences of attempting to clash my ordinary strike against his most powerful blow are all too predictable. With a resounding explosion, the colossal golden hand collides with the ethereal fist of the devilish angel, producing a thunderous roar. While the fire cloud evil god maintains his aggressive stance, Xiang Wentian is forced back 3 steps from the impact. At this moment, the fire cloud evil god narrows his eyes, seizing the opportunity to strike, and initiates the second form of the thousand-handed Buddha palm. As Xiang Wentian beheld the fire cloud evil god, he sensed an opportunity amidst his retreat. With a powerful strike, the intention was to hurl him from the arena. However, Xiang Wentian's backward steps came to an abrupt halt. Gazing at the significantly larger second strike of the thousand-handed Tathagata, he remained unfazed and declared, "Ninth style of the Tathagata divine palm, 10,000 Buddhas paying homage." In an instant, a golden handprint, magnitudes larger than the thousand-handed Tathagata, surged forth from Xiang Wentian's palm, colliding with the fire cloud evil goddess attack. The impact produced no sound. Instead, the fire cloud evil goddess thousand-handed Tathagata began to dissolve slowly upon encountering Xiang Wentian's palm, akin to ice melting on a June day. Though the thousand-handed Tathagata disintegrated, Xiang Wentian's Tathagata divine palm continued its majestic advance towards the fire cloud evil god. With a resounding boom, the ninth style of the Tathagata divine palm, 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, struck firmly against the body of the fire cloud evil god. He was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing forth, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience below the arena, echoing with the exhilaration of witnessing the downfall of the Wind-Fire battle team, which had gained strength through dubious means. It was undoubtedly a sight that the participating Soul Master students yearned to see. Xiang Wentian truly lived up to his reputation as the foremost genius of the Tiando Empire, decisively vanquishing the fire cloud evil god in but 2 moves. What good was their backdoor advantage when faced with the overwhelming prowess of the Shrek team? Had the Wind-Fire Academy encountered our star Luo Royal Academy, the defeat would have been even more devastating. Bu Jingyan took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Now that Xiang Wentian has made his move, I shall personally confront him. Even if it requires me to unveil all my hidden cards today, I must ensure his defeat." Hearing the weighty words of Bu Jingyan, Niefeng's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "Brother Yun, Xiang Wentian is formidable. We must proceed with utmost caution." Bu Jingyan nodded gravely at Niefeng and strode purposefully towards the arena. Concurrently, the announcer, Douluo, proclaimed loudly, "The Wind-Fire battle team has dispatched their captain, Bu Jingyan. He represents the strongest force of the Wind-Fire team, while Xiang Wentian is equally the most formidable among the Shrek team. In this clash of titans, who shall emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath." Upon ascending the arena, Bu Jingyan fixed his gaze upon Xiang Wentian on the opposite side and stated earnestly, "Xiang Wentian, I acknowledge your strength, but today, I shall unleash 120% of my combat prowess against you. For the honor of the Shinkong Academy, your defeat is inevitable." As Xiang Wentian gazed upon Bu Jingyan's serious expression and solemn words, he pondered whether Bu Jingyan had a hidden trump card to unveil today. A knowing smile crept across Xiang Wentian's face as he remarked, "Is that so? I hope you will surprise me today. Do not suffer too devastating a defeat, lest others say I lack consideration for your wind and fire battle team." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Bu Jingyan let out a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, "Such audacity. Let's see if you can claim victory today before you speak further. Has the referee not yet announced the start?" The host, Douluo, momentarily taken aback by Bu Jingyan's urging, quickly regained composure and announced with urgency, "Xiang Wentian versus Bu Jingyan. Let the match commence." Chapter 108. The Dance of Ghosts and Gods. The Reaper's Tale. With a thunderous sword strike, the fury of the storm was unleashed. A myriad of golden rays bewildering the spirits. As the winds gathered, clouds obscured the moon, and the sword of the ghostly deity laughed at the heavens. "Beware, Xiang Wentian, for the Reaper's sword technique is upon you." At the very instant Douluo proclaimed the commencement of the match, Bu Jingyan unleashed this earth-shattering and soul-stirring sword technique. The clouds above and the sunlight streaming down became distorted in that moment, enveloping the arena in a chaotic interplay of black and white sword energy. countless strands of sword energy struck Xiang Wentian, producing an ominous cacophony. Although Xiang Wentian was shielded by the celestial dominance body, the formidable recoil of the sword energy rendered him as if subjected to slow slicing. At that moment, he found himself surrounded by an intricate web of black and white sword energy, rendering it impossible to discern Bu Jingyun's location. At this moment, Xiang Wentian found himself devoid of any viable strategies, compelled to frantically unleash his soul abilities amidst the sea of sword energy. His sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda, allowed him to execute a maximum of 99 strikes. However, the potency of Angelic Pagoda is cumulatively enhanced, with each strike surpassing the previous one. Although Xiang Wentian possessed a plethora of soul skills, none could rival the power of the 99th punch of Angelic Pagoda, not even the revered Palm of the Buddha realm. A colossal demonic angelic apparition loomed within the sea of sword energy, delivering immense punches that grew more formidable with each blow. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian had unleashed 81 consecutive strikes, and wherever his fists traversed, the very fabric of space shattered and the sword energy dissipated. The overwhelming might of Angelic Pagoda had transcended Xiang Wentian's control, rendering him unable to govern his own body. He could merely direct the trajectory of the demonic fists. Meanwhile, Bu Jingyun gazed in horror at the enormous demonic angelic silhouette behind Xiang Wentian, which seemed to have succumbed to madness, relentlessly swinging its powerful black fists. As Xiang Wentian's dark fists approached him, Bu Jingyun was not one to remain passive. He summoned his strongest attack, the ultimate essence of the ghostly sword art, the Death God chapter of the ghostly dance. This chapter was a self-created soul skill that Bu Jingyun had conceived following his previous defeat, integrating it with newfound insights into his martial spirit. It is undeniable that Bu Jingyun, as a descendant of the Bu divine clan, possessed extraordinary talent, a fact evidenced by his ascendance to semi-divine status upon merely reaching the age of 7. With a resounding cry, Bu Jingyun invoked the Death God chapter of the ghostly dance. Instantly, countless strands of black and white sword energy, seemingly drawn together by an unseen force, converged into a gargantuan black sword, measuring 7 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width. The massive sword hurtled towards Xiang Wentian with astonishing speed, nearly arriving in the blink of an eye. As Xiang Wentian beheld the obsidian giant sword hurtling towards him with tremendous speed, he felt no trace of panic. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. Regardless of the myriad of tactics one might employ, he was resolute, prepared to unleash his tenfold strength to conquer all obstacles, and with a single force, to shatter myriad laws. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating not only through the arena, but also causing a subtle tremor among the spectators. In the realm of celestial combat, the angelic figure of Xiang Wentian unleashed the 82nd punch of his angelic stupa, striking heavily upon the tip of the obsidian greatsword. A crisp crack echoed from the dark blade, yet Xiang Wentian felt no discomfort. Rather, an exhilarating sense of satisfaction surged within him at the tangible contact. Conversely, Bu Jingyun was taken aback, fully aware of the dread power encapsulated in the Death God chapter of the Dance of Demons. Having recently mastered this earth-shattering soul technique, he had previously cleaved a mountainside nearly 100 meters deep. Now, merely receiving a blow from Xiang Wentian's angelic fist had caused the greatsword to emit a sound of fracturing, demonstrating the immense potency of Xiang Wentian's sixth soul skill, Angelic Stupa. Before Bu Jingyun could retract the obsidian sword, the 83rd punch of Angelic Stupa followed relentlessly, delivering a thunderous impact across the body of the blade. With a resounding crash, the obsidian greatsword shattered into pieces. Almost immediately, the 84th punch surged forth. Xiang Wentian understood that should this strike land upon Bu Jingyun's person, it would reduce him to mere blood mist. Their rivalry was not one of deep-seated enmity. They were simply adversaries in the arena. Furthermore, should Bu Jingyun perish on the stage, the Shrek team would be disqualified from the competition. Thus, this punch was destined to land upon the arena floor. The colossal arena, crafted from Qinggang stone, was utterly obliterated, while Bu Jingyun was forcefully propelled over 100 meters into the air, losing consciousness before even touching the ground. Xiang Wentian, having exhausted his soul power, was unable to deliver the fateful 85th punch. Had he been at full strength, the destructive capacity of that blow would have been unfathomable. At this moment, the arena lay in ruins, dust swirling amidst the chaos, leaving the audience in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Xiang Wentian, captain of the Shrek team, could unleash such a formidable strike. The power he exhibited not only surpassed that of a full-force assault from a sole Douluo, but even eclipsed the might of several titled Douluos. After several seconds, the audience erupted into a fervor, a crescendo of applause swelling from whispers to thunderous roars. An unending tide of admiration for the breathtaking duel between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingxun, a match destined to be etched in history. At the pinnacle of the papal hall, Pope Bibidong was astonished, remarking on the extraordinary talent of the disciple under Ghost Douluo's tutelage. Should he possess not only exceptional leadership but also the wisdom of a strategist, he could well be chosen as the next pope. Yet, finding such a paragon of intellect and valor is a rarity akin to finding a phoenix feather. I had not anticipated your strength to be so formidable. The last encounter with you left me at a significant disadvantage. My defeat was not in vain, pondered Douluo. At that moment, the host, Dodo, regained his composure from the shock and promptly declared, Xiang Wentian versus Bu Jingxun. Xiang Wentian emerges victorious. The audience, comprising participants and educators from both the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire, erupted into a storm of applause, acknowledging the match between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingxun as an extraordinarily captivating confrontation worthy of the annals of history. Chapter 109. On the way back to the hotel at this moment, Niefeng's face was etched with despair as he lifted the unconscious Bu Jingxun, who had fallen to the ground. With a heavy heart, he declared, our wind and fire battle team concedes. In Niefeng's mind, the ultimate self-created soul technique of Bu Jingxun, the dance of the ghostly deities, Death's chapter, possessed an extraordinary power, yet it still could not match up to Xiang Wentian. Even with their team members taking turns to compete, they were merely offering themselves as sacrifices. Thus, conceding was the most prudent choice for Niefeng, as the wind and fire battle team still had to face opponents from other academies. If they were to falter here, it would mean certain elimination for them. Xiang Wentian understood why Niefeng made such a choice. Despite his own insufficient soul power, Shrek Academy still had two mainstays, Shimen Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, while the Wind-Fire team was left with only Niefeng. Should he persist in his desire to fight, elimination would be their sole outcome. However, by opting for surrender, he brought hope to the Wind-Fire team, for a defeated Academy team could engage in another duel, and upon victory, continue to the finals. If they lost, they would face direct elimination. The Spirit Hall's decision aimed to provide powerful teams with a chance for revival, preventing them from being ousted by stronger opponents and losing the opportunity to recruit hidden talents. After Shrek's victory, Xiang Wentian led the group back to their hotel. Meanwhile, Flander and the Master continued to watch the match, as opportunities to view such events without the need for tickets were rare for Flander. If he did not fully enjoy this occasion, he would feel he had let down his prominent golden tooth. On the way back, Oscar, the food system soul master, exhibited great excitement, as perpetual victories were his heart's desire. In contrast, Shimen Shui and Yi Gu Cheng were less satisfied. As for these martial enthusiasts, battle held far greater significance than eating or sleeping. Along the journey, Ru Ming clung to Xiang Wentian's arm, and the continuous victories instilled a sense of pride in the Shrek team members, Xiang Wentian included. He was acutely aware that overconfidence could lead to downfall. Hence, they urgently needed a formidable opponent to awaken their spirits. Wentian, your sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda, bears some resemblance to my chaotic cloak hammer, perhaps even surpassing it. Would you be willing to share insights into the essence of such soul skills? Tang San inquired. Certainly. The fundamental difference between my sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda, and your chaotic cloak hammer lies in the fact that my Angel Pagoda is a skill derived from soul rings, allowing me to infuse an infinite amount of soul power for amplified critical strikes. In contrast, the chaotic cloak hammer is a self-created skill that lacks soul rings for infusion. It can only channel soul power into the martial soul. This distinction underscores the essential difference between soul skills and self-created skills. While self-created skills are indeed more practical and powerful, they lack the soul rings, which limits their potential. It is a double-edged sword, to be sure. Ah, now it makes sense, Tang San exclaimed, enlightened. If I wish to transcend the 81st strike of the chaotic cloak hammer, do you have any suggestions? Xiang Wentian mused. In this world, there exists no perfect soul skill, only combinations that are most suited to oneself. If you truly break through the limits of the chaotic wind hammer technique, you will inevitably sacrifice something. Heaven is fair, day and night are intertwined. While you possess great power, have you considered whether your speed can keep pace, or if your body can endure? Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Tang San fell into a contemplative silence, murmuring, is there truly no way to transcend these limits? Shimen Shui replied nonchalantly, of course there is, but you must seek it out yourself. Xiang Wentian is correct. In your quest to surpass the limits of the chaotic wind hammer technique, you will undoubtedly lose something. As the group engaged in discussions about their training insights, they unwittingly arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 110. The Background of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Part 1. To celebrate their victorious first battle, Xiang Wentian treated everyone to a lavish feast. After a night of rest, the group had restored their bodies to an optimal state. The following morning, bathed in the glow of a rising sun, the sky appeared as if it had been freshly washed, a splendid azure that delighted the eye. With a clear sky stretching infinitely and rosy clouds adorning the horizon, the members of the Shrek team, invigorated by the sunlight, made their way to the competition venue. As before, Xiang Wentian arrived at the preliminary zone and drew a bamboo stick from the hand of Su Yuntao. Upon inspection, he found the stick inscribed with the words Douluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. A knowing shake of his head suggested that Xiang Wentian was already aware of the impending outcome of the competition. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy team's resting area, just as he stepped through the entrance, Oscar hurriedly approached him. Xiang Wentian, which academy team did you draw today? He inquired. The Douluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Xiang Wentian replied, enunciating each word clearly. The Douluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy was the team sent by the Douluo Empire, one of the 3 seed teams. Hearing that Shrek's opponent this time was the Douluo Academy team, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions darkened with surprise. Naturally, Xiang Wentian understood why Dai Mubai bore such an expression, though the others remained oblivious. Thus, Tang San inquired, Mubai, Xing, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Why the furrowed brows? Upon learning that the Shrek team's next adversary would be the Xingluo Royal Academy, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback. Their countenances darkening significantly, a stark contrast to their usual demeanor. Even when faced with stronger teams, they had never displayed such expressions. It seemed as though they were gathering a certain force, poised to erupt once fully amassed. Otherwise, they risked extinguishing in their despondency an accurate reflection of their inner turmoil. Suddenly, both of them opened their eyes, filled with fervor, their faces contorting with excitement. In an astonishing act, they bowed deeply to the assembly without uttering a word. A flicker of emotion crossed the normally indifferent face of Shimin Shui. Have you two lost your senses today? Tang San, witnessing their actions, exclaimed in astonishment, Mubai, Xing. What are you doing? At that moment, the others were equally taken aback, puzzled by their unexpected behavior, noticing the confused gazes of their companions. Dai Mubai nodded at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Xing, perhaps you should explain. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mubai, nodded, and declared, in this match, we must prevail. This is our only opportunity. Oscar, bewildered, asked, what is going on? Do you have enemies at the Xingluo Royal Academy? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, replying, no, it's not that. This is a conflict between families. Both Mubai and I hail from the Xingluo Empire, belonging to 2 prominent families with a close bond, including customs of marriage. Only the most outstanding individuals in our families can become future heirs. Neither Mubai nor I are the legitimate offspring. My sister and Mubai's brother were betrothed in childhood, and so were Mubai and I. We 4 are the most exceptional children of our respective families. Mubai and I came to the Tiando Empire to enhance our abilities. The Elite Soul Master Academy competition across the continent is an opportunity bestowed upon us by our families. Since we are not the direct descendants, the chances of inheritance are significantly diminished. If we can surpass our siblings, we will qualify for succession. Tang San remarked, so, your siblings are part of the Xingluo Royal Academy team? Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. Initially, I thought we had no hope. However, upon arriving at Shrek Academy and meeting all of you, I realized that with your support, we stand a genuine chance of victory. Unable to contain herself, Xiaowu interjected. Is power truly that important? Even if you inherit your families, will you genuinely be happy? Zhu Zhuqing offered a wry smile, if only it were that simple. Do you think we place such immense value on power? No, it is not so. Both of our families have exceedingly unique stipulations. In order to cultivate exceptional successors for the future lineage, once the contenders are selected, they are raised to view one another as adversaries. The victor, undoubtedly, may inherit the family legacy, yet the fate of the vanquished is tragically grim. To prevent internal strife within the clan, those who fail in competition will be mercilessly eradicated. Thus, we are not merely vying for power, we are also contending for our very lives. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing's emotions became palpably intense. Do you understand why I have always been so aloof towards Mubai? Because I have resigned myself to the certainty of my demise by the age of 25. Or perhaps, I may not even reach that age. Mubai's elder brother is 6 years his senior, a paragon of intellect and strength. My sister, too, is 7 years my senior. In competing against them, we possess nearly no chance. Hence, after arriving in the Tiando Empire, Mubai chose to indulge in a life of decadence, mingling with frivolous company. If he continues down this path, how could we possibly hope to survive? My frustration lies in his lack of ambition. Finally, Dai Mubai spoke up. Compete? How can I? My elder brother is 6 years my senior, and he is already the almost certain heir to the family. My selection as a backup was merely to place additional pressure and motivation upon him. It was not until I arrived at Shrek Academy and encountered Wentian, Ruo Meng, Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and you that I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Our family has allotted us until the age of 25. Beyond intellectual prowess, our own strength will be tested in the elite competition of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academies. Zhuqing and I must triumph over our elder siblings during the competition. They are nearing 25, and this tournament represents our singular opportunity. If we falter, we will need to surpass them in other realms to garner recognition. But the support they receive far exceeds ours, rendering this nearly impossible. I harbor disdain for my family, yet for Zhuqing, I shall no longer evade my fate. In today's battle, even if it leads to my demise, I will never concede defeat. With blood-red eyes, the atmosphere became suddenly oppressive. No one anticipated the immense pressure and background looming behind Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, a threat to their very existence. Chapter 111. The Background of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Part 2. Xiang Wentian gazed steadily into Dai Mubai's eyes and spoke with a slow yet resolute tone. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Trust in your captain and your comrades. As Dai Mubai met Xiang Wentian's unwavering gaze, a flicker of warmth ignited in his once icy heart. Thank you, Wentian. Thank you all. You have bestowed upon me hope, the hope of victory, the hope of survival. Do you remember the words I once shared with you? When the enemy resides in the heart, the world becomes an enemy. When there is no enemy within, one is invincible against the world. During the competition, I will arrange for you and Zhuqing to take the stage. Remember, only by maintaining an unwavering belief in invincibility can we conquer formidable foes. Under the encouraging gazes of their peers, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely. At that moment, the sound of the announcer, Do Do, resonated through the sound amplifier. Now, let us invite the Shrek team and the Xingluo royal team to the arena for the elimination match. As they approached the viewing platform, Xiang Wentian spotted an opposing team arriving, their attire marked with the insignia of the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Leading the opposing team was a young man with flowing golden hair cascading down his back, his expression exuding an air of nonchalance. His purple eyes sparkled. But they were not twin pupils. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai, though he was notably taller. Despite his casual demeanor, a hint of an authoritative smile lingered on his lips. Following closely behind him was a tall, striking young woman, nearly matching his height with an exceptionally voluptuous figure and skin as smooth as fine jade. She too wore a smile, and even in the competitive atmosphere, she clung to the young man's arm. This young woman was beautiful, resembling Zhu Zhuqing, but without the chill that characterized Zhuqing's demeanor. Instead, she radiated a gentle warmth that made her beauty all the more readily accepted. Trailing behind them was a bald man of fearsome appearance, towering at 9 feet with bronze skin glistening in the morning sun. His explosive muscles exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, and he wore a disconcerting smirk that made him appear exceedingly uncomfortable. As both sides had yet to dispatch their members onto the stage, the tension was palpable. The young leader of the opposing team cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai and remarked nonchalantly, "Mubai, I never expected you would make it to the finals. To confront me face-to-face means you have already achieved success. However, you ought to be cautious. Your actions compel me to retaliate against you. Davis, spare me the pretense. When have you ever ceased to undermine me? Today, on the field, we are enemies. If you have the ability, defeat me first. Otherwise, who inherits the family legacy remains uncertain." Davis gazed at Dai Mubai in surprise. "Oh, our playboy has transformed. Very well. I shall see what skills you have acquired during your years away from home, daring to speak to your elder brother in such a manner. No wonder Zhuqing has aligned herself with you. It appears you are truly prepared to fight us to the very end." Davis's gaze settled upon Zhu Zhuqing, his expression growing somber. Sharing a glance with the girl beside him, a chilling glimmer flickered in their eyes simultaneously. "Zhuqing, if memory serves me right, you are yet to reach the tender age of 15, are you not? To participate in this grand competition at such a young age and secure a place among the top 10, one might wonder whether it is sheer luck or formidable strength that has brought you this far. However, I dare say your journey ends here. In truth, both father and mother miss you dearly, but we cannot contravene the ancestral rules. After the competition, do return with me," spoke the girl beside Davis, her voice lacking Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor, yet imbued with a captivating allure that could easily ensnare one's attention. "Zhu Zhuyuan, there is no need for your feigned concern here. Had I not left home, perhaps I would have perished at your hands." Zhu Zhuqing's voice turned even colder. For him and Dai Mubai, this couple before them represented the older versions of themselves. They shared an indelible bond of blood, yet under the weight of familial pressure. Only one could survive. Regardless of the reason, they must strive with all their might. After all, no one wishes for their life to conclude so easily. Neither party on the stage sought to suppress their voices, and the soul masters in the audience possessed superior hearing compared to ordinary folk. When they heard Zhu Zhuyun mention that Zhu Zhuqing was not yet 15, even the most self-assured soul masters could not help but express their astonishment. At that moment, Xiang Wentian, feeling helpless, realized that fate had indeed conspired against him. Even before entering the competition area, tensions were already palpable. Should Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and their rivals encounter each other on the arena, it would undoubtedly result in a battle for their very lives. Thus, Xiang Wentian addressed the Shrek team. "All right. We must proceed without further ado. Let the arena be the judge of our fates." As the Shrek team entered the spectator area, Dai Mubai eagerly asserted, "Xiang Wentian, please allow me to be the first to take the stage." "Why?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "Because Davis, the captain of the Xingluo Royal Academy team, will surely be the first to enter the fray. It is time for our long-standing rivalry to be resolved. Since you have made your decision, pursue it with vigor. I will arrange for you to be the first to compete." Xiang Wentian replied to Dai Mubai. "May the competitors from both teams take the stage," announced the host. Dodo with astonishment. It is truly remarkable that the Xingluo Royal Academy's first appearance in this competition is led by their captain, while Shrek sends forth merely an ordinary team member. Could it be that the Xingluo Royal Academy holds Shrek's strength in such high regard, or is there another reason? Let us await the unfolding of events. Chapter 112, Dai Mubai vs. Davis, Part 1. Both sides prepared, unleashing their martial spirits. As the host, Dodo, announced the commencement of the soul battle for radiant soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, suddenly illuminated around Dai Mubai. Davis gazed, somewhat flustered, at the dazzling soul rings adorning his brother, feeling a palpable pressure emanating from Dai Mubai's soul skills. At present, Davis possessed a soul power of level 49, and the only force capable of instilling such pressure was that of a level 50 soul master with 4 rings. No, this cannot be. When you left home, you were merely at level 25. How could you have possibly surpassed level 50 in just 2 short years? Upon arriving at the finals of the Shrek Academy competition, Davis had already taken note of Dai Mubai. However, in the back of his mind, he had never considered his brother a serious rival, focusing instead on the monstrous competitor who possessed 600,000-year soul rings. Little did he expect that the brother he had underestimated would astonish him to such an extent. A leap of 25 levels in 2 years, what an extraordinary feat. This notion implied a rise of several levels each year. A talent so prodigious it could only be described as monstrous. After all, the age gap was significant, under similar circumstances of talent. How could Dai Mubai possibly catch up to him? Even when Davis learned that Shrek Academy had secured the championship in the sub-regional tournament of the Tiando Empire, it did not alter his perception. As one of the 3 seed teams, they regarded only the team nominated by the Spirit Hall as their true adversary. Yet now, as Dai Mubai demonstrated the prowess of a level 50, 4-ringed soul master, Davis's heart was not only shaken but also filled with a murderous intent. The vast disparity in age had been overshadowed by the rapid advancement of his brother's strength. If Dai Mubai were granted further time, Davis knew he would have no opportunities left. Thus, even at the cost of his own life, he resolved to eliminate this threat. Willing to defy the rules of the competition, Dai Mubai coldly regarded Davis, fully aware of the murderous intent reflected in his brother's eyes. In terms of innate talent, he surpassed Davis significantly. His naturally sinister dual pupils had always drawn attention, marking him as a formidable rival. At that moment, although the match had yet to commence, Dai Mubai felt an unparalleled exhilaration. Throughout his upbringing, every encounter with Davis had been steeped in disdain and condescension. He had never been regarded as an equal. Yet now, he could perceive seriousness, pressure, and a hint of fear in Davis's gaze. All of this was a testament to the strength and fortune he had fought to attain. The match began. with Dodo's command. This decisive battle that would determine the fates of both Dai Mu Bai and Davis finally commenced. In an instant, the two collided with a thunderous boom, engaging in a ferocious exchange of blows, their souls and bodies clashing. They struck each other hundreds of times in mere moments, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, they both unleashed powerful punches towards one another, resulting in a deafening roar as they swiftly separated. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Raging Light Wave. In an instantaneous release, Davis unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, directing a beam of white light towards Dai Mu Bai. In response, Dai Mu Bai promptly activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Protective Barrier, enveloping himself in a swiftly formed yellow energy shield. The ensuing white beam struck directly against the barrier, and thanks to the protection afforded by the White Tiger's shield, Dai Mu Bai emerged unscathed. As he sustained the yellow energy shield, Dai Mu Bai observed the relentless assault of Davis's white beam against his barrier, unaffected within its confines. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Davis, are you merely tickling me? Is this truly your utmost capability? If so, your demise is inevitable today." Davis responded with a light chuckle, "Allow me to surprise you." He then initiated his unique soul skill, the Light-Splitting Cutter. The massive energy beam condensed into a sharp energy line that swept towards Dai Mu Bai. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mu Bai's eyes narrowed as he dispelled the White Tiger's shield and leaned back. The light-splitting cutter narrowly grazed the tip of his nose, the resulting gust from its passage stinging his face. Fury ignited within Dai Mu Bai. He had suffered an early setback. It became apparent that without deploying his more formidable techniques, he posed no threat to Davis. Thus, he invoked his third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, followed by his fourth soul skill, the White Tiger's Meteor Shower. In an impressive display, Dai Mu Bai simultaneously unleashed two soul skills, amplifying the power of the White Tiger's Meteor Shower nearly twofold under the enhancement of the Diamond Transformation. Countless white meteor fists rapidly materialized around him. As he struck forward, a barrage of meteor punches surged towards Davis. Davis, with a sardonic smile, countered with his own unique skill, the White Tiger's Annihilation Shield. A colossal white shield manifested, firmly protecting Davis. The multitude of white meteor fists collided against the giant shield, causing it to tremble violently, yet despite the relentless onslaught, not a single crack appeared until the meteor punches ceased. As the White Tiger's meteor shower concluded, Dai Mu Bai's expression grew grave. He had not managed to penetrate even the slightest portion of the white giant shield. He then shouted, "Reverse meteor." Instantly, the countless meteor punches he had just unleashed reappeared behind Davis, striking towards his back. At that moment, Davis sensed an anomaly and hastily turned the white giant shield to protect his rear. Almost as soon as he positioned the shield behind him, he felt a powerful tremor reverberate through it, followed by a cacophony of thunderous impacts. Davis, astounded, realized that the assault could strike him from behind. Could it be another of Dai Mu Bai's unique soul skills? As Davis had turned his back, his vulnerability was laid bare before Dai Mu Bai. With a cunning smile, Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, "Davis, you have fallen into my trap." Comet explosion. Clenching his fists, an array of meteors converged upon them, and with a resounding shout, he commanded, "Explode." A massive beam of white light surged forth from his fists, striking Davis's back with tremendous force. The impact sent Davis hurtling forward, blood spattering from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. Moments later, just as the host Dodo was about to announce the outcome of the match, Davis abruptly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips with a cruel grin. "Mu Bai, it has been 2 years since we last met, and your progress is indeed remarkable, truly astonishing. However, I believe this duel will conclude swiftly, for I shall unleash my ultimate technique." Upon hearing Davis's words, Dai Mu Bai's expression grew grave. The disparity in soul power between Davis and himself was merely one level. Should Davis choose to take a collateral victim, Dai Mu Bai might find himself ensnared as well. Davis's eyes narrowed as he proclaimed, "Second soul skill, White Tiger's Earthquake." Upon the release of his second soul skill, the arena trembled violently, akin to raging waves, rendering Dai Mu Bai immobile and unable to leverage his surroundings. Davis would not grant Dai Mu Bai a moment's respite. He continued with the second form of his second soul skill, White Tiger's Uplift. Enormous boulders, forged from soul power, encased Dai Mu Bai, trapping him within their crushing grip. With a disdainful snort, Davis coldly declared, "Mu Bai, it is over." Fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Obliteration. Ascending into the air, he struck the boulders imprisoning Dai Mu Bai with a devastating punch. The boulders shattered, and Dai Mubai, liberated from their confines, was sent flying backward, rendered unconscious by the force. The true potency of White Tiger's obliteration lay not in its physical might, but in its mental assault. Although Dai Mubai suffered little physical harm, his spirit was severely impacted, leading to his unconscious state. Mubai. Zhu Zhiqing gasped in alarm. At that moment, Xiang Wentian beheld Dai Mubai lying incapacitated and realized he was at the mercy of his opponent. Davis, meanwhile, began to approach Dai Mubai with malevolent intent. In that instant, Xiang Wentian drew forth a handkerchief gifted by Meng, adorned with a design of white mandarin ducks at play. Without hesitation, he leapt into the arena, positioning himself protectively in front of the unconscious Dai Mubai. He tossed the handkerchief to Davis and solemnly stated, "I am Xiang Wentian, captain of the Shrek team. I represent Dai Mubai in conceding. Your next opponent shall be me." Davis, with a malevolent tone, declared, "Xiang Wentian, should you dare to meddle in the affairs of our Star Luo royal family, you shall be deemed an enemy of the Star Luo dynasty. I advise you to consider the consequences carefully." Xiang Wentian, laughing heartily, retorted, "In this world, there exists no one who can instill fear in me, Xiang Wentian. If it is for the sake of my brothers and kin, I would not hesitate to confront the entirety of the world as my adversary." Very well, very well. Davis seethed with indignation. "You had best never set foot in the Star Luo Empire in this lifetime. Otherwise, you shall face the relentless pursuit of the entire Star Luo Empire." With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian raised his gaze towards the host, Douluo, suspended in the air, and exclaimed, "Are you going to announce the results of the match, or are you merely enjoying a spectacle?" At that moment, Douluo finally grasped the situation and proclaimed loudly, "Dai Mubai faces Davis, and Davis emerges victorious." The audience below erupted in chaos. The captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, was questioned for his judgment. The captain of the Star Luo royal team had already stepped up, and sending a mere pawn into battle seemed like an act of folly. It appeared that Xiang Wentian, whom they expected to be a shrewd commander, was merely a brawn without brains. On the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, Ru Meng fumed, "You are the ones lacking wisdom. You are the true foolish ones." Before she could continue her tirade, Tang Sen interrupted, stating, "Our Shrek team has never relied on popularity, but rather on our strength." Zhu Zhiqing expressed her remorse, saying, "I apologize, everyone. It is my and Mubai's shortcomings that have led to our defeat." Upon witnessing Zhu Zhiqing's expression, Ru Ming quickly reassured her, "What are you doing?" "Zhiqing, we, the Shrek team, are united as one. Do you not consider us friends?" "Indeed, Zhiqing, we are close-knit partners. Your actions seem distant," Ning Rongrong added in support. Yi Guqin spoke slowly, "Our Shrek team has triumphed time and again, and the other Spirit Master Academies hold high expectations for us. In their eyes, we cannot afford to lose. A single defeat would tarnish our reputation, which explains their intense reactions." Shimin Chue Shui, with a cold scoff, remarked indifferently, "Let them speak as they wish. Our Shrek team has 3 mainstays. Which academy can challenge us? Maintaining an undefeated spirit and focusing on our own performance is paramount." At that moment, Oscar glanced at the arena and chuckled. "When Tian has taken the stage, let us see how he overcomes his foe." The captain of the Shrek team personally ascended the platform to confront the captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy. Who would prevail? Let us await the outcome. The match commenced. In this moment, Davis felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, with a disparity of over 10 levels in soul power between him and Xiang Wentian. And after the recent fierce battle, his soul power was severely depleted. Even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against Xiang Wentian, let alone now. Thus, Davis bowed his noble head and resigned. "I concede." Upon witnessing Davis's voluntary surrender, host Douluo announced, "Captain of the Star Luo royal team, Davis, chooses to concede. Xiang Wentian is victorious." A murmur of disbelief rose from the audience below. To concede without a fight, the captain of the Star Luo royal team is rather cowardly. One Academy youth retorted. Another interjected, "What do you know? Xiang Wentian exceeds the captain of the Star Luo royal team by over 10 levels in soul power. By conceding now, he preserves his strength. Had he chosen to compete, he would undoubtedly face severe injury. I believe he is also considering the Star Luo royal team." This gentleman's viewpoint is quite agreeable to certain individuals. A young man in red from the back row spoke up. Davis descended from the arena and returned to the viewing platform of the Star Luo Royal Academy, nodding at a bald-headed youth. The bald-headed youth understood and strode confidently towards the arena. The host, Douluo, announced in a clear voice. The Star Luo royal team has dispatched their main force. Hu Han-san. This contestant is making his debut. Let us take a look at his profile. The large screen at the competition venue displayed. Name, Hu Han-san. Martial Soul, Bully Hammer, Soul Power, Level 64 Soul Emperor. Team, Main Force of the Star Luo Royal Team. Academy, Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. On the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, Flanders murmured, he is actually a Level 64 Soul Emperor. Is this the Golden Age? Are the geniuses of the Golden Age truly so extraordinary? If given time, within 20 years, numerous titled Douluos will emerge across the continent. Perhaps among these prodigies, a deity may also be born, the master pondered. On the arena, Xiang Wentian gazed at Hu Han-san, murmuring, where did this oddity come from? Hu Han-san, as usual, donned the uniform of the Star Luo Royal Academy, the only difference being that today he wore a thick hemp belt around his waist, which, coupled with his nearly 2-meter stature, made him resemble a mountain gunner. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, smiling, inquired, brother over there, you are Hu Han-san, correct? Since arriving in Martial Soul City, have you been to the cinema to watch a movie? Hu Han-san grinned and replied, I have. But I do not know the name of the movie. Xiang Wentian erupted into hearty laughter, remarking, indeed, it is a country bumpkin entering the city, bound by a hemp rope, having watched a film whose title eludes me. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian refer to him as a country bumpkin, Hu Han-san retorted angrily, Xiang Wentian, you are the true country bumpkin. Your entire family is composed of country bumpkins. Who is the country bumpkin? Xiang Wentian teased. The country bumpkin is you, Hu Han-san exclaimed, only to realize the weight of his words afterward. His face flushed with rage, he seethed, Xiang Wentian, you are the first person daring enough to mock me. I shall reduce you to a mere pulp. Observing that the competition had yet to commence, but the tension was already palpable, the host, Douluo, sighed. Let both sides summon their martial spirits. In that moment, Hu Han-san trembled with fury, declaring, martial spirit manifestation. As Xiang Wentian beheld Hu Han-san's martial spirit, the tyrant hammer, he noted its circular dual short hammers, intricately adorned with arcane patterns. 6 soul rings hovered above the hammers, pulsating gently in hues of yellow, purple, black, and black. The tyrant double hammer wielded by Hu Han-san stood in stark contrast to Tang San's Haotian hammer. The latter was an elongated hammer with a rectangular head, while the former was a short hammer with a rounded head, reminiscent of the drum gold hammer, albeit significantly larger in size. Hu Han-san gripped the formidable tyrant double hammers in his hands, resembling an ant hauling 2 yellow beans, a striking disparity in proportion. The sight of Hu Han-san brandishing these oversized hammers created a dissonance that was hard to overlook. Coupled with his bandit-like visage and attire akin to a mountain rogue, he epitomized an extraordinary and unparalleled figure, a king of oddities. His appearance, reminiscent of a tyrant, bandit, mountain rogue, and peculiar entity all at once, left a profound impression on Xiang Wentian. The impact was immense. Previously, while observing from the stands, Hu Han-san had felt a sense of astonishment at Xiang Wentian's 600,000-year soul rings, though it had not instilled a sense of pressure. However, locking eyes with Xiang Wentian in this moment revealed the true weight of the latter's formidable presence. Hu Han-san was compelled to regard this opponent with utmost seriousness, as Xiang Wentian was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. As both sides prepared, the match commenced. Chapter 115. Xiang Wentian versus Hu Han-san. At the instant the host, Douluo, declared the match was underway, Hu Han-san let out a fierce roar, leaping into action with his twin hammers raised high, directing them towards Xiang Wentian with a thunderous shout. 5th soul skill, overwhelming force. In a flash, Hu Han-san's tyrant double hammers swelled to several times their original size, descending upon Xiang Wentian with the crushing weight of Mount Tai. As Xiang Wentian beheld Hu Han-san's martial soul, the formidable twin hammers, they appeared as colossal as small mountains. These were no mere hammers, rather, they resembled 2 enormous circular peaks descending ominously towards him. In that moment, Xiang Wentian opted not to withstand the onslaught, but instead deftly evaded to the edge of the arena. Just as he narrowly escaped, a thunderous roar akin to a mountain's echo reverberated behind him. The tremendous recoil propelled the entire platform skyward, soaring nearly 100 meters high. When the arena eventually plummeted back to the ground, it emitted a resounding crash. The host, Douluo, exclaimed in astonishment, what immense power! Could this be the strength of a soul emperor? It seems almost monstrous. The astonishment was not confined to Douluo alone. The spectators below were equally taken aback, akin to a pot boiling over. Soul masters beneath the rank of Soul Sage were left speechless, unable to articulate the awe-inspiring force of this earth-shattering blow. On the spectator platform of Shrek Academy, Flanders remarked gravely, "How can a Soul Emperor possess such formidable strength? Even Zhao Wujie pales in comparison." At the Tian-Do Royal Academy's viewing platform, Dugachiobai, brimming with fighting spirit, declared, "Indeed. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition gather the finest talents. It seems the upcoming days will be anything but dull. I hope my 3 strikes can withstand his prowess." Meanwhile, on the Martial Soul Hall Soul Master Academy viewing platform, a robust young man opened his previously closed eyes and murmured, "The power is sufficient, but the accuracy leaves much to be desired." On the arena, Xiang Wentian, momentarily dazed from the shock, shook his head to regain clarity and asserted, "You have completed your attack. Now it is my turn." He activated his 6th spirit ring, unleashing his 2nd spirit skill, Angelic Meteor Fall, followed by his 1st spirit skill, Angelic Pagoda. Xiang Wentian unleashed 2 soul skills in quick succession. The 6th of his 100,000-year soul rings radiated a brilliant crimson light, ascending into the sky and erupting in a magnificent explosion, transforming into a colossal, scarlet silhouette of a demonic angel. The eyes of the demonic angel widened in fury, and with a sweeping motion, it unleashed a barrage of enormous meteors that cascaded from above, striking simultaneously with the angelic fists aimed at Hu Hongxi. At that moment, Hu Hongxi beheld a tempest of meteors intertwined with the phantoms of angelic punches, all hurtling towards him, armed with his dual hammers. He swung them in a desperate attempt to fend off the onslaught of falling meteors and angelic strikes. However, he found himself in a position of mere defense, utterly unable to retaliate, and was forced to retreat step by step. The depth of his despair was known only to him. Though the onslaught of the angelic meteors was formidable, their power remained consistent, while each strike from the angelic temple grew increasingly potent. At this juncture, Hu Hongxi felt as diminutive as a mosquito bombarded by 100 cannons, powerless and with no refuge. No matter where he attempted to evade, the meteors and demonic fists would follow suit. Just as he was on the verge of being knocked off the arena, Hu Hongxi let out a furious roar. 6th soul skill, dominating hammer shatters the firmament. In an instant, his 2 massive hammers expanded like balloons filled with air, growing larger than the arena itself. With a mighty spin, Hu Hongxi hurled the colossal hammers one after the other. The first hammer was thrown towards the demonic angel's silhouette in the sky, while the second was aimed directly at Xiang Wentian on the arena. As Xiang Wentian beheld 2 colossal hammers hurtling towards him and his martial spirit, he promptly unfurled his 4 pairs of angelic wings and ascended into the skies. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "The 9th form of the Buddha's palm, the gathering of 10,000 Buddhas. The 10th form of the Buddha's palm, the annihilation of demons." With great swiftness, 2 golden light palms were dispatched by Xiang Wentian, colliding fiercely against the 2 hammers. A thunderous roar resonated as the hammers, akin to locomotives on full throttle, rebounded towards the stunned Hu Hongxi. As the hammers drew ever closer, Hu Hongxi felt an inexplicable darkness enveloping the sky. With a resounding crash, the 2 hammers struck him with immense force, launching him like a projectile at the speed of light, crashing against the grand doors of the Pope's palace 1,000 meters away. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed him, Hu Hongxi murmured, "Who could have imagined such a turn of events?" It seemed he was the first in the annals of this continent to be vanquished by his own martial spirit. The arena erupted in fervor, the spectators in a state of astonishment. He is unparalleled. Xiang Wentian is truly formidable. Even someone as powerful as Hu Hongxi fell victim to his strikes, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Should we encounter him? Is there any hope of survival? The realization dawned that this individual was too powerful to confront head-on. Strategy would be their only recourse, for he stood as the sole obstacle to their academy's triumph. While thousands of spirit masters beneath the arena remained in shock, 3 healing-type spirit Douluos from the spirit hall hastened towards the entrance to provide urgent care to the gravely wounded Hu Hongxi. Meanwhile, the host, Dodo, regained his composure from the astonishment and announced in a resounding voice, "Hu Hongxi versus Xiang Wentian," with Xiang Wentian emerging victorious. At that moment, upon the viewing platform of the Douluo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyun closed her eyes, 2 crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks as she lamented, "Davis, we must concede our defeat. The captain of the Shrek team is simply too strong. Even Hu Hongxi is no match for him. If we persist in this competition, we shall surely face elimination." Davis understood all too well that Hu Hongxi was gravely injured and could not continue in the ensuing matches. If the Douluo Royal team were to lose both him and Zhu Zhuyun, their prospects for survival would be utterly extinguished. Chapter 116. The solitary pursuit of defeat. As Xiang Wentian observed Davis shaking his head in disappointment while approaching the referee's table a minute later. The host Douluo proclaimed with clarity, the Xingluo royal team has chosen to forfeit, allowing the Shrek Academy to advance directly to the next match. A wave of excitement surged from the audience below the arena. The Xingluo Royal Academy, having suffered only 2 defeats, opted for forfeiture. Was the prowess of Shrek Academy deemed insurmountable in their eyes? Meanwhile, at the viewing platform of the Tiando Royal Academy, Douluo Qiubai gazed intently at Xiang Wentian and conveyed through a private transmission, Xiang Wentian, I extend a challenge on behalf of the Tiando Royal Academy team. Do you dare to accept? Suddenly, the voice of the legendary Douluo Qiubai echoed in Xiang Wentian's ears. He turned his gaze towards the viewing platform of the Tiando Royal Academy and, using the same method of secret communication, addressed Douluo Qiubai, asking, what is there to fear? A quarter of an hour later, the host, Douluo, announced, the Tiando Royal Academy team challenges the Shrek team, opting for a decisive match to determine the victor. After extensive discussions among the organizers and the referees, this confrontation was sanctioned. Meanwhile, on the Shrek Academy viewing platform, Xiang Wentian inquired of his teammates, do you believe in me? The members of the Shrek team looked at him with unwavering determination and replied in unison, we believe that you will emerge victorious. In our hearts, you are the eternal god of war, an undefeated legend. Observing Xiang Wentian's intention to accept the challenge, Flender hurried over, anxious, and asked, Wentian, are you confident? You just participated in a match. Is your soul power sufficient? Rest assured, Dean Flender, I have not expended much of my soul power. I am well prepared for this match, and I possess an unwavering belief in victory. That is reassuring. Remember, you must win this match. I have placed significant stakes on you. Flender said gravely. Xiang Wentian could not help but shake his head with a sigh, murmuring to himself, unbeknownst to us, the Shrek team has transformed into the golden goose in Dean Flander's eyes. He can never return to his former self. He is now utterly ensnared in the allure of wealth. Above the arena, the host, Douluo, proclaimed in a resonant voice, today, the Shrek team will face 2 formidable challenges. Are you prepared, Shrek team? With unwavering determination, Xiang Wentian infused his voice with soul power and responded, we are always ready to confront the challenges from all academies. At that moment, every individual present in the arena could hear his words, yet none perceived him as arrogant. He demonstrated, through his undeniable prowess, to everyone present that the Shrek team harbored the potential to seize the championship. A champion's mantra is not merely shouted. It is earned through action. Since the Shrek team is prepared, let us invite Xiang Wentian and Douluo Qiubai to take the stage for the competition. With heavy footsteps and an unparalleled aura, Xiang Wentian and Douluo Qiubai approached the arena. The spectators below sensed the immense tension radiating from the two, perceiving the encounter not merely as a contest, but rather as a life and death duel. Little did they know the profound connection between Xiang Wentian and Douluo Qiubai. Upon reaching the arena, Xiang Wentian gazed at Douluo Qiubai and slowly inquired, do you recall the words I spoke to you at the Seoul Arena in Suwa City? Douluo Qiubai, with a contented smile, replied, of course, I remember. You said that we would inevitably face each other, that you would not hold back, and would give your all. What I seek is an opponent like you, one who is fully committed. For me, being invincible among peers is rather lonely. Come on. Can't you drop the pretense? Xiang Wentian retorted, his face twitching. Douluo Qiubai shook his head with a sigh. How could you mortals comprehend my realm? All right, enough. I can hardly bear it. Your words make me want to retch. Let the host announce the match. Xiang Wentian could no longer tolerate Douluo Qiubai's continued charade. Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the host, Douluo, declared loudly, the match begins. Chapter 117. The defeat of the unbeaten. At the very moment the host announced the start of the match, Xiang Wentian thought to himself, I am sparing the other academies from embarrassment, as I do not wish to trouble Dean Flender. However, you shall receive no mercy from me. First soul ring, first soul skill, spatial lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stasis. Second soul ring, first soul skill, angelic glory. Second soul ring. Second soul skill, demon rampage. As the match commenced, Xiang Wentian unleashed a series of 4 soul skills in quick succession. The power of the 200,000-year soul rings was formidable, especially the second skill of the second soul ring, demon rampage, which amplified Xiang Wentian's strength and speed by 50%. With the dual enhancements of demon rampage and angelic glory, Xiang Wentian's power and speed reached a staggering 100%, effectively doubling his might. far exceeding the simplistic notion of 1 + 1 = 2. In stark contrast, Douluo had yet to release a single soul skill before being utterly immobilized by Xiang Wentian's time stasis, unable to move an inch. Boom. With a single step, Xiang Wentian appeared before Douluo, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring off the ground, spinning into the sky before vanishing from sight. With a flutter of his 8 angelic wings, Xiang Wentian soared into the sky, pursuing his opponent with unwavering determination. Below, the audience at the arena was utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They were all too familiar with the formidable prowess of Douluo, who had previously triumphed over adversaries with a single strike. Yet now, faced with Xiang Wentian, he found himself utterly powerless, having been sent flying by just one punch. On the observation platform of the Spirit Hall, a young boy with dark features wore a grave expression and remarked, "How has Xiang Wentian grown increasingly formidable? His strength is now nearly beyond comprehension." At the pinnacle of the Papal Hall, Pope Bibi Dong muttered to herself with a darkened countenance, "This child's talent is terrifyingly potent." A 16-year-old Soul Emperor exhibiting such formidable combat prowess. In less than a decade, no one in the Spirit Hall will be able to suppress him, and at that time. The position of Pope. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flanders gazed at Xiang Wentian as he ascended into the heavens, exuberantly shouting, "My golden goose! My golden goose! Ha ha ha! Victory is assured this time, my wealth, an endless bounty." Luminous with excitement, Ru Ming pointed at Xiang Wentian and exclaimed to the crowd, "Look, look! My brother is riding the rainbow clouds to the sky." In the air, Xiang Wentian nearly instantaneously reached the zenith above Douluo, bellowing, "Third soul ring. Second soul skill, demon slash of the heavens." A colossal arc of black blade light erupted, with demonic flames billowing forth, enveloping half the sky as it struck down upon Douluo. He plummeted to the ground with the speed of a cannonball, rendered unconscious upon impact. Xiang Wentian descended upon the arena with an unparalleled demeanor, instantly captivating all those present. The young boy from the Soul Hall, observing from the stands, wore an increasingly grave expression as he murmured, "Is this the entirety of Xiang Wentian's prowess? It seems almost unnaturally formidable, as if he had consumed a potent elixir. How has his combat strength surged to such extraordinary heights? Why had he not displayed such power before?" The host, Douluo, upon witnessing Xiang Wentian's dramatic entrance, announced in astonishment, "Xiang Wentian triumphs over Douluo. Xiang Wentian emerges victorious." Amidst the cheers resonating from below the arena, Flinder rushed forward and embraced Xiang Wentian. His excitement barely contained as he exclaimed, "Wentian, I've struck gold. I wagered my entire fortune on you, and this time, I've profited handsomely, 1 million gold soul coins." Xiang Wentian, feeling quite embarrassed as he was held, urged, "Please release me. Let us discuss how to divide this sum slowly." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Flanders was momentarily taken aback, releasing his hold and staring blankly. "Divide? What do you mean by divide? Who are you dividing with?" "You might as well divide it with your second uncle-in-law. I shall take my leave now. I have said nothing and know nothing. Farewell." Xiang Wentian gazed at Flander, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that Flander had become increasingly obsessed with wealth, fully ensnared by the allure of money, beyond redemption. Upon returning to Shrek Academy with the members of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian promptly activated his system panel for a meticulous examination. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Emperor Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 69, 989999910000000. Soul Rings: Red, Age: 155, 100 years, Red. Age: 116, 000 years, Red. Age: 118, 000 years, Red. Age: 112, 000 years, Red. Age: 105, 000 years, Red. Age: 130, 000 years. Soul Skills: First Soul Skill, Space Lock, Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash, Demon's Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Strike. Divine Skill, Tathagata Divine Palm Cultivation Technique, True Scripture of Celestial Demise. Azure Sky Dominance Ability, Devour, the capability to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 118. The king of pig slaughter at this moment, Ma Hongjun entered the room and addressed Xiang Wentian. Brother Tian, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Inquired Xiang Wentian. I don't know him, Ma Hongjun replied. He claims to be the team captain of the Martial Soul Academy, named King of Pig Slaughter, and is currently in the reception hall. Understood, said Xiang Wentian, watching as Ma Hongjun departed, before promptly making his way to the reception hall. Upon arriving, Xiang Wentian beheld a young man clad in a black Martial Soul Academy uniform, engrossed in his tea. This individual must be the team captain, the King of Pig Slaughter. He had lustrous black hair cascading straight down, elegant slanted brows, slender eyes concealing a piercing gaze, and thinly pressed lips set against a sharply defined visage. His tall and lean physique exuded an air of grace rather than ruggedness, reminiscent of an eagle in the night, proud, solitary, yet imposing. He radiated a commanding presence, a hallmark of every academy team captain, cultivated through years of leading teams and triumphing in battles. Xiang Wentian sat beside his companion and inquired, Are you Brother Pig Killer? I wonder what brings you to seek me. Brother Pig Killer gulped down his cup of tea, gazing at Xiang Wentian, and replied nonchalantly, Brother Wentian, I have come to discuss a matter with you. What is it? Please speak frankly, Brother Pig Killer. Tomorrow, on the arena, I wish to engage in a duel with you, Brother Pig Killer stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Xiang Wentian. That may not be appropriate, as we have not yet reached the finals, Xiang Wentian responded. No, Brother Wentian, you're mistaken. As long as our two academy teams compete and determine a victor, the winner shall undoubtedly be crowned the champion. Who would dare to dispute that among the other academies? Xiang Wentian gazed at his opponent and declared, Very well, shall it be a duel or a brawl? The choice is yours, the Butcher King replied, enunciating each word with conviction. I, the Butcher King, represent the Wuhuan Academy team and shall engage you in a one-on-one battle tomorrow. Since it is so straightforward, I too represent the Shrek team and accept your challenge, came the response. Farewell. With that, the Butcher King departed without delay. As Xiang Wentian gazed at the departing figure of the Pig King, he couldn't help but mock himself, realizing that indeed, fame can be as burdensome as it is alluring. Now renowned, even the captain of the Soul Master Academy sought to challenge him. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Xiang Wentian summoned the members of the Shrek team and addressed them. This year's finals will not feature team battles. Today, the captain of the Soul Master Academy came to me, wishing to issue a challenge on behalf of his team. The duel is set for tomorrow on the arena, and this battle will ultimately determine the champion. Oscar, upon hearing this news, exclaimed with excitement, Yes, I believe in you, Wentian. You will undoubtedly triumph. With your strength, none at your level can match you. Tomorrow, Brother Tian will seize the championship, and we shall celebrate our victory with ease and joy. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun munched on an apple, mumbling incoherently in agreement. In contrast, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng displayed no signs of enthusiasm for them. The improved version of their soul fusion skill found no practical application in the competition, and they had lost the spotlight to their captain, Xiang Wentian. Ning Rongrong smiled and remarked, After tomorrow's match, we shall graduate. Where do you all wish to go afterwards? Should you find yourselves at a loss? You are welcome to stay with us at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a while. To Ning Rongrong, her companions were rare young talents. And if one or two could join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would not be long before they produced a title Douluo, elevating the school's overall strength. As if in a dream, Zhu Ming approached Xiang Wentian, wrapping her arm around his, her face radiant with happiness. After graduation, Brother Wentian and I plan to travel across the continent. Xiaowu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, stating, Wherever sand goes, I shall follow. Oscar, with a teasing glint in his eyes, quipped at Tang San and Xiaowu, Are you two off on a honeymoon? Don't be ridiculous. Xiaowu and I are merely going to the beach, Tang San replied, slightly embarrassed. Well, however you choose to explain it, in my eyes, it's a honeymoon. Oscar retorted, then turned to pat Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, inquiring, What are your plans, fatty? Ma Hongjun stuffed an apple into his mouth, mumbling, I've made arrangements with Dean Flinder to stay at Shrek Academy to assist in teaching students. With my strength, I should be able to serve as a teacher. Daimu Bai patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, teasing, You're not doing it to help Dean Flinder, you're doing it to chase girls, aren't you? Laughter erupted among the group at Daimu Bai's chest. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and stated, I trust everyone is aware of my and Daimu Bai's identities. After graduation, we shall return to the Star Luo Empire to attend to certain matters. Shimin Shui Shui's sighed, a song of heartbreak. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? After graduation, Yi Guqing and I will strive to challenge the world's greatest masters, dedicating our lives to honing our soul powers. Xiang Wentian gazed at Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing, expressing his deep admiration for their relentless spirit in pursuit of their martial souls. As the captain, he had little to add, but he preemptively wished them both a swift ascent to the pinnacle of the great path. The determination exhibited by both was indeed rare in this world, and Tang Xin held them in high regard. Oscar surveyed the surroundings, plucked an apple from the table, took a bite, and remarked, "Let us refrain from mutual admiration. Since you both have your own endeavors to attend to, I shall return to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School with Rong. Chapter 119, Xiang Wentian vs. King of Slaughter. The following day, the members of the Shrek team arrived at the arena, as usual, only to find it had undergone a remarkable transformation since the previous day. Where there had once been several raised platforms, today there stood but a single one. The judges' table had vanished, replaced by an imposing and ornate papal throne. Seated upon the throne was a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned with a papal crown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her oval face was graced with eyes that sparkled like stars, emanating an alluring brilliance. Beneath her celestial nose sat a petite mouth resembling a cherry, dressed in papal robes and wielding a papal scepter. She appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Who else could this be but Pope Bibidong? In the depths of his thoughts, Xiang Wentian mused, "Oh, master, how foolish you are. You disregard such a stunning beauty to wed your cousin. Are you perhaps blind to her allure?" On either side of Pope Bibidong stood the formidable titled Douluos, Gui Mei, and Yu Guan, with 6 cloaked elders positioned behind them, their identities unknown to Xiang Wentian, leaving him unaware of their roles within the Spirit Hall. Welcome, everyone, to the Spirit City Arena once more. Seated in the VIP section is none other than His Holiness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Let us invite His Holiness to deliver the opening address for this grand competition, the host, Dodo, announced with a resonant voice. The arena erupted with fervor as spectators from various academies cheered. For both the educators and competitors, the presence of the supreme ruler of the spirit-sacred land, His Holiness the Pope, was an unparalleled honor, for he is one of the mightiest beings in existence. I, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, am delighted to witness the brilliance of the geniuses from the 2 great empires. Your performances yesterday were remarkable, truly deserving of the title of genius. Yet, although your displays were impressive, there can be only one champion. The outcome depends on your efforts, he proclaimed. The audience roared with applause, an overwhelming wave of excitement. Today's contest features the Spirit Academy's team against the Shrek Academy's team. The decision of victory will rest upon the 2 captains, with the victor crowned as champion. Should any academy deem this arrangement unfair, they may challenge the champion team, and if victorious, they shall claim the title for themselves. The applause thundered, cheers erupted. The prospect of directly facing the champion team was an exhilarating opportunity, sparing them the lengthy procedures of elimination. However, the reality weighed heavily on most, as defeating the champion team was no simple feat. Nevertheless, a chance to make an appearance was still worthwhile. With Pope Bibidong concluding her address, the host Dodo declared, "Thank you, Your Holiness, for your inspiring words. Now, let us welcome the captain of the Spirit Academy team, the Pigslayer King, and the captain of the Shrek Academy team, Xiang Wentian, to the stage for their decisive battle." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Pigslayer King and Xiang Wentian approached the arena. Both sides prepared themselves, invoking their martial spirits. Martial spirits embodied. Martial spirits embodied. Xiang Wentian beheld the soul of the Pig King, which manifested as a black wild boar. However, unlike the typical manifestations of others, his soul resembled that of the illustrious master, possessing a detached essence. The 6 soul rings adorning the Pig King pulsed rhythmically, showcasing hues of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. At that moment, the Pig King regarded Xiang Wentian with an intense gaze. Previously, while observing from the stands, he had witnessed Xiang Wentian's soul, the demon angel, accompanied by 6 formidable soul rings of 100,000 years. Although this spectacle had left him awestruck, it had not instilled a profound sense of trepidation. Yet, as he stepped onto the arena and witnessed Xiang Wentian unleash his soul, he comprehended the reason behind the overwhelming defeats endured by others at Xiang Wentian's hands. The pressure exerted by those 600,000-year soul rings was not something everyone could withstand. At that moment, the Pig King's unwavering belief in victory began to waver. Nevertheless, he resolved to grit his teeth and fight until the very end, for he was the captain of the Soul Master Academy's team, the Pig King. And even in the face of adversity, he would dare to draw his sword. The Pig King, Soul, Zhu Ganglai, level 67 Assault Type Soul Master. Xiang Wentian, Soul, Demon Angel. Level 69 Assault Type Soul Master. As both champions exchanged their names, souls, and levels, it signified a profound respect for one another. They prepared themselves, and the match commenced. Chapter 120. Victory through combat. At the very instant the host, Douluo, declared the match to begin, both combatants sprang into action. The detached soul of the Pig King, Zhu Ganglai, seamlessly merged with him, transforming into a colossal black-furred wild boar. It was the first time Xiang Wentian encountered a perfect fusion of martial soul and soul master. Typically, soul masters merely manifest their martial souls. Yet the Pig King was different. His martial soul had merged seamlessly with his corporeal form, transforming him into a colossal black-haired wild boar. As soon as his hind hoof struck the ground, he charged towards Xiang Wentian, bellowing, "Ultimate strike, boar charge. Xiang Wentian, I shall trample you." The wild boar's visage contorted in fury, its blood-red eyes fixated on Xiang Wentian, nostrils flaring with steam as it surged forward at an astonishing speed. Its impact promising to be formidable. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stasis. Two translucent domains enveloped the wild boar in an instant. However, to Xiang Wentian's astonishment, the gigantic creature managed to move slowly within the confines of the spatial and temporal barriers, its hooves pounding the ground fervently in an attempt to break free. The scene atop the arena was absurd, with the massive wild boar resembling a pig in a frenzy, wildly stomping its hind legs. At that moment, the dual domain shattered like glass, evoking memories of the Panga deity from the primordial era, leaving Xiang Wentian to ponder the existence of a force capable of shattering myriad laws. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly executed his sixth soul ring, its brilliance illuminating the arena as he unleashed his sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. A crimson demonic angelic apparition ascended skyward, its height surpassing that of the Pope's palace. In that fleeting moment, the angelic figure unleashed a flurry of punches, each striking the wild boar's elongated snout with resounding force. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed as the charging wild boar was driven back by the angel's might. As the 99th punch landed, the colossal creature could no longer withstand the assault and was sent flying, its snout crashing to the ground as it plummeted from the sky onto the arena. Transformed back into human form, the Pig King clutched his bloodied and mangled visage, lamenting, "My pig's head meat, it's yours." Xiang Wentian nonchalantly kicked the severed pig's head towards the Pig King, retorting, "Take your black pig's face away. Perhaps after you return and prepare a dish of chilled pig's head, you might even grow another black pig's head. Xiang Wentian, you are too ruthless. You've marred my appearance. How could you be so inconsiderate? Although I lost, I refuse to accept defeat. Just you wait," the Pig King bellowed, snatching up the fallen pig's head and dashing away into the distance. Xiang Wentian triumphed over the Pig King. The champion team of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament Finals is the Shrek Academy team. The host, Douluo, proclaimed in a resonant voice. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, the audience from various colleges did not erupt into significant cheers, as they inherently believed that the prowess exhibited by Xiang Wentian surpassed that of the competition, rendering it a matter of course. After a brief pause, the host, Douluo, continued, "If any college team wishes to challenge the reigning champions, they may come forth to register for the challenge. The Shrek Academy team has secured the championship, yet I, from the Douluo Academy, shall be the first to express my dissent," declared Meichuan Naikyu with indignation. It is evident to Xiang Wentian that Meichuan Naikyu will undoubtedly step forward, for Xiang Wentian has previously incapacitated members of the Douluo Academy, creating an irreparable enmity between them. "Do you prefer a one-on-one duel or a brawl?" Xiang Wentian inquired nonchalantly. Meichuan Naikyu retorted with indignation, "Naturally, it shall be a chaotic team battle." In Meichuan Naikyu's mind, he believed that Xiang Wentian had expended a significant amount of soul energy in the recent fierce battle, rendering him incapable of participating in the forthcoming challenge. Without Xiang Wentian, the Shrek Academy's team would be as easily defeated as chickens and dogs. Though Meichuan Naikyu harbored such thoughts, reality was poised to deliver a harsh lesson. Before other academies could register for the challenge, the captain of the Douluo Academy's team had already begun to boast loudly. Xiang Wentian addressed the host, Dodo, who was currently receiving registrations, with a commanding voice. "Please announce that the Douluo Academy team will engage in a battle against our Shrek Academy team." "Do you need a break?" Dodo inquired. "No need. Let us begin immediately. Xiang Wentian then called out loudly to the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, Shimen Shui Shui. Yi Gu Cheng, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Ma Hong Jun, Ru Ming, come quickly. Someone seeks to challenge our Shrek Academy. Chapter 121. The Challenge Match Meichuan Naiku. Upon hearing that Xiang Wentian would continue without rest for the upcoming challenge, instantly turned pale, murmuring, could it be that Xiang Wentian is some sort of freak? He wishes to continue in the challenge. Has his soul power not yet been depleted? Ma Hongjun was the first to dash down from the viewing platform, exclaiming loudly, who dares to challenge our Shrek team? Are they tired of living? Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng followed closely behind. For them, participating in the competition was even more exhilarating than eating. Daimu Bai, trailing behind Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, rubbed his fists eagerly, declaring, whoever wishes to challenge our Shrek team, I will stand on the stage and lie down afterward. Tangsen followed Daimu Bai, equally filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Ru Ming, trailing behind the group, wore a serene expression. She was a girl who preferred tranquility over action. The thrill of battle held little allure for her. The only person who captivated her heart in this world was Xiang Wentian. As her intended fiancé, she willingly participated in the competition. Why doesn't he let me on stage? I am the continent's foremost support-type soul master. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in indignation. Zhu Zhiqing smiled slightly and replied, I am not on stage either, yet it matters not. As long as our Shrek team secures victory, who stands on the stage is inconsequential. Zhu Qing is right. We will cheer for them from below. Isn't winning while lying down the easiest? Oscar chuckled. Ning Rongrong huffed and fell silent. The Shrek team ascended the arena, and Ma Hongjun, standing at the edge, glared at the Douluo Academy team closest to the platform, pointing at Meichuan Nike with disdain. So it is you from Douluo Academy who wishes to challenge our Shrek Academy, is it? Have you not thought this through? Did you not learn your lesson last time in the Tiando Empire subdivision? Are you itching for another round, wishing for me to give you a taste of defeat? Meichuan Naiku, incensed by Ma Hongjun's arrogant demeanor, retorted angrily, how dare you, you little pumpkin. You insult our Douluo Academy warriors? Are you tired of living? You dare. Come to the arena later and don't back down. I'll roast you, you scoundrel who doesn't even wear undergarments. Ma Hongjun shouted back furiously. You, short and stout, shall await your reckoning. Watch as I unleash 2 pounds of oil upon you in the arena. I shall not be called Meichuan Niku otherwise. Yet, have you not forgotten your lack of undergarments? Before Master Ma Hongjun could finish his call, I interrupted, addressing Xiang Wentian. Enough, Hongjun. Let us not waste our breath on them. We shall reveal our true prowess during the competition. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian turned to the Shrek team. Encouraging them lightly, let us showcase our utmost strength to those audacious enough to challenge our academy, making them aware that the price of defying us is either death or dismemberment. The team nodded in eager agreement, ready for battle. The stage is set for the Douluo Academy team to rise and confront the champions. At this moment, Meichuan Niku glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian and the others, his expression shifted from green to pale, yet having already signed up for the challenge, he had no choice but to brace himself for the contest ahead. As Xiang Wentian beheld the Douluo Academy team, under the formidable leadership of Meichuan, the 7 members ascended the arena with measured grace. At the moment they stepped onto the stage, Xiang Wentian addressed the audience in a resonant voice. To those who have registered to challenge our Shrek Academy team, heed this warning. On this arena, fists and feet wield no discretion. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, severe injury, disability, or even death, Shrek Academy shall bear no responsibility. All consequences will be borne by you. This was a blatant threat, and upon hearing Xiang Wentian's caution, many academy teams that had signed up chose to withdraw. However, a handful remained undeterred. Convinced that the Shrek Academy team would not dare to follow through with such grave consequences, fearing repercussions or disqualification from the championship. What they failed to recognize was that Xiang Wentian was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, a disciple of the elusive Gue Mei, and a protege of Yuguan, both favored by the Pope. How could the Spirit Hall possibly act against their own? Chapter 122. The championship. With both sides prepared, the competition commenced. With a commanding shout, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, Shimen Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, move. Upon hearing his command, Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng sprang into action simultaneously, their blades uniting in a sweeping arc that threatened to engulf the world. In an instant, they executed an enhanced version of their martial soul fusion technique, and their souls coalesced into a colossal white blade, reminiscent of both a sword's gleam and a knife's edge, which swiftly descended upon the Douluo Academy team. Before the Douluo Academy team could even adopt a defensive stance, they were cleaved from the platform, their fates unknown. The swiftness of Douluo Academy's defeat was unimaginable. Never before had any academy been cast off the stage within mere seconds. It could be said that both the Shrek team and the Douluo Academy team simultaneously established two records in the Douluo Continent, one for the fastest victory and the other for the quickest defeat. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena, as spectators gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. Could it be that Shrek Academy had attained such formidable prowess? It seemed prudent to concede defeat against the Shrek team, lest they suffer irreversible injuries, losing both face and health. In this golden age, the strongest team had emerged. Their might unfathomable. Within a decade, it was inevitable that numerous titled Douluos would arise, and possibly even Agot among them. The various academies observing the match were filled with a chorus of admiration, awe, and resignation that echoed endlessly. The host, Douluo, declared in a clear voice, "The Shrek team triumphs over the Douluo Academy team. Who dares challenge us, the Shrek team? Today, let anyone come forth." Xiang Wentian bellowed to the crowd. As his voice resonated, the onlookers snapped back to reality and were struck by the grim sight of the Douluo Academy team being carried away by medical personnel. A chill swept through their hearts. It was evident that the Shrek team had unveiled their full strength, determined to protect their championship status. Should anyone dare to challenge them, they would face a ferocious counterattack. Those who ventured forth would be met with ruthless retaliation, risking severe injury or even death. No one wished to be the next to step up against the Shrek team. They all aspired to be the final straw that broke the Shrek team's resolve, hoping to reap the rewards without becoming mere cannon fodder. At that moment, the king of the butchers, his face swathed in bandages save for his eyes, attempted to step forward but was intercepted by the leader of the Martial Soul Academy. The leader of the Wuhuan Academy, known as Isha, is a peak soul Douluo with an impressive soul power of 89 levels. He possesses an elongated face adorned with a head of neatly cropped black hair. Beneath his two sharp eyebrows lie a pair of piercing, spirited eyes. His high nose and thin-lipped mouth complement his stature. Clad in a black and gold-trimmed teacher's robe of the Wuhuan Academy, which accentuates his remarkable height. Standing at an imposing 2 meters tall, he exudes a powerful presence, further enhanced by the 2-meter-long silver spear he wields, radiating an aura of majesty and authority. The soul skills emanating from the spear undoubtedly signify his formidable Wuhuan. Insha addressed the pig slayer with a measured tone, stating, "There is no need to proceed. The overall strength of the Shrek team surpasses ours by several tiers. Moreover, with the formidable attack power of 600,000-year soul rings possessed by Xiang Wentian, I believe no academy on the continent can match his combat prowess." As he spoke, a look of yearning crossed his face as he continued, "The 100,000-year soul ring is a coveted treasure for every soul master. Even the Pope possesses only one such soul ring." The pig slayer, disheartened, inquired, "Teacher, is there truly no way for me to defeat Xiang Wentian?" "It is not that there is no possibility," Insha replied, shaking his head. "Unless you too can acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, you might stand a chance against Xiang Wentian, with victory and defeat being evenly matched." "Teacher, how did Xiang Wentian acquire his 100,000-year soul ring, especially considering that even his first soul ring is of such age? How did he achieve this?" Insha smiled gently and explained, "I have heard Elder Gueme mention that Xiang Wentian's Wuhuan possesses the ability to devour. It can absorb the soul power and soul rings of others, transforming them for his own use." "Ah, so that is the case. His Wuhuan is truly enviable." In the arena, the host, Douluo, observed that all participants had forfeited and that no one dared to challenge the Shrek team. Thus, he proclaimed, "Since there are no challengers for the Shrek team, I hereby announce that the champions of this year's elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies are the Shrek Academy team from the Tiando Empire." At the moment Douluo declared the champions, celebratory cannon fire erupted, flowers bloomed in abundance, and countless doves of peace soared into the sky, while drums resounded in jubilation. And the horns sounded their triumphant notes, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Oscar leaped in joyous exclamation, "Did you see that? This is what they call a lay win. It's not about luck, but rather that choice outweighs Wuhuan and soul power. Even if you make the right choice, I, Oscar, the sausage vendor, can still claim victory." Seeing Oscar's exuberance akin to a state of madness, Zhu Zhuqing delivered a swift kick to his rear, admonishing, "Lay win, you say? If you dare to shout like that when we go up to receive the award, you'll see how I deal with you once we return," rubbing his sore backside. Oscar chuckled, "I was just too excited and lost control." I promise I won't embarrass the team during the award ceremony. That is more like it. I'll continue to cheer with Rong. What is this? While you deny me the joy of celebration, you two have already indulged in exuberance. What kind of situation is this? Chapter 123. The storm is about to rise. At the moment when the Shrek Academy erupted in collective jubilation, Pope Bibi Dong stood up and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Xiang Wentian, for leading Shrek Academy to victory in this championship." Xiang Wentian, with a demeanor neither humble nor arrogant, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the kind words, Your Holiness. Securing this championship is a testament to the collective efforts of our Shrek team." Pope Bibi Dong nodded with a smile, but her gaze suddenly turned icy as she swept her eyes across the gathering, commanding, "Seize Tang San and the girl known as Xiao Wu." The crowd, aside from Xiang Wentian, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Master stood up anxiously from the Shrek observation platform, exclaiming, "Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this?" Bibi Dong replied with a slight smile. "Tang San is the son of the wanted criminal Tang Hao, a child of a felon. And that girl Xiao Wu is a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years. Is it not reasonable for me to apprehend them, to capture my students? You must first consider whether our golden iron triangle agrees," Flanders interjected forcefully. "Ha ha ha. This insignificant golden iron triangle could be extinguished with a mere wave of my hand. Do you three truly dare to obstruct the steps of the Spirit Hall?" "How utterly foolish," retorted a formidable middle-aged man, towering at 7 feet tall, exuding an aura of strength. Adorned with a purple-gold crown, his piercing single phoenix eyes radiated a subtle brilliance. Below his prominent tiger-like nose lay thin, delicate lips, and he was clad in a black-gold python robe that accentuated his imposing presence. A tortoise spirit slowly manifested behind him, and 9 soul rings rhythmically pulsated around him. He was indeed a title Douluo. "Who are you? The Spirit Hall seems to have never acknowledged your existence," Flanders inquired gravely. "Since you pose such a question, allow me to enlighten you, lest you find yourself unaware of the identity of your slayer in the underworld." "Listen well, my title is Dominator," he declared. On the viewing platform of the Tiando Academy, Chen Xian intended to rise, but was restrained by Ning Fengji, who cautioned, "Sword Uncle, it is not yet the time. We must wait." Observing Ning Fengji's profound expression, Chen Xian gradually sat back down. Meanwhile, Ru Meng anxiously questioned, "Brother, what shall we do if Tang San and Xiao Wu are taken? Perhaps you could implore your master to speak favorably on their behalf." "Speak favorably? Can you not see that His Holiness is resolutely determined to seize Tang San and Xiao Wu?" Dai Mubai interjected. "The Shrek team stands united. Anyone who seeks to harm Tang San and Xiao Wu is challenging our entire team. Do not act rashly. Do you not see how many title Douluo are present? Even if we, the Shrek team, were inclined to rescue them, it would only lead to our utter annihilation. We must observe and wait, employing strategy rather than brute force." Xiang Wentian advised softly, "Captain, to simply observe while our brothers Tang San and Xiao Wu are in peril? How can we stand by and do nothing?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed anxiously, "Can you best a title Douluo?" Xiang Wentian countered. The group fell silent, unable to respond. Tang San surveyed his surroundings, sighing. "I anticipated this day would come. From the moment I decided to venture to the Spirit City, I was prepared. I have a means of escape, and there will be those to rescue me. You need not act on my behalf, for I would not want to witness the complete downfall of our Shrek team. Brother, even in death, we shall meet our end together." Xiao Wu gazed tenderly at Tang San. At that moment, Xiang Wentian, witnessing the expressions shared between Xiao Wu and Tang San, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He could not bear the thought of these star-crossed lovers departing from this world. Should Tang Hao fail to rescue them, he would undoubtedly intervene. "Proceed," commanded the Pope Bibi Dong coldly. Just as her order was issued, a figure clad in black robes descended from the heavens, laughing maniacally. "Bibi Dong, do you truly believe you can seize my son?" "Ha ha." Chapter 124. Tang Hao. As the voice of the figure echoed, a colossal Haotian hammer materialized out of thin air, crackling with tremendous electrical power that coiled around its head. The black-robed individual's crimson 10,000-year soul ring shone brilliantly, transforming the immense Haotian hammer into a vibrant red. "Bibi Dong, I imagine your newly constructed Pope's Palace cost quite a fortune. I wonder how you will feel when I bring it to ruin." "Ha ha." The boisterous laughter continued unabated. The black-robed figure swung the massive hammer, crashing it down upon the Pope's palace. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and the winds howled ominously. Lightning raged through the sky, and the air grew scorching, distorting under the immense pressure. The numerous teachers and academies of soul masters below watched in horror, questioning the audacity of this dark figure who dared to threaten the sanctity of the Soul Master's holy sanctuary. Did he not fear the collective wrath of all soul masters? At that moment, the thoughts echoed in the minds of many. Tang Hao, you dare. The Pope Bibi Dong seethed with fury, leaping into action alongside the spirit Douluo and ghost Douluo as they soared towards the colossal hammer. Simultaneously, 6 more figures darted forth from the Pope's palace, making a total of 9 figures converging upon the immense hammer. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated through the air, causing the eardrums of soul masters below level 50 to rupture, rendering them unconscious with blood streaming from their orifices. With a knowing expression, Xiang Wentian appeared to anticipate Tang Hao's arrival. As the powerful Douluo aimed for a gap in Tang Hao's defenses, a beam of white light struck him before he could regain his footing. As 9 silhouettes were sent crashing to the ground, a white ray collided directly with Tang Hao's chest. He coughed up blood twice, his complexion turning ashen, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. You shall wait for me. Spirit Hall. One day, I will ensure that the entire Spirit Hall pays for a yin's life. In an instant, Tang Hao's figure vanished, leaving behind only a fading afterimage in the air. Along with him disappeared Tang, San, and Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, a deep voice echoed from afar, Flander, Master. Your guidance over the years will surely be rewarded. As the Pope Bibi Dong touched the ground, a flush spread across her face, slowly dissipating after a deep breath. Behind her, Ju Douluo retracted his martial spirit, the extraordinary chrysanthemum, with a cold snort. The ghost Douluo beside him remained an indistinct shadow, his features obscured. The other 6 members staggered as they landed. The blow dealt by the powerful Douluo to Tang Hao had been the most severe, the catalyst for his bloodshed. Tang Hao, being exceptionally clever, understood that attacking Pope Bibi Dong would likely be futile and potentially disastrous. Thus he opted to target the sacred hall of the spirit, a symbol of the spirit hall itself, knowing that Bibi Dong and her allies would undoubtedly strive to defend it. Your Holiness, allow me and the old ghost to pursue. Ju Douluo respectfully suggested. No need to chase, it would be futile, Bibi Dong replied, her voice tinged with despair. Over the years, she had tirelessly trained, finally attaining the rank of title Douluo. Yet, in her mind, her ultimate rival had always been Tang Hao. Now, confronted by him, she realized that despite sharing identical spirit rings, she was vastly inferior in presence. The Haotian Douluo truly lived up to his reputation. At that moment, Bibi Dong's gaze shifted to Xiang Wentian, contemplating that perhaps he alone could surpass Tang Hao in the future. Your Holiness, Tang Hao has wreaked havoc in our spirit hall, bringing shame upon us. If we do not pursue him now, when will we? Ghost Douluo exclaimed in anger. Bibi Dong admonished, if Tang Hao were so easily dealt with, he would not have survived this long. However, he is still but a man. Now is not the time to confront him. We must focus on the continent as a whole. Ghost Douluo fell silent, while Ju Douluo interjected, what shall we do about Shrek Academy, Your Holiness? Seeing the golden iron triangle readying their martial spirit fusion technique, Bibi Dong exhaled, if we kill the teachers of participating academies here, who will come to our spirit hall for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament in the future? Let them go, but keep Wentian. He is a remarkable talent of our younger generation. Pope Bibi Dong let out a cold huff and swept away, accompanied by the 6 formidable figures who had remained silent throughout the encounter. As everything gradually came to a close, the golden iron triangle slowly disbanded their martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 125. 3 soul bones after Pope Bibi Dong's departure, the enigmatic Gui Mei and Yu Guan, along with 2 cardinal bishops, continued to preside over the competition. The host, Dodo, received a transmission and nodded in Gui Mei's direction before turning to announce with clarity, now, may we invite the champions, the Shrek team, to come up and receive their awards. All members of the Shrek team looked towards Xiang Wentian, who understood their unspoken thoughts. He had exerted the most effort throughout the competition, while the others had almost secured victory effortlessly. Furthermore, as the captain of the Shrek team, it was only fitting that he should be the one to ascend the stage and accept the accolades. Xiang Wentian glanced around at the members of the Shrek team, nodding as he approached. Before the VIP platform, the one bestowing the awards upon the champion team was none other than his esteemed master, Yu Guan. As Xiang Wentian approached the VIP podium, he respectfully greeted Yu Guan with a bow, saying, Greetings, Uncle Master. In the world of Douluo Continent, etiquette holds immense significance, and Xiang Wentian's gesture towards Yu Guan was entirely appropriate. Yu Guan smiled gently and remarked, "Congratulations, Wentian, on leading the Shrek Academy battle team to victory in this tournament. That old ghost has an eye for talent, having taken you as an exceptional disciple. How wonderful it would be if you were my student." Observing the admiration on Yu Guan's face, Xiang Wentian humbly replied, "Uncle Master, you flatter me. I believe that one day you will undoubtedly find a disciple even more outstanding than I." Yu Guan chuckled heartily and said, "I appreciate your kind words. May it be so. Here, take this as your prize." Yu Guan then lifted the tray adorned with a red silk cloth from the VIP table and extended it towards Xiang Wentian. With great reverence, Xiang Wentian accepted the tray. Just as he was about to descend the stage, an unexpected voice echoed in his ear. "After distributing the prizes, make your way to the papal hall." Without a doubt, this voice belonged to his master, a spectral presence that lingered. Xiang Wentian nodded slightly towards the specter and continued his stride towards the viewing platform of Shrek below. As Xiang Wentian arrived at the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, under the eager gaze of the crowd, he unveiled the crimson silk cloth covering the tray. Instantly, 3 beams of radiant white light burst forth. 3 soul bones. The members of the Shrek battle team were already aware that the prizes for this competition were 3 soul bones. Yet upon witnessing this moment, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment, for soul bones are treasures that every soul master yearns for. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Indeed. These 3 soul bones are as follows: the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the fiery arm of explosive incineration, and the swift leg of gale pursuit. Each of these soul bones originates from a soul beast that has existed for 10 millennia. Now, allow me to allocate the ownership of these soul bones." As Xiang Wentian finished speaking, Ning Rongrong hastily interjected, "During our last gathering, I was already allocated a soul bone. Thus, I cannot accept another this time. I relinquish my claim to the distribution of the soul bones." Oscar surveyed the group and remarked, "None of these 3 soul bones are suitable for me. As a food-type soul master, even if I were to acquire a soul bone, my combat prowess would not be enhanced. Therefore, I too withdraw from the distribution rights." Dai Mubai chuckled and added, "None of these 3 soul bones are appropriate for me either, so I shall also withdraw." "Stop, stop, stop." Xiang Wentian gestured for silence and said, "I have yet to distribute the soul bones. Why the haste? I have not proclaimed that these will be given to you. You all seem to think of yourselves as landowners, as if you were the ones producing these soul bones." After speaking to Xiang Wentian, the crowd fell into an awkward silence. "Now, I shall allocate the ownership of the soul bones. The right arm of the explosive burning flame shall belong to Ma Hongjun. Do any of you have objections?" There were none. Ma Hongjun hesitated, saying, "Brother Tian, this won't do. You should give it to Ruming instead." He explained, "Ruming's flame abilities are exceptionally powerful. The right arm of the explosive burning flame would not significantly benefit her. If she were to absorb it, it might become more of a hindrance than an asset. Furthermore, Ruming's flames are of the fusion and purification type, which does not align with the attributes of the explosive burning flame's right arm. Thus, the soul bone is unsuitable for her. Your phoenix flame, however, is characterized by its explosive nature, perfectly matching the attributes of the explosive burning flame's right arm. Therefore, it is most fitting for you to absorb this soul bone." Feeling somewhat bashful, Ma Hongjun replied, "Since that is the case, Brother Tian, I shall accept it." The ownership of the left leg of the swift pursuit was assigned to Zhu Zhuqing. The left leg of the swift pursuit enhances speed, making it suitable for agile attack-type soul masters, and Zhu Zhuqing is the only one in our team who fits this description. I shall allocate the left leg of the swift pursuit to her. Do any of you have objections? There were none. Xiang Wentian then inquired, "Is there a soul master in our team who has cultivated spiritual power?" The group exchanged glances, and suddenly Yi Guqing stepped forward, saying, "My heavenly flying immortal is a self-created soul skill that includes a spiritual shock. Captain, could you possibly assign me the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration?" "Take it," Xiang Wentian replied succinctly. "So straightforward?" "Captain, you must be joking," Yi Guqing asked nervously. The sight of Yi Guqing's anxious yet exhilarated expression elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Xiang Wentian chuckled softly and said, "When have you ever seen me speak without meaning it?" Observing Xiang Wentian's resolute demeanor, Yi Guqing picked up the final piece of the soul bone and returned to Shimin Shue's side. "Well, all the soul bones have been allocated. For those who did not receive one, do not lose heart. We will acquire more soul bones in the future, and you will be the first to receive them. Additionally, I have some matters to attend to. I must visit the Pope's Hall. Please wait for me here." With that, Xiang Wentian strode purposefully toward the Pope's Hall. Chapter 136. The acting pope. Upon entering the pope's hall, Xiang Wentian's gaze immediately fell upon Bibi Dong, who was seated gracefully upon the pope's throne. A closer observation revealed her unparalleled beauty, captivating and enchanting. In her melodious yet authoritative voice, she spoke, "Xiang Wentian, from the moment you awakened your martial soul, I acquired your complete profile. It was I who instructed the elder ghostly specter to take you as a disciple. The spirit hall requires exceptional talents like you. Would you be willing to become the next pope, dedicating yourself wholly to the spirit hall and leading it to greatness? Thank you for your kind words, your holiness." "I am willing," Xiang Wentian replied earnestly. Pope Bibi Dong smiled and continued, "Traditionally, the female pope retires at 55, while the male pope retires at 60. I am now 56, having surpassed the retirement age." With a shift in tone, she inquired, "Do you know why I have chosen you to be the next pope?" Xiang Wentian respectfully inquired, "May I seek your guidance, your holiness?" The pope, Bibi Dong, replied with a mysterious smile. "It is because you are the most exceptional among the younger generation of the spirit hall. Your remarkable leadership skills and prodigious talents leave me in awe." With a sigh, Bibi Dong continued, "Our generation has grown old. The future of the spirit hall relies on your youth." As she gazed skyward, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. "Jian Xuanji, I harbor no hatred towards you. Rather, it is you who have made me acutely aware of how heartless and ungrateful you Xiaojing can be. He would rather wed his sister than cast a glance in my direction. Perhaps you were right all along. They were indeed my adversaries. Yet, why does my heart ache? Perhaps it is because there was once a profound love between Xiaojing and me." With this thought, Bibi Dong resolved within herself, her expression darkening as she stated, "Xiang Wentian, I need you to promise me that once you assume the role of pope, you will eliminate 2 individuals. May I seek your guidance, your holiness?" Xiang Wentian questioned. "The first is Tang Hao, the second is Yu Xiaojing. Can you accomplish this?" Bibi Dong asked with grave seriousness. Xiang Wentian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Tang Hao and the master? What, is it beyond your capabilities?" Bibi Dong inquired calmly. Xiang Wentian shook his head and replied, "No, it is not that I am incapable, but rather that I perceive a heart demon in your gaze. As the saying goes, one's appearance is born from the heart, and demons are sown by the heart. Heart demons arise purely from hatred. Tang Hao and the master are rare talents, not easily encountered. If you regard them as adversaries due to your heart demon, the one who will suffer will be yourself. Since Tang Hao is difficult to deal with, and you, master, feel a twinge of compassion, why not adopt a more relaxed attitude and entrust them to me? I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Have they truly become my heart demons? Perhaps I do not even realize it myself," Bibi Dong pondered. "Xiang Wentian, it is utterly impossible to have them join the spirit hall. They have opposed us for so many years and have become our sworn enemies, harboring an unbreakable grudge. How could they ever willingly serve the spirit hall? Your holiness, grant me time, and I will ensure their inclusion in the spirit hall," Xiang Wentian asserted firmly. Bibi Dong shook her head in mockery, saying, "This is an almost impossible task. Are you certain you wish to undertake it? If you fail in this endeavor, you will not be able to become the next pope. Are you prepared to accept this trial?" "Absolutely," Xiang Wentian responded resolutely. "Very well. Truly, a young calf does not fear the tiger," Bibi Dong praised. "However, beyond this task, there lies a series of trials awaiting your completion. Only upon successfully navigating these trials will you be able to ascend as the next pope. Thank you for your recognition." "Your holiness," Xiang Wentian expressed respectfully. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. "I will soon convene a meeting at the spirit hall to announce your position as the acting pope. Prepare yourself for the trials ahead." "Thank you for your promotion, your holiness," Xiang Wentian said once more with reverence. "Now, you may leave," Bibi Dong instructed. "Yes." With that, Xiang Wentian slowly exited the pope's hall. Upon stepping out, he returned to the resting area of Shrek Academy, where he was greeted by Zhu Zhuqing, who eagerly inquired, "Brother, what did the pope need from you?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "His Holiness the Pope has appointed me as the acting pope. Once I complete her trials, I shall ascend to the position of the next pope." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Oscar stepped forward, rubbing his hands together with a cunning grin, and remarked, "Wentian, you've become the acting pope, haven to you?" Observing Oscar's devious demeanor, reminiscent of a certain Flander, Xiang Wentian chuckled, "Are you hoping for a grand feast? This evening, let us head to the luxurious restaurant in Spirit City." "Hooray! Wentian, you are truly magnificent." Oscar cheered. At that moment, everyone felt exhilarated by Xiang Wentian's elevation to acting pope. For them, having a captain who was an acting pope meant they could command respect throughout the continent, a position that would undoubtedly be celebrated far and wide. After a celebratory dinner with the Shrek team, the following day, Bibidong indeed fulfilled her promise and elevated Xiang Wentian to the esteemed position of acting pope. However, little did he know that this role would mark the beginning of his path of slaughter. Chapter 137. The Hellish Demon Sect following the grand ceremony of his appointment. Xiang Wentian faced the first task of the Pope's trials, with Xiang Wentian now serving as the acting Pope and Bibidong retreating to the shadows. He took his place upon the Pope's throne. Below him stood 2 elders and a row of guards, showing utmost respect. The 2 elders were titled the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Yueguan and Guei bowed before the acting Pope. Master, uncle, there is no need for such formalities. Xiang Wentian replied, turning to the guards. Bring forth seats. Shortly thereafter, the guards brought forth 2 chairs. Yueguan and Guei respectfully acknowledged. Thank you, your holiness. For the seats. Once the 2 elders were seated, Xiang Wentian inquired, What brings you here, master and uncle? Yueguan rose solemnly, stating, By the decree of his holiness. The actions of the Fire Blast sect in the Star Luo Empire have become increasingly peculiar, indicating a potential separation from the Spirit Hall. We implore the acting Pope to address this matter. Does His Holiness wish for them to be spared or eliminated? Xiang Wentian asked with a serious tone. Yueguan chuckled softly. If they comply, naturally, they should be spared. However, if they do not. At this point, Yueguan cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Wentian, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. Xiang Wentian nodded respectfully and said, Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. I now understand what I must do. At that moment, the ghostly figure spoke slowly. Your Excellency the acting Pope, you must undertake this journey alone, without assistance or support. This is a trial set forth by the Pope himself. So I urge you to proceed with caution. I appreciate your concern, Master. I will bear it in mind, Xiang Wentian replied with deference. Indeed. The ghostly figure's words reflected a genuine concern for his well-being. Having ascended to the position of acting Pope, he was acutely aware that the support of both this figure and Yueguan had been instrumental in his rise. As Xiang Wentian assumed this exalted role, the fortunes of both individuals were inevitably intertwined with his success, making them the 2 who least wished for any misfortune to befall him. On the following day, Xiang Wentian set forth on his solitary journey to the Fire Leopard sect of the Star Luo Empire. The Fire Leopard sect was classified as one of the lower 4 sects, historically dependent on the Spirit Hall. Each of the lower sects was guarded by 1 or more Soul Douluo, yet none possessed the title Douluo, for such esteemed ranks were reserved for the upper 3 sections. The Fire Leopard sect's desire to sever ties with the Spirit Hall surely indicated that there were unseen forces at play, for with their current strength, they would not dare to act so boldly. Who could possibly be behind this audacious endeavor? Who would dare to undermine the very foundation of the Spirit Hall? An entity that held an unparalleled status across the continent? No power could rival the Spirit Hall, not even the formidable Haotian sect, which had opted for seclusion. The Fire Leopard sect was acutely aware of the Spirit Hall's might. Thus, their insistence on breaking away must suggest a possibility that another force surpassed the Spirit Hall. Yet, what could this force be? Which power on the continent could possibly eclipse the Spirit Hall's supremacy? As Xiang Wentian journeyed forward, he found himself engulfed in contemplation, incessantly deducing various possibilities, yet none aligned with the prevailing circumstances of the continent. The Fire Leopard sect nestled in the southern reaches of the Xingluo Empire, sprawled across a hilly expanse beyond the outskirts of the Sun City, encompassing an area of 8,000 acres. The sect's inherited martial spirit, the Fire Leopard, a swift and aggressive type, lent its name to the sect. Within its ranks, there existed thousands of direct disciples alongside a multitude of laborers and servants, totaling over 10,000 souls. With his 8-winged demonic angelic wings unfurled, Xiang Wentian traversed the distance to the entrance of the Fire Leopard sect in less than no time. Before the entrance of the sect, 2 lifelike statues of fire leopards stood, seemingly roaring to assert the prominence of their sect. The towering walls, crafted from indestructible stone, extended over 100 meters in length and boasted a formidable thickness of approximately 10 meters, a testament to their remarkable defensive capabilities. Adorning these walls, in addition to the 2 majestic fire leopards, were intricate carvings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, all rendered with exquisite realism. Xiang Wentian stood resolutely 10 meters before the entrance of the sect, channeling his soul power as he proclaimed, "I am Xiang Wentian, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. Where is the master of the Fire Leopard sect? Why does he not come forth to meet me?" Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's booming voice, an elderly man hastily emerged from the sect, his face adorned with a smile, exuding eagerness and reverence. "It is indeed a fortune for the Fire Leopard sect to receive your esteemed presence, your holiness. I am but a humble steward of the sect, and I respectfully invite you to enter." Humph. Xiang Wentian's gaze turned frosty as he coldly responded, "Where is your sect master? To send merely a lowly steward to dismiss me is to show utter disrespect. Does the Fire Leopard sect seek to erase its name from the Douluo Continent? Ah, such audacity from the acting pope. You wish to remove the Fire Leopard sect's name, yet I wonder if you have consulted the hellish demon sect first?" A disdainful voice echoed from atop the city wall. As Xiang Wentian gazed upward, he beheld a youthful figure, seemingly around 18 years of age, exuding an air of formidable presence. However, Xiang did not perceive even a hint of soul power emanating from him. It was evident that this individual was not a soul master. The youth sported a cascade of white, shoulder-length hair and possessed striking features. His handsome visage marred only by the disdain that lingered in his eyes. Adorned in a resplendent robe of brocade, he wielded a 3-foot-long blade, pointing it directly at Xiang Wentian. The scorn reflected in his gaze, coupled with the derision in his voice, incited a surge of anger within Xiang. Chapter 138. The Outsider. What infernal demon sect are you speaking of? I have never heard of it. From which obscure corner of the world do you hail to speak so brazenly here? Xiang Wentian exclaimed in fury. Ha ha, what a pretender to be a proxy pope. Merely a proxy fool. You don't even know of my infernal demon sect from the Douluo Continent. How woefully uninformed you are. The opponent mocked. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, adding, "It is understandable that you natives of Douluo Continent have never heard of us denizens of Douluo Continent. After all, ignorance is to be expected from the uncultured." Upon hearing this, Xiang Wentian's eyes suddenly glimmered with understanding as he exclaimed, "So you are not from the Douluo Continent. How did you come to be here?" The other party disdainfully shook their head and replied, "Allowing you to play the role of a ghost is amusing. Are you familiar with the Gate of Space? Judging by your foolish demeanor, it is evident you know nothing, yet you claim to be an acting pope. Have you consumed too much pig's head meat?" At this moment, Xiang Wentian could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "To hell with you. May you perish. First soul ring, first soul skill, spatial lockdown. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stasis. Fifth soul ring, second soul skill, kiss of the demon." In an instant, Xiang Wentian unleashed 3 soul skills, and the first and fifth soul rings around him radiated a brilliant crimson glow. The young man on the city wall of the sect was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. A dark lip imprint shot forth from Xiang Wentian's lips, landing squarely on the boy's cheek with a soft pop. The youth scarcely had time to emit a scream before he disintegrated like an ice cube under the sweltering heat of summer, as if he had never graced the mortal realm. The astonishing events that unfolded on the sect's city wall left the entire Fire Leopard sect in utter shock. The disciples of the formidable Hell Demon sect, whom they had regarded as an indomitable support, were reduced to mere dust before the acting pope, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, 6 other disciples of the Hell Demon sect were equally taken aback. Their elder brother, witnessing the tragic demise of his junior, was stricken with grief and cried out, "Seventh brother!" The other 5 disciples echoed his lament in unison. "Acting Pope Xiang Wentian, I shall grind you to dust and avenge my 7th brother. Brothers, join me in slaying him." The elder brother's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he spoke with seething rage. With a flourish of their swords, the 6 launched themselves into the air, each directing their unique sword techniques at Xiang Wentian. In an instant, the sky was alight with flashing sword rays. The atmosphere, thick with shifting winds and clouds, suffused with a palpable aura of death. As Xiang Wentian beheld the dazzling sword lights piercing towards him, a smile graced his lips. "Even if your sword light is resplendent and your attacks ever-changing, I shall counter with but a single technique." With the invocation of his first soul ring and second soul skill, time stasis, he proclaimed, "Devour." In that fleeting moment when Xiang Wentian enacted the suspension of time, the 6 adversaries were instantaneously frozen in midair, rendered incapable of any movement save for the subtle rise and fall of their chests. Soon thereafter, 6 dark tendrils emanated from Xiang Wentian's hand, ensnaring the 6 figures. In an instant, 5 of them were transformed into mere desiccated corpses, while the remaining one, the eldest disciple among them, appeared gaunt and emaciated. Were it not for the faint motion of his chest, One might easily mistake him for a lifeless husk. Xiang Wentian had spared his breath with the intent of extracting answers to three pivotal questions. From whence do they hail? Where lies the portal to their realm? And what is their purpose for coming to the Douluo Continent? Ding. The host has devoured 6 cultivators, earning a soul power of 1,800,000. Indeed, they were not of the Douluo Continent. Through the devouring skill, no soul rings were acquired. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your ascension. Your current level is that of a soul sage at level 70. Xiang Wentian, having ascended to the rank of a 70-level soul saint, paid little heed to his newfound status. Instead, he gradually approached the solitary figure of a dying cultivator and inquired, "From whence do you hail? Where lies the portal to your realm? What purpose brings you to the Douluo Continent?" The man, amidst a fit of laughter and coughs, retorted, "I shall never divulge such secrets. Abandon all hope. Do you truly believe that only we 7 exist upon the Douluo Continent? You are mistaken. Within a decade, the entirety of Douluo Continent shall find itself enslaved to our Tianwu continent." Having uttered these fragmented words, the man succumbed to his fate. At that moment, the 7 individuals from Tianwu had already met their demise. Xiang Wentian, now without recourse, placed his hopes upon the leader of the Fire Leopard sect, yearning for enlightenment regarding the origins of this affair. With the 7 formidable figures, whom the Fire Leopard sect regarded as invincible guardians, now dead, an unparalleled terror gripped the entire sect, from the highest leader to the lowliest of workers. They had witnessed the confrontation between the 7 and their leader, who had fallen within mere 5 exchanges of blows from each of them. It was evident that these 7 were indeed authentic titled Douluos. Yet, such overwhelmingly powerful beings had crumbled effortlessly before Xiang Wentian, leaving one to ponder how the Spirit Hall could harbor such formidable individuals, possessing soul rings that were all 100,000 years old. No wonder he could ascend to the esteemed position of acting pope. At this juncture, the leader of the Fire Leopard sect knelt trembling before Xiang Wentian, stuttering, "I beseech your mercy, esteemed acting pope. I am but a victim of circumstance." With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian inquired, "I ask you, what is the story behind these 7 individuals? Tell me the details of this matter thoroughly. Should you utter a single untruth, beware for your life." Chapter 139, The Fall of the Fire Leopard Sect. The old servant trembled in fear. The leader of the Fire Leopard sect recounted, "A month ago, these 7 appeared unexpectedly in my chamber, without any forewarning. They introduced themselves as disciples of the Purgatory Demon sect from the Tianwu continent. At that moment, I paid them little heed, intending to eliminate them. However, to my astonishment, their combat abilities rivaled those of an ordinary titled Douluo, while I was merely an 89th level soul Douluo, utterly outmatched. They demanded my cooperation in the conquest of the entire Douluo continent on behalf of the Purgatory Demon sect. Upon realizing the formidable strength of their disciples, I could only surmise that their elders and sect master must possess godlike prowess. They assured me that once the Douluo continent was subdued, I would be granted the authority to govern it. At that moment, I must admit, I was somewhat tempted. Yet, the paramount issue remained their overwhelming strength, leaving me powerless to resist. I implore you, Your Excellency, the acting pope, to show leniency in your judgment." Xiang Wentian continued to inquire, "One final question. Are you willing to stand by my side and assist me in overthrowing Pope Bibidong?" "I am willing. I am willing." Xiang Wentian gazed upon the Fire Leopard sect's leader, who resembled a pug, exuding an aura of murderous intent. He declared, "A wallflower sways with the wind. What purpose does your existence serve to me, Xiang Wentian?" "Embrace death." Before the leader of the Fire Leopard sect could comprehend the situation, a dagger materialized in Xiang Wentian's hand, plunging directly into the leader's skull. The leader, in disbelief, stared at Xiang Wentian and stammered, "Why must you kill me when I have already submitted to you? I am not a wallflower." Xiang Wentian, with a visage full of murderous intent, proclaimed, "Not all insects can transform into butterflies. You are merely a maggot. The consequence of betraying the Spirit Hall is singular death. Not only shall you perish, but the entirety of the Fire Leopard sect shall also meet their demise. This is the price for your ill-fated decision." The ruthless leader of the Fire Leopard sect, on the brink of death, uttered fragmented words. "Devour." A notification chimed, indicating the host had activated the devouring ability, consuming 1 soul Douluo and acquiring a soul ring of 30,000 years and 60,000 points of soul power. The elders of the Fire Leopard sect, upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words and witnessing their leader reduced to a desiccated corpse, were struck with horror. "The Spirit Hall will not spare us. Let us fight back." "You must possess the strength to do so," Xiang Wentian mocked. as he observed 3 elders of the fire leopard sect charging at him, accompanied by hundreds, if not thousands, of direct descendants. He chose to unleash a massacre. With the second soul ring's first skill, Angel's Glory, and the second skill, Demon Frenzy. Alongside the third soul ring's second skill, Demon Cleave, Xiang Wentian's overall combat prowess surged dramatically. A vast, boundless wave of obsidian blade light sliced through the ranks of the fire leopard sect, leaving chaos in its wake, as bodies were cleaved asunder. With the sixth soul ring's second skill, Angelic Meteor Fall, a colossal crimson demon angelic apparition opened its eyes wide. Countless massive meteors cascaded from the heavens, crashing into the crowd and exploding, resulting in a gruesome shower of blood, severed limbs, and the cacophony of anguished cries, and the sickening sounds of bones snapping and flesh being pulverized. The once formidable fire leopard sect was reduced to a veritable hellscape. Devour. As countless black threads extended from Xiang Wentian's hand, whatever they touched, whether severed limbs or intact corpses, transformed into desiccated remains. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, consuming severed limbs and earning 1 soul ring of 1,000 years and 2,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host employed the devouring ability, consuming incomplete corpses and acquiring 1 soul ring of 4,000 years and 8,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host activated the devouring ability, consuming complete corpses and attaining 1 soul ring of 10,000 years and 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The system averaged the acquired soul rings, augmenting 6 of them to over 100,000 years. Upon reviewing the system panel, name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Emperor, requires the acquisition of the 7th soul ring to ascend to Soul Saint, Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 78. 8168628669000000. Soul Rings, Gold, 1,666,666 years. 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 Soul Techniques. First Soul Technique, Spatial Lock, Time Stasis. Second Soul Technique, Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Technique, Angelic Judgment, Demonic Heaven Cleaver. Fourth Soul Technique, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Technique, Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Technique, Angelic Floating Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Shower. Divine Skill, Tathagata Palm Cultivation Method, True Scriptures of Heavenly Demon Annihilation, Celestial Dominance Body. Ability, Devour, capable of consuming an enemy's or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After a brief moment, Xiang Wentian closed the system panel, exhaling a breath of foul air, and remarked, "It seems I must acquire the 7th soul ring." A day later, news of the annihilation of the fire leopard sect spread throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, instilling fear in the hearts of all. While the populace engaged in discussions about the shocking revelation, Xiang Wentian had already ventured into the Douluo forest to claim his rightful 7th soul ring. Chapter 140, The Breakthrough of the Celestial Demon Tiger. With Xiang Wentian's current prowess, he was invincible across Douluo Continent, although he remained a soul emperor. His cultivation had already reached the soul saint realm, and his 6 soul rings had surpassed the million-year threshold. It would be an understatement to say he was without peer in history. Indeed, he was unparalleled. Even a deity would tread cautiously when absorbing a million-year soul ring. For the immense soul power and divine consciousness contained within could lead to the immediate demise of the absorber. In contrast, Xiang Wentian need not ponder extensively. He can effortlessly acquire what he seeks through the system's absorption and enhancement. Deep within the Douluo forest, 6 golden soul rings, each a million years old, encircle Xiang Wentian, pulsating rhythmically with an unparalleled oppressive force that radiates outward. Simultaneously, his spiritual consciousness expands in a circular scan toward the distance, revealing various soul beasts, both formidable and feeble, manifesting in his mind's eye. These soul beasts, sensing the immense pressure bestowed by Xiang Wentian's soul rings, scatter in all directions in a frantic retreat. At that moment, a 90,000-year-old soul beast, the Breaking Army Celestial Demon Tiger, enters the realm of Xiang Wentian's spiritual awareness. With a subtle hum, Xiang Wentian's spiritual imprint locks onto the trace of the breaking army celestial demon tiger. In turn, the tiger perceives the overwhelming pressure emanating from afar, intending to flee. Yet is suddenly confronted by a figure, half black and half white, adorned with 8 wings, descending from the heavens. Surrounding this being are 6 golden soul rings, pulsating with an unmatched might that renders the tiger utterly motionless. Xiang Wentian murmured to himself, the breaking army celestial demon tiger is an ancient aberration, inherently endowed with the capacity to disregard defenses, reigning as the sovereign among offensive spirit beasts. Utilizing its spirit ring to embody my martial spirit is indeed the most fitting choice. At this moment, although the breaking army celestial demon tiger lay immobile, the wildness and vigilance emanating from its eyes ignited an exhilarating fervor within Xiang Wentian. Truly, it is deserving of its title as the king among offensive spirit beasts. Even in such dire circumstances, it displayed no hint of fear, proving itself to be the most suitable spirit beast for a martial spirit embodiment. With excitement, Xiang Wentian spoke again. Breaking army celestial demon tiger, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to become my 7th spirit ring, my martial spirit embodiment? Xiang Wentian asked earnestly. The breaking army celestial demon tiger, having attained an age of 90,000 years, possessed wisdom on par with that of humans. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, it regarded him with an expression akin to that of one looking at a fool. Xiang Wentian gazed at the expression of the breaking army celestial tiger, his demeanor unfazed by anger, yet a glimmer of fervent murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He spoke slowly, since you refuse, I shall forcibly take what I desire. With a swift motion, he unleashed his 4th soul ring's 2nd soul skill, Death Ray. A beam, slender as a mosquito's thread and swift as lightning, descended from above, cleaving the breaking army celestial tiger in 2. A soul ring, dark with a hint of crimson, gradually emerged from the carcass of the tiger. Xiang Wentian sat beside the fallen beast, commencing the absorption of this 90,000-year soul ring. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian's physical form, refined through the celestial titan body, had achieved remarkable perfection, his body as resilient as forged steel. Absorbing the 90,000-year soul ring proved effortless, and the formidable soul power attached to it propelled him past the threshold of the 80th level soul Douluo. Ding! The system panel activated. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Saint, requires the acquisition of the 8th soul ring to ascend to soul Douluo, martial soul, demonic angel soul power, level 80. 90008661000000000. Soul rings, gold, age, 1. 666, 666 years, 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 black, age, 91, 268 years, soul skills, 1st soul skill, spatial lockdown, time stasis. 2nd soul skill, angelic glory, demonic frenzy. 3rd soul skill, angelic judgment, demonic sky cleave. 4th soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. 5th soul skill, angelic flame slash, demon's kiss. 6th soul skill, angelic pagoda, celestial meteor fall. 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. Divine skill, Tathagata palm. Cultivation method, true scripture of demonic annihilation, celestial titan body. Ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and said, I have reached the realm of an 80-level soul Douluo. Yet I still require a soul ring. As Xiang Wentian stood up, intending to venture deeper into the forest, a sudden flash of colorful light caught his attention. Turning his gaze towards the corpse of the break army demon tiger, he discovered that the radiant glow emanated from its leg. Kneeling down, Xiang Wentian retrieved a dagger from his soul guide device and carefully cut open the tiger's leg, revealing a bone from its right arm that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Instantly, his composure faltered, and he exclaimed, Soul bone. Ignoring defense of the break army's right arm. Chapter 141, The Unyielding Strike of the Break Army. This right arm soul bone is perfectly suited for me. Absorb. As Xiang Wentian felt the soul bone merging with his right arm, an excruciating pain surged through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony, channeling all his soul power into his right arm to hasten the fusion of the soul bone. The Break Army Heaven Demon's defense-ignoring property adhered to his right arm like rubber, firmly bonding to the skeletal structure. With a resounding chime, the absorption of the soul bone was complete, bestowing the accompanying skills of defense negation and a powerful strike. Opening the system panel, he perused the details. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Saint, requires the acquisition of the 8th soul ring to ascend to Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 80. 90008661000000000. Soul Rings, Gold, 1,666,666 years. 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 Black, 91,268 years. Soul Skills, First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Stasis, Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory, Demonic Frenzy, Third Soul Skill. Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky/Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray, Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame / Demonic Kiss, Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Pagoda. Celestial Meteor, Seventh Soul Skill. True Form of Martial Soul Soulbone. Break Army Heaven Demon's defense ignoring right arm. Accompanying skills, Defense Negation. Break Army Strike, Divine Skill. Tathagata Divine Palm Technique. Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Titan Body Ability. Devour. Can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. As Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, a smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "It is time to venture to the heart of the Douluo forest in search of my 8th spirit ring." Just as Xiang Wentian set forth into the depths of the forest, by the edge of a serene lake nestled deep within, a graceful figure sat cross-legged on the shore. She slowly opened her eyes and whispered, such a familiar aura, reminiscent of the essence that envelopes Wentian. "Erin, accompany me for a moment," she instructed. Beside the maiden, a massive Titan great ape sat, nodding in agreement as he replied, "Xiaowu, I too sense a foreign presence approaching us, one that exudes formidable strength. I fear I am no match for it. Perhaps we should summon Dein to join us." With a gentle shake of her head, the girl smiled and said, "There's no need for Erin. I recognize this aura well. It belongs to my captain, Xiang Wentian." The Titan great ape nodded, lifting Xiaowu onto his shoulder. And with a few powerful leaps, they disappeared into the heart of the forest. At this moment, Xiang Wentian had maximized his spiritual perception, scanning a 10-mile radius where no creature, be it feathered or furry, floral or aquatic, could escape his awareness. To expedite his journey and avoid unnecessary complications, he activated his martial soul, 6 golden spirit rings and 1 black spirit ring pulsating rhythmically around him. Within several miles, all spirit beasts that sensed his presence fled in terror. Just then, a colossal Titan great ape entered Xiang Wentian's spiritual range, atop which sat a figure clad in a pink attire. Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed, "Isn't that the Titan giant ape in Xiaowu? How could they possibly be here? Perhaps Xiaowu has sensed my presence. Could this be one of life's 4 great joys, encountering an old friend in a foreign land?" In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly. Within mere moments, he beheld the Titan giant ape soaring high into the air before landing heavily before him, causing a cloud of dust to erupt, scattering dirt and withered branches in every direction. Wentian spat out the dust from his mouth and waved his hand to disperse the particles, expressing his displeasure. "Mighty gorilla, might I request that your next appearance before me be a tad more gentle? My handsome visage has been thoroughly soiled by your ferocious entrance." The Titan ape remained silent, while the petite figure perched upon its shoulder. Xiaowu stifled a laugh, remarking, "Wentian, you look utterly disheveled. Your face has been completely obscured by the yellow earth. What is that in your hair? A hairpin fashioned from twigs, perchance?" With a slight huff, Wang Tian summoned his spiritual power to shake off the dust clinging to his body and the withered branches from his head, expressing his displeasure. "Xiaowu, was it you who orchestrated the Titan great ape's entrance in such a ferocious manner? Is this truly how you welcome your old captain?" Xiaowu, with a hint of playful affection, responded, "Wang Tian, I am delighted to see you deep within the Douluo forest. It was merely a jest, so please do not take it to heart." By the way, how did you come to be here? Xiang Wentian addressed with a serious tone. I have reached level 80 and come to the Douluo Forest in search of a soul ring. So soon? Indeed, Wentian. You are undoubtedly the most gifted among our Shrek team. At that moment, Xiao finally noticed the soul ring on Xiang Wentian's body, exclaiming in astonishment, "Golden! A million-year soul ring! How did you achieve this? Have you consumed an enemy's soul ring again?" With a smile, Xiang Wentian nodded and said, I am now the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. The Fire Leopard sect has betrayed the Spirit Hall, and I have just eradicated them. Chapter 142, Soul Douluo, Acting Pope. Little Wu exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. By the way, what type of soul ring do you intend to seek in the Douluo Forest? An immensely destructive killing-type soul beast, Xiang Wentian replied without hesitation. Little Wu contemplated for a moment and said, I do know of a soul beast that somewhat meets your criteria, though its age is rather low. It is merely a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Oh, Xiang Wentian inquired, a lower age is inconsequential, as I can enhance the soul ring's age through absorption. What soul beast is it? Little Wu replied indignantly. It is the Inan Spider King, a truly despicable soul beast that delights in tormenting the weak. Its destructive power is exceedingly formidable, and it has a penchant for stealing the eggs of other soul beasts. Both Erin and I have attempted to capture it numerous times, yet it always manages to escape. The Inan Spider King is exceedingly cunning and is most adept at fleeing. Xiang Wentian's eyes sparkled as he proclaimed, No worries, for I possess time-space soul skills, along with the 8 wings of a demon angel. In terms of speed, I doubt any soul beast could surpass me. Let us not delay any further. We shall set forth at once. Indeed, replied Xiao Wu. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape guided Xiang Wentian to a marshland. Xiao Wu softly remarked, The wretched spider emperor resides at the heart of this swamp. It serves as its lair, and it should be there during the day. Xiang Wentian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, You two wait here. I will venture into the swamp center to investigate. Be careful, Xiao Wu urged with concern. Rest assured. Xiang Wentian reassured her with a comforting smile, unfurling his demon angel wings and soaring into the depths of the swamp. The marshland, characterized by its excessively moist surface and thin layers of standing water, possessed soil that was nearly saturated, with peat accumulating amidst the proliferation of hydrophilic and moisture-loving marsh plants. The abundance of water led to a lack of oxygen in the soil, resulting in slow organic decomposition under anaerobic conditions, leaving it in a semi-decomposed state that ultimately formed peat. Moreover, the high water absorption capacity of peat further exacerbated the soil's oxygen deficiency and slowed the decomposition process, leading to diminished nutrients. Consequently, many marsh plants have underdeveloped underground portions, with their root systems often exposed to the surface to adapt to the low oxygen environment. Marsh plants exhibit well-developed aeration tissues, possess adventitious roots, and demonstrate unique reproductive capabilities. Marshes can be categorized into 3 types: woody marshes, predominantly found in temperate regions, which can be further divided into tree-dominated and shrub-dominated marshes, with dominant flora including the genus Daphnophyllum, Betula, and Salix. Herbaceous marshes, diverse in type and widely distributed, with dominant species such as sedges, followed by reeds and cattails, and moss marshes, also known as high marshes, where the dominant flora includes sphagnum mosses. The Douluo Great Forest is classified as a temperate forest, and this particular marshland is indeed a woody marsh. At this moment, as Xiang Wentian hovered in the air, his demon angel wings unfurled, he beheld a vast hexagonal spiderweb at the center of the swamp, intricately connected to several towering swamp trees, gently floating above the water's surface. At the center of this immense hexagonal web resided a colossal black spider, the formidable wretched spider emperor. It seemed that the wretched spider emperor had sensed Xiang Wentian's presence in midair, and with a powerful thrust of its 8 legs, it vanished from sight. Xiang Wentian, astonished, muttered to himself, Indeed, it is no surprise that the most adept at fleeing is the spider. Its ability to escape is truly remarkable, manifesting such swiftness. At that moment, Xiang Wentian could no longer dwell on his astonishment. He unfurled his 8 wings, akin to those of a demonic angel, and pursued relentlessly. You possess 8 legs. While I have 8 wings, you run upon the ground, and I chase through the skies. Let us see whose speed prevails. However, one must consider, how could one running on the ground possibly outpace one soaring through the air? With a fierce thrust of the 8 wings of the malevolent angel behind him, Xiang Wentian propelled himself to unparalleled speeds. In mere moments, he caught up to the Calamity Spider Emperor. First soul ring, first soul skill, spatial lock. First soul ring. Second soul skill, time stasis. Xiang Wentian unleashed 2 soul techniques in succession, instantly immobilizing the fleeing arachnid monarch in its tracks. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and remarked, "A mere 30,000-year-old spirit beast, do you truly believe you can escape?" With the activation of his 4th spirit ring's 2nd spirit skill, Devil's Kiss, the evil spider emperor disintegrated upon contact, transforming into a puddle of putrid essence, leaving behind only a black spirit ring as evidence of its former existence in the world. Absorbing the spirit ring was a trivial endeavor for Xiang Wentian. The 30,000-year-old spirit ring posed little challenge, and he succeeded almost effortlessly. However, due to the relatively low age of the evil spider emperor's spirit ring, the increase in his spirit power was minimal upon completion of the absorption. Ding, the host has absorbed the 8th spirit ring, acquiring the spirit ring skill, Destructive Strike. Ding, opening the system panel. The host is prompted to review. Name, Xiang Wentian. Level, Spirit Douluo Martial Soul, Devil Angel Spirit Power, Level 80, 90666866100000000. Spirit Rings, Gold, Age, 1. 666. 666 years, Gold, Age, 1. 666, 666 years, Gold, Age, 1. 666, 666 years, Gold, Age, 1. 666. 666 years, Gold, Age, 1. 666, 666 years, Gold, Age, 1. 666. 666 years, Black, Age, 91. 268 years, Black, Age, 36. 888 years, Spirit Skills. First Spirit Skill, Spatial Blockade, Time Stasis. Second Spirit Skill, Angel's Glory, Devil's Fury. Third Spirit Skill, Angel's Divine Judgment, Devil's Celestial Slash. Fourth Spirit Skill, Angelic Radiance, Death Ray. Fifth Spirit Skill, Angelic Flame Slash, Devil's Kiss. Sixth Spirit Skill, Angelic Stupa. Celestial Meteor Fall. Seventh Spirit Skill, True Form of Martial Soul. Eighth Spirit Skill, Destructive Strike. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm. Cultivation Method, True Scripture of Heavenly Demons, Celestial Titan Body. Ability, Devour, the ability to consume the spirit rings and spirit power of enemies or spirit beasts to enhance one's own spirit rings and spirit power. Chapter 143. Crisis on the Douluo Continent. With the spirit ring absorbed, Xiang returned to the edge of the swamp. Wu sat upon the shoulder of the Titan Great Ape and inquired, "Did you find the evil spider emperor?" Xiang smiled slightly and replied, "I have completed the absorption of the spirit ring." Upon hearing his words, Wu appeared momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "So soon?" "Of course," Xiang asserted with confidence. The evil spider emperor was merely a 30,000-year-old spirit beast. Absorbing its spirit ring was quite effortless and took but a moment. By the way, how is Tang San faring? At the mention of Tang San, Wu's expression softened with a hint of nostalgia, and she smiled warmly. "San has been taken away by Uncle Tang Hao. I do not know where they are now, but he should be well." Xiang Wen nodded solemnly and remarked, "Wu, I must take my leave. Before I depart, there are a few matters I wish to convey to you. Currently, the Douluo Continent is in turmoil, with ominous clouds gathering. I have an unsettling premonition that an unprecedented war is imminent, for I have discovered that individuals from another realm have traversed the spatial gates, intent on seizing control of the Douluo Continent and plundering its resources, with the ulterior motive of enslaving humanity. However, I shall not grant them the opportunity. I will lead the Spirit Hall in a relentless battle against them." Upon hearing this momentous news, Wu was taken aback. "Who are these people from another realm?" she inquired. "I cannot say for certain who they are, but I do know they hail from the Martial Continent," Xiang Wen replied earnestly. "The Martial Continent? What must I do?" Wu asked anxiously. "Your immediate task is to unite the Soul Beast within the Stardow Forest to safeguard against the impending unknown dangers," Xiang Wen advised. "Understood. I shall confer with Deming upon my return. What will you do next?" Wu asked with concern. "I must return to the Spirit Hall first to disseminate this information through its power," Xiang Wen answered. "Time is of the essence." "I shall return at once to inform Deming," Wu declared. Xiang Wen nodded and said, "I, too, must take my leave. I hope that our next meeting will coincide with the gathering of our Shrek team." Wu smiled knowingly, waving farewell to Xiang Wen, and addressed the Titan Great Ape. "Deming, let us depart." The Titan Great Ape nodded and, with a few leaps, vanished from Xiang Wen's sight. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over Xiang Wen. Everyone has a homeland, yet I, Xiang Wen, do not. My native Earth is a picturesque realm, adorned with verdant trees and blooming flowers, where people enjoy leisure and play. Driving along the Riverside Avenue, a beautiful scene unfolds before me. Truly, it is as if the vehicle traverses the road while one strolls through a painting. I yearn for my homeland, the land of Yin and Zhao. Xiang Wen closed his eyes and then slowly opened them, two beams of resolute light bursting forth. I shall cultivate to the pinnacle of the great path, crossing the stars to return to my homeland, where my loved ones await. My homeland awaits me. My motherland awaits me. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, chaos reigned within its walls. Pope Bibi Dong had suffered grievous injuries in a surprise attack by strangers while inheriting the title of the Rakshasa god. Fortunately, the 6 elders of the Elder Hall, led by Qian Douluo, risked their lives to save her, preserving her life. However, due to the severity of her injuries, Bibi Dong's soul power had regressed to the level of an 80-level soul Douluo. Without the aid of a rare elixir, she would never attain divine comprehension in her lifetime. According to Qian Daoliu's recollections, the assailants who severely wounded Bibi Dong were a group of cultivators devoid of soul rings. Xiang Wen immediately discerned that these were indeed individuals from the Martial Continent. It appears that they are eager to strike against the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the Spirit Hall was devoid of leadership, and as the acting pope, Xiang Wen was compelled to shoulder the immense responsibility of sustaining the crumbling institution. Subsequently, he issued a papal decree, calling upon all soul masters to unite in the face of the impending assault on the Soul Continent. Months later, a cacophony of thunderous roars resonated through the air. One by one, translucent portals began to materialize, and countless cultivators descended, their voices echoing with insatiable greed as they proclaimed that the Douluo Continent belonged to them. The men were dispatched to labor in the mines, while the women were retained. The soul beasts were to be exchanged for wealth, and the herbs were to be utilized for alchemical concoctions. The brothers charged forth with fervor. Chapter 144. The cataclysmic battle. Xiang Wentian sat solemnly within the Spirit Hall, his eyes suddenly springing wide open. In that fleeting moment, there was no time to issue commands. He swiftly vanished from the Spirit Hall, soaring into the sky. With a surge of soul power, he proclaimed, "The Spirit Hall stands as both the foremost and final bastion safeguarding the Douluo Continent. I, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, hereby command, elite members of the Spirit Hall across the continent, clench your fists, unleash your martial spirits, and expel the outsiders from the Douluo Continent. Engage in unrestrained slaughter." Xiang Wentian, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, vowed, "As long as I, Xiang Wentian, exist, I shall ensure the safety and tranquility of the countless lives on the Douluo Continent. Should I perish, I will transform into a demonic angelic spirit, safeguarding the Douluo Continent for eternity, never to fade into oblivion." This oath, witnessed by the sun and moon, and shared by the heavens and earth, shall be heard by all celestial, demonic, and divine beings. The resounding cries and oaths infused with soul power directed towards the heavens reverberated through every corner of the land. Each humble citizen on the continent felt a profound sense of pride for the existence of a magnificent pope within the Spirit Hall. Every soul master, accompanied by their families and sects, hastened to this battleground to confront the invading forces from foreign realms. The Haodian clan reemerged, setting aside their grievances against the Spirit Hall in the face of a formidable enemy, leading hundreds of soul masters into the fray. Numerous sects, including the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, rallied countless soul masters to join the cause. At this moment, whether from hidden sects or powerful soul masters, all engaged in the great battle, aware that the fall of the Spirit Hall would spell utter catastrophe for them. Xiang Wentian soared into the sky to engage in battle alongside the foreign cultivators, accompanied by the spectral figures of Moon Guan, Qian Daolu, and over a dozen titled Douluo, who activated their martial souls to join the fray against the otherworldly warriors. As Xiang Wentian engages in a fierce battle against the foreign cultivators, a series of roars resonate through the air. How could such a grand conflict unfold without my presence? Tang Hao, Xiang Wentian, I, Tang San, have returned. Ha! I, Yi Guqing, and Shimin Shui Shui have finally found our moment to shine. Having lived a life of solitude, I seek but a single defeat. Here comes the invincible Douluo Continent. Countless familiar and unfamiliar figures begin to arrive one after another. At this moment, Xiang Wentian's eyes blaze with crimson fury, his roars echoing relentlessly. The sixth soul ring activates the first soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. The seventh soul skill, True Body of the Martial Soul. In a state of celestial manifestation, Xiang Wentian unleashed his martial soul's true form, revealing an immense and formidable demon angel apparition that materialized before him, resulting in an instantaneous doubling of his combat prowess. With a resounding impact, Xiang Wentian, now embodying his martial soul's essence, delivered a devastating punch that sent a multitude of cultivators hurtling through the air. As the disoriented cultivators regained their composure, they were met with the sight of a colossal fist, akin to a mountain, descending upon them with relentless force. With a single strike, Xiang Wentian's second punch shattered the bones and tendons of numerous cultivators, sending them flying and resulting in their immediate demise. Manifesting the Angelic Pagoda and his true martial spirit, Xiang Wentian not only doubled his combat prowess, but also materialized the shadow of a demonic angel, inheriting the unique attributes of the Angelic Pagoda, with each punch surpassing the last. Practicing the celestial demon annihilation scripture, his soul power was several times denser than that of a tidal Douluo. As long as his soul power remained abundant, he could unleash a continuous barrage of angelic demon fists. Under the overwhelming might of the Angelic Pagoda, no one could rival him. After delivering 50 punches, any foreign cultivator who dared approach him would be instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, vanishing from existence. Countless foreign cultivators, witnessing Xiang Wentian's ferocity akin to a killing machine, were seized by an overwhelming dread. Boom, boom, boom. As Xiang Wentian unleashed his full power, the battlefield shifted dramatically, transforming into a one-sided massacre. The towering figure of the demonic angelic martial spirit wielded its fists like divine retribution, reaping the lives of countless cultivators. In that moment, a foreign cultivator, aghast at the sight of Xiang Wentian resembling a colossal mountain, felt his mental defenses shatter, exclaiming in horror, "The end of the world is upon us. I must return to the heavenly martial continent." His terrified cries seemed to carry an enchantment, instantly resonating with the majority of foreign cultivators. Like dogs bereft of their homes, these cultivators fled towards the portal with desperation. Xiang Wentian observed all of this with a smile gracing his lips and remarked, "Do you think you can escape?" With a resounding strike, Xiang Wentian's 81st punch landed squarely upon the spatial gate, which seemed utterly incapable of withstanding such a cataclysmic blow. The gate shattered into fragments. One of the elder combatants, engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Hao, lamented with profound sorrow, "The spatial gate is destroyed. All that countless ancestors sacrificed has been obliterated. The main force cannot cross over. It is over." As the spatial gate crumbled, despair engulfed innumerable cultivators. "It is time to send you back to the west," murmured Xiang Wentian, filled with murderous intent. The first soul ring's first soul skill, spatial lockdown. The first soul ring's first soul skill, time stasis. Two translucent domes of light immediately enveloped a 10-mile radius, rendering all foreign cultivators within unable to speak or move, akin to fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their captor. 3/4 of an hour later, the last foreign cultivator was obliterated by a single punch from Xiang Wentian, signaling the official conclusion of this grand battle. Devouring. Following the fusion of his martial soul's true form with the angelic avatar, under the corporeal manifestation of the demonic angel, he unleashed the devouring skill. Instead of the usual black tendrils, a tempest of demonic energy surged forth, leaving in its wake countless severed limbs, rivers of blood, and a sea of desiccated corpses. Ding, 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 ding. Host has utilized the devouring ability, consuming severed limbs and obtaining 2,000 soul power points. Host has utilized the devouring ability, consuming incomplete corpses and obtaining 1 4,000-year soul ring and 8,000 soul power points. Host has utilized the devouring ability, consuming complete corpses and obtaining 20,000 soul power points. Amidst the multitude of bodies lay not only the remains of foreign cultivators, but also those of soul masters. Under the extensive application of the devouring skill, Xiang Wentian's soul power level surged by 5 ranks, with the cumulative age of the soul rings soaring to over 100,000 years. He directly infused the soul rings acquired through devouring into his 7th and 8th rings. The system panel has been activated. The host may now review it. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul, Douluo Martial Soul, Demonic Angel Soul Power. Level 85, 56666686660000000. Soul rings. Gold. Age. 1,666,666 years. 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 Black. Age. 161,668 years. Black. Age. 116,888 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, spatial lockdown. Time stasis. Second soul skill, angelic glory, demonic fury. Third soul skill, angelic judgment, demonic heaven cleave. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. Fifth soul skill, angelic fiery slash, demonic kiss. Sixth soul skill, angelic avatar, angel's meteor fall. Seventh soul skill, true body of the martial soul. Eighth soul skill, annihilation strike. Divine technique, Buddha's palm. Skill set, true scripture of the celestial demon destruction, sovereign body of the azure sky. Ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of foes or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 145, the affiliation of the Shrek battle team. Closing the system panel. Xiang Wentian relinquished the true body of the martial soul and summoned the representatives of the major sects, along with Tang Hao, the master, and others, to the hall of the Pope. Xiang Wentian gazed down at the dozen or so individuals standing below, stating, I am aware that some among you harbor profound enmity towards the Spirit Hall. However, the Spirit Hall is undeniably one of the forces tasked with safeguarding our continent. Today, I have summoned all of you to forge an alliance, uniting our strengths to resist the unknown dangers emerging from other realms. I wonder what your sentiments are regarding this proposal. The sole title de law of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, their patriarch Yu Wentian, interjected. I am in favor of establishing an alliance, but I am curious about the position of the alliance leader. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Wentian, standing nearby, sharply rebuked him. How dare you? In the presence of the Pope, do you still wish to contest the position of leader? Xiang Wentian gestured a halt and said, the position of the alliance leader is naturally reserved for the strongest. If Sect Master Yu possesses the confidence to dominate the competition, you may assume the role without hesitation. Yu Wentian was about to acquiesce, but then recalled the extraordinary golden soul ring and the remarkably overwhelming power of Xiang Wentian. He shook his head and replied, Your Holiness, I must return to confer with the elders of my sect. I will inform you of the outcome at the earliest opportunity. A subtle glimmer of menace flickered in Xiang Wentian's eyes as he smiled and remarked, It appears that Sect Master Yu has considered the elders of the sect. It seems that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is indeed quite united, a commendable quality that my Spirit Hall could learn from. Modesty is in order, Your Holiness. For your praise is unwarranted, Yu Wentian replied with a respectful bow and a smile. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort in his heart. Should I, the Spirit Hall, seek to learn from you? Do you believe there exists a power capable of imparting knowledge to the Spirit Hall? At that moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, Your Holiness. However, before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interrupted, Master Ning, I believe Rongrong has grown quite enough. When do you intend to pass on your position to your daughter? Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Ning Fengji's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly masked it, replying, I am still in robust health. I shall retire in a couple of years. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort once more, pondering that the old fox may not comprehend the years ahead until he assumes the mantle of the Pope. Yet, the burdens that accompany such a title weigh heavily upon him, as none seem to heed his commands or abide by his wishes. It is no wonder that Bibidong seeks to extinguish your existence. However, Xiang Wentian smiled and turned his gaze towards the leader of the Haotian sect, inquiring with a grin. Might I ask if the Haotian sect still intends to remain in seclusion? The leader, Tang Xiao, nodded in affirmation, yet chose to remain silent. Xiang Wentian smiled gently and addressed the gathered assembly. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, your tremendous contributions to the protection of our continent are deeply appreciated. Today, the Spirit Hall hosts a grand banquet to celebrate our victory in battle, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Thank you, Your Holiness. responded the leaders of the various sects below, expressing their gratitude. However, there were a few stubborn individuals who regarded Xiang Wentian's gesture with disdain. Yet he took careful note of their disdainful attitudes. After the banquet, Xiang Wentian gathered the members of the Shrek team and declared, in this moment, "I am not the Pope. Rather, I stand before you as the captain of the Shrek team, inviting you to join the Spirit Hall. Will you accept this invitation?" Before anyone could fully process his words, Ru Ming enthusiastically raised her hand and exclaimed, "Brother, I am willing." Xiang Wentian nodded at Ru Ming, then turned his gaze towards Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing remarked, "As long as it hones my sword intent, I have no preference regarding which faction to join. With the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple as the captain, once I join, you must frequently engage in sparring with me." Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Shimen Shui Shui. Shimen Shui Shui pondered, "The Shu Mountain Sword sect is a reclusive sect, detached from worldly affairs. Since the solitary city has chosen to join, I too shall partake." Nodding towards Wang Tian, he turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "Mubai, what about you and Zhu Qing?" Dai Mubai replied with a smile, "The power struggles within the Star Luo Empire have been a source of great vexation for me. Thus, I shall continue to accompany Shu Qing and follow the captain. With Mubai's involvement, how could I, Ma Hongjun, be left behind? Brother Tian, I too have joined the Spirit Hall. But should I find myself in distress, you must look out for me," Ma Hongjun declared with fervent conviction, patting his chest. Xiang Wentian smiled faintly at Ma Hongjun, then turned to Tang San and inquired, "What about you, Tang San?" Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's question, Tang San hesitated. In his heart, the Spirit Hall was his adversary, responsible for the death of his mother at the hands of Pope Qian Xuanji. His initial intention was to annihilate the Spirit Hall. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. On one side stood his father, who viewed the Spirit Hall as a mortal enemy, and on the other, his life and death brothers. This left him in a state of profound indecision. Seeing Tang San in a state of indecision, Xiang Wentian spoke. "Tang San, I understand that you harbor a deep-seated grudge against the Spirit Hall for the murder of your mother. But after all, Qian Xuanji has been deceased for many years. Is it truly impossible for you to release this burden?" Tang San gazed at Xiang Wentian with unwavering resolve and replied, "It is not merely Qian Xuanji. It encompasses Yu Guan, Gu Mei, and all those adversaries who once persecuted my parents. I shall only join the Spirit Hall once they have all perished. Until then, the Spirit Hall shall remain my foe. Captain, I beg your forgiveness for my selfishness." With a resigned shake of his head, Xiang Wentian remarked, "Every individual possesses their own choices. Your decision reflects your filial piety, and I shall not hold it against you." He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. Noticing the intensity of Xiang Wentian's stare, Ning Rongrong lowered her head nervously and spoke softly, "Wentian, as the sole heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I must seek my father's consent before considering joining the Spirit Hall." Oscar, the lovesick soul, felt a twinge of awkwardness as he noticed Ning Rongrong's indecision, and he declared, "Wentian, I have always cherished Rongrong. Her choice shall be my own." Seeing that everyone had made their decisions, Jiang Zhu felt compelled to break her silence and decisively stated, "I shall join the Spirit Hall and follow the captain towards greater heights." Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded at Jiang Zhu, saying, "Regardless of the choices everyone makes, you must always remember one thing. No matter the time or place, we will forever be good brothers, steadfast partners, and the most perfect team." Chapter 146, The Atomic Core. Through Xiang Wentian's persuasion, aside from Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, all other members of the Shrek team had joined the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the Papal Hall, Xiang Wentian took his seat upon the papal throne, closed his eyes, and began to silently cultivate the Celestial Demon Annihilation Sutra. After the passing of an hour, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Opening his eyes, he halted his meditation, and two beams of crimson light erupted from his gaze as he commanded with authority, "Enter." The grand doors of the Papal Hall slowly creaked open, revealing Zhu Douluo Yuguan, who entered with utmost respect and declared, "Your Holiness, in this battle, we have discovered a survivor." "A survivor?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xiang Wentian's eyes as he inquired, "Have you interrogated him?" Yuguan replied with reverence, "I report to your Holiness, after interrogation, he disclosed everything." To inquire of Xiang Wentian, he said, "Oh, I have previously interrogated dying witnesses, and they remained silent even in death. How did you manage to extract the truth?" Yuguan, with a serene smile, replied, "It was the old ghost who elicited the information. He is an expert in this domain. His martial soul is the essence of the soul itself, allowing him to penetrate the witness's consciousness, even if the individual wishes to remain mute. He cannot resist. Understanding dawned upon Xiang Wentian as he nodded and urged, "Please, relay the results of the interrogation to me." "Yes, Your Holiness," Yu Guan began. From the interrogation, it has come to light that the inhabitants of the Tianwu continent are willing to traverse the space gate without regard for the consequences in pursuit of a singular treasure. Treasure? Xiang Wentian inquired. Intrigued. What manner of treasure could compel the entire Tianwu continent to risk everything to cross the space gate? Yu Guan respectfully informed him, "Your Holiness, it is known as the atomic core. As for what the atomic core entails, the witness was unaware, presumably due to his lowly position. However, he was cognizant of certain effects it possesses." "What effects?" Xiang Wentian pressed further. The witness revealed two known effects of the atomic core. First, it pertains to the secret of immortality. Second, it can shatter the barriers of cultivation, enhancing one's abilities and opening pathways between realms. The witness was only aware of these two capabilities, with no knowledge of any others. These two effects alone are sufficiently alluring. Should there be additional properties, even saints would be envious. Xiang Wentian mused and then asked, "Elder Yu Guan, did the witness divulge the whereabouts of the atomic core? How many exist?" Yu Guan responded with utmost respect. The witness was ignorant of the specific location of the atomic core, but he did mention that many can be found on the Douluo Continent. Many, yet their locations remain unknown. What a vexing predicament, Xiang Wentian lamented, scratching his head. "Your Holiness, there is no need for distress. I firmly believe that one day we shall uncover the truth." Yu Guan reassured him. "Very well. I understand now. You may depart," Xiang Wentian concluded. "As you wish, Your Holiness." Time flew swiftly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the grand doors of the Pope's palace opened slowly, revealing a disheveled figure with a sallow complexion, an unkempt appearance, garbed in tattered gray robes, and wielding a transparent staff crowned with a sizable ruby. This unkempt elder was known as Laduzi, whose martial soul was a rare staff that bore no offensive or defensive capabilities, nor any supportive traits. The singular power of this staff lay in its allegorical essence, and he was the only soul master in the spirit hall devoid of combat prowess. Laduzi hurriedly entered the Pope's palace. Kneeling on one knee, he declared with urgency, "Your Holiness, grave news has arrived." Seated regally upon the Pope's throne, Xiang Wentian demanded with authority, "What has caused such alarm?" "Speak slowly." In a flustered tone, Laduzi replied, "Your Holiness, I have just invoked my 8th soul skill, ultimate allegory, and I have foreseen a cataclysmic upheaval on the continent. An unprecedented war is imminent." "A war?" Xiang Wentian inquired with a hint of skepticism. "The spatial portal of the Tianwu continent has been shattered by my own hand. Which faction on this continent could possibly contend with my spirit hall?" "Your Holiness," Laduzi replied, "the forces that have engaged in battle with our spirit hall are not of this realm, but rather from beyond. According to the predictions of the prophecy, countless dimensions are poised to descend upon Douluo Continent, heralding an epoch of cataclysmic conflict. A new world shall emerge, along with its sovereign. I implore Your Holiness to make the necessary preparations." "Oh," Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow. "Is this prophecy regarding Douluo to be taken at face value?" Laduzi affirmed with certainty, "The prophecy is unequivocally accurate." "Very well, I understand. You may withdraw," Xiang Wentian commanded. Once Laduzi exited the Pope's chamber, Xiang Wentian pondered gravely. According to Bibi Dong, Laduzi's prophetic abilities are remarkably precise, unfailingly accurate. Since Laduzi has foretold impending chaos and the merging of realms, we must regard this prophecy with cautious belief. Summon Yueguan and Gue Mei to the palace at once. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yueguan and Gue Mei appeared instantaneously within the Pope's chamber, bowing respectfully. "Yueguan and Gue Mei pay their respects to Your Holiness." Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "According to the judgment of the fable of Douluo, chaos will soon engulf the world, and countless planes will converge." Upon hearing this momentous news, Yueguan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, their faces awash with astonishment. Xiang Wentian commanded, "Yueguan, you are responsible for gathering all the common folk within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall and escorting them to a place of safety. Ensure that ample provisions are prepared and that formidable guardians are assigned for their protection." "Understood," Yueguan responded and vanished in an instant. The common people are the very foundation of the Spirit Hall. Without them, the Spirit Hall would be akin to a towering edifice devoid of a solid base, destined to collapse at once. Thus, Xiang Wentian prioritizes the welfare of the populace above all else. Xiang Wentian subsequently commanded, Ghostly Teacher, please inform all the powerful beings of the Spirit Hall who are on external missions to return swiftly. Additionally, notify the members of the Spirit Hall to prepare for defense. Yes, Ghostly complied and vanished without a trace. Chapter 147. The Fusion of Realms. Half a month later, under the effective promotion of the Spirit Hall, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent were made aware of the impending changes in the world. In the Pope's Hall, Xiang Wentian sat gracefully upon the Pope's throne, eyes closed in quiet contemplation as he practiced his cultivation. On either side of him stood the Douluos, Zhu, and Gui. Before them, a petite round table was adorned with an array of sweet and delectable fruits. Beneath the table lay a thick, soft canvas upon which Ruming sat, indulging in the delicious offerings. She radiated a sense of ease, showing no regard for the imposing grandeur of the Pope's hall. In her heart, Xiang Wentian was the Pope, and henceforth, she would be the Pope's consort. There was no need for formality. She would eat and drink as she pleased, treating nothing with undue seriousness. Sitting on the canvas and enjoying her fruit, Ruming was the epitome of joy. Inscription: just be at ease. As Xiang Wentian remained in silent meditation, the heavens suddenly stirred with tumultuous winds, dark clouds swirling ominously, heralding the approach of a tempest. Xiang Wentian suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light bursting forth as his consciousness pierced through the apex of the Pope's hall. He beheld the ominous, dense clouds racing from south to north, shrouding the earth in an instant, transforming the once radiant sunlight into an enveloping darkness. Yuguan whispered to the specter, "Old ghost, observe the clouds outside the hall. It appears a tempest is imminent." The specter gazed outward, extending his consciousness, and gravely remarked, "Rain? I have never witnessed such formidable clouds or such darkened skies. Should rain descend, it would surely be a cataclysmic storm. I sense an unusual energy. This weather is truly rare, a phenomenon seldom seen in a century." Curiosity piqued, Lu Ming leaped outside for a glimpse and returned to Xiang Wentian, exclaiming, "Brother, the clouds outside are so dense. It seems as though the heavens are about to collapse." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Go back to your room, Dream." Dream pouted, reluctantly replying, "I don't want to go back. I wish to play here a little longer." "Be obedient," Xiang Wentian commanded with authority. "Oh," Dream murmured with her head lowered. After a moment, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the dark clouds. The tumultuous clouds seemed to split the daylight, producing a cacophony of booming sounds. At that moment, the clouds grew increasingly tumultuous and dense, shrouding the earth in darkness. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as if it were experiencing a tremendous earthquake, fissures opening up as countless mountains gradually rose. Was this not a manifestation of tectonic plate movements and their resultant transformations? The scene on the ground resembled tectonic activity, albeit in a more violent manner. Xiang Wentian observed as the earth split, revealing gaping cracks, while the newly risen mountains slowly settled. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Xiang Wentian's face as he murmured to himself, "Could this be a sign of dimensional convergence?" Nearby, some newly erected temporary camps near Wuhuan City could not withstand the violent tremors and collapsed, producing a resounding crash. Yueguan and Gui Mei followed Xiang Wentian out of the hall. Yueguan, astonished, pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "There are cities in the heavens." Upon hearing the astonished exclamations from the moonlight, Xiang Wentian and Gui Mei simultaneously lifted their gazes. Before them, an array of mountains, rivers, cities, and verdant landscapes of varying sizes flickered through the void. The phrase dimensional fusion resonated in the minds of the three. Gui Mei, in a state of astonishment, exclaimed, "Is this what dimensional fusion entails? It is truly breathtaking." Xiang Wentian was equally astonished, exclaiming that the fable of Douluo was indeed correct. Countless dimensions had indeed merged. Yuguan gazed at Xiang Wentian, incredulously remarking that the confluence of these innumerable realms had given rise to an immensely vast new world. Would this not lead to chaos and strife across the lands? Gui Mei, with a grave expression, remarked that he sensed impending danger. The strongest of the Douluo Continent had yet to emerge, and while the title Douluo among them could still barely hold their ground, it was fortunate that His Holiness the Pope had personally intervened to suppress the turmoil. With so many dimensions now manifesting upon the grand thoroughfare, it was certain that realms more powerful than Douluo Continent would emerge. When the great battle arrives, how shall we contend with it? With a subtle smile, Xiang Wentian revealed no trace of fear and remarked, "A new world shall give birth to new rules. At that time, all powers will be reshuffled. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive. Encountering mightier foes will only fuel one's own motivation. Why should we harbor any fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dams. To grow stronger in the face of adversity is the spirit that our spirit hall ought to embody. Teacher, you are being overly concerned. Gui Mei gently closed her eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Your Holiness." At the Tiando Royal Academy, Dugu Qiubai gazed at the distant mountains and cities that were emerging, filled with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Is this the fusion of planes? Would that not mean countless powerful beings from other realms will descend? In that case, I shall hone my invincible sword intent and elevate my strength at a faster pace. Xiang Wentian, await my challenge. One day, I shall defeat you. At the Fire Academy, the fire cloud evil god stood atop a rooftop, astonished by the ever-expanding world before him. He understood clearly that this was a plane fusion. Before him, dozens of miles away, a fiery domain descended, radiating intensely high temperatures. Even at a considerable distance, he could feel waves of heat assaulting him. And the surge of fire elements caused his soul power to grow exponentially. Above the Divine Wind Academy, a magnificent palace, resplendent with rainbow hues, suddenly appeared, resembling a realm of immortals. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun intended to investigate, but were unexpectedly rebounded by a transparent barrier. The entire world was rapidly expanding. Continents shifted, cities and grasslands emerged, and perilous terrains appeared one after another. The heavens had transformed, the earth had changed, yet the only constant remained the insatiable human heart. Chapter 148. The Great Xia dynasty this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the face of plane fusion and continental expansion, the ever-changing situation would render it impossible for anyone to find rest. On the following morning, the tectonic movements finally ceased. The fusion of planes was complete. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the long-awaited sun rose slowly. The order of countless realms began to merge, forming an entirely new celestial rule. The soul power and cultivation of every individual were no longer suppressed, and the speed of cultivation accelerated significantly. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost palpable, and with a deep breath, one could feel their soul power gradually increasing. Despite the world undergoing tremendous changes, the benefits it conferred upon humanity were indeed immense. In the Pope's hall, Xiang Wentian, as the Pope, sat as usual upon the extraordinarily luxurious throne. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and Ma Hongjun, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, exclaimed in panic, "Brother Tian, something terrible has happened." Xiang Wentian gently opened his half-closed eyes and inquired softly, "What troubles you? Please, speak slowly." Ma Hongjun took a deep breath and replied, 50 miles south of Seoul City, there exists an enormous city, far grander than the heavenly Emperor City. The inhabitants there possess no soul rings and are not of our continent. They must be foreign cultivators who arrived after the merging of realms. Oh, is that so? Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow and said, "Let us go and investigate." As Xiang Wentian made his way toward the palace entrance, he gazed into the distance and beheld an immense city that soared into the clouds. The city was shrouded in mist, with violet clouds rising and auspicious clouds soaring together, while celestial cranes danced gracefully, a truly ethereal realm. Xiang Wentian spoke gravely, "The cultivators within this city are undoubtedly profound and unfathomable. By the decree of the Pope, no one shall step foot into the city without my explicit command, lest innocent lives be caught in the crossfire." Upon receiving the order, Ma Hongjun hastened to convey the Pope's decree. Following the convergence of realms, it was Xiang Wentian's inaugural inspection of the Spirit Hall. As he traversed the halls, soul masters congregated in small groups, engaging in fervent discussions about the colossal city that had emerged in the south. "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." Each soul master who encountered Xiang Wentian bowed reverently. In their eyes, he was not merely the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also its guardian deity, a paragon of strength. In this world, where power reigns supreme, it is the mighty who are eternally revered. At that moment, Yueguan and Guimei appeared before Xiang Wentian, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." Smiling at Xiang Wentian, he said, "There is no need for excessive formalities, esteemed elders." Yuguan respectfully remarked, "We have just completed our inspection around the Spirit Hall. Within the vast city ahead, there emanate several extraordinarily formidable presences. We dare not venture inside, as we remain uncertain whether this suddenly materialized city poses any threat to us." Xiang Wentian pondered softly, acknowledging the undeniable presence of threats, albeit not at this moment. The realms had only just merged, and ambitious individuals with significant power were bound to stir restlessly. The current tranquility was merely a precursor to the impending turmoil. At present, the lines between friend and foe were blurred, and the true identities of our adversaries and allies remained shrouded in mystery. Our priority should be to fortify our defenses and avoid creating enemies. Understood, Yu Guan replied, bowing in deference. Gui Mei followed suit, and both vanished as swiftly as they had arrived. At that moment, a sense of urgency gripped Xiang Wentian. He felt time slipping away, following the realm's amalgamation. Unknown dangers were certain to descend upon them. It was merely a matter of when. Whether he could safeguard the spirit hall depended on his own strength. Overthinking would yield no fruit. He resolved to focus on his training, striving to attain the rank of Douluo as soon as possible, thus increasing his capacity to protect his loved ones. Days later, within the papal palace, Xiang Wentian sat upon the pope's throne, diligently cultivating. Following the realm's fusion, his training speed had noticeably accelerated, improving several-fold. This was advantageous for him, yet it also benefited others. Xiang Wentian did not believe that possessing a system guaranteed invincibility. Ultimately, one's own strength was paramount. Suddenly, a faint ripple of soul power reached him, prompting Xiang Wentian to open his eyes and behold Zhu and Gui, both Douluo, standing before him. They bowed, intoning, "We pay our respects to your holiness." "Masters, uncles, please rise," he urged. "What brings you here unexpectedly?" In public, Xiang Wentian would refer to them as elders, but in the presence of just the three of them, customary etiquette compelled him to address them as masters and uncles. Yu Guan's expression grew grave. "An envoy from the southern city has arrived, demanding our submission." "Submission?" Xiang Wentian frowned. Could they be an empire or a dynasty? Yu Guan's countenance darkened, tinged with indignation. "They claim to represent the great Xia dynasty, demanding that our spirit hall submits and pays tribute annually, or else." With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian furiously declared, "I initially sought merely to coexist peacefully with you all as neighbors. As the ancients wisely stated, one cannot tolerate another's slumber beside their own resting place. And indeed, the saying that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers holds true. Just as the realms have barely merged, trouble already arises. Do they believe that the architecture of my spirit hall pales in comparison to theirs?" Yu Guan and Gui Mei, witnessing Xiang Wentian's thunderous wrath, hastily urged, "Your Holiness, please temper your anger." Xiang Wentian let out a furious snort and inquired, "What of their envoy?" "They have departed." Yu Guan replied cautiously. Xiang Wentian proclaimed vehemently, "I shall personally journey to the southern giant city." "Absolutely not." Both individuals exclaimed in unison. Yu Guan expressed his concern. "The Daxia Empire is fraught with peril. Your Holiness, I cannot bear the thought of you going alone. This is an order," Xiang Wentian asserted firmly. Yet, the two attempted to persist in their objections, only to be silenced by a decisive gesture from Xiang Wentian. Chapter 149, Yutin City, Shaoyan. Xiang Wentian exhaled deeply, calming himself as he spoke. Judging from the architecture, the imposing aura, and the number of individuals present, it is evident that their strength and influence far surpass that of the Spirit Hall. What difference does it make whether I confront them alone or with our trio? As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I am prepared to sacrifice myself at any moment. The Spirit Hall may perish, but the countless innocent lives within our domain must be preserved. As long as our foundation remains, our spirit will not be extinguished. With that, Xiang Wentian soared into the air, instantly arriving above the vast city of the Daxia dynasty. Xiang Wentian stood majestically above the clouds, gazing down upon the monumental city that soared into the heavens. With a resounding voice, he proclaimed, "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How dare you demand my submission? Such audacity is truly remarkable. Do you not fear the consequences of your overreaching ambition?" No sooner had Xiang finished his declaration than 5 figures from the colossal city surged towards him at remarkable speed, simultaneously exclaiming, "The skies above the imperial capital of the Daxia dynasty prohibit aerial flight. Those who defy this law shall face death." Before Xiang Wentian could utter another word, they launched their assault, leaving him no opportunity for rebuttal. The 5 assailants, adorned with golden helmets and cloaked in shimmering golden armor, wielded gleaming golden holy swords. With swift, fluid motions, they unleashed a barrage of strikes against Xiang Wentian, their swords creating crescent-shaped arcs of golden light that sliced through the air. In response, He invoked the ninth stance of the Buddha's palm technique, 10,000 Buddhas facing the shrine. A colossal golden handprint radiating with divine light descended from above, shattering several of the incoming sword beams and continuing its path toward the 5 attackers. With a thunderous crash, they were propelled backward, unable to initiate a second wave of assault as the golden handprint struck with overwhelming force. Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow, realizing that even with his current prowess, executing the 10,000 Buddhas worshipping the ancestors would be a formidable task, one that an ordinary titled Douluo would struggle to withstand. Yet, the 5 adversaries had merely been sent flying without sustaining significant harm, revealing the profound depth of the great Xia dynasty's foundation. Merely dispatching 5 individuals of titled Douluo caliber was an effortless feat simultaneously. The opposing party was equally astonished. A single strike from this individual had repelled their combined efforts, underscoring his formidable strength that could not be underestimated. Just as Xiang Wentian was preparing to launch a second wave of assault, a group of over 10 individuals appeared in the distance. Among them, one caught his attention, a figure clad in black, wielding an enormous black that seemed utterly disproportionate to his stature, evoking a sense of absurdity at first glance. This individual hurled several severed heads and proclaimed, "How dare the great Xia dynasty threaten the people of Wutan City to mine for you? I, Xiaoyan, cannot forgive such insolence. Here are the heads of your envoys. Take them." No sooner had Xiaoyan finished speaking than another figure soared through the air. Before Xiang Wentian could discern the newcomer's features, a lascivious voice echoed from afar. "Ha! I, Lin Fan, the Lord of Invincible Peak, have arrived. How dare the great Xia dynasty attempt to conscript my Yanhua sect without my consent? Listen well, men shall be slaughtered, and women shall be set ablaze in fireworks." Ha ha. Following this declaration, yet another figure shot forward at an incredible speed, even more ferocious, launching an attack without uttering a word. A glimmer of cold light radiated with lethal intent. What harm could there be in slaying all under heaven? With unwavering ambition, he declared, "To gather the winds and clouds is to reign supreme." Xiang Wentian shook his head, pondering the folly of the heavens. To bring about one's doom, one must first drive them to madness. The appetite of the great Xia dynasty was indeed insatiable, attempting to assimilate such a multitude of formidable forces. This time, however, it would surely lead to their own undoing. As he observed the powerful figures continuously emerging from the distance, joining the fray, a sense of urgency welled within him. "These are my cultivation and cannot be squandered by you lot." With that, he declared, "Kill." Xiang Wentian unleashed his full power. Surrounded by 1,000,000-year golden soul rings and 100,000-year golden soul ring, radiating an intense brilliance in an instant. The first soul skill of the second soul ring, Angelic Glory. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, Demonic Fury. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Angelic Stupa. The first soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Body of the Martial Soul. The second soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Body of the Demon. With such an array of soul rings augmenting his abilities, Xiang Wentian's demonic angelic true form transformed from a crimson hue to a dark golden shade, enveloped in an aura of demonic energy. Resembling a creature of hell and an angel descended from heaven, wielding immense destructive power. The 5 individuals who had just been sent flying by Xiang Wentian charged towards him once more, only to face a gigantic fist engulfed in demonic energy, descending upon them like a mountain. Boom. Before they could even launch their attack, they were obliterated by Xiang Wentian's demonic angelic fist, leaving no trace of their existence. In such a state, the true extent of Xiang Wentian's strength remained a mystery, even to himself, for he had never ventured to explore it. Xiang Wentian, having vanquished the 5 adversaries, charged directly towards the battlefield below, in his true form as a demonic angel, wherever his malevolent aura swept through. The deceased transformed into desiccated corpses, contributing to his own cultivation. Ding. The host employed the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host employed the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host employed the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Surrounding him, countless corpses had all metamorphosed into a manifestation of Xiang Wentian's own prowess. Xiang Wentian gazed at his rapidly ascending cultivation with immense exhilaration and bellowed, "Kill, kill, kill. Your lives are all mine, entirely mine." Boom. With each strike, Xiang Wentian can obliterate dozens of cultivators. Such formidable practitioners are not approached by him. Whether he can defeat them remains a separate matter. The crux of the issue lies in the waste of time. Let the strong contend with the powerful. Rushing swiftly towards the place where the populace of the Celestial Empire congregates, a single punch obliterates dozens of individuals into a mist of crimson. The surrounding demonic energy sweeps through, causing the blood mist to vanish in an instant. Ding. The host employs the ability of devouring, acquiring 20,000 soul power points. Ding. The host employs the ability of devouring, acquiring 20,000 soul power points. Ding. The host employs the ability of devouring, acquiring 20,000 soul power points. Boom. 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 Xiang Wentian unleashed a flurry of punches, striking down with the swiftness of a mountain, reducing countless cultivators to mere flesh and blood. As the demonic energy enveloped the scene, the remnants of their bodies swiftly transformed into dry husks. Despite Xiang Wentian's fervent onslaught, he found himself beset by relatively few adversaries. Upon surveying his surroundings, he realized that, in comparison to the formidable warriors who had arrived subsequently, his tally of slain foes was, astonishingly, the lowest of all. Xiang Wentian gazed at the man who claimed to be the invincible leader of the peak, Lin Fan, and was struck by the sight of him. Akin to a ferocious beast. It was unfathomable what kind of cultivation technique he employed, for his physique had swelled to a staggering height of over 10 meters. With muscles rippling like coiled serpents. What astonished Xiang Wentian the most was the revelation that this individual could not be vanquished, even when reduced to a mere pulp. He would resurrect in full vigor within a mere 10 seconds. What sort of aberration was this? Even the most elite of VIPs could not possess such abilities. It was as if he were endowed with supernatural powers. Xiang Wentian once again beheld the youth clad in black, wielding a colossal ruler in a chaotic dance. Surrounded by countless fire dragons, exuding an extraordinary ferocity. Particularly striking was his ability to hurl crimson lotus flowers, which detonated with the ferocity of bombs, creating vast devastation. The furious energy of fire contained within reduced the surroundings to ashes, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Behind him, Xiang Wentian found himself deprived of any opportunity to unleash his devouring skills. Chapter 150. Lin Fan's immortal form. Xiang Wentian's favorite remains that sword-wielding youth. Although he does not know the young man's name, the rhythmic sword techniques resonate with him melodiously. A glimmer of cold light. A dazzling radiance. What harm is there in slaying all under heaven? Deeply buried yet unyielding, he gathers the winds and clouds to become sovereign. Compared to others, the corpses he leaves behind are the most intact. At most, they may be severed in two, unlike Lin Fan, whose wake is littered with severed limbs, or Xiao Yan, who leaves naught but ashes. This is the principal reason Xiang Wentian follows him stealthily to claim the fallen. An unblemished corpse is far easier to devour, yielding a greater harvest of soul power. After a brief period of combat, Xiang Wentian ceased his efforts, allowing others to engage in battle while he focused solely on devouring. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 soul power points. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 soul power points. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 soul power points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is now 86. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is now 87. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is now 88. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is now 89. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is now 90. Upon reaching level 90, the host unlocks the mall system. A new points column has been added to the interface, indicating that the host will earn points for defeating cultivators of varying levels. Upon hearing the announcement from the system, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback. But soon his excitement surged as he exclaimed, "The marketplace, the points, what am I waiting for? Attack!" In that instant, Xiang Wentian became even more fervent, plunging directly into the fray. With the full force of his might unleashed, his combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights. The enemies on the battlefield were dwindling, and Xiang Wentian transformed into a towering demon angel, roaring at the opposing forces. The enemies of the great Xia dynasty were pushed back to the front of the imperial palace, desperately holding their ground. At that moment, Emperor Ji Haodian of the great Xia dynasty was locked in a fierce battle with Xiao Yan, and he bellowed, at this critical juncture for the survival of the great Xia dynasty, Why does the ancestor remain in seclusion? With a fist as formidable as a mountain, Xiang Wentian struck the imperial palace of the great Xia dynasty, shattering it to pieces. Countless princes and princesses within the palace perished on the spot. In the midst of a fierce battle with Xiaoyan, Jihaodin's eyes widened in anguish as he bellowed, "My beloved, my child." Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Xiaoyan unleashed a tremendous blow that sent Jihaodian hurtling away. While Jihaodian soared through the air, he was met with another punch from Lin Fan that propelled him further into the sky. Xiang Wentian beheld the gravely injured Jihaodian, his heart racing with excitement as he exclaimed, "Now that you are on the brink of death, I shall seize this opportunity to claim your life." Boom. With a single punch, Xiang Wentian struck Jihaodian into the ground, simultaneously triggering the system's notification once more. Ding. The host has slain a formidable cultivator, earning 1,000 points. With a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Xiang Wentian unleashed a powerful punch towards the feeble adversaries before the royal palace, who were struggling to hold their ground. A resounding boom echoed as the host eliminated one cultivator, earning 50 points. The host eliminated another cultivator, garnering an additional 50 points. Again, the host vanquished yet another cultivator, acquiring another 50 points. Lin Fan, witnessing Xiang Wentian's defeat of Jihaodian, exclaimed with exuberance, "You colossal angelic monster. How dare you steal my kill? I shall settle the score with you once this battle concludes." Half an hour later, after the group dispatched the last of their foes, a formidable aura of malevolence enveloped the ground. A thunderous crash reverberated as the earth split apart, revealing an elder with flowing white hair and a long beard. His face etched with wrinkles. Clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe and wielding a golden holy sword, he ascended from the depths, hovering in the air. Exuding a chilling aura as he bellowed, "You insignificant wretches dare to disrupt my ascension, shattering my great Xia dynasty? None shall leave this place alive today. Not even the forces that stand behind you will be spared." Lin Fan soared into the sky, locking eyes with the elder, and disdainfully retorted, "What do you mean by not a single one will escape? With that stick you wield, do you think you can contain all of us? Just look at your wrinkled face." The elder raised his sword, seething with rage. "Ignorant child, this is the supreme imperial weapon, the Taiwang sword." "Taiwang sword? I would prefer the Sanhuang sword," Lin Fan scoffed. The elder's eyes widened in fury, and with a cold snort, he swung the sword towards Lin Fan. A brilliant flash of sword light cleaved through the air, slicing Lin Fan in two. "Ignorant child, your death is inconsequential," the elder spat venomously. As Lin Fan's bisected body fell to the ground, the elder coldly scoffed and turned his gaze upon the others, malevolently declaring, "None shall leave here alive today." Just as the elder prepared to launch an assault on the crowd, a cheeky voice rang out from behind. "Hey, old man, don't go yet. Let me exchange a few moves with you." The elder whirled around in disbelief, staring at Lin Fan, who had miraculously revived, and exclaimed, "Weren't you dead?" "How can you be?" Lin Fan interrupted. "I was dead, but now I am alive again." The elder's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Oh, very well. A commendable secret technique. That must have been your clone earlier. I shall reduce you to a mere pulp and see how you can revive this time." With that, the elder charged towards Lin Fan with alarming speed. From a distance, Xiang Wentian rallied the others, urging, "Everyone, unite and annihilate this man." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's command, the group surged forward to confront the elder. The elder, witnessing the oncoming tide of attackers, laughed maniacally. "Ha! Whether it is one or a multitude, you shall all meet your end, sparing me the effort of pursuing you." Xiang Wentian commanded the true form of the demonic angel, delivering a formidable punch towards the elder. The elder, however, did not evade the attack and instead thrust his sword towards the colossal fist. The impact was resounding. A faint sting emanated from Xiang Wentian's colossal fist, prompting him to regard the silver-haired elder with trepidation. Although his strength was formidable, his speed was regrettably lacking. The elder cackled maniacally. Chapter 151. Chu Yang's 9 Calamity Sword Technique. Is my speed truly lacking? Then allow you to experience my Chu Yang's 9 Calamity Sword Technique. Xiang Wentian gazed at the sword-wielding youth and murmured, "So, his name is Chu Yang." With a long sword in hand, Chu Yang charged towards the elder with unparalleled speed, simultaneously proclaiming, "A glimmer of cold light, a myriad of brilliance. What harm in slaughtering the world? Deeply buried, yet unwavering in my sharp aspirations. When the winds and clouds gather, I shall be the sovereign. A blade spanning the heavens, autumn for all eternity. This path leads to the underworld." severing the ties of the emotional wanderer, with my brilliance bringing all to rest. Chu Yang unleashed a flurry of sword lights, each one swift and fierce, imbued with formidable sword energy that struck directly at the elder. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the elder's mouth as he declared, "The art of offense." The Imperial Dragon's aura. 9 golden dragons erupted from within the elder, forming a circular shield that blocked countless sword energies from Chu Yang. "Everyone, take cover," Xiaoyan shouted. And with that, he hurled a golden fire lotus, exuding an aura of destruction, towards the elder. "Let you experience the power of 12 kinds of fused together." As Xiang Wentian and Chu Yang beheld the devastating explosion emanating from the golden fire lotus, they instinctively retreated. In stark contrast, Lin Fan remained unfazed, resolutely embracing the elder who sought to evade the destructive flames. Regardless of the elder's frantic attempts to break free, Lin Fan clung on steadfastly. The elder, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Wretched scoundrel, release me at once. Do you wish for us both to perish together?" A thunderous explosion resonated, leaving Lin Fan utterly obliterated. While the elder lost one leg and both arms, his body marred with countless injuries. Not far from the chaos, Chu Yang was hurled 100 meters away, spewing forth blood, his complexion turning ashen. With the true form of the demon angel safeguarding Xiang Wentian, coupled with the formidable celestial overlord body cultivated through his own efforts, he remained largely unscathed. However, the devastating attack unleashed by Xiaoyan left him in a state of disarray, causing him to cough up blood before regaining some clarity. The spectators on the battlefield found themselves covered in soot and dirt from Xiaoyan's indiscriminate assault, cursing vehemently in response. Xiang Wentian shook his head and remarked, "That individual named Xiaoyan, are you truly foolish? Who bestowed upon you such martial techniques that you would injure yourself? The person who transmitted this technique to you certainly harbors malicious intent, seeking your demise." Xiaoyan rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and weakly replied, "This is a combat technique I created myself." Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, the crowd erupted in scorn, labeling him an imbecile. They speculated that if he were to mismanage his skills one day and meet his own end, he would become notorious within the realm of cultivation. Xiang Wentian then turned his gaze towards the elder, initially intending to deliver a fatal blow with a single punch. However, at that moment, a contemptuous voice echoed once more, "Brother, brother, allow me to assist you." Boom. Xiang Wentian witnessed Lin Fan's miraculous revival, as he unleashed a powerful punch that reduced the elder to a mist of blood. Xiang Wentian shook his head and murmured to himself, "The points are gone. But surely I can consume some cultivation. Devour." As Xiang Wentian advanced, a malevolent aura enveloped him, and wherever he passed, the crimson mist dissipated, leaving the coagulated blood to wither away in an instant. Ding. The host activated the devouring ability, acquiring 50,000,000 points of soul power. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, a formidable individual who has generously provided himself with 50 million soul power points." Subsequently, he accessed the system's marketplace, where the array of offerings left him utterly astounded. Soul rings, soul bones, martial techniques, and cultivation methods were all available for purchase. Presently, what Xiang Wentian lacked most was the 9th soul ring, and the marketplace boasted soul rings ranging from 100,000 to 1 million years old. To avoid being overwhelmed by the choices, he promptly commanded the system to select the most suitable soul ring for him. Ding. Due to the host's limited points, which amounted to less than 30,000, the system recommended a 2,000-year soul ring from the lion sea crane whale beast, which, upon absorption, would grant the soul skill, for shattering the 9 heavens. To the heavens, Xiang remarked nonchalantly, "It matters not, for in the future there shall be points in soul rings, which can be harnessed for enhancement. Purchase and absorb." Ding. The host has completed the absorption. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment, "So swift. Truly a masterpiece crafted by the system." He opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian. Rank, Title Douluo Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 91, 110000012000. Soul Rings, Gold, Age, 1, 666. 666 years, Gold, Age, 1, 666, 666 years, Gold, Age, 1, 666, 666 years, Gold, Age, 1, 666. 666 years, Gold, Age, 1, 666. 666 years, Gold, Age, 1 666, 666 years. Red, age. 161, 668 years. Red, age. 116, 888 years. Black, age. 20. 000 years. Soul skills. First soul skill. Space lock, time stasis. Second soul skill. Angelic glory, demon rampage. Third soul skill. Angelic judgment. Demon slash of heaven. Fourth soul skill. Angelic divine light. Death ray. Fifth soul skill. Angelic flame slash. Demon kiss. Sixth soul skill. Angelic stupa. Angelic meteor fall. Seventh soul skill. True martial soul. True demon form. Eighth soul skill. Destruction strike. Annihilation of all. Ninth soul skill. Force breaks the 9 heavens. Divine skill. Tathagata palm points. 623 cultivation method. Heavenly demon extinction scripture. Sovereign body of the firmament ability. Devour. Capable of absorbing the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 152. The shameless Duanda. After Xiang Wentian closed the system panel, he discovered that everyone was gathered before a 12-story pavilion at the rear of the palace, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding, as if a storm were about to break. Curious, Xiang Wentian flew over and discovered that a multitude was fiercely contesting the ownership of the great Xia dynasty's treasury, with pill bottles scattered all around, clearly indicating that the treasures had already been thoroughly pillaged. At that moment, the focus of contention was a sword, which Xiang Wentian recognized as the Supreme Emperor's sword, wielded by the elder before his demise. Presently, this sword was gripped in Lin Fan's hand, who nonchalantly proclaimed, "This sword is mine as long as I hold it. Whoever dares to take it from me will be reduced to mere fireworks. You shameless scoundrel, Lin Fan. You have already seized a staggering 80% of the medicinal pills and now wish to claim the Supreme Emperor's sword for yourself. Is that not excessive?" A youth named Bei Di shouted angrily, "Hand over the Supreme Emperor's sword, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, we shall unite to ensure your inevitable demise," threatened another youth named Di Tian. "Venerable Wuliang, the Supreme Emperor's sword is fated to be with me. Lin Fan, it would be prudent for you to relinquish it," smiled a Taoist named Duanda, his face betraying an avaricious gleam. "Hand over the Supreme Emperor's sword. Lin Fan, if you refuse, today shall be your last." The assembly of youthful prodigies and powerful beings threatened in unison. "If you desire the Supreme Emperor's sword, you must kill me. Should you fail, it is you who shall perish," Lin Fan retorted, undeterred by fear, his expression instead reflecting greed. He mused that they were all mere points to him now. He lacked not in techniques, but in points, and although their appearances varied, they would suffice as fireworks. How audacious! Let us attack him together, and once he is slain, we shall decide the fate of the Supreme Emperor's sword. "Very well," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "No one has ever dared to rob me before. You are the first. Remember, I am Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible peak of the Yanhua sect. If you die, do not blame me for your demise." Arrogant fool. The crowd surged toward Lin Fan. However, he displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. In an instant, Lin Fan vanished from sight, shouting, "Unleash full power." His body swelled rapidly, muscles coiling like mountains, his long hair billowing behind him like a dragon, and his eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. Seeing Lin Fan stow the Supreme Emperor's sword into his spatial ring, Bei Di growled, "Die. Even in death, the spatial ring shall still belong to me. Ice Heaven's 9 styles, first style, absolute 0. Bei Di cried out. Lin Fan had intended to confront Bei Di head-on, but was unprepared for the immediate freezing of his being. Before he could escape the icy grip, the throng descended upon him, reducing him to a cascade of ice shards. Di Tian, witnessing Lin Fan's disintegration into an array of icy fragments, hurriedly searched for his spatial ring. Bei Di, not to be outdone, charged forward, employing the power of eyes to sense the ring's location. To his astonishment, he found no trace of the spatial ring amidst the shards. Just then, a mocking voice pierced his ears. "What are you looking for?" The Emperor of Heaven responded with awareness. "The spatial ring." "Oh, you are searching for the spatial ring. It is in my possession." Suddenly, the Emperor turned around and beheld a face both familiar and vexatious. Startled, he exclaimed, "Lin Fan," before the Emperor could utter another word. Lin Fan, who had been gathering his strength, struck him with a single punch, sending him flying. At that moment, the crowd, who had been searching for the spatial ring, heard the Emperor's shout and looked up, only to find Lin Fan, who had appeared to be shattered into ice shards, standing unscathed before them. One young man, struck by a sudden realization, remarked, "That must have been his clone. If we kill him, I am eager to see how many clones he possesses." This statement jolted the astonished crowd back to reality, reigniting the fierce battle against Lin Fan. In the distance, Xiang Wentian stood upon a palace untouched by the chaos of battle, silently observing the fray. At that moment, Xiaoyan approached slowly from afar and joined Xiang Wentian, inquiring, "You are called Xiang Wentian, are you not?" Xiang Wentian glanced at Xiaoyan without uttering a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Xiaoyan persisted with his inquiry, "Why do you not vie for the Tai Huang sword? It is an extraordinary weapon of unparalleled might." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "It is because I do not wield a sword. Why do you not contend for it? Do you, too, not use a sword?" Xiaoyan drew the enormous ruler from his back and swung it several times, replying, "My weapon is the Xinjiang ruler." At that moment, a Taoist named Duanda arrived simultaneously with Chu Yang beside Xiang Wentian and Xiaoyan. Duanda, shrouded in mystery, said, "Wu Yang Tinzuan, dear friend Wentian, the angel emanating demonic energy from your back is destined to be with me. Please entrust him to me, and I shall take him back to chant scriptures day and night, guiding him towards transcendence." Xiang Wentian cast a sidelong glance at Duanda, irritation evident in his voice as he remarked, "You, a brazen thief, dare to come here? This is my martial soul, the demon angel. How could I possibly relinquish it to you?" Upon realizing that the malevolent angel was indeed Xiang Wentian's martial soul, Duanda's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly stammered, "Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, I misspoke. The Tai Huang sword on the battlefield is the weapon that truly resonates with me. I shall fetch it at once, Infinite Heavenly Sovereign." After Duanda departed, Xiaoyan turned to observe the 3-foot blue blade in Chu Yang's hand and inquired, "My good sir, as a swordsman, why do you not seize the Tai Huang sword for yourself?" Chu Yang gently caressed the 9 tribulation sword he held, a look of fondness gracing his features as he replied, "A sword. In life, having one is sufficient." Chapter 153. The enraged Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan was embroiled in a fierce battle with the others. The situation having reached a stalemate, neither side could completely vanquish the other. Lin Fan was caught in a relentless cycle of dying and resurrecting at the hands of his adversaries. Amidst this turmoil, Xiang Wentian made his move. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "If you continue like this, you will never determine a victor after a lifetime of fighting. Allow me to bring this inconclusive battle to an end." With a flourish, Xiang Wentian summoned the 8 wings of the demon angel, instantly arriving above the battlefield. Simultaneously, the first soul ring of Xiang Wentian radiated with brilliant light. The first soul skill of the first soul ring, Space Lock. The second soul skill of the first soul ring, Time Stasis. The multitude engaged in the fierce competition for the Tai Huang sword found themselves frozen in place, utterly motionless. Although Xiang Wentian had succeeded in immobilizing the throng, the sheer number of participants, many of whom were formidable, imposed a significant drain on the soul power required for the first soul ring. Nevertheless, for Xiang Wentian, time was on his side. He approached Lin Fan, deftly removing his spatial ring and adorning it on his own hand, exclaiming with triumph, "The Tai Huang sword and 80% of the medicinal techniques are now mine. Farewell." With that, Xiang Wentian vanished in an instant, his demon angel wings vibrating as he disappeared from sight. After Xiang Wentian made his escape, the spatial confinement and temporal stasis, 2 formidable soul techniques reliant on soul power, collapsed instantaneously. Once the others regained their mobility, Lin Fan's furious roar echoed, "Xiang Wentian, how dare you seize my spatial ring? I shall reduce you to mere fireworks." With that, Lin Fan pursued the direction in which Xiang Wentian had vanished. The remaining individuals, stricken by a wave of trepidation, reflected on the recent events. Had Xiang Wentian chosen to strike, he could have annihilated them all while they were immobilized. Only the indomitable Lin Fan remained unperturbed by death, prompting the others, burdened with their hard-won spoils, to scatter in haste. At this juncture, Duanda retracted his inscrutable demeanor, muttering to himself, "In the wake of dimensional convergence, an astonishing multitude of prodigies has emerged." With Lin Fan's immortal form and Xiang Wentian's mastery over the forces of time and space, one can only ponder how many more monstrous talents and formidable beings shall arise in the future. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, observing the vanishing figures of the elders, solemnly remarked, "The fusion of dimensions and the evolution of eras herald a fierce rivalry between geniuses and powerhouses. One can only imagine the extent of its brutality. For now, I shall seek out the lair of the Tua, Shi, ancient emperor." Xu Yang, on the other hand, silently gazed into the distance where the others had disappeared. Lost in contemplative silence, Xiang Wentian soared into an unnamed gorge, where he dispelled the restrictions on the spatial ring belonging to Lin Fan. He retrieved an abundance of elixirs, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and the Tai Wang's sword from within the ring. As he poured the elixirs onto the ground, they amassed into a considerable heap, sufficient to fill 100 square meter room. Staring at the sheer volume of elixirs, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback. He inquired of the system, "What should I do with these elixirs? If I consume them, will I burst?" "Host, these elixirs are intended for cultivators. They hold no efficacy for soul masters. It is advisable for the host to utilize the system's recycling feature." "What do you mean?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. "You can actually recycle elixirs?" "Certainly." Xiang Wentian urgently exclaimed. "System, please initiate the retrieval." Beep. Retrieval in progress. As Xiang Wentian observed the steadily diminishing elixirs, they were swiftly reclaimed by the system in an instant. Ding. Reclamation complete. The host's score has increased by 168, 886, 868 points. Wow. Xiang Wentian exclaimed with his mouth agape, "I've struck gold. I've struck gold. System, enhance the lifespan of my soul rings. I wish to purchase soul bones." Ding. The host expended 701, 442 points to elevate the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings to 666, 666 years. Ding. Presently, the most suitable soul bones for the host are the demonic angel battle god skull, 1,000,000 years, the demonic angel battle god backbone, 1,000,000 years. The demonic angel battle god left arm, 1,000,000 years. The demonic angel battle god right leg, 1,000,000 years. And the demonic angel battle god left leg, 1,000,000 years. The complete set of the demonic angel battle god enhances all attributes by 100% in speed and strength. Considering the absence of the right arm bone in the demonic angel set, the system has tailored a comprehensive skill for the host, avatar of the battle god. When the host invokes the avatar of the battle god, their combat power may instantly surge tenfold. Purchase. Xiang Wentian exclaimed excitedly. Ding. The host spent 5 million to acquire the incomplete angel set. Incomplete is of no consequence. It merely lacks a right arm bone, yet this is already sufficiently formidable. After his excitement waned, Xiang Wentian inquired, "System, do you accept martial arts techniques?" Scanning martial arts techniques. Ding. Scanning complete. The system has backups of all martial arts techniques possessed by the host. Therefore, it does not accept them. What is this? Xiang Wentian exclaimed in disbelief. With so many martial arts techniques, you refuse to accept them? Have you considered my feelings? Ding. The system is an emotionless machine and will not take the host's feelings into account. Xiang Wentian halted abruptly and said, "Very well, let us conclude our trading for today. In the future, should I find myself in need of something, I shall seek you out again." He opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Title Douluo Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 91. 11000000120000000000. Soul Rings. Gold. Duration. 666. 666 years. 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 Soul skills. First soul skill. Space lock. Time stasis. Second soul skill. Angelic glory. Demonic fury. Third soul skill. Angelic divine judgment. Demonic heavenly slash. Fourth soul skill. Angelic divine light. Death ray. Fifth soul skill. Angelic flame slash. Demonic kiss. Sixth soul skill. Angelic pagoda. Angelic meteor shower. Seventh soul skill. True form of martial soul. True form of demon. Eighth soul skill. Annihilating strike. Obliteration of all. Ninth soul skill. Break the heavens. Primordial tremor soul bones. Skull of the war god of demon angel. Backbone of the war god of demon angel. Left arm of the war god of demon angel. right leg of the war god of demon angel, left leg of the war god of demon angel. Right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking army demon soulbone skills, war god possession, fusion skill of the war god soulbone of demon angel, ignoring defense. Breaking army strike, attached skill of the right arm bone of breaking army demon, divine skill, Buddha's palm points, 15, 986. 049 cultivation method, true canon of world destruction of the demon. Sovereign body of the azure sky ability, devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 154. The indestructible Lin Fan. As Xiang Wentian had just closed the system panel, a colossal fist suddenly hurtled towards his face with tremendous force. Xiang Wentian was sent flying for hundreds of meters by the force of the impact. Fortunately, he was protected by the celestial body. Or else any other title Douluo would have been instantly annihilated. Before them stood Lin Fan, a towering figure, muscles coiling like serpents, exuding immense strength. With a fierce expression, he demanded, "Xiang Wentian, return my spatial ring." Xiang Wentian was incensed by Lin Fan's sudden punch. In an instant, his martial soul manifested, and several golden soul rings around him radiated brilliance. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Angelic Pagoda. The first soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Martial Soul. The second soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Demon Form. Xiang Wentian's Martial Soul. The demon angel soared into the sky, transforming into a towering 100-foot incarnation of the demon angel. He bellowed menacingly at Lin Fan, "You dare to ambush me, you brat? Just wait and see if I don't beat the very life out of you today." In the face of Xiang Wentian's formidable demon angel form, Lin Fan appeared as vulnerable as an infant. Consumed by fury, he retorted, "Do you think your size grants you superiority? Hand over the spatial ring, or I shall demonstrate today just how easily I can crush you." Xiang Wentian glared fiercely at Lin Fan, his anger boiling over as he let out a thunderous roar and charged at him. The two clashed violently, their fists meeting with a resounding impact, devoid of any finesse. Purely a contest of raw strength. The ferocity of their battle conjured a tempest, unleashing a torrent of energy that transformed the surrounding landscape into desolation. The nameless gorge was reduced to wasteland under the force of their confrontation, and within 100 miles, all flora and fauna, from the smallest insects to the mightiest creatures, succumbed to the deafening shockwaves. Beasts and mythical creatures alike fled in terror from the devastation that erupted beyond the horizon. After exchanging hundreds of blows, neither could gain the upper hand, locked in a stalemate. "Bravo, Xiang Wentian. You are the first to withstand such a barrage of punches under heaven," Lin Fan exclaimed, astonished by his opponent's formidable stature. "I never anticipated you would possess such might. What a thrill. I have never felt such exhilaration before. Let us continue this clash." His fighting spirit surged, blood boiling with fervor. In his mind, he envisioned himself imbued with countless enhancements, believing that no one could withstand his powerful strikes. Yet today, he encountered an adversary equally potent, igniting a fierce desire to triumph over Xiang Wentian. He saw himself as the very embodiment of strength, the progenitor of all enhancements. At this moment, Lin Fan's battle fervor reached its zenith as he fervently declared, "Xiang Wentian, today you shall witness the true extent of my power. All strength converges within me." Xiang Wentian beheld the myriad laws of power within 1,000 miles, coiling around Lin Fan's exterior like shackles. The crimson patterns of power's order writhed upon Lin Fan's form. Xiang Wentian could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Lin Fan's strength at that moment. "The god of war manifests," Xiang Wentian bellowed. A thick layer of golden armor enveloped the formidable demon angel, and in that instant, Xiang Wentian felt his overall combat prowess surge tenfold. He was imbued with confidence, believing that in such a state, even the heavens could be pierced. With a resounding boom, the two roared in unison as they clashed. Their fists collided, unleashing a tempest of immense force that ravaged everything around them. Lin Fan sensed the terrifying power emanating from Xiang Wentian's fist. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Fan was sent hurtling backwards, disbelief etched on his face as he uttered, "How is this possible? How can someone overcome me in sheer power, disregarding all defenses with a single strike?" With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed the soulbone skill of the ignoring defense of the broken army demon via his right arm. Just as Lin Fan was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, Xiang Wentian swiftly approached and delivered a mighty punch to Lin Fan's chest. The colossal angelic demon fist, imbued with the force of the ignoring defense of the broken army strike, reduced Lin Fan to mere pulp. Aware that even reducing Lin Fan to such a state would not result in his demise, having witnessed Lin Fan return from oblivion, Xiang Wentian sought to prevent any possibility of escape by invoking the 12th style of the Buddha palm. The Buddha Kingdom within the palm. A circular golden aura rapidly expanded, enveloping an area spanning several dozen miles. Stepping into this Buddha Kingdom, Xiang Wentian became both the sky and the earth, summoning the forces of law at will. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan resurrected once more, unleashing his full might as he charged towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, "In my world, what storms can you still conjure?" The celestial cage, bound by countless laws, imprisoned Lin Fan, rendering him utterly immobile. Xiang Wentian unleashed a powerful punch upon Lin Fan's chest, instantly transforming him into a mist of blood. After a mere 10 seconds, Lin Fan resurrected once more. With another resounding impact, Lin Fan was reduced to blood mist again. After enduring this cycle hundreds of times, Xiang Wentian grew increasingly frustrated. Faced with such an indomitable pest, he found himself at a loss, left with no choice but to repeatedly obliterate Lin Fan upon his resurrection. After thousands of revivals, Lin Fan finally pleaded for mercy, saying, "Please, stop. Continuing this will yield no results, merely wasting time. How about this? I no longer desire the elixirs or the Tai Huang sword. Can you at least return my martial arts techniques?" With a sense of resignation, Xiang Wentian could only acquiesce. Although he resided within the realm of the Buddha, where his soul power would never wane and the essence of this world continuously replenished him, the weariness within his body was still palpable. Even if he did not feel fatigue today, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to exhaustion, for Xiang Wentian was but a man, not a deity. Thus, he deposited the martial techniques from the system's space into Lin Fan's spatial ring and casually tossed it to him. With a hint of exasperation, Xiang Wentian remarked, "Today, we have inadvertently become acquainted. Let us consider this matter resolved for now. How about we forge a friendship moving forward?" In response, Lin Fan, indignant, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiang Wentian and retorted, "You wish to befriend me? Have you forgotten how utterly you have defeated me today? I might entertain the notion of friendship, but only after I have thoroughly beaten the arrogance out of you." Withdrawing the Buddhist realm from Xiang Wentian, he liberated the true form of the demon angel and shook his head with a smile, saying, "Very well. I shall await that day when you possess such strength, and I will be ready to receive you." Lin Fan retrieved the spatial ring into his hand, adorned it on his middle finger, snorted in anger, and departed into the distance. As Xiang Wentian gazed at Lin Fan's figure gradually vanishing into the horizon, the resounding vibration of the eight-winged demon angel also dissipated into the ether. Chapter 155, Tang Hao, Tang San, Xiao. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Xiang Wentian observed the assembly of individuals standing in a line before the hall of the Pope, anxiously awaiting his arrival. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in a white robe, his demeanor equally fraught with urgency. He paced back and forth, his ethereal presence accentuated by his flowing white hair, which cascaded onto his shoulders and shimmered subtly. With a youthful countenance and piercing gaze, he epitomized vitality despite his advanced years, embodying an unwavering spirit and relentless aspirations. Having witnessed the mundane affairs of the world, he remained untouched by the tarnish of materialism. A true sage exuding an aura of celestial grace. Though he strode with the majesty of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his elegance was rare in the realm of mortals, marking him as an extraordinary being beyond the ordinary. This venerable figure was none other than Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian's return, Douluo and the others immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "We greet your holiness, the Pope. Rise." Xiang Wentian commanded with an air of authority. As if in a dream, a figure dashed toward him, filled with concern. "Brother, are you unharmed?" A cataclysmic battle erupted in the capital of the Daxia Empire, and the residual force has rendered it impossible for us to approach. We were all deeply worried about you. Xiang Wentian bestowed a reassuring smile upon Ruming, and with an air of authority addressed the assembly. The Daxia dynasty, in its aspiration to dominate the entire continent, has been vanquished by countless formidable warriors. Following the convergence of realms, various factions are cautiously probing one another, with many seeking to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. The fate of those who strive to stand out is invariably doomed. The external adversaries are indeed formidable. Some are so powerful that even deities fall before them with ease. Therefore, I decree, the members of the Wuhuan Temple should minimize their excursions and focus solely on patrolling and defending our domain. Understood. The thunderous chorus of affirmation resounded, perfectly accentuating Xiang Wentian's formidable presence. Xiang Wentian continued, moreover, it is imperative to seize the time for cultivation, striving to enhance oneself at every moment. Presently, the continent is teeming with soul beasts, demon beasts, and wild creatures. The laws of Douluo Continent have seamlessly integrated into this realm. Thus, whether one vanquishes soul beasts, demon beasts, or wild creatures, one can obtain soul rings. When Soul Douluo and Title Douluo seek to acquire soul rings, I must personally accompany them. Understood. Now, disperse and return to your cultivation with urgency. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Wentian dismissed them. Yes. On the following day, the Spirit Hall welcomed 3 familiar guests, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. As Xiang Wentian entered the reception hall, he found 3 individuals engaged in the leisurely act of tea drinking while awaiting his arrival. He inquired, "Did you not depart? What brings you back?" Tang Hao drained his cup of tea in one swift motion and sighed, "Do not mention it. We intended to return to the Haotian sect with Xiao San, to reconnect with our roots. However, a sudden upheaval in the world ensued, with countless cities, mountains, and rivers appearing in intricate disarray. We found ourselves unable to chart a course back and had no choice but to return to the Spirit Hall, seeking your hospitality, Xiao Tian." Uncle Tang, you are far too courteous. It is an honor for me, as a junior, to have you visit the Spirit Hall. The notion of seeking accommodation is unnecessary. I will arrange rooms at once, Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Tang Hao had once saved Xiang Wentian, and being Tang San's father, it was only right for him to extend such respect. At that moment, Xiao Wu, with a hint of concern, murmured, "We cannot even locate the Star Do Great Forest. I wonder how Ming and Ming are faring." Tang San gently grasped Xiao Wu's hand, offering reassurance, "Do not worry. Ming and Ming possess a cultivation of 100,000 years. They will surely be fine." As Xiao Wu gazed into Tang San's gentle eyes, a ripple of emotion stirred within her, causing her worries for Ming and Ming to diminish considerably. Just then, a servant from the Spirit Hall entered. Bowing respectfully to Xiang Wentian, "Your Holiness, the rooms have been prepared and are ready for occupancy at your convenience." "Very well, you may leave." Xiang Wentian acknowledged with a nod. Once the servant had departed, he turned to Tang Hao and the others, stating, "The rooms are ready, 3 in total. Uncle Tang, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, each of you will have your own." Tang Hao nodded, his expression softening significantly. In his heart, he harbored resentment towards the Spirit Hall, not towards Xiang Wentian. Seeing Xiang Wentian ascend to the position of Pope and considering the continent's tremendous upheaval left him bewildered, yet his animosity towards the Spirit Hall had begun to wane. After Xiang Wentian escorted the 3 individuals to their guest rooms, he returned to the Papal Hall and summoned Ru Ming. Upon entering the Papal Hall, Ru Ming took a seat beside Xiang Wentian, her face radiating affection as she inquired, "Brother, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Xiang Wentian smiled gently, saying, "Hurry and devote yourself to your cultivation. Once you reach the title of Douluo, I shall present you with a complete set of Seraphim soul bones." "Seraphim soul bones!" Ru Ming exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this gesture, Ru Ming hurried over and planted a deep kiss on Xiang Wentian's cheek. Her face flushed with crimson as she dashed out of the Pope's hall. The sound of Ru Ming's voice faded from near to far, emanating from outside the hall. "I shall begin my cultivation now. I am determined to attain the rank of Title Douluo in the shortest time possible." Chapter 156, The Heavenly Tao's Ranking. Xiang Wentian gazed at the ethereal figure of Ru Ming as it faded into the distance, his eyes brimming with affection. Although Ru Ming was Xiang Wentian's child bride, the bond they shared could be characterized more by familial warmth than romantic love. At that moment, a voice, both imposing and ethereal, resonated from the heavens. "The Tao of Heaven has been integrated. Special rankings for heaven, earth, and humanity have been established. The human ranking comprises 108 formidable beings of the divine realm. The earth ranking consists of 72 experts of the saint realm, and the heaven ranking features 36 paragons of the supreme realm. The top 3 of each ranking shall receive the blessings of the Tao of Heaven. The epicenter of the continent is situated atop the majestic Mount Huashan, where, on the 15th day of the 8th month, during the full moon, the day of discourse and competition for the rankings occurs. The resounding voice of the Tao of Heaven echoed throughout every corner of the continent, invigorating the mightiest beings who heard it. For every cultivator, the promise of merit is an alluring treasure. and the Tao of Heaven's recent establishment of such accolades is bound to inspire great excitement. Upon hearing this voice, Xiang Wentian immediately entered the system space and inquired, "System, did you hear that sound just now? What is the significance of merit?" The system responded, "The significance of merit is manifold. It can strengthen the physical body, enhance one's realm, and more. However, the most crucial aspect is its ability to eradicate karma. A cultivator's life is often fraught with slaughter, leading to the accumulation of boundless karma and the consequent arrival of numerous tribulations. Merit, therefore, serves to eliminate these tribulations, paving a path for the cultivator to ascend in their realm." Xiang Wentian continued to inquire, "Oh, is that so? Then why does the heavenly Tao bestow rewards solely upon the top 3 of the ranking, rather than offering rewards to the entire list? The strength of the cultivators enhances the might of the heavenly Tao. The top 3 must be individuals of exceptional talent. Thus they are more conducive to the cultivation of the heavenly Tao, rendering them the most beneficial to its advancement." Xiang Wentian realized the truth, and, upon understanding everything, exited the system space. At that moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall and the members of the Shrek team gathered in the Hall of the Pope. The Grand Elder, Qian Douluo, inquired, "Your Holiness, did you hear that voice just now?" Xiang Wentian nodded solemnly and remarked, "I have heard, yet it bears little consequence for us. Only the top 3 in the heaven, earth, and human rankings will receive merit rewards, and those who occupy the top 3 positions must be exceptionally gifted prodigies." Daimubai inquired, "What exactly is merit, and what purpose does it serve?" Xiang Wentian solemnly elucidated to the assembly, as soul masters aspire to grow stronger, they inevitably confront the specter of slaughter. Each act of violence leaves a trace of sin, akin to a virus lurking within each individual, bringing forth various calamities upon the cultivator. However, virtuous deeds possess the capacity to eradicate this sin, simultaneously fortifying the physical body, enhancing one's soul power, augmenting soul rings, and ultimately bolstering overall combat prowess. Ma Hongjun, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Such an abundance of benefits from virtuous deeds. I shall claim the top 3 positions on the list for myself." Zhu Zhuqing cast a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun and coldly retorted, "If the top 3 positions were so easily attainable, would it even be your turn? Wentian and Mubai are the foremost contenders. You can't even surpass Tang San, and yet you seek to be ranked." Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I was merely jesting, just trying to lighten the mood among everyone." Tang San inquired, "Wentian, as the captain of our Shrek team, do you have any plans?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "The Shrek team is diligently training. This August 15th, we will collectively head to Jiuyu Huashan to vie for a place among the top 10 on the ranking." Tang San nodded, taking Xiaowu's hand gently and murmuring, "Let us return to our training." Xiaowu agreed and followed Tang San out of the Pope's hall. Ma Hongjun, with a sycophantic demeanor, remarked, "Brother Tian, for our brotherhood, you must assist me when the rankings are announced." Before Xiang Wentian could respond, Dai Mubai delivered a swift kick to Ma Hongjun's ample backside, retorting, "You are oblivious to the need for diligent training, indulging yourself in food like a glutton. Even if everyone helps you rank, you would still falter. Go back and train." With a face full of grievance, Ma Hongjun looked at Xiang Wentian, who merely shook his head in disapproval. Feeling even more aggrieved, he retreated to resume his training. From that day forward, the Wuhuan Palace was engulfed in a fervor of intense training, and Xiang Wentian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As evening fell, the night sky donned a deep blue hue, and a resplendent moon ascended, pure and luminous, resembling a grand disk for all to admire. The moon hung high, while the stars twinkled in a gentle dance, enveloping everything in tranquility and beauty, inspiring boundless reveries among the people. To the north of the Wuhuan Palace, 200 miles away, lay a sect known as the Mingguang sect. A figure cloaked in black swiftly traversed the walls of the outer Wuhuan city, evading detection as he infiltrated the Wuhuan Palace. With the merging of realms, this faction is the closest to us. I must ascertain the strength of its members to ensure our survival, the man in black pondered. In his estimation, this sect was unimpressive, although the walls were tall. They were not awe-inspiring, merely a second-rate sect. Truly powerful factions were extraordinary, with their structures spaced miles apart, clearly visible. To him, the walls here seemed lowly, lacking even a guardian array, leading him to categorize it as a second-rate sect. As he beheld the magnificent Pope's hall ahead, he muttered, "This structure is reasonably well maintained." Stirring a flicker of awe within me, though just a flicker, the man in black scrutinized the various edifices of the Wuhuan Palace, forming judgments. He intended to push open the great doors of the Pope's hall to examine it more closely. However, before his hand could touch the door, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from within, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. A martial god-level expert? How could such a legendary figure possibly exist? Those who trespass the Wuhuan Palace shall meet their demise. A voice of authority resonated from within the Pope's hall, rendering the man in black momentarily deaf, causing him to spit blood. Clutching his chest in alarm, he exclaimed, "Esteemed senior, I did not intend to intrude. I hail from the Mingguang sect, a neighbor to your esteemed sect, and came seeking better development. I mean no harm. I beseech your forgiveness." A surge of invisible power surged forth before the cloaked figure, instantaneously coalescing into a colossal fist that sent him hurtling through the air, vanishing from sight. The moment the figure entered the realm of the martial soul hall, Xiang Wentian detected his presence. Initially, Xiang chose not to intervene, curious to discern the intentions of this individual. Fortunately, the cloaked figure displayed no trace of murderous intent. Otherwise, he would have surely been reduced to a mere mist of blood today, dozens of miles away from the martial soul hall. A thunderous crash resonated as the cloaked figure plummeted to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He was aghast, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Hidden within a second-rate power is a legendary martial god-level expert. This sect is far too formidable. It must not be provoked. I must return to the Mingguang sect at once to report this to the sect master. Chapter 157. Mingguang sect with a hint of a conspiratorial smile. Xiang Wentian murmured to himself, "To invade my Wuhuan hall at night, it cannot be so easily forgiven, without leaving any survivors. How can one hope to catch the grand fish?" In an instant, Xiang Wentian unfurled his 8 demonic angel wings, vanishing from sight and stealthily trailing the gravely injured figure clad in black. They ventured 200 miles north of the Wuhuan Hall, where a colossal mountain, devoid of peaks, came into view, its summit seemingly severed by a formidable force, smooth and flat. Atop this immense mountain stood an extraordinarily grand sect, its city walls towering approximately 800 meters high and 50 meters thick, adorned with countless carvings of birds and beasts, flowers and fish, and ancient auspicious creatures, all rendered with astonishing lifelikeness. The mountain gate was even more awe-inspiring, entirely forged from diamond, exuding unparalleled opulence. The sect's plaque was crafted from luminous nightstone, ensuring that even at night, the area before the mountain gate remained brilliantly illuminated. The 3 characters of Mingguang sect shone with exceptional brightness, discernible even from a distance of 1,000 meters. In front of the mountain gate stood 6 disciples of the Mingguang sect, arranged in 2 straight lines, their gazes fixed ahead, standing at attention. Surrounding the entire sect was a faint pink light curtain, enveloping the Mingguang sect within. This was the protective formation of the sect. At that moment, the formation's glow was faint, indicating that it had not yet been activated. Only in times of life and death peril would the protective array be set into motion. Upon witnessing the figure clad in black entering the mountain gate, Xiang Wentian smiled subtly and mused to himself, "The bait has been set. It is time for me to strike and obliterate this sect." The black-clad individual hastened toward a grand hall after entering the Mingguang sect. With a resounding crash, the black figure burst through the hall's doors, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the whereabouts of his mask now unknown. Inside the hall, 4 jade pillars supported the ceiling, and at the center sat an elderly man with flowing white hair, a ruddy complexion, and an ethereal demeanor. He slowly opened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Inku, I thought you had gone to gather intelligence. How did you sustain such injuries?" The black-clad man, known as Inku, replied in a state of alarm, "Sect Master, I ventured south to the Lin sect for reconnaissance but was unexpectedly discovered, and I sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, they did not strike with full force. Otherwise, I would not have returned tonight. What level of cultivation did your assailants possess that they could inflict such harm upon you?" The elder inquired. "Sect Master, they were formidable beings at the martial god realm." Inku responded, his fear still evident. "Martial god realm." The elder gasped, but soon regained his composure, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. "Inku, for now, I must ask you to endure this adversity. Retreat to the dungeon to avoid further trouble. I shall go and offer my apologies to them, hoping they won't press too hard on our sect." Meanwhile, Xiang Wentian approached the entrance of the Mingguang sect with an air of calmness. Upon seeing him, the 6 guarding disciples were taken aback, shouting, "This is the forbidden area of the Mingguang sect. Unauthorized entry is not permitted. Do not advance any further, or you will be deemed an enemy intruder." Undeterred by their admonitions, Xiang Wentian continued forward, and 9 golden soul rings gradually manifested around him. The 6 disciples, unfamiliar with the concept of soul rings, initially thought them to be magical artifacts. However, they were soon overwhelmed by an unfathomable pressure, causing them to kneel helplessly on the ground, unable to move or speak. Faced with such a formidable presence, they could only submit, cursing internally. Who on earth has offended such a powerful being? They do not even utter a word as they approach the mountain gate. We were unaware of your esteemed arrival and extend our sincerest apologies for not welcoming you properly. A cordial voice resonated from within the mountain gate. As the gate slowly creaked open, an elderly man with white hair floated forth gracefully, a gentle breeze accompanying him. His demeanor radiating friendliness. Might I inquire from whence you have come and whither you are bound? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given the amiable demeanor displayed, Xiang Wentian, not being a man of malice, found his murderous intent dissipating. He retracted his martial spirit and replied calmly, I hail from the martial soul hall. Today, I discovered a petty thief attempting to infiltrate our domain. I chose not to kill him and instead followed him here. How shall we address this situation? The other party feigned tears. Smiling apologetically, I had intended to send my subordinate to visit our neighbors, but to my surprise, he just returned to inform me that he had entered without notifying your esteemed clan. I was immediately filled with rage and had him cast into the dungeon. I had planned to come to your clan to express my apologies, but I did not anticipate that our honored guest would come in person. I sincerely hope you can forgive my negligence. Xiang Wentian understood that the other party resorted to such desperate measures solely for the sake of self-preservation. In the face of formidable adversaries, sacrificing one individual was far more preferable than the annihilation of an entire sect. Hence, Xiang Wentian waved his hand dismissively and said, It matters not. The other party, expressing both apologies and contrition, managed to dissuade the soft-hearted Xiang Wentian from harboring thoughts of exterminating their clan. Chapter 158. The ginseng fruit and the golden melon of the Inde esteemed guests. Please come in. The old man chuckled. Xiang Wentian followed the elder into the Mingguang sect. Although it was night, the sect was ablaze with light, as hundreds of luminous pearls, akin to footballs, were embedded throughout the corridors, bestowing a touch of opulent elegance upon Mingguang's sect. The elder guided Xiang Wentian to the reception hall, where 2 rows of seats stood against the walls, and at the center, a round dining table was adorned with an array of fruits. Xiang Wentian sat opposite the elderly man. At that moment, a servant approached with a tray, upon which was neatly arranged a wine jug and 2 goblets. A second servant bore a tray that held 2 baby-like, glistening fruits, reminiscent of the legendary ginseng fruit. The third servant carried a tray featuring a large red lobster. Measuring the length of a ruler, its appearance tantalizing, this lobster was unlike any common variety, for it possessed a pair of wings. The fourth servant presented a tray with a 3-eyed bull's head, its reddish-brown hue akin to that of braised meat, causing Xiang Wentian to salivate. The fifth servant's tray held 2 scaled dragon claws, charred to a coal-like black, appearing as though they had been overcooked. The final servant approached with a watermelon, leaving Xiang Wentian somewhat perplexed. How could an ordinary watermelon find its way to such a distinguished gathering? Once the servants had arranged the delectable dishes and fruits upon the round table, the elderly man waved his hand, and the servants retreated one by one. The old man rose, clasped his fists in greeting, and smiled, saying, I am Li Chafeng, the sect master of the Mingguang sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? Honored guest. I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. The Pope himself. My apologies for the oversight. Li Chunfeng chuckled apologetically. Not at all. Xiang Wentian replied, gesturing toward the sumptuous spread before him. What dishes are these? Surely, a mere watermelon is not fitting for such an occasion? The old man laughed. What the Pope may not know is that this is no ordinary watermelon. It is the Maori golden melon, which flourishes in areas of abundant sunlight. It takes 3,000 years to bloom, 6,000 years to bear fruit, and 9,000 years to yield the singular Maori golden melon. Not only is it sweet and delectable, but it also offers great benefits to practitioners of cultivation. Oh, I see. Then, are those baby-like fruits indeed ginseng fruits? Indeed. The Pope possesses a discerning eye. These are the ginseng fruits, also known as herbal elixirs. They bloom once every 3,000 years, bear fruit in another 3,000, and take an additional 3,000 years to ripen. Therefore, one must wait 10,000 years to partake. In such a span, only 30 fruits are produced, and their appearance resembles that of infants, complete with limbs and features. The ginseng fruit tree is a rare root of the earth, and its fruits are treasures of the world. Should one be fortunate enough to catch a whiff of such a fruit, they may live for 360 years. Consume one, and they could live for 47,000 years. Xiang Wentian inquired, does the ginseng truly possess such miraculous effects? The elder chuckled awkwardly and replied, for ordinary individuals. It indeed holds such extraordinary benefits. However, for practitioners like us, it merely serves to enhance our cultivation, solidify our realms, and strengthen our corporeal forms. That is still quite remarkable, Xiang Wentian remarked. What is this double-winged lobster? How can a lobster possess wings? The elder laughed heartily and said, it is not unreasonable for the esteemed Pope to be unaware. This is a unique treasure of our moonlight continent, known as the flame dragon double-winged shrimp. This creature does not dwell in water but resides within magma, drawing upon the energy of fire to elevate its cultivation. After the elder had introduced the exquisite dishes and fine wines on the dining table, the two began to indulge in the delightful feast. Xiang Wentian grasped the ginseng fruit, inhaling its fragrant aroma, which swiftly permeated his lungs, leaving him feeling invigorated and as if he were floating in a celestial realm. Bringing the ginseng fruit closer to his lips, he took a bite, and his mouth was instantly filled with a delightful fragrance that lingered, a combination of crispness and sweetness. Smooth and refreshing, utterly delectable. Unable to contain himself, much like Shu Beiji indulging in ginseng fruit, he devoured the remaining portion in an instant, swallowing it whole without so much as a chew. Instantly, he felt a profound, gentle strength coursing through his body. As the celestial demon annihilation scripture rapidly transformed this immense power into his own cultivation. Ding! The host has consumed one ginseng fruit, resulting in a 4-level enhancement. With the current soul power level at 95, Xiang Wentian was overwhelmed with joy, for he had never anticipated that a single ginseng fruit could elevate his rank by 4 levels. Upon reaching the 90 level as a soul master, each subsequent advancement would require years of diligent cultivation, let alone a 4-level increase. One ginseng fruit had effectively replaced over a decade's worth of effort. If he were to consume several more, would he not become invincible across the realm? Moreover, the ginseng fruit not only enhanced Xiang Wentian's cultivation but also fortified his physical body and refined his innate abilities, providing numerous benefits that would greatly aid his future endeavors and training. After finishing the ginseng fruit, Xiang Wentian embraced the golden melon of the morn and smashed it into 2 halves with a single punch, disregarding the gaze of others as he devoured it voraciously. After relishing the fruit, he let out a satisfying belch. Ding! The system notification chimed once more, indicating that the host had consumed the golden melon of the morn, resulting in a 4-level enhancement in cultivation, with the current soul power level reaching 99. Following his indulgence in the fruits, Xiang Wentian continued to feast with unrestrained enthusiasm. Not due to poor table manners, but rather the exquisite taste of the delicacies. The elder, still holding half of the ginseng fruit, had yet to finish. While Xiang Wentian had already cleared the entire spread from the table, Xiang Wentian gently caressed his round belly and inquired, how many ginseng fruits and golden melons of the Inde can you pack for me? 180, please. The old man, upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback. 180, Your Holiness? This is not mere cabbage. Moreover, both ginseng fruits and golden melons of the Inde are treasures of heaven and earth, meant for a single consumption. Their effects are nullified upon a second intake. What do you mean? The effects are nullified upon a second intake? Xiang Wentian initially intended to consume a copious amount of ginseng fruits and golden melons to elevate his realm, only to discover that his plans had been thwarted. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Such precious treasures of nature would undoubtedly possess some form of resistance. The old man presented Xiang Wentian with a spatial ring, visibly pained, and declared, Your Holiness, from this moment forth, my Mingguang sect shall stand resolutely with the martial soul hall, sharing both peril and fortune. Xiang Wentian received the spatial ring, and upon opening it, discovered several ginseng fruits and 2 golden pumpkins, exclaiming with delight, Masterly, from this day forth, the Mingguang sect and the Spirit Hall shall stand as allies, sharing joys and sorrows, life and death together. The elder, beaming with joy, replied, Thank you, Your Holiness. As time was of the essence, he prepared to return to the Spirit Hall. After Xiang Wentian spoke, he vanished into thin air. The elder had intended to offer some polite words of farewell, but seeing Xiang Wentian's instantaneous disappearance, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon returning to the Papal Hall, Xiang Wentian promptly accessed the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Ultimate Douluo Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 99. 900000011000000000000. Soul Rings, Gold, Age, 1, 666. 666 years, Gold, Age, 1, 666, 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 666 years, Gold, Age, 1, 666. 666 years, Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Spatial Lockdown, Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment, Demonic Heaven / Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame / Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill, Annihilating Strike, Extinction of All Things. Ninth Soul Skill, Power Breaking the Heavens. Primal Shockwave Soul Bones, Skull of the Demon Angel War God, Backbone of the Demon Angel War God, Left Arm of the Demon Angel War God, Right Leg of the Demon Angel War God, Left Leg of the Demon Angel War God, Right Arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon Soul Bone Skills, War God Manifestation, Fusion Skill of the Demon Angel War God Soul Bone, Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike, Skill of the Right Arm Bone of the Breaking Army Demon, Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm Points, 15, 986, 049 Cultivation Method, True Scripture of World Destruction. Overlord Body of the Heavens Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 159, The Strength of the Shrek Team. Closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian summoned the Shrek team to the Papal Hall, distributing the 6 ginseng fruits and 2 golden pumpkins among them. Ru Ming took a ginseng fruit and affectionately inquired, "Brother, what is this?" "It resembles a baby." With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian introduced, "This is indeed the ginseng fruit, also known as the herb rejuvenating elixir. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and requires an additional 3,000 years to ripen, thus taking a staggering 10,000 years before one may partake of it. In such an expanse of time, only 30 fruits are produced, resembling children who have not yet reached maturity, complete with limbs and facial features. The ginseng fruit tree is the root of the earth's spirit, and its fruits are treasures of unparalleled rarity. Should one be fortunate enough to catch a whiff of this fruit, they could live for 360 years. Consuming one would grant an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years, greatly enhancing and solidifying one's cultivation and realm. However, considering that there are only 6 ginseng fruits, and they cannot be allotted one to each individual, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were given 2 golden melons instead. Ma Hongjun, cradling a large golden melon, lamented, "It is often said that concentration brings forth essence. Brother Tian, providing us with these 2 melons feels rather dismissive, does it not?" Dai Mubai cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and replied, "There must be a reason behind Wentian's actions. Just enjoy your melon and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Xiang Wentian shook his head and smiled, saying, "This is no ordinary watermelon. This is the Miao Ri golden melon, which flourishes in areas abundant with sunlight. It takes 3,000 years to blossom, 6,000 years to bear fruit, and 9,000 years to yield the singular Miao Ri golden melon. Not only is it delectably sweet, but it also offers significant benefits to cultivators, rivaling the effects of the ginseng fruit." Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement, "Doesn't that mean the Miao Ri golden melon is tailor-made for me? Brother Tian knows I have a hearty appetite and has prepared this melon specifically for me. It will not only fill my stomach but also enhance my cultivation level, truly a double blessing." Upon hearing the mention of a hearty appetite, Dai Mubai, who was also cradling a Miao Ri golden melon, awkwardly interjected, "Ma Hongjun, you only ever think about eating. This is a heavenly treasure bestowed upon us by Wentian to elevate our realms, not mere fruits and vegetables for satiating hunger." Ma Hongjun chuckled and replied, "As long as it fills my belly, It serves the same purpose. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of the others, he sank his teeth into the melon, rind and all. The sight of Ma Hongjun devouring the fruit with the fervor of a starving ghost elicited a mix of head shaking and bemusement from the onlookers. As he voraciously consumed the melon, his words became garbled with delight. Delicious, truly delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite fruit before. Don't just stand there. Hurry and eat. We must not squander Brother Tian's good intentions. Seeing Ma Hongjuan's unsightly manner of eating, Xiao Wu remarked disdainfully, Ma Hongjun, let us go eat over there with Sister Ming Ming. Tang San, holding a ginseng fruit, caught sight of Xiao Wu's disapproving expression and was reminded of the scene where Ma Hongjun had drunk the urine of an old boy, which instantly made him feel nauseous. He quickly followed Xiao Wu to sit beside Ming Ming, turning his back on Ma Hongjun as he began to eat the ginseng fruit. The group had just ingested the heavenly treasure, and while they initially felt nothing, in the next moment, a powerful yet gentle energy surged through their bodies. They immediately settled into a meditative posture, channeling their soul power to absorb this vast and gentle energy. At that moment, Xiang Wentian couldn't help but sigh, reflecting. If only Oscar and Ning Rongrong were here, it would be perfect. I wonder how they are faring at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School right now. At this moment, the ethereal martial soul, the seraph, emerged, voraciously absorbing the immense energy emanating from within. As her soul power surged, the searing fire attribute energy engulfed everything around her. Not only did her soul power experience a significant enhancement, but her realm also solidified with unparalleled firmness. Sitting beside her, Xiao Wu's martial soul, the soft-boned rabbit, similarly manifested, drawing energy from within. The ginseng fruit had an even more pronounced effect on the soft-boned rabbit, enveloping Xiao Wu and her martial soul in a pinkish halo. As if undergoing some form of mutation, her soul power was elevated, her realm fortified, and her martial soul began to grasp unknown insights, undergoing transformations. Adjacent to Xiao Wu, Tang San, with his twin martial souls, the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer, also received an augmentation in soul power. His blue silvergrass seemed on the verge of a second awakening, gradually shifting from blue to a milky white, while the profound purple-black of the Haotian hammer slowly transformed into pure black. Witnessing this, the observer, Xiang Wentian, could only marvel in astonishment. Nearby, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial souls, the evil-eyed white tiger and the nether cat, reached an even higher level of compatibility. As an observer, Xiang Wentian could envision that the fusion technique of their martial souls would become significantly more formidable after this enhancement. In contrast to the others, Ma Hongjuan's appearance was rather comical. His corpulent body was roasted to a charred red by the phoenix flames, resembling a roasted pig leg at a food stall. Should a gourmand be present, they might find it irresistible to take a bite of Ma Hongjuan's plump visage. The inseparable duo, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, exhibited a rather singular enhancement due to their extreme approaches. Shimin Shui Shui, born for the sword, pursued the ultimate sword path throughout his life. Thus, his martial soul did not undergo mutation but instead ascended several ranks in quality, with his soul power and realm rapidly increasing. Yi Gu Cheng's martial soul, the dragon-slaying blade, followed suit. Meanwhile, Jiangzhu, as a healing soul master, exhibited a notable soul power increase, having ascended several levels in a short span. This was significantly related to the quality of his martial soul. Since its quality was not high, it could not contain much soul power, and any excess only contributed to enhancing his realm. After several hours, the immense medicinal energy within everyone was fully absorbed, resulting in each individual elevating several levels. Furthermore, the martial souls of Xiao Wu, Tang San, and others underwent mutations, much to everyone's delight. Currently, the strength of the Shrek team is as follows: Xiang Wentian, martial soul, demon angel, level 99 limit Douluo. Ru Meng, martial soul, seraph, level 73 assault type soul saint. Shimin Shui Shui, martial soul, Etian sword, level 78 assault type soul saint. Yi Gu Cheng, martial soul, dragon slaying blade, level 78 assault type soul saint. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 72 assault type soul saint. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 72 control type soul saint. Xiao Wu, martial soul, jade rabbit, level 71 assault type soul saint. Ma Hongjun, martial soul, phoenix, level 69 assault type soul emperor. Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, nether cat, level 71 sensitive attack battle soul saint. Jiangzhu, with the martial soul, healing staff, level 66 healing system battle soul emperor. Chapter 160, the 10,000-year soul ring. The crowd rose, expressing their gratitude to Wentian with appreciative smiles. With a sense of relief, Xiang Wentian said, "Congratulations to you all for transcending several realms." Tang Xin smiled knowingly and replied, "After the fusion of the planes, the order of this world has undergone significant transformation. Having broken through to the soul sage level, I find that I can continue to advance. Now, I require a soul ring. Perhaps we should venture forth to hunt for one." Lu Ming chimed in, "Indeed, I too have sensed the shift in the order of heaven and earth. Brother, I am in need of a soul ring as well. Where do you propose we seek one?" Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "No, you do not need to venture out to hunt for soul rings. Simply inform me of the soul rings you wish to acquire, and I shall craft them for you on the spot." "Craft soul rings?" The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Daimu Bai asked, puzzled, "Wentian, how will you assist us in creating soul rings?" Naturally, Xiang Wentian would not disclose that he could acquire soul rings in the system's shop by spending points. Instead, he remarked, "My ninth soul ring possesses a unique ability. It can create soul rings infinitely, with the potential to produce red soul rings of up to 100,000 years. 100,000-year soul ring," exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. It is known that before the fusion of realms, 100,000-year soul ring was a coveted treasure sought after by every soul master. Thus, the revelation that Xiang Wentian could create soul rings without limitation left everyone utterly astonished. Jiang Zhu inquired, "Captain, what is your current soul power level?" Xiang Wentian spoke softly, 99th level limit Douluo. The crowd gasped in astonishment, soon becoming overwhelmingly excited. Their captain, Xiang Wentian, possessed such formidable strength and extraordinary soul power, coupled with the ability to forge soul rings. Each revelation struck them like a thunderbolt, sending their spirits soaring. In that moment, Ma Hongjun, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, hasten to craft 100,000-year soul ring for me. I desire one of the fire attribute." Xiang Wentian inquired, "Have you transcended the 70th level of soul power?" Ma Hongjun awkwardly replied, "I am currently at the 69th level, still yet to reach 70. Daimu Bai brusquely shoved Ma Hongjun aside, as if swatting away a fly, exclaiming, "Begone! You haven't even broken through to 70. What are you doing here, creating a commotion? Wentian, craft for me a soul ring of formidable attack attributes. One that spans 100,000 years." "Very well." Xiang Wentian's consciousness delved into the system space. "System, assist me in selecting a soul ring of exceptional attack power. One that is 100,000 years old." Ding. Selection complete. The soul ring of unparalleled attack power is the soul ring of the cash-consuming white tiger. Absorbing this soul ring will grant you the true form of the white tiger. Would the host like to purchase it? Purchase. Ding. The host has expended 100,000 points, acquiring the 100,000-year cash-consuming white tiger soul ring, which has been automatically stored in the system space. As Xiang Wentian feigned the activation of his soul power, a demonic angel emerged, accompanied by 9 golden soul rings that pulsated gently. Under the immense pressure of the million-year soul rings, the members of the Shrek team collectively gasped in astonishment. While they were aware of Xiang Wentian's ability to enhance his soul rings through absorption, none could have anticipated that his soul rings would attain such a terrifying magnitude. Xiang Wentian retrieved the crimson soul ring of the 100,000-year Krypton gold white tiger from the system's spatial realm. Before him, a red soul ring gradually materialized in his grasp, within which a phantom of the Krypton gold white tiger roared incessantly, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Its mere presence conveyed the extraordinary nature of this soul ring, suggesting an immensely formidable offensive power. With a gentle smile, she addressed Wang Tian, saying, "This is a soul ring crafted specifically for you, based on your martial soul. The evil eye white tiger. It is a 100,000-year premium white tiger soul ring." Daimu Bai, filled with excitement, promptly seated himself and began to harness his soul power, gradually drawing in and absorbing the soul ring. Xiang Wentian meticulously crafted the same for Ru Meng, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, each acquiring a 10,000-year spirit ring. A product of the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Although absorbing the spirit ring does not enhance one's spirit power, there are no hindrances to its absorption. For everyone, the spirit rings bestowed by Xiang Wentian present more advantages than disadvantages. After an hour, all 5 had successfully obtained their 7th spirit ring, brimming with excitement. Xiang Wentian addressed solemnly, "Very well, allow me to outline our future plans. In 3 months, it will be the 15th day of the 8th month. and we must make haste to Jiuyu Huashan to participate in the battle for the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. I have decided that we shall depart together tomorrow. Ma Hongjun expressed his hesitance, saying, Brother Tian, is it really necessary to leave so soon? Tang San replied with a smile, the distance to Jiuyu Huashan is exceedingly great. If we do not set out in advance, we shall miss the opportunity to partake in the contest. Xiang Wentian inquired, Hongjun, is there something amiss that prevents you from going? Damubai replied, it's nothing serious. He simply has his sights set on a young lady named Jin Lian in Wuhuan City and is currently courting her. Jin Lian, Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. Is her surname Pan? Indeed, Brother Tian. How did you know her name is Pan Jin Lian? Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. Xiang Wentian remarked, I have merely crossed paths with Pan Jin Lian once. Ma Hongjun, how dare you pursue Pan Jin Lian? In the end, you won't even know how you met your demise. All right. Rest well today. We shall set forth tomorrow, commanded Xiang Wentian. After the members of the Shrek team departed, Xiang Wentian summoned the elders of the Spirit Hall to the papal chamber, completed the handover of duties, and returned to his quarters to await the morrow's journey. Chapter 161. Sun Wukong as dawn gradually unveiled its splendor, another vibrant morning descended upon the world, infused with refreshing vitality. Xiang Wentian led the members of the Shrek team, stealthily embarking on their journey towards the central region of the continent, the 9 domains Huashan, without disturbing a soul. Along the way, Ma Hongjun incessantly extolled the virtues of Pan Jin Lian, portraying her as ethereal, pure, and exceedingly considerate. The others looked upon Ma Hongjun's infatuation with bemusement, shaking their heads in disbelief. Where is 9 domains Huashan? Asked Zhu Ming. We cannot wander aimlessly, can we? Xiang Wentian smiled faintly and replied, the path has long been marked by the 9 domains Huashan. If you focus intently, you will discern its location. Wu, with hands behind her back, playfully asserted, I possess exceptional sensitivity. I have sensed it already. Just follow me. As a transformed soft-boned rabbit with 10,000 years of evolution, Wu indeed possessed heightened perceptual abilities, thus granting the group a reliable compass and alleviating concerns of losing their way due to insufficient awareness. The group did not rush their journey, for they had 3 months until the contest at 9 domains Huashan, affording them ample time to arrive. After traveling approximately 200 miles, they encountered a peculiar quartet. The figure at the forefront bore little resemblance to a human. Rather, it resembled a monkey, characterized by round eyes, floppy ears, and a fur-covered visage. With a gaunt face, a sharp beak-like mouth, and a physique reminiscent of a pine cone-eating monkey, it appeared more simian than human. Adorned with golden hair and radiant eyes, it wore a brocade robe, cinched with a tiger skin belt, wielding a golden staff and donned in deerskin boots. Its furry face and pronounced features were strikingly reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong. Trailing behind Sun Wukong was a pig demon, with a yellow face, short hair, and large ears, clothed in a strangely hued robe. It sported a black round hat emblazoned with a large Buddhist character in yellow thread, swaying as it walked. This hefty figure could only be Zhu Beiji. Following Zhu Beiji was a striking young man on a white horse, exuding charisma with red lips and white teeth. With a broad forehead and a commanding presence, his elegant features and clear gaze were complemented by an aura of refinement. He was a paragon of youthful charm and sophistication, rivaling the esteemed Tang Song himself. Trailing behind was a figure with a bald head and disheveled hair, large eyes, a face as dark as charcoal, whose appearance was not unlike a nightmarish demon, yet somehow surpassed it. Draped in a feathered blue cloak and girded with a twin belt exposing white vines, 9 large prayer beads hung from beneath his chin. He wielded a treasure staff, precariously balancing 2 burdens, a perfect embodiment of the dark sage. With his eyes gleaming like gold, Sun Wukong bellowed upon noticing the dancer ahead, stay alert. Pigsy, Sandy, protect our master. There's a rabbit spirit ahead, and I, Sun Wukong, shall capture her before we continue our journey westward. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. Tang Sing, riding on the white dragon horse, hastily cautioned, Wukong, remember, do not take a life. Suddenly, a colossal monkey wielding a golden staff appeared, swinging it round towards the dancer's head. Sun Wukong's speed was so extraordinary that the onlookers could barely react. The dancer, Zhang Wen, shouted, where did this monkey spirit come from? Daring to obstruct the path of the spirit hall? Seeking death. In an instant, Zhang Wen activated his martial spirit, and 9 golden soul rings materialized, exuding an immense pressure that even made Sun Wukong frown. The first soul ring's first skill, Spatial Lock. The first Soul Ring's second skill, Time Freeze. The sixth Soul Ring's first skill, Create Illusions. The seventh Soul Ring's first skill, True Martial Form. The seventh Soul Ring's second skill, Demonic Transformation. Sun Wukong was immediately suspended in midair, transformed into a 100-foot-tall demon, and hurled a punch towards him. A resounding crash echoed as the colossal fist passed through Sun Wukong, striking the ground and creating a deep pit that astonished the onlookers. Xiang Wen furrowed his brow. For he had failed to strike Sun Wukong. His tried-and-true skills of Spatial Lock and Time Freeze had inexplicably faltered this time. At that moment, Sun Wukong reappeared 100 feet away, his voice sharp as he laughed. Not bad, not bad. Your strength is commendable, but it merely grazed one of my monkey hairs. How does it feel to wield power with nowhere to direct it? As the demon transformed, Xiang Wen did not respond directly to his taunt, but solemnly declared, I am Xiang Wen, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. May I ask why you have attacked us? Pointing at the dancer, Sun Wukong coldly replied, because she is a monster. I am here to deal with the monster. Monster? Xiang Wen was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the four individuals before him, and mockingly remarked, look at yourselves. Aside from the man on the white horse, which of you does not resemble a beast? You accuse others of being monsters while failing to see your own reflection. Do you not feel ashamed? Sun Wukong's fury was palpable as he retorted, how dare you call me a monster? I am Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, who caused chaos in the palace 500 years ago. Never heard of you. Xiang Wen's dismissive response nearly choked Sun Wukong with indignation. Sun Wukong, filled with rage, exhibited a fierce demeanor, his eyes brimming with menace as he ominously declared, Ah, I see that you are in cahoots with this rabbit demon. Prepare to face my wrath. Just as Sun Wukong was about to strike, a voice emerged from the lips of a man riding a white horse. Calling out to Wukong's assistant, Sun Wukong, characterized by his aversion to evil and his commitment to righteousness, held a certain respect for Tang Seng's words, and thus refrained from attacking immediately. Xiang Wen cast a glance at Sun Wukong and remarked to Tang Seng, it seems among you four, there is one who possesses discernment. Chapter 162. The Battle of Shrek against the four disciples. After dismounting, Tang Seng, under the protection of Sun Wukong and his three companions, approached Xiang Wen. Joining his hands in a gesture of reverence, and earnestly proclaimed, Amiba, I am the humble monk Tang Seng. My disciple acted out of weakness just now. I hope you will not take offense. Xiang Wen smiled and inquired, no matter, may I ask from whence the master has come and to where he is bound? Amidst the reverberations of Amiba, replied the monk, I hail from the eastern lands of the Tang dynasty, journeying westward to seek the sutras. Due to the convergence of realms, the Buddha has gone to the 9 domains of Mount Hua to partake in the contest for the rankings. Thus, my 3 disciples and I must first visit the 9 domains of Mount Hua to pay our respects to the Buddha before proceeding to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to acquire the sacred texts. Indeed, the monk displayed unwavering loyalty and sincerity towards the Buddhist teachings. Even with the Buddha's presence at Mount Hua, he remained resolute in his desire to pay homage. Xiang Wen pondered this, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, we too are en route to the 9 domains of Mount Hua. It would be fortuitous to travel together. The monk replied earnestly, Amiba, I fear this may impose upon you, benefactor. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Master, you must not. That girl with the scorpion braid is a monster. The monk admonished, Wukong, do not speak frivolously. How could such an innocent girl be a monster? Should you dare utter such words again, I shall recite the tightening curse upon you. The others, incensed by Sun Wukong's accusations, pointed fingers at him in outrage. You foul, hairy monkey. You are the true monster here. Dare to call me a monster, and I shall break your legs. At that moment, Tang San's murderous intent was palpable. He regarded the girl with utmost protectiveness, realizing that had it not been for Xiang Wen's timely intervention, she could have met her demise. Upon hearing the girl's furious rebuke and witnessing the murderous intent directed at him, Sun Wukong erupted in anger. Monster, prepare to face my wrath. Wukong, stand down. The monk implored, but Sun Wukong, disregarding his master's counsel, charged forth to confront the girl. The members of the Shrek team immediately summoned their martial spirits, uniting to face Sun Wukong in a coordinated assault. The monk, witnessing transformations into tigers and cats among the group, was taken aback, retreating in astonishment. Seeing the monk's alarm, Zhu Beiji instructed Sha Monk to protect him while he brandished his 9-toothed rake, joining the fray. Upon witnessing Zhu Beiji joining the fray, Xiang Wen instantaneously unleashed his true demonic form, commanding, Tang San, exert your utmost to control Sun Wukong. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shall employ their soul fusion technique, ethereal white tiger. Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gu Qing will execute the blade and sword convergence to sweep through the battlefield. Wu and Ru Ming, you two shall confront that pig-headed foe. Jiang Zhu. Be prepared at all times to administer healing. Upon the command of Xiang Wen, he transformed into a towering demon, launching a direct assault on Sun Wukong. Witnessing Xiang Wen's metamorphosis into the formidable figure, Sun Wukong's fury ignited, declaring, let us see if I can grow even larger. In an instant, he manifested his divine form, also expanding to a colossal stature. At that moment, Xiang Wen's demonic fist surged towards Sun Wukong, who braced himself with his golden staff crossed before his chest. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong was propelled thousands of meters away. In the interim, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared Sun Wukong like a tightly bound rice dumpling, effectively immobilizing him. Before he could break free from the grasp of the blue-silver grass, a massive spectral white tiger struck with a paw, sending Sun Wukong tumbling hundreds of meters. Before he could touch the ground, a blinding sword strike descended, cleaving him in two. Just when the onlookers believed Sun Wukong had been vanquished, his severed form astonishingly rejoined, coalescing into a brand new incarnation of Sun Wukong. Pointing at the crowd, he mockingly proclaimed, with your feeble skills, do you think you can slay me? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. I have long since forged an indestructible body. To slay me is no simple task. Xiang Wen felt a weight of concern in his heart and thought, I refuse to believe that an immortal being exists in this world. Channeling his power, he invoked the war god, a golden armor manifesting upon him, amplifying his combat prowess tenfold. With the first soul skill, Power Break 9, a colossal demonic fist, driven by Xiang Wen's full might, descended upon Sun Wukong. The name of the skill aptly described its potency, amplifying Xiang Wen's strength tenfold for a fleeting 3 seconds, an interval sufficient to obliterate any adversary. As Sun Wukong observed the gigantic fist hurtling toward him, he initially intended to evade, but no matter how he maneuvered, the fist homed in on him as if it possessed sentience. Resolute, he decided to confront the blow head-on. His Rui Jingu Bang rapidly expanded to the size of a great pillar, channeling his strength from his feet through his knees and into his waist. He propelled the staff toward the incoming fist. A thunderous crash ensued, the violent collision generating a tangible shockwave that rippled outward, annihilating mountains and rivers in its wake. The very fabric of space began to shatter from their fierce clash, revealing fissures and multiple spatial black holes that voraciously consumed everything nearby. As a result of the impact, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling hundreds of miles away, while Xiang Wen's visage turned pale from the force of the encounter. Once the space rifts and black holes gradually healed and faded away, a profound stillness enveloped the battlefield. Sun Wukong returned to this place, brimming with vitality and unparalleled fighting spirit. Well, he said to Xiang Wen, expressing his admiration, I truly envy your immortal body. Since I cannot kill you, I shall suppress you instead. Upon hearing Xiang Wen's words, Sun Wukong erupted in laughter, declaring, do you think you can subdue me? The only one capable of restraining me in this world is the Buddha Shakyamuni. I am eager to see if the wind can silence your tongue. With that, he unleashed the 12th form of the Tathagata S-Palm, the Buddha kingdom within the palm. A circular golden light swiftly enveloped an area spanning several miles. Sun Wukong gasped in alarm. This is bad. How could you possess the Tathagata S divine powers? Though he intended to flee, it was far too late. Instead of responding to Sun Wukong's words, he maintained an air of calm and replied, within the Buddha's realm at my command, all things are at my disposal. Sun Wukong, unless you can triumph over the Tsang, you shall only face suppression. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of ropes for 10 years. The moment Sun Wukong found himself ensnared within the Buddha's domain, he became rapidly flustered. Wielding his golden staff wildly in an attempt to shatter the barriers of the Buddha's realm and escape, Xiang Wen shook his head and said, it is futile. Do not waste your efforts. Your powers are insufficient to contend with Tsang. With a commanding gesture, he invoked the force of the earth, exclaiming, subdue. Instantly, within the realm of his palm, the earth surged upward while Tsang descended. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong found himself compressed into a confined space. A brilliant golden character for subdue materializing between the ground, utterly suppressing Sun Wukong. As Xiang Wen exercised the power of his domain to restrain Sun Wukong, the others seized the opportunity to assault Zhu Beiji. In no time, Zhu Beiji was ensnared by Tang Sen's blue-silver grass, bound tightly like a zongzi. Observing that both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji had been captured, Sha Sang brandished his demon-slaying staff and charged at the crowd. However, under the relentless assault from Xiang Wen and his companions, Sha Sang could not withstand 3 exchanges before he too was confined by Xiang Wen's spatial barriers and the cessation of time, rendering him immobile. Seeing his 3 disciples, 1 subdued and 2 captured, Tang Sung remained unperturbed. With a solemn expression, he declared, "Amit Ba. Should you desire to consume the flesh of this humble monk, feel free. However, I beseech you to spare my 3 disciples." "Stop, stop, stop," Xiang Wen interjected, waving his hand. "Who desires to feast upon your flesh? This conflict was instigated by your disciple Sun Wukong. Had he not insisted that we are monsters, this battle would never have ensued. Regardless of our nature, we have not inflicted harm upon you. Why must your disciple be so aggressive? Amit Ba, it is indeed the fault of my 4 disciples. I shall apologize to you at once. I implore you to spare my 3 pupils. Spare them, indeed, but you must ensure that he does not seek us out again. Otherwise, should we capture and subdue him, there will be no second chances. Amit Ba, as a monk, I speak no falsehoods. I assure you we shall not trouble you again." Thus, Xiang Wen retracted his Palm-S domain, lifting the spatial barriers in the stasis of time. Tang Sen also withdrew his blue-silver grass. The 3 brothers, now liberated, no longer exhibited their previous haughty demeanor. At this juncture, Xiang Wen chose not to accompany the 4, hastening his pace onward. Chapter 164. The joyful forest. The swift pace of the travelers left Sun Wukong and his companions far behind, their tail lights fading from view in mere moments. The journey proceeded with remarkable tranquility, and although they encountered several groups heading towards the 9 domains Mount Hua, no conflicts arose. However, after advancing 300 miles, a dense thicket of jungle obstructed their path. The forest was a tangle of towering trees and creeping vines, resembling an intricate web or the murky depths of an emerald sea, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating its depths. As the fierce wind swept through, the trees bowed in unison, akin to a tempestuous ocean stirred by a hurricane. In an instant, waves surged and roared, creating a cacophony of sound. The towering trees embraced one another tightly, casting a dim and silent shadow over the forest entrance, which appeared as the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, eagerly awaiting its prey. Upon sighting the jungle, Wu felt a wave of exhilaration, as if returning home, and joyfully led the group into the thick foliage. After traversing 200 meters into the forest, a colossal stone tablet, 10 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and 1 meter thick, came into view. The tablet bore 16 striking characters that read, "Enter the forest, joy accompanies, exit the forest, death follows." Xiang Wen made a gesture to halt, gravely surveying the surroundings, and inquired, "Have any of you noticed something amiss?" Ma Hongjun, pulling a roasted pig leg from his storage soul guide, mumbled while eating, "Brother, there's no need to be alarmed. It's merely a forest. What could possibly be wrong? No one thinks you're mute." De Mobai reprimanded before turning to Xiang Wen and asking, "Do you sense anything unusual? Do you not find it peculiar?" Xiang Wen continued, "In such an expansive forest, aside from the whisper of the wind, not a single bird's chirp can be heard, nor the roar of wild beasts. Moreover, the inscription on the stone tablet reads, 'Enter the forest with joy, leave the forest with death.' Is this not contradictory?" Wu contemplated. The absence of birdsong and the growls of soul beasts indicates only one possibility. This is the habitat of a formidable soul beast. After finishing the pig leg, Ma Hongjun carelessly discarded the bones, dismissing the concern. Who is afraid of it? With our cultivation, even if we encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, we can handle it effortlessly. Unable to bear it any longer, De Mobai, gazing at Ma Hongjun's face resembling a pig's kidney, retorted, "All you do is eat pig legs, pig trotters, and pig head meat. Look at you. You've turned into a pig's kidney. Don't you realize the heart steers a ship for 10,000 years?" Ma Hongjun wiped the drool from his face, clearly disgusted, and replied, "Mobai, can we refrain from spraying saliva while we talk? Look at my face." De Mobai, fueled by anger yet smiling, replied, "Fine, I'll spray saliva, and I might even hit you." "Enough, you two, stop bickering," Tang San interjected sternly before suggesting. "This forest undoubtedly harbors issues. I propose we retreat and take a detour." Xiang Wen nodded and said, "The suggestion to retreat is wise. Let us take a detour." As they attempted to leave, a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, emerged, a sound grotesque and unsettling. In an instant, the group became alert, and Xiang Wen commanded, "Prepare for battle." Awaken your martial spirits. The assembled warriors activated their martial spirits collectively. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and numerous vast, dark pits suddenly appeared, from which enormous red ants, the size of calves, surged forth, encircling the members of the Shrek team tightly. Those with a fear of clusters would undoubtedly faint at the sight. Amidst the swarm of red ants, a path cleared, revealing a colossal creature resembling a humanoid ant that slowly approached the group. This monstrous figure was undoubtedly the Ant Queen, adorned with long, dark hair. She possessed a singular vertical eye upon her forehead, and beneath her striking visage lay a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, emitting a foul stench that rendered her beauty simultaneously alluring and repulsive. The Ant Queen opened her cavernous mouth and spoke slowly. "Welcome, distant guests, to the joyful forest. Please leave your delectable bodies to satiate the hunger of my offspring. Rest assured, my children's teeth are exceedingly sharp. You shall feel no pain, merely a blissful demise." It was at this moment that Xiang Wen comprehended the eerie silence of the forest, with such a horde of ants present. Even the most abundant food would not suffice for their appetite. Chapter 165, Blood-Red Carnivorous Ants and Their Queen. The Shrek team formed a protective circle around the healing soul master, Jiang Zhu, safeguarding her within their ranks. With a cold snort, Xiang Wen remarked, "If you wish to devour us, you must first ascertain whether your teeth are sufficiently strong." The Ant Queen, revealing her formidable fangs, cruelly commanded, "Stubborn fools. Tear them apart for me. Kill." With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wen unleashed the true form of the demon, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. The 8th spirit ring activated the 2nd spirit ability, Annihilation of All Things. A terrifying force of obliteration erupted from within Xiang Wen, swiftly sweeping across the surroundings. Countless crimson ants, akin to young calves, were reduced to ashes the moment they encountered this annihilating power. Ding! The host has slain 100 blood-red carnivorous ants, earning points. The host has slain 200 blood-red carnivorous ants, earning points. The host has slain 300 blood-red carnivorous ants, earning points. The 6th spirit ring activated the 2nd spirit ability, Meteor Shower. A multitude of colossal meteors descended, crashing into the densely packed swarm of ants, obliterating vast numbers of blood-red carnivorous ants. Subsequently, the meteors that fell to the ground erupted in explosive bursts, the shockwaves tearing apart countless blood-red carnivorous ants' bodies. The system's alert chimes rang incessantly as Xiang Wen gazed at the rapidly increasing points on the system panel. His fighting spirit ignited and his desire to kill intensified. The host has slain 200 blood-red carnivorous ants, earning points. The host has slain 400 blood-red carnivorous ants, earning points. The host has slain 600 blood-red carnivorous ants, earning points. Witnessing the massacre of her offspring, the blood-red carnivorous ant queen was filled with fury and let out a piercing shriek as she charged toward Xiang Wen. Xiang Wen let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming that with merely her ant queen stature, she dared to obstruct his pursuit of points. Such audacious overestimation of her own capabilities was laughable. With the spirit of a war god embodied within him, a layer of golden armor enveloped the demon's entire form, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Gripping his demonic fist tightly, Xiang Wen charged towards the blood-red man-eating ant queen. Observing Xiang Wen's advance rather than retreat, the ant queen revealed a chilling smirk, her fearsome maw adorned with sharp fangs. As her forehead's vertical pupils suddenly widened, a beam of crimson light shot forth, aimed directly at the true form of the demon. With unwavering courage, Xiang Wen unleashed a barrage of attacks with his summoned fist against the crimson beam of light. To his astonishment, the crimson beam proved to be tangible rather than an illusion. At the very moment Xiang Wen's fist struck the red beam, it shattered into fragments, ultimately reaching the head of the blood-red ant queen. Another resounding explosion echoed as the dual enhancement from the war god and the true form of the demon surged through Xiang Wen, amplifying his already formidable strength. The blood-red ant queen was sent hurtling thousands of meters away. However, to Xiang Wen's surprise, she emerged unscathed from such a powerful assault. Shaking off the daze from the impact, she continued her relentless advance toward him. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Just how thick-skinned are you? Despite being struck by my full force, you remain unscathed." The enraged queen of the blood-red man-eating ants retorted, "Human, you have utterly infuriated me. I shall tear you apart and consume you piece by piece, allowing you to experience unrelenting agony." With a disdainful snort, Xiang Wen remarked, "Are you not afraid that your crooked yellowed teeth will shatter? Let humanity perish." The crimson bloodthirsty ant queen bellowed. Ignoring all defenses, she unleashed a devastating strike. With a thunderous shout, Xiang Wen instantaneously activated the soul bone skill of the ignoring defense of the broken army. His right arm tightening into a formidable fist aimed directly at the blood-red ant queen. In a resounding crash, empowered by the ignoring defense of the broken army, the blood-red ant queen was violently struck by Xiang Wen, exploding into a mist of crimson, her existence utterly obliterated. Ding! The destruction of the blood-red ant queen awarded him 5,000 points. At that moment, apart from Xiang Wen, the members of the Shrek team formed a protective circle around Jiang Zhu, valiantly resisting the onslaught from the frenzied blood-red ants. With their commander vanquished, the once cohesive army of blood-red ants descended into chaos, yet they continued to launch reckless attacks against the team, bound by the command issued by the blood-red ant queen to annihilate them. The Shrek team realized that they could not escape this dire situation without eliminating the relentless blood-red ants. Title: The Unrivaled Ascension in the Douluo Continent, Chapter 166, Frenzied Slaughter. Kill. As he gazed upon the seemingly endless and relentlessly advancing crimson man-eating ants, a surge of battle fervor welled up within him, prompting a fierce roar. At that moment, the members of the Shrek team, all above level 70, activated their martial souls, valiantly slaughtering the blood-red ants that assailed them from all directions. Faced with the tough-skinned and robust crimson creatures, Tang San found his hidden weapons rendered ineffective, compelling him to unleash his blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer, engaging in a relentless struggle against wave after wave of the voracious ants. Dai Mubai transformed into his formidable Tenjiang Evil Eye form, sweeping his tiger claws to eviscerate numerous blood-red ants, their insides spilling forth as they fell lifeless to the ground. Ma Hongjun, suspended in midair, summoned the ethereal phoenix behind him, unleashing countless fireballs and columns of flame. The fireballs detonated amidst the ant swarm, reducing several to mere ashes, while the fiery columns blazed forth like flamethrowers, incinerating clusters of ants in their wake. As a melee-oriented soul master, Wu stood guard around her comrades, methodically eliminating every ant that managed to slip through. Zhu Zhuqing, an agile attacker, transformed into a towering Tenjiang phantom cat, joining forces with Wu to slice through the advancing crimson ants with precision. Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Guqing, as the primary sources of offensive might, operated like twin artillery, their blades flashing as they struck down upon the encroaching hordes of ants. Like a dream alongside Ma Hongjun, they soared through the air, becoming Tenjiang tall blazing envoys, using their intense flames to scorch every cluster of ants in sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhu, the healing soul master, wielded her staff adorned with vibrant colors, casting waves of healing light upon each member of the Shrek team. Though none were injured, the healing radiance alleviated their fatigue, bolstering their resolve in the heat of battle. Under the empowerment of the demon's true form, a myriad of soul skills were unleashed, mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding horde of blood-red man-eating ants. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Holy Judgment, a colossal sword of divine light materialized out of thin air, cleaving through the ranks of the blood-red ant army, severing dozens, even hundreds, of them in twain. Ding! The host has slain 158 blood-red ants, earning points. The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Demon Slash, a blade of inky darkness swept across the ground, and wherever its path traversed, the blood-red ant legion was instantly transformed into wisps of black mist, dissipating into the earth. Ding! The host has slain 216 blood-red ants, earning points. The first soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Divine Light. A beam of divine radiance surged forth, and wherever it passed, countless blood-red ants were shattered into pieces, creating a pathway littered with severed limbs. Ding! The host has slain 317 blood-red ants, earning points. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Blazing Slash. A massive circular wave of fiery energy surged into the throng of blood-red ants, and wherever it swept, fiery blossoms erupted, accompanied by the crackling sound reminiscent of popping beans, intermingled with the melodic chimes of the system's prompt, weaving a symphony akin to a hellish inferno. After nearly an hour of relentless slaughter, the battle was declared over when the last blood-red ant fell to the ground. Xiang Wen, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Jiang Zhu employs her healing abilities to tend to the wounds of many and alleviate their fatigue. Jiang Zhu nodded gently as her healing staff radiated a resplendent five-colored light, enveloping all within its embrace. Those enveloped by this divine healing glow witnessed their external injuries swiftly scab over and fall away, while the weariness that resided within them was entirely banished. Xiang Wen then stated, rest in place for 5 minutes, and depart from the group after that. Upon issuing the command, Xiang Wen activated the devouring power within. And a dense, inky mist surged forth from his being, spreading outward in a frenzy. In the wake of this dark fog, the blood-red man-eating ants were instantaneously reduced to lifeless husks. Once the consumption was complete and the black mist returned to his body, a melodious system notification resonated. Ding! The host, through the skill of devouring, has acquired an immense reservoir of soul power, which is now at full capacity, having reached the 100th level of divinity. The host's entire soul power has been autonomously transformed into divine power. However, as the host lacks a divine position, it is necessary to undergo trials to attain the rightful path to godhood. With a questioning tone, Xiang inquired how one could successfully pass the test. Struck by lightning. The system's response was remarkably succinct, leaving Xiang momentarily speechless. Very well. Before the trial, I shall first enhance the age of my soul rings and procure a high-level soul ring. Certainly. May I inquire to what age the host intends to elevate the soul rings? To tenfold, reaching the million-year level. Ding. The host expends 135,000,000 points to elevate the overall soul ring age to the million-year level. System, please select a suitable divine soul ring for me. Ding. The most suitable divine soul ring for the host at present is. On the sidelines, Klopp was visibly agitated, bouncing around and expressing his dissatisfaction, which naturally drew a stern warning from the fourth official. This was quite a serious admonition. For instance, if the preceding vehicle suddenly braked, it could be explained as a result of fatigue-induced drowsiness, inadvertently pressing the brake. As for the following vehicle, one could argue that in a moment of panic, the accelerator was mistakenly pressed instead of the brake, which could also be justified. Very well, the development of the Tibetan region exists only in my dreams. Lu Basong wiped away tears and nodded. 2 days prior, she had received news from her father, informing her that the board of trustees had acquired a new member, holding shares equivalent to his own. Furthermore, Ji Wei observed Yu Chun and discerned the preferences of the new head of the Anshan public security system regarding subordinates. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the young woman mentioned by Qiao Zhilan was already waiting in the lobby. The moment she laid eyes on her, a sense of déjà vu washed over her. She tilted her head towards the sky, inhaling deeply to alleviate the pressure in her chest, forcing the tears back into her eyes. With this thought, a shadow of darkness flickered in Yun Qihan's gaze as it narrowed sharply at Yun Fangfei, slicing through her sobs like a drawn sword. She had not anticipated that her son had genuinely fallen for Zixin, yet her heart burned more with joy than anything else. Chu Jinran could not restrain herself any longer and kicked Xu Wang in the waist, causing him to almost collapse to the ground. While on the journey back to the homeland, Wu Yong pondered how he could possibly return to the country given the stringent border checks. Placing him in a box like this would certainly lead others to perceive him as a trafficker of humans. Under the moonlight, Aunt Wang's face flushed suddenly. And though she did not speak, she did not flee either, lowering her head like a child who has committed a wrongdoing. While her expression lacked brilliance or a commanding aura, her youthful demeanor was imbued with profound introspection, which instantly instilled a considerable wariness in Wu Qiumo. The animosity between humans and spirits is a long-standing feud, accumulated over generations and perpetuated through the will of their bloodlines. Moreover, the villages nestled in the desolate underworld have repeatedly suffered oppression from the spirit and demon clans, as well as other races. Tang Shui swiftly seized a stone from beside her and hurled it at the snow wolf. Despite her injuries, her aim was remarkably precise, striking the leading snow wolf squarely on the head. As darkness descended, my impatience grew, prompting me to untie the rope affixed to the stone, allowing it to dangle against the rock face. Zhao Taizhu regarded Chen Lili with a detached expression, showing no concern for her current relaxed demeanor. However, since the wine had been procured, it would be a shame to waste it. Thus, I decided to liberate myself for once and indulge in a drunken revelry. Wu Yong tore open the packaging, twisted off the cap, and took several gulps from the bottle. Chen Lili promptly assured Zhao Taizhu, her tone brimming with certainty and confidence, completely oblivious to the hint of politeness in his voice. It is important to note that the Fengyi royal family is the ruling dynasty of the empire. The annihilation of the Fengyi royal family would incite political turmoil, heralding chaos throughout the empire. Wu Mian stepped outside, and although Zhou Hui was dressed casually, her waist bulged, unmistakably concealing something. Interactions among peers are inherently more effortless. Jiang Yang occasionally veered off topic, while Chu Qianhui's eccentric logic led to delightful conversations between them. Even when mealtime arrived, they continued their discourse with unceasing enthusiasm, portraying the image of inseparable friends. Chapter 168, Heavenly Tribulation. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder roared in unison. As time progressed, the clouds thickened, and the power of the lightning intensified. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, akin to a barrel, streaked towards us. Xiang Wen observed the flash of lightning with an air of composure, devoid of any trace of alarm. Surrounding him were several luminous soul rings, particularly a resplendent rainbow-hued one that radiated extraordinary brilliance. In an instant, the formidable figure of a demon lord, clad in golden armor and adorned with a pair of black and white wings, emerged, wielding the colossal sword known as the Divine Blade. A magnificent beam of sword light surged forth, instantly cleaving the lightning in the void into nothingness. Thunder rumbled and crackled. The second bolt of lightning, even more powerful than the first, resembled a vast water tank. Yet, before the presence of the demon lord, it appeared as insubstantial as a mere thread. Xiang Wen wielded the immense sword of the divine, and in a dazzling flash, once again severed the lightning into nothingness. Twice had the calamity struck. Yet not a single wound marred Xiang Wen. The heavens seemed to express their ire. Dark clouds converged, and the lightning coalesced into a bolt as thick as a house, hurtling towards Xiang Wen. The initial two bolts of lightning were akin to the early stages of divine realm power, yet this third bolt possessed a formidable strength, reaching the zenith of divine prowess. The spectators below trembled under the residual force of the calamity. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in terror, "What an overwhelming power of lightning! Brother, will you be reduced to charcoal?" Zhu Zhuqing retaliated by delivering a swift kick to Ma Hongjun's rear, sending him sprawling, and coldly remarked, "Speak such nonsense again, and I shall silence your ravenous tongue." Ru Ming gazed upon the magnificent might with unwavering conviction, declaring, "Brother, I believe in you. You will surely prevail. You promised to marry me, and you will not break your word." Tang San, burdened with gravity, pondered, "Is this the essence of divine-level attack? Its power is astonishing. Unbeknownst to me, he has surpassed us by such a margin. In both this life and the last, he remains the most gifted individual I have ever encountered." Jiang Zhu, with a hint of envy, chimed in, "Ru Ming, I envy you. If only Xiang Wen were my boyfriend, how splendid that would be. To marry Xiang Wen, one must strive to be the strongest." As Xian Wen confronted the formidable might of the earthly tribulation, a profound gravity weighed upon his heart. With a thunderous roar, he channeled all his divine power into the colossal Tsu Xie divine sword. In an instant, the sword erupted with resplendent rays of seven-colored light, cleaving through the tribulation with unparalleled force. The dazzling brilliance of the seven-colored luminescence illuminated the surroundings, and at the moment of collision with the tribulation, an extraordinary cacophony reverberated. As the tribulation shattered into fragments, the radiant light pierced through the thunderous calamity, severing the dark clouds above into two halves. As the bifurcated clouds gradually dissipated, a colossal eye, forged from the essence of lightning, suddenly emerged, fixating its gaze upon Xiang Wen. Only after a brief moment did the eye slowly recede. At this juncture, Xiang Wen found himself drenched in cold sweat. Upon the eye's appearance, he was rendered immobile, his entire being scanned by an enigmatic energy. Had the eye harbored any intent to harm, he would have surely met his demise on the spot. Once the tribulation had passed, a system notification echoed through the air. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully overcoming the tribulation. You have now ascended to the realm of a true divine master. Go forth and celebrate your achievement." Xiang Wen, having survived the ordeal, exclaimed with anger, "I celebrate your sister. Just now, I nearly lost my life right here. Do you realize that? However, I must indeed celebrate that surviving such a calamity surely brings future blessings." Xiang Wen retrieved the true form of the demon and the giant sword of the abyss. Returning to the surface, Dream rushed over with concern, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Xiang Wen, with a gentle smile, reassured, "Rest assured. Not only have I emerged unscathed from the confrontation, but my divine energy remains largely intact." Dai Mubai congratulated him, saying, "Wen, congratulations on attaining divinity. You are the first among our Shrek team to achieve this. Come, let us hasten our steps and seek out a town ahead, where we can celebrate your remarkable achievement." Both Dai Mubai and the others felt a surge of joy for Xiang Wen, for henceforth, the Shrek team would boast a divine expert. Tang San approached and patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "Now that one has ascended to divinity, we too must strive harder. Otherwise, if we lag too far behind, we shall merely become a burden to him." A resolute nod of agreement echoed among the group. "One, are you weary? Allow me to use my healing staff to alleviate your fatigue," softly offered Jiang Zhu, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Xiang Wen gently shook her head and said, Jiang Zhu, thank you, but I am not fatigued. We should hasten our journey. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zhu felt a slight pang of disappointment as she followed the others onward. Chapter 169, The Street Vendor Yi Fan. After a while, the group finally emerged from the vast and dense forest, revealing a colossal city that soared into the clouds. This city rivaled the fallen Great Xia dynasty, with its walls adorned with exquisite reliefs of dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and various flora and fauna, showcasing the craftsmanship of ancient artisans. The enormous city gates, constructed of an unknown yet formidable material, exuded an overwhelming sense of weightiness. Above the entrance, 4 grand black and gold characters loomed, exuding an imposing aura. Dozens of formidable soldiers stood guard at the gates, scrutinizing the incoming and outgoing pedestrians. The line of those seeking entry was exceedingly long, clearly indicating the city's bustling prosperity. The group joined the queue, and after approximately half an hour, they finally reached the front. The gatekeeper proclaimed, to enter, a fee of 10 copper coins is required. Xiang Wen retrieved a gold soul coin from the storage soul guide and inquired, Do you find this coin acceptable? The city gate soldier took the gold coin, glanced at it, and murmured to himself, What kind of coin is this? It seems I have never seen it before. Another soldier standing nearby remarked, Why concern yourself with the type of coin? If it is made of gold, it suffices. The soldier holding the gold soul coin replied, Wait a moment. I shall fetch you change. Xiang Wen shook his head and replied, No need, it's not just me. My brothers and sisters behind me also wish to enter the city. The guard, glancing at the gold coin in his hand, grinned and said, All right, hurry in. The gold coin, crafted from pure gold, was a lucrative gain for the guard, allowing 10 individuals to enter the city. As the members of Shrek stepped inside, they were greeted by bustling streets lined with shops, teeming with pedestrians. Lively bartering and constant movement. The aroma of delectable meat buns mingled with the pungent scent of stinky tofu, enticing passers-by. Come play at our Yihong courtyard for a while. Sir, Chui has been waiting for you, forgetting both tea and food. Ma Hongjun, upon spotting the Yihong courtyard, was immediately overtaken by lustful thoughts. Drooling as he gazed at the courtesans, with a lascivious expression, he turned to Xiang Wen and suggested, Brother, why don't we sit at the Yihong courtyard for a bit? Ru Ming, incensed, retorted, Get lost, you fat fool. Our Wen would never go to such a place. Wu, with her hands on her hips, pointed at Ma Hongjun and exclaimed, You glutton, can't you control yourself in front of such places? If you wish to go, do so alone. Do not drag our San along. After being chastised by Ru Ming and Wu, Ma Hongjun fell silent, his face contorted in a comical expression of grievance, resembling a hapless animal. Just then, Xiang Wen caught sight of a familiar figure, disheveled and clad in a Taoist robe, none other than Duanda. Source Stones. Premium Source Stones. With this item, your cultivation speed will increase exponentially. A handsome young man with short hair and a scholar's robe was energetically hawking his wares. At this moment, Duanda approached with a greedy smile, saying, Isn't this Yi Fan? Do you remember this humble Taoist? Yi Fan, glancing at Duanda with disdain, replied, Why must you always appear wherever I go? You already plundered my treasures at the Demon Emperor's tomb, now you wish to seize my source stones as well? Duanda, still smiling, said, Seize is such a harsh word. Your source stone is fated to be with me. Keeping it will only bring you calamity. It would be wise to hand it over to me, and I shall recite scriptures day and night to ward off your misfortune. Yi Fan, fuming, exclaimed, Nonsense. You old Taoist with your bull's nose, if you dare attempt to take my source stone, I shall fight you to the end. Young man, do not let anger consume you. It is harmful to your health. I am only trying to save you, the Taoist replied. Xiang Wen, shaking his head in disbelief, stepped forward and remarked, You seem to have an affinity for everything, including the courtesans of Yihong courtyard. Why do you not seek them out? Simultaneously, he discreetly conveyed to Ma Hongjun, Go to Yihong courtyard and summon a few maidens for Duanda. Hurry. Although Ma Hongjun felt somewhat perplexed, he refrained from inquiring further and proceeded to Yihong courtyard to call upon the maidens for Duanda. Upon turning to see who was speaking, Duanda smiled and said, Ah, it is you, Master Xiang. Infinite. Before he could finish, Xiang Wen interrupted sharply. I shall not converse with unscrupulous Taoists who disregard the rules of purity. Step aside. Xiang Wen approached Yi Fan and inquired, How much do you sell the source stone for? I do not sell it, Yi Fan replied. I only engage in trade. Oh, I am curious to know what you seek in exchange, Xiang Wen asked. Elixirs, cultivation techniques, and treasured artifacts, Yi Fan responded. As Xiang Wen immersed himself in the depths of the consciousness sea system, he expended 1,000 points to acquire a body refinement technique entitled Titanic Demon Body. He inquired of Yi Fan, "Could you take a look at this body refinement technique? Might it be possible to exchange it?" Yi Fan accepted the tome of the Titanic Demon Body, scrutinizing it with care for a while, then replied, "Certainly." Subsequently, Xiang Wen deposited the several hundred diverse source stones onto Yi Fan's table, collecting them into his soul guiding device before turning to depart. Yet, before Xiang Wen could take more than a few steps, Duanda hastened to catch up, his face alight with avarice. Wuliang Zun, esteemed Xiang, these several hundred source stones are destined to be mine. Should you take possession of them, calamity shall surely befall you. It would be far more prudent to entrust them to me. Turning back to point at Duanda's back, Xiang Wen exclaimed, "Duanda, your sister has arrived." Duanda smiled faintly, not turning around, and replied, "I have no sister. My esteemed brother, Cuihua, has come. My esteemed brother, Lvy, has arrived. My esteemed brother, Juhua, is here as well." Before he could finish, a dozen young ladies from the Yihong courtyard rushed over, encircling Duanda. Seizing this opportunity, Xiang Wen joined the members of the Shrek team and proceeded forward. Chapter 170. We are all Earthlings. The group strolled through the bustling streets for quite some time before finally selecting an inn to rest for the night. Intending to continue their journey the following day, the establishment was named the Glorious Inn. While the name seemed rather ordinary, the decor was quite opulent. The Glorious Inn was an 8-story hexagonal pagoda. Aside from the first floor, which served as a dining area, the 2nd to 8th floors were entirely dedicated to lodging. Upon entering the inn, a young attendant wearing a round hat and dressed in gray, with a cloth draped over his shoulder, greeted them with a smile. "Esteemed guests, are you here for a meal or to stay the night? Please find us a private room. We shall dine first and then stay the night," Xiang Wen instructed. "Of course. Esteemed guest, please follow me," the attendant responded with a professional smile. Guided by the attendant, they arrived at room 8, a number considered auspicious, symbolizing prosperity. Upon opening the door to the private room, they were greeted by a round dining table adorned with a pristine white cloth, surrounded by 10 chairs. The floor was made of smooth bamboo planks, gleaming and exceptionally clean. As they entered the room, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating their senses, prompting them to inhale deeply. Xiao Wu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, savoring the moment. "How fragrant! What kind of flower is this? And why does it smell so unique?" The attendant respectfully replied, "This is a local specialty flower known as WNLCHN. Its sole purpose is to uplift the spirits of those who inhale its scent. We display this flower at the Glorious Inn to ensure our guests enjoy their dining experience in a delightful mood." Ma Hongjun picked up the menu from the table, glanced through it, and declared, "Bring me one of everything delicious and delightful from your establishment." "Certainly, esteemed sir. Please wait a moment," the attendant beamed, closing the door to the private room and heading to the kitchen to relay the order. For the attendant, encountering such generous guests was rare. The more expensive dishes ordered, the higher their commission would be. On the walls hung 12 flower baskets, each containing a bouquet of WNLCHN, with 9 representing extremes and 12 symbolizing completeness. The Glorious Inn thoughtfully considered these details, showcasing their attentive service and exquisitely luxurious decor, leaving no room for criticism. As everyone settled in, Ru Ming inquired, "Brother, what was the purpose of exchanging the source stones with that young man? What use do source stones have?" Xiang Wentian smiled gently and said, "Of course, it is of great utility. I utilize this source stone precisely to enhance your cultivation speed. The source stone is a crystalline manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of the sun and moon, formed over countless years. During your cultivation, you can absorb the source within the stone and refine it into your own soul power, which is exponentially faster than your solitary practice." Tang San expressed his astonishment. "Does that mean the source stone is quite similar to rare treasures of heaven and earth?" "Indeed. It is fundamentally a type of mineral treasure," Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, please distribute some to us. I wish to cultivate with it tonight and strive to reach the 70th level of the Soul Saint realm as soon as possible." Xiang Wentian gazed at Ma Hongjun, who appeared rather impatient, and shook his head, saying, "Do not be hasty. There is enough for everyone." He then proceeded to evenly distribute hundreds of source stones among the group. The moment each individual received their share, they could sense the gentle yet formidable energy emanating from the stones, igniting a profound excitement within their hearts. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The group, believing it to be the meal being delivered, opened the door only to find Yi Fan standing there. Xiang Wentian rose to his feet and inquired, "My friend, how did you manage to follow me here?" "What did you say?" Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiang Wentian recalled the term brother, which these natives could not possibly comprehend. Enlightened, he inquired, "Brother Yi, how did you come here?" To his surprise, Yi Fan did not directly answer Xiang Wentian's question. Instead, he uttered two words that astonished him. "Earth." Startled, Xiang Wentian instinctively replied, "China." Unexpectedly, the two became increasingly animated and excited in their conversation. "The Great Wall," Yi Fan exclaimed with fervor. "The Forbidden City," Xiang Wentian responded enthusiastically. "Beijing," Yi Fan declared with excitement. "Shanghai," Xiang Wentian echoed with exhilaration. Subsequently, both exclaimed in unison. "Fellow townsmen," Xiang Wentian requested a chair from Shao Air for Yi Fan to sit upon and inquired, "Yi Fan, where is your hometown?" "I hail from Beijing," Yi Fan replied with excitement. "I am from Hebei. We are not far apart," Xiang Wentian exclaimed with enthusiasm. "How did you arrive here?" he further inquired. Yi Fan sighed and responded, "To tell you the truth, I came here in a coffin." "My friend, your taste is quite peculiar. Arriving here in a coffin is no small feat even when I am intoxicated. I cannot help but admire your spirit," Xiang Wentian chuckled. "And you, Xiang Wentian? How did you come to be here?" Yi Fan asked. "After I passed away, I simply opened my eyes and found myself here," Xiang Wentian explained. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, but Tang San felt a jolt of realization. He was not the only traveler from another realm. Both Wentian and the youth named Yi Fan were also travelers. Amusingly, Yi Fan's mode of arrival in a coffin was rather absurd. One might wonder how he managed not to suffocate. Lu Meng, however, could not comprehend their conversation and thus inquired, "Brother, what is this about traveling through realms? What are the Great Wall and the Forbidden City?" With a casual glance, Xiang Wentian remarked, "It's nothing. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, their eyes brim with tears." After dinner, Xiang Wentian and Yi Fan engaged in delightful conversation until the late hours of the night, before retiring to their respective chambers to rest. Chapter 171. The Rogue King Qing Yaojin in the early morning as dawn broke. The pale blue sky was still adorned with a few scattered remnants of stars. Xiang Wentian rose early, having arranged breakfast for each individual. Subsequently, he awakened everyone one by one in preparation for the meal. After breakfast, the group embarked on the journey of a new day. As Xiang Wentian settled his accounts, he led the group to the entrance of the inn, where he beheld Yi Fan, clad in flamboyant floral shorts, engaged in his morning ablutions. With a farewell, Xiang Wentian addressed Yi Fan, saying, "My fellow countrymen, I must take my leave. May our paths cross again in the vastness of the heavens and the flowing waters." In response, Yi Fan inquired, "Given your route, are you perhaps heading to the majestic Mount Huashan in the 9 domains?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "We are indeed bound for the 9 domains Huashan to partake in the battle of rankings." Yi Fan replied earnestly, "You may proceed ahead. Once I have resolved my own matters, I shall follow. Lastly, I wish you all a safe journey." Waving farewell to Xiang Wentian, Yi Fan echoed the gesture, bidding adieu with a heartfelt farewell. After bidding farewell to Yi Fan, Xiang Wentian led the group out of the capital of the Guhua dynasty, continuing their journey into the distance. Upon exiting the city, Xiang Wentian felt a pang of melancholy for both him and Yi Fan. This encounter marked the first meeting with a fellow countryman in this foreign realm. The adage of meeting an old friend in a distant land epitomizes a fortunate moment in life, and the sorrow of parting is a universal sentiment shared by all. As the group traversed the landscape, they encountered minimal trouble, with only a couple of wild beasts emerging to disrupt their path, swiftly dealt with by the group. By noon the following day, a lush expanse of greenery appeared ahead, revealing a vibrant peach orchard, where numerous peach trees thrived abundantly. It was autumn, and the sight of the rosy peaches was truly enchanting. Among them stood a particularly remarkable tree, adorned with large, crimson peaches that resembled the blushing cheeks of a shy maiden, luscious and tempting, evoking the desire to take a bite. The blazing sun cast its warm rays upon the earth, and the peach trees, heavy with ripe fruit, peeked out from the verdant foliage, greeting the onlookers with cheerful smiles. Their faces blushed with joy, bending the branches with their weight, bestowing a sweet gift upon the travelers during this sweltering season. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, tugged at Tang San's sleeve, exclaiming, "Quick, look at all the peaches. Ru Ming grasped Xiang Wentian's hand, pointing towards the orchard, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Brother, there are so many peaches. Help me pick some. I want to eat. Even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't resist the allure of such beauty and delectable fruit, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhu, with her serene demeanor, observed the scene, her expression revealing a strong yearning for the peaches. Ma Hongjun was the most impatient of all, dashing into the orchard to pluck several large peaches, devouring them with fervor while exclaiming, "Delicious! So fragrant, sweet, and delightful." Xiao Wu then pulled Tang San into the peach grove, and just as they were about to indulge in the fruit, Xiang Wentian chuckled, "Before you eat the peaches, remember they have fuzz. Wash them first." With a swift gesture, he summoned an immense force of nature, causing a stream of fragrant water to cascade down from above, cleansing the entire orchard and its peaches to pristine perfection. As the group entered the grove, Xiang Wentian picked a large, rosy peach and handed it to Ru Ming, saying, "Here, enjoy." Ru Ming accepted the peach, her face glowing with happiness as she took a bite. Just as the group was indulging to their heart's content, a gruff voice suddenly boomed. "Who are these wild children daring to eat from old Cheng's peach trees? Have you lost your senses?" Looking up towards the heavens, one beheld a figure upon the shaded pathway, a visage of charcoal black, with a face akin to indigo and eyebrows of crimson hue, clad in bronze helmet and iron armor. He rode upon a yellow ox, wielding a formidable golden axe and bellowing with a menacing ferocity. At first glance, he resembled a fearsome plague deity from the heart of Africa, exuding an unsettling aura. With a courteous demeanor, Xiang Wentian addressed the man, saying, "Esteemed sir, we have traveled from afar and find ourselves quite parched. We are unaware if this peach orchard belongs to you, and we humbly ask for your understanding." The burly man with a dark complexion retorted menacingly, "Do not refer to me as sir, but as master. This vast expanse of peach orchard, spanning several hundred acres, belongs entirely to me. Old Cheng, since you have partaken of my peaches, it would be unjust for you to do so without offering something in return. Therefore, surrender all your valuables, or I shall not hesitate to take your lives." Xiang Wentian's expression turned frosty as he inquired, "Could it be that this esteemed gentleman intends to seize our wealth?" The burly man with a dark visage erupted into raucous laughter, declaring, "Who does not know that I, Old Cheng, am the master of plundering heaven above, earth below, and even the air in between? Within a radius of hundreds of miles, who has not heard of my notorious name, Cheng Yaojin, the king of chaos? You wildlings are merely required to hand over your money. Otherwise," Xiang Wentian responded coldly, "Otherwise what?" Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Otherwise, I shall cleave you in two." Xiang Wentian sneered, "There is no money to be had, but a life is on offer. Come then." Chapter 172. Unwavering resolve, you insufferable brat. With your stubborn tongue, let me, Old Cheng, show you what it means to be cleaved in twain. Cheng Yaojin leapt down from the back of the yellow ox, spat into his palm, and smeared the saliva upon the blade of his axe in his hair, crafting an ostentatious appearance, exuding an air of superiority as he charged towards Xiang Wentian. With a peculiar and rhythmic gait, he spun like the wind, launching a horizontal strike at Xiang Wentian. The members of Shrek had no intention of aiding in the confrontation upon observing Cheng Yaojin. They recognized the superficiality beneath his fierce exterior, an empty vessel, grand in appearance yet lacking substance, a mere blusterer, despite his intimidating visage. Xiang Wentian, even without the awakening of his martial soul, struck with sheer physicality, delivering a powerful blow onto the blade of Cheng Yaojin's axe. The formidable body-refining technique, Song Tian Ba Ti, was immediately manifested. With a thunderous impact, Cheng Yaojin was sent hurtling 20 meters away, his palms shattered, and the mighty axe slipped from his grasp, soaring into the heavens and vanishing from sight. Had Xiang Wentian not held back, Cheng Yaojin would undoubtedly have met his demise on the spot. Were it not for the recent convergence of realms, individuals devoid of any cultivation like him would have long been eliminated from existence. Trembling, Cheng Yaojin managed to rise to his feet, his heart racing with trepidation. How could a mere youth possess such overwhelming strength? No, it would be wise for me, Old Cheng, to make a hasty retreat. Thus, Cheng Yaojin feigned composure and declared, "Youngster, I haven't eaten today. You better wait for me. Once I've had my fill, you'll see how I deal with you." Xiang Wentian gazed at Cheng Yaojin and shook his head, saying, "Do refrain from engaging in robbery henceforth. The world you once knew has transformed. Otherwise, should you meet your demise, you would be oblivious to the manner of your passing." Xiang Wentian snorted coldly, mounted his yellow ox, gave its rear a gentle slap, and galloped away with a flourish. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek, amidst the peach grove, plucked several peaches and stored them in their soul guide devices for sustenance on their journey. After traversing the orchard, they continued onward into the distance. As they walked, Xiang Wentian addressed the group. Have you all noticed something peculiar? When we first departed from the Spirit Hall, we encountered numerous teams heading to the 9 domains and Mount Huashan, yet now we have seen not a single one. Tang Sen remarked. Could it be that we set off too early and moved too swiftly? Other teams may either still be preparing or have been left behind in our wake. It is improbable, Dai Mubai interjected, his expression stiffening as if a realization struck him. He spoke gravely. We have encountered numerous perils along our journey. Had it not been for Wentian's formidable strength, we might have perished along the way. Ma Hongjun added. Indeed, especially in the joyful forest. Had it not been for Brother Tian dispatching the majority of the blood-red man-eating ants, we would have surely been drained of our strength there. As he recounted this, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Xiang Wentian narrowed his eyes and said with solemnity, Tell me, if the contest for the rankings were initiated by our Shrek team, would we allow them to ascend the ranks so easily? He paused for effect before continuing, Absolutely not. If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly establish numerous challenges, selecting only the most formidable contenders to rise to prominence. Tang San, unable to contain his thoughts, interjected. At this point, I suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Wentian, are you implying that? With a subtle smile, Xiang Wentian nodded and said, Indeed. It is not that the number of teams heading to the 9 domains Mount Hua has diminished. Rather, many have been eliminated along the way. Are we the only ones who wish to enjoy the scenery while making our journey? The answer is certainly not. Upon reaching the 9 domains Mount Hua, we will undoubtedly encounter formidable opponents. Hence, I have repeatedly urged you to devote time to your cultivation. Ma Hongjun, with a somewhat grim expression, inquired, Brother Tian, are you suggesting that further dangers await us ahead? Xiang Wentian nodded and remarked, It should be so. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said with candor, What is there to fear? Engaging in battle is undoubtedly the most expedient method to enhance our cultivation speed. Haven't you noticed that after each skirmish, our overall strength experiences significant augmentation? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of anxiety and replied awkwardly, It's not that I'm afraid. I merely worry that the monsters and fiends may hinder our journey. Xiao Wu chuckled softly and said, Oh, fatty, your fear is written all over your face despite your claims of bravery. Just look at Sister Jiangzhu. As a support-type soul master, she shows no sign of trepidation. What do you have to be afraid of as a young man? Ma Hongjun turned to glance at Jiangzhu, who offered him a gentle smile. Intensifying his sense of awkwardness, Xiang Wentian encouraged the crowd, stating, There is no need for fear, as long as we unite our efforts. We shall inevitably reach the majestic Mount Huashan in the 9 domains. Let us cast aside our doubts, keep our gaze fixed ahead, and march forward resolutely, ready to confront any challenges that may arise. Upon witnessing Xiang Wentian's serene demeanor, the others felt as though they had found a steadfast support, dispelling any lingering fears and quickening their pace towards the journey ahead. Confronted by the unknown perils that lay before them, none dared to claim the absence of trepidation. In a whisper, Ru Ming conveyed to Xiang Wentian, Brother, do you truly feel no hint of anxiety? Xiang Wentian smiled calmly and addressed Ru Ming, saying, To claim that there is not the slightest sense of tension would be disingenuous. I am, after all, a person of flesh and blood, capable of experiencing a full spectrum of emotions. However, as the captain, I must not betray any signs of apprehension. If I were to display even a hint of nervousness, how could I expect the members of our Shrek team to react? Ru Ming, understanding his sentiment, nodded slightly, contemplating the truth in his words. Indeed, those who do not occupy the position cannot fathom the responsibilities that come with it. The greater one's abilities, the heavier the burden of responsibility. Chapter 173. Ningrongrong 3 days later, a towering mountain loomed before the group, with a serene gorge cutting through its center, leading to the other side. Within the gorge, the air was filled with a palpable sword aura, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors, as the sounds of fierce combat echoed throughout. The group exchanged glances. And Xiang Wentian proposed, Let us proceed to investigate. Xiang Wentian surged ahead with remarkable speed, leaping forward as the others followed closely behind, some racing with fervor. Though the mountain loomed immensely and the canyon was both extensive and foreboding, imbued with an aura of menace, it posed little challenge to Xiang Wentian's swiftness. With merely a few flaps of his wings, he could reach the heart of the canyon. As Xiang Wentian soared high above the heart of the canyon, he beheld a multitude of 3-meter-tall stone beings relentlessly assailing an elderly man and 2 young individuals. At that moment, the trio was on the brink of peril, as the primary source of their offensive strength lay with the elder. With a longsword in hand, the aged warrior struck down upon the encircling stone creatures. Yet they appeared indomitable, scattering only to reassemble and mount an unending assault on the beleaguered trio below. The 2 young individuals were steadfastly shielded by the elder's valiant efforts. As Xiang Wentian gazed into the distance, a mixture of exhilaration and astonishment washed over him. The 3 individuals before him were none other than familiar faces, Sword Douluo Continent, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. At that moment, Qinshin was consumed by anxiety, relentlessly combating the surrounding stone beings while contemplating a strategy. Among the multitude of stone entities attacking them, he surmised that one must be the stone spirit. If he could locate and eliminate it, the rest would cease their assault. Ning Rongrong, wielding the 7 treasures glazed tower, tirelessly supported Sword Douluo Continent. However, due to his overwhelming strength and her role as an advanced support, her soul power was depleting rapidly. Now on the brink of exhaustion, she gritted her teeth to persevere. In this critical moment, a vision of Xiang Wentian's smiling face suddenly surfaced in her mind. It is often said that in times of peril, one recalls their most cherished loved ones. Could it be that Wentian is the object of my affections? Overwhelmed by the severe drain on her soul power, she slipped into a hazy state just before fainting. A blissful smile gracing her lips as memories of Xiang Wentian's laughter and words flickered through her consciousness. Nearby, Oscar clutched a sausage in each hand, pointing at the stone beings in terror, exclaiming, "Why you don't come any closer. If you do, I'll smash you with these sausages." Grandpa Jian, another stone being is coming. Help. At this juncture, Oscar had not expended much of his soul power, thus far. Sword Douluo Continent had yet to consume any of his recovery sausages, having only provided a few to Ning Rongrong. However, given the rapid depletion of her soul power due to her advanced support role, consuming more of Oscar's recovery sausages would be of little benefit, rendering them as a last resort for survival. As the wielder of the 7-killing sword, Sword Douluo Continent was imbued with an immense sense of pride. The dignity of his title as a titled Douluo forbade him from fleeing before reaching the final step. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword aura that cleaved a stone being attempting to breach their defenses in 2. Yet, within mere seconds, that same stone entity reformed itself and rose once more, resuming its assault on the trio. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiang Wentian immediately unleashed his demonic angel form. Bellowing as he charged downward, the Shrek squad arrives, led by Xiang Wentian. Following closely behind, Ru Meng exclaimed, "It is Rongrong. Rongrong, I come to support you." Upon hearing Ru Meng's cry, the others instinctively thought of the fierce battle ahead, realizing that Ning Rongrong was in peril and felt the urgent need to rescue her. In an instant, they surged forward alongside Xiang Wentian to confront the stone beings besieging Ning Rongrong. The Shrek squad, led by Dai Mubai, comes forth. The Shrek squad, led by Tang San, comes forth. The Shrek squad, led by Ma Hongjun, comes forth. As Xiang Wentian transformed into a towering demon angel, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the multitude of stone beings below. With a resounding crash, countless stone figures were sent scattering in all directions, some disintegrating into mere ashes on the spot. However, to Xiang Wentian's astonishment, the absence of a system notification indicated that these stone beings had not perished. Sword Douluo Continent, witnessing the colossal demon angel and hearing the battle cries of the Shrek team, comprehended that reinforcements had arrived. Yet, upon observing the 10 luminous soul rings surrounding Xiang Wentian in his demon angel form, he was struck with profound amazement, the concept of divinity flashing through his mind. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Xiang Wentian's roar, smiled sweetly before collapsing into unconsciousness. Oscar, filled with exhilaration at the arrival of the Shrek team, was suddenly thrown into disarray upon seeing Ning Rongrong faint, his heart filled with concern. Chapter 174. Stone Spirit. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong in a state of unconsciousness, Xiang Wentian commanded, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, "You 5 shall safeguard Jiang Zhu as she proceeds to Ning Rongrong's side," allowing her to administer treatment. The 5 nodded in agreement and, united, they shielded Jiang Zhu as they advanced forward, ready to engage in combat. At that moment, Sword Douluo Continent shouted, "Quickly locate the stone spirit and eliminate it. The stone giant will crumble without a fight." Xiang Wentian was engaged in combat with the surrounding stone golems, extending his consciousness to survey the area. However, he found no signs of any living stone entities. He turned to the sword Douluo Continent and remarked, "There are no traces of the stone spirit within the canyon. Where could it possibly be?" Xiang, having already scanned the canyon countless times with his own consciousness, also found no evidence of the stone spirit's presence. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The stone spirit must be hidden somewhere, controlling the golems either within the mountains or beneath the earth. He then conveyed to Xiang Wentian, "We must shatter the mountain and pierce the ground. The stone spirit is likely concealed within the rock or the soil." With that, he activated his ninth soul ring and unleashed his second soul skill, Primal Tremor. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Xiang Wentian unleashed a cataclysmic force. He soared into the air, leaping to an altitude of 90,000 miles, and then plummeted from the heavens with a fierce determination, his fists clenched tightly, delivering a devastating strike upon the earth. The impact resonated like the detonation of an atomic bomb, sending a shockwave radiating outward, reducing countless stone beings to mere ash. The members of Shrek and Xiang were propelled several dozen miles by the sheer force of this wave. They shielded Jiang Zhu and Ning Rongrong, only to be thrown into the air by the overwhelming surge. Immediately, the entire mountain and ground began to tremble violently, akin to experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. With such a tremendous force, the mountain fractured and magma erupted from its depths. Following this, a sound emerged, one that was not of human origin, a chilling scream, which Xiang Wentian instinctively perceived. Turning his gaze, he beheld a fiery redstone sphere, roughly the size of a soccer ball, soaring out from the molten depths. Xiang Wentian leaped into the air and seized the being, exclaiming, "Are you a stone spirit?" The stone spirit, trembling in fear, replied, "Please do not kill me. I am merely famished and wish to consume a few individuals to absorb their essence and satiate my hunger." Xiang Wentian inquired, "How many lives have you taken?" The response came, "I have never taken a life." Stone spirit, filled with trepidation, dared not confess to any act of murder, for should he speak the truth, the human before him would undoubtedly strike him down without a moment's hesitation. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed at Xiang Wentian, "Nonsense. You claim to have never taken a life, yet you have grown to this size. Nevertheless, it matters not. I can see that your body is brimming with elemental fire. Soon, I shall find someone to refine you. Please, no. Spare my life." The fire spirit pleaded in terror. Xiang Wentian harnessed his spiritual power and surged directly into the essence of the stone spirit. The moment the stone spirit's consciousness encountered Xiang Wentian's, it disintegrated utterly, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Instantly, the world became serene, devoid of the stone spirit's discordant pleas for mercy, transforming instead into a sphere radiating rich elemental fire. Ding! The host has slain the stone spirit and gained 100,000 points. The system notification resonated, yet Xiang Wentian paid it no heed, merely snorting softly. He pondered, "Had your strength surpassed mine today, would you have spared me?" The answer was undoubtedly no. In this realm, the only path to survival lay in relentless growth and power. At that moment, those who had been swept away by the shockwave returned once more. The sword Douluo Continent rushed forward, arriving before Xiang Wentian. Upon seeing the stone spirit, now the size of a soccer ball in Xiang Wentian's grasp, he was taken aback and remarked, "I had no idea this stone spirit was so large. It must be at least of the 10,000-year soul beast caliber. No wonder I was no match for it." Then, turning to Xiang Wentian with a smile, he added, "I am truly grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted here, with the stone spirit present. Even an attempt to flee would have been futile." Xiang Wentian retracted the stone spirit and smiled, saying, "Grandfather Jian, why must you be so modest? With your strength, it would be a trivial matter for you to lead Ning Rongrong and Oscar to safety. Moreover, Rongrong and I are teammates. Since we have encountered this situation, we are bound to rescue them." At that moment, the others approached, and Ning Rongrong inquired, "Tian Gu, how is it that you possess 10 soul rings? Have you ascended to divinity?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "It is merely a stroke of luck." "What luck could that be?" Ma Hongjun exaggerated, turning to Ning Rongrong, exuberantly gesturing as if he had ascended to divinity himself. "Rongrong, you have no idea. Our captain not only achieved the pinnacle of 100 levels, but also received the heaven's acknowledgement, thus attaining divine enlightenment." Oscar exclaimed in astonishment, "That is truly remarkable. I understand the notion of reaching 100 levels, but what does it mean to attain divine enlightenment?" Douluo Continent similarly expressed his confusion. I am aware that one can achieve divinity at the 100th level, but I have never heard of this concept of divine enlightenment. Chapter 175, The Strength of a Dream. Xiang Wentian smiled and explained, before the convergence of realms, reaching the 100th level would suffice to attain godhood. However, since the merging of the realms, a new heavenly path has emerged. A soul master must not only achieve the 100th level, but also undergo the trials set forth by the heavens and survive the tribulations to ascend to divinity. This process is known as the verification of the path to godhood. Soul masters who have passed the heavenly trials are thus more formidable in combat than those who achieved godhood solely through reaching the 100th level. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the sword Douluo Continent responded solemnly, Wentian, since you have endured the tribulations, how formidable was their power? Toward Wentian, he remarked, the power of the first two tribulations is merely equivalent to that of the first and second levels of the divine realm. Yet the might of the third tribulation escalates directly to the pinnacle of divinity. The sword Douluo Continent expressed his astonishment. Followed by a sigh, the path of cultivation for soul masters is fraught with challenges. Little did we anticipate that, after the convergence of realms, ascending to divinity would become even more arduous. Xiang Wentian consoled, Grandfather Jian, there is no need for such despair. This is merely an experience I have endured alone during my tribulation. Perhaps when you ascend to divinity in the future, your power will not be as overwhelming. Douluo Continent shook his head with a heavy sigh. Achieving divinity is no simple feat. I fear I shall never realize that hope in this lifetime. Ning Rongrong approached, gently tugging at Continent's sleeve. Grandfather Jian, do not lose heart. As long as you strive diligently and possess a clear conscience, that is sufficient. Douluo Continent gazed at Ning Rongrong, who resembled his granddaughter, and smiled kindly. Rongrong truly understands me best. Dai Mubai inquired, Rongrong, how is it that you find yourselves here? Ning Rongrong replied, it is because Grandfather Jian is to participate in the battle for the rankings, and I thought it would be delightful to accompany him. Tangsan asked, why has Grandfather Bone come to partake in the battle for the rankings? Rongrong chuckled. Covering her mouth, Grandfather Bone had intended to come, but the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School requires strong guardians. Thus, Grandfather Jian proposed a one-on-one duel, with the victor proceeding to Jiyu Huashan to engage in the battle for the rankings. Xiao Wu rushed over, grasping Ning Rongrong's sleeve. Rongrong, you are still as lively and playful as ever. At that moment, Xiang Wentian retrieved a stone spirit, akin to the size of a football, and presented it before Ru Meng, saying, you shall refine it, I will safeguard you. Ru Meng accepted the stone spirit, feeling its intense warmth and weight. Is this truly the stone spirit? The essence of fire element is remarkably dense. I sense my seraphim martial soul trembling with excitement, as if it has encountered a sumptuous feast. Xiang Wentian gazed at Ryue, who was holding the stone spirit in silence, seemingly lost in thought. He inquired, what troubles you? Nothing, Ryue replied, shaking her head as she sat cross-legged, initiating the refinement of the stone spirit with her martial soul. At that moment, the others formed a protective circle around her. The martial soul, Seraphim, a superlative fire attribute soul, possessed the ability to devour all flames in existence and convert them for her use. As Ryue's Seraphim emitted several blazing fire dragons, enveloping the stone spirit, the refinement process commenced. Initially, there were no signs of the stone spirit melting or diminishing. However, as time elapsed, the stone spirit gradually began to dissolve, its intense fiery elemental power being slowly consumed by Ryue's Seraphim. Concurrently, her cultivation continuously strengthened, and her fire attribute Seraphim evolved as if on the brink of a metamorphosis. After 2 hours, just as Ryue was nearing the completion of the refinement, her Seraphim unexpectedly underwent a transformation. The once fiery crimson Seraphim suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, the flames now soaring with a resplendent golden hue. Once the refinement concluded, Ryue opened her eyes and retracted her Seraphim, rising to her feet. Ning Rongrong approached her, asking, Sister Mingming, has your martial soul evolved? Ryue smiled and nodded, saying, I feel that the power of my fire attribute martial soul has increased by more than 10-fold. Xiao Wu remarked, I sense your soul power has surged significantly. What level is it now? 83. Ryue exclaimed excitedly. 83. An increase of a full 10 levels. The others gasped in astonishment. Sword Douluo Continent remarked calmly, this is quite normal. She has refined a stone spirit aged 100,000 years. Although this mineral is not a soul beast, it belongs to the category of heavenly treasures. A soul master with a fire attribute martial soul, provided they can withstand the immense fire attribute energy of the stone spirit, will undoubtedly experience a rapid enhancement in their soul power. The group nodded in understanding. Ru Yue playfully winked at Xiang Wentian, saying, "Brother, please assist me in crafting a fire attribute soul ring of 100,000 years. It must be powerful." Xiang Wentian immersed his consciousness into the system space, allowing the system to procure a soul ring of the 10,000 years twin fire dragon leopard for Ru Ming. Upon absorbing this soul ring, he would acquire the formidable skill known as the Flame Annihilation Slash. At that moment, Sword Douluo Continent expressed his confusion, inquiring about the creation of soul rings. Ru Ming nodded in affirmation, explaining that after Xiang Wentian obtained his 9th soul ring, he gained a unique ability, the capacity to create soul rings, albeit limited to one 10,000 years soul ring at most. A 10,000 years soul ring, gasped Qinshin. Ning Rongrong and Oscar in unison. Ru Ming continued, elucidating that while the absorbed 10,000 years soul ring would not enhance one's soul power in the slightest, it posed no danger during its consumption. In essence, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Qinshin's breath quickened, overwhelmed by astonishment as he contemplated Xiang Wentian's exceptional talent and extraordinary abilities. Although he currently held the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall, he recognized that Xiang's integrity and character marked him as a man of great stature, potentially a formidable force in the future. He resolved to find a way for Rongrong to marry him, thus making him the son-in-law of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This would ensure that the disciples of their sect could effortlessly acquire as many soul rings as needed. And perhaps the soul rings crafted by Xiang would alter the fate of the auxiliary soul masters within their school. At that moment, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and retrieved the 10,000 years soul ring from the system space. Ru Ming observed as this soul ring slowly levitated above the ground. He settled into a meditative position, silently absorbing the resplendent red 10,000 years soul ring. While others had previously witnessed Xiang Wentian's soul ring creation without much astonishment, Qinshin, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were left speechless upon beholding the 10,000 years soul ring. Qinshin felt his resolve strengthen further upon seeing the magnificent red soul ring. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were both thrilled and excited, envisioning a future where they could obtain soul rings without the need to hunt soul beasts, simply requesting them from their captain and even receiving a 10,000 years soul ring. The thought exhilarated them. An hour later, Ru Ming completed the absorption of the soul ring, opened his eyes, and stood up, smiling at the gathered crowd. Ning Rongrong approached him, grasping his hand, and asked, "What is your 8th soul skill? Show us, please." Ru Ming smiled gently, nodded, and moved to an open space in the canyon, taking to the air. 8 soul rings manifested around him, with the 8th red soul ring shining brilliantly, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Flame Annihilation Slash, a dazzling golden red blade of fire energy surged forth, striking the canyon floor. With a resounding crash, a massive chasm, over 1,000 meters long and several meters deep, appeared within the canyon, leaving the onlookers in sheer awe. Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is this truly the power of a 10,000 years soul ring? It is terrifying indeed." As Ru Ming retracted her martial soul and returned before the crowd, she proclaimed with pride, "Did you see that? This is the power of the soul ring crafted by my brother, a skill of instantaneous slashing." Every time Ru Ming mentioned Xiang Wentian, a blissful smile would grace her face. After all, who wouldn't desire an exceptionally remarkable fiancé? Remarked, "It seems we have lingered here for quite some time. Let us continue our journey." The group nodded in agreement and proceeded forward. Chapter 176. The 9 Styles of Divine Punishment. As they traveled, the presence of Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Jian Daoqinshin noticeably invigorated the atmosphere. Amidst their cheerful banter, however, Xiang Wentian felt an inexplicable void. Ever since acquiring the giant K divine sword, he had yet to discover a sword technique that resonated with him. Consequently, during their journey, he immersed his consciousness within the system marketplace, seeking a sword technique that would befit him. Upon accessing the system marketplace, he was greeted by a dazzling array of sword techniques, overwhelming his senses. The Starry Sky Sword art, rank, Primordial Infinity, created by the Starry Sky Sword deity, consists of 12 styles. Mastery of this technique can shatter galaxies and dissolve chaos, wielding formidable power. It is recommended for peak experts in the Supreme Realm, priced at 999 points. The Celestial Abyss Sword art, rank, High Holy, devised by the ancestor of the Blood Sea and Dark River, comprises 36 styles. Achieving full mastery can fracture the primordial world and reverse the 9 domains, possessing immense power. It is advised for peak experts in the Holy Realm, priced at 999 points. The Divine Thunder Sword Art, rank, High Divine, conceived by the Jade Emperor, consists of 72 styles. Attaining mastery allows one to command the thunder of the heavens, harnessing all lightning powers, making it an unparalleled choice for those cultivating thunder attributes. It is suggested for peak experts in the Divine Realm, priced at 999 points. This is overwhelming. I desire each one of them. Alas, my points are limited, and I must refrain from reckless spending. Perhaps I should entrust the system to make a selection for me. Ding. Current host realm, divine level. It is recommended that the host cultivate the 9 styles of divine punishment sword art. Xiang Wentian beheld the divine punishment 9 styles sword technique, an intermediate divine tier martial art devised by the revered thunder punishment master. This technique is divided into 9 distinct forms and once mastered to perfection, it allows the practitioner to command the wrath of divine lightning, wielding immense power. It is particularly suited for those at the early to mid stages of the divine realm. The price for this profound technique is 666 points of contribution. Without hesitation, Xiang Wentian opted to purchase the learning, thereby remedying his deficiencies in sword techniques. Observing the dwindling points, a sense of unease crept into his heart, for these points were akin to currency for him, lacking sufficient points. He could not shake off the feeling of instability. Time flew by, and before long, another month had passed. Throughout this period, the group faced numerous trials. Yet thanks to the presence of Xiang Wentian, a formidable being, they navigated through the challenges unscathed. Suddenly, the resonant sound of bells echoed, drawing everyone's gaze towards a distant site, a temple. The temple was not ostentatious, rather, it appeared somewhat worn, yet it exuded an air of grandeur and profound Tao essence. Above the entrance, a prominent character for Tao caught the eye of Xiang Wentian, evoking visions of the cosmos, the origins of celestial bodies, the birth of life, and the tumultuous clash of countless forces. Flanking the entrance were 2 couplets, rich in meaning, seemingly encapsulating the essence of the 3000 Tao. The first line read, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The second line proclaimed, man imitates earth, earth imitates heaven, heaven imitates Tao, Tao imitates nature. At that moment, a voice, both commanding and ethereal, resonated. Congratulations on overcoming numerous obstacles to arrive here. This will be your final trial before reaching the 9 domains of Huashan. Successfully passing through will grant you entry to the contest for rankings. Failure will lead to your demise and the dissolution of your path. Let the trial commence. Abruptly, the temple vanished and the voice faded, revealing before them a vast and desolate mountain range. This terrain was devoid of flora and fauna, only presenting a formidable collection of towering rocks that cast an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Oscar trembled, exclaiming, what is this place? Where has the temple gone? Who is that voice? Could there be spirits here? Shouldn't we turn back? With a swift slap to the back of Oscar's head, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, turn back? We have come this far. If you utter such defeatist words again, I shall deal with you. The most composed among them were Chen Xian and Xiang Wentian. With a serious expression, Chen Xian remarked, this voice seems to belong to the heavenly Tao. Given that this is the final trial, it is undoubtedly significant. We must remain united and not stray too far apart. With collective strength, we can surely succeed. Nods of agreement circulated among the group, and Xiang Wentian stated, as the captain, I shall take command. We will advance in a triangular formation. I will lead the way, with Sword Elder and Ru Ming flanking me on either side. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing will follow closely behind. Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao will protect Jiang Zhu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong within our formation. Shimin Shui and Yi Gu Qing, you two remain behind. The crowd nodded in agreement and collectively advanced towards the distant mountains. Chapter 177. The final barrier. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they gazed upon the sparse bones scattered around. As they proceeded further, the bones became increasingly abundant. Raising their eyes, they discovered a thick layer of corpses accumulated across the entire mountain range, a sight that sent chills down their spines. Most of the remains appeared intact underfoot, suggesting that they had perished not long ago, likely belonging to countless teams that had ventured towards the 9 domains Mount Hua only to meet their demise here. Faced with such a grim spectacle, the hearts of the group sank. They pondered how many lives had been lost to create such a mountain of bones. Xiang Wentian, upon reflecting on this, commanded, "Exercise caution and remain vigilant, ready for combat at any moment." Yet, what puzzled them was the absence of any visible monsters in the vicinity. Only an overwhelming aura of malevolence permeating the eerily bright sky, casting a gray and foreboding atmosphere. In such an environment, the deeper the silence, the more unsettling it felt to the group. Crunch, crunch. The sound of their footsteps echoed as they tread upon the thick layer of bones. Suddenly, an eerie, maniacal laughter erupted from all directions. Xiang Wentian gestured for everyone to halt, and they cautiously observed their surroundings. Oscar and Ma Hongjun trembled, a sudden urge to relieve themselves overwhelming them, followed by a warm trickle cascading down their pants. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, closest to the two, wrinkled their noses in disgust. Xiao Wu whispered in revulsion, "You two are utterly disgraceful. How could you wet yourselves?" Just then, a peculiar cackling echoed once more. "Delicious food has returned. Children, come forth and indulge in your feast." In an instant, a multitude of enormous spiders emerged from the depths of the earth, their grotesque forms resembling that of a human face. Cloaked in darkness, they bore blue runes that flickered across their bodies, while their 8 legs glistened with a chilling sharpness akin to lances. The sheer number of spiders was staggering, seemingly endless, with the weakest among them possessing a cultivation of at least 30,000 years, while the most formidable surpassed a terrifying 100,000 years. In that moment, the term human-faced demon spider resonated within the minds of all present. Xiang Wentian spoke solemnly. "This must be the humanoid demon spider cultivated by the heavenly Tao. Everyone, maintain your formation and charge forward." In an instant, countless spiders leaped into the air, as numerous humanoid demon spiders descended upon the crowd from both the sky and the ground, intent on annihilation. With a direct invocation, Xiang Wentian unleashed his demonic angelic form, wielding the colossal divine sword of the Great K, effectively blocking the advance of 80% of the man-faced demonic spiders. Under the sharp radiance of the divine sword, countless man-faced demonic spiders were cleaved into segments. As the god of war descended upon him, a golden armor enveloped the demonic angel, enhancing Xiang Wentian's combat prowess manifold. The atmosphere trembled with thunderous roars as dark clouds gathered ominously, casting a shadow over the land, leaving the rest of Shrek's members feeling as though heaven and earth were about to collide. Suddenly, the sky flickered with light and sound, as lightning lashed across the heavens like a whip, instilling fear in all who beheld it. At last, the lightning erupted, resembling a sword that cleaved the sky. A brilliant arc descended from the clouds, illuminating the pitch-black expanse above. From a distance, it appeared as if the demonic angel's presence could be discerned amidst the dark, gray clouds. In that moment of impending doom, the deafening roar of thunder reverberated through the air, akin to the collapse of the heavens, as countless bolts of lightning descended rapidly. Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian bellowed, "First form of heavenly punishment, Thunderlord's electric wind." A multitude of thunderous roars converged upon the divine sword of the Great K, and in that instant, Xiang Wentian embodied the essence of a thunder god. Slicing forward with incredible speed, a terrifying arc of lightning surged forth, carrying the might of wind and thunder, obliterating the man-faced demonic spiders in its path, leaving a vast expanse charged with electric energy before the onlookers. Sword Douluo Continent was taken aback, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar stood astonished, as everyone realized the terrifying power that stemmed from achieving divine ascension, an unparalleled might that seemed insurmountable. Ding! The host has slain 80 man-faced demonic spiders, earning 800,000 points. The host has slain 120 man-faced demonic spiders, earning 200,000 points. The host has slain 240 man-faced demonic spiders, earning 200,000 points. Despite Xiang Wentian's formidable strike, the relentless swarm of fearless man-faced demonic spiders proved to be a daunting challenge. Amidst the dense throng of these creatures, the group fought valiantly, struggling to advance. Oscar tossed various sausages of differing sizes and colors to his comrades, replenishing their soul power while bolstering their strength. Ning Rongrong, wielding the 9 treasure glaze tile, directed radiant beams towards her allies, enhancing their strength, speed, soul power, and defense. Upon witnessing injuries among her companions, Jiang Zhu promptly activated her healing staff, tending to their wounds. United in spirit and coordinated in action, they pressed on through the chaos. Chapter 178. The Man-Faced Demonic Spider King. Thunder rumbled once more. The sky was shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, with lightning twisting and roaring like a great dragon amidst the darkness. The boundaries between heaven and earth had vanished, merging into an indistinguishable expanse where one could not discern sky from land. The thunder initially rolled forth with a deep, muffled resonance, gradually escalating as the fierce winds stirred the scattered bones across the landscape. Each crack of thunder pierced the vast, desolate firmament, echoing violently in the ears of all present. The air was thick with a foreboding malevolence, seamlessly entwined with the inky clouds, casting a terrifying and grotesque aura that blotted out the sun. A multitude of human-faced demonic spiders, seemingly stirred by the resonant thunder, grew sluggish and disoriented. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, and the swarm of human-faced demonic spiders, as if commanded by an unseen force, surged forward once again. The second technique of the heavenly punishment, wind and thunder's roaring fury. The sky became a chaotic tapestry of intertwining lightning, resonating thunder reverberating throughout the cosmos, causing numerous human-faced demonic spiders to succumb to unconsciousness. In an instant, the tempestuous winds coalesced with the lightning to form a blinding pillar of light, descending upon the mountains like divine retribution. With a resounding crash, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, soaring into the heavens, carrying with it countless carcasses of human-faced demonic spiders, raining down like a macabre spectacle. Almost immediately, a shower of blue blood and severed limbs fell from the sky, the noxious aura surrounding them rendering the scene horrifically surreal, akin to a hellish battlefield, overwhelming the senses with its repugnant stench. Ding! The host has slain 200 human-faced demonic spiders, earning 2,000,000 points. The host has slain 400 human-faced demonic spiders, earning 4,000,000 points. The host has slain 600 human-faced demonic spiders, earning 6,000,000 points. The incessant, mechanical chirping echoed through the clouds. The king of the human-faced demonic spiders, witnessing the swift slaughter of his kin, seethed with fury. In the past, humans venturing into this domain had not lasted long, swiftly devoured by his kind. Yet today, intruders proved remarkably formidable, unprecedented in history. Particularly, the foremost among them, transformed into angelic demons, could only be deemed spider terminators. Realizing that he could not allow them to leave unscathed, the king of the human-faced demonic spiders roared once more, launching himself with 8 spider legs towards the crowd. Sword Sage Xiang Wentian suddenly beheld a colossal human-faced demonic spider king descending from the sky, enveloped in a swirling aura of malice. His expression turned grave as he bellowed, "Be cautious." A 10,000-year-old human-faced demonic spider king. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's warning, the crowd collectively gazed upwards, only to witness a creature magnitudes larger than the rest. The spider king plunging towards them, its 8 legs resembling enormous spears, shrouded in dark malevolence and glimmering with a chilling light, as it advanced menacingly. As lightning surged from his eyes, 2 tangible bolts of thunder erupted forth. Grasping the formidable divine sword of the giant K, he charged toward the descending visage of the demon Spider King, propelled by the relentless flapping of the 8-winged angelic demon behind him. The void left by the triangular formation was swiftly filled by the indomitable presence of Xiang Wentian. With a fierce roar, he summoned the wrath of the heavens, the third form of the 9 punishments of heaven, howling to shatter thunder. In an instant, the thunderous roar ceased, and the brilliance of lightning faded, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. The next moment, a deafening and resounding clap of thunder erupted, illuminating the sky with a blinding radiance. Above Xiang Wentian's head, a translucent dagger soared into the heavens, merging with the lightning in the sky to transform into a colossal sword forged from electric fury. The immense blade descended with force, piercing the back of the human-faced demon Spider King, casting it from the skies and pinning it to the ground. This was the 4th move of the heavenly punishment 9 styles, the thunder slash of the heavens. In that moment, the demon Spider King felt an excruciating pain that engulfed both body and soul, as if it were on the verge of dissolution. It roared and writhed in a desperate attempt to rise, only to be cleaved in 2 by a blinding flash of thunderous sword light. In the instant following the demise of the demon Spider King, the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake, as the mighty mountain range split apart, revealing an abyssal chasm that widened ominously. Boom, boom, boom. A monstrous spider, resembling a celestial pillar, emerged with a thunderous roar, followed by another, then a third. From the gaping fissure, a giant human-faced demon spider erupted, dwarfing even Xiang Wentian, who had transformed into a towering demonic angel. As the colossal creature fully emerged from the chasm, countless smaller human-faced spiders, like subjects before their sovereign, prostrated themselves upon the ground. The immense demon spider gazed down upon them with a look of utter disdain, instilling a deep-seated dread within the hearts of all present. It spoke in a voice that oozed loathing. "Humans, you dare to slay my subordinates? I shall make you regret ever setting foot in this world. My kin will devour you alive, making you taste the terror of death and the agony of endless suffering." Chapter 179. The God King Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian glared disdainfully at the creature before him, exclaiming, "Look at you, so grotesque, a waste of that human visage. Given your physique, you must be the human-faced demon spider emperor. Since I have already vanquished your kind, I shall now escort you to your demise." At that moment, all but Xiang Wentian were engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. It was not fear of battle that gripped them, but the overwhelming might of this ancient creature, which had existed for over 100 millennia, that extinguished any flicker of confidence they might have possessed. "Arrogance! You shall perish!" roared the human-faced demon spider emperor, as its colossal legs, akin to towering pillars, descended upon the group with ferocity. After a grueling struggle, Xiang Wentian found his divine power severely depleted. In haste, he activated the kingdom of Buddhism within his palm. A golden aura enveloped the realm, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth within this sanctified space. Xiang Wentian's divine strength became boundless as the kingdom remained intact, perpetuating his power. "Retreat quickly. I shall withstand it," Xiang Wentian bellowed. Soaring into the air to confront the human-faced demon spider emperor, he unleashed the fifth form of the 9 heavenly punishments. Thunder shatters all loss. A shield composed entirely of lightning surrounded him, impervious to any assault. Then he invoked the 6th form, furious thunder of heaven. In an instant, thunder roared in unison, and the sky, shrouded in gray, blazed bright as day. Thunder rolled and coalesced, forming an immense sphere of lightning, hurtling towards the human-faced demon spider emperor like a comet destined to collide with the earth. Upon witnessing this formidable attack, the emperor furrowed its brow, raising its head to unleash a beam of azure light aimed at the descending sphere of lightning. Meanwhile, its 2 towering legs advanced towards Xiang Wentian, poised to deliver a scissor-like strike. Should he be struck, Xiang Wentian would be cleaved in 2. Xiang Wentian soared into the air, narrowly evading the impending assault, and bellowed with fervor, 7th form of heavenly punishment, heavenly seal strike. The atmosphere crackled with fury as lightning surged, intertwining to form a colossal web that enveloped the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the world was illuminated brilliantly. Even the unfathomable depths of the vast chasm were aglow as if it were midday. The great web of lightning descended swiftly, ensnaring the human-faced demon spider king and immobilizing all of its faculties. Xiang Wentian was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the human-faced demon spider king. The heavenly seal strike would scarcely restrain it for long. Yet, for Xiang Wentian, even a fleeting moment would suffice. 8th form of heavenly punishment, divine retribution descends. With wide eyes, Xiang Wentian let out a thunderous roar. Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, coalescing into an immensely heavy mass. A column of white lightning, as large as a football field, descended from above, striking the back of the man-faced demon spider king with a resounding crash. A mushroom cloud erupted, and a colossal shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion. Countless smaller man-faced demon spiders were instantly obliterated, disintegrating in midair upon encountering the force of the shockwave. Ding! The host has slain the man-faced demon spider king, earning 888 points. The host has killed 1,000 man-faced demon spiders, gaining 10,000 points. The host has vanquished 3,000 man-faced demon spiders, acquiring 30,000 points. The host has exterminated 6,000 man-faced demon spiders, receiving 60,000 points. The members of Shrek were awestruck by the devastating shockwave, momentarily forgetting to evade. However, Jian Daochen, a seasoned warrior, was not intimidated by the cataclysmic display. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "I am as steadfast as a sword." A colossal 7-kill sword materialized before the group, inverted in the air, shielding them from the onslaught of the shockwave. Suddenly, a deluge of blue blood rain and chunks of flesh began to fall from the sky, engulfing those who had not managed to escape in time. After vanquishing the spider menace, Xiang Wentian unleashed his devouring skill, emanating a profound black magical aura. Wherever this dark energy traversed, the corpses and flesh of countless human-faced demons were reduced to desiccated remains. Ding! The host utilized the devouring skill, consuming 1,000 human-faced demons, thereby acquiring 1,000 divine power points. Due to the host's elevated level, the soul rings could not be augmented. Ding! The host employed the devouring skill again, consuming 3,000 human-faced demons, thus gaining 3,000 divine power points. Ding! The host activated the devouring skill once more, devouring 6,000 human-faced demons, resulting in an acquisition of 6,000 divine power points. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine rank is now 101. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine rank is now 102. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine rank is now 103. Ding! Congratulations to the host on advancing to the realm of the Divine King. The current divine power level stands at 119. Thunderous winds surged as the tempest roared, shattering the skies with furious lightning strikes, obliterating all in its path. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Divine King, Demonic Angel Deity, Martial Soul, Demonic Angel Divine Power. Level 119, 96. 668, 100, 000. Soul Rings. Orange. Duration: 16, 666, 666 years. 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 Rainbow. Duration: 16, 666, 666 years. Soul Techniques. First Soul Technique: Space Lock, Time Stasis. Second Soul Technique: Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Technique: Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky Cleave. Fourth Soul Technique: Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Technique: Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Embrace. Sixth Soul Technique: Angelic Stupa, Celestial Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Technique: True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Technique: Annihilation Strike, Silence of All Things. Ninth Soul Technique: Power that Breaks the Heavens, Primordial Quake. Divine Level Soul Technique: Divine Sword of the Great Abyss. Unlimited usage. Soul Bones: Demon Angel Battle God Skull, Demon Angel Battle God Backbone, Demon Angel Battle God Left Arm, Demon Angel Battle God Right Leg, Demon Angel Battle God Left Leg, Breaking Army Demon S Right Arm, which disregards defense. Soul Bone Skill: Battle God Manifestation, Fusion Skill of Demon Angel Battle God Soul Bone. Disregarding defense, Breaking Army Strike, accompanying skill of Breaking Army Demon S Right Arm Bone. Divine Skills: Tathagata Palm, Heavenly Punishment 9 Techniques. Points: 666618288. Cultivation Method: True Scripture of World Destruction by Heavenly Demon, Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. Ability: Devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Upon closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian witnessed an exceedingly comical scene. He observed the Shrek team emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if they were pulling radishes, accompanied by a series of popping sounds. Although he felt an urge to laugh, he restrained himself upon seeing Jian Dao Qinshin. For respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue that must be upheld. Chapter 180, Atop Mount Huashan of the Nine Domains. The group emerged from the mountain of flesh, spotting Xiang Wentian smiling at them from afar. Xiao Wu shook off the remnants of flesh and blue blood that clung to her, exclaiming in disgust, "It stinks. This is revolting. Tang San, hurry and find some water to help me clean up." Tang San was momentarily at a loss, realizing that they were surrounded by fragments of flesh and blue blood. Pondering where he could possibly find water, Suddenly, he recalled that Xiang Wentian had the ability to conjure water. He immediately called out to Xiang Wentian, "Wentian, summon rain to help us wash off." Upon hearing Tang San's call, Xiang Wentian nodded. "Since rain is to fall, let it pour abundantly," he declared. Summoning the tempest with a flick of his hand, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and a fierce wind howled. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the earth. In an instant, a torrential downpour cascaded from the sky, weaving the space into an unbroken web of rain, drenching everyone and transforming them into drenched souls as they washed away the remnants of flesh and blue blood from their bodies. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, the intensity of the vibrations causing many to struggle to maintain their footing. The earth beneath them cracked open, and amidst the violent quaking of the mountains, the vast fissures slowly converged until they vanished completely. Then, a radiant golden light emerged before the mountain range, dazzling in its brilliance. As the golden glow dissipated, a magnificent golden portal came into view. This grand gate, suffused with golden light, was resplendent beyond compare, encircled by 9 colossal golden dragons that spiraled around it, dancing in midair. Melodious sounds resonated in the air, and golden lotuses descended from the heavens, resembling a celestial paradise. Above the golden gate, 2 couplets exuded an aura of profound significance, their grandeur unmistakable. The first line read, "The Tao transcends the tangible realm of heaven and earth." The second line proclaimed, "The altar resides in the ethereal void." Upon gazing at this couplet, Xiang Wentian felt as though his consciousness was about to plunge into its depths. A faint, ethereal voice resonated within his heart. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, yet they diverge. Amidst the mortal realm, the heart remains vacant. Severing the 7 emotions leads to the 8 sufferings, while rekindling the 6 desires brings forth love and hate in perpetuity. Suddenly awakened, Xiang Wentian contemplated. "Are you urging me to renounce the world and become a Taoist priest? I refuse. I cannot betray my beloved. I wish to save her life and embrace the splendid journey that awaits me." At that moment, the ethereal voice sighed and vanished, never to be heard again. Dong, dong, dong. The 12 chimes resonated through the cosmos, yet the crowd felt no fear from this sudden tolling. Instead, the sound brought a profound sense of tranquility and solemnity to their hearts. The 81 tribulations had reached completion as they stepped through the golden gates atop Mount Huashan. Misfortune and fortune are entwined. Where one leans, the other hides. The fate of merit and opportunity rests solely on the diligence and effort of the individual. A voice, both authoritative and ephemeral, suddenly echoed in the ears of the assembly, awakening them from their serene reverie. As Xiang Wentian gazed skyward, he discerned no trace of a figure. Yet he was certain it must be the voice of the heavenly Tao, perfectly resonating with the sound that had recently echoed within his heart. At that moment, Jiandao Qinshin, fixing his gaze upon the 9-dragon golden gate, resolutely declared, "For this moment, we have sacrificed greatly. Let us proceed." The instant the group stepped through the 9-dragon golden gate, the scene before them underwent a remarkable transformation. Majestic snow-capped peaks adorned with glistening silver stretched far and wide, and the air was filled with a captivating fragrance. Flowers blossomed in vibrant colors, painting the clouds, while birds danced gracefully beside the pines. The uniquely exquisite lilac bloomed in brilliance, and everywhere, pearls and jade-like rhododendrons flourished. Golden and azure waters flowed beneath dragon-scaled clouds, and the reflections in the jade lake mirrored the heavens. On the verdant ridges, faint green branches emerged, while delicate red lotuses swayed gently at the horizon. An avalanche startled the deer on the slope, and a tiger's roar sent the geese soaring from the valley, creating a truly enchanting scene at the 9 domains Huashan. Upon reaching the summit of Huashan, they beheld a colossal arena suspended above the peak. Its material an enigma, neither pure gold nor pure jade, yet radiating an unparalleled opulence. Surrounding the arena were 108 massive viewing platforms that spanned the void, forming what appeared to be a grand bagua formation. At this juncture, several teams had already taken their positions on the viewing platforms, engaged in lively discussions, as if they were the champions themselves. Amipa, I, the Buddha of the burning lamp, declare that in this contest for the rankings, the top position undeniably belongs to the Western Paradise. The burning lamp Buddha, adorned with a luminous golden aura, exuded a solemn demeanor, embodying the tranquility of an ancient monk in meditation. "You shall not seize the top position, burning lamp, as long as I, the no heaven law ancestor, am here." The Western Paradise's ambitions shall not prevail. The foremost title must belong to me, proclaimed the no-heaven law ancestor, his silhouette enveloped in demonic energy. His resolute and handsome visage illuminated by a glimmer of royal brilliance, his black and gold attire accentuating his formidable presence. Who commands the tides of fate? None but I. The Demon Lord, he asserted. When it comes to the top rank, it rightfully belongs to me and my esteemed brother, Douluo Continent. The duo, dressed in contrasting black and white, embodied their respective auras, the Demon Lord surrounded by dark energy, while Douluo Continent shimmered with divine radiance. Even before the contest for the rankings commenced, the air was thick with anticipation as each individual prepared to vie for supremacy a month hence. Chapter 181. A convergence of the strong. The members of Shrek found an unoccupied viewing platform and approached it. Standing atop as they observed the other teams fervently preparing for the impending battle for the top position, they exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads at the palpable tension among the competing squads. Xiang Wentian surveyed his surroundings but found no familiar faces, so he closed his eyes to cultivate, gradually immersing himself in the depths of his training. After Xiang Wentian entered his meditative state, the members of Shrek also began to engage in their own cultivation, preparing for the impending battle for rankings set to take place in a month. Great Celestial Venerable, this observation platform has a destined connection with me. I kindly ask everyone to make way. After an indeterminate period, an exceedingly irksome voice suddenly broke the tranquility. The members of Shrek opened their eyes. As Xiang Wentian surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the 108 viewing platforms were now filled with people, some seated, some standing, some engaged in hushed conversations, and others eagerly rubbing their hands together, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor. In the forefront of the platforms, a Taoist priest stood aloof, prompting Xiang Wentian to exclaim, "Shameless Duanda, how is it that you are still alive?" Duanda's face immediately darkened, and he retorted, "Infinite Celestial Venerable, I am alive and well. Yet you wish for my demise. What is the intent behind such malice? Your intent lies in the cesspool. If you are fated to it, go and retrieve it." Xiang Wentian disdainfully replied. Every encounter with Duanda filled Xiang Wentian with an aversion. This man incessantly proclaimed connections of fate, resembling a brigand, engendering immense irritation. "Please, esteemed benefactor, exercise some restraint in your words. Otherwise, you shall descend into the abyss after death and suffer the punishment of tongue-cutting." Duanda intoned with an air of enigmatic profundity, as though he were a sage expounding wisdom. "Then may I inquire, esteemed Taoist, how do such proclamations of fate, akin to blatant robbery, translate in the abyss?" Xiang Wentian countered with pointed skepticism. "Infinite Celestial Venerable, the myriad paths are all manifestations of the Tao. As a practitioner of the Tao, I possess the right to utilize all that is transformed by these myriad paths. Thus, everything in this world is intertwined with my fate," Duanda asserted. The members of Shrek could no longer endure the spectacle. This individual was exceedingly brazen, resorting to such outrageous sophistry. "Outrageous sophistry," Dai Mubai exclaimed in anger, intending to reprimand Duanda, when suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The pressure of the heavenly Tao. The onlookers from the 108 viewing platforms gasped in astonishment. Xiang Wentian cast a grave glance at Dai Mubai, admonishing him, "Mubai, do not act impulsively. We must refrain from any confrontation until the match commences, lest we provoke the heavenly Tao's wrath." The members of Shrek Academy collectively felt a wave of anxiety for Dai Mubai, while a cold sweat thoroughly soaked his garments, as he recognized his own insignificance beneath the heavenly Tao. Had he succumbed to the urge to strike moments ago, he would surely have been reduced to ashes by now. A thought that sent shivers of dread coursing through him. Conversely, among the spectators on the other platforms, some reveled in the prospect of misfortune befalling others. For them, the elimination of even a single contender by the heavenly Tao would lessen their competition in the upcoming ranking battle. In their hearts, they wished for the demise of all present, envisioning a path to the coveted top position without any effort. This pinnacle offered profound merits, the most treasured of rewards. Earning such merits through virtuous deeds would take countless millennia, a luxury they could ill afford as they needed to focus on their own cultivation. As Duanda observed the heavenly Tao's continued intervention, and with Shrek's members unwilling to yield, he too retreated to another spectator platform in search of like-minded individuals. Following this incident, the Shrek group ceased their training, instead awaiting the commencement of the ranking battle in silence. Days later, the 108 spectator platforms were completely filled, with even the peaks below teeming with diverse cultivators arriving from all directions. Amidst the crowd, Xiang Wentian was surprised to spot several familiar faces, including Xiao Yin, Yi Fan, Lin Fan, as well as the renowned Duge Qiu Bai from the Tiando Royal Academy and the duo Feng Yun from the Shenfeng Academy. Notably, the infamous Huiyun Xieshan from the Qihua Academy was also present. To Xiang Wentian's astonishment, Linus and Celia were among the crowd as well, accompanied by 4 formidable swordsmen, each exuding an air of menace and wielding distinct swords of varying sizes, daggers, long swords, great swords, and light swords. Xiang Wentian found it incomprehensible how Linus, the village chief of Douluo village, could possibly arrive in such a place. Yet, the figure before him was undoubtedly Linus. The only plausible explanation was that Linus was a reclusive master. Chapter 182. The Ancestor Hongjun at that moment. Huowu from the Fire Academy lifted her gaze and noticed Xiang Wentian scanning the crowd below. A flutter of excitement coursed through her heart. Her dream lover was right above her, leaving her both exhilarated and somewhat at a loss. Finally, she mustered her courage and conveyed to Xiang Wentian telepathically, "Wentian, you arrived quite early. There are already seats available on the viewing platform." As Xiang Wentian heard the voice calling out to him, he recognized it was Huowu. Looking down, he saw her beaming up at him with a bright smile. Xiang Wentian returned her smile and communicated back, "Indeed, we arrived a month early. How did you manage to come here?" Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's response, Huowu felt her heart race uncontrollably, 2 rosy hues blossoming on her cheeks. With a hint of nervousness, she replied, "It was the elder of the Huiyun Xie god who brought us here. The journey was fraught with peril. Had it not been for his protection, we would have struggled to reach this place." As Xiang Wentian listened to Huowu's words, his gaze fell upon an elderly man with a shock of red hair standing at the forefront of the Qihua Academy's team. The old man's face was as red as that of the legendary warrior Guangong, clad in resplendent crimson robes adorned with golden dragons. Surrounded by a halo of divine light, it was evident that he was also a master of godly prowess. Noticing Xiang Wentian's gaze, the elder raised his head and offered a slight smile. He communicated, "So, you are the one whom Huowu has been yearning for, Xiang Wentian? Indeed, you possess remarkable talent. I am Huiyun Laozu. Should the opportunity arise, do visit the Huiyun family." Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback, pondering the words that lingered in his mind. However, he did not dwell on the old man's remarks and merely offered a courteous nod to him. Time flew by, and soon the day of the contest arrived. Atop Mount Hua, a throng of people gathered, their numbers spilling down to the foot of the mountain, estimated to be no fewer than 500,000, representing various sects from across the continent. Only 10% of those who sought to participate in the competition had managed to arrive here, while the remaining 90% had perished along the way. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with peril. Silence. A resonant and ethereal voice echoed from above, prompting the crowd to gaze upward. There, they beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard, suspended in the air. His face, resembling a red jade stone, bore no wrinkles, exuding a benevolent demeanor. His eyes sparkled like the stars, and his countenance was adorned with the serene features of a sage. Clad in a traditional Taoist robe that perfectly enveloped his form, he introduced himself. "I am Hongjun, known as the Ancestor of Tao, sent by the celestial mandate to preside over the contest. This marks the inaugural competition since the merging of realms, to be held once every century thereafter. Today, a total of 488,888 participants have gathered, a number of great auspiciousness. The contest will follow a one-on-one elimination format, and shortly, each participant will bear a number. Those with matching numbers will ascend to the stage for battle. In this arena, strikes are blind, and fate is inescapable." As he spoke, he waved his hand dramatically, causing a massive arena to multiply from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and then to 8, culminating in an expanse filled with colossal platforms. This display of power left the onlookers in utter astonishment. While many below could replicate the act of multiplying objects, none could match the composure and swiftness with which Hongjun executed such a feat, underscoring the immeasurable depth of his prowess. At that moment, a series of crimson digits materialized before Xiang Wentian, displaying the number 888. Upon seeing this, he mused to himself, "What a fortuitous number. It seems today I shall not only reap great fortune, but also sail smoothly through victory after victory." Lost in his thoughts, he couldn't help but break into a triumphant smile. The members of Shrek looked on, bemused by Xiang Wentian's evident delight. "What is it that brings you such joy, brother?" Dream inquired. Xiang Wentian pointed to the prominent 888 emblazoned on his chest, chuckling. "Do you not see how auspicious this number is? It feels as though it has been tailored specifically for me." Jian Daochen cast a glance at the 662 on his own chest, reflecting thoughtfully. "It seems that my number pales in comparison to your fortunate 888. Oscar, with a gloomy expression, stared at the 444 on his chest. Feeling a sense of despair within, as a support-type soul master, I too have been assigned a number. While I could accept this, could it not have been something more auspicious? Receiving 444 feels like an omen. Contemplating this, Oscar sighed. As a support-type soul master, stepping onto the stage seems like courting death. Before the Shrek team could respond, the voice of Hongjun Daozu resonated once more. For those participating in the contest for the rankings, if you do not ascend to the stage within 3 breaths, you will be deemed to have forfeited automatically. Those who secure a place in the top 10 of the human rankings will qualify for the Earth rankings. And those in the top 10 of the Earth rankings will automatically qualify for the heavenly rankings. The top positions in the heaven, Earth, and human rankings will receive merits of 60, 30, and 10 respectively. Additionally, the top 10 of each ranking will receive prizes of varying levels. Now that the rules and rewards have been stated, I hereby declare the contest for the rankings officially commenced. At this moment, Xiang Wentian addressed the group. Those lacking confidence in victory should refrain from stepping onto the stage, lest they risk their lives. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Jiangzhu nodded in understanding. Chapter 183. The contest for rankings commences. Once again, Xiang Wentian remarked, if one feels that the disparity in strength with the opponent is insurmountable, it is prudent not to enter the arena and instead forfeit. At that moment, the arena was filled with a cacophony of voices. A delicate and sharp voice echoed from the stage. Who is number 888? Hurry to platform 888 to meet your demise. Number 251 approaches to embrace death. Number 444 advances to face annihilation. The members of Shrek exchanged knowing smiles, displaying an air of calmness. Xiang Wentian smiled and declared, "The time has come for our Shrek team to showcase our prowess. Let history bear witness to the strength of each member of our illustrious group. I shall take my leave first. We shall meet again shortly." Aside from Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Jiangzhu, the remaining members of the Shrek team opted to engage in battle. Jian Daochen had yet to step onto the stage, yet his martial spirit was already unleashed. Tang San, without reservation, soared into the fray. Simultaneously, Shimin Shui and Yi Gucheng exchanged a glance, activated their martial spirits, and ascended to 2 distinct platforms. Upon Arena 888, a youth with flowing black hair, long eyebrows, and a sharp visage, characterized by a pale complexion, an eagle-like nose, and delicate pink lips, donned in all-black attire. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "I am the young master of the Lihen sect, the foremost demonic sect of the northern region, known as the Little Demon Lord of Hate Heaven. Should you perish here, do not forget who delivered your demise." The Lihen sect, having emerged in the extreme northern expanse, quickly unified tens of thousands of sects within a vast radius due to its formidable power and numerous experts, earning a resounding reputation throughout the northern region. His father, known as the Great Demon King of Hate Heaven, derived his title from the cultivation of the Hate Heaven scripture, which is how his sole offspring came to be called the Little Demon Lord of Hate Heaven. Xiang Wentian did not heed the cries of the malevolent Lord of the Heavens, but instead unleashed his true form as a demon angel, engaging his full offensive might. Grasping the colossal divine sword, he charged towards his adversary. The 9th heavenly punishment technique. 4th style, thunderous slash of the heavens. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and resounding thunder, illuminating the surroundings as myriad lightning dragons surged forth. This was followed by a cataclysmic roar that reverberated through the air, as the electric light converged into a magnificent, towering beam of sword energy, hurtling towards the Lord of the Heavens at a speed akin to lightning. The Lord of the Heavens was struck with terror upon witnessing the celestial sword light, reminiscent of a flowing river of stars, descending upon him. Overwhelmed with dread, he thought, "Is this formidable attack intended to slay me? I am the young master of the foremost demonic sect in the northern region. Does he not fear retribution?" In that critical moment, he could not afford to ponder further. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his most potent attack, a divine martial skill imparted by his father, the great demon king of the heavens. Before his departure, hate the heavens, hate the earth, hate all beings, hate oneself, hate, hate, hate. The great demon fist of the heavens. Surrounded by a tempest of demonic energy, an immense fist formed from boundless dark power surged forth, colliding with the celestial sword light above. Yet, despite the formidable force of the magical fist, it proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the heavenly blade. At the moment of impact, the fist was cleaved in two, leaving the Lord of the Heavens in a state of disbelief, murmuring, "How is this possible?" With a thunderous explosion, the entire arena trembled, as the Lord of the Heavens was obliterated into nothingness. In the fleeting moment before his demise, he cried out in despair, "My Father, the great demon king of the heavens, will undoubtedly take vengeance upon you." Ding! The host has slain the Lord of the Heavens, earning 96,000 points. Xiang Wentian glanced disdainfully and remarked, "What great demon king or little demon lord? I shall vanquish them one by one." With a graceful turn, he reclaimed the true form of the demon angel and the colossal sword, the divine blade, from Xiang Wentian, before returning to the observation area of the Shrek battle team. Upon returning to the Shrek battle team observation area, Xiang Wentian was met with four intense, hostile gazes fixed upon him. One among them, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "What shall we do now that the young master is dead? Even if we return without his demise, he will surely be gravely injured." The second individual spoke with venomous resentment, "Our wives and parents remain within the sect. We cannot flee. We must return and relay the truth." The third, seething with indignation, remarked, "Were it not for this person's overwhelming cultivation, I would willingly ascend the stage and reduce him to mere pulp." The fourth shook his head in despair, lamenting, "Had the sect leader not been in seclusion and unable to attend, this individual would not be alive today. We four shall withdraw from the ranking battle. Once it concludes, we will return to the sect and convey this dire news. Even if we face execution for failing to protect the young master, we shall accept our fate." The first individual, shaking his head in sorrow, said, "When we arrived, we numbered in the hundreds to safeguard the young master. Little did we anticipate that by the time we returned, only we four would remain. Let us hope that he survives. Otherwise, we shall have no explanation upon our return." Chapter 184. The top 30 at the Shrek observation platform. Xiang Wentian noticed Ma Hongjun standing there, visibly dejected. He inquired, "What troubles you, Hongjun?" Ma Hongjun, looking morose, replied, "I haven't exhibited any red today. Why must I be so unfortunate? Even before stepping onto the stage, the opponent's aura has left me breathless. How can I possibly compete? I have no choice but to forfeit." Xiang Wentian gently patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Fear not, Hongjun. You simply encountered a formidable opponent by chance. The journey ahead is still long. Stand tall, for you are a true man. Rest assured, Brother Tian, I am fine." Ma Hongjun replied resolutely, "I have long understood that even if I were to defeat my adversary, I would not enter the top 10. Rather than engage in a protracted struggle, it is wiser to observe from the sidelines." Xiang Wentian smiled knowingly and remarked, "Indeed, this is the fiery phoenix Ma Hongjun of our Shrek team." The two exchanged glances and smiled at one another. At that moment, Daimubai returned to the Shrek observation platform, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing his jubilant smile, everyone understood that he had undoubtedly emerged victorious. Daimubai approached the crowd, wrapping his arm around Xiang Wentian's shoulder, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wentian, you have no idea who my opponent is." "Who is it?" came the curious reply. "Could it be someone with the martial spirit of feces?" "Feces?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. "How could he possibly be here?" "He arrived with his great-uncle, the Fire Cloud ancestor," Daimubai chuckled. Xiang Wentian incredulously exclaimed, "What on earth? Is Piao Buxing truly related to the Fire Cloud, evil god? Why has he never mentioned it?" Ma Hongjun interjected, "Piao Buxing has only met us a few times. We are hardly acquainted. Why would he disclose to us the identities of his distant relatives? After he covered me in filth last time, I gave him a good thrashing, and since then, he has avoided me. He has never mentioned that the Fire Cloud evil god is his cousin." "Indeed." Xiang Wentian turned to ask, "Mubai, when Piao Buxing faced you, did he employ the soul skill super Invincible Big Bucket?" "No, that rascal has ascended to the rank of Soul King. When he battled me, he utilized his fifth soul skill, Mountain of Excrement and Sea of Urine. It nearly knocked me unconscious, but fortunately, thanks to the 100,000-year soul ring you helped me forge, I managed to shatter his Mountain of Excrement and Sea of Urine in one blow." Daimubai replied with a hint of disgust. "Mountain of Excrement and Sea of Urine. Goodness! Piao Buxing is truly a character, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. The mention of such a skill left the group momentarily speechless. After a while, the members of Shrek gradually returned to the observation platform, having been fortunate enough to face relatively weak opponents in their initial matches, all emerging victorious. Among them, Xiao Wu's luck was exceptional, as she encountered a mere bystander. Had she not waited for Tang San, she would have returned much earlier. By the end of the first day of the ranking battle, the number of participants had plummeted from 488,888 to 244,444. During this time, Zhu Xing had forfeited due to facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Following the second day of the ranking battle, the participants dwindled from 244,444 to 122,222, with Yi Guqing being eliminated through forfeiture. By the conclusion of the third day, the numbers had reduced from 122,222 to 61,121. During this phase, Daimu Bai and Tang San also chose to forfeit. As time flew by, after 13 days of brutal eliminations, the top 30 had finally emerged. These 30 individuals were now contenders for the titles of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, formidable opponents against whom Xiang Wentian would have to exert his utmost effort. The same applied to his adversaries, who would hold nothing back. During this period, all members of Shrek, with the exception of Xiang Wentian, had been eliminated. On a serene morning atop the 9 domains Mount Hua, the dawn's first light once again graced the land. As the sun ascended gradually from the mountain ranges, casting its myriad rays that painted the sky a brilliant crimson, the snow-covered peak resembled a maiden adorned with rouge, appearing particularly vibrant. Today marked the 14th day, the day of the decisive battle among the top 30. After a night of recuperation, Xiang Wentian had restored his body to peak condition. He slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of divine light bursting forth. He was resolute in his pursuit of the top honor. With the announcement of the final battle by Hongjun Daozu, Xiang Wentian stepped into the void and gracefully made his way to the arena. The crowd below erupted in fervent cheers, for to them, the Clash of Titans not only promised the opportunity to glean invaluable combat experience, but also offered insights into the profound principles of the universe, aiding them in their quest for breakthroughs. Chapter 185. The Young Master of the Nine Nether. Xiang Wentian gazed intently at the black-clad youth on the opposite side of the arena, his expression betraying a hint of seriousness. The young man, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "State your name. I, the foremost of the 9 hells, do not slay those of unknown identity." Xiang Wentian chuckled. "The first young master of the 9 Nether? A nameless rodent. I have never heard of such a title. I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall." The young man in black, known as the first young master of the 9 Nether, narrowed his eyes and retorted, "You possess quite the audacity, daring to label me the first young master of the 9 Nether, as a nameless rodent. It appears you are tired of living and courting death." With that, the first young master of the 9 Nether charged towards Xiang Wentian. As Xiang Wentian beheld the swift approach of the foremost disciple of the 9 underworlds, he felt not a flicker of fear. In an instant, he unleashed his demonic angelic form, unleashing a torrent of power as he wielded the immense god-slaying sword. Cleaving towards his adversary, the 2 combatants engaged in a fierce exchange, the air filled with echoes of their relentless strikes, neither yielding an inch as they clashed over 100 times. Xiang Wentian, sword in hand, faced the 9 underworld's foremost disciple, who countered with his bare fists. As time progressed, their battle ignited with true fervor. The spectators were left in awe, witnessing not only the ferocious duel between Xiang Wentian and the 9 underworld's disciple, but also the ongoing skirmishes on other platforms, the cacophony of combat resonating through the heavens. With a thunderous declaration, Xiang Wentian executed the 7th technique of the heavenly punishment 9 styles, the sealing strike. A tumult of thunder erupted in the sky, transforming into a colossal net of lightning that ensnared the 9 underworld's disciple. He struggled fiercely, roaring in frustration, attempting to break free from the electrical confinement. With his formidable cultivation, it should have taken him less than a second to escape. Yet for Xiang Wentian, a mere second was ample time to orchestrate numerous actions. He then unleashed the 8th technique, the descent of divine retribution. Dark clouds thickened ominously above, pressing down as if to crush the earth itself. A howling gale surged, mercilessly scattering the ancient snow from the peaks. The thunder roared furiously, the winds howled, and the snowy mountains crumbled, painting a scene reminiscent of apocalypse. Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar filled the air as myriad bolts of lightning converged. coalescing into a massive sphere of electric fury, descending like a comet upon the 9 underworld's disciple. The ground shook with a titanic explosion, a circular shockwave of lightning radiating outward, akin to a nuclear detonation, creating a mushroom cloud of electricity that soared into the sky, evoking terror akin to the end of the world. Some spectators, whose cultivation was relatively weak, were swept away by the shockwave, vanishing into the ether, leaving others gasping in astonishment. They were drawn into the scene, exclaiming, "What a formidable power! Is this the extent of human potential? The world is ending." As the lightning subsided and the shockwave dissipated, Xiang Wentian beheld an astonishing sight. The 9 underworld's disciple lay in tatters, resembling a rag doll. Half of his head was missing, white brain matter and crimson blood trickling upon his chest. His arms and one leg were unaccounted for, and 3 gaping wounds the size of bowls marred his chest, threatening to connect and sever him entirely. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect, despite such grievous injuries. He remained alive, miraculously healing at an extraordinary pace. Within the blink of an eye, his missing cranial section restored itself, and in mere moments, a whole and unscathed 9 underworld's disciple stood once more before Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian was filled with astonishment, aside from Lin Fan. This was the second individual he had encountered who possessed an immortal body. With a grave expression, he inquired, "Do you truly belong to the realm of immortality?" The first young master of Jiuyo smiled faintly, shaking his head in admiration. To possess the physique of the Jiuyo domain and to cultivate the Jiuyo profound arts allows one to attain such a physique. You are indeed remarkable. Your offensive strength is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. However, even so, you cannot genuinely defeat me. You have given it your all, yet I have not. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my Jiuyo domain profound arts. Jiuyo Tongtian Fist. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the approaching first young master of Jiuyo, he murmured to himself, "Who says I have already exerted my utmost? I still possess one final move." He unleashed the 9th form of the heavenly punishment 9 techniques, the annihilating celestial thunder. In an instant, the first young master of Jiuyo erupted, transforming into an endless whirlwind of demonic energy, swiftly coalescing into a fist resembling a meteor, ablaze with infernal flames, and hurtling towards Xiang Wentian. Simultaneously, the heavens roared as if the sky were collapsing, illuminating the world with blinding brilliance. Jagged bolts of lightning morphed into a colossal eye of thunder, which opened wide, unleashing a violet beam composed entirely of lightning towards the demonic fist formed by the first young master of Jiuyo. With a resounding crash, reminiscent of a celestial explosion, the meteor-like fist collided with the violet beam, which was the size of a soccer field. The ensuing chaos shattered the very fabric of space, rendering the world motionless as temporal currents intertwined, creating a vast black hole. Countless gamma rays erupted from the black hole, sweeping across the surroundings. Anything or anyone caught in their path was reduced to mere dust, consumed by the ravenous void. Among the multitude of cultivators below, thousands fell victim to the gamma rays, while tens of thousands more were devoured by the black hole. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, countless cultivators fled in terror towards the horizon. Meanwhile, Hangjun Daozu stood suspended in the void, and with a mere wave of his hand, the black hole vanished, and the gamma rays disintegrated into nothingness. As Xiang Wentian beheld the effortless manner in which HNGJ Oz quelled the spatial black hole and gamma rays, he was struck with profound astonishment. What level of cultivation does HNGJ Oz possess? How could he so easily dissipate the residual waves generated by the mightiest strikes of 2 formidable adversaries? When shall I attain such formidable power? Perhaps then, I could traverse the cosmos and return to the Milky Way in search of that azure planet, my homeland, my home, Earth. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of urgency welled within him. He steadied his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the first young master of Jiuyo, who had been propelled thousands of meters away by the shockwave, gravely injured. Unlike the last encounter, where he healed rapidly, Xiang Wentian surmised that the first young master of Jiuyo must be suffering from excessive depletion of vital energy, leaving him with insufficient strength to mend his wounds. In contrast, Xiang Wentian himself had sustained minimal injury, merely some shock. He recognized that he had emerged victorious in this battle and gracefully returned to the Shrek team's viewing platform. Upon witnessing Xiang Wentian's pale visage as he rejoined the Shrek team, Ru Ming hurriedly approached, her voice laced with concern. "Brother, are you all right? Have you been hurt?" Xiang Wentian gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Just a minor shock. A moment's rest will suffice." Jian Daochen, with admiration, remarked, Wentian, your strength truly leaves me in awe. I never imagined that within just a few short years, you would grow to such extraordinary heights. It is indeed impressive. With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian said, Grandfather Jian, you flatter me. Jian Daochen chuckled heartily. I meant no flattery. I see you are still unmarried. How about I betroth Rongrong to you? At Jian Daochen's words, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Ru Ming appeared somewhat flustered, her heart racing with anxiety. Brother, please do not agree. You belong only to me. I am your true love. Oscar's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Inwardly lamenting, is my goddess truly slipping away? Why must I be a support-type soul master, unlike them who are battle soul masters? If only I were a battle soul master as exceptional as Xiang Wentian. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, filled with trepidation, as she thought, Xiang Wentian, please agree, you silly head. Do say yes. After a moment of astonishment, Xiang Wentian addressed Jian Daoren, saying, Grandfather's sword, my heart is already bound to another, and moreover, Rongrong may not necessarily be willing. As soon as Xiang Wentian finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, I am willing. Only after uttering those words did she realize her audacity. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she sought refuge behind Xiao Wu. Jian Daochen, observing Ning Rongrong's expression, understood immediately and chuckled, did you see that? Rongrong is willing. Xiang Wentian intended to speak, but was promptly rebuffed by Jian Daoren, who said, Wentian, refrain from uttering a word. Grandfather Jian understands that you would never disrespect him, nor would you wish to tarnish his dignity. With a helpless shake of his head, Xiang Wentian chose to disregard everything, casting aside all thoughts, and settled down in a meditative posture to recuperate and heal. Chapter 187. The Primordial Forbidden Deity. Douluo Tian. The duel with the first of the 9 hells has concluded, yet others are just beginning. On one of the arenas, the ancient and forbidden deity, Douluo, gazes intently at Linus across the stage, his heart brimming with joy and excitement. With a slow, deliberate motion, he opens his mouth, unable to conceal his exhilaration. You are Linus? Linus, taken aback, responds, you know me? Indeed, not only do I know you, but we were once good friends. Douluo reminisces. Good friends? I have no recollection of such a friend. Linus questions, puzzled. Surely you remember Aganzo? Aganzo was my brother. Of course, I remember him. I am Aganzo. A hearty laugh escapes Linus. Friend, your jest fails to amuse. Douluo remains unfazed, continuing, you once forged a colossal sword for me. Named the useless Cloud Sword. I had you engrave the 4 characters Douluo upon it. Do you recall? In an instant, Linus recalls the moment Aganzo commissioned the sword and inscribed the name. In disbelief, he exclaims, you are truly Aganzo. But I thought you were dead. How is it that you stand before me? Douluo gently closes his eyes, a hint of sorrow crossing his face, and reminisces. In my previous existence, I witnessed the annihilation of all living beings. After my demise, my soul traversed into the body of an infant in the land of Arad, where my father named me Aganzo. At the age of 35, I ascended to the pinnacle of the Sword Saint realm, only a step away from the Sword God. By chance, I met the Dark Elf swordsman, Lucy, and promised to travel the continent with her as classmates. Shortly thereafter, we encountered 3 others, Shalon, Buwanga, and Barn, who informed us of a disturbance in the Wailing Cave. Lucy and I promptly decided to join their party to investigate. In the Wailing Cave, I faced the formidable 5th apostle, Xylok. Despite my comparable strength, I ultimately fell victim to Xylok's mental domination. Just as my will was about to be consumed, Lucy, disregarding all else, broke free from the restraints of the ghost hand in a frenzy, and with the power of the ghostly deity, she succeeded in slaying Xylok, but at the cost of her own life. From that moment on, I was engulfed in guilt and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Kazan syndrome. In my quest to find a cure for the ghost hand, I scoured the continent until the outbreak of the nightmarish catastrophe plunged Arad into chaos and ruin. It was then that I ceased my search for a remedy and, alongside Buwanga, took on the responsibility of rescuing survivors, employing the breath of the ice dragon to seal away those monsters weakened by nightmares. In the forest surrounding Silver Village, I led the adventurers back to the village. Eventually, having exhausted the breath of the ice dragon, I bid farewell to Silver Village and returned to the Northern Refuge. From that moment forth, I took refuge in the Northern Sanctuary, overseeing and guarding the frozen monstrosities ensconced upon the desolate icy cliffs. During this period, I devised a renowned sword technique known as the Return of 10,000 Swords, ultimately succumbing to the ravages of age. Upon awakening, I found myself reborn as an infant. And in this life, my father bestowed upon me the name Douluo. Eventually, the realms converged, leading me to partake in the contest of the rankings, culminating in our fateful encounter. Upon hearing Douluo's narrative, Linus could not help but sigh, reflecting on the poignant fate of Lucidia, a splendid girl who met her demise in the Wailing Cave. Douluo, recalling his beloved confidant Lucidia, was engulfed by sorrow and inquired, "My tale has concluded. Linus, how did you arrive in this world?" Chapter 188. The Past of Aegon Zwa and Linus. With a melancholic gaze, reminisced, Linus, was once the foremost swordsman and blacksmith of the Douluo Empire, a figure with boundless potential and a radiant aura. One fateful day, my companion, Max, sought to harness the power of the divine, only to be devoured by it due to his insufficient prowess, succumbing to madness and wreaking havoc upon all in his vicinity. In that dire moment, I received a desperate letter from Max's wife, prompting me to race to his abode. I endeavored to subdue the power-controlled Max, but he proved to be extraordinarily formidable, compelling me to exert every ounce of strength. Yet, in my haste, I made a grievous error, inadvertently taking his life. Overwhelmed by guilt, I found myself unable to face Max's family and wife. It felt as though the weight of the world bore down upon me, and everywhere I went, I sensed the accusatory stares of others. Driven nearly to madness, I felt utterly devoid of refuge, ultimately resolving to brave the temporal gate, arriving in the Douluo Continent. Upon my arrival, I temporarily resided in Holy Soul Village, working as a blacksmith, crafting agricultural tools for the villagers to sustain my existence. However, the village soon welcomed another blacksmith, Tang Hao, and with 2 blacksmiths in one village, survival became untenable. Thus, I relocated to Douluo Village, where the spirit hall steward, recognizing my vigor and status as the sole blacksmith, appointed me as the village chief. In due course, a widow passed away, leaving behind a boy and girl, whom the village took under its wing. Years later, Azura, Ghost Cry, Sword Soul, and Mad Warrior, accompanied by Celia, sought me out, and from that point onward, we shared our lives together until the realms merged, leading to our present meeting. Douluo gazed at Linus across from him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "It seems we are kindred spirits. Since fate has brought us together, shall we settle this with a duel?" "Indeed," Linus responded in kind. Douluo's eyes sharpened as he declared, "Linus, behold my sword." His weapon, a blade that resembled both a sword and a knife, bore the name Douluo, mirroring the profound solitude within his heart. As Linus witnessed Douluo advance towards him, he shouted, "Breaking Army Dragon Strike," transforming into a massive dragon. He surged forth to assail Douluo, countering Chaos, First Form, Tumultuous Radiance Palm. As Douluo observed Linus becoming serious, he swiftly shifted his stance. With his right hand wielding the Douluo sword and his left hand pushing forward, a green palm imprint surged towards Linus. Upon the instant of collision between the palm imprint and the colossal dragon, a thunderous explosion resonated. Following this cacophony, chaotic spatial turbulence ensued, time fractured, and the fabric of space crumbled as numerous black holes emerged in an instant. Douluo bore no concern for Linus's safety, for at their level of mastery, spatial black holes merely served as a fleeting annoyance. The pinnacle of the Holy Realm had long transcended the confines of time and space, able to traverse dimensional gates and navigate the cosmos at will. As the spatial turbulence dissipated, Linus bellowed, "Extreme Ghost Sword Technique, Storm Style." Instantly, 24 long swords coalesced into a circular sword formation, hurtling towards Douluo at speeds surpassing light. A smile adorned Douluo's lips as he murmured, "Linus, it appears you have gone all out, even resorting to your awakening. Let us see how I shall dismantle your awakening." All swords returned to the source. 66 colossal swords emerged above Douluo, rapidly converging to form a massive azure longsword, which descended upon the circular sword formation. Upon encountering the azure giant sword, the circular formation disintegrated swiftly, as if made of paper, collapsing into disarray. Douluo had thwarted Linus's first awakening, but chose not to pursue further. Instead, he offered a gentle smile, saying, "Linus, let us conclude this battle." Linus retreated to the edge of the arena, aware that Douluo had held back, for otherwise, he would have sustained grievous injuries. Slowly lifting his head, a look of weariness crossed his face as he remarked, "People often compare me, Linus, to the 4 great sword saints. Yet, in comparison to the foremost among them, I remain woefully inadequate." Douluo chuckled, "My dear brother, Why must you be so modest? Linus offered a self-deprecating smile, replying, I am not being modest. It is simply the truth. Should I address you as Dugobai or Aganzo? After a brief moment of contemplation, Dugobai replied, Let it be Dugobai. Linus extended his thumb in admiration, stating, Dugobai. You truly deserve the title of the foremost among the 4 great sword saints. I, Linus, concede without regret. With that, Linus descended from the arena without a backward glance. Dugobai watched Linus's receding figure, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting visage of Lucy. It was only when he recalled Lucy that he would revert to being a Ganzo. Chapter 189. The top 5 on another arena nearby. Yi Fan and Xiao Yan's battle had also reached its conclusion, with Yi Fan emerging victorious. In yet another arena, a contest unfolded between Lin Fan and Duanda. Though Duanda Shio possessed a higher cultivation than Lin Fan, the latter, with his immortal form, managed to deplete Duanda's vital energy through sheer endurance, ultimately securing victory. On the most peripheral arena, Chu Yang faced off against Jun Moxie. Both wielded their swords with unparalleled swiftness. However, hailing from a lineage of assassins, Jun Moxie executed a cunning maneuver at a precarious angle, narrowly clinching victory. Thus, the top 15 emerged, 5 from the Supreme Realm, 5 from the Earth ranking, and 5 from the Human ranking. As dawn broke, a new day arrived. The myriad peaks cascading down from the summit of Mount Huashan in the 9 domains towered majestically into the clouds, resembling a tapestry of grandeur unfurling from afar. The morning glow of dawn not only brought a refreshing coolness, but also invigorated the spirit. After a night of meditation, Xiang Wen's body had returned to its peak condition, ready to embrace any challenge. To his surprise, he found himself with a bye today. Within the realm of the human rankings, 5 formidable opponents stood ready for battle: Xiang Wen, Yi Fan, Lin Fan, Jun Moxie, and Ling. Today's contest featured Yi Fan facing Ling and Lin Fan pitted against Jun Moxie, while Xiang Wen remained unchallenged. On the arena, the clash between Yi Fan and Ling persisted for nearly an hour, culminating in both combatants exhausting their energies. Ultimately, Yi Fan triumphed narrowly, thanks to his ancient sacred physique. Meanwhile, on Lin Fan and Jun Moxie's stage, Jun Moxie found himself at a loss, feeling frustrated and wanting to curse. Despite his extraordinarily swift and unparalleled swordsmanship, which severed Lin Fan into pieces multiple times, Lin Fan would resurrect on the spot 10 seconds later. Even when reduced to mere flesh and blood, Lin Fan would fully revive, ultimately wearing Jun Moxie down to his defeat. On the following morning, Xiang Wen opened his eyes to find Lin Fan approaching him. Lin Fan presented himself with an air of invincibility and proclaimed, Xiang Wen, I have a bye today, and it is your turn to duel with Yi Fan. Remember, you must not lose. You must endure until tomorrow when I battle you again. Last time, you defeated me quite soundly, but my strength has significantly increased now, and I intend to beat you thoroughly. The members of Shrek encircled Lin Fan. Daimubai, filled with rage, exclaimed, Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you come to our territory to stir trouble? If it weren't for the rules prohibiting violence outside the arena, you would definitely be leaving here horizontally. Lin Fan, undeterred by the presence of Shrek's members, arrogantly retorted, Wow, what a strong wind. Aren't you afraid that it might blow your tongue away? You. Daimubai, seething with anger, clenched his fists in frustration. At that moment, Wu pointed at Lin Fan and scolded, Listen to yourself, your words are utterly crude. With a face like a shoehorn, you resemble a hillbilly. You probably don't even know the name of the movie you're watching, you big hillbilly. Lin Fan, enraged, shouted back, All right, you little lowly, I will remember you. You were the first to dare call me, Lin Fan, the invincible peak master of the Yinhua sect, a hillbilly. Here, due to the rules, I cannot touch you. But once we leave the 9 domains, just wait and see how I turn you into fireworks. Xiang Wen approached, placing a hand upon Lin Fan's shoulder, and threatened, My friend, enough is enough. Do not push your luck, or tomorrow I shall ensure that the arena is filled with fireworks. Lin Fan, consumed by rage, let out a derisive laugh, dismissing the threat with a scornful glance. Xiang Wen, do you truly believe that having defeated me once grants you the ability to do so again? We shall see. I will be awaiting you in the arena tomorrow. And I assure you, I will deliver a humiliating defeat. With that, Lin Fan pushed past the crowd and exited the viewing platform of the Shrek battle team. At that moment, Yi Fan stood upon the arena, clasping his fists in respect towards Xiang Wen, saying, Brother Xiang, it is our turn to face each other. Shall we engage in a friendly match? With a stride and a leap, Xiang Wentian ascended to the arena, standing face to face with Yi Fan. He chuckled and said, "Let us engage in a friendly match. In order to demonstrate my respect for martial artists, I shall give it my all while ensuring to hold back." Yi Fan, brimming with fighting spirit, replied, "I share the same sentiment. Let us commence." Chapter 190. Xiang Wentian versus Yi Fan in an instant. Xiang Wentian unleashed his true form as the demon angel, fully armed, adorned in a resplendent golden armor, wielding the colossal divine sword. He charged towards Yi Fan with formidable force. Observing the rapidly approaching giant demon angel, Yi Fan promptly activated the golden Taiji circle, clenched his fists tightly, and recited the 6 paths of reincarnation incantation as he propelled himself forward to collide with Xiang Wentian. His diminutive stature against the towering demon angel appeared quite absurd. With a thunderous crash, the two were separated midair. Yi Fan's heart was heavy with gravity as he pondered the immense power of the attack. Even at the pinnacle of the holy body realm, employing the 6 paths reincarnation fist in combat, he could not escape the numbing shock that coursed through his hands. The 6 paths reincarnation fist, a creation of the progenitor of the holy body, is a martial art exquisitely suited for the holy body's use. The integration of the 6 paths technique into the reincarnation fist has evolved into an unparalleled martial art. Yet, to think that such an extraordinary divine fist could not shake Xiang Wentian is indicative of the extraordinary realm he has attained. As Xiang Wentian observed a hint of gravity in Yi Fan's expression, he couldn't help but muse. It appears this young man has been captivated by my power. How could he possibly fathom the extent of my soul techniques and martial skills? In that case, let us clash once more. With this thought, Xiang Wentian tightened his grip on the colossal Xieshin sword and charged once again towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, witnessing Xiang Wentian transform into a towering demonic angel as he advanced, could not suppress a knowing smile that curled at the corners of his lips. He summoned the primordial Qi cauldron, which floated majestically above his head, enveloping him in ethereal yellow and black energies. With a commanding voice, Yi Fan intoned, "Soldiers, all who engage in battle, heed the secret of the soldier's character." Suddenly, as Xiang Wentian soared through the air, he felt his Qieshin sword slipping from his grasp as if it were no longer under his control, soaring into the primordial Qi cauldron. Yet, the cauldron was not an ultimate imperial weapon. The Qieshin sword, however, was a fusion of Xiang Wentian's divine soul ring and the supreme imperial weapon, the Tai Huang sword. At the moment the Qieshin sword was drawn into the cauldron, it erupted with a symphony of resonant sword cries that echoed across the heavens and the earth. Yi Fan was taken aback as he sensed the Qieshin sword, now under the influence of the soldier's secret, began to exhibit signs of rebellion, gradually turning against him and clashing with the primordial Qi cauldron. At last, Yi Fan relinquished control over the Qieshin sword, and both weapons soared into the air, engaging in a fierce battle of their own. Xiang Wentian observed in astonishment as his formidable weapon, the giant K divine sword, autonomously launched an assault, clashing with Yi Fan's primal Qi cauldron. A smile danced upon Xiang Wentian's lips as he declared, "Yi Fan, as our weapons determine the victor, so too shall we ascertain our fates." With a cold smirk echoing in his heart, he thought, "Without the giant K divine sword, I still possess 2 pairs of angelic demonic fists. Let us see how you withstand that." Resolute, he clenched his fists and charged toward Yi Fan with renewed vigor. In response, Yi Fan contemplated, "Without the giant K divine sword, how can you possibly contend with me? I am the eternal emperor, the primal ancient sacred body." With that thought firm in his mind, he hesitated not for a moment, tightening his fists as he invoked the 6 paths of reincarnation incantation, launching himself at Xiang Wentian. The two titanic forces collided with an earth-shattering roar, neither yielding nor conceding as they momentarily separated. Upon disengaging, Yi Fan bellowed once more, 9 secrets of combat. All shall proceed forth. In an instant, his combat prowess, speed, and recovery capabilities surged exponentially. He fully activated the powers of the primal ancient sacred body, and the sacred body array symbols on his back interconnected, spreading across the entire sky. Xiang Wentian declared, "Yi Fan, you possess the perfected ancient sacred body. While I have long since refined the celestial overlord body to its peak, though I have yet to unleash its full potential. Today, let us witness which of these 2 formidable physiques reigns supreme. Celestial overlord body, unleash your full power." With a thunderous shout, Xiang Wentian underwent a swift transformation into the true form of the demon angel. The angelic visage morphed into that of a dragon's head, while the angelic body transmuted into the true form of the white tiger. The 8 wings of the demon angel behind him transformed into 4 pairs of vermilion bird feathers, and his 2 legs became towering pillars reminiscent of the black tortoise. A serpent-like tail rapidly elongated from his back. Chapter 191. The Clash of the Celestial Overlord Body Against the Primal Sacred Body. Yi Fan was struck with profound astonishment, murmuring to himself, Xiang Wentian is, in fact, the nemesis of my ancient lineage, the Celestial Overlord Body. The assembly of cultivators below was equally stunned, rendered speechless by the rapid metamorphosis of the 2 combatants. Duanda, relishing the spectacle, exclaimed, "Ah, who would have thought that after the convergence of realms, we would witness a duel between the primal sacred body and the celestial overlord body?" On the observation platform of the Shrek team, Dai Mubai turned to Ru Ming and inquired, "I had no idea Wentian possessed such a trump card. Why have I never seen him utilize it before? What technique is he employing now?" Ru Ming shook her head, replying, "I am uncertain. My brother has never disclosed this to me." Ma Hongjun, unfazed, remarked to Dai Mubai, "Did you not hear? Wentian just unleashed a tremendous roar. It's the celestial overlord body." Sword Douluo Chun Xn nodded with a smile, thinking, "Truly deserving of my esteemed granddaughter. His arsenal is vast, and his prowess formidable. He is indeed a sight to behold." Atop the peak of the Luyuhua mountain, Fire Dance found herself in a state of despair, contemplating, "Wentian, you are so exceptional. Can I truly be worthy of you?" Suddenly, her heart jolted with determination as she resolved, "I can. I absolutely can. Life is but a fleeting century. To love fiercely and hate passionately is the essence of who I am." On the arena where Yi Fan faced Xiang Wentian, the latter, bolstered by the dual enhancements of the demon angel's true form and the celestial overlord body, was undeniably more formidable than Yi Fan's primal sacred body. With his myriad soul rings radiating brilliance, the battle did not endure for long, as Yi Fan quickly fell into a defensive stance. The 2 exchanged blows, fist to fist, palm to palm, each refusing to yield to the other. Xiang Wentian struck Yi Fan's chest with a powerful punch, causing Yi Fan to spit out a mouthful of blood. In retaliation, Yi Fan delivered a swift kick to Xiang Wentian's abdomen, the pain jolting Xiang Wentian into heightened awareness. Suddenly, the 2 exchanged blows and swiftly distanced themselves from one another. With a slight smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, "Yi Fan, although your strength is commendable, it pales in comparison to mine. Let us bring this battle to a swift conclusion." Thus, I invoke the 12th form of the divine palm, the Buddha kingdom within the palm. After invoking the Buddha kingdom within his palm, Xiang Wentian enveloped the entire arena with a radiant golden shield, enclosed within this luminous barrier. Yi Fan suddenly realized that he could no longer harness the power of the universe, devoid of the support from the natural forces. Both the 9 secrets and the divine manifestation of his sacred body swiftly faded into obscurity. Outside the arena, in the Western Paradise, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara observed the contest. Reciting a sacred mantra, she addressed Shakyamuni Buddha, inquiring, "Buddha, the youth on the stage appears to wield your divine power, the Buddha kingdom in his palm." Shakyamuni Buddha, also reciting a mantra, replied, "Though the appearances may be similar and the names identical, their essence diverges significantly. It seems that this young man's Buddha kingdom is a result of his own enlightenment. He is fated to connect with my teachings, and after the contest for the rankings, you shall guide him to my Western Paradise." Avalokiteshvara, with a dignified expression, responded, "Amit Ba, I shall comply with your command." Meanwhile, upon the stage, Yi Fan, stripped of the world's power, spoke with grave determination, "I shall compete with you using the strength of my flesh." Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "Well, since your competitive spirit is so strong, I shall indulge you." Seal. With a gentle utterance of 2 words, Xiang Wentian summoned forth boundless celestial power from the realm within his palm, which rapidly coalesced into a character, descending with unparalleled speed to completely seal Yi Fan within its grasp. Trapped within this character, Yi Fan unleashed a frenzied barrage of strikes. Despite the resounding echoes of the character's seal shaking the heavens, it remained unyielding. Only when his vital energy and physical strength were utterly depleted did he finally close his eyes gently and utter, "Wentian, I concede. Please withdraw your divine power." Retrieving the Buddha kingdom from the hands of Xiang Wentian, I released the true forms of the demon angel and the celestial titan, then approached the arena. I assisted Yi Fan, who was crouched on the ground, and said with a smile, "There are always those beyond the realm of mortals, and heavens beyond the heavens. We are alike, both in need of relentless dedication to our cultivation. Regardless of victory or defeat, we are fellow townsmen." Yi Fan nodded earnestly, a sincere smile gracing his face as he replied, "Indeed. I shall take my leave for now, but after the contest for rankings concludes, I will seek you out to continue our sparring." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "It is a quest not to be missed. Remember, it is the Spirit Hall. Do not get it wrong." At that moment, the primal chaos cauldron and the divine sword of the giant abyss were still engaged in a fierce struggle in the sky. Both Xiang Wentian and Yi Fan simultaneously harnessed their powers to retract their weapons. Yi Fan retrieved the primal chaos cauldron and assured Xiang Wentian, "The Spirit Hall. I shall not err in my pursuit. I have left my essence upon your divine sword of the giant abyss, and I will undoubtedly find you." With a knowing smile, Xiang Wentian made his way towards the observation platform of the Shrek battle team. Chapter 192, The Arrogant Lin Fan. Xiang Wentian returned to the Shrek team's observation platform. As Dream rushed over, brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother, you have triumphed once more. If you defeat that despicable Lin Fan, you will be crowned the champion of the human rankings. Not only will you receive substantial rewards, but you will also gain the opportunity to challenge the formidable contenders of the Earth rankings." Xiang Wentian shook his head and remarked, "I am confident in securing the championship of the human rankings, yet I shall refrain from challenging the formidable beings of the Earth rankings. Upon reaching the divine realm, each level represents a stark contrast to the last. Moreover, I am separated by several significant realms from the Earth-ranked saints, rendering victory utterly unattainable." Jian Daoqin approached with a smile and said, "Those who are content are often the happiest. Your ability to find contentment signifies a solid and unwavering heart on your path. The disparity between divine realm experts and saint realm experts is akin to that between a soul king and a title Douluo. The difference in strength is far too vast for victory to be possible. It would be wiser to await the attainment of your own saint realm prowess before embarking on such challenges." Xiang Wentian nodded slightly at Sword Master Qinshin and replied, "Thank you, Sword Grandpa, for your concern. I understand." At that moment, Tang San stepped forward and inquired, "Wentian, what was the celestial dominance body that you transformed into just now?" Naturally, Xiang Wentian would not disclose that this was a gift from the system. He replied, "The celestial dominance body is an exclusive cultivation technique inherently bestowed upon my demon angel martial soul. This exclusive technique implies that, apart from the bearer of the demon angel martial soul, no one else can cultivate it." Tang San inquired with curiosity. Xiang Wentian nodded, affirming the sentiment. "Unless one possesses the devil angel martial soul, others cannot cultivate," he stated. Jian Dao Qinshin remarked, "A martial soul that inherently carries body-refining techniques is unprecedented. This only signifies the formidable strength of Wentian's martial soul." As the members of the Shrek team engaged in conversation, an exuberant voice pierced through the air. "Xiang Wentian, you have not disappointed me. Tomorrow, the two of us shall determine the champion's fate. But do remember to prepare a few extra pairs of trousers, otherwise, should I defeat you, you might find yourself in quite an embarrassing situation." Seeing Lin Fan approach, Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily, "You again, you mountain fool. What do you want? Are you here to issue a challenge? There's no need to be so hasty in seeking your demise. Just wait until tomorrow when our captain will thoroughly trounce you." "Ah, it's you again, little lowly. Rest assured, after the battle for the rankings, I shall turn you into a spectacle of fireworks," Lin Fan jested. "Repeat that," Tang San said menacingly. Xiang Wentian observed Tang San's suppressed killing intent, which was becoming increasingly difficult to contain, for Xiao Wu was indeed his Achilles heel. He gently placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder and cautioned, "Do not act impulsively. We cannot engage in conflict here, lest we invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao." Lin Fan, witnessing Tang San's barely concealed murderous aura, felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He secretly hoped that Tang San would act rashly, as that would allow Lin Fan to effortlessly eliminate the members of the Shrek team by invoking the hand of the heavenly Tao. Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Fan became even more arrogant, his demeanor brazen as he thrust his rear toward the crowd, swaying from side to side while tauntingly declaring, "Come on, come on. Strike me if you dare. You, a mere waste who hasn't even reached the divine realm, dare to show me your killing intent? Truly a fool. Had it not been for the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, you would have already been reduced to mere ashes." Lin Fan's words further incited the fury of the Shrek team, and the atmosphere became charged with tension as both sides stood poised for confrontation. Xiang Wentian bellowed, "Enough! Cease your clamor. Lin Fan, for the sake of civility, how about we engage in a proper duel tomorrow?" Lin Fan retorted arrogantly. Civility? Who do you think you are? You're about to be thoroughly defeated, and you still dare to speak of face. Upon hearing Lin Fan's brazen words, Xiang Wentian's expression turned dark as he declared, "Leave at once. Our Shrek observation platform does not welcome your presence." Lin Fan scoffed. "Oh, you want me to leave? Just because you say so? I refuse to comply. Watch me as I stride away, then return. What can you possibly do about it?" He swaggered back and forth with audacity. Xiang Wentian angrily retorted, "If you don't leave now, shall I cripple you with my deception? What nonsense! You think you can deceive me into submission? Go ahead and try. I have yet to encounter anyone capable of rendering me helpless through mere trickery." Lin Fan exclaimed, hands firmly placed on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiang Wentian shook his head and addressed the crowd. "Sit down, close your 5 senses, and begin your cultivation. Pay no attention to him, for he is merely a madman." Lin Fan, pointing at Xiang Wentian, shouted, "Who are you calling a madman? You are the one who is insane." At this moment, the members of Shrek could no longer hear any sound, for they had already closed their 5 senses. Lin Fan realized that no matter how much he shouted, his opponent remained unresponsive, understanding that his provocation had failed. With a silent resignation, he stepped away from the observation platform of the Shrek team. The 5 senses refer to the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, collectively known as the 5 sensory faculties. Chapter 193. The final battle. On the following morning, the members of the Shrek team reopened their 5 senses. Xiang Wen slowly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light burst forth. After a night of cultivation, his body had reached an optimal state of refinement. Xiang Wen stood up and smiled at the crowd, saying, "Today marks the final battle for the rankings, a pivotal moment to determine the champions of the Earth, human. In 3 rankings. I shall take the stage first, while you cheer for me from below." Wang walked over, seething with anger, and remarked, "Wen, you must ensure that Lin Fan, that insufferable fool, is left utterly disoriented." Ma Hongjun, recalling Lin Fan's boastful demeanor, found himself unable to contain his fury and exclaimed, "Brother, make sure to turn Lin Fan into a pig's head. It would be best if even his mother fails to recognize him." Dai Mubai, thinking of Lin Fan, was equally enraged, his nostrils flaring with indignation, and said to Xiang Wen, "Wen, you must defeat Lin Fan so thoroughly that he appears even bulkier than Hongjun." The crowd expressed their collective outrage, each voice echoing their disdain for Lin Fan. After nodding to the crowd, he proceeded directly to the arena. As Xiang Wen ascended to the arena, Lin Fan had long been awaiting his arrival. Lin Fan mused to himself, having reached the pinnacle of the Divine King realm. Vanquishing Xiang Wen should pose no challenge. The last time this fellow bested me, and today, I shall exact my vengeance. With this thought, he noticed Xiang Wen glaring at him with fury. Lin Fan smiled faintly, unfazed, and remarked, "Xiang Wen, I trust you did not anticipate this. Ever since our last encounter, I have diligently honed my skills and doubled my efforts in battle. I now stand at the zenith of the Divine King realm. Today, I shall forcefully extract your pride. Though I wonder, have you prepared enough trousers? It would be quite the embarrassment if you find yourself lacking." Lin Fan's taunts echoed from the Shrek battle team's observation platform, inciting widespread ire. Meanwhile, Xiang Wen was seething with rage, disregarding Lin Fan's words as he unleashed his true demonic form, wielding the colossal divine sword of destruction and launching a fierce strike towards Lin Fan. An apocalyptic thunderclap resounded. As soon as Xiang Wen made his move, he unleashed his most formidable attack, clearly indicating that his opponent had thoroughly provoked him. Lin Fan had repeatedly shouted insults at the Shrek battle team from the observation platform, and anyone would find it unbearable. Now that Xiang Wen had finally awaited the day of confrontation, he would not cease until he had fully released the fury that resided within him. A rumble echoed as dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared in unison. The once silent clouds unleashed a blinding and fierce lightning bolt, reverberating through the majestic peaks of the 9 domains Mount Hua. As the thunder diminished, an eye that obscured the sun emerged in the void, gazing intently at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stretched his arms wide, stifling a yawn, and nonchalantly remarked, "The spectacle is indeed grand. I wonder how potent it truly is." At this juncture, Lin Fan's expression sharpened, and he bellowed, "Unleash all firepower." Instantly, his entire form expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal humanoid beast towering over 10 zhang, with explosive muscles resembling mountain ranges straining across his chest and abdomen. Countless power runes shimmered across his body. Lin Fan followed the path of ultimate strength, unparalleled in might beneath the sacred realm. At that moment, a gigantic purple beam of light, akin to the size of a football field, erupted from the eye in the sky, shooting directly towards Lin Fan below. With a thunderous roar, Lin Fan clenched his fists and charged at the purple divine thunder beam. With a resounding crash, the divine thunder beam engulfed Lin Fan entirely, submerging him before hurling him towards the arena. Another deafening boom resonated as the purple divine thunder struck the arena, causing the entire ground to tremble in response to the explosive sound, while the air became saturated with a destructive aura of thunder. The onlookers retreated several thousand meters, unwilling to endure another wave of aftershocks. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan re-emerged, fully revitalized. He cracked his neck, revealing a rather defiant posture, and remarked, "Ah, the power is indeed substantial. It blasted me to the point of leaving no hairs behind, yet it still cannot extinguish my life." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Is that so? I am aware of your immortality and had no intention of ending your life. Although I cannot kill you, I can ensure that you remain in this position for eternity, until the wasteland ages and the universe collapses. First soul ring, first soul skill, spatial blockade. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stasis. The Buddha kingdom in my palm." Xiang Wentian unleashed a series of formidable abilities, channeling 2 soul techniques and 1 divine art. A brilliant golden barrier rapidly expanded from his hands, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Simultaneously, the first soul ring around Xiang Wentian radiated with resplendent light. At this moment, the playful smirk that adorned Lin Fan's face vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. He sensed the immediate disappearance of the Earth's power surrounding him and realized he had no means to break free from the constraints of time and space, unless his realm surpassed Xiang Wentian's by 2 or more levels, allowing him to shatter all laws with sheer force. However, given their similar standings, the flaws in his singular power attribute became glaringly apparent, as Xiang Wentian's spatial confinement, time stasis, and the Buddha realm in his grasp threatened to envelop Lin Fan. He suddenly uttered 3 words, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. "I concede." Upon hearing this admission, Xiang Wentian was left with no choice but to retract his soul skills and divine techniques. He questioned, "Weren't you quite confident? Why do you concede now?" Lin Fan retorted with audacity, "Are you foolish? If I were to be under your control, would I still have the opportunity to concede? I will return to challenge you once I break through to the sacred realm." With a grave expression, Xiang Wentian said, "Now, immediately apologize to my friend, otherwise, you shall not return to the Yinhua sect. No one can surpass my speed. If you doubt it, feel free to test me. But should you allow me to catch up to you, the opportunity for an apology will be lost." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Lin Fan's face darkened with anger. "I detest being threatened more than anything. However, I will concede to your threat and apologize. We shall see how this unfolds. Enough of the bravado. Go apologize quickly, or I shall deal with you," Xiang Wentian commanded. Lin Fan nearly spat blood in fury, thinking, in the past, I was the one who dealt blows to others. Now, not only am I threatened, but he also dares to threaten me. How infuriating. I shall endure it. Under this roof, one must bow their head, Xiang Wentian. I shall remember you. We shall see. At the Shrek Academy's observation platform, the spectators were already privy to the exchange between Xiang Wentian and Yi Fan on the arena. Yet they feigned ignorance. Wu, observing Lin Fan approach, inquired, "Might I ask what brings the mountain cannon to our Shrek Academy's observation platform?" Suppressing his inner rage, Lin Fan found himself particularly irked by Wu's incessant taunts. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I have come to extend my apologies." Dai Mubai approached dramatically, exclaiming, "Why such anger when offering an apology? Who would believe you?" Lin Fan, stifling his wrath, insisted, "I truly am here to apologize." Ma Hongjun swaggered over, declaring, "An apology is all well and good, but you must provide us with a dozen lamb legs. We shall enjoy our feast whilst you apologize." Lin Fan rummaged through his spatial ring, but after searching for a while, he found no lamb legs, only some beef jerky. He pulled it out, gritting his teeth, and said, "Rotund fool, will beef jerky suffice in place of lamb legs?" Upon hearing Lin Fan call him a rotund fool, Ma Hongjun exploded with indignation, pointing at Lin Fan and shouting, "What did you call me? How dare you? I refuse to accept your apology." The others from the Shrek team chimed in, jeering, "If Ma Hongjun doesn't accept it, neither shall we." "Very well, I shall call you brother, that should suffice," Lin Fan relented, though his thoughts were filled with curses for Ma Hongjun's ancestors. Ma Hongjun nodded seriously and said, "Now that is more like it." In the end, The Shrek team consumed the beef jerky while watching Lin Fan apologize. After delivering his apology, Lin Fan huffed in annoyance and stormed off, but deep within, he etched their names into his memory, vowing that when he surpassed Xiang Wen in the future, he would ensure they all experienced a grand display of fireworks to relieve his pent-up resentment. As he contemplated this, his anger intensified, ultimately leading him to furiously chew the remaining beef jerky from his spatial ring, muttering incessantly between bites, "May you all meet your demise." After the conclusion of the battles, the esteemed Hongjun Daozu assessed the combat prowess of the participants and established a ranking based on the evaluations. He proclaimed, for the Earth ranking, the 36th position is held by. For the Land ranking, the 72nd position is held by. For the Human ranking, the 108th position is held by. First place, Xiang Wen. Second place, Lin Fan. Third place, Yi Fan. Upon finishing the announcement of the rankings, Hongjun Daozu commenced the distribution of rewards. As Xiang Wen beheld the grand figure of Hongjun Daozu gracefully wave his sleeve, an ethereal aura of profound merit, imbued with the essence of the mysterious yellow, surged into Xiang Wen's being. Accompanying this celestial energy was a supreme spirit treasure, the Shura sword. In that fleeting moment when the profound merit merged within him, Xiang Wen's divine power ascended with the swiftness of a river's flow, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in both his physical constitution and spiritual perception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to level 120, achieving the Divine Emperor realm. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 121. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 122. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 123. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 129. Xiang Wen was utterly astonished. With merely a 10% share of merit, he had ascended 10 levels. If he were to attain the top rank and receive 60% of the merit, would not his prowess soar to unprecedented heights? After the excitement subsided, Xiang Wen fused the Shura sword with the giant K Divine Sword. The fusion greatly enhanced the quality of the giant K Divine Sword, elevating it beyond the realm of supreme imperial weapons to the exalted tier of exceptional primordial treasures. Subsequently, Xiang Wen spent his points in the system's marketplace to acquire a million-year orange soul ring. Xiang Wen, having secured the first position, was bestowed with a portion of the ethereal essence of the Xian Wang and an exquisite primordial spirit treasure. In contrast, Lin Fan, who claimed the second place, received only a magnificent pair of unparalleled spirit gauntlets. The third-place winner, Yi Fan, was awarded a splendid post-spiritual treasure, the Taiji Cauldron. Each participant's reward was remarkably aligned with their inherent attributes, exemplifying the profound power of the Tao, which, with but a single thought, can discern one's depth of understanding. Upon accessing the system panel, the following details were revealed. Name, Xiang Wen. Level, Divine Emperor, Demon Master. True Deity, Martial Soul, Demon Master. Divine Power, Level 129. Soul Rings, Orange Years, 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 Rainbow Years, Orange Years, Orange Years. Soul Skills, First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill, Bestow Glory, Demon Frenzy. Third Soul Skill, Holy Judgment, Demon Slash. Fourth Soul Skill, Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Flame Slash, Demoness Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Floating Pagoda, Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill, True Body of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill, Destructive Strike, Annihilation of All. Ninth Soul Skill, Force of 9, Primordial Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill, Godly Sword of the Great Void, Infinitely Usable. God King Soul Skill, Earth Cleaving, Time's Relentless Flow. Divine Emperor Soul Skill, Shrouding the Sun, Eye of World Annihilation. Soul Bones, Demon Master S War God Skull. Demon Master S War God Backbone. Demon Master S War God Left Arm. Demon Master S War God Right Leg. Demon Master S War God Left Leg. Break Army Demon S Ignoring Defense Right Arm. Soul Bone Skills, War God Incarnation. Fusion Skill of the Demon Master S War God Soul Bone. Ignore Defense. Break Army Strike, skill attached to the Break Army Demon S Right Arm Bone. Divine Skill, Buddha S Palm, Punishment of 9 Forms. Points, Cultivation Method, Demon Annihilation. True Scripture. Azure Dominance Body. Ability, Devour, can absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. In the 195th chapter of Invincible upgrade in Douluo Continent, Return, Hongjun Daozu stood within the void, his voice resonating with both authority and ethereal grace as he proclaimed, "The fusion of realms and the inaugural contest for rankings has concluded. In the coming century, the rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity shall record the names of those who engage in private duels for supremacy. May each individual strive with vigor to claim the top position. You may now depart and return to your homelands." Upon the conclusion of Hongjun Daozu's declaration, the portal to the spatial realm gradually opened. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the slowly opening portal to another realm, he was flooded with memories of the heart-stirring scenes from the past, countless cultivators who had found their final resting places far from home. At this thought, a profound melancholy enveloped him. He sighed deeply and remarked, "There is nothing worth clinging to here. Our arrival was swift, and our departure will be just as fleeting. Let us move on." The group exchanged glances, each harboring a complex mix of joy and sorrow, and followed Xiang Wentian as he departed. Stepping through the portal, they returned to the nameless mountain range, which now bore no resemblance to the scene they had encountered before. Gone were the remnants of blood and flesh. The once barren peaks were now cloaked in verdant greenery, with towering trees and dense forests. Xiang Wentian lifted his gaze, and the vast green expanse of the forest appeared as an ocean, seamlessly intertwined. The trees stood lush and vibrant, exuding a refreshing coolness. Sunlight streamed like golden grains of sand, filtering through the layers of leaves and casting dappled patterns upon the grass below. The meadow was adorned with a myriad of wildflowers, their enticing fragrances wafting through the air. Birds flitted joyously among the trees, their cheerful melodies harmonizing with the gentle murmur of flowing water, echoing in the soft breeze. The group meandered through the forest, enveloped in a delicate mist that floated like gossamer in the air. The trees stood quietly beneath the azure sky, their branches outstretched to embrace the sunlight. The golden rays filtered through the foliage, casting playful shadows across their faces and the ground. Dewdrops sparkled on the grass, releasing the enchanting sense of fresh greenery, blooming flowers, and damp earth. An array of small flowers, in hues of white, red, and yellow, emerged from the soil, twinkling like stars and infusing the forest floor with vibrant vitality. In the fragrant woodland, the group inhaled the sweet aromas of blossoms and reveled in the warm embrace of the sun. Xiang Wentian could not help but marvel at the power of the heavenly Tao, capable of transforming the ethereal into the tangible and vice versa. What a sublime realm it was, one that invited admiration yet remained beyond reach. Upon returning to the peach orchard, they beheld the large peaches, now fully ripened and blushing like bashful maidens. The sight of such delectable fruits made their mouths water, and after indulging in a delightful feast, they sauntered away, their bellies full, gradually fading into the distance until they became mere specks, vanishing from view. The once quiet and eerie joyful forest had shed its former tranquility, the blood-red. Carnivorous ants were nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a scene of sheer delight. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a heartwarming fragrance, while tender green leaves of pear blossoms peeked out, their white and green hues creating a striking beauty. The yellow orioles, partridges, woodpeckers, and nightingales claimed this forest as their kingdom, flitting freely among the branches, singing enchanting melodies. In this season of blooming flowers, wisps of white mist drifted through the woods, entwining with every red spruce, resembling the flowing ribbons of a fairy. The great trees and vines of the joyful forest intertwined, resembling a dense net, akin to a dark green seabed where not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. The trunk of the sky-piercing poplar stands erect, its branches entwined in an embrace. It does not disdain the barrenness of the plateau, nor does it cower before the harshness of snow and wind. Its vitality is abundant, and it embodies unity and resilience. The following day, a group returned to the Spirit Hall, where Sword Douluo Exine, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were also invited by Xiang Wentian to be guests at the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall appeared just as it had when they departed, unchanged, with its towering walls, majestic buildings, and rigorously guarded spirit masters. The patrolling spirit masters, upon spotting Xiang Wentian and his companions from a distance, hastened to report their arrival to the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. Soon after, Bibi Dong led a group to welcome Xiang Wentian and his companions. Although Xiang Wentian held the title of acting pope within the Spirit Hall in the hearts of the people there, his status and authority had long surpassed that of Pope Bibi Dong. The reason Xiang Wentian remained the acting pope was that he had yet to complete his final task, which was to persuade the master to join the Spirit Hall. However, in Xiang Wentian's view, Convincing the master was merely a matter of time. He had never aspired to the position of pope. The role of acting pope sufficed for him, as his rapid ascension and formidable strength were merely reflections of the world's reverence for the powerful. Xiang Wentian stands as the undisputed strongest of the spirit hall. Thus his status transcends all others. With a mere command, none dare to disobey. Chapter 196. Qianrenxue. As Xiang Wentian and his companions approached, they beheld the prominent figures of the spirit hall, led by Bibi Dong, who had come forth from the city to greet them. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed a strikingly beautiful young lady standing beside Bibi Dong, with a devilishly alluring figure and cascading jet-black hair that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. She exuded an enchanting radiance. Clad in a form-fitting pink dress that accentuated her flawless physique, her long legs seemed to stretch endlessly. The girl possessed a pair of luminous eyes, clear and bright, sparkling like the stars. Lost in thought, she turned to Xiang Wentian and his group, offering a radiant smile that curved her eyes like crescent moons, as if her ethereal charm overflowed in that instant. With every subtle gesture, an air of nobility naturally emanated from her, leaving onlookers in awe of her refined and exquisite beauty. Standing alongside Bibi Dong, they resembled sisters, sharing striking similarities in appearance and demeanor, captivating all who beheld them. Xiang Wentian pondered. He had long heard of a daughter of Bibi Dong, named Qianrenxue. Could it be that this young lady is indeed Bibi Dong's daughter? As the assembly gathered before the gates of the spirit hall, all but Bibi Dong offered a respectful salute, proclaiming, "We welcome your holiness back." The members of the spirit hall referred to Xiang Wentian as the Pope, discarding the notion of a mere proxy, which illustrated that his stature within the spirit hall had surpassed that of all others. Bibi Dong, for her part, regarded the crowd's deference towards Xiang Wentian as entirely natural, giving it no thought. Following the recent conflict, her soul power had regressed to the level of an 80-titled Douluo, rendering her incapable of commanding the high-ranking officials of the spirit hall. Deep down, she recognized that it was only a matter of time before Xiang Wentian was acknowledged as the true pope. Even though he currently held the title of acting pope, his position in the hearts of the people had already eclipsed her own as the pope. Xiang Wentian commanded with authority, "Stand at ease." "Thank you, your holiness." In response to the thunderous replies from the members of the spirit hall, Xiang Wentian was elevated, resembling a majestic emperor reigning above the heavens, exuding unparalleled grandeur. Xiang Wentian approached Bibi Dong, bowing respectfully with both hands. "Your holiness the pope, it is an honor for the acting pope to meet you." Although Xiang Wentian's status had long surpassed that of Bibi Dong, the formality of respect could not be disregarded. Bibi Dong replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formalities, acting pope." Xiang Wentian straightened up and gazed at the beautiful maiden beside Bibi Dong, inquiring, "Your holiness, may I ask who this enchanting lady is?" Bibi Dong smiled and replied, "This is my daughter, named Qianrenxue." Turning to Qianrenxue, she instructed, "Do not delay. Greet the acting pontiff." Qianrenxue smiled gracefully and respectfully said, "It is an honor to meet you, acting pontiff." "No need for excessive formalities," Xiang Wentian responded, then asked, "Why have I not encountered you before?" Before Qianrenxue could respond, Bibi Dong interjected, "This is not the appropriate setting for conversation. I have prepared a feast. Let us discuss further after we dine." Greeting Xiang Wentian, Bibi Dong exchanged a knowing glance with the adjacent Zhu Douluo, nodding in understanding. Zhu Douluo approached the sword Douluo Continent and engaged in pleasantries. Once Xiang Wentian had arranged for Ning Rongrong and the others, he followed Bibi Dong into the hall of the Pope. Within the grand hall, Bibi Dong and Xiang Wentian took their seats on opposite sides. After the servants served tea, the doors of the hall were closed, leaving only the two of them inside. Bibi Dong spoke slowly to Xiang Wentian. "You must be curious as to why my daughter has always been absent from my side. The truth is, from a young age, I sent her to infiltrate the royal family of the Tiando Empire, where she assumed the role of the crown prince under the guise of a woman. Just as she was on the verge of success, the planes merged, and I lost contact with her. She returned to the spirit hall only a few days ago. But unfortunately, she brought me grave news." "What bad news?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "The Tiando royal family has been annihilated. It was only due to the protection of two titled Douluos that she narrowly escaped with her life, but she is the sole survivor who returned to the spirit hall." Bibi Dong explained. "Who was responsible for the destruction of the Tiando royal family?" Xiang Wentian asked. According to Qianrenxue, it was an organization known as the Adventurers Guild. They sought to dominate the Tiando royal family, but the royal family refused to yield, leading to their downfall. Interestingly, the Adventurers Guild that obliterated the Tiando royal family is also linked to the pursuers of Qian Renxue, specifically the vice president of the guild, which connects to you. Bibi Dong remarked. A connection to me? I have never heard of the Adventurers Guild, Xiang Wentian replied, astonished and puzzled. Bibi Dong smiled slightly and said, before you dismiss this, do you recall the elite competition held by the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, where the Zhanghui Academy summoned an otherworldly evil spirit through a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique in the Tiando Empire's qualifying round? Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Xiang Wentian felt a jolt within his heart, suddenly recalling the ominous proclamation made by the otherworldly fiends, when my demonic powers reach their zenith, I shall bathe the Douluo Continent in blood. With this thought, Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that the vice president of the Adventurers Guild is the Blood Demon God, Blood Demon Frenzy? Bibiong nodded affirmatively and replied, indeed. I firmly believe that he will soon trace our location at the Spirit Hall. A cold glimmer flickered in Xiang Wentian's eyes as he declared, if he dares to come, I shall ensure he returns not. Bibidong smiled faintly and replied, I have confidence in your strength, yet we remain unaware of the adversary's power and influence. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, I have instructed my subordinates to prepare defensive measures in advance. Bibidong and Xiang Wentian conversed in the papal palace until the late hours of the night. Only then did Xiang Wentian push open the grand doors and step outside, returning to his chamber where he seated himself on the bed, immersed in meditation. As the clock struck midnight, just as Xiang Wentian delved into his training, 20 miles ahead of Wuhuan City, 3 cloaked figures lay concealed in the grass like venomous serpents. One of the shadowy figures whispered commands around 2 in the morning. We shall infiltrate the Wuhuan palace together to ascertain the truth. Another figure inquired, eldest brother, why wait until 2? Can't we go now? The one known as eldest brother replied quietly, at approximately 2 in the morning, people are in their deepest slumber. The human biological clock has developed over millennia. The deepest sleep occurs between 1 and 3 at night. Choosing this moment minimizes the likelihood of detection. Do you understand? Understood. Eldest brother, you truly possess knowledge. The second figure flattered. The third figure scoffed. Of course, eldest brother has knowledge. Does it need your affirmation? Enough of your bickering. Be cautious not to attract the attention of powerful foes, eldest brother admonished. With a sense of pride swelling within him, he thought, of course I have knowledge. I graduated from the 3rd grade of an elementary school in the original Arad continent. Unlike you two illiterates who have never attended a single day of school. Time passed swiftly, and just as the 2 younger figures grew impatient, their eldest brother finally proclaimed, now is the time. Let us depart. The trio moved like cobras, gliding along the ground without a sound. Upon reaching the periphery of Wuhuan City, they scaled the walls with the agility of geckos, not rousing the patrolling spirit masters atop the city walls. Seamlessly, they entered the Wuhuan Palace, their abilities comparable to those of a limit de law, allowing them to infiltrate without alerting anyone. At that moment, seated on his bed, Xiang Wentian sensed 3 distinct fluctuations of spiritual energy from afar. The sensation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the aura of the blood demon god from the Adventurers Guild. Thus, he concluded that these fluctuations belonged to spies dispatched by the blood demon god. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, 2 beams of divine light erupting forth, his face etched with murderous intent as he murmured, since you dare to come, I shall ensure you have no return. At this moment, 3 figures clad in black had transformed the spirit hall into their personal playground, wandering aimlessly and inspecting their surroundings. One of the black-clad subordinates scoffed softly, Elder brother, this spirit hall is hardly impressive. The blood demon young master sent us here for reconnaissance, which is utterly unnecessary. The 3 of us could raise it to the ground effortlessly. The one referred to as the elder brother replied sternly yet quietly, do not speak frivolously. The young master has his reasons for sending us. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor can navigate 1,000 years. We must focus on our duties and refrain from discussing the young master's sagacious decisions. As the 3 black-clad figures engaged in their hushed conversation, they arrived outside the chamber of Xiang Wentian. The door to the room was firmly shut, leading them to believe that its occupant was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from within the room, followed by tendrils of dark energy seeping through the cracks of the door, reminiscent of an ancient demon slumbering inside. In that instant, a voice, both commanding and terrifying, resonated within their minds. Since you have come, Do not depart. Become the essence of my being. All three men felt a chill run down their spines as this ominous voice echoed in unison within their thoughts, causing them to instinctively scream and flee. However, the encroaching dark energy, as if imbued with life, coalesced into serpentine shadowy dragons that swiftly ensnared them. When the dark dragons dissipated, the three figures had been reduced to mere husks. Chapter 198. The Sweeping Middle-Aged Man. As Xiang Wentian opened the door, he did not disturb the three individuals within. He reduced the three lifeless corpses to ashes, scattering them amidst the flower bed. Following this grim task, Xiang Wentian found himself utterly devoid of sleep, and he set out alone towards the papal hall to attend to his affairs. As he passed through the dreamlike corridors, he beheld a middle-aged man sweeping the fallen leaves outside a door that appeared to belong to a reverie. Xiang Wentian approached and inquired at this hour, "Why are you still awake?" The middle-aged man, who had been raking fallen leaves, suddenly halted his movements. He lifted his gaze, revealing a weathered visage marked by the passage of time, his murky eyes betraying a hint of longing. A smile broke across his face, showcasing a row of pristine white teeth, as he respectfully replied, "Ah, it is your holiness. I couldn't find rest this evening, so I ventured out to tidy up the leaves on the path. Do you come out to clear the streets every night?" Xiang Wentian asked. The middle-aged man responded with utmost reverence, "Not always. However, for some reason, I am unable to sleep tonight. I thought I might occupy my time by sweeping the leaves, and perhaps once I return home, I shall find slumber." With a nod towards Xiang Wentian, he paid no further heed and proceeded to the papal hall. After Xiang Wentian departed, the middle-aged man gazed thoughtfully in the direction of his departure, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. In the papal hall, Xiang Wentian sat majestically upon the papal throne. The ghost Douluo emerged like a specter within the papal hall, respectfully proclaiming, "I pay my respects to your holiness." With an air of authority, Xiang Wentian addressed, "Teacher, convey my orders. The spirit hall shall now enter a state of first-level combat readiness." The ghost Douluo, perplexed, inquired, "Your holiness, is there an impending attack on the spirit hall?" Xiang Wentian pondered, "If my conjectures are correct, an assault on the spirit hall will occur within the next few days. Is it an external force?" Ghost Douluo inquired once more. "Indeed," Xiang Wentian affirmed with a nod. Upon witnessing his agreement, Ghost Douluo vanished like a specter within the hall of the Pope, a magnificent palace situated 10,000 miles away from the spirit hall, basked in the silvery glow of the moonlight, which cascaded like fine sand, illuminating every corner of the earth. The moon's argent radiance danced upon the eaves of the palace, reflecting a resplendent and poetic luminescence that dazzled the eyes with its breathtaking beauty. The four corners of the palace were supported by pillars of gray-white marble, standing steadfast and tranquil in the gentle night breeze. Delicate veils hung between the marble columns, swaying gracefully in the cool air, their translucent fabric shimmering in harmony with the moonlight, casting a soft, ethereal glow. Nearby, a crystal-clear spring gushed forth, winding its emerald ribbon around the palace before disappearing into the depths of the forest. The twinkling reflections upon the water's surface were a sight to behold, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Within such a magnificent and peaceful palace, a blood-clad youth sat quietly, his eyes gently closed, as wisps of celestial energy wafted into his being with each breath. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking echoed, prompting the youth to slowly open his tranquil eyes. And he calmly stated, "Enter." The door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in black who knelt upon the ground, respectfully announcing, reporting to the young master, "3 of our scouts have yet to return." "Oh?" the youth queried, perplexed. "Which faction did they pursue?" Reporting to the young master, "They were sent to track Xiang Wentian and investigate the spirit hall." The youth nodded and asked, "Who is the pope of the spirit hall?" Reporting to the young master, "There are 2 popes in the spirit hall, along with an acting pope. The pope's name is Bibi Dong, whose cultivation is insufficient to be of concern. However, the acting pope wields formidable power, feared across the seas." The youth inquired, "Oh, what is the name of the acting pope?" "Xiang Wentian." Upon hearing these 3 words, the youth's expression shifted dramatically, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He coldly asked, "What did you say?" "The acting pope is named Xiang Wentian. Is his martial soul the demon angel? Could he be the same person ranked first on the human leaderboard?" Sensing the youth's icy tone, the figure in black quaked with trepidation. "Young master, you speak the truth. The acting pope of the spirit hall is indeed named Xiang Wentian." And he is also the strongest contender in the leaderboard battle. The youth let out a furious snort, his blood red, killing intent unmistakable, surging like a tempest. Gritting his teeth, he muttered with venomous hatred, "Xiang Wentian again. I spared you back then, never anticipating you would ascend to such heights. The Spirit Hall. How audacious to dare slay even the scouts sent forth by my blood demon god blood fiend sect. Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian, let us settle both old and new grievances. What does it matter if you are ranked first? Had it not been for my seclusion when the leaderboard battle commenced. You truly believed you would have triumphed in the first round? Perhaps this is for the best. Killing you will make my blood demon lord the strongest in the rankings." Chapter 199, Unity of Power and Courage. The first demonic sect of the northern region, the Lihen sect, is located atop the northern region's highest peak, Lihen Mountain. The mountain is only half intact, as the sect's master, the formidable demon King Hentian, severed the upper half with unparalleled magical prowess. This place is perpetually shrouded in demonic energy, with dark clouds looming overhead, creating an apocalyptic scenery devoid of trees or flowers. Any plant or animal that thrives in sunlight cannot survive here. Yet, this land, engulfed by demonic aura, serves as a paradise for demonic cultivators and creatures. The Lihen sect wields the absolute power of life and death within 1,000 miles, with the motto, "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." Demonic cultivators are born to kill, seizing the aspirations of others to enhance their own strength. Within a grand hall of the Lihen sect, a formidable figure with a fierce glint in his eyes slammed a teacup onto the ground, roaring at the 4 individuals before him. "What? Juner has been killed. Who did it? Speak." The 4 individuals, tasked with protecting the young demon lord Hentian during the contest for the rankings, trembled as the leader, clad in black, replied, reporting to the sect master. "The one who killed the young lord is named Xiang Wentian. Through our private inquiries, we discovered he is the acting pope of the Martial Soul Hall in the central region." Furious, the demon King Hentian retorted, "Since your master is dead, you have no need to live any longer. Go below and serve Juner." "Master, please spare us," they pleaded. "Master, have mercy. For the sake of our many years of service to the young lord, grant us our lives. Master, we have labored diligently over the years, if not in merit, then in toil. Please, allow us a chance at survival." With a cruel smile, the demon King Hentian replied, "It is precisely because of your years of hard work and diligence that I will grant you the honor of continuing to serve Juner in the underworld." "Master, spare us. Please, grant us our lives," they cried. "I have an 80-year-old mother and a child waiting to be fed. Please, let me live." Hentian's eyes narrowed, and with a single punch, the 4 were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to even utter a scream. After dispatching them, he bellowed, "Bring me my men." As the hall doors creaked open, a black-clad warrior entered, kneeling respectfully. "What commands do you have, sect master?" With a voice filled with anger, Hentian ordered, "Gather all the elite forces of the Lihen sect and annihilate the Martial Soul Hall." Yes, the black-clad warrior had never witnessed such fury from Hentian before, likely due to the death of the young demon lord, which had already stirred considerable commotion within the sect. He certainly did not wish to become dust beneath Hentian's fist. Upon contemplating this, the cloaked warrior, trembling with trepidation, hastily rose and dashed out of the palace to convey the orders of the malevolent Dark Lord, thus ignited the flames of war across the entire continent, plunging it into an unprecedented turmoil until a complete reshuffling of power would occur, leading to a fragmented dominion ruled by various factions. The adage of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in ambush, holds a kernel of truth. 3 days later, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild, accompanied by 10,000 adventurers and a multitude of captured cultivators, marched forth towards the outskirts of the Martial Soul City, a distance of 30 miles, poised to seize the Martial Soul Hall and eliminate Xiang Wentian. Within the sanctum of the Pope's Hall, the elites from the Martial Soul Hall and the Elder Hall gathered, their expressions laden with concern, embodying the gravity of the impending threat. Throughout history, the Martial Soul Hall had never confronted such peril, and it is entirely understandable that the assembly exhibited such a demeanor. Xiang Wentian sat resolutely upon the papal chair, his countenance serene. To him, no multitude of adversaries could withstand his might. They would be consumed and transformed into his own cultivation. With solemnity, Xiang Wentian addressed the assembly. "Esteemed comrades, a formidable foe now threatens our spirit hall. We cannot afford to remain idle while our loved ones, our kin and children, stand behind us. We are their ultimate bastion. We pledge our undying loyalty to the Spirit Hall, vowing to share in its fate and to protect our families against external threats. A thunderous chorus echoed through the heavens and the earth. In this moment, the Spirit Hall radiated unity and indomitable spirit. One can only fathom that to achieve such a pinnacle of cultivation, one must possess an unwavering heart, fearless of death. Onward, to the city gates, to confront the enemy, Xiang Wentian commanded. The assembly followed him to the ramparts of Spirit City. As Xiang Wentian gazed into the distance, he beheld a dark mass of figures, a sea of silhouettes. Among the ranks of the enemy, he discerned many familiar soul masters, individuals whom the Spirit Hall had once safeguarded. Yet now, under the oppression of the Adventurers Guild, they felt compelled to launch an assault against their former sanctuary, the Spirit Hall. With a raucous laugh, Xiang Wentian proclaimed boldly, "In this world, the storm of fate emerges from our ranks. As we enter the martial realm, time hastens our journeys. In the tempest and rain, we defy the heavens, vying for opportunities upon the great path. With the enemy before us, none shall retreat. We shall cleave through the battlefield, where bones lie in heaps. With sword drawn and steed mounted, we wield our blades against the deluge of foes. As mountains of bones send birds scattering into the sky, we shall slay heaven and earth, extinguishing all life, solely to turn back and declare, no regrets." Chapter 200. A grievous battle. The bold and bloodthirsty verses of To Ask the Heavens captivated numerous poetry enthusiasts present at the scene. Slay. With a resounding roar, Xiang Wentian summoned the eight-winged demon angel from behind, charging boldly into the heart of the enemy ranks. Kill, he commanded, with Qian Daolu swiftly following in his wake. The members of the Shrek team exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement as they surged forward alongside Xiang Wentian. Teng Hao, Jian Dao Chenxin, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei trailed closely behind. Behind them, thousands of soul masters from the Spirit Hall rushed into battle, joining the fray. Simultaneously, a cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the heavens and the earth as both factions, fierce and unyielding, clashed with primal ferocity. At last, the two armies collided with the force of a cataclysm, echoing like thunder rolling through the valleys, akin to a tempest crashing against the mountains. Colorful soul skills illuminated the skies, while vibrant martial techniques shattered the ground beneath them. The thunderous roars and sharp screams sent tremors through the landscape, causing the sun and moon to seem to reverse their course. Though the Spirit Hall was outnumbered, their spirits remained indomitable, bolstered by the presence of loved ones behind them. They stood as the final bastion, resolute in their refusal to retreat. The Adventurers Guild, emboldened, pressed forward with a vow to conquer the Spirit Hall. The air was thick with the echoes of battle cries and anguished wails. Countless bodies of soul masters and cultivators fell like rain from the sky. The ground beneath them heaped with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, painting a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. In the midst of the chaos, the blood demon god, Yushue Emotion, locked eyes on Xiang Wentian and bellowed, "Xiang Wentian, your opponent is me." As Xiang Wentian turned his gaze, he beheld the blood demon god, Shuemo Kuang, charging towards him with a fierce glint in his eyes and a visage replete with murderous intent. With a cold voice, Xiang Wentian declared, "I shall grant you your wish." Summoning the divine spirit ring of the God King, he unleashed his first soul skill, heaven-slaying earth-cleaving. In an instant, the very fabric of the world split asunder, revealing a chasm that stretched for myriad fathoms. A blade of ethereal light, born from the depths of this abyss, descended with astonishing swiftness, cleaving the blood demon god, Shuemo Kuang, in twain. In his final moments, the blood demon god wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and said, "You are still the same as you were in the past. But I have transcended my former self. The pace of my growth is beyond your comprehension." From the ranks of the Adventurers Guild, a voice filled with dread echoed, "This is disastrous. The young master has been slain by Xiang Wentian. If we return, the guild master will execute us all. We must take vengeance for the young master. At the very least, this way our families may be spared. Kill. Avenge the young master." Instantly, the morale of the Adventurers Guild surged to unprecedented heights. With a fierce roar, Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "With you pitiful wretches, even if 1,000,000 more were to come, it would not suffice for my blade. All shall perish." The God King's soul ring activated, unleashing the second soul skill, Eternal Rush. An ethereal halo swept forth in a fan-shaped arc, whereupon the fabric of reality itself twisted. Time flowed backwards, and countless individuals aged into frailty in an instant. Before the enemy could react, they were reduced to mere piles of bones. Ding. The host has slain 100 cultivators, earning 1,000,000 points. The host has slain 500 cultivators, earning 5,000,000 points. The host has slain 1,000 cultivators, earning 10,000,000 points. Witnessing Xiang Wentian's celestial soul skill, countless onlookers gasped in terror and trembled. What manner of soul skill is this? Capable of wielding the forces of time and space, transforming the unaware into remnants of the grave? The God Emperor's soul ring activated the first soul skill, Veil of Heaven and Earth. Xiang Wentian, in his towering demonic angel form, exuded a miasma of dark energy that coalesced into dense clouds, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. The accumulating darkness connected with the earth, creating a realm shrouded in impenetrable demonic fog. Enemies trapped within this fog found themselves immersed in an ocean of sulfuric acid, their flesh and skin swiftly corroded until they, too, succumbed to the fate of becoming mere piles of bones. The black fog was littered with skeletal remains, forming mountains of death, a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. As the demonic fog was reabsorbed back into Xiang Wentian's true angelic form, a series of system notifications echoed through the air. Ding. The host has slain 200 cultivators, earning 2,000,000 points. The host has slain 1,000 cultivators, earning 10,000,000 points. The host has slain 5,000 cultivators, earning 50,000,000 points. Ding. The host, through the soul skill Veil of Heaven and Earth, harnessing the devouring ability, has gained 2,000 divine power points. The host has gained 5,000 divine power points. The host has gained 10,000 divine power points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the Divine Emperor realm. With the current divine power level at 130. Chapter 201. The Primordial First System. Please procure the soul ring most suitable for me. Ding. The soul ring best suited for the host is the soul ring of the 10,000,000-year Violent Hurricane Bird, which grants the soul skills Violent Hurricane Slash and Celestial Extreme Drill. Note, Violent Hurricane Slash is an area attack skill. Celestial Extreme Drill is a single-target skill specifically designed to counter protective divine abilities, making it a bane for defensive warriors. Shall I proceed with the purchase? Purchase. Ding. The host has spent 16,666 points for the acquisition. Fusion with the host is in progress. Ding. Fusion complete. As Xiang Wentian's consciousness transcends the confines of the system's spatial realm, he opens his eyes, and two beams of divine light erupt forth, reminiscent of a war god descending upon the earth. With a thunderous roar, he proclaims, Divine Emperor Soul Ring, First Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash. In that moment, Xiang Wentian, embodying the essence of a demonic angel, brandishes the colossal divine sword, summoning forth a towering tempest. The cyclone swells in magnitude, sweeping away even the clouds from the heavens above. Xiang Wentian stands resolute within the eye of the storm, advancing towards the enemy forces. Wherever the hurricane sweeps, the very earth is carved into a vast chasm, a gaping void of unprecedented width. In an instant, Xiang Wentian swept away the enemy forces. Those engulfed by the tempest were reduced to mere blood mist. The scattered remnants of the enemy, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, were seized by terror, wishing fervently that their parents had bestowed upon them an extra pair of legs, fleeing desperately into the distance. Yet, they had scarcely begun their flight when a blood-red sword light, stretching 1,000 feet long, cleaved through the sky amidst the tempest, systematically slicing down each fleeing foe into blood mist. This sword light, relentless and precise, functioned like a mobile artillery unit equipped with a targeting scope, ensuring that no member of the Adventurers Guild could escape its reach, all succumbing to the same fate, becoming one with the fabric of the universe. Ding. The host has slain 3,000 cultivators, earning 30,000 points. The host has slain 6,000 cultivators, earning 60,000 points. The host has slain 9,000 cultivators, earning 90,000 points. Despite the vast disparity in numbers, the presence of Xiang Wentian, the transcendent Divine Emperor, turned the tide into a one-sided massacre against the Adventurers Guild. Once the battle concluded, Xiang Wentian activated his devouring skill, consuming all corpses within a 100-mile radius, leaving behind a field of dried remains. Ding! The host activated the devouring skill, gaining 20,000 divine power. The host utilized the devouring skill, gaining 60,000 divine power. The host employed the devouring skill, gaining 90,000 divine power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Your divine power level is now 131. After the war, Xiang Wentian mused, not bad. Not bad. Each time I emerge from a great battle, my strength undergoes a remarkable enhancement. I hope for more such conflicts to come. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Host, your points have accumulated sufficiently. The system recommends enhancing the duration of your soul rings. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Increase it tenfold to the billion-year level. Ding. The host spent 658 points to upgrade the soul ring duration to the billion-year level. Just as I became wealthy, I have now returned to poverty after the enhancement. It seems I must strive even harder. System panel. Name, Xiang Wentian. Rank, Divine Emperor, Demonic Angel Deity. Martial Soul, Demonic Angel Divine Power. Level 131, 22, 886, 663, 000, Soul Rings. 9-colored, duration, 166. 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166. 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166. 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 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 666 years, rainbow-colored, duration, 166, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666 years, soul abilities. First soul skill, Space Lock, Time Stasis. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory, Demonic Frenzy. Third soul skill, Angelic Judgment. Demonic Sky / Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Angelic Flame / Demonic Kiss. Sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh soul skill, True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth soul skill, Cataclysmic Strike. Annihilation of All. Ninth soul skill, Breakthrough of the Nine Heavens. Primordial Tremor. Divine level soul skill, Divine Sword of the Giant Abyss. Unlimited Use God King soul skill, Heaven Slaying, Earth Cleaving. Eternal Passage. God Emperor soul skill, Veil of Heaven and Sun. Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Emperor soul skill, Violent Hurricane / Extreme Earth Drill. Soul Bones. Skull of the War God of the Demonic Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demonic Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demonic Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demonic Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demonic Angel. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soulbone skills, War God Manifestation. Fusion skill of the War God. Soulbone of the Demonic Angel. Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike. Skill of the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine skills, Buddha Divine Palm. Heavenly Punishment. 9 styles. Points, 66. 688 Cultivation Method. True Scripture of World Annihilation by the Celestial Demon. Overlord Body of the Firmament ability. Devour. Can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Untitled Chapter Title. Grand Banquet. Though the existence of war brings indelible calamities, one might also ponder that such conflicts serve merely as the foundation for the peace of the next moment. After the war, the sky is shrouded in yellow dust. and the blood-red remnants of the setting sun illuminate a battlefield strewn with corpses, rendering it grotesquely terrifying. The thick stench of blood evokes a sense of nausea. The flames conjured by the fire-type soul masters continue to blaze unabated across the battlefield, sending thick plumes of smoke swirling into the air. The ice crystals, wrought by the ice-type soul masters, stood approximately 10 meters thick, chilling to the bone. The dark aura of the demonic cultivators tainted the land, rendering it nearly black. A colossal chasm, stretching 1,000 miles in length, a myriad of feet in width, and 100 meters deep, cleaved through the battlefield, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. The soul masters of the spirit hall busied themselves clearing the field, gathering the countless lifeless bodies into heaps for incineration. Despite the fierce conflict, the losses sustained by the spirit hall were minimal. Most casualties had been inflicted by the formidable Xiang Wentian. It was not until this moment that the true strength of Xiang Wentian became apparent. The spirit hall was fortunate to have him as their pope, and the citizens of Spirit City rejoiced in their good fortune. To celebrate their victory, the spirit hall organized a grand banquet. Unbeknownst to them, the foremost demonic sect of the northern domain, led by the vengeful demon king, was hastening toward them, intent on razing the spirit hall to the ground and exacting revenge upon Xiang Wentian for their young sect master. Within the expansive reception hall of the spirit hall, guests had just arrived at the banquet table, taking their seats with graciousness and order. Colorful platters were meticulously arranged, and the delicacies presented by the attendants were exquisite. The wine, rich and mellow, delighted all who partook. The attendants, clad in flowing garments reminiscent of drifting clouds, frequently refilled the goblets and offered melodious tunes for the guests' enjoyment. The fragrant incense enveloped the assembly in a delightful haze. As the feast commenced, dishes were served in succession, and the guests raised their cups in joyous toasts, reveling in the victory of the battle. Amidst laughter and rhythm of song and drum, they indulged in sumptuous roasted meats and delicacies from land and sea, celebrating the triumph with mirth and camaraderie. Seated beside Xiang Wentian, Ru Meng poured wine while enjoying exquisite jade delicacies. She inquired, "Brother, on the battlefield, I witnessed your spirit ring transform into a resplendent spectrum of colors. What could that mean?" With a smile, Xiang Wentian replied, "I have transcended to a new realm, and thus my spirit ring has undergone a significant enhancement, resulting in this radiant transformation. Brother, you have ascended once more. You truly are remarkable," Ru Meng exclaimed in astonishment, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "I am so happy to share this life with you." With a gentle smile, he said, "Silly girl, quickly eat your vegetables. Consume plenty so that you may grow plump and healthy. When we marry and have children, they will be even more robust and intelligent." Dream nodded blissfully, picking up a piece of fire wolf leg from the table, savoring it slowly. At that moment, the members of the Shrek team approached with their wine glasses in hand. Shimin Shueishua spoke first. "1. Do you have any more source stones? The one you gifted me has been exhausted, and its effects were remarkable. My cultivation speed has increased more than tenfold with its use." 1. I too have depleted my source stones, Yi Guqing admitted somewhat awkwardly. Looking around at the members of the Shrek team, he inquired, "Have you all exhausted your source stones?" The group exchanged glances. Damubai replied, "I still have one left." Tangsen added, "I have 2 remaining." Ma Hongjun stated, "I don't have any left. I even borrowed one from Sango." At this moment, Ning Rongrong remarked, "Mubai, they told me that source stones greatly enhance cultivation, yet you have never gifted me one. You must remember to give me one this time." Oscar eagerly chimed in, "I want one too. I want one too." Xiang Wentian gazed at the crowd, who were all seeking cultivation resources, and with a sense of helplessness remarked, "I currently have no source stones. When I next encounter Yi Fan, I shall see how many he possesses." Upon hearing that there were no source stones available, the crowd, disheartened, began to disperse. At that moment, Qian Rinxue approached, holding a transparent goblet filled halfway with a yellow, frothy liquid. She smiled sweetly at Xiang Wentian and said, "It is a pleasure to meet your holiness." As Xiang Wentian turned his head, he was met with the sight of Qian Rinxue, which left him somewhat astonished. "Sister Qian Rinxue, why do you not address me as the acting pope?" he inquired. Qian Rinxue responded with a charming smile, her beauty radiating. "My mother advised me to directly call you your holiness whenever I see you. May I ask, dear Sister Qian Rinxue, what brings you here?" he asked. Qian Rinxue, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I just overheard that you possess a treasure for assisting in cultivation, known as the Source Stone. I was merely wondering if, the next time you acquire some, you might reserve a portion for me. Of course, No problem at all, Xiang Wen assured her. After Qian Rinxue departed, Ru Meng, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "Brother, why would you give her some? We are not even that familiar. Since we are all part of the spirit hall, it is only fitting that we help each other," Xiang Wen replied with a smile. Ru Meng huffed in annoyance and stormed off. Xiang Wentian shook his head, murmuring to himself, "She was once a quiet girl. Has she taken leave of her senses? Why is she so irrationally jealous? I am hardly acquainted with Qian Ruxua. So what reason does she have to feel envious? Truly, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. It can shift like the capricious weather of May and June, fluctuating from tender and charming to silent and sorrowful, leaving one utterly perplexed." Chapter 203. The Great Demon King of Hatred. Not long after the banquet had concluded and as the attendees succumbed to inebriation, an unexpected tremor began to ripple through the ground. As time progressed, the vibrations intensified, escalating to a violent upheaval akin to an earthquake. What could this mean? Is the realm about to merge once more? Panic ensued among the crowd, and even the drunken revelers found themselves abruptly sober. At that moment, a voice, brimming with fury, echoed from afar. "Who is Xiang Wentian? Step forth, for I shall avenge my child. I will ensure that the spirit hall is left in ruins." Xiang Wentian's heart grew heavy with foreboding as he pondered. Who could unleash such a thunderous roar? The mere presence of this individual was enough to make the earth tremble, indicating that their power undoubtedly surpassed his own, having reached the sanctified realm. With this thought, Xiang Wentian addressed the others. "Go to the city walls and prepare for defense. I shall venture forth to discover who dares to sow chaos within the spirit hall." With that, he summoned his martial spirit, unfurling the 8 wings of the dark angel behind him, and soared into the sky. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the spirit hall, he gazed into the distance, spotting a dark mass of armored figures, all clad in ominous black, their armor inscribed with the golden characters for Li Hen. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Li Hen's sect. During the ranking battle, he had slain an individual known as the Little Demon Lord of Hatred. Could it be that his father has come seeking revenge? With a grave countenance, Xiang Wentian mused. In the ranking battle, it was the Little Demon Lord of Hatred who fell by my hand. Skill was the determining factor. What blame lies with me? Is it permissible for him to kill me while I am forbidden from striking him down? Do you not feel any shame in coming here to exact retribution? The Great Demon King of Hatred laughed maniacally, declaring with menace, "Under heaven, only the Li Hen sect is allowed to take lives. No one may slay a member of our sect, least of all my one and only son. Whoever dares to kill him shall face utter annihilation." Indeed, both father and son are of the same ilk. When reason fails to persuade, then let us engage in battle, Xiang Wentian retorted, his fury ignited. The Great Demon King of Hatred sneered, "You, a mere god emperor, dare to resist? You are courting death." With that, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, hurtling towards Xiang Wentian like a comet. Xiang Wentian, undaunted, swiftly unleashed his demonic angelic form, firing on all cylinders as he brandished the colossal Tsushima divine sword to confront his adversary. With a resounding crash, the two clashed, igniting a fierce battle. In the face of such formidable opponents, the onlookers from both sects could not intervene. The residual forces from their confrontation were far beyond what others could withstand. Thus, only after the skirmish concluded would the victorious party be able to initiate a dominant engagement. The disciples of the Li Hen sect, standing 1,000 miles away, observed the fierce duel. One disciple scoffed, "Our esteemed sect leader has just emerged from seclusion and has successfully broken through to the Holy Realm. Though he is in the early stages, he is certainly not someone a mere divine emperor can contend with. The disparity is an insurmountable chasm." Another disciple from the Li Hen sect derisively remarked, "Just watch. Our sect leader shall dispatch Xiang Wentian with a mere few punches and kicks." Indeed, our sect leader, the Demon King of Hate, is the unrivaled champion of the Northern Domain. How could he possibly be challenged by a trifling martial soul hall? A disciple from the rear added dismissively. The affirmations from the other disciples echoed this sentiment, as if they believed the Demon King of Hate was on the verge of vanquishing Xiang Wentian. In stark contrast, the members of the martial soul hall wore expressions of grave concern, observing that Xiang Wentian was steadily falling to the disadvantage. They realized that the Demon King of Hate must indeed be a formidable Holy Realm powerhouse, and anxiety gripped their hearts for Xiang Wentian. On the battlefield, Xiang Wentian felt a profound weight in his heart, contemplating, the Demon King of Hate truly lives up to his reputation as a Holy Realm expert. His combat prowess far exceeds my own. Nevertheless, I must give my all. Today, I shall surely fell this individual. With this resolve, Xiang Wentian bellowed, Heaven's Punishment 9 styles. Ninth style, Annihilation Thunder. The sky darkened as ominous clouds surged forth, obscuring the sun and banishing the azure sky. The clouds thickened ominously, as if intent on flattening the earth beneath them. Suddenly, a tempest arose, howling fiercely as if to sweep the ground away. Thunder rumbled as lightning tore through the clouds. Yet the clouds regrouped, and the lightning danced wildly within them, creating a foreboding spectacle. At that moment, a resounding clap of thunder heralded the descent of a circular, sun-like entity that emitted a blinding blue light from the heavens. The clouds shimmered menacingly, resembling a horde of terrifying dark phantoms clad in golden silken garments, brandishing freshly forged swords of gold that crashed against the earth with resounding force. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky coalesced, converging like a river flowing into the sea, forming a colossal purple eye entirely composed of electricity. Chapter 204. Severely wounded and on the brink of death in an instant, the purple giant eye opened, unleashing a massive column of purple lightning that descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the head of the Demon King of Hate. Gazing at the purple lightning column, the Demon King felt an overwhelming weight in his heart and muttered to himself, "A mere divine emperor can summon the purple sky divine thunder? Even so, to think I could be gravely injured by him is but a fool's dream." The great demon of hatred let out a thunderous roar. Hatred for heaven. Hatred for the heavens. Hatred for all living beings. Hatred for oneself. Hatred. 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 The fist of hatred for heaven. A colossal demonic fist, as large as a football field, rapidly coalesced above the great demon, ascending defiantly towards the violet column of thunder. A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens. At the epicenter of the blast, space shattered, time stood still, and a vast black hole mercilessly consumed the erupting energy from all directions. A circular shockwave radiated outward, surging forth in all directions. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Since the heavenly annihilation thunder cannot harm you, let me show you something even more formidable." The malevolent Lord Wentian sneered. "A mere divine emperor cannot possess any extraordinary skills. If you have something to unleash, do so. I am eager to witness what kind of waves an insignificant ant can stir." With the spirit ring of the divine emperor activated, the second soul skill, Eye of Annihilation, was unleashed. Suddenly, a vertical eye burst open in the center of Xiang Wentian's forehead, emitting a brilliant beam of golden light that shattered the very fabric of space as it passed. At that moment, the Lord Wentian felt a chilling aura of imminent danger emanating from the golden beam. He bellowed, "You little brat, it seems I have underestimated you. I shall no longer play with you. Perish." The Wentian prison palm was unleashed. A colossal imprint of demonic energy shot forth from the Lord Wentian's hand. At the instant the golden beam collided with the Wentian prison palm, there was no sound. The demonic hand and the golden beam passed through each other. The golden beam pierced through the Lord Wentian's chest, revealing a horrific blood hole. Meanwhile, the Wentian prison palm struck directly against the chest of Xiang Wentian's true demonic angel form, causing a jarring pain that twisted his insides, as if they had been shattered. Xiang Wentian gritted his teeth and pressed forward, shouting in fury, "Divine Emperor Soul Ring, Second Soul Skill, Heaven and Earth Extreme Drill." As the true form of the demon angel, Xiang Wentian, spun at an astonishing speed, it instantaneously coalesced into a colossal drill, aimed directly at the formidable Hate Heaven Demon King. At that moment, the Hate Heaven Demon King was consumed by an unparalleled fury, contemplating the audacity of a mere divine emperor inflicting such grievous harm upon him. He unleashed his most potent strike, the Hate Heaven soul-piercing finger. A spectral imprint shot forth from the apex of Xiang Wentian's spinning form, while the celestial drill transformed the Hate Heaven Demon King into a mist of crimson. Ding! The host has slain the Hate Heaven Demon King, earning 60,000,000 points. Just as Xiang Wentian was struck in the head by the Hate Heaven soul-piercing finger. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, he channeled all his divine energy into the Divine Emperor Soul Ring, manifesting an unprecedented and formidable power, the first soul skill. Covering the sky and shading the sun, an endless tide of demonic energy surged forth from Xiang Wentian's true form, sweeping across the battlefield towards the Lihen sect. In that moment, countless disciples of the Lihen sect, witnessing the demise of the Hate Heaven Demon King, were gripped by terror. Their fear intensified as they beheld the overwhelming wave of demonic energy rushing towards them, akin to an apocalyptic event. Thousands of onlookers, paralyzed by this sight, were seized by panic, wishing to flee far away, yet their speed was vastly outmatched by the relentless pursuit of the demonic energy. Before they could escape even a few steps, they were overtaken, engulfed by the dark tide. The multitude of Li Hen's sect disciples caught within the demonic energy barely had time to struggle before their internal energy rapidly dissipated, transforming them into lifeless husks in the blink of an eye. Ding! The host has slain 1,000 demonic cultivators, earning 10,000 points. The host has slain 5,000 demonic cultivators, earning 50,000 points. The host has slain 10,000 demonic cultivators, earning 100,000 points. Ding! The host has harnessed the covering the sky and shading the sun absorption skill, gaining 20,000 divine power. The host has further harnessed this skill, gaining 60,000 divine power. The host has once again harnessed this skill, gaining an additional 60,000 divine power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is 132. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. The host's body and soul are gravely injured. Immediate repair is required. Immediate repair is required. System. Please assist in repairing my body and soul. Ding. The host lacks sufficient points to repair the body and soul. A cost of 1,000,000 points is required. The host's points are insufficient. Please check your status. Open the system panel. Martial Soul, Demon Angel Divine Power, Level 132, 2888663000000. Soul Rings, Multicolored, Duration. 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration. 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, Duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years, rainbow, duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years, multicolored, duration. 166,666,666 years. Soul abilities. First soul ability, Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second soul ability, Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third soul ability, Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth soul ability, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth soul ability, Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Kiss. Sixth soul ability, Angelic Stupa, Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh soul ability, True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth soul ability, Annihilation Strike, Silence of All. Ninth soul ability, Break the Heavens, Primal Shock. God level soul ability, Giant Sword of the Abyss, Unlimited Use. God King soul ability, Heaven Defying Slash, Timeless and Swift. God Emperor soul ability, Veil the Sky, Eye of World Destruction. God Sovereign soul ability, Violent Hurricane Slash, Ultimate Earth Drill. Soul Bones, Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Demon. Soul Bone skills, War God Incarnation, Fusion skill of the War God Soul Bone of the Demon Angel. Ignoring Defense. Breakthrough Strike, skill attached to the right arm bone of the demon. Divine skills, Tath Gada's Divine Palm, 9 strikes of Heavenly Punishment. Points, 888889999. Cultivation Method, True Scripture of Demon Extinction, Overlord of the Skies. Ability, Devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 205. The father of Ru Ming. The members of the martial soul hall were utterly astonished as Xiang Wentian, with the cultivation of a god emperor, defied the odds to slay a saint-level expert. His exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess commanded deep admiration. After defeating the saint-level expert, he, despite being gravely injured, was able to eliminate tens of thousands of demonic cultivators with a single strike. In his prime, who could stand against him? The martial soul hall takes immense pride in having such a pope among them. Xiang Wentian could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of desolation within his heart. I am merely a little over 100 million points short, he mused. But to me, that figure is akin to an insurmountable chasm, an unattainable number. I am now utterly exhausted, on the brink of death. Is this the ultimate conclusion of my life? He sighed, contemplating the futility of existence. What joy is there in life, and what anguish in death? I, Xiang Wentian, have lived a life of invincibility, standing tall against the heavens. Should I be granted another life, I shall battle across the vast expanse, command the 6 realms, and sweep through the world. Who would dare to obstruct me? At that moment, a system alert echoed incessantly. Beep, beep. Warning, warning. Host's life is in jeopardy. Immediate restoration is required. Host's life is in critical danger. Meanwhile, Xiang Wentian had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to hear any further sounds. In the sky, the enormous form of the demon angel swiftly diminished, ultimately transforming into Xiang Wentian's likeness, plummeting rapidly from the heavens. Boom! As Xiang Wentian plummeted from the sky, a thunderous sound erupted, plunging the entire world into darkness. The wind howled fiercely, branches swayed in the distance, and crows circled incessantly. My vision blurred, and my heart felt inexplicably heavy. My mind was engulfed in confusion, and my body began to lose its weight, as if it were about to float away. A sensation akin to falling into a black hole transformed into tears, cascading from my eyes. Suddenly, I realized that my loved ones, friends, and cherished ones were slowly drifting away from me. Time danced by. The world underwent ceaseless transformations. Flowers bloomed only to wither in an instant, and shooting stars vanished in the blink of an eye. Many beautiful things can only blossom for a fleeting moment, compelling one to lament the brevity of life. Throughout the vast river of history, humanity exists merely as transient passers-by. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that we should cherish the ephemeral beauty that life offers. Despite the boundless vicissitudes and profound sorrow one can only express, years of life and death part us, yet the soul has never entered dreams. I remain standing still in the cold wind, like a lifeless statue, utterly motionless, as if a rope had been tied around my heart by my loved ones. Each step taken tugged painfully at my heartstrings. In a moment of disorientation, Xiang Wentian murmured wistfully, in this fleeting life, love is deeply cherished for its beauty. If life could repeat its course, let dreams return to accompany you. Brother! A resonant and heart-wrenching cry echoed through the heavens and earth, awakening the stunned crowd. As if awakening from a dream, the angelic figure with 8 wings rushed towards Xiang Wentian, incredulously placing a finger beneath his nose, only to find that he had no breath left. She embraced his lifeless body, weeping bitterly, her heart aching. If you are well, then it is a sunny day. If you are not here, I shall follow you into oblivion. Subsequently, the crowd gathered one by one. Dai Mubai, in disbelief, exclaimed, No, how can this be? How could Xiang Wentian, once as formidable as a war god, fall? Tang San roared in fury. I shall avenge Wentian, annihilate the Li Henzong, and level the Adventurers Guild. Tang Hao grasped Tang San's hand, admonishing, Tang San, what do you think you are doing? Do you believe that with your strength, you can avenge Wentian? You would only be walking to your own demise. What then? I cannot allow Wentian to die in vain. He sacrificed himself to protect us. How can I find peace in my conscience without avenging him? Tang San cried in despair. Qian Renxue closed her eyes, 2 crystalline tears slowly sliding down her cheeks. Pondering, he is gone. Why do I feel sorrow? Why does my heart ache? Could this be the emotional turmoil my mother spoke of? Sword Douluo Continent sensed the dissipating soul power of Xiang Wentian and shook his head in sorrowful contemplation. Even one as strong as Xiang Wentian cannot escape life and death. Where lies the end of the path for us cultivators? Brother, please wake up, wake up! As she held Xiang Wentian's gradually cooling body, her heart filled with grief. She remained silent for a long time. The next morning, Qian Daolu sighed in lament. From ancient times to the present, the spirit hall has welcomed the strongest pope. Alas, heaven does not allow our spirit hall to ascend to glory. What a pity for this towering, unparalleled figure. Pope Bibi Dong sighed deeply and commanded, "Bring forth the attendants." The proxy pope arranged for a grand burial for Xiang Wentian, warning that any hint of negligence would result in dire consequences. In a state of vigil beside Xiang Wentian's spirit, Mo Dao remained awake throughout the night, feeling as though Xiang Wentian was testing her resolve. Believing that after the trial, he would awaken. It is a common saying that many heroes meet untimely ends. Yet the final verdict is not rendered until the coffin is gently closed. It was only at that moment that she realized Xiang Wentian had departed from her forever. In recognition of Xiang Wentian's remarkable contributions during his lifetime, the Spirit Hall erected a magnificent stone sculpture soaring 100 feet high. The statue exuded an aura of majesty and power, with a colossal sword aimed at the heavens, surrounded by swirling demonic energy and radiant divine light. Beneath the statue stood a monument, upon which was inscribed the achievements of Xiang Wentian. The Pope, Xiang Wentian Cultivation, Divine Emperor Age, 19 title, Justice born in the Douluo village of Nodding City, within the Tiando Empire. At the age of 6, he awakened the martial soul, the demon angel. Under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, he joined Shrek Academy, where he excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top. Subsequently, he became a direct disciple of the Ghost Douluo, Goemei, and officially joined the Spirit Hall. He led the Shrek team in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, maintaining an undefeated record and claiming first place. Later, when the Spirit Hall faced threats from the Daxia dynasty, he joined forces with numerous powerful individuals to bring about the downfall of the Daxia dynasty. After experiencing the convergence of realms, he participated in the 9 Domains Huashan ranking battle, triumphing over formidable foes to secure the top position on the human rankings. He subsequently vanquished the tens of thousands of cultivators from both the Adventurers Guild and the northern region's foremost demonic sect, the Lihanzong, thus laying a solid foundation for the Spirit Hall and safeguarding the lives and property of its people. Ultimately, he succumbed to grave injuries sustained in a battle against the heavens and the saints, leading to his untimely demise. To inquire about the heavens. After the passing of Xiang Wentian, Ruo Ming wept inconsolably, refusing to eat or drink. Were it not for the intervention of others, she would have followed him into the afterlife. One night, at Xiang Wentian's grave, a middle-aged man paced back and forth, cursing under his breath, "Xiang Wentian, what enchantment have you cast upon my daughter that she yearns for you so, her heart torn asunder with longing? To be frank, I find you utterly disagreeable, always clinging to my daughter's side. If it weren't for her, I would have struck you down long ago." Sighing deeply, he continued, "Very well, I shall spare you for now. But mark my words, should you ever wrong my daughter, I shall take your life without hesitation. Furthermore, I shall lower my expectations of a son-in-law. You shall marry only Ruo Ming in this lifetime. If you dare entertain any treachery, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." With that, the middle-aged man huffed in anger, extending his hand as a beam of golden light erupted forth, piercing the ground above Xiang Wentian's corpse. Upon receiving this radiant beam of golden light, the lifeless body of Xiang Wentian experienced a remarkable revival. His injuries healed at an astonishing pace, and his dissipating soul swiftly coalesced. In an instant, rhythmic thumping resonated from the once silent heart of Xiang Wentian. With eyes now wide open, he expressed his bewilderment. "Am I not dead? How is it that I still draw breath? If I am indeed alive, who possesses the idle mischief to confine me within this coffin?" Xiang Wentian struck the coffin lid with a mighty fist, causing the grave and tombstone to shatter into countless fragments. As the middle-aged man observed Xiang Wentian emerging slowly from the grave, he quietly vanished from the spot. Xiang Wentian emerged from the grave, not returning to the Spirit Hall, but instead making his way to the Adventurers Guild. He sought vengeance, desiring to eliminate all his foes. Chapter 206. The Adventurers Guild System? If you have perished, then speak up immediately, Xiang Wentian bellowed. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming anxiety. The system was his lifeline. Without it, what purpose would his existence serve? He might as well end it all. Ding. System initializing. System initialization complete. Welcome, host. To commence usage. Xiang Wentian patted his chest and exclaimed, "You startled me. I thought you had perished." Ding. The system is neither human nor corporeal. It cannot die. Previously, when the host entered a state of death, the system temporarily shut down to conserve energy. Oh, so that is the case. By the way, system, I wish to purchase a divine-level martial skill that is capable of both mass destruction and focused damage. Ding. The martial skill that currently meets the host requirements is the 9-colored sky-piercing finger. This technique was created by the supreme powerhouse, the nine-fingered evil sovereign. It can deliver concentrated strikes as well as area attacks, unleashing 9 beams of energy in red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. With formidable power, shall the host spend 800,000,000 points to acquire it? Purchase. Ding. Purchase complete. Learning successful. The host may use it freely. Within the magnificent hall of the Adventurers Guild, a middle-aged man sat in the center, his brow furrowed with concern. This man was the father of the Blood Demon, Frenzy, and the president of the Adventurers Guild, known as Emperor Blood, Skyslaying Blood River. He declared with authority, "Bring forth the matter." As the hall doors slowly opened, a guard entered and bowed respectfully, saying, "President, what are your orders? Has my son returned? Is there still no news of him?" Reporting to the esteemed president, "Young Master Blood Demon and 10,000 adventurers have yet to return. Should the young master return, I shall inform you at once." Blood River sighed. Sensing that Blood Demon Frenzy may have encountered peril, he spoke slowly. "Very well. You may leave. Inform me immediately upon his return." "Yes, President." Outside the Adventurers Guild, the guards maintained their vigilant watch, with sentinels stationed every 3 steps and patrols weaving seamlessly throughout the hall. The security was exceptionally stringent. At that moment, dozens of guards at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild noticed a youth approaching. The boy walked with steady strides, exuding a murderous aura, his eyes fierce. The leading guard shouted, "Who are you?" "This is the Adventurers Guild. No unauthorized personnel may enter." "The one who will kill you," the youth slowly uttered, gesturing with his finger. The 9-colored sword lights, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, instantly pierced the foreheads of several dozen guards. Ding! The host has slain 64 guards, earning 640,000 points. The scene at the entrance immediately alarmed the entire Adventurers Guild's guards. The guild, a sacred ground for adventurers since ancient times, would not tolerate desecration. The audacity of someone committing mass murder here was shocking. Teams of guards rushed from within the Adventurers Guild, and countless sentinels from the periphery surged forth, surrounding Xiang Wentian. The captain of the guards pointed at Xiang Wentian and commanded, "Seize him, regardless of life or death." With a clamor, numerous guards rushed towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "Do you truly believe you can withstand me? Let all of you be transformed into my points and cultivation." The guards and attendants charged towards him, wielding long knives in an attempt to strike. However, the moment their blades met the radiant sword energy of the 9-colored sky-piercing finger, they shattered into fragments. The vibrant sword energy surged forth like sniper bullets, piercing through 17 or 18 individuals before gradually dissipating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9-colored sword energy swept toward the guards and attendants like a machine gun barrage. Countless guards and attendants fell to the ground as though they were being harvested, their cries of anguish echoing in the air. Ding! The host has slain 168 guards, earning 1,680,000 points. The host has slain 236 attendants, earning 2,360,000 points. The host has slain 686 guards and attendants, earning 6,860,000 points. Just as Xiang Wentian was caught in a furious spree of slaughtering enemies, an enraged roar emanated from within the Adventurers Guild. "Who dares to unleash such carnage within my Adventurers Guild? Do you not fear the retribution upon your entire clan?" Xiang Wentian beheld a middle-aged man standing in the void, his face contorted with fury, while his beard, ruffled by his wrath, swayed back and forth. Xiang Wentian, undeterred, declared, "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing his words, the old man was instantly reminded of his son. With eyes wide open in fury, he inquired, "Where is my son, the Blood Demon God, Blood Demon Frenzy?" Xiang Wentian laughed heartily. "So Blood Demon is your son. I have already reduced him to a mere pulp. If you bring along 2 cabbages, perhaps we could even make some dumplings." "Ah!" Blood River's anguished roar echoed, "My son. I shall avenge you. I will ensure that Xiang Wentian pays dearly, turning him to dust." With a fierce shout, he directed his words at Xiang Wentian. "Given your age, I presume you are already afflicted with osteoporosis. Have you been consuming calcium supplements? I am not interested in such trivialities. Rather, I crave your flesh and thirst for your blood." The blood-soaked river erupted with a thunderous roar as it charged towards Xiang Wentian, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Its countenance contorted in a terrifying grimace. Chapter 207. The Fall of the Adventurers Guild. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and proclaimed, "Nine-colored sky-piercing finger," uniting the 9 hues to shatter the heavens. Before long, the crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, indigo, violet, black, and white sword energies converged into a singularity, transforming into a radiant white beam akin to a laser cannon aimed directly at Blood River Xiaotian. In a fit of rage, Blood River Xiaotian bellowed, his entire being surging with blood energy, which morphed into a towering 100-foot blood demon, launching a mighty punch towards the white beam. To his astonishment, however, his strongest strike, the true form of the blood demon, was utterly incapable of withstanding the force of the white beam. The blood demon's fist was shattered into countless fragments by the impact. Blood River Xiaotian roared in fury, intending to restore his blood demon form, only to be confronted by yet another white beam hurtling towards him. "No," he cried out. Defiance etched upon his face, as he was pierced through by the white beam, disintegrating into a mist of crimson fog. Ding! The host has slain the Saint Realm powerhouse Blood River Xiaotian, earning 60,000,000 points. Countless guards and attendants, witnessing the scene, were struck with terror, realizing that their formidable president had dispatched Blood River Xiaotian in mere 2 moves. Fearful and devoid of fighting spirit, they scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "The Adventurers Guild is my adversary. As members of the guild, do you think escape is so simple? Let your president go." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of colorful sword energy, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, shot forth incessantly. The guards of the Adventurers Guild fell like ripe wheat under the relentless onslaught, each vibrant blade capable of piercing through the bodies of numerous foes. Ding! The host has slain 188 guards, earning 1,880,000 points. The host has slain 388 sentinels, earning 3,880,000 points. The host has slain 888 sentinels, earning 8,880,000 points. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. Xiang Wentian relentlessly pursued and exterminated over 1,000 adversaries. The air was filled with screams of anguish, curses of rage, and pleas for mercy, resounding through the heavens. Half an hour later, as Xiang Wentian delivered the final blow to his last enemy, the bloody carnage was officially brought to a close. The crimson rays of the setting sun illuminated the ground littered with corpses, while blood clouds swirled in the sky. Thunder cracked through the sanguine void, and a heavy stench of blood permeated the desolate ruins of the Adventurers Guild. The recently dissipated wails and the slicing sound of sword shadows still seemed to linger in the wind, accumulating into a mountain of severed limbs and grotesque remains. The oppressive scent of blood nearly suffocating. What was once a cacophony of revelry, a magnificent palace adorned with pavilions, had now transformed into crumbling walls. The once serene gardens, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, had devolved into a hellscape. The bustling streets, alive with the sounds of commerce, now lay eerily silent. Everywhere one looked, there were corpses, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Xiang Wentian stood amidst the sea of bodies on the blood-soaked earth, rendered speechless. The cold wind whipped around him like a blade, rustling his blood-stained battle attire. He was not a slayer by nature, yet this world had compelled him onto the path of violence. The blood of the heavens and earth converges within me. The karmic burdens of the universe, I alone shall bear. I shall slay the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings, vanquishing every enemy in my path. My fate is mine to command, unbound by the heavens. Who among the celestial beings, the Buddhas, or the demons can obstruct me? I am both demon and angel. Upon completing the consumption, an endless aura of celestial wrath enveloped Xiang Wentian, infusing his very essence with the essence of a demon angel. In this moment, the true form of the demon angel underwent relentless refinement, resulting in a tenfold increase in Xiang Wentian's combat prowess. An inexhaustible tide of demonic energy surged forth from the true form, sweeping across every inch of the earth. Devouring the moment, skills were unleashed, while his strength soared exponentially. Ding! The host utilized the devouring skill, acquiring divine power of 20,000. Ding! The host utilized the devouring skill, acquiring divine power of 80,000. Ding! The host utilized the devouring skill, acquiring divine power of 160,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Your current divine power level is 133. The system panel has been activated. Please examine it at your convenience. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 133. 3111222400000. Soul Rings. Multicolored. Duration: 166,666,666 years. 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 Rainbow. Duration: 166,666,666 years. Multicolored. Duration: 166,666,666 years. Multicolored. Duration: 166,666,666 years. Multicolored. Duration: 166,666,666 years. Soul Skills. 1. First Soul Skill: Spatial Lock, Time Stasis. 2. Second Soul Skill: Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. 3. Third Soul Skill: Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky Cleave. 4. Fourth Soul Skill: Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. 5. Fifth Soul Skill: Angelic Flame Slash, Demon's Kiss. 6. Sixth Soul Skill: Angelic Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Fall. 7. Seventh Soul Skill: True Martial Form, Demon True Form. 8. Eighth Soul Skill: Annihilation Strike, Obliteration of All. 9. Ninth Soul Skill: Force Shattering the Heavens, Primordial Tremor. Divine Skill: Colossal Sword of the Abyss. Unlimited Usage. Divine King Soul Skill: Heaven and Earth Cleave, Eternal and Fleeting. Divine Emperor Soul Skill: Veil the Sky and Obscure the Sun, Eye of Annihilation. Divine Sovereign Soul Skill: Violent Hurricane Slash, Apex of Heaven and Earth. Soul Bones: Skull of the Demon Angel War God. Backbone of the Demon Angel War God. Left arm of the Demon Angel War God. Right leg of the Demon Angel War God. Left leg of the Demon Angel War God. Right arm of the Unyielding Demon of Destruction. Soul Bone Skill: War God Incarnation, Fusion Skill of the Demon Angel War God Soul Bone. Defense Ignorance. Strike of Destruction, accompanying skill of the right arm bone of the Demon of Destruction. Divine Skills: Buddha's Palm, 9 forms of heavenly punishment, 9-colored heaven-piercing finger. Points: 666668888. Cultivation Method: True Scripture of the Demonic Annihilation, Celestial Titan Body. Ability: Devour, the capacity to consume the soul rings and soul power of foes or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. With a cold voice, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and declared, "The next target is the first demon sect of the northern region, the Lihenzong." Chapter 208. Accepting everything unconditionally with a thunderous roar, the door of the Adventurers Guild treasury shattered into countless pieces. Inside the treasury stood dozens of iron racks, arranged in 6 layers. Hundreds of blades, spears, swords, and halberds were meticulously displayed upon the weapon racks. The being's sword is of no use. The heavenly demon slash cleaves the heavens, and the despaired demon blade spans a blood sea of 10,000 miles. Collect. Xiang Wentian opened the storage soul guide, collecting hundreds of blades, spears, swords, and halberds within. On the shelf, thousands of bottles of elixirs were meticulously arranged. The blood demon god pill, which triples one's vitality upon consumption, and the double endurance pill, which enhances a particular ability 100-fold, allowing one to perform push-ups tirelessly for 3 consecutive days. Left Xiang Wentian in awe. He exclaimed, "Such marvelous pills. Ma Hongjun would surely adore these. I must take them back as a gift for him." The Soul Crystal, a product of millennia of accumulation from the Soul Spring, enhances one's spiritual power upon ingestion. A splendid item. This Soul Crystal is perfectly suited for me. I shall savor it gradually to elevate my spiritual awareness, Xiang Wentian rejoiced. The water of forgetfulness, originally known as Mingpa soup, enables one to erase past memories, turning them into a blank slate. Indeed, an essential item for any rogue. If I ever find myself captivated by a beauty, administering this will surely grant me control over her. Xiang Wentian chuckled lewdly. The 9-yang bone regeneration ointment, intended for external use, allows broken bones to mend anew. This one seems rather trivial. However, should I encounter an injured mortal, it could prove useful. Yes, I shall take it. The wisdom water enhances a student's learning capacity, comprehension, and memory tenfold. This could be beneficial. Perhaps I shall present it to Flinder in the future. He teaches literature quite well. The athlete's foot remedy, which eradicates foot fungus upon application, was deemed quite useful as well. Excellent. This is perfect for Tang San's notoriously foul feet. Otherwise, he might incapacitate the entire Shrek team with his odor, and then I would have no one to play with. I shall take it back and gift it to him. As Xiang Wentian ventured into the realm of hope, he was greeted by an array of crosses, each adorned with a suit of armor. The majestic heavy armor of the Temple Knights, the formidable helm of the Holy Knight, the robust belt of the Holy Knight, the sturdy bracers of the Holy Knight, and the resilient boots of the Holy Knight, which were originally crafted for the sacred dragon knights of Arad, bore an exceptional defensive capability, capable of withstanding the full force of a peak divine realm warrior's assault. Indeed, indeed, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, contemplating the armor's striking appearance. Not only is its defense unparalleled, but its imposing aesthetic is equally compelling. I shall take it back to present to Daimubai, as a strength-type soul master. He will face even the limit Douluo without fear when clad in this. He further examined the ensemble of the nature goddess, the grand robe of the nature goddess, the splendid crown of the nature goddess, the silken gloves of the nature goddess, the resplendent 9-colored skirt of the nature goddess, the vibrant 7-colored belt of the nature goddess, and the tri-colored boots of the nature goddess, designed exclusively for the nature goddess Meliris of Arad, which would enhance one's natural attributes upon wearing. This nature goddess ensemble is truly exquisite. I shall present it to Rumming upon my return. She is certain to adore it. Then, he encountered the war god's unparalleled black gold robe, the war god's magical cloud crown, the black gold arm guards of the war god, the purple gold belt of the war god, and the black gold boots of the war god, an ensemble originally donned by the war god Chris of Arad, which would double one's combat prowess when equipped. This war god set suits me perfectly. I shall don it. Collect. Xiang Wentian emptied the Adventurers Guild's treasury of all its elixirs, weapons, and armor. After donning the gear, he transformed into a towering demonic angel and headed straight for the northern region. The foremost demonic sect of the northern region, the Li Hin sect, was well known. There was no need for him to inquire further. Wherever the demonic energy was thickest, there lay the residence of the Li Hin sect. At that moment, the Li Hin sect was shrouded in despair. The higher-ups of the sect knew all too well that the sect leader had not returned after such an extended absence, indicating a likely misfortune had befallen him. Many disciples, fearing retribution from the martial soul hall, fled in the night with their families. Yet many were ambushed and slain by the sect's higher-ups along the way. Outside the mountain gate of the Li Hin sect, dozens of outer disciples stood guard on either side. One of them quietly remarked, "Have you all heard? The sect leader's assault on the martial soul hall may have ended in disaster." Another disciple sighed and replied, "This matter has been the talk of the sect for some time, but the elders have suppressed it. No one dares to speak openly." A nearby disciple added. Several inner disciples, fearing retaliation from the martial soul hall, fled overnight. But guess what happened the next day? Their heads were displayed at the mountain gate, and the elders warned that anyone who dared to gossip would be executed. Look at the immense demonic energy in the south. At that moment, an outer disciple pointed at the southern sky in alarm. The sky was cloaked in dark demonic clouds, thick and oppressive, blocking out the sun and casting everything into shadow. Thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the demonic clouds, resembling sharp swords slicing through the heavens. The brilliant arcs of lightning surged forth, illuminating the entire horizon, as though the apocalypse had descended. In an instant, the demonic clouds had gathered above the Li Hin sect, illuminating the weeping sky, as blood rain began to fall. Horrific and mesmerizing. From a distance, it appeared as if a demonic angel were concealed within the dark clouds. Chapter 209. Renowned throughout the 9 provinces at that moment. 8 venerable elders clad in gray emerged from the Li Hin sect, hovering in the air. These 8 were the guardians of the sect. second in rank only to the sect leader. They would only appear in times of dire need, and even the sect leader could not command them at will. The elder at the forefront respectfully addressed, "Might I inquire what esteemed figure has come to our Li Hen sect? I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. You, Li Hen's sect, have attacked my hall, and today I have come to obliterate your sect." A voice that was both authoritative and somber echoed from the ominous clouds, shrouded in darkness. What? Could it be that our sect leader has already been slain by the Martial Soul Hall? The 8 elders exclaimed in unison. Just then, a colossal eye of lightning opened slowly within the clouds, and a purple beam shot forth towards the 8. Form the formation. The celestial line formation, the leading elder commanded. And the 8 quickly arranged themselves into a straight line. The 8th individual channeled all his magical energy into the 7th, who in turn transferred it to the 6th, continuing this process until all 7 had imparted their entire essence to the venerable 8th elder at the forefront. Upon receiving this immense influx of power, the elder instantaneously grew to a towering height of 30 feet, wielding a demonic blade that he swung forward with ferocity. Waves of dark, elongated blade energy, stretching 100 feet, struck against the violet beams of light. The air resonated with thunderous booms as the demonic energy surged and the skies raged with tempestuous fury, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The blood rain from above intensified, mingled with an unsettling array of skulls, creating a grotesquely terrifying tableau that sent shivers down the spines of the 8. At that moment, the disciples of the Li Hen sect, witnessing such a dreadful spectacle, were seized by sheer terror. Some intended to flee to safety, yet any who were caught in the blood rain found themselves corroded as if by acid, swiftly transforming into mere skeletons. The 8 elders, observing their once thriving sect now reduced to a hellish landscape, felt an overwhelming surge of wrath and vowed silently that this adversary would not leave today. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds converged, forming a vortex of demonic energy that gathered all surrounding forces within a 1,000,000-mile radius above the Li Hen sect. Once the energy coalesced, it transformed into a colossal, 100-foot-tall demon angel clad in golden armor and adorned with 8 wings. The elders stared in horror, their hearts pounding with disbelief. With such a concentration of demonic energy, did this individual not fear annihilation? How formidable was his power, and how could they possibly subdue him? As they frantically contemplated their strategies, Xiang Wentian made his move. He merely raised his angelic hand, and 9 hues of sword energy, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, erupted forth, swiftly merging in the air to form a brilliant white beam of light. Wherever this beam passed, the very fabric of space shattered and hundreds of rifts opened, morphing into black holes that devoured countless destructive forces. The elders were astounded by such a formidable attack. The elder wielding the demonic blade let out a tremendous roar, channeling every ounce of his magic to unleash a blade strike that soared 10,000 feet. When the blade's light collided with the white beam, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, reverberating like a nuclear detonation. A circular shockwave radiated outward for miles, causing the very space to collapse in time to reverse, with a colossal black hole manifesting before the 2 combatants. As the leading elder sought a moment of respite, another white beam pierced through the black hole, advancing toward the 8. His pupils constricted in terror, his magical reserves were depleted, and just as he awaited the support of his companions, the adversary's assault was upon them. In that moment of helplessness, he could only unleash a defiant roar of despair. With a swift whoosh, 8 piercing sounds echoed as the white beam directly penetrated the bodies of the 8, aligned in formation. Unable to withstand the overwhelming destructive energy, their forms erupted in the air, dissolving into a mist of blood. Ding! The host has slain 8 initial stage Saint Realm powerhouses, earning 480,000,000 points. As Xiang Wentian gazed downward, he beheld the once grand and majestic edifice of the Li Hen sect, now rendered desolate and ravaged by the blood rain. Countless disciples of the Li Hen sect cowered within the dilapidated structures, trembling as they beheld the nightmarish figure of the demonic angel hovering above. The Divine Emperor's spirit ring activated, unleashing the first soul skill, sky-shrouding obscurity. Endless demonic energy erupted from the true form of the demonic angel, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the Li Hen sect. In a matter of moments, the entire sect was enveloped in an inexorable tide of dark energy. Ding! The host has slain 128 disciples of the Li Hen sect, earning 280,000 points. The host has vanquished 236 disciples of the Li Hin sect, acquiring 360,000 points. The host has eliminated 368 disciples of the Li Hin sect, garnering 3,680,000 points. Ding. The host employed Sky Shrouding Obscurity to wield the devouring skill, obtaining 2,000 divine power. The host utilized Sky Shrouding Obscurity to harness the devouring skill, gaining 6,000 divine power. The host activated Sky Shrouding Obscurity to command the devouring skill, receiving 8,000 divine power. Countless disciples of the Li Hin sect, even those who buried themselves in the earth, could not evade the encroaching dark energy and were instantaneously consumed, reduced to mere desiccated husks. Ding. The host has dispatched 186 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 1,860,000 points. The host has vanquished 289 disciples of the Li Hin sect, acquiring 2,890,000 points. The host has eradicated 666 disciples of the Li Hin sect, garnering 660,000 points. Ding. The host wielded Sky Shrouding Obscurity to command the devouring skill, obtaining 3,000 divine power. The host employed Sky Shrouding Obscurity to harness the devouring skill, gaining 5,000 divine power. The host activated Sky Shrouding Obscurity to wield the devouring skill, receiving 9,000 divine power. As the last member of the Li Hin sect fell to the slaughter, the long-awaited system notification echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your current divine power level is 134. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demonic Angel Divine Power. Level 134, 46, 668, 885, 000, 000. Spirit Rings. Rainbow, 166, 666. 666 years, multicolored, 166, 666, 666 years, soul skills. First soul skill, Space Lockdown, Time Stasis. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory, Demonic Frenzy. Third soul skill, Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Kiss. Sixth soul skill, Angelic Stupa, Angelic Meteor Strike. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Martial Soul, True Form of the Demon. Eighth soul skill, Annihilating Strike, Obliteration of All. Ninth soul skill, Force Breaking the Nine Heavens. Primordial Quake. Divine Level Soul Skill, Colossal Divine Sword. Unlimited Usage. Divine King Soul Skill, Heaven Slaying, Earth Cutting, Time's Relentless Passage. Divine Emperor Soul Skill, Shrouding the Sky. Blinding the Eye of Annihilation. Divine Sovereign Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Pinnacle of Heaven and Earth. Soul Bones. Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Spine of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Breaking Army Demon, which disregards defense. Soul Bone Skill, War God Incarnation. Fusion skill of the Soul Bone of the War God of the Demon Angel, disregarding defense. One strike of the Breaking Army, accompanying skill of the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine Techniques, Buddha's Palm, Celestial Punishments 9 forms, 9-colored sky-piercing finger. Points, 1, 666, 666, 668. Cultivation Technique, True Classic of the Demon S-World Destruction, Sovereign Body of the Azure Sky. Ability, Devour, capable of consuming enemies or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian searched diligently within the Li Hun zone and finally discovered the sect's treasury at the farthest reaches of the establishment. With a powerful strike, he shattered the treasury's grand entrance, and the sheer abundance of treasures left him utterly awestruck. The treasury was divided into 9 levels, each boasting an area of 30,000 square meters and soaring to a height of 30 meters. An endless array of elixirs, herbs, weapons, armor, and various ores emanated a captivating fragrance and dazzling brilliance. Such a wealth of treasures could not possibly fit within Xiang Wentian's storage soul guide. Thus, he meticulously gathered hundreds of spatial rings, categorizing the treasures within them before placing the rings into his storage soul guide. The Jinwu Huifeng Pill, a divine-grade elixir that could enhance the cultivation of fire attribute practitioners by a century upon consumption, was particularly remarkable. This pill is excellent, perfect for Ru Ming and Ma Hongjun. I shall take it all back to expedite their training speed, Xiang Wentian declared with fervent eyes. As for the Xian Yuan pill, a low-grade elixir that could elevate one's cultivation for 3 days, he disdainfully remarked, a worthless pill. Still, I suppose I shall take it, after all. Even a roll of toilet paper or a sanitary napkin can be put to good use. The Pei Yuan pill, a mid-grade elixir that could enhance one's power for a month while providing a slight foundational reinforcement, was deemed acceptable. This will do. I shall bring it back for distribution among the members of the Spirit Hall. The Huntian pill, a high-grade elixir capable of augmenting one's cultivation for a year, elicited a pleased response. Ah, this is quite good. I shall take it back for everyone to consume, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. Xiang Wentian exclaimed joyfully. Finally, the Yuanyang Petian pill, a divine-grade elixir that could grant ordinary cultivators a decade of advancement while also solidifying their foundation and expanding their meridians, sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Oh my! This is absolutely perfect for me. Not only for myself, but for everyone in the Shrek squad as well. Let us take it. Let us take it. Xiang Wentian collected all the elixirs from the first level into his spatial rings, filling 3 of them to the brim. Indeed, the Li Hen sect rightfully deserves its title as the foremost demonic sect of the northern region. Its wealth is truly beyond imagination. He then proceeded to the second level of the treasury, which housed an arsenal of weapons. He began to examine the various swords, spears, and halberds, carefully placing them into his spatial rings. Among them was the roaring sun blade of the flame god, a divine weapon forged from the essence of heavenly fire and the crystals of hellfire. Wielding this blade would double one's mastery over flames. This blade is splendid. I shall gift it to Rumeng later, he mused. Next, he came across the cursed demon slayer blade from the eternal hell, another divine weapon crafted from hellfire and the mysterious earthfire crystals. This one suits me perfectly. I shall merge it with the giant K divine sword shortly. He also found the old ox underpants, a divine garment that, once donned, allowed for strides of great length. This is amusing, though its functionality is rather limited, rendering it somewhat trivial. I shall take it back as a gift for Tang San and Ma Hongjun, as they both have long strides. From the second level, Xiang Wentian filled 10 spatial rings with weapons. He could not help but exclaim, even 100 Spirit Hall sects cannot compare to even a fraction of the Li Hen sect's wealth. As the foremost demonic sect of the northern region, it is no wonder that the Li Hen sect has unified all sects within a 1,000-mile radius. Not only will their influence multiply exponentially, but the wealth they accumulate is also incalculable. Xiang Wentian continued his journey to the third level of the treasure vault of the Li Hen sect, a realm dedicated to herbs. Before him stood countless shelves brimming with an abundance of herbs, leaving him utterly astounded. Among them was the 9-colored phoenix vine, a divine herb of extraordinary rarity, flourishing in the sacred grounds where the 9-colored phoenix lays its eggs. It has absorbed the essence of the 9 colors over millennia, taking tens of thousands of years to attain its divine status. This herb is essential for concocting the deadly 9 heavens elixir. Consuming it allows one to develop the bloodline of the phoenix, significantly augmenting the power of an ordinary cultivator by a century. How tantalizing. It's simply delectable. I am tempted to consume it myself, but I have no need for the phoenix bloodline. I shall take it back to present to Ma Hongjun instead. Let me quickly gather this. Next, he encountered the dragon vine elder tree root, another divine herb that thrives in areas rich in the essence of the earth. It takes thousands of years to reach its divine quality and is vital for crafting the indomitable strengthening pill. Consuming it amplifies one's original energy tenfold, making it an indispensable treasure for dual cultivators. I shall collect this as well. It will surely prove useful in the future. The expression on Xiang Wentian's face was unmistakably lewd. Then there was the dragon-patterned golden ginseng, a divine herb that grows in the resting places of dragon clans. Infused with the immense aura of celestial dragons, it is crucial for creating the celestial dragon pill. Upon consumption, it not only allows one to inherit the dragon bloodline, but also paves the way to cultivate the true form of the celestial dragon. This one is perfect for me. I shall consume it later and see if I can attain the true form of the celestial dragon. As Xiang Wentian ascended from the 1st to the 9th level, nothing remained in his wake. The landscape was utterly barren and devoid of life. He meticulously gathered all treasures into his spatial rings, filling over 100 of them to capacity. Upon completing his task, Xiang Wentian unfurled his 8-winged demonic angelic wings and soared towards the Spirit Hall. Days later, the world trembled with the news of the annihilation of the Adventurers Guild and the foremost demonic sect of the Northern Domain, the Li Hen sect. Numerous smaller sects hastily closed their gates, fearful of facing annihilation themselves. Simultaneously, it was rumored that the one responsible for the destruction of the Adventurers Guild and the Li Hen sect was none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian. In an instant, his name reverberated throughout the realm, earning him the moniker of the god of slaughter in the central domain. Moreover, tales of Xiang Wentian's exploits were retold by various storytellers across cities, portraying him as an invincible war deity. The news of Xiang Wentian's demise had yet to circulate. Yet his fearsome reputation had already begun to spread, indeed proving that a formidable name travels far and wide. Chapter 210, Ma Hongjun burns offerings within the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibi Dong resumed her former duties. Seated regally at the center of the chamber, below her, formidable figures such as Qian Daolu, Gue Mei, Yu Guan, and Xiang Ba stood in the grand hall. The atmosphere thick with melancholy, in the wake of Xiang Wentian's passing. Rumors had emerged in the outside world regarding the Pope's actions against the Adventurers Guild and the northern region's foremost demonic sect, the Li Hen sect. It remained unclear who was instigating these rumors, seemingly intending to place our spirit hall in a precarious position, with no supreme power to safeguard us. What shall we do in the face of this crisis? Bibi Dong inquired, her brow furrowed. As soon as Bibi Dong spoke, the hall fell into a profound silence. The absence of a powerful protector, coupled with such notoriety, was indeed a grave concern. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Fame is a double-edged sword. Without a strong guardian, annihilation becomes a matter of time. Bibi Dong, agitated, demanded, "Why has everyone fallen silent? The world is in turmoil, with sects and powers crumbling by the hundreds daily. If formidable forces learn of Xiang Wentian's death, will our spirit hall not follow in the footsteps of those fallen sects? Yu Guan, you are usually the most loquacious among us. What solution do you propose?" Yu Guan bowed his head in silence, his brow knitted with worry. Qian Daolu contemplated, "Your Holiness, the immediate course of action must be to procure a divine-level powerhouse for the spirit hall." Bibi Dong could not afford to display anger toward Qian Daolu, for he was her father-in-law. She replied gently, "Elder, while a divine-level powerhouse is indeed the foremost expert within our spirit hall on the entire continent, they would merely be a bottom-tier existence." Gue Mei pondered aloud, "Your Holiness, Xiang Wentian had several friends who surpassed the divine level. If we could rally them to our cause, the spirit hall would then possess divine-level strength." Bibi Dong scoffed, "Xiang Wentian is no more. When one departs, the warmth of camaraderie fades. Do you truly believe they would acquiesce?" The assembly engaged in a cacophony of voices, each presenting diverse opinions. Yet not a single suggestion emerged that could remedy the current predicament. Today marked the 7th day since Xiang Wentian's passing, and the members of the Shrek team, along with others, completed their offerings of paper money before departing. As evening descended, Ma Hongjun sat before Xiang Wentian's grave, extracting from his storage soul guide 2 roasted chickens, 6 pig legs, 20 pounds of beef, and 2 barrels of wine. Between mouthfuls, he lamented, "Brother Tian, with you gone, who will protect me? What shall I do now? I was waiting for you to introduce me to a wife, but the only solace I find is that I no longer owe you any money." Ma Hongjun continued to feast while weeping. Though tears did not fall, it was uncertain whether his sorrow was genuine or feigned. Before long, he had consumed all the food and drink he had brought. "Brother Tian, since you can no longer enjoy this food and drink, burning it for you is a waste. Allow me to take care of it instead. I have illustrated for you on paper 2 roasted chickens, 3 pigs, and a cow, and I shall now burn it for you, so you may savor it slowly below." With that, Ma Hongjun ignited the crumpled white paper and set it ablaze before the grave of Tian Go. At that moment, he sensed someone tapping him on the back. Without turning his head, Ma Hongjun said, "Do not disturb. Do you not see that I am offering paper to Tian Go? You have sent me pigs, horses, cows, and sheep. I have come to collect them." At that instant, a familiar voice echoed from behind him, prompting Ma Hongjun to turn around hastily. To his horror, he was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end, an involuntary warmth to surge beneath him, and an object to fall unnoticed from his trousers. Xiang Wentian was so frightened by Ma Hongjun that he not only lost control of his bladder but also soiled himself, his face pale and filled with terror. Upon observing this, Xiang Wentian comprehended the situation. Ma Hongjun must have mistaken him for a ghost. Perhaps it was best not to frighten him any further. One could truly scare a person to death. Thus, Xiang Wentian addressed him, "Hongjun, I am not dead. The coffin within this grave is empty. Are you not aware of the incident a couple of days ago when the grave was blown open? As he spoke to Xiang Wentian, Ma Hongjun cautiously approached him, gently touching Xiang Wentian's arm with a sense of excitement. It's warm. You're alive. Brother Tian. You truly did not perish. Xiang Wentian naturally replied, Of course I am not dead. Would you truly wish for my demise? No, no, no. Brother Tian. How could I ever wish for your death? Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. You see, when our Shrek team discovered that your grave had been desecrated, I was consumed by rage. We searched tirelessly for an entire day to uncover the identity of the perpetrator, but to no avail. Ultimately, we reinterred your grave. Come. Let us hasten to share the news of your survival with them. It will surely bring them joy. Chapter 211. Return to the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun grasped Xiang Wentian's hand, and they sprinted towards the plaza of the Spirit Hall. The night had descended, and the Spirit Hall was ablaze with light, yet an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by distant barks. Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. As if he were separated from this world, his thoughts incessantly drifted back to his homeland, Earth. Looking up, he noticed that the night sky was devoid of a multitude of stars, with only a few solitary ones struggling to shine, scattered like forsaken glass marbles, much like himself, isolated. The entire night sky resembled an inkwell, shrouded in a thin veil of clouds that added to the already dim atmosphere. Brother is not dead. Brother has returned. Ma Hongjuan's resounding shout shattered the silence of the Spirit Hall Plaza. Known for his unreliability within the Shrek team, his statement was met with skepticism. Just then, Dai Mubai's furious voice echoed from within the hall. Ma Hongjun, if you dare to jest about one, I shall reduce you to a mere stick. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ma Hongjun turned to Xiang Wentian and said, Brother, it seems my words do not carry much weight. Perhaps you should take the lead. Xiang Wen offered a gentle smile to Ma Hongjun as a gesture of solace. Infusing his voice with divine power, he slowly proclaimed, I have returned. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall and the Shrek team are to gather in the square. Within the sacred halls of the Spirit Hall, Qin Douluo, seated upon his bed, suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief, his lips trembling as he murmured, it is the voice of Xiang Wen. Could it be that he truly has not perished? Ru Meng, whose days had been spent weeping, halted her tears and gazed out the window, her heart racing with excitement. Brother, is it truly you? Dai Mubai, drowning his sorrows in drink, abruptly shattered the table in fury, exclaiming, You wretched fatso, you've even learned to alter your voice. Just wait until I deal with you. You gluttonous pig. In an instant, the square of the Spirit Hall was thronged with individuals from various halls. Ru Meng, unable to comprehend the reality before her, gazed at Xiang Wen as if in a dream. Brother, is it really you? She rushed forward and embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. In her heart, she wished fervently that this was a dream, one from which she could never awaken, because her love for Xiang Wen was profound and all-consuming. Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue were also overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Throughout the days of Xiang Wen's absence, no one knew the trials they had endured. At last, they understood the place Xiang Wen held in their hearts, a space that had long since filled their entire beings. Xiang Wen gently patted Ru Meng's back, offering solace. I have returned. We shall never be separated again. Overcome with joy, Ru Meng cried, Brother, am I not dreaming? No, I am not dead. I have truly come back, Xiang Wen reassured her. Ru Meng clung tightly to Xiang Wen, unwilling to let go for fear that, upon release, this reality would dissolve into a mere dream. She thought to herself, even if this is a dream, let me linger in it a little longer. Please, do not awaken. Xiang Wen comforted. So many people are watching. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? All right, quickly bring it over. Ru Meng pinched Xiang Wen, exclaiming in panic. It doesn't hurt. This is just a dream. Xiang Wen grimaced in pain and queried, Why are you pinching me? Of course, it doesn't hurt you. With that, he gave her a playful squeeze on her pert posterior. Ru Meng suddenly yelped, Ouch. It dawned on her that this was not a dream. In a flurry, she released Xiang Wen and cast a glance at the surrounding crowd, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment as she hastily covered her face and fled. Xiang Wen shook her head, choosing to disregard her. In the distance, a pair of eyes gazed at the dreamlike figure receding into the horizon. Sighing, a woman of age cannot be retained. A woman of age cannot be retained. In the square, Xiang Wen addressed the crowd, I am not yet dead. Who has buried me? The crowd exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Yu Guan pondered, I sense that your spiritual energy has dissipated. How have you managed to survive? Xiang Wen, filled with confusion, inquired about the dissipated power of the soul. Upon awakening, I discovered myself confined within a coffin. In a fit of rage, I forcefully shattered the coffin lid and ascended from the grave. Fueled by indignation, I made my way to the Adventurers Guild, determined to eradicate the two formidable sects of the Northern Domain, the Li Hunzong, the foremost magic sect. This venture yielded an abundance of rare materials and precious artifacts, capable of elevating the strength of my martial soul hall to unprecedented heights. Once my power surged, I would undoubtedly dominate vast territories. Xiang Wen subsequently scattered over 100 spatial rings and a plethora of spiritual weapon ores upon the plaza. The intoxicating fragrance of medicinal herbs, combined with the radiant, multicolored glow emanating from the ores and spiritual weapons, left the onlookers in awe. Ma Hongjun, exhilarated, leaped into the sea of treasures, exclaiming, "Such a rich aroma! If I were to consume them all." Before he could finish, Zhu Zhuqing approached and, with a swift motion, seized Ma Hongjuan's leg and hurled him away, retorting, "These are gifts from Wen for everyone. Look at the grease all over you. Do you really think you can consume everything? You'd choke, you glutton." The crowd erupted in laughter at Ma Hongjuan's embarrassed expression. Tang Sen stepped forward, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. There is enough for everyone. This is a gift from one to us all. No need to rush. Go home and indulge in a couple of pig's heads before returning." Oscar, astonished, chimed in, "Tang San, you're still letting him eat pig heads? Haven't you noticed he has turned into a pig himself?" Ma Hongjun, incensed, retorted, "Oscar, who are you calling a pig? Are you looking for a fight?" Seeing Ma Hongjun's fury, Oscar quickly scurried behind Xiang Wen, exclaiming, "One, Ma Hongjun is acting up again. You'd better come and handle him." Xiang Wen gazed at the two adversaries, shaking his head incessantly, and said, "Enough. Both of you cease this commotion. I am about to allocate resources." Upon hearing that Xiang Wen would distribute resources, everyone's eyes sparkled with fervor, excitement palpable, and saliva flowed freely. Chapter 212, The Lightning Rod. He retrieved from the ground several spatial rings, each containing precious herbs, elixirs, weaponry, and armor, and presented them to the Elder Gue Mei, saying, "Elder Gue Mei, I kindly ask you to allocate the resources from these spatial rings to the esteemed members of the titled Douluo Hall." Gue Mei, with both hands clasped in a respectful gesture, replied, "As you wish." Xiang Wen approached Bibi Dong, retrieving a pure white lotus from his spatial ring. He presented it to her, saying, "This is the snow jade white lotus, which flourishes in frigid realms and blooms only after enduring countless millennia. It possesses remarkable efficacy in healing internal injuries. I gift you the snow jade white lotus. After restoring your health, through diligent cultivation, you shall seamlessly ascend to the divine realm." Following her severe injury, Bibi Dong had believed she would never reach the divine level in this lifetime. However, with Xiang Wen's gift of the snow jade white lotus, hope was rekindled within her. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Wen, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Such a profound kindness cannot be adequately repaid. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "You need not take it to heart. We are all part of the Spirit Hall. Your ascension to divinity is indeed a tremendous boon for us at the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong nodded emphatically in agreement. Xiang Wen subsequently retrieved 10 bottles of Hundan and a single bottle of Yuan Yang Padan. He presented them to Bai Dong, stating, "These 10 bottles, known as Hundan, each contain 100 pills. Consuming them will enhance the cultivation of an ordinary cultivator by 1 year. Moreover, this bottle, named Yuan Yang Padan, will augment an ordinary cultivator's cultivation by 10 years, aiding you in your quest to attain divinity more swiftly." The onlookers gazed with envy as Xiang Wen bestowed upon Bai Dong an array of precious elixirs and extraordinary armaments. Their hearts surged with excitement, each individual pondering what gifts Xiang Wen might one day offer them. After accepting the numerous elixirs and extraordinary treasures, Bai Dong cast a meaningful glance at Qian Rinxue and Xiang Wen before retreating into the temple to silently cultivate and heal her internal afflictions. Qian Rinxue smiled knowingly and nodded at Bai Dong. Xiang Wen then approached the esteemed elder of the Wuhuan Hall, Jian Douluo. The elder, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, "Xiang, what gifts have you prepared for me? Pray, reveal them so that I may discern their worth." Xiang Wen, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to leave and remarked, "Great elder, your discernment surpasses that of all in our Spirit Hall. The treasures I present to you are surely beneath your notice." I might as well bestow them upon another. Upon hearing Xiang Wen's words, Douluo was instantly flustered. He hurriedly grasped Xiang Wen's sleeve, exclaiming, "Oh no! Please do not take my jest to heart. There is no need to be so serious." Turning back, Xiang Wen retrieved a resplendent crimson fruit emanating a divine light from the spatial ring. He addressed Douluo, saying, "This is the sacred sun fruit, which flourishes in the land where the Arctic holy light converges. After millennia, only 9 have been procured. It possesses remarkable efficacy for soul masters of the holy light attribute. I bestow this upon you to aid in your ascension to divinity." Overcome with emotion, Douluo trembled as he accepted the sacred sun fruit, murmuring to himself, "To think that I, Douluo, have been trapped at the pinnacle Douluo for over 30 years, and today I am graced with such a precious treasure. The prospect of becoming a god is within reach." After muttering to himself, Douluo turned to leave, only to be called back by Xiang Wen. He turned around, bewildered yet excited, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Xiang Wen gently remarked, "You have yet to acquire the elixir of pure essence, the primordial yang-breaking elixir, and the wondrous armament." Douluo smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh dear, just look at my forgetful mind. I completely overlooked the elixirs that enhance cultivation and the extraordinary armament that amplifies both offense and defense. I must have been overly elated. Truly, age diminishes one's faculties, and wisdom wanes with time." Douluo then accepted the precious elixirs and the extraordinary armament handed to him by Xiang Wen and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Xiang asked, "Do not rush to transcend to the divine realm just yet. Once you do, you will face the tribulation of thunder. However, I have invented a remarkable artifact that can aid you in navigating this tribulation safely and without fear." "Oh," Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this object that can withstand such calamity?" Xiang Wen did not respond to Douluo's inquiries. Instead, he retrieved the 4 treasures of the study from the soul guiding device. He then sketched a lightning rod, approximately 10 meters in diameter and 100 zhang in height, on the blueprint. This lightning rod featured a door at its center, which led to a modestly sized space entirely insulated with thick, anti-electrical materials. Thus, during the tribulations of lightning, one could seek refuge within the door without fear of being struck by lightning. Douluo took the blueprint handed to him by Xiang Wen and, upon observing the depicted lightning rod and its accompanying descriptions, expressed his admiration, exclaiming, Wen, you truly live up to your title as the Pope of our spirit hall. It is remarkable that you could conceive and invent such an extraordinary object. I can hardly fathom the workings of your mind." With a gentle smile, I remarked, "I am akin to you all. It is merely that I possess the ability to discern and a penchant for invention. You must hasten and command someone to craft a lightning rod. With such a rod in place, our souls within the spirit hall will face no peril during future tribulations." Douluo nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I shall immediately instruct someone to expedite the creation of the lightning rod." With that, Douluo departed. Chapter 213, The Fortuity of the Spirit Hall. Xiang Wen approached Guan with a composed facade. Guan feigned calmness and inquired, "Your Holiness, what gift have you prepared for me?" With a gentle smile, she retrieved a resplendent golden chrysanthemum from her spatial ring and remarked, "This exquisite specimen is known as the mountain gold chrysanthemum. It flourishes atop the peaks, maturing only after eons of time. Consuming it will not only elevate the prowess of your martial soul, the extraordinary chrysanthemum, but will also assist you in ascending to the supreme realm, fortifying your essence, enhancing your innate qualities, and purifying your marrow. Its effects are truly remarkable." Upon beholding the mountain gold chrysanthemum, Guan felt his martial soul, the extraordinary chrysanthemum, stir with anticipation. What did this signify? It could only indicate that the mountain gold chrysanthemum possessed a rank far superior to that of the extraordinary chrysanthemum. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he trembled as he accepted the mountain gold chrysanthemum, exclaiming with fervor, "Thank you, Your Holiness. With the mountain gold chrysanthemum, I too can attain that realm." With a gentle smile, I said, "Take these 10 bottles of elixir and 1 bottle of primordial essence, along with this glorious set of armor and weapon." Guan accepted the elixirs and the armor with great excitement and solemnity, declaring, "In this lifetime, I shall vow to serve His Holiness the Pope with unwavering loyalty." Xiang Wen smiled and nodded, saying, "Go back and cultivate." Guan nodded solemnly and returned to the palace to begin his practice. As Xiang Wen approached the enigmatic specter, He withdrew 100 soul crystals from his soul-guiding device and said, "Master, I have not been able to locate a suitable elixir for you. However, these 100 soul crystals are perfectly attuned to your essence. These gems are the result of millennia of accumulation from the source of souls. Consuming them will enhance your spiritual strength, greatly benefiting your martial spirit." The specter nodded appreciatively and replied, "My martial spirit is my own soul. With the aid of these soul crystals, I shall undoubtedly transcend the boundaries of the realm." After distributing the miraculous elixirs and extraordinary armaments to everyone, he sent them on their way, leaving only the members of the Shrek team. Ma Hongjun, drooling with anticipation, rubbed his hands together in excitement and exclaimed, "Brother, they have all received theirs. What about us? To inquire is to seek, but do not be hasty. I am well aware of your intentions, brother. You have always treated us with utmost kindness, and I have no regrets about offering such delectable offerings at your grave," Ma Hongjun remarked with a sly grin. Daimubai retorted with irritation, "How can you even show your face? Every time you take something, it ends up being devoured by your own self." Thankfully, one did not perish. Had he succumbed, would you not have been left with nothing but his remnants? "Ah," Ma Hongjun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Mubai, please do not take jabs at me." Xiang Wen smiled gently and retrieved a vine radiating with a spectrum of colors from his spatial ring, saying, "This is the transcendent treasure, the 9-colored phoenix vine, a divine product among divine artifacts. It thrives in the birthplace of the 9-colored phoenix, absorbing the essence of its surroundings for countless years, and only after tens of thousands of years can it attain such divine status. Upon consumption, it will awaken the phoenix bloodline within you and enhance the cultivation of an ordinary practitioner by a century's worth of effort. This gift is from Hongjun." Ma Hongjun gazed at the 9-colored phoenix vine, utterly astonished. "For me? Of course. The 9-colored phoenix vine is perfectly suited for your phoenix martial soul. Who else would I gift it to?" Xiang Wen replied with an air of certainty. "Do not hesitate to accept it. Be sure to express your gratitude." Daimubai urged eagerly. In his heart, he believed that if Ma Hongjun could be bestowed such a treasure, then the gift meant for him would undoubtedly be of equal merit. He was yearning to ask Xiang Wen for his own. It was only then that Ma Hongjun emerged from his stupor, hastily cradling the 9-colored phoenix vine in his hands, overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, brother." Xiang Wen then retrieved a vial of elixir from the spatial ring and addressed Ma Hongjun. "This is the divine grade elixir, Golden Crow Fire Phoenix Flame Pill, which possesses remarkable effects for fire attribute soul masters. It surpasses the 9-colored phoenix vine in efficacy. Being an elixir, it is indeed several times more beneficial. This vial contains 10 pills to assist you in your ascension to divinity." Ma Hongjun, overwhelmed with excitement, could barely see as he gratefully accepted the elixir, repeatedly expressing his thanks. He then retrieved the fire god set and bestowed it upon Ma Hongjun, allowing him to return to his cultivation. Xiang Wen retrieved the Knight Templar armor and said to Dai Mubai, "This is the Knight Templar set, renowned for its formidable defense, capable of withstanding the full force of a godly being. It comprises 5 components: the Knight Templar heavy armor, the Paladin heavy helmet, the Paladin heavy belt, the Paladin heavy bracers, and the Paladin heavy boots. The Knight Templar set is a specialized heavy armor for the sacred dragon knights of the Douluo Continent, perfectly suited for a strength-based soul master like you. I present it to you." Dai Mubai gazed at the majestic and resplendent Paladin armor, excitement radiating from him as he replied to Xiang Wen. 1. This armor is truly magnificent and aligns perfectly with my style. I adore it, thank you." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "Why be so polite with me? We, the Shrek team, are one entity. We are indivisible, are we not?" Daimubai nodded solemnly, while the others exchanged glances, their camaraderie having unknowingly transcended the bounds of mere brotherhood. Subsequently, Xiang Wen retrieved a resplendent golden fruit and a colossal sword from his spatial ring, presenting them to Daimubai. "This is the holy fruit of cutting, a precious treasure of the demon race, which flourishes naturally in their realm and takes 100,000 years to mature. Its medicinal properties are gentle. It can purify the marrow, enhance one's innate qualities, and solidify cultivation. Consuming it will aid you on your path to divinity. Furthermore, this sword, known as the useless cloud cutter, is exceptionally sharp, and I bestow it upon you." Daimubai accepted the holy fruit and the sword without uttering a word of thanks, merely offering a profound nod to Xiang Wen. The gratitude reflected in his eyes revealed that he held Xiang Wen in the highest regard. Xiang Wen then declared, "All right. It is time to return to your cultivation." He then approached Tang San, producing the Foot Fungus King and the Old Cow's Underwear, handing them to Tang San. These two items are perfectly suited for you. Your thick skin and strong odor necessitate the Foot Fungus King for a swift recovery. Moreover, this pair of underwear, aptly named Old Cow's Underwear, will ensure you need not worry about any mishaps in the future. Even if such a situation occurs, the underwear shall remain intact. Tang San was momentarily bewildered, pondering, while others are bestowed with divine treasures and miraculous medicines, why do I receive this collection of absurdities? Observing his bewildered expression, Xiang Wen found it amusing. He then retrieved a dark, glossy vine and 100 soul crystals from his spatial ring, stating, "This is the immortal tendril, which grows atop the 9 Immortals mountain and takes millennia to mature before it can be consumed. It will greatly benefit your blue-silver grass. Additionally, as you cultivate your mental strength, you may take these 100 soul crystals to aid you in your ascension to divinity." Subsequently, after bestowing a set of armor and weaponry upon Tang San, every member of the Shrek team received various elixirs and enchanted armaments, all of which filled them with excitement as they returned to the hall, immersed in their cultivation. Chapter 214, The Blessing from the Goddess of Flames. Once everyone had departed, Xiang Wen approached the dreamlike chamber, where he once again encountered the middle-aged man sweeping the floor. Xiang Wen inquired, "Why do you continue to sweep here so late into the night?" The man raised his head, looking at Xiang Wen with deference, and replied, "I pay my respects to your holiness. Tonight has been excessively noisy, awakening Ruo Qingming, who, once roused, could not return to slumber. Thus, I came here to clear away the fallen leaves." Xiang Wen, with an air of authority, commanded, "You may attend to your duties elsewhere. I have matters to attend to this evening and must not be disturbed." "Understood, your holiness," replied the middle-aged man, bowing respectfully before gradually vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, prompting Ru Meng to inquire, "Who is it?" A voice she had longed to hear responded, and in haste, Ru Meng opened the door. Upon seeing Xiang Wen, she embraced him tightly, affectionately exclaiming, "Brother, I have missed you so much." "I have missed you too," Xiang Wen replied tenderly as the two shared a prolonged embrace before slowly parting. They entered Ru Meng's chamber, where she surveyed the surroundings. The finely crafted tables and chairs, sculpted from exquisite sandalwood, were adorned with intricate patterns, exuding the delicate and gentle essence characteristic of a young woman's abode. Near the bamboo window, a rosewood table displayed several sheets of rice paper, with a brush holder resting atop an inkstone. On one sheet of paper, a figure of a man wielding a 3-foot-long blade stood resolutely, sword pointed toward the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance amid a sky filled with ominous clouds and crackling thunder, as if he were declaring war against the heavens, fearlessly undaunted. The meticulous brushwork seemed to convey the owner of the boudoir's yearning for her beloved, a poignant sentiment of longing. Draped across the bamboo window was a sheer purple veil, swaying gently in the breeze that wafted through. From the spatial ring, Xiang Wen retrieved the nature goddess ensemble and urged Ruming, "Quickly, try it on." Ruming exclaimed with delight, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother, where did you acquire this?" Xiang Wen smiled and said, "This was discovered in the treasure vault of the Adventurers Guild. It is the exclusive set of the nature goddess Melis from the continent of Arad. When adorned, it enhances one's natural attributes. Henceforth, flora, fauna, and all aspects of the earth will bestow their favor upon you." The nature goddess set comprises 6 exquisite pieces: the earth robe of the nature goddess, the earth crown of the nature goddess, the silken gloves of the nature goddess, the multicolored skirt of the nature goddess, the rainbow belt of the nature goddess, and the tricolor boots of the nature goddess. Once Meng Meng donned the complete ensemble, every smile and frown radiated the grace of a goddess, unparalleled in beauty. Xiang Wen then retrieved the radiant yang blade, 10 vials of golden crow fire phoenix pills, and a lotus flower emanating flames. Addressing Ruming, "This blade is known as the roaring radiant yang blade, a divine weapon forged from the essence of fire and the crystals of hellfire, possessing the extraordinary ability to enhance one's control over flames twofold. These 10 vials of golden crow fire phoenix pills are divine elixirs, and consuming them will grant a century of cultivation to those proficient in fire attributes. Each vial contains 10 pills, totaling 100. As for this flame lotus, it is called the flame tear-heart lotus. Although it is a divine spiritual herb of the fire attribute, it grows atop the snow-capped mountains. Consuming it will greatly aid your blazing martial spirit. Moreover, it carries a poignant love story. Legend has it that in ancient times, Douluo Continent oppressed all beings, prompting the Ice Sword Saint to ally with the demon clan in resistance. Dao commanded the divine, spirit, and ancient races to eradicate the demons. Alas, the demon clan, alongside the Ice Sword Saint, was overwhelmed and perished in the face of insurmountable odds. The Ice Sword Saint valiantly faced the three strongest from the divine, spirit, and ancient races, ultimately being subdued and transformed into a crystal upon the icy peaks. In her fury, the fire goddess, the wife of the Ice Sword Saint, vowed to avenge her husband. However, lacking the strength, she was gravely injured. With her wounded body, she made her way to the icy crystal, heartbroken. Upon nearing death, she transformed into the flame tear heart lotus, destined to remain by her husband's side for eternity. Before her demise, she swore, "With my wounded form, I shall become an eternal flame. With my undying spirit, I shall be the tear heart, forever accompanying my beloved. Should anyone earn the recognition of the flame tear heart lotus, they shall receive my everlasting blessing." Rumung placed the radiant yang blade and the golden crow fire phoenix pills into the soul guide device, cradled the flame tear heart lotus in her hands, her eyes shimmering with tears, and expressed her heartfelt sentiment. What a tragic yet beautiful love story. "Brother, you are too kind to me," Xiang Wen, with a gentle smile, remarked. "You are my fiancé, and I am to be your future husband. If I do not treat you well, who else shall I treat kindly?" At that moment, tears like dreams cascaded upon the fiery heart of the lotus, causing it to radiate a brilliant crimson glow. A poem materialized before them, echoing sentiments of longing as profound as the ocean and memories as distant as time itself. Countless tears flowed, deepening their sorrow. To meet without reason, yet to struggle in vain. Should fate not have intertwined their past lives, may they reunite in the next, with hopes for eternal love and a life spent together in harmony. As the dreamlike figure expressed astonishment, "Is this the blessing from the goddess of flames?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced Xiang Wen, and they shared a kiss. That night, the door to the dreamlike realm remained unopened as they experienced an unforgettable evening together. Chapter 215. The true form of the heavenly dragon. The following morning, the door to the dreamlike abode creaked open, revealing Xiang Wentian. His complexion pale and legs weak, as he leaned against the wall, slowly making his way back to his room. At that moment, Oscar happened to pass by, carrying a basket of buns. He inquired, "Wentian, what has happened to you? Have you been injured? With your strength, who could have harmed you so?" His pale visage and unsteady legs clearly indicated an internal injury, a sign of depleted vitality. "Here, have a sausage to replenish your strength." Xiang Wentian offered an awkward smile and replied, "No need. My internal injury cannot be remedied by your sausage. I have prepared some medicinal soup in my room. Once I drink it, all will be well. You should go and have your meal." Oscar watched as Xiang Wentian walked away, scratching his head in contemplation. What kind of internal injury is this that even sausage cannot heal? Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar shared the incident with Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun burst into laughter and said, "That is not an injury. It is a manifestation of kidney deficiency." As Xiang Wentian returned to his room and closed the door, a sense of trepidation washed over him. He reflected on the previous night when he had consumed an entire bottle of the longevity pills, their effect ceaseless throughout the night. While these pills were indeed effective, excessive use posed a perilous risk. Should he overindulge, the consequences could prove disastrous. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving a soul crystal from his spatial ring. The crystal, akin to the size of a quail's egg, emanated a soft, ethereal glow. He attempted to place one of the soul crystals into his mouth, chewing a few times before exclaiming in admiration, "It resembles crispy bone, quite delightful. Allow me to indulge further." Crunch, crunch. The sound was satisfyingly crisp. Xiang Wentian consumed thousands of soul crystals, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He promptly invoked the celestial demon extermination scriptures to refine this immense quantity of soul crystals. As the crystals within him were gradually refined, Xiang Wentian sensed his mental prowess steadily ascending. After a considerable period, he successfully refined all the soul crystals, elevating his soul power to the sacred realm. Having finished with the soul crystals, Xiang Wentian proceeded to take out several dozen bottles of Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pills, attempting to taste one to discern its flavor. A crisp crunch echoed. As Xiang Wentian's eyes gleamed with excitement, he exclaimed, "Delicious! Just like the crispy beans, both fragrant and crunchy." Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. The host has consumed a Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pill and gained 10,000 points of divine power. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian poured dozens of Yuan Yang breaking heaven pills into his mouth, simultaneously channeling the heavenly demon annihilation scripture to refine them continuously. As melodious system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has consumed a Yuan Yang breaking heaven pill and gained 10,000 points of divine power. The host has consumed a Yuan Yang breaking heaven pill and gained 10,000 points of divine power. The host has consumed a Yuan Yang breaking heaven pill and gained 10,000 points of divine power. At that moment, Xiang Wentian glanced at the divine power bar, noting that it was but a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough, and thought to himself, it seems today's breakthrough is promising. Xiang Wentian proceeded to extract an array of blades and weapons, one by one. The cursed demonic blade of eternal hell fused with the divine sword of Jwek. The despairing blood blade of the endless sea merged with the divine sword of Jwek. The hellfire sacred sword of the death blade harmonized with the divine sword of Jwek. A multitude of weapons, divine artifacts, and formidable armaments continuously integrated into the divine sword of Jwek. As the quantity of these integrations increased, the transformation of quality became evident. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The divine sword of Jwek has ascended to the status of an innate supreme treasure. Xiang Wentian ultimately extracted a 1-foot-long golden ginseng adorned with dragon patterns. Indeed, this remarkable herb, known as the dragon-patterned golden ginseng, thrives in the sacred resting places of dragonkind, infused with immense celestial dragon energy. Upon consumption, it not only facilitates the awakening of dragon lineage within the user, but also enables the cultivation of the true form of the celestial dragon. Xiang Wentian intends to harness this dragon-patterned golden ginseng not only to enhance his cultivation, but also to cultivate the true embodiment of the celestial dragon. Xiang Wentian picked up a foot-long golden ginseng adorned with dragon patterns and began to chew it, savoring its texture and exclaiming, "It possesses quite a delightful chewiness. Fragrant and enjoyable." In the next moment, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire being, sending tingling sensations across his skin. Suddenly, he sensed something emerging from within, and upon glancing down, he beheld a dragon scale sprouting from the surface of his skin, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His head transformed into that of a dragon. His arms morphed into powerful dragon limbs, his torso became a dragon's body, his hands evolved into talons, and his feet turned into hoofs. As Xiang Wentian gazed at his metamorphosis into a creature that was neither fully dragon nor fully human, he was struck with awe, wondering, is this the true form of the celestial dragon? He felt an exhilarating increase in both his offensive and defensive capabilities, each enhanced threefold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your divine power level is now 135. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the true form of the celestial dragon. The system panel has been activated. Please review it at your convenience. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul, Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 135, 500886600000. Soul Rings, 9 colored, age 166,666,666 years, 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 9 colored, age 166,666,666 years. Rainbow colored, age 166,666,666 years, 9 colored, age 166,666,666 years, 9 colored, age 166,666,666 years, 9 colored, age 166,666,666 years. Soul abilities. 1. First soul ability, Space Lock, Time Stasis. 2. Second soul ability, Angelic Glory, Demonic Frenzy. 3. Third soul ability, Angelic Holy Judgment, Demonic Sky Cleave. 4. 4th soul ability, Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. 5. 5th soul ability, Angelic Flame Slash. Demonic Kiss. 6. 6th soul ability, Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Shower. 7. 7th soul ability, True Martial Soul. True Demonic Form. 8. 8th soul ability, Annihilation Strike. Extinction of All Things. 9. 9th soul ability, Power Shattering the Heavens. Primordial Tremor. God-level soul ability, Godly Sword of the Great Abyss. Unlimited usage. Divine King's Soul Skill, Heaven-Slaying, Earth-Cutting, Eternal and Fleeting. Divine Emperor's Soul Skill, Sun-Obscuring, World-Annihilating Eye. Divine Monarch's Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Supreme Earth Drill. Soul Bones. Demon Angels War God Skull. Demon Angels War God Backbone. Demon Angels War God Left Arm. Demon Angels War God Right Leg. Demon Angels War God Left Leg. Right Arm of the Breaking Army's Demon, which ignores defense. Soul Bone Skill. War God Manifestation. Fusion Skill of the Demon Angels War God Soul Bone. Ignoring defense. Breaking Army Strike. Skill accompanying the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine Skills. Buddha's Palm. Heavenly Punishment 9 Styles. 9-colored Skybreaking Finger. True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Points. 1. 566, 666, 668. Techniques. True Scripture of the Celestial Demon Annihilation. Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. Ability. Devour. Capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After a month. With a massive accumulation of resources, the overall strength of the Spirit Hall experienced a remarkable leap. Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian expended 100 million points to provide numerous soul rings for everyone. The next day, Xiang Wentian sat solemnly in the center of the papal hall. Qian Dalu stood respectfully below and reported, "Your Holiness, all 10 lightning rods have been forged and are ready for immediate use." Excellent. Summon all those who have ascended to the divine realm to gather 200 miles south of Spirit City. Have the lightning rods brought there. We shall conduct a collective tribulation, Xiang Wentian declared with authority. Qian Dalu bowed respectfully and replied, "As you command." At noon, numerous powerful members of the Spirit Hall and Shrek battle team gathered in a clearing 200 miles south of the Spirit Hall. In front of them, every 100 meters stood a robust lightning rod, totaling 10. Xiang Wentian stood before the crowd, addressing them with an air of authority. "The sun shines brightly. The flowers smile at me. Today marks a splendid day, a propitious occasion for our Spirit Hall to ascend to a first-rate power. I hereby decree that for every 3 of you, there shall be 1 lightning rod, and we shall commence the tribulation." The crowd, akin to disciplined soldiers, entered the lightning rods in groups of 3. Daimubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun arrived at the 8th lightning rod, gazing at the towering, dark rod embedded in the ground. Ma Hongjun expressed his concerns. "Mubai, Tang San, do you think this lightning rod crafted by Brother Tian will actually work? What if we enter and cannot escape? Perishing inside would be quite troublesome." Daimubai, slightly irked, retorted, "Silence your ominous words. Has anything provided by Wentian ever failed us?" Tang Sen smiled gently and said, "I have heard Wentian explain that the principle of the lightning rod is conductivity. Observe the pointed tip of the rod. During static electricity induction, the conductor's tip invariably accumulates the most charge. When the charge in the clouds is substantial, the air between the clouds and the lightning rod becomes easily penetrable, facilitating conductivity. The charged clouds form a pathway to the lightning rod, which is grounded, allowing it to channel the charges from the clouds into the earth. Furthermore, the small door within the lightning rod is entirely constructed of thick electric insulation, ensuring that we remain unharmed by any current. You may confidently proceed through the tribulation." Ma Hongjun scratched his head, which seemed 3 times larger than a pig's, and inquired, "Tang San, what are you talking about? I completely don't understand." Dai Mubai shook his head in disbelief, remarking, "If you don't understand, then so be it. Ignorance is indeed frightening." With that, he grabbed the nape of Ma Hongjuan's neck and, with a leap, entered the small door of the lightning rod. Tang Sen chuckled and followed suit. As Xiang Wentian observed that everyone had entered the lightning rod, he withdrew 10 miles and infused his voice with divine power, roaring, "Prepare. 3, 2, 1, commence the tribulation." In the next instant, dark clouds converged within a radius of 10,000 miles, and the sky abruptly transformed into a pitch-black expanse, reminiscent of midnight. The air was filled with the deafening sound of thunder, reverberating in a manner that sent vibrations through the ears. while jagged bolts of lightning intermittently clashed against the heavens, striking the horizon. Boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed throughout the cosmos, rendering the sky a void of darkness. As if the heavens and the earth had merged into one. Suddenly, the heavens flashed brightly once more, with lightning cracking like a whip against the sky, inducing an instinctive sense of dread. In an instant, the lightning seemed to converge as if drawn by a magnet, coalescing into a massive sphere of electric light. The orb radiated explosive energy, causing Xiang Wentian to furrow his brow and remark, "With so many individuals facing tribulation together, the thunder has intensified 100-fold. Fortunately, we have the lightning rods. Otherwise, with my current strength, I would undoubtedly sustain injuries during this heavenly trial." Chapter 216. The Might of the Spirit Hall Crack. The sphere of lightning exhaled its electric glow, and 10 pillars of lightning, each 10 meters in diameter, erupted forth, slicing through the sky like bolts, and immediately struck the 10 lightning rods below. The immense power of the thunder surged along the stout lightning rods, causing the ground to tremble violently. Inside the lightning rod, Ma Hongjun cried out in shock, lifted off the ground by the tremors, and after landing, exclaimed in terror, "You scared me to death. I thought the lightning rod was going to explode." Dai Bai retorted with irritation, "Can you not anticipate something good for once? Every day it's an explosion here, an explosion there. I think it's your posterior that's about to blow." Upon hearing this, Tang Sen burst into hearty laughter. Just the other day, Ma Hongjun had just broken through to level 100, and when he went to the restroom, he released a fiery blast that ignited the methane gas, causing him to soar into the air like a rocket, with smoke billowing behind him. "Wasn't that quite the explosion of your posterior?" After Tang Sen finished, Dai Bai also joined in the laughter. Ma Hongjun, feeling embarrassed, retorted, "Tang San, you have no right to say anything. We went into the restroom together." Upon his words, Tang San's laughter abruptly halted. Boom. The second pillar of lightning hurtled toward them at breakneck speed, its ferocity surpassing the first by 10-fold, with a diameter of 100 meters, descending with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Bang! The earth trembled with a sound akin to a magnitude 5 earthquake as the ground continued to shake. Before the tremors subsided, the sky seemed to cave in, producing a tremendous roar, as the colossal sphere of lightning plummeted to the earth as if a star had fallen from the heavens. Boom, boom. The 10 enormous lightning rods were thrust skyward, soaring to a height of 100 meters under the impact of the massive lightning sphere. Boom, boom. Once the 10 lightning rods landed, the dark clouds above dispersed, signifying their successful passage of the tribulation. Bang, bang. With a resounding bang, the small doors on the 10 lightning rods swung open. As Ma Hongjun emerged, he exclaimed, "You scared me to death. I thought we were ascending to the heavens. I nearly lost control of my bowels." Dai Bai retorted, "While your bowels may have been frightened, could you refrain from spraying nonsense? Just look at how you've splattered Tang San." Tang San, noticing himself covered in yellow, grimaced in disgust. "How revolting. Hongjun, we'll settle this later. I need to wash up first." After enduring the thunder tribulation, the group animatedly discussed their cultivation levels. Bibi Dong. Martial Soul. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Queen. Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Queen. Divine Realm level 100. Xianren Xue, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Divine Realm level 100. Xian Douluo, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Divine Realm level 101. Xiang Ba, Martial Soul, Sea Turtle. Divine Realm level 101. Golden Crocodile Douluo, Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. Divine Realm level 101. White Armored Earth Dragon, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon. Divine Realm level 100. Qianjun Douluo, Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff. Divine Realm level 100. Demon Subduing Douluo, Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff. Divine Realm level 100. Ghost Douluo, Martial Soul, Ghostly Charm. Divine Realm level 100. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Martial Soul, Extraordinary Chrysanthemum. Divine Realm level 100. The strength of the Shrek team was formidable. Xiang Wentian, possessing the martial soul of the demon angel, stands at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm, level 135. Ru Ming wields the martial soul of the seraphim, having attained the divine realm at level 100. Shimen Shui Shui, with the martial soul of the heavenly sword, is also at level 100 in the divine realm. Yi Guqing, bearing the martial soul of the dragon-slaying blade, is at level 100 in the divine realm. Dai Bai, with the martial soul of the white tiger, stands at level 100 in the divine realm. Tang San, wielding the martial soul of blue silvergrass, is at level 100 in the divine realm. Xiao Wu, with the martial soul of the soft-bone rabbit, is at level 100 in the divine realm. Ma Hongjun, possessing the martial soul of the phoenix, is at level 100 in the divine realm. Zhu Zhiqing, with the martial soul of the nether spirit cat, is at level 100 in the divine realm. Ning Rongrong, wielding the 9 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda, is also at level 100 in the divine realm. Oscar, with the martial soul of sausage, is at level 100 in the divine realm. Jiang Zhu, possessing the healing staff as her martial soul, is at level 100 in the divine realm. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian observed that everyone had safely emerged from the lightning rod, thus addressing them, in one incense stick's time, gather at the Hall of the Pope. Within the magnificently adorned Hall of the Pope, Xiang Wentian took his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon those below, proclaiming with authority, "Congratulations on achieving level 100 and ascending to divinity." A thunderous response of gratitude echoed, "Thank you, Your Holiness." This resounding affirmation only served to underscore Xiang Wentian's imposing presence. From this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall become the paramount sect within 1,000 miles. Those who dare to defy shall be met with death. Your Holiness is wise. You are to extend invitations to all sects within 1,000 miles, summoning their leaders to the Spirit Hall for a banquet. At this moment, Ma Hongjun stepped forward, inquiring, "Why should we invite them to the Spirit Hall for a lavish feast?" Zhu Zhiqing delivered a swift slap to the back of Ma Hongjuan's head, remarking, "It seems that since you developed a fondness for pig's head meat, you've increasingly resembled one. Their attendance at our banquet signifies their fear, compelling them to comply. Those who do not fear the Spirit Hall will surely refrain from attending or send mere subordinates to fulfill their obligations. As for the latter, we must eradicate them to solidify the Spirit Hall's standing within 1,000 miles, laying a robust foundation for our ascent to the foremost sect." Nodding towards Wentian, he remarked, "Zhu Zhiqing speaks the truth. You must depart immediately. However, remember this. After leaving the invitation, return without engaging in lengthy discussions or conflicts with the other party. Should a confrontation arise, avoid any combat to prevent suffering losses. Upon your return, inform me, and I shall address the matter." "Understood, Your Holiness." After the assembly dispersed, the crowd, accompanied by thousands of soul masters, divided into numerous teams, embarking on a journey across vast distances to deliver invitations to various sections. In an instant, the entire central region was rife with undercurrents, as if a great upheaval were imminent. Chapter 217. The invitation from the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai led 10 titled Douluos in a grand procession toward the north. At that moment, Ma Hongjun also pursued them with 10 titled Douluos, chuckling as he addressed Dai Mubai. "Mubai, let us deliver the invitation together." Dai Mubai, somewhat irritable, replied, "Off you go? Stay behind. There are countless sects within this distance. If everyone were to gather like you to deliver the invitations leisurely, it would take until the new year to finish." Seeing Dai Mubai's reluctance, Ma Hongjun, dejected, led his group of titled Douluos away. Upon reaching a sect named Mingguang Sect, located 200 miles north of the Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai approached the mountain gate and addressed the guarding disciples. "I am Dai Mubai from the Spirit Hall. We invite your esteemed sect to a banquet on the first day of next month. Please ensure timely attendance. Here's the invitation." The guarding disciple accepted the crimson invitation and noticed the 8 prominent characters inscribed, "Spirit Hall Pope Xiang Wentian." Upon seeing the name Xiang Wentian, the disciple's heart trembled. Who does not know of Xiang Wentian, the foremost strength on the ranking list, who single-handedly annihilated the Adventurers Guild and the formidable northern region's dark sect, the Lihanzong? Not daring to delay, the disciple hurried into the sect. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged with a welcoming smile, clasping his hands in respect. "I am Li Chunfeng, the sect master of Mingguang Sect. It is an honor to meet the envoy. I have had the pleasure of meeting His Holiness Pope Xiang Wentian. We are like old friends. The banquet is prepared. Please, esteemed envoy, join us." Dai Mubai returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you, but I have tasks yet to complete. I shall not impose further." As Dai Mubai departed, the warmth on Li Chunfeng's face swiftly vanished. His thoughts turning dark. The weasel is not here to deliver well wishes to the chicken. This is undoubtedly a banquet of ulterior motives. While Dai Mubai's journey proceeded smoothly, Ma Hongjun encountered difficulties. Ma Hongjun traversed multiple sects with remarkable ease. Upon reaching a distance of 8,000 miles to the west, he was captivated by a radiant golden light ahead. Driven by curiosity, he soared forward to behold an immense mountain range, known as the 10 Fingers Peaks. Each peak was adorned with countless magnificent palaces, the materials of which remained a mystery, yet they exuded a resplendent golden glow. At the mountain gate, 6 disciples stood guard. Evenly divided on either side, their postures straight and their faces radiating an air of confident pride, reflecting their unwavering belief in the strength of their sect. Ma Hongjuan's expression transformed into one of avarice as he mused. Should Tiange seize this sect, the wealth of our spirit hall would undoubtedly double. With this thought, he strode purposefully towards the entrance. Leading 10 titled Douluo, Ma Hongjun approached the mountain gate, where he beheld 3 golden characters, Yinhuazong. At that moment, disciples of Yinhuazong noticed Ma Hongjuan's presence. One of the guarding disciples inquired, "This is the sacred ground of Yinhuazong. No outsiders are permitted entry." Clearing his throat, Ma Hongjun declared, "I am Ma Hongjun from the Spirit Hall, here to extend a special invitation to your sect leader to attend a banquet at our Spirit Hall on the first day of next month." The guarding disciples exchanged glances, and one of them asked, "Spirit Hall, Ma Hongjun, have you heard of them?" The others shook their heads, replying, "We have not." The leading disciple then turned to Ma Hongjun, speaking with an air of arrogance, "Who is this Ma Hongjun? What is this Spirit Hall? We have never heard of it. If you wish to invite our sect leader, at the very least, your own leader must come to extend the invitation personally." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan's fury surged for the name of Xiang Wentian, his idol and the Pope, was uttered in such a dismissive manner. Enraged, he retorted, "You insolent brat, what do you think you're saying? Are you seeking death?" The 6 guarding disciples swiftly drew their swords, glaring at Ma Hongjun. The foremost among them declared, "You, fat fool, if you are told to leave and refuse, do you intend to serve us a pot of fatty pork?" Unable to contain his wrath, Ma Hongjun shouted, "You are seeking death." As he charged forward, he swiftly dispatched the 6 guarding disciples, sending them crashing to the ground with a single punch each. The leader of the guarding disciples rose, clutching his bruised and battered face, and threatened, "Just wait. I will summon Senior Brother Lin. When he arrives, he will surely teach you a lesson." With that, he dashed into the depths of the sect. Ma Hongjun scoffed at the threat, saying, "What Senior Brother Lin? Go ahead and call for him. If I take even a step back, I am no longer the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun." At that moment, Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible peak of Yinhuazong, was patrolling the sect when he suddenly spotted a bruised and battered disciple rushing towards him, lamenting, "Senior Brother Lin, someone seeks to invade our Yinhuazong. The opponent is powerful, and we were no match," resulting in this. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, seethed with anger. "It has always been Yinhuazong that bullies others. Who dares to bully us? Who was it that assaulted you? Take me to them at once." Before long, Ma Hongjun beheld a young man accompanied by hundreds of followers approaching with great fervor. Beside the young man stood the mountain guarding disciple whom Ma Hongjun had just soundly thrashed. The disciple lamented to the young man, "It was he who struck us." Lin Fan found the figure of Ma Hongjun somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where they had crossed paths. He thought to himself, "Whoever he may be, let us first turn him into fireworks." Upon seeing Lin Fan, Ma Hongjun also experienced a sense of familiarity, but had yet to contemplate the identity of his adversary. Lin Fan charged forth and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Ma Hongjun. Despite Ma Hongjun deploying his spirit ring abilities, he was no match for Lin Fan and was swiftly felled. Just as Lin Fan was poised to deliver a lethal blow, Ma Hongjun hastily exclaimed, "My elder brother is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian, the foremost fighter on the rankings. If you dare to kill me, my brother will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's declaration, Lin Fan's fist halted mere inches from Ma Hongjuan's nose as he inquired, "Your elder brother is the top-ranked fighter, Xiang Wentian? Do you even know who I am?" Ma Hongjun, feeling the threat to his life, found his mind blank and stammered, "WW, who are you?" Lin Fan replied, "I am Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible peak of the Yinhua sect, the second strongest on the rankings." It was then that Ma Hongjun recognized Lin Fan, the very individual who had once apologized to them. Lin Fan continued, "For the sake of Xiang Wentian, I shall spare you today. Depart." Ma Hongjun rose, discarded the invitation he held, and fled in disgrace. Lin Fan retrieved the crimson invitation from the ground and noticed the 8 golden characters inscribed above, "Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian." Upon opening the invitation, he read, "On the first day of next month, you are cordially invited to a banquet at the Spirit Hall by Xiang Wentian." Lin Fan, brimming with determination, murmured to himself, "Xiang Wentian, Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible peak of the Yinhua sect, shall certainly arrive on time." and we shall see who truly claims the title of the strongest on the rankings. Chapter 218, Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San, accompanied by 10 titled Douluos, had arrived 9,900 miles south of the Spirit Hall, where he encountered a place that etched itself into his memory, Shrek Academy. The guard students at the entrance, noticing the 11 formidable spirit masters approaching, promptly inquired, "This is Shrek Academy. Whom do you seek?" Tang San, visibly excited, responded, "I am Tang San. May I ask if Dean Flender is present?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, the guard student's expression momentarily faltered before he exclaimed with excitement, "Are you the control-type spirit master Tang San of the Shrek battle team?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. The guard student hurriedly announced, "Dean Flender is within the academy. Please wait a moment, Senior Tang San, while I relay the message." The guard student dashed into the depths of Shrek Academy, and shortly thereafter, Flender, the master, Zhao Wujing, and Lu Erlong emerged. Flender, upon seeing Tang San, expressed his astonishment. "You are Tang San. How have you changed so remarkably?" Tang San smiled gently, releasing his martial spirits, the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. As 20 soul rings materialized around him, the crowd was utterly stunned, especially when the 10 crimson soul rings, each 100,000 years old, emerged from the Haotian hammer, leaving everyone in a state of profound astonishment. Tang San remarked, "Dean Flander, appearances can be deceiving, but a martial spirit cannot lie." Not only Flander, but even the steadfast master was taken aback, exclaiming, "It truly is you, Tang San. Where did you acquire so many 100,000-year soul rings?" Instead of hurriedly answering the master, Tang San knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect. The master quickly assisted him to his feet. Once standing, Tang San explained, "All the 100,000-year soul rings I possess were bestowed upon me by Wang Tian. He possesses a unique ability to create an infinite number of 100,000-year soul rings. Infinite creation of 100,000-year soul rings." The crowd gasped in unison. Tang San continued, "Indeed. Moreover, the reason for my significant change in appearance is due to an elixir gifted to me by Wang Tian, which facilitated the second awakening of my first martial spirit, the blue silvergrass. So that is the case. I never imagined you had ascended to godhood, Tang San. How are the other members of the Shrek squad?" The master inquired with a sense of pride, for nurturing a god was an honor beyond measure, even if that god held little significance on the continent. To the master, this was a matter of immense pride. Tang San replied, "They are all well. Just like me, they have also achieved godhood. And Wang Tian has reached the realm of the God Emperor. All have attained godhood." Zhao Wujing exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Tang San nodded. Lu Erlong asked, "What is the realm of the God Emperor?" Tang San smiled slightly and responded, "And Erlong, we all know that achieving godhood occurs at level 100, while the realm above that is the God King at level 110. Above the God King is the God Emperor at level 130. Flander, overwhelmed with emotion, said, "I, Flander, feel deeply gratified to have taught such outstanding students as you. You are the pride of the academy. Thank you for helping me fulfill my aspirations." Tang San quickly replied, "Dean Flander, you should not say that. We owe our gratitude to you. Without the Shrek Academy you created, we would not have reached this point. Enough of this. Let us not linger here any longer. Let us return to the academy, where I shall personally prepare a feast to welcome Tang San," the master declared, his joy evident as it was a happiness he had never experienced before. Zhao Wujing chuckled. "Since your graduation, Master's culinary skills have improved remarkably. You are in for a treat today." The students of Shrek Academy gathered at a distance, observing Flander and the others. One female student inquired, "Who is that surrounded by the dean and vice dean?" A vigilant student replied, "You don't know? That is the esteemed Senior Tang San, the first-generation student of Shrek Academy." The female student exclaimed, "Could it be that the Control Soul Master Tang San from the Shrek squad is here?" The guard student replied with a smug grin, "Indeed. Do you know what his current realm is?" "What realm?" The students inquired in unison. "Divine," the guard student declared triumphantly, as if introducing himself. "Is he the strongest in the Shrek squad?" The female student asked. "Certainly not. The strongest is the captain of the Shrek squad, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian. I just heard Tang San say that Xiang Wentian has already reached the Divine Emperor realm." "Divine Emperor?" Another female student queried. "What realm is that?" "A soul master of level 130, the mightiest beyond the divine realm," the guard student boasted, brimming with pride. "Level 130, how formidable!" the students exclaimed. The female student nearby gazed with starry eyes and dreamily said, How wonderful it would be if I were Xiang Wentian's girlfriend. Behind her, another female student scoffed, You? Have you looked in the mirror? Even if Xiang Wentian were to seek a girlfriend, he would choose someone like me. The guard student interjected, Enough. What kind of formidable being is Xiang Wentian that he would even consider you? As Tang San and his companions strolled and conversed, they arrived at the reception hall. Suddenly, Tang San remembered the purpose of his visit and promptly said, Dean Flinder, I have one more matter to discuss today. Xiang Wentian is now the official pope of the Spirit Hall, and his authority there is supreme. I have come to inform all the deans that on the first day of next month, the Spirit Hall will host a banquet for all sects within a 10,000-mile radius. And I hope you will attend. Dean Flinder watched as Tang San retrieved an invitation from the Soul Guide, opened it, glanced at it, and then placed it back into the Soul Guide. He replied to Tang San, Very well, I will certainly attend, and not just me. All four of us will go. After welcoming Tang San, despite the repeated pleas from everyone, he chose to continue on his unfinished task. Chapter 219. The Royal Academy of Tianshou Like a Dream, Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other two girls chose to walk together, knowing they could support each other even in the face of formidable foes. Leading 30 titled Douluos, they set forth towards the east. Upon reaching 5,000 miles to the east, they encountered a lush, towering mountain blocking their path. Many buildings atop the mountain radiated a serene light under the sun, while below, a lake mirrored the sky, calm and undisturbed. As they approached, the shadow of the buildings revealed the 6 characters of the Royal Academy of Tianshou displayed above the school gate. Wu murmured, I never expected that after the merging of dimensions, the Royal Academy of Tianshou would manifest here. At that moment, the guards of the Royal Academy of Douluo noticed a formidable group of over 30 individuals approaching and promptly inquired, This is the sacred ground of the Royal Academy of Douluo. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. If you seek someone, please register. Rumeng stepped forward and said, I am an old friend of your esteemed team leader, Douluo Qiubai. May I inquire if he is still within the academy? The guard replied, You are an acquaintance of teacher Douluo? Please wait while I relay your message. Soon after, Douluo Qiubai emerged from the academy and, upon seeing the 3 at the forefront, exclaimed, You are Rumeng, Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Wu remarked, Douluo Qiubai, I never imagined you would still remember us. Of course, although you have all changed considerably, the aura surrounding you remains unchanged, Douluo Qiubai chuckled. Rumeng then asked, Have you become a teacher at the Royal Academy of Douluo? Douluo Qiubai replied, Indeed. After my graduation, I chose to remain at the academy, and I am now a rank Douluo teacher. You are already a rank Douluo teacher, Wu said in astonishment. Douluo Qiubai nodded with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing, with an icy demeanor, inquired, What is your current soul power level? Douluo Qiubai sighed. I must admit, I had hoped to catch up to Xiang Wen and challenge him in battle. However, I recently heard that he single-handedly annihilated the Adventurers Guild and the most formidable spirit sect in the northern region, the Li Hin sect. His reputation is soaring, and his strength is formidable. I feel quite distant from him now. I am currently a level 96 titled Douluo. What about you? Wu responded, Douluo Qiubai. Your progress has been remarkably swift. Zhu Zhuqing, maintaining her frosty demeanor, stated, Our Shrek team has all achieved godhood. Douluo Qiubai, with a self-deprecating tone, remarked, I still aspired to catch up to Xiang Wen, yet I never anticipated you would leave me so far behind. Rumeng consoled him, Do not be disheartened, Douluo Qiubai. The reason our Shrek team has all ascended to godhood is largely due to my brother's extensive accumulation of spiritual elixirs. Without those, our soul power would be nowhere near yours. Spiritual elixirs, Douluo Qiubai exclaimed in astonishment. Rumeng nodded and continued. We have come to request that the Royal Academy of Douluo allow us to attend a banquet at the Wuhuan Hall on the first day of next month. Douluo Qiubai accepted the invitation card, pondering, If I were a member of the Shrek team, I would surely have achieved godhood by now. At that moment, Rumeng noticed Douluo Qiubai lost in thought. She suddenly recalled Xiang Wen's words to her before her departure. If you encounter exceptionally talented individuals, be sure to recruit them for our Wuhuan Hall. Then, Rumeng boldly proposed, Douluo Qiubai, would you be willing to join the Wuhuan Hall? If you agree to accompany us, I assure you that within a short time, you will achieve godhood or even higher, along with the opportunity to select a soul ring of 10,000 years. The conditions Rumeng presented were such that even a fool could not refuse. Achieving godhood is the lifelong pursuit of every soul master. Douluo Qiubai, momentarily stunned by Rumeng's words, soon regained his composure and resolutely declared, Very well. I shall join the Wuhuan Hall and accompany you. Please wait for me a moment. I shall converse with Dean Meng Shinji, said Ru Ming, nodding in acknowledgement. Go ahead. We shall await your return here. Since the demise of the Dou royal family, the Dou Royal Academy has lost its support and funding, leading to a steady decline in the number of students and the overall state of the institution. The three esteemed chairpersons of the academy, with the backing of the two vice presidents, managed to elevate Meng Shinji to the position of dean. However, devoid of the royal family's patronage, the academy could not escape its fate of decline. Presently, the strongest among them was the solitary figure of Douluo Continent, a titled Douluo. Standing in a world rife with turmoil, where the academy resembled a solitary vessel, ever at risk of capsizing. In the Dou Royal Academy's academic affairs office, Douluo Continent knelt on one knee before the three deans. Dean Meng Shinji assisted him to his feet, asserting, joining the Spirit Hall is indeed the right choice. Both the vice presidents and I stand in support of your decision. Douluo Continent, a tinge of guilt in his voice, replied, Dean Meng Shinji. The Spirit Hall has summoned all sects within a 10,000-mile radius for a feast, indicating their intent to unify the vast territories. Their audacity suggests they are thoroughly prepared. Indeed, you are correct. What our academy presently lacks is a robust ally. Your affiliation with the Spirit Hall could provide some semblance of security for our alma mater. Meng Shinji remarked. Rest assured, Dean, Douluo Continent shall never forget his roots. Should anyone dare to threaten our academy, you need only send word, and I shall rush to your aid without hesitation. Douluo Continent pledged earnestly. Vice President Jilin interjected, Douluo Continent, if fate allows. I hope you can acquire a sum of operational funds for our academy. You are well aware of our current predicament. Douluo Continent nodded gravely. I shall certainly strive to do so. Dean, Vice President, I must take my leave. Vice President Baishan, feeling a pang of reluctance, added, do remember to return and visit us when you can. Once Douluo Continent departed, the three sighed in unison. Dean Meng Shinji lamented, what a remarkable talent. Alas, our Dou Royal Academy is no longer what it once was. Vice President Jilin consoled him, do not feel overly remorseful. I believe our academy shall find its way back to prosperity. Vice President Baishan concurred, indeed. The current state of our academy is a consequence of the Adventurers Guild, which has since perished. We need not fear. If we face adversity in the future, we can invoke the name of Douluo Continent from the Spirit Hall. Dean Meng Shinji sighed. To rely on a student's name for the protection of our academy. How shameful. How shameful. Both Vice President Baishan and Jilin lowered their heads in shared embarrassment. Chapter 220. Gathering at the Spirit Hall days later, all those dispatched by the Spirit Hall had returned. Xiang went through the crowd and encountered many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. At that moment, an unremarkable young man stepped forward and said, Brother Xiang, do you still remember me? Yi? Xiang Wentian smiled and said, Yi Fan, I thought you merely spoke of coming to find me, but I never anticipated your arrival. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I extend my warmest welcome to you. Yi Fan replied with a smile. As a solitary wanderer without any sect or power, I hope you don't mind my presence here to partake in your hospitality. Of course not. Please, feel free to ask for anything you may need. Xiang Wentian thought to himself, with a formidable ally like Yi Fan joining us, the Spirit Hall truly has gained a significant advantage. At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached Xiang Wentian, lamenting, Brother Tian, you must stand up for me. I went to deliver an invitation to the Flame Academy, and Lin Fan attacked me. Xiang Wentian consoled, very well. Has the Yinhua sect mentioned who they would send? They completely disregarded me and simply expelled me. They certainly will not come, replied Ma Hongjun. Hongjun, I can assure you that Lin Fan will undoubtedly arrive. This individual possesses an indomitable spirit. He will not rest until he claims the top position on the human rankings. With such an excellent opportunity at hand, how could he possibly refrain from attending? Xiang Wentian asserted. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian received guests one by one, including Douluo Continent, the Fire Cloud Evil God, Huowu, Shui Binger, Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, and Feng Xiaodian. Douluo Continent was naturally willing to come. Although the Fire Cloud Evil God initially had no intention of joining, he acquiesced after Huowu's repeated entreaties and joined the others in the Spirit Hall. Huowu's sole purpose in coming to the Spirit Hall was to capture the heart of her beloved. Shui Bingo shared the same sentiment as Huowu. Bu Jingyun joined the Spirit Hall with the intent to challenge Xiang Wentian at any moment to enhance his own prowess. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun were inseparable. So when Bu Jingyun agreed to join the Spirit Hall, Nie Feng followed suit. Upon learning of Huowu's involvement with the Spirit Hall, Feng Xiaodian also pursued her, joining the ranks of the Spirit Hall, which was destined to become a fruitless love affair. As time passed, representatives from numerous sects began to arrive at the Spirit Hall. Yet these representatives hailed from smaller sections. The larger sects, confident in their own formidable strengths, dismissed the Spirit Hall as inconsequential. Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible Peak of the Yinhua sect, made his grand entrance. An audacious voice echoed from outside the Spirit City. In an instant, Lin Fan materialized within the Spirit Hall. The crowd turned to glance at him, whispering among themselves, "Who is this person? You don't even know him?" He is Lin Fan, ranked second on the human list, possessing an immortal body, nicknamed the Unkillable Little Strong. Indeed, it is Lin Fan. It seems his intentions are far from benign. Shoo, keep your voice down. Many here are from smaller sects we cannot afford to provoke. Lin Fan pointed at Xiang Wentian, declaring, "Xiang Wentian, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Xiang Wentian said, "What is there to fear? Why not engage in a wager?" "Wager on what?" Lin Fan inquired. "If I lose, I shall abide by your words. However, if you lose, you must join the Spirit Hall. Do you dare to accept?" Xiang Wentian proclaimed. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lin Fan replied, "Very well. I accept your challenge." With a faint smile, Xiang Wentian said, "Let us begin." Lin Fan was taken aback and replied, "Right here?" "Of course." "It will only take a minute," Xiang Wentian responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Fan was instantly engulfed in fury, declaring, "Very well. Witness as I reduce your Spirit Hall to rubble." As the crowd observed the impending clash between the two in front of the Spirit Hall, they hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "Unleash all your might," Lin Fan shouted, his muscles rippling like mountainous terrain. His entire form swiftly towering to a height of several dozen feet, an ominous aura radiating in all directions. Xiang Wentian murmured to himself, "I never expected Lin Fan to have progressed so significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. However, it is still insufficient." The first soul ring. The first soul skill, spatial lockdown. The first soul ring. The second soul skill, time stasis. The 12th form of the Buddha's palm. The Buddha kingdom in the palm. Two soul rings emerged, soaring towards Lin Fan, while simultaneously, the luminous sphere of the Buddha kingdom expanded to envelop him. "Not this move again, you shameless scoundrel, Xiang Wentian." Lin Fan roared in fury, ascending into the sky. Yet, no matter where he flew, the two soul rings and the Buddha kingdom seemed to cling to him, refusing to let go. "I shall no longer flee. Witness how I shatter all with sheer force," Lin Fan bellowed, swinging his fist with all his might towards the two soul rings. A thunderous explosion resonated as the two soul rings were sent flying 100 meters away. However, the golden sphere of the Buddha kingdom swiftly enveloped him. Gazing at the near proximity of the golden sphere, Lin Fan could only mutter in despair, "Oh, shit." Soon after, the two soul rings, having flown 100 meters away, returned, entering the Buddha kingdom once more. As Lin Fan prepared to unleash another powerful strike, he suddenly felt the laws of power and the boundless energies of heaven and earth around him repelling him, rendering him utterly powerless. In that moment, he realized he was within Xiang Wentian's Buddha kingdom. With a resounding crash, Lin Fan's punch, devoid of the enhancement of the laws of power and the energies of heaven and earth, appeared feeble and impotent, failing to repel the two soul rings. They advanced relentlessly, plunging Lin Fan into an eternal state. At that instant, Xiang Wentian materialized above Lin Fan, waving his hand as the two soul rings floated upward, severing their control over Lin Fan. Simultaneously, countless energies from heaven and earth transformed into myriad shackles, binding him firmly. Lin Fan struggled and roared with fury, "Xiang Wentian, if you have the courage, release me, and let us battle for 300 rounds. Regardless of how many rounds we engage in, the outcome will remain unchanged. You are a divine emperor, while I am a divine sovereign. A chasm of realms separates us. At our level, even a minor tier difference is an insurmountable chasm, let alone a significant one. Lin Fan, you are no match for me. Concede. Join the Spirit Hall, and you shall receive unparalleled rewards and the respect of all. You are a formidable warrior, and I wish for your aid in unifying the world." Utter nonsense. I, Lin Fan, the unrivaled peak master of the Yinhua sect, am not one to compromise. If you do not concede, I shall cast you into an alternate dimension from which you may never return. That is the price of defeat. Will you live in glorious splendor or drift alone in the void? The choice is yours, Xiang Wentian threatened. With a heavy sigh, Lin Fan finally relented. I concede. Release me. But let me clarify. If I join the Spirit Hall, you cannot compel me to do anything against my will. I shall act as I desire. Can you agree to this? With a gentle smile, she said to Wentian, certainly. The only condition is that you must not engage in any actions that would damage the Spirit Hall. All right. Lin Fan responded without a moment's hesitation. Xiang Wentian led Lin Fan out of the palm-sized Buddhist realm and returned to the Hall of Martial Souls. Outside the hall, representatives from various external sects whispered among themselves, expressing their astonishment at the vast disparity in strength between the second and first ranks. Lin Fan had barely managed to endure a few exchanges before succumbing to defeat. Of course, you are unaware of the remarkable cultivation level possessed by Xiang Wentian. In a fit of rage, he annihilated tens of thousands from the Adventurers Guild and the foremost demonic sect of the Northern Territory, the Li Hin sect. I believe his resolve is even more formidable than his power. Fortunately, we have arrived. Those self-proclaimed powerful sects assumed that Xiang Wentian would refrain from acting against them for fear of a collective backlash. However, observing his imposing demeanor, it seems those grand sects are destined for misfortune. Chapter 221. Sweeping across all directions on the first day of the month. The Hall of Martial Souls hosted a grand banquet to welcome representatives from distant sections. However, the offerings at today's feast were notably monotonous. In the expansive reception hall, each individual was presented with merely a plate of roasted chicken. Many representatives expressed their confusion, murmuring amongst themselves in disbelief. They had never encountered a banquet where each guest was served only a single dish. What do you know? Haven't you noticed that each person has only one chicken before them? This is undoubtedly a prelude to making an example of some among us who are disobedient. To kill a chicken to warn the monkey, to slay one as a deterrent for the many. As Xiang Wentian observed the guests taking their seats, he exchanged a knowing glance with Douluo beside him. Douluo, understanding the unspoken cue, proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Today marks the first day of this month. A day when the Spirit Hall graciously hosts the various sections. Let us all applaud and welcome His Holiness the Pope to address us." At that moment, Xiang Wentian discreetly transmitted a message to Gui Mei on his other side. "Make note of the sects that are absent." "Understood," Gui Mei replied. Xiang Wentian rose to his feet and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I extend my gratitude to those who have shown me favor. Those who do so are my friends. Today, as we gather together, I wish to convey to you all that the Spirit Hall aspires to dominate the realm within a radius of 10,000 miles. Who stands in favor, and who stands in opposition?" Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd below. Xiang Wentian continued to speak in a resonant voice. "Very well. Since no one has spoken, it shall be deemed as unanimous approval. Henceforth, starting this year, every sect must contribute 10% of their resources to the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, this 10% of annual sect resources will not be in vain. From this moment on, should anyone dare to bully you, you may report to the Spirit Hall, and we shall address the matter accordingly." Upon concluding his conversation with Xiang Wentian, a murmur of whispers erupted from the audience. At that moment, a representative from a sect rose to address the assembly, stating, "Your Holiness, as the Tai Chi Demon sect is a minor sect, we require some time to confer with the elders within our ranks. We kindly request your grace to grant us a period for deliberation." Xiang Wentian narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and coldly inquired, "Do you wish to remain neutral, standing aside?" The representative of the Tai Demon sect immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Your Holiness, it is not our intention to distance ourselves from this matter. It is merely that such significant affairs require consultation within our sect." With a cold sneer, Xiang Wentian unleashed a murderous aura that coalesced into a crimson beam of light, erupting forth. Before the representative of the Tai Demon sect could react, he was transformed into a mist of blood. Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "This is the price of trifling with my authority. I shall state this for the final time. Who is in favor, and who is opposed?" The assembly, witnessing Xiang Wentian's merciless demeanor, trembled as they proclaimed, "Our Six Mountain sect is in favor. Our Great Fourth sect is in favor. Our Shaoshan sect is in favor." "Very well, since all are in agreement. To demonstrate the sincerity of my Spirit Hall, I require everyone to remain here for a few days before returning to your respective sects," Xiang Wentian stated with an emotionless tone. After the banquet, he summoned the specter to the papal palace and instructed, "Ensure these individuals are kept under surveillance, preventing any communication with the outside world." "Understood, Your Holiness," the specter replied. Once the ghost Douluo departed, Xiang Wentian summoned Qian Douluo, Lin Fan, Yi Fanwei, and others to the papal palace. Xiang Wentian gazed down at the crowd and remarked with a smile, I have summoned you all today for a task, and I wonder if you dare to accept it. Lin Fan inquired, what sort of task is it? You speak as if it involves traversing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of flames. Just tell us directly. Xiang Wentian exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Guan, who promptly retrieved a sheet of rice paper from the soul guiding device and presented it to him. Xiang Wentian took the rice paper and declared, eradicate all sects inscribed upon this sheet. Annihilate their lineage. I relish the thought. Xiang Wentian, you need not dispatch so many individuals. I shall accomplish this task alone. Lin Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Can you truly extinguish over 100 sects within just a few days? Xiang Wentian inquired. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Lin Fan fell silent, contemplating. If tasked with the annihilation of a mere dozen sects within a few days, he might just manage it. However, to extinguish over 100 sects in such a brief span was utterly beyond his capabilities. Xiang Wentian instructed Yu Guan to distribute a list to everyone and declared, I command Lin Fan to lead 10 titled Douluo to the Western Soul Palace to eliminate all sects and forces on this list. Lin Fan immediately interjected, there is no need to assign anyone to accompany me. I shall go alone. With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian nodded in agreement and continued. Qian Douluo will lead 100 titled Douluo to the south of the Spirit Hall, sweeping away all those on the list. Yes, Your Holiness, Qian Douluo replied respectfully. Xiang Wentian continued to issue commands. The Shrek team, led by the vice captain, shall advance with 100 titled Douluos to the northern region of the Spirit Hall, eliminating all sects listed on the roster. Shrek team, at your service. I, Xiang Wentian, shall personally proceed eastward to the Spirit Hall to eradicate all sects enumerated on the list. Xiang Wentian gazed at Yu Fan and said, I kindly ask you, Brother Yi, to lead the remaining forces in safeguarding the Spirit Hall. Yu Fan replied with a slight smile, rest assured, Wentian. Chapter 222. The great chaos approaches. Each department diligently attended to its duties and set forth. Today, the Spirit Hall experienced frequent personnel changes, with a multitude of formidable warriors emerging and dispersing in all directions. Xiang Wentian transformed directly into the true form of the 100 Zhan demon angel, embodying the essence of the sky as he soared eastward. Wherever he passed, ominous clouds of darkness billowed forth, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. 800 miles to the east of the martial Soul Palace lies a sect known as the Haori sect, which boasts tens of thousands of disciples, led by a supreme being at the pinnacle of divine strength. With the endless demonic clouds, Xiang Wentian arrived before the Haori sect. The sect master of Haori, bearing an expression of utmost gravity, inquired, May I ask which esteemed elder has graced the Haori sect with their presence? I humbly apologize for not having extended a proper welcome and hope for your understanding. Xiang Wentian was shrouded in endless demonic clouds. With a cold snort, he proclaimed, I am the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Xiang Wentian. Your failure to attend the banquet at the Wuhuan Temple is a blatant affront to me. I shall ensure the demise of those who disrespect me. Upon realizing it was His Holiness the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, the master of the Haori sect hastily replied, I apologize, Your Holiness, for being unable to attend due to the pressing affairs of the sect. An excuse of being too busy is a mere pretext. The inevitable outcome of such negligence is death. With these words, Xiang Wentian launched an assault on the master of the Haori sect. The master of the Haori sect, witnessing Xiang Wentian's utter disregard for reason, retorted angrily, Xiang Wentian, I have shown you respect by addressing you as Pope. Do you not fear the wrath of the other sects if you dare to annihilate my Haori sect? If I were afraid, I would not have come. Prepare to meet your end. As the master of the Haori sect beheld the gathering clouds of darkness, he was struck by the sight of a myriad of dragons soaring majestically, a spectacle that concealed a lethal threat. The nine-colored piercing heaven finger unleashed a dazzling array of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, directed at the master of the Haori sect, in his mere pinnacle of divine prowess. He scarcely had time to scream before a beam of vibrant light pierced through his skull. Ding! You have slain the master of the Haori sect and gained 109,000 points. Following the execution of the master, Xiang Wentian wasted no time in unleashing a massacre upon the disciples of the Haori sect. Witnessing their leader's swift demise at Xiang Wentian's hands, the disciples, engulfed in terror, fled in all directions, their souls nearly departing their bodies. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and said, Where do you think you can escape so easily? As Xiang Wentian transformed into the true form of the heavenly dragon, he was enveloped by myriad streams of dragon energy. His physique rapidly expanded, directly merging with the true essence of the demonic angel, growing to a formidable height of 100 feet. His colossal golden claws descended upon the fleeing crowd below. Wherever the golden claws passed, dozens of disciples from the Haori sect were torn to shreds by the razor-sharp talons. Ding! The host has slain 64 disciples of the Haori sect, earning 64,000 points. Xiang Wentian wielded his dragon claws in a continuous flurry, each strike capable of sweeping away vast expanses. Countless disciples of the Haori sect were transformed into blood mist beneath the might of his claws. In that moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams, wails, pleas for mercy, and furious curses. Ding! The host has slain 125 disciples of the Haori sect, earning 250,000 points. The host has vanquished 246 disciples of the Haori sect, accumulating 460,000 points. The host has dispatched 488 disciples of the Haori sect, garnering 880,000 points. Half an hour later, as Xiang Wentian exterminated the last disciple of the Haori sect, this one-sided massacre came to an end. The Divine Emperor's soul ring activated, unleashing the first soul skill, covering the heavens and blocking the sun. As Xiang Wentian, the embodiment of the demon angel and the celestial being, unleashed an endless surge of demonic energy, it enveloped the Haori sect like a thick black fog. In the wake of this malevolent aura, countless corpses transformed into desiccated remains. Simultaneously, the melodious sound of the system notification resonated continuously. Ding! The host, through the Divine Emperor's soul ring, has utilized the first soul skill, Veil of Heaven and Earth, to harness the devouring ability, thereby acquiring 2,000 points of divine power. Ding! The host has acquired an additional 6,000 points of divine power. Ding! Once more, the host has attained 18,000 points of divine power. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine power level stands at 136. The system panel has been activated. The host may peruse the details at their leisure. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul, Demon Angel Divine Power, Level 136 6006667000000. Soul Rings, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Rainbow. Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years, Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years. Multicolored, Duration 166,666,666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Demonic Sky Cleave. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Stupa. Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of the Martial Soul. True Form of the Demon. Eighth Soul Skill, Annihilating Strike. Extinguishing All. Ninth Soul Skill, Breaking the Nine Heavens. Primordial Quake. Divine Level Soul Skill, Giant Divine Sword. Infinite Utilization. Divine King Soul Skill, Heaven Slaying and Earth Cutting, a fleeting moment through the ages. Divine Emperor Soul Skill, Shrouding the Heavens and Blocking the Sun. The Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Sovereign Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Soul Bones, Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Breaking Army Demon, which ignores defenses. Soul Bone Skill, War God Possession, Fusion Skill of the War God of the Demon Angel Soul Bone. Defense Ignorance. Breaking Army Strike, accompanying skill of the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skills, Buddha-S Palm, 9 Heavenly Punishments, 9 Colored Sky Piercing Finger. True Form of the Heavenly Dragon. Points, 1, 866, 666, 668. Cultivation Method, True Scripture of the Demon-S World Annihilation, Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. Ability, Devour, the capacity to consume an enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 223, The Blood Sea of the Netherworld. An hour prior, the resplendent and ornate Haori sect had now transformed into a scene of utter devastation. With crumbled walls and scattered remnants, the air thick with the stench of death that nearly incited retching, Xiang Wentian advanced into the desolate ruins of the Haori sect. Seeking the location of its treasure vault, it was his principle to cleanse the battlefield. Failing to do so left him with an unsettling sense of incompleteness. As if something vital was amiss. After a thorough search, he found no trace of the treasure vault, and in a fit of rage, he struck the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him. Following this tremor, the main hall of the Haori sect unexpectedly collapsed. He gently inquired of Wentian. Could it be that the treasure vault of the Haori sect lies beneath the main hall? After an extensive search, Xiang Wentian finally discovered the location of the treasure vault beneath the grand hall of the Haori sect. Descending along the vast chasm, he beheld countless racks of weapons, shelves of medicinal pills, and tomes of martial arts techniques. However, the shelves were utterly barren, devoid of any items. Xiang Wentian, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Why is there nothing within the treasure vault?" Subsequently, he exited the treasure chamber of the Haori sect and approached the headless corpse of the sect's leader. Whereupon he noticed a spatial ring adorning the leader's finger. Xiang Wentian suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten the spatial ring of the Haori sect? Xiang Wentian swiftly removed the spatial ring from the finger of the sect master of the Haori sect, dispelling the seal upon it. He proceeded to empty the contents of the ring onto the ground, only to discover an overwhelming abundance of cultivation resources, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and weapons. Upon witnessing the vast array of resources contained within the sect master's spatial ring, the emptiness that had lingered in his heart dissipated entirely. He hurriedly returned the copious treasures to the spatial ring. As he gathered the multitude of resources, a golden card caught his attention. Xiang Wentian promptly picked up the card for inspection, only to find himself bewildered by the celestial-like script inscribed upon it, rendering him unable to comprehend its meaning. Xiang Wentian immersed his consciousness into the system space and addressed the system. Please assist me in scanning the contents of the golden card. Ding. Advanced Holy Tier Martial Technique detected. Scanning and learning will require an expenditure of 100 million points. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed with the scan and learning? Upon hearing the astonishing price, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that the martial arts inscribed upon the golden card must surely be unparalleled techniques. Resolutely, he decided to proceed with the scanning, albeit with a twinge of pain in his heart. Ding. Scanning complete. The martial art on the golden card is identified as Thousand Hand Divine Fist. Ding. Learning in progress. At that moment, Xiang Wentian felt a profound and esoteric technique flooding into his mind, as if he had trained for countless years, achieving mastery in an instant. Ding. Learning complete. Description of the Thousand Hand Divine Fist. It allows the wielder to unleash thousands of punches in an instant, each strike embodying the host's peak battle prowess. The ultimate essence of the Thousand Hand Divine Fist, the final punch, unity of 1,000 fists, unleashes a staggering 1,000% of the host's combat strength. A force of unimaginable ferocity. What an extraordinarily powerful martial art. With this sect resolved, I shall proceed to the next one. Hoping for a formidable opponent to test the might of the Thousand Hand Divine Fist, Xiang Wentian declared with fervent enthusiasm. 3,500 miles east of the Martial Soul Hall lies a sect known as the Great Wa Battle God Sect. The members of this sect are all warriors of the Great Wa Kingdom, taking immense pride in the warrior code, diligently practicing martial arts and combat energy. The sect is filled with combatants who have eradicated all others within 1,000 miles, slaughtering all the men and sparing only the women. Were it not for the fact that this sect's power is not overwhelmingly dominant, it is likely that within a radius of 10,000 miles, only the Great Wa Battle God sect would remain. When the Martial Soul Hall extended an invitation, the Great Wa Battle God sect exhibited utter disdain, choosing not to send any representatives. Xiang Wentian had long since marked such a sect for annihilation. As Xiang Wentian, imbued with boundless demonic energy, approached the entrance of the Great Yamato Battle God sect, he unexpectedly beheld a familiar figure before the mountain gate. Peering into the distance, he discerned that it was none other than Meichuan Naiku. At that moment, Meichuan Naiku, upon observing the surging clouds of demonic energy ahead, was filled with alarm and hastened to report to the sect. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage soared into the sky, locking eyes with Xiang Wentian. The elder, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Who dares to disturb the Great Yamato Battle God sect? Do you seek death?" Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and remarked, "What audacity you possess to label me as a monster. Pray tell, what manner of being are you?" The elder scoffed in response, declaring, "I am the esteemed leader of the Great Yi Dojan Divine Sect, Meichuan Quden." Meichuan Quden? What connection do you have with Meichuan Naiku? Xiang Wentian inquired. That would be the 9,992nd descendant of mine, Meichuan Quden retorted with disdain. Truly prolific, rivaling even swine. Since you all resemble swine, I shall slaughter you and return to the Martial Soul Hall to prepare a feast of pork, Xiang Wentian admonished fiercely. Bakiaro, how dare you insult me as a pig? You seek death. Meichuan Quden bellowed, charging towards Xiang Wentian. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed a formidable aura that sent Meichuan Quden flying backward, propelling him over 100 meters before he could regain his footing. In a state of shock, Meichuan Quden exclaimed, "A divine emperor's might." Xiang Wentian let out a cold laugh and declared, "Now that you understand, it is too late. Prepare to meet your demise." "Who exactly are you?" "My Dawei Dojanshin sect has no enmity with you, neither in the past nor in recent days." "Why do you seek to kill me?" questioned Meichuan Kuda. "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Not long ago, I dispatched envoys to invite your Dawei Dojanshin sect to a banquet at the Spirit Hall. Yet, you have shown me disrespect. The only outcome for such insolence is death. I was occupied with sect affairs recently and could not spare my attention," he continued. Before Meichuan Kuda could finish his words, Xiang Wentian interrupted. "Silence. You presume to dismiss my strength with excuses, thinking me a fool? Prepare to die. You dare threaten my Dawei Dojanshin sect? My elder brother is the guardian of the Nether Blood Sea. Should you harm me, he will not let you escape unscathed. What is this Nether Blood Sea? The very name suggests it is no righteous sect. For each one that comes, I shall slay one. Die." With that, he unleashed the thousand-handed divine fist. In an instant, Xiang Wentian unleashed the thousand-handed divine fist, with countless massive shadows of fist raining down upon Meichuan Kadong. Boom, boom, boom. Meichuan Kadong was mercilessly obliterated into a mist of blood by the barrage of fists. Ding. The host has eliminated the esteemed leader of the Yi Dojanshin sect, Meichuan Kadong, earning 129,000 points. Below, Meichuan Naiku, witnessing the overwhelming might of Xiang Wentian, murmured to himself, "How terrifyingly rapid is Xiang Wentian's rate of growth. If only the schemes of yesteryears had succeeded, perhaps we would not witness the rise of Xiang Wentian today. Xiang Wentian, you dare to slay my great-grandfather? Just you wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes a decade." With that, Meichuan Naiku swiftly vanished into the distance. Chapter 224, The Thousand-Handed Divine Fist. After resolving the matter with the Meichuan Library, Xiang Wentian looked down and observed that not many disciples of the Yi Dojan God sect were fleeing. The majority of the disciples, instead, were screaming as they launched themselves into the air, engaging in a desperate, suicidal assault against Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, declaring, "Ignorant creatures. Mere ants unworthy of the divine realm, dare to attack me? It's akin to seeking death by lighting a lantern in a latrine." However, the disciples of the Great Wa Dojan Divine Sect were vastly inferior in cultivation to Xiang Wentian, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm before they could even reach him. They were engulfed by the blood mist of Xiang Wentian's thousand-handed divine fist. From a distance, one could observe countless colossal shadows of fists flickering around Xiang Wentian. As swathes of disciples from the Great Wa Dojan Divine Sect burst into spectacular explosions, akin to fireworks, surrounding him, they rushed forward one after another, like moths drawn to a flame, hastening their own demise. Ding. The host has eliminated 68 disciples of the Great Hua Dozhan Divine Sect, earning 680,000 points. The host has eliminated 88 disciples of the Great Hua Dozhan Divine Sect, earning 880,000 points. The host has eliminated 99 disciples of the Great Hua Dozhan Divine Sect, earning 990,000 points. Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. What bliss! There is no need for me to pursue you. You, like reckless warriors, have chosen your own demise. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. With a flicker of intent, the God Emperor's soul ring activated, unleashing the first soul skill, Violent Hurricane Slash. In an instant, Xiang Wentian, embodying his fearsome demon angel form, wielded the colossal divine sword, executing a series of sweeping arcs in the air. Gradually, from the ground, thousands of wind dragons emerged, swirling around him with increasing velocity, coalescing into an immense tempest. The hurricane expanded, rising higher and higher, ultimately transforming into a colossal storm towering 1,000,000 feet high. From a distance, the scene was apocalyptic. The sky was choked with yellow sand, fierce winds howled, and the tempest gathered dark clouds, casting the heavens into a somber hue of black and yellow. The earth dimmed as every landscape shifted color, trembling as if the end of the world had arrived. The yellow dust thickened in the air, seemingly poised to merge with the horizon. The raging winds swept across the land, obliterating the magnificent palaces of the Douluo Continent sect, scattering them to the winds. Towering ancient trees and vividly colored gardens were swept into the tempest, becoming part of the swirling maelstrom. Withered grass and fallen leaves, bricks and stones soared through the air, enveloped in a haze of yellow dust, rendering the distinction between sky and earth nearly impossible. Countless disciples of the Douluo Continent sect were swept into the skies like leaves in the wind, reduced to mere fragments. Ding. The host has slain 158 disciples of the Douluo Continent sect, earning 580,000 points. The host has slain 288 disciples of the Douluo Continent sect, earning 880,000 points. The host has slain 888 disciples of the Douluo Continent sect, earning 880,000 points. Devour. In an instant, the demonic aura of Xiang Wentian surged, an endless tide of dark energy pouring forth as the 1,000,000-foot hurricane transformed into an abyss of blackness. Simultaneously, the blood mist within the hurricane thickened, mingling with dismembered limbs and shriveled remains, gradually morphing into lifeless husks, which, as the tempest subsided, turned to dust. Ding. Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Devour skill to harness Violent Hurricane Slash, gaining 10,000 divine power points. Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Devour skill to harness Violent Hurricane Slash, gaining 20,000 divine power points. Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Devour skill to harness Violent Hurricane Slash, gaining 60,000 divine power points. At this moment, Xiang Wentian sensed several auras of Douluo Continent sect disciples fleeing rapidly towards the east. Xiang Wentian let out a cold laugh and said, "Where do you think you're running to? It won't be so easy. Everyone shall remain here." Xiang Wentian transformed back into his true form as the formidable demon angel and swiftly pursued the fleeing disciples of the Douluo Continent divine sect. With his remarkable speed, he soon caught up with several dozen desperate escapees. Upon noticing the approaching figure of Xiang Wentian in his demonic angelic guise, Meituan Naiku was immediately struck with terror, his soul seemingly fleeing as he exerted every ounce of strength to advance further. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind and hastily turned to glance back. His pupils contracted in alarm as he beheld a golden, divine palm descending upon them. With wide eyes, filled with disbelief, Meituan Naiku exclaimed, "Incredible!" Boom. The last remnants of the Douluo Continent divine sect were utterly annihilated by Xiang Wentian. Ding. The host has vanquished 48 disciples of the Douluo Continent divine sect, earning 48,000 points. Devour. Ding. The host has utilized the Devour skill, acquiring 4,800 points of divine power. As Xiang Wentian turned around, he beheld the desolation of the Douluo Continent sect. The very foundation had been swept away by the tempest, and the treasure vault had long since vanished without a trace, even if its whereabouts were known. Under such overwhelming destructive force, the treasures within would have been rendered to naught. Having dealt with this sect, he murmured to himself as he proceeded towards the next one. Chapter 225, The sacred Demon Mountain range, following the carpet-like massacre orchestrated by the martial Soul Hall, the attention of other sects was finally drawn. Numerous mid-tier sects, seeking self-preservation, hastily relocated to a colossal mountain range located 8,000 miles east of the martial Soul Hall, known as the Sacred Demon Mountain. Within the Sacred Demon Mountain, there existed a sect named the Sacred Demon Sect, whose overall strength surpassed that of the martial Soul Hall by several multiples. However, their peak combat prowess did not match that of the martial Soul Hall. Otherwise, it would not have been the martial Soul Hall sweeping the landscape, but rather the Sacred Demon Sect. As Xiang Wentian journeyed forward, he discovered countless sects abandoned, their halls empty and devoid of any trace of their former presence. Xiang Wentian felt a deep sense of bewilderment, pondering where all the members of the sect had vanished to. Could it be that they were frightened off upon learning of my intent to annihilate their clan? Xiang Wentian soared eastward when, suddenly, a colossal mountain range loomed before him. Upon its heights, a throng of people surged, numbering no less than tens of thousands. Densely packed as they made their way towards a magnificent and resplendent edifice that crowned the summit. Xiang Wentian, filled with perplexity, murmured to himself, "What sect is this that boasts such a multitude of people? It would be wise to first adorn myself and then descend to investigate further." Xiang Wentian removed the Pope's robes and donned a magnificent suit of golden armor, his face obscured beneath a resplendent golden helmet. He soared downward, gradually merging into the throngs of people streaming into the mountains. Beside him stood an unremarkable young man, clad in elegant white attire. Upon noticing the armored figure materialized beside him, the youth inquired, "Good sir, from whence do you hail? Have you also come to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall?" Xiang Wentian, taken aback by the face beneath the helmet, inquired, "Have you all gathered here to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall?" "Indeed," the youth responded with indignation. "The fiends of the Spirit Hall aspire to dominate the realm, and when we dissent, they resort to slaughtering our sects and annihilating our clans. We have no choice but to seek refuge in the Sacred Demon Sect." "Oh, is the strength of the Sacred Demon Sect truly superior to that of the Spirit Hall?" Xiang Wentian asked once more. "The overall power of the Sacred Demon Sect far surpasses that of the Spirit Hall," the youth explained, "yet at the pinnacle of strength, we cannot compete with the Spirit Hall. Within 1,000 miles, the most formidable individual is none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian himself. This man is notoriously ruthless. It is said that he consumes human flesh when hungry and drinks human blood when thirsty, instilling unparalleled terror." The youth's voice trembled as he recounted this. Xiang Wentian was rendered speechless and inquired, "Have you ever witnessed the Pope of the Spirit Hall consuming human flesh and drinking blood?" "Naturally," the youth boasted, "just yesterday, I engaged in a fierce battle with the Pope of the Spirit Hall for 300 rounds before ultimately being defeated and finding my way here." "You fought the Pope of the Spirit Hall for 300 rounds. May I inquire about your cultivation level?" Let us set aside that discussion for now. We should first enter the Holy Demon Sect." Xiang Wentian observed the throng of people ascending the mountain, their whispers intertwining in hushed tones. Some spoke of the Spirit Hall as a malevolent force, while others boasted of their encounters with the Hall's Pope, recounting the numerous rounds they had fought. There were even claims that the Pope had not been a worthy adversary, having suffered grievous injuries due to cunning schemes, which compelled him to flee to this very place. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon these exceedingly hypocritical individuals, he shook his head in disbelief. As time progressed, he merged with the throng and entered the Sacred Demon Sect. Within this realm, he beheld a diverse assembly of individuals, each adorned in distinct attire, some with short hair and long beards, others with long hair and short beards. Some masked by black veils, while others were shrouded in white silk, and there were even sects composed entirely of women, a bewildering sight beyond count. At that moment, Xiang Wentian's attention was drawn to an elderly figure with hair as white as a crane, yet possessing the visage of youth, exuding an ethereal aura. Clad in flowing white garments, standing poised in the void, this individual addressed the multitude of tens of thousands gathered below. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within a radius of several dozen miles, infused with divine power. The elder in white proclaimed, "I am Nangong Haoyue, the lord of the Sacred Demon Sect. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar to seek refuge in our sect, I extend to you my warmest welcome. However, the martial Spirit Hall has become a scourge within 1,000 miles. It is the duty of us cultivators to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. I propose that tomorrow we jointly march forth to confront the martial Spirit Hall and eliminate its Pope, Xiang Wentian. We cannot remain passive, otherwise, it is our lives that will be forfeit, What are your thoughts, esteemed guests? Let it be as the Lord Nangong decrees, came the fervent response. Whatever you suggest. We shall comply, as long as we can extinguish the martial spirit hall and vanquish Xiang Wentian. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of agreement and chaos. Nangong Haoyue raised his hand to silence them, and instantly, the assembly fell into a hushed stillness. He continued, For today, you shall set up camp on sacred Demon Mountain. At the break of dawn tomorrow, we shall depart to annihilate the martial spirit hall. And any riches we acquire will be shared equally among us. Our sacred demon sect shall claim no portion. With a cold snort in his heart, Xiang Wentian thought to himself, to aspire to be the sovereign within 1,000 miles, yet speak so grandiloquently, as the saying goes. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Once I extinguish your sacred demon sect, I wonder who would dare to oppose my spirit hall. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xiang Wentian altered his tone and addressed Nangong Haoyue in the sky. As far as I understand, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian, is not only the strongest among the human rankings but also the unrivaled force within 1,000 miles. Who could possibly contend with him? Surely, one cannot expect to sacrifice lives recklessly. How many lives would it take to wear down such a formidable being? Due to Nangong Haoyue's imposing presence, none below dared to voice this query. After Xiang Wentian posed his question, the crowd below engaged in hushed whispers, shaking their heads in dismay. Nangong Haoyue inquired, Might I ask from which sect or lineage does this person clad in golden armor hail? With a smile, he addressed Xiang Wentian, saying, I am the leader of the Sunlit sect, and I show no mercy. The Sunlit sect? Nangong Haoyue murmured, inquiring, Why have I never heard of such a sect within 1,000 miles? Xiang Wentian remarked, It is only natural for the esteemed Nangong sect leader to be unaware of our humble sect, the Dayan sect. Nangong Haoyue's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura surged towards Xiang Wentian, though this mere pressure was hardly sufficient to ruffle his composure. Xiang Wentian feigned an inability to withstand it and suddenly sank to the ground. Observing Xiang Wentian's submission to his force, Nangong Haoyue chuckled, Pray tell, young fellow, do you truly believe that my prowess could vanquish the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall? Laughter echoed around them. Xiang Wentian slowly rose to his feet and remarked, Not even close. Nangong Haoyue was utterly astonished. How could an obscure individual stand up against her formidable presence? It seemed impossible. The onlookers around them gazed at Xiang Wentian in disbelief. Xiang Wentian slowly removed his helmet and declared, I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Ha ha. A young man beside him laughed heartily and remarked, Xiang Wentian stands 8 feet tall and is as robust as he is towering. How could someone as frail as you possibly be Xiang Wentian? I kindly suggest that before you boast, you draft a proper outline. An elder standing before Xiang Wentian, upon recognizing him, exclaimed in terror, Xiang Wentian. It is truly him. I have seen him during the contention for the rankings. Xiang Wentian soared into the air, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaimed, Those who comply shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. Today, if you pledge your allegiance to the Spirit Hall, you shall live. However, the sacred demon sect must be eradicated. Chapter 226. Total annihilation. At that moment, 9 venerable elders clad in white emerged from below, encircling Xiang Wentian within their ranks. Xiang Wentian did not depart from the 8 venerable elders. In her eyes, Nangong Haoyue stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. While among the 8 elders, 3 were of the Divine Emperor realm, and the remaining 5 were beneath that esteemed rank. Xiang Wentian addressed the multitude below. This is your final opportunity. Will you join the Spirit Hall? Nangong Haoyue retorted, We, the righteous, would never ally ourselves with a fiend such as you. Fellow comrades, remember that Xiang Wentian is but a solitary man. Let us unite and vanquish him here. Without Xiang Wentian, the Spirit Hall is merely a collection of insignificant beings, easily extinguished. Any wealth we acquire shall remain untouched by the holy demon sect. Initially, fear gripped the hearts of the tens of thousands, but upon witnessing Xiang Wentian encircled by 9 formidable champions of the holy demon sect, they breathed a sigh of relief. In their minds, they pondered, no matter how powerful Xiang Wentian may be, can he truly triumph against such a multitude? When the elder proclaimed once more that the destruction of the Spirit Hall would yield no spoils, the crowd began to waver. In an instant, hundreds of formidable beings, ranging from god level to divine king, ascended into the air, surrounding Xiang Wentian with unwavering resolve. Xiang Wentian spoke coldly, I have granted you an opportunity, yet you fail to cherish it. It appears we are not kindred spirits, thus, you shall meet your demise. Nangong Haoyue snorted disdainfully and declared, as righteous individuals, How can we consort with a fiend like you? Today, surrounded by so many formidable warriors, Xiang Wentian, your fate is sealed. Everyone, unite and strike him down. Kill. Xiang Wentian bellowed. To death with you all. The 12th stance of the Buddha's palm. The Buddha kingdom within the palm. A luminous golden sphere of light swiftly expanded, instantaneously enveloping a radius of 100 miles. An outburst of terror echoed forth. Why can the power of heaven and earth not be wielded by us? It feels as though the forces of nature are suppressing us. What is happening? The power of the laws and the spiritual essence of the world are both inaccessible to me. A grim expression suddenly appeared on Nangong Haoyue's face as he remarked, Xiang Wentian, your scheme is indeed ruthless. You intend to annihilate us with your supreme divine abilities at the very location we gather. However, do not rejoice too soon. If you seek to devour so many of us in one bite, you must beware of shattering your own teeth. Xiang Wentian laughed heartily and said, We are alike. Have you not been plotting against my spirit hall as well? It is not for you to decide whether you can devour us whole. That authority lies with me. Nangong Wentian, gritting his teeth in fury, declared, Even if I perish, I shall ensure that you accompany me as a scapegoat. With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian glanced at him, testing his capabilities. Nangong Haoyue bellowed, Fellow practitioners, attack. Xiang Wentian observed countless individuals rushing towards him and scoffed, With mere ants like you. Seeking your own demise. The true form of the demon angel manifested, the essence of the heavens unveiled, unleashing a barrage of overwhelming power. In an instant, Xiang Wentian transformed into the magnificent form of a 100-foot-tall demonic angel, his essence embodying that of a celestial dragon. With a subtle lift of his dragon claws, he unleashed a swirling vortex of 9-colored sword energies, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, radiating outward in a dense barrage. Wherever the resplendent sword energies passed, adversaries fell like wheat before the scythe. Ding! The host has slain 92 cultivators, earning 920,000 points. The host has slain 108 cultivators, earning 1,080,000 points. The host has slain 188 cultivators, earning 1,880,000 points. The 8 elders of the holy demon sect were pierced through the chest by Xiang Wentian's 9-colored sword energies, meeting their demise on the spot. Nangong Haoyue, struck by the sword energies in the abdomen, coughed up blood, his face contorted with malice as he bellowed, Xiang Wentian, you have destroyed my holy demon sect. Let us perish together. With that, Nangong Haoyue lunged towards Xiang Wentian. With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, You wish to self-destruct? Do you believe I would grant you such an opportunity? The 1,000-handed divine fist unleashed itself, sending forth countless gigantic demonic fists in a circular formation, striking outward with tremendous force. Boom. In midair, Nangong Haoyue had yet to reach Xiang Wentian when one of the demonic fists obliterated him into a mist of blood. The other cultivators scarcely had a chance to charge forward before they were annihilated on the spot. Ding! The host has slain the holy demon sect's leader, Nangong Haoyue, earning 1,299,900 points. The host has vanquished 520 cultivators, earning 5,200,000 points. The host has defeated 630 cultivators, earning 6,300,000 points. The host has eradicated 860 cultivators, earning 8,600,000 points. Witnessing Xiang Wentian's ferocity, the onlookers were paralyzed with terror, fleeing in all directions. Yet, within the confines of the Buddhist kingdom, where could they escape? As they ran, the very fabric of reality seemed to contract, and they found themselves back at their original position. Realizing their futile attempts to flee, they began to wail and plead for mercy. The air was filled with their desperate cries, echoing across the heavens and the earth. Your Holiness, please cease your onslaught. We are willing to join the Spirit Hall. Grant us our lives. Your Holiness, our sect is ready to submit to the Spirit Hall. Please spare us. Your Holiness, have mercy. Xiang Wentian gazed upon the gathered souls, his voice booming with wrath. Those who sway like reeds in the wind. The Spirit Hall has no need for your kind of ineptitude. Perish. With a swift motion, he unleashed the 11th form of the Buddha's palm, annihilation of demons. The realm of the Buddha within his palm contracted rapidly, and a magnificent, boundless golden light imprint materialized in the void of that sacred domain, descending with increasing velocity. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding explosion heralded the end of all. With a cataclysmic roar, flesh and blood were scattered, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood emerged. Rivers of crimson flowed. Devour. An unending tide of demonic energy surged forth from Xiang Wentian's true demonic angelic form, enveloping the entire realm of the Buddha within his palm. Instantly, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood withered into desolation. Ding. The host utilized the Devour skill, acquiring 5,000 divine power points. Ding. The host utilized the Devour skill, acquiring 50,000 divine power points. Ding. The host utilized the Devour skill, acquiring 500,000 divine power points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current divine power level is 137. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current divine power level is 138. Xiang Wentian retrieved the Buddhist realm from his palm and exhaled deeply, stating, "In this world where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon, if you do not slay others, you shall be slain. To protect your loved ones and friends, one must strive to grow stronger. To attain a power so formidable that it cannot be shaken by anyone. Perhaps this is the ultimate destination for me, Xiang Wentian." Upon reviewing the system panel, the details are as follows. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul, Demon Angel Divine Power, Level 138, 86668889000000. Soul Rings, Prismatic, Duration: 166,666,666 years. 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 Rainbow, Duration: 166,666,666 years. Prismatic, Duration: 166,666,666 years. Prismatic, Duration: 166,666,666 years. Prismatic, Duration: 166,666,666 years. Soul Skills: 1. First Soul Skill, Space Lock, Time Stasis. 2. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory, Demon Frenzy. 3. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment, Demon Sky Slash. 4. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. 5. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash, Demon S-Kiss. 6. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Stupa, Angelic Meteor Fall. 7. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of the Martial Soul, True Form of the Demon. 8. Eighth Soul Skill, Annihilation Strike, Extinction of All. 9. Ninth Soul Skill, Power Breaking 9 Heavens, Primal Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill, Giant Divine Sword, Unlimited Use. God King Soul Skill, Heaven Cutting Slash, Time S Relentless Passage. God Emperor Soul Skill, Shrouding Heaven and Blocking Sun, Eye of World Annihilation. God Monarch Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Celestial Extreme Drill. Soul Bones, Demon Angels Warlord Skull. Demon Angels Warlord Spine. Demon Angels Warlord Left Arm. Demon Angels Warlord Right Leg. Demon Angels Warlord Left Leg. Break Army Demon S Defense Ignoring Right Arm Soulbone Skills. Warlord Possession, Fusion Skill of Demon Angels Warlord Soulbone. Defense Ignoring. Break Army Strike, Skill attached to Break Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skills, Buddha's Palm, Heavenly Punishment 9 Forms, Prismatic Sky Piercing Finger. True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Points: 266,666,8888. Cultivation Method, True Sutra of Celestial Demise, Overlord Body of the Heavens. Ability: Devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 227, Azure Lotus in the Sky. Xiang Wentian retracted his supernatural abilities, returning to a normal state as he slowly descended to the ground. Observing the vast expanse of desiccated corpses and congealed blood, he shook his head and remarked, A wrong choice must bear its rightful cost. Let us cleanse the battlefield. Xiang Wentian skillfully entwined countless corpses with immense magical power, reducing them to dust and ash. Subsequently, a multitude of spatial storage devices, rings, bracelets, and necklaces tumbled onto the ground. The clattering sound of a vast array of these items suggested they could easily fill an entire room. Without hesitation, he collected these spatial storage devices into his own ring. Xiang Wentian gazed upon the architecture of the holy demon sect, remaining silent for an extended period, as he had ensnared everyone within the Buddha's realm. The fierce battle had not affected the holy demon sect, leaving its structures largely unscathed. As Xiang Wentian ventured into the sacred demon sect, he began his search for the location of its treasure vault. The halls of the sacred demon sect were resplendently adorned, with floors crafted from exquisite white jade that radiated a gentle, warm glow. In the distance, a veil of mist enveloped the indistinct palace, while the eaves, intricately carved from sandalwood, depicted phoenixes poised to take flight. The floating windows, sculpted from azure tiles, were framed by walls piled high with precious stones. At the end of a straight path lay a grand plaza, gradually descending along jade steps. In the center stood an enormous altar, crowned by a pillar intricately engraved with lifelike dragon motifs, standing in stark contrast to the phoenix above the palace. Within the sleeping quarters, the beams were crafted from cloud-topped sandalwood, crystal jade discs served as lamps, and curtains of pearls adorned the space. The column bases were made of fine gold, while a 6-foot-wide sandalwood bed was draped with a gossamer canopy of shimmering silk, embroidered with silver-threaded begonia flowers. As the wind stirred, the silks fluttered, reminiscent of a fantastical realm amidst the clouds. The bed featured a jade pillow infused with fragrance, layered with soft silk and delicate brocade, and stacked with jade belts and fine blankets. Suspended from the ceiling of the chamber was a colossal moon pearl, gleaming with brilliance, casting a silvery sheen over the white jade beneath. It was inlaid with golden beads and carved into a lotus shape, blooming into 5 petals, each vibrant and exquisitely defined, even the stamens discernible. Stepping barefoot upon this surface felt like treading upon warm jade, as if each step birthed a jade lotus beneath him. Such exquisite craftsmanship was a sight Xiang Wentian had never encountered before. Yet, amidst this opulent splendor, an overwhelming silence prevailed, the heavy scent of blood creating a stark contrast to the lavish grandeur of the palace. As Xiang Wentian gazed into the distance, a resplendent white pagoda emerged before his eyes. Ascending into the skies, he surveyed the entirety of the sacred demon sect, discovering that the immaculate white pagoda was situated at the very heart of the sect. Stepping forward, Xiang Wentian traversed the distance in an instant, arriving beneath the magnificent pagoda. At this moment, he beheld the pristine white structure, entirely sculpted from pure white jade, devoid of any imperfections, exuding an aura of unparalleled perfection. It is evident to Xiang Wentian that this magnificent pagoda is hewn from a single block of exquisite white jade, a testament to the unparalleled craftsmanship of its creator. The pagoda consists of 9 tiers, a number revered by the ancients as the ultimate numeral, derived from the interplay of the 6 lines of the I Ching, which states, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Furthermore, the concept of the Taiji gives rise to the 2 opposites, which in turn generate the 4 manifestations, leading to the 8 trigrams, evolving into the 64 hexagrams, and thus perpetually transforming in an endless cycle. Each tier of the 9-tiered pagoda features 2 windows and a door, symbolizing the fixed number of celestial eyes. On the plaque of the first tier, 3 resplendent golden characters gleam with brilliance, declaring Treasured Pavilion. With a forceful push, Xiang Wentian burst through the ornate entrance. It won't budge. Then let us resort to a show of strength. Boom. The tower door, sculpted from pristine white jade, shattered into fragments under Xiang Wentian's assault. Brushing off the scattered dust, he stepped into the treasure pavilion, where rows of books greeted his gaze. He casually pulled a few volumes from the shelves and glanced through them. Hell Demon Body Training Technique, Low-Level Technique, Ocean's Calm Decision, Low-Level Technique. 9 Nether Dark Sea Force, Mid-Level Technique. Rubbish. Merely a collection of mediocre techniques, not a single advanced one in sight, let alone a divine-level technique. Sigh. He exhaled deeply. Better than nothing, I suppose. It might serve a purpose when one finds themselves without paper in the restroom, he muttered disdainfully. Ascending to the 2nd level, he was met once more by neatly arranged bookshelves, this time mostly filled with mid-level martial techniques, with a smattering of advanced techniques. Upon reaching the third level, he discovered several divine-grade techniques, yet they still fell short of his needs. What he truly sought were sacred-grade techniques. The 4th to 6th levels were filled with weapons and armor, which held little significance for Xiang Wentian. Habitually, he stored them within his spatial ring. Though he could not utilize them, they could still be of use to the members of the martial soul hall. The 7th level was marked as containing herbs. Upon entering, Xiang Wentian beheld a multitude of jade boxes meticulously arranged on the shelves. He opened them one by one and discovered several divine-grade herbs, alongside a single sacred-grade herb. The jade box containing the sacred herb was circular. As he opened it, a dense cloud of demonic energy surged forth, intertwined with a hint of demonic flame, capable of refining both soul and body. Hastily, Xiang Wentian closed the box and delved into his system space. System, please scan this for me. What is it? Ding. Scanning in progress. At that moment, a blue light curtain gradually materialized in Xiang Wentian's mind, revealing a peculiar black lotus. Ding. Scanning complete. Name, Abyssal Black Lotus. Origin, a black lotus that grows in the abyss, having absorbed the essence of demonic energy for millennia, maturing over a span of 1 million years. Consuming it can refine the body, elevate demonic energy, and enhance one's spiritual awareness. A splendid find. I shall consume it upon my return, Xiang Wentian exclaimed with delight. The 8th level housed medicinal pills, the highest being only divine grade, offering nothing of particular interest to Xiang Wentian. After collecting the pills, he ascended directly to the 9th level. As Xiang Wentian gently pushed open the grand door of the 9th level, the sight that unfolded before his eyes left him utterly astonished. There, in the vast expanse of the 9th tier, loomed a gigantic azure lotus, its vibrant hue filling the entire space. The lotus, resplendent and lifelike, swayed gently with its 36 azure petals. Atop this magnificent blossom sat a man, seemingly in his 30s, who regarded Xiang Wentian with an intense gaze. The man was strikingly handsome, his features chiseled as if sculpted from marble, with a remarkably defined visage, though his appearance exuded an air of solemnity, reminiscent of a sage. The glimmer of wisdom in his eyes commanded respect and caution. His thick, raven-black hair framed his face, and he bore 3 eyes, one central, vertical eye radiating a faint, chaotic light, while his left eye sparkled with golden brilliance and his right eye shimmered with a purplish hue. His attire consisted of an azure robe, elegantly draped, complemented by a golden kasaya that rested upon his shoulders. In his left hand, he wielded a radiant taiji sword that glimmered with a chilling light, while his right hand grasped a golden staff, the 9-zen scepter, which seemed to pulsate with luminescence. Suddenly, the man spoke with gravity. Xiang Wentian, our fates are intertwined. When chaos befalls the universe and the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, I shall meet you. With those words, he vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. It was only then that Xiang Wentian noticed a purple-gold tome floating within the confines of the 9th level. A mysterious presence left in the wake of the man's departure. As I approached Xiang Wentian, I picked up the violet golden tome and beheld the words, "The Celestial Immortal of the Azure Lotus" by Li Guang. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sacred grade advanced martial technique, the Celestial Immortal of the Azure Lotus. Would you like to learn it? After a moment of hesitation, Xiang Wentian ultimately chose to pursue his studies. Ding. Study successful. Xiang Wentian pondered within his heart. Who is this person? Why bestow upon me such a precious martial skill? What could the terms chaos, destruction, and yin-yang turmoil possibly signify? As Xiang Wentian pondered deeply, he found himself unable to grasp the thoughts swirling in his mind. With a sigh, he murmured to himself, if it eludes my understanding, then I shall cease to ponder it and return to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 228. The Sacred Realm. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian observed that everyone had already gathered. Lin Fan, upon seeing Xiang Wentian's return, expressed his lack of enthusiasm, saying, Xiang Wentian, what mission did you assign me? I have just eradicated 2 sects, and the remnants of other sects have vanished without a trace. Ru Meng, with a radiant smile illuminating her face, exclaimed, Brother, we have just dismantled a sect, and when we set out for the next, we discovered that the other sects had fled. Qian Douluo, in a contemplative mood, remarked, I find myself in a similar predicament. Numerous sects have vacated their premises. Xiang Wentian smiled faintly, exuding an air of complete mastery over the situation, and said, all these sects have been eradicated by me. They have fled to the sacred demon sect, and I have conveniently gathered them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fan remarked. Does that not mean you have struck it rich? Indeed, Xiang Wentian replied, as he poured out a multitude of spatial rings from his storage soul guide. The sight of so many spatial rings left the onlookers utterly astonished. Xiang Wentian addressed Qian Douluo, saying, Great Elder, please allocate these resources evenly according to the merit of each individual. As you command, Your Holiness, Qian Douluo replied respectfully. Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd, saying, If you desire anything, seek the Grand Elder. I shall now enter seclusion. Xiang Wentian entrusted the mess of resource allocation to Qian Douluo, and then retreated into seclusion for cultivation. After Xiang Wentian departed, the crowd exchanged glances. Qian Douluo, with a benevolent smile, declared, Allow me to distribute these resources among you. Yet, before he could collect the vast array of spatial rings on the ground, Lin Fan shouted, Seize them. Instantly, the crowd lunged forward like ravenous wolves, swiftly snatching every last spatial ring. Qian Douluo found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, imploring, Could you at least leave one spatial ring for me? However, the crowd disregarded his plea and dispersed, retreating to their seclusion with their newfound treasures. Ma Hongjun, clutching a multitude of spatial rings, grumbled, That insufferable Lin Fan managed to pilfer even more than I did. Zhu Qing, cradling a handful of spatial rings, turned to Dai Mubai and remarked, Mubai, we must retreat to cultivate. Wentian has left us far behind. If we do not hasten to catch up, we shall become a burden. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, replying, Our cultivation resources are exceedingly ample, and with several 10,000-year soul rings crafted by Wentian still within our soul-guiding devices, we shall not emerge until we have ascended several significant realms. You speak wisely, Tang San. Let us also retreat for cultivation, spoke Xiao Wu. Tang San nodded and followed Xiao Wu back to their quarters. Oscar, looking despondent, lamented, What shall we do, Rong? As Zhang Zhu and I did not manage to secure any spatial rings? Ru Ming smiled and replied, Do not fret, Oscar. I possess ample cultivation resources. The resources within these rings are sufficient for your trio's cultivation for 3 years. Oscar, Zhang Zhu, and Ning Rongrong gratefully accepted the spatial rings, exclaiming, Thank you. Ru Ming nodded and encouraged, Let us all retreat for cultivation. The group unanimously agreed. Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng exchanged knowing smiles and said, We too shall retreat for cultivation. The vast array of cultivation resources brought back by Xiang Wentian has plunged the spirit hall into a fervent frenzy of seclusion. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiang Wentian seated himself cross-legged upon his bed. He retrieved the abyssal black lotus from the soul guide device, took a hearty bite, and swallowed it whole. Channeling the celestial demon annihilation cannon, he diligently refined the abyssal black lotus. Indeed, the abyssal black lotus proved to be a divine medicinal herb. Even under the formidable technique of the celestial demon annihilation cannon, the process was remarkably sluggish. As time progressed, the abyssal black lotus was gradually refined, and Xiang Wentian felt his spiritual awareness enhancing and strengthening, undergoing profound tempering, while simultaneously, his foundational essence solidified continuously. Concurrently, a melodious notification resonated repeatedly, ding. Divine Power 10, 000. Divine Power 10, 000. Divine Power 10, 000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current Divine Power level is 139. As Xiang Wentian gazed at the Divine Power steadily increasing on the system panel, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, yet simultaneously experienced a peculiar discomfort. The discomfort intensified, causing him to gasp sharply. He addressed the system, saying, When undergoing the refinement process, could you possibly be a tad gentler? I fear the yolk may spill forth. Ding. The system replied, Refinement must be comprehensive. If any part is left unrefined, it could lead to dire consequences in battle, potentially resulting in a loss of lineage. Xiang Wentian gritted his teeth in pain and exclaimed, Very well. I shall endure, I shall endure, I shall endure. But I can no longer contain myself. Xiang Wentian felt a pain akin to tearing within his abdomen. He urged, System, could you expedite the process? I can hardly endure this any longer. Ding. Host. Upon reaching the Holy Realm, the physical and spiritual skill slots will automatically unlock. Strengthening your body and soul will no longer inflict such excruciating pain. Xiang Wentian, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, contorted his face in agony, exclaiming, System, why did you not inform me sooner? Had I known that I would ascend to the sacred realm before consuming the abyssal black lotus. He added, Well, you didn't ask either. Frustration enveloped him as he endured the excruciating pain while gazing at the system panel. His divine power rose gradually, each moment stretching into eternity. Ding. Divine power 10, 000. Divine power 10, 000. Divine power 10, 000. Time slipped away, and Xiang Wentian, now numb to the torment, finally awaited the melodious chime of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current divine power level is 140. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the sacred level. The system has automatically unlocked the soul skill panel. With the addition of the soul skill panel on the system interface, the searing pain vanished, and Xiang Wentian exhaled in relief. Upon advancing to the sacred level, he felt his entire divine power rapidly condensing into a more formidable force, a power now known as sacred power. Although the quantity of divine power diminished, its quality surged, and Xiang Wentian perceived that this sacred power was exponentially more potent than his previous divine power. Ding. Soul power is increasing. Enhancement in progress. Foundation consolidation in progress. Ding. Soul level ascended to the second layer of the sacred realm. Soul level ascended to the third layer of the sacred realm. Soul level ascended to the fourth layer of the sacred realm. Soul level ascended to the ninth layer of the sacred realm. Upon reaching the ninth layer of the sacred realm, Xiang Wentian sensed that his soul level seemed to have hit a certain bottleneck, unable to progress further. Ding. Realm elevated to the second layer of the sacred realm. Realm elevated to the third layer of the sacred realm. Realm elevated to the fourth layer of the sacred realm. Realm elevated to the ninth layer of the sacred realm. Xiang Wentian felt an extraordinary strength within himself, even without the aid of divine powers. He could effortlessly vanquish ordinary divine emperors. At long last, the abyssal black lotus had been refined. Slowly, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and said, "System, please select a suitable soul ring for me." Ding. The soul ring most appropriate for the host is the soul ring of the billion-year golden sacred dragon. Absorbing the soul ring will grant the soul skills Golden Dragon Sky Shatter and Sacred Dragon Sky Roar. Would the host like to spend 666 points to purchase it? Purchase. Upon reviewing the system panel, name, Xiang Wentian Martial Soul, Demon Angel Cultivation, Saint Level Soul, 9th layer of Saint Level Divine Power, 9th layer of Saint Level Saint Force, Level 140, 900. 010, 000, Soul Rings, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, rainbow, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, soul skills, first soul skill, spatial lockdown. Time stasis, second soul skill, angelic glory, demonic frenzy, third soul skill, angelic holy judgment, demonic heaven slayer, fourth soul skill, angelic divine light. Death ray, fifth soul skill, angelic flame slash, demon's kiss, sixth soul skill, angelic pagoda, angelic meteor shower, seventh soul skill, martial soul true form. Demonic true form, 8th soul skill, annihilation strike, obliteration of all, 9th soul skill, power shattering the heavens, primal resonance god level soul skill, giant case sword, infinite usage, divine king soul technique, sky splitting slash, eternal rush, divine emperor soul technique, sun-obscuring shield, eye of world annihilation, divine sovereign soul technique, violent hurricane slash, celestial extreme drill, sacred level soul technique, golden dragon skybreaker, sacred dragon sky roar, soul bones, skull of the demon angel war god, backbone of the demon angel war god, left arm of the demon angel war god, right leg of the demon angel war god, left leg of the demon angel war god, right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking army demon, soul bone skill, war god embodiment, fusion skill of the demon angel war god soul bone, ignoring defense, breaking army strike, accompanying skill of the breaking army demon right arm bone, divine skills, Buddha's palm, heaven's punishment 9 styles, true form of the celestial dragon, sacred skills, 9-colored sky piercing finger, azure lotus in the sky, points, 2, 500, 002, 222. Cultivation method, true scripture of demon destruction, celestial titan body. Ability, devour, can consume enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 229, Dragon Lord and Snake Matron. As Xiang Wen refined the abyssal black lotus, he continued to extract various spiritual elixirs and celestial herbs, immersing himself in the depths of cultivation. Days turned into weeks, weeks into years, the seasons ebbed and flowed, a relentless cycle. Time became an abstract concept as Xiang Wen remained entrenched in his practice. Ding, congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your current sacred power level is 141. Ding, congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current sacred power level is 142. Ding, congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your current sacred power level is 143. Open the system panel to review your status. Name, Xiang Wen Martial Soul, Demon Envoy Cultivation Level, Sacred Soul, 9th layer of Sacred Physical Body, 9th layer of Sacred Power, Level 143 Soul Rings, 9 colored years, 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 rainbow colored years, 9 colored years, 9 colored years, 9 colored years, 9 colored years, soul abilities, first soul ability, space lock, time pause, second soul ability, grant glory, demon frenzy, third soul ability, divine judgment, demon slash, fourth soul ability, divine light, death ray, fifth soul ability, flame slash, kiss of the demon, sixth soul ability, floating tower, meteor fall, seventh soul ability, true form of martial soul, true form of demon, eighth soul ability, annihilation strike, extermination of all, ninth soul ability, power break 9, primal tremor, god level soul ability, divine sword of the great abyss, unlimited usage, divine king soul skill, earth cleaving, eternal rush, divine emperor soul skill, veil the sun, eye of annihilation, divine monarch soul skill, violent hurricane slash, earthly drill, saint level soul skills, golden dragon strike, sacred dragon roar, soul bones, skull of the war god of the demon master, backbone of the war god of the demon master, left arm of the war god of the demon master, right leg of the war god of the demon master, left leg of the war god of the demon master, right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking army demon, soul bone skill, war god manifestation, fusion skill of the soul bone of the war god of the demon master, defense ignoring, breaking army strike, accompanying skill of the right arm bone of the breaking army demon, divine skill, Buddha's palm, 9 punishments, true form of the dragon, sacred skill, 9 colored finger break, azure lotus spread, points, cultivation method, true scripture of demon annihilation, azure overlord body, ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Time passed unmeasured. And Xiang Wen felt the monotony of cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light bursting forth. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he declared, cultivation is too sluggish. It is far quicker to slay enemies and devour their essence. I shall venture out to battle. Xiang Wen concluded his meditation and rose to step out of the chamber. A blinding ray of sunlight momentarily disoriented him, prompting him to squint his eyes until he adjusted to the brightness. Hail! A figure clad in the attire of a guard hastened toward him, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of deference. Your Holiness, what commands do you have? How long have I been in seclusion? The guard replied respectfully. 3 years and 6 months. What? 3 years and 6 months? Xiang Wen exclaimed, astonished, his heart racing with disbelief. Truly, I have been immersed in the cultivation of the temporal realm for a millennium. Where is Elder Qiandalu? Xiang Wen inquired further. Your Holiness. Elder Qiandalu is currently in seclusion, the guard answered with utmost respect. For how long has Elder Qiandalu been in seclusion? Your Holiness. Elder Qiandalu has been in seclusion for the same duration as yourself, 3 years and 6 months. And what of the Shrek battle team? Your Holiness. The esteemed members of the Shrek battle team are also in seclusion. They share the same duration as you. Is it true that everyone is in seclusion? Does the Spirit Hall lack high-tier combat power to guard it? Xiang Wen asked, his irritation palpable. The guard, sensing Xiang Wen's rising anger, trembled slightly and responded, Your Holiness. Lord Lin Fan is currently safeguarding the Spirit Hall. With a gentle smile and a nod, he said, Very well, you may leave now. Your Holiness, during your seclusion. The entire Dragon and Serpent clan has joined the Spirit Hall. He is an old acquaintance of yours, and I, here, stand before you, trembling with trepidation. My voice dwindling to a mere whisper. It is of no consequence. I shall pardon your transgression. Do you share a profound connection with the Dragon and Serpent clan? Your Holiness, the Dragon Lord is my great-uncle. Xiang Wen nodded and said, I understand. Have the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron come to the Hall of the Pope to meet me? It has been many years since we last saw each other, and I wish to have a thorough conversation with both esteemed elders. As you command, Your Holiness, the attendant replied. Seeing that Xiang Wen did not hold him accountable, he felt a sense of relief and then withdrew. As Xiang Wen entered the papal chamber, he took his seat upon the imposing and splendid papal throne, exuding an aura of authority and power befitting one of high stature. Shortly thereafter, Long Gong and Shi Pe, accompanied by their granddaughter Meng Yiran, stepped into the sacred space to pay their respects to His Holiness the Pope. At that moment, Long Gong Mengshu did not hear Meng Yiran's greeting from behind and turned to see her standing in place, a mix of anxiety and excitement illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Xiang Wen. Mengshu softly urged, Yiran, do not delay in greeting His Holiness. It was only then that Meng Yiran snapped to attention, promptly bowing respectfully. Meng Yiran pays her respects to Your Holiness. Xiang Wen smiled gently, showing no concern, and said, There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. Attendants, please provide seats for these 3. At that moment, 3 guards brought forth 3 chairs and placed them to the right of the papal chamber, bowing respectfully to Xiang Wen before withdrawing. We are honored by Your Holiness's hospitality. The 3 expressed with reverence. Please, take a seat, Xiang Wen gestured. The 3 settled themselves. Xiang Wen inquired, May I ask, esteemed elders, what led you to join the Spirit Hall? Long Gong Mengshu sighed and replied, After the merging of realms, my family found themselves in an unfamiliar territory, nearly 10,000 miles from the Spirit Hall, surrounded by forces that eyed us with hostility. In desperation, to prevent our sect from becoming a pawn of external powers, I dispatched individuals to gather information. It was only after considerable effort that I learned the location of the sacred land of the Spirit. Thus, our entire family relocated to the Spirit Hall, not only to join its ranks but also to seek sanctuary. Xiang Wen nodded and said, The Spirit Hall is the sacred ground for soul masters, bearing the duty to protect all practitioners. Long Gong has relocated his entire family to the Spirit Hall, and I extend my warmest welcome. Indeed, Your Holiness, Mengshu replied with a smile. At that moment, Meng Yiran gently tugged at the arm of Grandma Shi Pe Xiang, whispering shyly, Grandma, please go. Grandma Shi Pe Xiang, who cherished her granddaughter above all, smiled kindly at the sight of her granddaughter's playful demeanor, gently patting the back of her hand and nodding in agreement. Rising to her feet, she walked to the center of the hall and respectfully bowed to Xiang Wen, saying, Your Holiness, I wonder if you still remember the betrothal arranged with my granddaughter years ago in the Stardow Forest. Xiang Wen, taken aback, inquired, Marriage? When did I ever get engaged to Iran? His Holiness the Pope, you truly have a forgetful nature. In the vast expanse of the starry forest, you and my granddaughter once dueled, and the wager was that if she lost, she would marry you. Your Holiness, you gave your word. Do you not recall? Upon hearing the words of the Serpent Matron, Xiang Wen suddenly remembered, smiling as he replied, Indeed, such an event transpired. However, at that time, I was still a minor, and it was merely a jest. Moreover, it was Oscar who suggested this arrangement. Thus, Your Holiness, with your esteemed promise, do you intend to renege on your vow? Iran has been infatuated with you, day and night pining for you. Can you not, considering her unwavering affection, fulfill this marriage? Listening to the serpent matron's words and seeing Meng Yiran's hopeful gaze, Xiang Wen's heart softened. He said, "You must understand, I have a prior engagement with Ru Ming. If I were to marry Yiran..." Before he could finish, Meng Yiran hurriedly interjected, "As long as I can marry you, I care not for anything else. Such a devoted woman is a rarity in this world." Xiang Wen, reflecting on this, declared, "After the upcoming summit, I shall marry both Ru Ming and Yiran. What say you, esteemed elders?" The Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The Serpent Matron replied, "Since your holiness has consented, I am at ease." The Dragon Lord Mingshu chuckled, saying, "Your holiness, Yiran has been diligently honing her culinary skills, and her dishes are simply delectable. Today, she wishes to personally prepare several dishes for you, and we hope you will grace us with your presence." "Certainly, I shall attend," Xiang Wen affirmed. Meng Yiran, upon hearing his affirmation, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Wen, I can prepare many dishes, such as steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, cured belly, dried meat, sausages, assorted platters, smoked chicken with white belly, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail, braised assorted meats, braised gosling, mountain chicken, rabbit meat, vegetable python, silverfish, and steamed toad, braised kidney slices, braised duck kidney, braised duck strips, cold mixed duck shreds, yellow heart pipes, braised white eel, braised yellow eel, fermented black bean catfish, pot roasted carp, pot roasted catfish, steamed soft-shelled turtle, stir-fried carp, stir-fried prawns, and soft-fried tenderloin and chicken." Xiang interrupted, saying, "All right, enough with the menu. I shall certainly come to dine today. By the way, prepare 2 jugs of fine wine for me." "Certainly, Brother Wen. I have brewed my own osmanthus wine, which is exquisitely fragrant and delightful. Do remember to come this evening." Xiang Wen smiled gently and said, "Very well, I shall certainly go." Upon seeing Xiang Wen smile at her, Meng Yiran felt an overwhelming joy blooming in her heart. She eagerly took hold of Long Gong and she posed hands, urging, "Grandfather, grandmother, let us hasten back to prepare the ingredients." Long Gong and Shepa both bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Holiness." Long Gong Mingshu took his leave, while Shepa bid farewell to Xiang. As Xiang Wen watched the 3 figures recede into the distance, he smiled and shook his head, remarking, "What is destined to be yours will inevitably find its way to you, regardless of the vicissitudes of life." Chapter 230. The Might of the Spirit Hall. In the evening, as the sunset painted the sky with vibrant hues, Xiang Wen arrived punctually for his appointment. Upon reaching the abode of the Dragon Soul Serpent Matriarch, he had yet to cross the threshold when he was greeted by the rich aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. Xiang Wen smiled gently to herself, murmuring, "It seems fortune favors me this evening." Before the palace gates, 2 Soul King guards, upon seeing Xiang Wen's approach, promptly bowed with utmost respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Your Holiness, the Pope. You may rise." "Thank you, Your Holiness." Within the palace, Long Gong Mingshu, upon hearing Xiang Wen's voice, swiftly opened the palace doors, greeting her with a warm smile. "Your Holiness, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, come in." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed Elder Long." Upon entering the grand hall, Xiang Wen was greeted by a lavish spread of delicacies that greatly stimulated his appetite. He inquired, "Elder Long, why are the venerable snake matriarch and Yiran not present?" Elder Long Mingshu replied with a gentle smile, "My humble wife and Yiran are currently preparing dishes in the kitchen and will arrive shortly. Your Holiness, please take a seat." Xiang Wen nodded and took his seat. At that moment, the voices of Shipu and Meng Yiran suddenly echoed from outside the hall. "Yiran, be careful. You'll burn yourself. Hurry, Grandma, help me out. You reckless girl, you're clumsy even when making soup." "Grandma, please don't scold me. I just couldn't hold it steady right after it came off the stove." Just then, Shipa entered, carrying a bowl of chicken soup that had spilled over. And upon seeing Xiang Wen already present, she placed the half-filled bowl on the dining table and respectfully said, "I greet Your Holiness." Xiang Wen stood up and smiled, saying, "Senior Snake Lady, there is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." At that moment, Meng Yiran arrived closely behind, holding a plate of skewered lamb. Upon seeing Xiang Wen, she felt a surge of excitement and, in her distraction, accidentally dropped the skewers, scattering them across the ground. Meng Yiran exclaimed, "The lamb skewers I grilled have all fallen. What am I to do now? Xiang asked. Very well. The table is already laden with dishes. If something falls, so be it. Please, take a seat and let us dine. The serpent lady nodded in agreement and gestured for the others to sit down. She then turned her head towards the door and called out, "Someone, please clean up the lamb skewers from the floor." She settled next to Xiang and personally poured wine into his cup, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she said, "Brother One, this is the fragrant brew I crafted myself. Do give it a taste." Xiang Wen smiled gently, raised his cup, and took a sip, a wave of fragrant, smooth wine enveloping his palate. He nodded appreciatively and remarked, "This is exquisite wine, truly deserving of its name, thousand-mile fragrance." Meng Yiran presented Xiang Wen with a piece of the roasted dragon meat from the exploding cloud dragon, saying, "Brother One, this is the dragon claw meat I personally grilled. Do give it a taste." Xiang Wen placed the exquisitely roasted yunlong claw meat into his mouth, savoring it slowly. A symphony of flavors, aromatic, sweet, sour, delightful, and spicy, danced upon his palate, resonating within his mind. The dish was remarkably delectable and possessed a delightful chewiness, truly enjoyable. With a nod of approval, Xiang Wen remarked, "This roasted yunlong claw meat is indeed splendid. It is not only flavorful but also has a wonderful texture, akin to indulging in crispy bones, quite delightful indeed." Subsequently, Meng Yiran presented another bottle of wine, filling Xiang Wen's glass, and said, "Brother Wen, this is my homemade osmanthus wine. To give it a taste." Xiang Wen once again lifted his wine cup, taking a delicate sip. A wave of fragrant and smooth flavors enveloped his palate. A delightful fusion of the wine's richness and the enchanting aroma of osmanthus blossoms. He marveled, this osmanthus wine surpasses Qianli Xiang. It not only possesses a deep, aromatic essence but also the captivating scent of osmanthus, truly a rare elixir in this world. Long Gong and Shipu observed Meng Yiran as she diligently poured wine and served dishes to Xiang Wen, resembling a devoted couple. They couldn't help but chuckle with delight. The gathering was filled with exquisite literature and fine cuisine, as they savored the delightful wines, basking in a harmonious evening. In the depths of the night, a slightly inebriated Xiang Wen exited the palace, returning to his chamber. As dawn broke, the sun rose, surrounded by colorful clouds. Streaks of purple mist ascended from the east. Suddenly, the purple clouds and mist rapidly converged, forming a luminous purple beam that shot forth like a laser cannon towards the southern sky. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled slightly beneath them, and a radiant portal appeared, shimmering in the southern expanse. At that moment, a voice, both imposing and ethereal, resonated. "The talents of the myriad realms gather beneath the Supreme and above the saints to partake in the Supreme path and achieve the divine status of the Supreme. Those who refuse to participate shall face elimination and obliteration. The cradle of the myriad realms cannot harbor the faint-hearted." All the powerful beings across the myriad realms simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing towards the radiant portal in the southern sky. As he inquired, he also opened his eyes and gazed towards the portal, murmuring to himself, "What is the path of supremacy? Is it the road to nurture the strong? What purpose does the cultivation of so many powerful beings serve?" Feeling momentarily perplexed, Xiang Wen decided to cease pondering and swiftly entered the papal hall, exclaiming, "Summon those in seclusion to convene in the papal hall." "Yes, Your Holiness." As the guard exited the hall, Lin Fan rushed in with great urgency, excitement radiating from him. "Xiang, we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us." "What opportunity?" Xiang Wen inquired, puzzled. "Have you not heard? The path of supremacy." Lin Fan replied. "Oh, do you understand the path of supremacy?" Xiang Wen asked. "Not entirely, but I am aware that it undoubtedly involves a contest among the mighty. Combat is the most effective means of cultivation for me, Lin Fan." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "You certainly relish battle. After all, you cannot die." "Indeed. Who could possibly kill me?" Lin Fan exclaimed dramatically. Xiang inquired, "I know who can kill you." "Who?" Lin Fan asked. "Dao," Xiang replied solemnly. Lin Fan was immediately rendered speechless. Dao is omnipotent, wielding control over the order of existence. Eliminating a mere cultivator is a trivial endeavor. At that moment, the Shrek team, along with the esteemed elders of the Elder Hall, entered the papal hall, respectfully bowing in unison. "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Your Holiness." The voice of Dao resonated earlier. "Have you all heard it? Is there anyone among you who has attained the Saint Realm?" Yi Fan rose and declared, "I have broken through to the Saint Realm, currently at the first level of the holy stage. Is there no one else? Have the rest of you failed to reach the Saint level?" Xiang inquired. Dai Mubai stood up assertively, stating, I have reached the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. Although I have not yet attained the Saint realm, I shall still strive to traverse the path of supremacy. Oscar added, Indeed. While we may not have reached the Saint realm, our Shrek team's combat prowess can certainly contend with Saint-level forces. With a gentle inquiry, she asked, What do you mean? Do you truly comprehend the might of a Saint-level being? Even if you were to gather 100 Shrek teams, it would be impossible to contend with a single powerhouse from the Saint realm. Ning Rongrong, unable to believe her ears, responded, Is the Saint realm truly that formidable? Lin Fan interjected, Indeed, once one ascends to the Saint realm, divine power is wholly transformed into sacred energy, which surpasses divine power by a magnitude of at least 100-fold. Tang San, with a face full of anticipation, declared, If the Saint realm is so immensely powerful, then we must seize the opportunity to participate in the supreme path. I sense that it presents a significant chance for us. Xiang Wen surveyed the crowd and inquired, Do you all wish to embark on this journey? Yes, to grow stronger, we shall face death without regret. The resounding affirmation from the multitude, imbued with an unwavering spirit and fearless determination, left even Xiang Wen momentarily taken aback. Since you all wish to proceed, then let us go. Please disclose your strengths so that I may be informed, he urged. Bye Dong, Martial Soul, First Soul, Death Spider Emperor, Second Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Divine Emperor level 129. Qian Rinxue, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel, Divine Emperor level 129. Qian Douluo, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel, Divine Emperor level 131. Xiong Ba, Martial Soul, Sea Turtle, Divine Emperor level 131. Jin Ao, Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King, Divine Emperor level 131. Bai Jia Dilong, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Divine Emperor level 129. Qian Jun, Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff, Divine Emperor level 129. Xiang Mo, Martial Soul, Coiling Dragon Staff, Divine Emperor level 129. Gue Delaw, Martial Soul, Phantom, Divine Emperor level 129. Zhu Delaw, Martial Soul, Extraordinary Chrysanthemum, Divine Emperor level 129. Lin Fan, Sacred Realm level 2, 142. Yi Fan, Sacred Realm level 1, 141. Bu Jingyun, Martial Soul, Exquisite Sword, Divine Emperor level 126. Nie Feng, Martial Soul, Blood-Drinking Mad Blade, Divine Emperor level 126. Shui Binger, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, Divine Emperor level 121. Feng Xiao, Martial Soul, Swift Wind, Two-Headed Wolf, Divine Emperor level 122. Huo Wu, Martial Soul, Original Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, Divine King level 116. Hui Yun Xieshun, Martial Soul, Fire Bullfrog, Divine Emperor level 125. Dugu Qiubai, Martial Soul, Dragon Serpent Emperor Sword, Divine Emperor level 128. The prowess of the Shrek team is formidable. Xiang Wen, Martial Soul, Demon Envoy, Sacred Realm level 143. Ru Ming, Martial Soul, Blaze Envoy, Divine Emperor level 129. Shimen Shui, Martial Soul, Sword Support, Divine Emperor level 129. Yigu Chung, Martial Soul, Dragon Slaughtering Blade, Divine Emperor level 129. Daimu Bai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Divine Emperor level 129. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Divine Emperor level 129. Wu, Martial Soul, Gentle Bone Rabbit, Divine Emperor level 129. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, Divine Emperor level 129. Zhu Qing, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, Divine Emperor level 129. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda, Divine Emperor level 129. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, Divine Emperor level 129. Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Divine Emperor level 129. Witnessing the rapid advancements in the cultivation of the crowd, Xiang Wen could not help but marvel at the immense enhancement brought about by the abundant celestial elixirs and miraculous potions. Each individual possessed several soul rings crafted by Xiang Wen himself, rendering the need to hunt for soul rings unnecessary, thereby saving a considerable amount of time that could be devoted to their cultivation. Xiang Wen glanced at the crowd and remarked, It is unwise for everyone to venture forth. Someone must remain to safeguard the spirit hall. Furthermore, our understanding of the path of supremacy is insufficient. Should we encounter peril with so many in attendance? I may be able to save 1 or 2, but certainly not 10 or 8. Discuss among yourselves, and once you reach a consensus, we shall depart early tomorrow. I intend to restore my body to its optimal state in preparation for the dangers that lie ahead on the path of supremacy. After asking his questions, he exited the papal hall, leaving the crowd in a state of silent contemplation, exchanging glances with one another. Xiang Wentian pondered, with so many burdens, how can one not be overwhelmed when faced with the unknown path of supremacy? Chapter 231, The Gate of Supremacy of Douluo Continent. In the early morning, Xiang Wentian opened the door to his dormitory, inhaling the fresh morning air, and murmured to himself, I wonder if they have reached a conclusion in their discussions. Xiang Wentian sat majestically in the center of the papal chamber, summoning those present and inquiring, have you reached a consensus? Who shall remain, and who shall depart? Douluo rose respectfully and replied, Your Holiness, the elders have voluntarily chosen to stay and safeguard the spirit hall. We are advanced in years and have lost our ambition for competition. We merely wish to enjoy our twilight years. Moreover, the path to supremacy is best suited for trials, while our elder hall is more inclined towards the pursuit of cultivation. Nodding to Wang Tian, he said, since the elder hall has made its decision, upon my departure, all matters of the spirit hall shall be entrusted to Grand Elder Douluo. I shall comply. I am grateful for your trust, Your Holiness. Let us commence. Xiang Wentian led the remaining companions, marching grandly towards the supreme gate, embarking on their path to supremacy. Gazing at the gate, which seemed so close yet took them 3 arduous days to reach, the group could not help but marvel at the might of the heavens. It was indeed a paradox of distance, appearing far yet being near. Before the supreme gate, a vast multitude gathered, a sea of figures bustling with life. Tang Xin surveyed the surroundings and remarked, It appears there are quite a few powerful beings from the Holy Realm on this continent. Indeed, third brother, Ma Hongjun chimed in. It seems I shall have ample opportunity to showcase my abilities. Oscar, with a teasing tone, retorted, Hongjun, with your prowess. A mere sneeze from a Holy Realm powerhouse would send you flying, and you talk of showcasing your skills? The restroom seems more suited for your grand performances. Go dig up some filth. Oscar, are you itching for a fight? Just wait until I give you a good thrashing. Xiang Wentian glanced at Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were running back and forth, and admonished, Enough. You two, please settle down. After finishing their drinks, the two descended immediately. At that moment, Xiao Wu inquired, Wentian, I noticed that among this multitude, not all are formidable beings of the sacred realm. I have observed that some have only recently transcended into the divine realm. Xiang Wentian remarked. They, like us, have ventured forth with their offspring to hone their skills. For the path of the Supreme has been proclaimed by the heavenly Tao, promising abundant opportunities. Countless streams of people converge from all directions, a surging tide of humanity, with voices rising and falling in a symphony of sound. A deafening roar echoes from afar, the cry of a myriad of dragons, resonating through the mind with an overwhelming force, carrying an immense dragon might, akin to a pack of primordial beasts galloping forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. Xiang Wentian observed a multitude of dragon knights approaching from various directions, riding their dragons, converging 100 miles before the supreme gate. These colossal dragons were exotic species from the primordial wilderness. Some resembled gigantic lizards, others took on the form of eastern divine dragons, while still others appeared as serpentine-winged dragons. Their scales gleamed ominously, exuding a palpable aura of menace, clearly having undergone the trials of life and death. Xiang Wentian and the others stood silently, gazing into the distance at the menacing hundreds of dragon knights. Simultaneously, from all directions surged ancient giants riding on the 5-colored divine cattle, the scorpion-headed serpents of the demon race, and the demon being shrouded in dark energy. A multitude so vast it was beyond counting. Oscar, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired, Brother Tian, are all these individuals aspiring to tread the path of supremacy? Where do they hail from, and why do they look so fearsome? Look over there, dozens of gigantic serpents, might they consume humans? Ma Hongjun made a silly face, startling Oscar, and quipped, Oscar, they particularly enjoy snacking on pretty boys like you. You think I won't sweat you with a sausage? You ought to know that frightening someone can indeed be fatal. At that moment, those who approached on dragons and in bizarre forms arrived within 10 miles of the group, eliciting waves of astonished exclamations. Isn't that the 18 Knights of the Night Temple? Young man, you have a discerning eye. That is indeed the 18 Knights of the Night Temple, a formidable force, on par with the Abyssal Blood Sea, one of the 8 supreme powers. With supreme beings stationed within, truly not to be underestimated. Why have individuals from the demon, beast, and divine races gathered here? These merciless killers are exceedingly fearsome. At this juncture, the 18 Knights, leading 100 dragon knights, surged towards Xiang Wentian and his companions. Despite the throng of people ahead, the speed of the dragon knights remained unimpeded. "Stand aside!" roared the divine dragon, the very heavens trembling at the sound. The 18 knights advanced in unison, each clad in dark golden armor, shimmering with an eerie, cold light, akin to a torrent of iron-clad warriors crushing all in their path. The steeds of these dragon knights were all rare creatures, each a marvel of the world, especially the leader, cloaked in dark golden armor, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes radiating an ominous glow, exuding an air of unrivaled dominance. His mount was none other than an Yinglong, a dragon with majestic wings, exuding unmatched authority, though in Yinglong it was not merely ostentatious, but had transcended to become a sacred beast. "Stand aside!" The 18 knights, leading their 100 dragon knights, charged forth with the speed of lightning and the ferocity of a raging tide, their momentum akin to a rainbow, their dragon might resonating through the heavens, shaking the ground beneath. Each knight was unruly, their audacious demeanor inciting immense ire. Lin Fan approached Xiang Wentian, scoffing, "Goodness, are they delivering roasted dragon meat to us? Just look at how imposing they are. They appear ready to ascend to the heavens, and we are not here to feast on dragon meat without compensation." With a faint smile, Xiang Wentian was met with indifference as the crowd stood resolutely before him. At this moment, Lin Fan had fully prepared for battle. Should anyone dare provoke him, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. The air crackled with energy as ripples cascaded through the void. Yet the 100 dragon knights did not pause, swiftly vanishing like a tempest, leaving only the echo of a thunderous dragon's roar. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my! How did they manage to flee over there? Why did they not collide with us? Just wait until I pull their trousers down. It will be as if they were never worn." Xiang Wentian gestured towards the supreme gate and then indicated the throng of people, saying, "This place is rather desolate. They might regard it as a marginal area, for they disdain places with fewer inhabitants. They are likely to stir trouble in more populated locales." At that moment, a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, wielding a Fong Tian Huaji, approached with an air of disdain, declaring, "The 18 knights of the Heavenly Emperor are nothing to me. Should any dare to charge at me, I shall cleave them into 18 pieces. The supreme path lies before me, and how many worthy adversaries can I truly encounter?" Subsequently, another creature, resembling an eagle yet possessing a human form, approached the members of the Wuhuan Hall and addressed Lin Fan, stating, "The 18 knights of the Heavenly Emperor have passed by without even acknowledging your presence. Were it me, I would ensure their blood paints the ground." Just then, Dai Mubai approached the eagle-headed being, inquiring, "Might I ask for the esteemed name of this noble creature?" The eagle-headed entity nodded to Dai Mubai and replied, "I do not dare to claim a grand title. I am the son of the Eagle King from the eastern 10,000 mountains. Ing Zhao Long, pray tell, from whence do you hail, honored brother? And what is your name?" Dai Mubai responded, "I am Dai Mubai, a member of the Shrek battle team at the Wuhuan Hall." Ing Zhao Long pondered. "The Wuhuan Hall sounds remarkably familiar. Ah, I recall now, the top figure on the human ranking, Xiang Wentian, is indeed the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, correct?" "Indeed. Our Shrek battle team leader is none other than Pope Xiang Wentian," Dai Mubai proclaimed with pride. At that moment, the figure clad in golden armor and wielding the Fong Tian Huarji strode forth, menacingly announcing, "I am Xiong Kaishan, ranked 9th on the human ranking. I have long wished to challenge Xiang Wentian. Might I inquire where your esteemed Pope resides? Nameless wretch, do you dare to challenge Xiang Wentian? Only I am worthy to challenge him. You are not deserving." Lin Fan retorted scornfully. Furious, Xiang Kaishan exclaimed, "What did you say? You dare to call me a nameless wretch? And who, pray tell, are you?" "I am Lin Fan, the unassailable peak master of the Yanhua sect. Next time you speak to me, mind your words, or I shall reduce you to a pulp." Xiang Kaishan, taken aback, queried, "Are you, perchance, the second-ranked powerhouse on the human ranking, Lin Fan?" "Of course, who else could bear such a splendid name?" Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. Xiang Kaishan laughed heartily. "Excellent. Truly splendid. Today, not only have I encountered the first on the human ranking, but also the second. Heaven has favored me greatly. I shall not only defeat Lin Fan, but also triumph over Xiang Wentian, who, apart from the top figures on the Earth ranking, could stand against me." Xiang Wentian had never encountered such arrogance before. He remarked, "Can you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Over these past few years, your strength has surged. Yet do you believe others have remained stagnant? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. With your coarse and unrefined appearance, you resemble neither man nor ghost." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, The crowd erupted in laughter. Xiang Wentian, I respect you as the foremost warrior of the human rankings. Do you dare accept my challenge? If you have any courage, then let it be known. Very well. Prepare yourself. Chapter 232. The city of Yanwang. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth as the supreme gate gradually swung open. As Xiang Wentian beheld the slowly opening gateway to time and space, he addressed Xiong Kaishan, saying, "The supreme gate is now ajar. Let us embark upon the path of supremacy and engage in battle." "Indeed, I share your sentiment," came the reply. At that moment, an ethereal elder clad in white robes descended from above the supreme gate, exuding an air of both authority and mystique. He declared, "I am Hongjun Daozu. The path of supremacy comprises 9 trials, each brimming with opportunities awaiting your discovery. Life upon this path is as fleeting as a firework, vanishing in an instant. Those beneath the sage rank may choose to abstain. However, those above the sage and below the supreme must participate. Those who traverse all 9 trials shall attain the divine position of supreme. Now, intrepid geniuses, step forth." In an instant, a multitude of formidable beings surged towards the supreme gate. At that moment, a voice resonated within Xiang Wentian's mind, urging him to protect my daughter. Should any harm befall her, your existence shall no longer be warranted. A tremor coursed through Xiang Wentian's heart as he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Who is attempting to communicate with me? Surely this message has been misdirected. How could a being of such formidable strength misinterpret the transmission? Perhaps the sender is simply a befuddled old fool." At that moment, Ruming turned to Xiang Wentian and said, "Brother, let us depart." Xiang Wentian nodded and, upon turning to face the crowd, noticed that Xiong Kaishan was among them. He then inquired, "Xiong Kaishan, what brings you here with us?" Xiong Kaishan replied in a deep, rumbling voice, "I fear you might flee, and I wouldn't have the opportunity to challenge you." Zhu Zhuqing scoffed him. "Do you truly believe our captain would run away just for you? You foolish giant? You certainly overestimate your own significance." Xiang Wentian nonchalantly remarked, "Let him be. If he wishes to follow, so be it. Let us proceed." The crowd, swept along by an endless stream of people, entered the supreme gate. The moment Xiang Wentian stepped through the supreme gate, the entire world transformed. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of yellow sand, with fierce winds howling, resembling a desert landscape. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, the temperature soaring to such heights that even steel seemed prone to melting. As Xiang Wentian gazed upwards, he beheld the sun, which appeared to be at least 100 times larger than usual, resembling an immense fireball looming ominously above him. Even though Xiang Wentian had attained the sacred realm, he could still feel waves of intense heat washing over him. "Brother, where are we? Why does the sun seem so colossal, as if a great mountain is pressing down upon us? I feel so hot that I can scarcely breathe," Lu Ming remarked, her expression revealing her discomfort. Xiang Wentian remarked, "This cannot possibly be our original world. It must be the planet closest to the sun. Since we have arrived, we should accept our fate and move forward." The group proceeded, traversing what felt like countless miles, surrounded by desolation. Not a single blade of grass could be seen. And only when they encountered a small lake did they realize it was filled with molten iron. Undeterred, they continued onward. "Look," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, pointing ahead, her face a portrait of astonishment. The others followed her gaze, and there, on the horizon, stood a magnificent city stretching for miles, appearing like a mirage against the sky. All were struck dumb with awe, taking in the grandeur of this colossal city, which emanated not only a sense of shock but also an ancient, timeless aura. It felt as though a voice resonated within their hearts. The first trial of the supreme path. After recovering from their initial shock, the group made their way toward the great city. As they drew nearer, the majesty of the structure became apparent. The city was enveloped in a profound antiquity, its walls soaring to untold heights, their thickness impossible to gauge from outside. The upper part of the city merged seamlessly with the sky, where celestial cranes soared. Phoenixes sang in harmony, and dragons danced in the air, a spectacle of vibrant colors. Above the city gates, 3 golden characters gleamed with brilliance: Yanhua City. The enormous gates towered nearly 100 feet high and spanned dozens of feet in width, forged from an unknown material, resembling 2 colossal black mountains firmly sealed shut. Before the gates stood countless ferocious beasts and ancient species, the mounts of the strong. Whether human or beast, all remained silent, each exuding an air of pride and fearlessness. In that moment, they beheld the legendary 18 riders of Tianwang standing resolutely before 100 dragon knights, embodying an unparalleled aura of strength. "Brother, Why is it that they do not speak? Ru Ming communicated telepathically with Xiang Wentian. It must be some ancient protocol. Regardless of the circumstances, if they remain silent, we too shall refrain from speaking. The fate of the one who stands out is unknown. Caution is wise, Xiang Wentian replied mentally. At that moment, Ma Hongjun transmitted a thought to Xiang Wentian. Brother Tian, why has the city gate not yet opened? Since they are silent, I too dare not utter a word. Xiang Wentian conveyed to Ma Hongjun, let us wait a moment longer. Once all the gathered individuals have arrived, we shall open the city gates. A voice of immense authority resonated, startling the crowd and causing a painful ringing in their ears. The heavy, obsidian gates of the city creaked open, and a torrent of people surged forth like a river merging into the ocean. The members of the Wuhuan Hall also flowed into the city, where an endless expanse of yellow sand and vast emptiness greeted their eyes. Within this colossal city, there were no structures. It was devoid of anything but the boundless yellow sand, stretching beyond imagination. Suddenly, the gate closed behind them, despite the absence of any guards. At that moment, the commanding voice boomed once more. I am the Lord of Yinhuang City, the Supreme of Yinhuang. You must survive within the city for 3 days. After 3 days, those who endure shall receive a strand of the source of the Great Way. The timer begins now. The crowd erupted into discussion. What is the source of the Great Way? One inquired. You do not know of the source of the Great Way? It is the very essence of the Great Way. Attaining this source will not only allow one to comprehend its profound meanings, but also enhance one's realm, refine the body, and elevate the soul. It is truly the coveted treasure of every cultivator. Then shall we simply wait here for 3 days to obtain the source of the Great Way? That would be far too easy. Another remarked. How could that be possible? If there were no trials to face, would the source be given away so freely? Do not indulge in such daydreams. Indeed, you speak wisely. With a playful tone, Xiang Wentian jested, Xiong Kaishan, how about we engage in a fierce battle right here? Xiong Kaishan, his expression grave, replied, what jest are you making? We have no knowledge of the dangers that may lie ahead. A duel with you now might be ill-advised. Let us first pass through the initial challenge, and then I shall gladly face you. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the ground, which began to shake violently. Countless circular altars erupted from the earth, stretching endlessly for miles. Each altar, with a diameter of 100 feet, was colossal in size, bathed in blood-red hues. They were adorned with myriad intricate patterns, emanating a chilling luminescence. In an instant, the altars burst forth with radiant brilliance, revealing monstrous black spiders. Towering ancient dinosaurs standing on 2 legs, colossal bears with golden manes, ice phoenixes, fire phoenixes, cheilants, fire dragons, and innumerable primordial beasts materializing upon the arena. Each of these magnificent creatures possessed at least the initial cultivation of the saint level. A cacophony of roars echoed as they surged towards the crowd like famished wolves. Ha! My little darlings, you have finally arrived. Today, I shall truly stretch my limbs and unleash a torrent of carnage. Lin Fan bellowed with fervor, his battle spirit ignited. His muscles surged, transforming him into a giant towering over 10 feet tall, each sinew resembling the mythical Zhu Long, entwined with the essence of power as he charged into the throng of beasts. Yi Fan let out a mighty roar, his sacred body manifesting with vigor. The primordial essence of all things enveloped him, and the golden Tai Chi circle materialized above as he joined the fray with unwavering resolve. Martial soul embodiment, true form of the demon angel, true form of the heavenly dragon, unleashing full force. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian transformed into a towering embodiment of a fearsome angelic demon, bellowing to those around him. The Spirit Hall commands, all who have not attained the sacred level, take refuge behind me. At that moment, all the formidable participants of the Supreme Path found themselves engulfed in a tumultuous battle. The arena resonating with the cacophony of martial techniques and magical energies, accompanied by a dazzling array of multicolored skill lights. Chapter 233. The Primal Beasts Suddenly. Hundreds of strange beasts surged towards the crowd behind Xiang Wentian. You wretched creatures, how dare you disregard my presence? You dare to assault those I am sworn to protect. You truly are oblivious to your impending doom. Xiang Wentian thundered. With a flourish, he unleashed his sacred soul skill. The first Soul Ring's ultimate technique, the Golden Dragon Sky Shattering Strike. In an instant, his sacred soul ring ascended into the heavens, expanding exponentially, until its diameter approached 10,000 zhang. A colossal golden dragon erupted forth from the sacred soul ring, descending from the sky. Boom! The approaching horde of beasts was instantaneously struck by the golden dragon, disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. Ding! The host has slain 16 beasts, earning 160,000 points. The numerous alien beasts slain by Xiang Wentian are but a mere trifle in the grand scheme of the battlefield, as another wave of these creatures rushes forth. Bound by the duty to protect the Spirit Hall and his comrades from Shrek, Xiang Wentian finds himself unable to retreat, enduring the relentless assaults of the beasts. Fortunately, his physical prowess is formidable enough to withstand several onslaughts without faltering. This time, the horde of alien beasts charging towards Xiang Wentian and his companions has multiplied exponentially, numbering in the hundreds, their claws bared and roars echoing as they advance menacingly. The Shrek team and the members of the Spirit Hall find themselves utterly helpless against such a multitude of sacred primordial beasts. Unable to devise any effective strategy to counter the threat, they can only huddle closely behind Xiang Wentian for protection. If faced with a single primordial beast, they could unite their strength to confront it, but against this overwhelming swarm, they are left with no choice but to seek refuge. Oscar cried out in alarm, "Brother Tian!" 3 dragons are approaching from the left, a vast swarm of spiders from the right, and a flock of fire phoenixes is soaring down from above. It's bad. Dozens of colossal primordial bulls are charging in from behind. Brother Tian, this is dire. The Shrek team and the members of the Spirit Hall attempted to strike at these beasts, only to realize that even their defenses were insurmountable, leaving them no option but to rely on Xiang Wentian for their safety. Xiang Wentian beheld a multitude of primordial beasts, their numbers overwhelming, encircling the gathered individuals with an impenetrable presence. On the battlefield, the air was thick with the harrowing cries of the fallen and the ferocious roars of the beasts, creating a cacophony that surged and receded like a relentless tide. As the battle commenced, humanity suffered grievously, enduring significant losses from the outset. Xiang Wentian observed that nearly half of the nearly 100 dragon knights behind Tianhuang 18 riders had suffered casualties. As Xiang Wentian surveyed the densely packed horde of exotic beasts, he bellowed, "Holy level soul ring, second soul skill, holy dragon's heavenly roar." A spectral image of a holy dragon materialized beside him, unleashing a series of thunderous roars. The tangible sound waves radiated outward in a circular pattern, and wherever they passed, countless exotic beasts were instantly obliterated, some even exploding into a shower of flesh. Ding! The host has slain 46 primordial exotic beasts, earning 460,000 points. The host has slain 68 primordial exotic beasts, earning 680,000 points. The host has slain 96 primordial exotic beasts, earning 960,000 points. However, the sheer number of primordial exotic beasts was overwhelming. Just as the second wave was dispatched, a third wave surged forth. Xiang Wentian's eyes narrowed, and he roared. Azure lotus in the heavens, petals of the lotus, drifting through the annals of time, cascading mercilessly as the world becomes a graveyard of bones. A colossal 36-petal azure lotus materialized above Xiang Wentian's head, ascending higher and expanding in size, ultimately transforming into a magnificent lotus towering 10,000 feet high. As the petals unfurled, countless petals descended from the sky, each landing with a resounding crash, followed by explosive bursts. Boom, boom, boom. Following the explosions, a multitude of primordial exotic beasts was reduced to swirling mist of blood. In the distance, a warrior engaged in battle with the primordial exotic beasts exclaimed in astonishment. Who is capable of unleashing such a vast attack? It is none other than Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, another responded. Truly, this young man deserves his title as the number 1 on the human ranking. His formidable attack power rivals that of the top 30 on the Earth ranking. After casting the Qinglian, a series of system notifications resonated. The host has slain 86 primordial beasts, earning 860,000 points. The host has vanquished 108 primordial beasts, acquiring 1,080,000 points. The host has defeated 186 primordial beasts, garnering 1,860,000 points. After Xiang Wentian cleared a vast area of primordial beasts, countless primordial creatures emerged once more from the altar, launching another assault on the crowd. Yifan found himself cornered, forced to retreat towards Xiang Wentian. Meanwhile, Lin Fan experienced a cycle of death and resurrection, akin to an indomitable cockroach, embodying the relentless spirit of a steadfast warrior. In this continuous dance between life and death, he transcended and evolved. With a sense of helplessness, Xiang Wentian spoke. The primordial beasts are simply too numerous. I can no longer protect you. I shall open the realm of the Buddha within my palm. You all should take refuge within it. Xiang Wentian activated the Buddha realm within his palm, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. He then retracted it, drawing all into the sanctuary of his palm, thereby completely severing any threat from the outside world. As the dream was shrouded in the Buddha realm for a fleeting moment, she whispered to Xiang Wentian, "Brother, you must be cautious. Once you traverse the path of supremacy, I shall become your bride." With a subtle nod and a faint smile towards Xiang Wentian, he pressed on towards the assault against the primordial beasts. Fusion Sphere. With a resounding shout, Xiang Wentian fused 14 soul rings into a singular, resplendent 9-colored soul ring, the Angel of Fusion Rings. With a resounding roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed his power once more. Among the 14 soul rings he possessed, the most formidable soul skill without a doubt was the first skill of the 6th soul ring, the Angelic Pagoda, as long as his holy power was sufficiently abundant. Each punch surpassed the last, with no end in sight. If Xiang Wentian were to harness boundless holy energy, the Angelic Pagoda could pierce the heavens. And the annihilation of chaos would not merely be a fanciful notion. Following the fusion of his rings, the potency of the Angelic Pagoda had undoubtedly escalated by several magnitudes. However, the consumption of holy power drained away like a relentless torrent, compelling Xiang Wentian to activate the Buddhist realm within his palm, drawing upon the celestial energy contained therein to replenish his depleting reserves. In his towering demonic angelic form, he wielded the demonic fist of heaven with devastating efficacy, delivering a crushing blow to each foe. Countless primal beasts surged towards him, yet in his frenzied state, Xiang Wentian unleashed a tempest of destruction upon the relentless tide of these ancient creatures. Any primal beast that fell under his assault was reduced to a crimson mist, vanishing amidst the vastness of existence. Boom, boom, boom. Host has slain a primal unicorn, earning 10,000 points. Host has slain a primal 8-headed celestial dragon snake, earning 10,000 points. Host has slain a primal candle dragon, earning 10,000 points. As Xiang Wentian's speed escalated, he transformed from being the prey of the primordial beasts to becoming their relentless hunter. With the passage of time, the frequency of his celestial punches, wielded with the might of an angelic statue, increased exponentially. Initially delivering a single blow to each foe, he now dispatched multiple adversaries with each strike, reveling in the exhilarating carnage. The resounding echoes of thunderous impacts reverberated through the air, while others banded together for self-preservation. Xiang Wentian charged boldly into the throngs of primordial beasts. Boom, 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 ding. The host has slain 36 primordial beasts, earning 360,000 points. The host has slain 72 primordial beasts, earning 720,000 points. The host has slain 108 primordial beasts, earning 1,080,000 points. Xiang Wentian was unaware of how long he had been fighting. He only sensed a growing weariness when suddenly the ground trembled with a thunderous roar, and the colossal altar gradually receded into the earth. Concurrently, a majestic and imposing voice echoed once more. Congratulations to the survivors. You have successfully navigated the first trial of the Supreme Path. However, do not rejoice too fervently, for this initial stage is merely the simplest of challenges. What lies ahead will be far more gruesome and terrifying. What? Even more horrifying than this? Are we not doomed? Panic surged through him. What can I do? I barely managed to endure this time. If the next level is even more dreadful, how will I cope? I wish to withdraw. Yet, retreating would mean certain annihilation. It would be better to strive onward. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could endure until the 9th trial. Voices of disdain, voices of fear, and voices of defiance rang out in a relentless cacophony. As Xiang Wentian surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that fewer than 1 in 10 had managed to survive. Countless lives had been lost in the first trial, leaving fewer than 50,000 remaining. After 9 trials, one could only wonder how many would endure. However, he resolved to cast aside such thoughts and focus on his own path to strength. Simultaneously, an ethereal stream of yellow and black energy descended from the heavens, cascading into the bodies of every individual present, including those within the realm of the Buddha. This mysterious energy seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, penetrating even the sanctum of the Buddhist domain. Each person received a fragment of this primordial essence, the source of the great Tao. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of the great Tao's source. Your holy power level has ascended to level 141. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul has been refined by the source of the great Tao, elevating you to the first tier of the Holy King realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your physical form has been tempered by the source of the great Tao, also reaching the first tier of the Holy King realm. Indeed, the source of the great Tao lived up to its reputation, doubling Xiang Wentian's overall strength. Meanwhile, a portal of time and space materialized above, leading to the second trial. Xiang Wentian noted that among the heavenly wasteland's 18 knights, only 18 remained, while the dragon knights who had once accompanied them lay slain. Xiang Wentian gazed upon the blood-soaked ground, littered with both the remains of cultivators and ancient beasts, his heart swelling with delight as he proclaimed, "Let them all become a part of my power." In an instant, the towering form of the demonic angel surged forth, its malevolent energy enveloping the entire battlefield. Wherever the dark aura spread, flesh and blood withered away into desolation. Ding. The host has utilized the Devour skill, gaining 1,000 points of holy power. Ding. The host has utilized the Devour skill, gaining 1,000 points of holy power. Ding. The host has utilized the Devour skill, gaining 1,000 points of holy power. Ding. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine power level is 142. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine power level is 143. With 2 additional levels attained, I find myself emboldened as I prepare for the second challenge, Xiang Wentian declared confidently. Reviewing the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demonic Angel Cultivation Level. Holy Soul. First layer of Holy King Body. First layer of Holy King Holy Power. Level 143, 300, 684, 0000. Soul Rings. 9-colored. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 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 Rainbow-colored. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Duration. 166,666,666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Judgment. Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame Slash. Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill. True Martial Soul. True Demonic Form. Eighth Soul Skill. Annihilation Strike. Obliteration of All. Ninth Soul Skill. Breaking the Heavens. Primordial Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill. Colossal Divine Sword. Infinite Usage. Divine King Soul Skill. Heaven Splitting. Earth Cutting. Eternal and Fleeting. Divine Emperor Soul Skill. Veiling the Sky and Shrouding the Sun. Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Sovereign Soul Skill. Violent Hurricane Slash. Celestial Apex Drill. Sacred Level Soul Skill. Golden Dragon Sky Shatter. Sacred Dragon's Roar. Soul Bones. Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Spine of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skill. War God Manifestation. Fusion Skill of the War God of the Demon Angel Soul Bone. Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike. Skill accompanying the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm. Heavenly Punishment 9 Techniques, True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Sacred Skill, 9-Colored Sky-Piercing Finger, Azure Lotus in the Heavens. Points, 2, 500, 002, 222. Technique, True Scripture of Heavenly Demon Annihilation, Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian glanced at the chaotic first-level city before turning to join Yi Fan, Lin Fan, and the others as they stepped through the time-space portal. Proceeding to the second level. Chapter 234, The Abyssal Marsh. In the second level, Xiang Wentian emerges, and it is a realm entirely distinct from the first. This level unfolds as an endless expanse of marshland, bisected by a solitary bridge formed from the essence of the great Tao, stretching infinitely into the distance. The atmosphere is shrouded in a murky darkness, reminiscent of an encroaching night, while the chilling air seeps into the skin, penetrating to the very marrow. What instills greater dread is the overwhelming force of gravity. Even a being of saintly caliber, impervious to black holes, finds flight impossible here. Thousands stand at the water's edge, none daring to traverse the singular bridge, all waiting for the first brave soul to step forward. At the shoreline, a prominently displayed stone tablet captures Xiang Wentian's attention, inscribed with a few lines that read, "Those who traverse the abyssal marsh shall receive a wisp of the abyssal breath." This breath aids cultivators in solidifying their prowess, honing their physical form, and elevating their souls. At this moment, the leader of the Tianhuang 18 riders surveys his surroundings, noting the cowardice of the crowd. With an air of arrogance, he proclaims, "A bunch of timid souls. Cultivators ought to forge ahead, undaunted by peril. Since none of you dares to cross the bridge, allow me to be the first to take the plunge." With that, he mounts his dragon steed and strides toward the bridge. The remaining 17 riders express their concern, urging, "Brother, be cautious." He reassures them, "Fear not, my brothers. These cowards will not hinder us. We cannot languish here. With my cultivation, I can retreat unscathed, even in the face of danger." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the leader of the Tianhuang 18 riders cautiously steps onto the bridge, which sways slightly beneath him. As he traverses, he gradually vanishes into the darkness beyond. Before long, a shout echoes back from the distance, "Brothers, the path ahead is safe. Come join me." Hearing their leader's call, the remaining 17 riders exchange glances and step onto the bridge in unison. Once all of the Tianhuang 18 riders have disappeared into the night, the onlookers, perceiving no threat upon the bridge, begin to follow suit, embarking on their own journey into the unknown. Following the crowd, Xiang Wentian stepped onto the narrow bridge. At that moment, a long line of individuals traversed the precarious path, which swayed gently with their footsteps, emitting creaking sounds. The seemingly endless bridge was teeming with people, yet not a single sound broke the silence. All gazes were fixed upon the marshy ground below, where bubbles emerged incessantly, releasing dense marsh gas. However, for those of saintly prowess, such vapors posed no threat whatsoever. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as a bolt of lightning illuminated the dark mist, splitting the air above with a deafening roar. The flash and the thunder arrived simultaneously, shattering the notion that light travels faster than sound, startling the cautious travelers. In the midst of the lightning, Xiang Wentian seemed to perceive a pair of eyes fixated intently on the tens of thousands below, rendering the atmosphere eerily still and unsettling. No one dared to utter a sound, as the nature of the lurking monstrosities within this strange realm remained shrouded in mystery. Caw, caw, caw. The cries of crows suddenly pierced the air, injecting a threat of terror into the already ominous ambience. An elder, a formidable being of the sacred realm, murmured to the figure behind Xiang Wentian, "When a crow crosses overhead, calamity is surely imminent. Could it be that danger is about to befall us?" Just as he finished his ominous whisper, a series of anguished cries echoed from ahead, as Xiang Wentian beheld countless tentacles, reminiscent of those of an octopus. They swiftly emerged from the swamp, ensnaring dozens of individuals within its grasp. Even the mightiest of saint-level warriors found themselves utterly powerless to escape. A testament to the formidable strength of this tentacled creature, which was undoubtedly beyond the realm of saints. In an instant, an array of combat energy, magic, soul techniques, and martial skills erupted within the mire, as tens of thousands of saint-level warriors unleashed a relentless barrage upon the source of the tentacles. The swamp's muck erupted to a height of 100 feet, releasing a noxious stench that was enough to induce nausea. A colossal black insect, measuring 100 feet in length and covered in tentacles, was propelled from the swamp by the combined force of their attacks, instantly transforming into a rain of vile-smelling flesh and blood. The crowd activated their protective shields as the foul remnants rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. The bombardment continued unabated, yet only this single 100-foot giant insect was dislodged from the mire. Concurrently, the pace of the onlookers quickened significantly. Lin Fan, having fallen into Xiang Wentian's grasp, offered a drop of blood and declared, "I must ascend to uncover the nature of this entity. My heart cannot find peace until I ascertain the truth." Xiang Wentian initially intended to dissuade him, but Lin Fan, transformed into a colossal figure towering 10 zhang, had already leapt into the marsh. All eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, eager to discern the monstrous entity that lurked within the mire. As the onlookers hastened their steps, they cast glances back over their shoulders. In an instant, upon stepping into the marsh, Lin Fan's body plummeted rapidly into the muck. He had intended to unleash a barrage of strikes, yet found himself unable to leverage his strength. Just as he began to sink into the quagmire, he sensed an unseen force gripping him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. What is this entity that has drawn him in? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan re-emerged beside Xiang Wentian. "What creature beneath the surface claimed your life?" Xiang Wentian inquired. Lin Fan shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "I felt a pair of enormous hands seize my legs. Beyond the marsh, I could discern nothing. I had planned to deliver a powerful punch downward, but in the next moment, I found myself dead. You do not even know how you perished?" Xiang Wentian pressed further. Lin Fan nodded, a sense of resignation washing over him. "I shall descend once more." With that, he spat out a drop of blood into Xiang Wentian's hand and plunged back into the marsh. Just as before, Lin Fan was once again ensnared by the depths. 10 seconds later, he revived yet again. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Have you discerned what it is this time?" Lin Fan merely shook his head, responding, "I know nothing. I am destined to perish." Not only Xiang Wentian, but the others were equally astonished. This was Lin Fan, the one endowed with immortality. Had it been anyone else, they would have met their demise countless times over. "I shall descend once more to investigate," Lin Fan declared, his voice brimming with indignation. Xiang Wentian swiftly restrained him, saying, "Let it go. Even if you descend 10,000 times, the outcome will remain unchanged. We should hasten our pace and pass the second trial to leave this place as soon as possible." Lin Fan snorted in anger, declaring, "I will inevitably uncover the identity of the monster that has claimed my life twice." At that moment, a voice from the Buddhist realm in his palm resonated with Xiang Wentian, stating, "Brother, I wish to venture outside. We are all feeling stifled within." Xiang Wentian addressed the echoes, cautioning, "It is perilous outside. Do not emerge yet. First, thoroughly refine the source of the great Tao, and then cultivate diligently within the Buddhist realm in your palm." A reluctant "oh" escaped from Ru Ming's lips in response. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The terror instilled by the tentacles of the colossal insect lingered, leaving the people uncertain of what monstrous entity might appear next. Consequently, their pace quickened to a run. As they dashed forward, the narrow bridge creaked ominously, adding a sinister ambience to the stillness. Caw, caw, caw. The cawing of crows erupted once more. Their presence felt yet unseen. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky. In the haze, Xiang Wentian caught a glimpse of the enormous eyes that watched them intently. Another thunderclap resounded, deafening, as torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, astonishing Xiang Wentian with its crimson hue, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Blood rain. Simultaneously, the crowd on the narrow bridge gasped in horror. Yi Fan, gravely concerned, inquired of Xiang Wentian, "How can it rain blood from the sky? Is it human blood, or that of monsters?" Ahead of Yi Fan ran a monk, who chanted a Buddhist invocation, declaring, "It is human blood, without a doubt. I am known as Dui, a purveyor of justice, having dispatched countless evildoers. At least tens of millions have met their end by my hand. I am intimately familiar with this sanguine odor. Why does the sky rain blood? Master, do you know?" Yi Fan pressed. "I do not know," the monk replied, "but I sense that evil beings are surely emerging." Suddenly, a chilling female laughter echoed through the air, sending shivers down their spines. In an instant, the crowd halted, vigilance taking hold as they gazed upward, prepared for combat at any moment. Amidst the pitch-black void, sorrowful female wails pierced the silence, their mournful cries evoking a visceral dread. "Reveal yourself," Vile creature, are you waiting for me to obliterate your very essence? Dewey bellowed. Upon hearing Dewey's roar, the throng heightened their alertness. Staring into the inky darkness, a melodious female voice emerged from the abyss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are so many of you that I can scarcely count. Welcome to the Nether Swamp. Since you have come, you shall remain as my slaves. Furious, Dewey retorted. Impudent wretch, you clearly do not regard me with any respect. Eightfold dragon seal. A golden dragon soared from the hands of the malevolent figure, hurtling into the sky. In an instant, a pale hand materialized in the air, expanding rapidly to grasp the golden dragon. With a gentle squeeze, the dragon transformed into shimmering golden ripples, vanishing into the void. The onlookers were utterly astonished. After all, the malevolent figure was a formidable saint-level warrior. Yet his attack had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. The malevolent figure himself gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My most powerful strike." The 8 parts of the celestial dragon seal was effortlessly countered. As the crowd emerged from their shock, an unknown voice cried out, "Eliminate this monstrosity." Instantly, a torrent of energy blades, soul techniques, magical rings, and powerful martial arts surged into the sky, transforming it into a kaleidoscope of colors, with the sounds of explosions and slashes resonating in a chaotic symphony. Chapter 235, The Undying Vengeful Spirit. The void erupted like a myriad of fireworks, the thunderous roar echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. The guests' gifts seem rather unfriendly. The maidens are ready to receive their clients. A melodious female voice rang out once more. "Yes, mother." Countless voices from the sky and the marsh responded in unison. Following this, numerous women with disheveled hair, clad in white gowns, descended from the heavens, rushing towards the crowd. Simultaneously, a throng of similarly attired women emerged from the swamp, extending their ghastly pale hands towards the ankles of the onlookers. Xiang Wentian beheld the faces of these women, their complexions ghastly pale, with hollow eye sockets devoid of any eyes. Some bore flesh that hung loosely, swaying with their movements, their bared, bone-white teeth exposed, lacking even the semblance of lips, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Brother, please come down and keep us company. Your sister feels so lonely." Countless women uttered these enticing words. Yet the sight of their faces sent shivers down one's spine and evoked a deep sense of revulsion. Xiang Wentian promptly unleashed his true demonic angelic form, embodying the essence of the heavenly dragon, with full force on the narrow wooden bridge, engaging in battle with these grotesque beings that were neither human nor ghost. The abominably hideous women. Their appearances were enough to send shivers down one's spine, the white-clad women emanating a potent aura of temptation in their voices. Many of the mentally fragile warriors upon the bridge, upon catching sight of these women, exhibited lascivious expressions, plunging into the swamp like ravenous wolves. Yet, the moment they dove into the mire, they were instantly surrounded by countless disheveled women, who swiftly devoured them whole. At that moment, Xiang Wentian comprehended why Lin Fan had been dragged into the swamp and met his demise almost instantaneously upon his descent. The air was filled with a cacophony of booming sounds, lecherous laughter, and furious roars. "Second brother, do not leap into the swamp. Those women are not human. They are monsters. Wake up. Master, awaken. Do not be beguiled by these humanoid aberrations. Do not jump. Elders, come to your senses. If you jump, you will lose your life." The shouts, roars, and warnings melded into a chorus as humanity found itself in a precarious position. Lin Fan transformed into a towering giant, his muscles bulging like those of a divine beast, descending from the heavens, and the countless disheveled women emerging from the swamp were obliterated into clouds of smoke. Yi Fan's sacred body manifested extraordinary phenomena, a golden Tai Chi circle enveloping him, the primordial essence of all things hovering above, while he wielded the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with formidable might, slaying any adversary that dared approach. Xiong Kaishan brandished his Fangtian Huaji with an impenetrable ferocity. Surrounded by numerous disheveled women, yet not a single one could inflict harm upon him. His heavy armor displayed astonishing resilience, with countless strikes merely sparking against its surface, failing to breach his defenses. The 18 riders of Tian Wang had dwindled to 12, their combined strength exponentially amplified as they stood shoulder to shoulder on the narrow wooden bridge, annihilating wave after wave of the white-clad women. Simultaneously, tens of thousands engaged in a fierce battle upon the narrow bridge. Though humanity faced overwhelming odds, they persisted in their valiant resistance. Despite the sheer numbers of the disheveled women, they could not secure victory, and while the death toll among the cultivators steadily rose, They remained steadfast in their defense. Xiang Wentian, consumed by rage, transformed his martial spirit into the magnificent form of a 100-foot-tall demonic angel, embodying the essence of a celestial dragon. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed, "The war god is upon us." A resplendent golden armor enveloped the demonic angel, unleashing soul skills in rapid succession, with martial techniques cascading forth. His fifth soul ring activated, he unleashed his first soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash. A circular wave of fiery energy surged forth from Xiang Wentian, cleaving through the void, annihilating countless white-clad maidens with disheveled hair into nothingness. The sacred soul ring empowered his first skill, Golden Dragon Sky Shatter. A colossal golden dragon descended from the heavens, plunging into the mire below, erupting violently with a deafening roar, sending the disheveled maidens flying, dissipating into the ether. Then came the 9-colored sky-piercing finger, rays of sword energy and hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white rained down like laser beams, relentlessly targeting the white-clad maidens emerging from the swamp. At that moment, Xiang Wentian discerned a troubling truth. Despite vanquishing so many of these ethereal maidens, the system notification remained silent. The only explanation was that these apparitions bore no life. They were likely phantoms conjured by the guardians of this realm. Realizing this, he bellowed to the others, "Flee. These disheveled maidens are endlessly reaping souls. They are undying, vengeful spirits manifesting before us." After Xiang Wentian let out a resounding roar, the leader of the Tianhuang 18 riders, who was bravely fighting at the forefront, instantly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted to those behind him, "Run." In a tumultuous wave, tens of thousands of people began to flee, gradually quickening their pace. No one wished to be left behind, and chaos ensued, resulting in a frantic stampede filled with shouts of anger and curses echoing incessantly. Xiang Wentian manifested the true form of the demon angel, with Yi Fan in his left hand and Lin Fan in his right, while a bear named Kai Shan dangled from his ankle. Within the realm of his grasp lay the protection of the Spirit Hall and the Shrek team, enveloped in a dark aura. His massive, shadowy foot trampled over the heads of the throng, swiftly propelling him away. Behind him, a cacophony of furious curses echoed. Unfazed by the vitriolic shouts of the crowd, he adhered to the adage that a dead comrade is better than a living foe. Survival was paramount at this moment. Chapter 236. The Supreme Sky Python. The crowd fled for their lives, relentlessly pursued by the undying, vengeful spirits, akin to maggots clinging to bone. Time became a blur as they ran, until they beheld a radiant light ahead. Upon entering its brilliance, they discovered a brilliant sun hanging in the sky, radiating intense warmth. The sides of the narrow bridge transformed from marshland to an endless sea of blossoms. The relentless spirits, upon reaching this vibrant expanse, seemed to recoil in fear, letting out a few reluctant howls before retreating. With the retreat of the vengeful spirits, the survivors collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The toll of the marshland claimed over 20,000 cultivators at the hands of the undying spirits, leaving more than 30,000 to tread cautiously, uncertain of the perils that lay ahead. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the boundless sea of flowers, he was struck by the sight of an array of carnivorous plants, including pitcher plants, cobra lilies, Venus flytraps, sundews, butterworts, yellow water lilies, and earwig plants. These flora towered astonishingly, some reaching heights of several hundred zhang, while even the shorter varieties stood at tens of zhang. A sense of wonder enveloped him as he pondered, why do insectivorous plants thrive in this realm, and to such an extraordinary scale? Xiang Wentian was momentarily captivated by the characteristics of these fascinating plants. The Nepenthes, or pitcher plants, are a class of herbaceous flora endowed with the remarkable ability to prey on insects. In their natural habitat, they often grow horizontally, exhibiting a complex leaf structure comprising a petiole, leaf blade, and tendrils. The tendrils, swollen at the tips, curl back to form a pitcher-like structure, adept at capturing insects. The inflorescence of the Nepenthes is usually racemose, adorned with small green or purple flowers. The pitcher-shaped apex of the leaves serves as a tool for entrapment. The rim and lid of the pitcher secrete a sugary nectar, enticing insects. The pitcher's smooth opening causes any unwary insect to slip inside, where it is drowned by the liquid secreted at the bottom, which subsequently decomposes the insect's body, allowing for nutrient absorption. The pitcher plant belongs to the Sarraceniaceae family in the Sarracenia genus, characterized by tubular leaves that secrete digestive fluids, mingling with rainwater to facilitate the decay of trapped insects. In essence, they employ their leaves to ensnare and digest ants, wasps, and other insects. Typically, pitcher plants attract their prey with nectar, exuding from numerous glands located near the pitcher's opening, producing a fructose-rich liquid to lure insects. Upon consuming this toxic secretion, the insects become disoriented or paralyzed, leading to their demise. The Venus flytrap, a member of the vascular plant family, is a highly esteemed carnivorous plant, possessing a complete root system, stem, leaves, flowers, and seeds. Its leaves are the most prominent and functional parts, equipped with the ability to capture insects, featuring conspicuous spiny hairs and red glandular regions resembling a gaping maw. Potted specimens thrive on sunlit windowsills and balconies, or can be cultivated in planting troughs. The Venus flytrap is celebrated as a carnivorous marvel of nature. The sundew, a plant reliant on chlorophyll for photosynthesis to produce nutrients, also possesses the capability to capture small insects for nutritional supplementation. This carnivorous species secretes liquid to digest and absorb the nutrients from its prey. The butterwort, another carnivorous plant, typically flourishes in grassy or damp rocky terrains. With its rosette-shaped leaves sprawling across the ground, broad and spoon-shaped, fringed with glandular hairs. When insects land, these hairs ensnare them, while the sticky glands immobilize the prey, releasing fluids that decompose the insect's proteins and other nutrients, which are then absorbed through the leaf surface. The yellow-flowered Utricularia, a water-dwelling carnivorous plant, belongs to the Lentibulariaceae family. Apart from its inflorescences, the plant remains submerged, with its leaf structures housing oval-shaped traps capable of capturing tiny aquatic insects or zooplankton. In the summer and autumn, the inflorescences rise above the water, displaying yellow, lip-shaped flowers. The bladderwort, a herbaceous annual that thrives in marshy wetlands, exhibits an upright stem with creeping branches. Its traps are located on these creeping stems, lacking large chlorophyll-bearing leaves, and its flowering tops bear several small yellow blooms, with the calyx enlarging and drooping during the fruiting period, resembling an ear scoop. Upon contemplating these remarkable plants, Xiang Wentian could not help but feel a weighty seriousness. At that moment, Yi Fan exclaimed, "Pitcher plants, Sarracenia, Venus flytraps, sundews, butterworts, yellow-flowered Utricularia, bladderworts, how could there be such formidable plants? Surely, they do not consume humans, do they?" Xiang Wentian spoke gravely. "Theoretically, it is possible. Everyone, be cautious." Some cultivators, having never encountered such plants, dismissed them entirely, believing that with the departure of the undying vengeful spirits, their safety was assured. Hundreds of cultivators ventured forth from the narrow bridge, stepping into the sea of flowers, engaging in idle chatter about their surroundings. Among them, one cultivator approached a colossal Venus flytrap, exclaiming, "What manner of plant is this? The two lobes of its leaves are joined like a crescent moon, and such expansive leaves could comfortably accommodate 5 individuals." In an instant, the enormous lobes of the flytrap, resembling 2 massive crescent moons, abruptly closed in, ensnaring the talkative cultivator. A piercing scream erupted, echoing like the harbinger of death. This cry seemed to unleash a frenzy, as all the flora began to assault the gathered crowd. The thick tendrils of the pitcher plant ensnared several cultivators, lifting them into the hanging traps where they struggled briefly before falling silent. At that moment, a gigantic bottle plant turned its opening towards Xiang Wentian, and an overwhelming force of suction drew him into the air. Xiang Wentian was taken aback. Could this bottle grass have come to life? How could it possess such a formidable pulling force? With this thought in mind, he swiftly shouted, "Demon Angel True Form, Heavenly Dragon True Form, War, God Manifestation. Unleash full power." In an instant, Xiang Wentian transformed into a 100-foot-tall Demon Angel True Form, his body now 3 times larger than the bottle grass itself. The entire form of the demon angel straightened, and with all his might, he delivered a powerful kick to several openings of the bottle grass. With a resounding thud, the gigantic bottle grass was instantly shattered into countless pieces. Ding! The host has slain the bottle grass and earned 10,000 points. As Xiang Wentian trembled, the 8-winged demon angel soared into the sky, bellowing. Azure lotus fills the heavens. Petals of lotus drift, transcending time and space. The azure lotus scatters. Petals fall mercilessly. The world is shrouded in desolation, strewn with bones. A single azure bloom shot skyward, transforming into a magnificent azure lotus that erupted in midair, dispersing into countless azure petals that cascaded down upon the sea of flowers below. Boom, boom, boom. Within the floral expanse, innumerable mushroom clouds rose, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, tearing apart colossal flora in its wake. Ding! The host has slain 36 pitcher plants, earning 36,000 points. The host has slain 72 Jinxing Lian, earning 72,000 points. The host has slain 108 yellow flower lizard tail, earning 108,000 points. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed that everyone was fleeing ahead, while Yi Fan, Lin Fan, and Xiong Kaishan continued to battle the massive grasses assaulting them. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Do not linger in battle, run." The three paused, realizing that nearly everyone else had already fled. Xiang Wentian seized Lin Fan and Yi Fan, while the true form of the demon angel, with its colossal black foot, carried Xiong Kaishan as they dashed forward. Giant grasses emerged around them, obstructing their path. But Xiang Wentian exerted all his strength to shatter thousands of vines and branches, stepping onto a narrow bridge as they raced into the distance. As he gazed into the horizon, Xiang Wentian beheld a mountain range blocking their path. Upon approaching, he realized that it was not a mountain range at all, but rather a colossal serpent coiling like an enormous mountain, a creature of unprecedented size, unheard of in the mundane world. Before the serpent, countless individuals stared in horror. As the last few reached its presence, the serpent raised its mountain-like head and spoke, "I am the guardian of the second trial. You must unite to defeat me if you wish to pass." "Unite to defeat you? How is that possible? You must be a formidable being of the initial level of the Supreme Realm." The crowd gasped in disbelief. The serpent replied slowly, "I have dwelled in the Supreme Realm for less than a millennium. Your challenge is most fitting." At that moment, only the leader of the Tianwang 18 riders remained, the others having perished in battle. The leader respectfully addressed the serpent, "Esteemed one, is this not a bit unfair? We are all beings of the Holy Realm, the strongest among us merely at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. Even if we were numerous, victory against you is implausible. Should you intentionally seek to torment us, please allow us to depart." The serpent snorted coldly. "Intentionally torment? No. There once was a peak Holy Realm warrior who challenged me, a being of the initial level of the Supreme Realm, and succeeded. How can this be deemed as tormenting you? This is impossible." The leader of the Tianwang 18 riders exclaimed in disbelief. "The chasm between the peak of the Holy Realm and the initial level of the Supreme Realm is insurmountable. How could anyone from the Holy Realm challenge and succeed against a being of the Supreme Realm?" Not only the leader of the Tianwang 18 riders found it hard to believe, but the entire crowd shared expressions of utter disbelief. One of the sacred-level powerhouses inquired, "Esteemed elder, may I ask the name of that formidable being?" The great serpent replied slowly, "He hails from a parallel universe, known as the Supreme Tao Buddha." The Supreme Tao Buddha. We seem to have never heard of such a powerful figure. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Senior, must one reach the Supreme Realm to traverse the cosmos?" The great python replied slowly, "No, those of the holy level can navigate freely within their original world. Those at the Holy King level can step into the starry universe and roam through space. At the Holy Emperor level, one can traverse the entirety of chaos. Finally, the Supreme Realm allows one to traverse multiple planes, reaching into other universes. The Supreme Realm is omnipotent, capable of journeying beyond the cosmos, unbound by the limitations of chaotic pathways, and even capable of creating universes and annihilating the starry skies. Such strength," Xiang Wentian exclaimed. At that moment, a conviction filled his heart. To survive, he must endure, for only by living could he find the Milky Way and return to his homeland. With this thought, Xiang Wentian resolutely asked, "Might I inquire when you will test us, senior?" In an instant, the great python rapidly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a youthful figure with white hair and an ethereal demeanor. He spoke softly, "I am the Supreme Heavenly Python. Are you all prepared? I shall commence my assault." Before anyone could react, the Supreme Heavenly Python launched an attack, moving at a speed that surpassed light by countless times. Chapter 237, Breath of the Netherworld. Boom, boom, boom. Before the crowd could respond, dozens were reduced to blood mist. The Supreme Heavenly Python sneered. "Is this what the countless geniuses of the fused planes amount to? They seem rather weak, hardly a challenge. How audacious you are, old relic. Did you not consider whether Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible peak of the Flamehua sect, would agree?" Lin Fan bellowed, transforming into a giant over 10 zhang tall, muscles bulging like a candle dragon, and charged toward the Supreme Heavenly Python. Though Lin Fan appeared overwhelmingly imposing, He could not withstand even a single strike from the Supreme Heavenly Python and was annihilated into blood mist. The Supreme Heavenly Python snorted coldly, remarking, "What a boastful tone. Yet your strength fails to match your bravado. Have you inflated yourself to the heavens with your own words?" Xiang Wentian was utterly astonished. He was well aware of Lin Fan's strength, yet to witness him being reduced to a mist of blood was beyond comprehension. How could the power of the Supreme Realm be so devastating? A mere 10 seconds later, Lin Fan revived, transforming once more into a colossal figure towering over several dozen feet, charging towards the Heavenly Python Supreme. However, before he could draw near, he was once again obliterated into a crimson haze. The Heavenly Python Supreme let out a soft exclamation, murmuring to himself, "An immortal body. This young man possesses remarkable fortune. I wonder from whence he acquired such an immortal form. Yet, even so, he shall only serve as mere cannon fodder, for without reaching the supreme level, he remains but an insignificant insect." Yi Fan roared, channeling all his strength to hurl the Mother Chi cauldron towards the Heavenly Python Supreme. Without even a glance, the Supreme struck the cauldron with a powerful fist, instantly transforming it into pure Mother Chi. Simultaneously, Yi Fan's complexion turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Mother Chi cauldron was intricately linked to Yi Fan's soul. Thus, suffering such a grievous blow, how could he remain unscathed? He quickly retracted the cauldron, reforming it into a smaller version, and exclaimed in horror, "The might of the Heavenly Python Supreme is such that even the immortals of my original world could not contend with him." Xiang Wentian glanced at the figure of Xiong Kaishan, who was hiding behind him, and teased, "Xiong Kaishan, why don't you step forward and engage in battle with the Heavenly Python Sovereign? Aren't you known for your fervent passion for combat and your obsession with martial arts?" Xiong Kaishan's lips trembled slightly as he retorted, "There is a vast difference between a fervent zeal for battle and seeking one's own demise, my friend. Why don't you confront that old rascal yourself?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Have you not always yearned to challenge me? Today, I shall unveil the true extent of my prowess." After communicating with the Buddha Kingdom in his palm, Xiang Wentian let out a thunderous roar, merged the rings. The soul bones fused into one, disregarding all defenses. Every soul ring swiftly amalgamated into a singular entity. The sound of the soul bones crackling resonating as they transformed into a suit of soul bone armor, enveloping the 100-foot-tall demon angelic form. At this level of mastery, Xiang Wentian had long since achieved the ability to manipulate soul bones with ease. However, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary, having only utilized this power previously. Angel Stupa, the source of strength shall return to me. Within the fourth circle of heaven and the Buddha Kingdom in his palm, all sources of power rapidly coiled around Xiang Wentian like shackles. Upon witnessing the most formidable version of Xiang Wentian, Xiong Kaishan could not help but feel a sense of self-mockery, remarking, "I once believed I had made significant progress in my strength, thinking I could challenge Xiang Wentian. Today, I have come to realize just how minuscule my power truly is." With a mighty roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed a powerful strike towards the Heavenly Python Supreme. Boom! The Heavenly Python Supreme did not retreat before Xiang Wentian. Instead, it effortlessly blocked the attack with a casual fist, disdainfully remarking, "Too weak, not worth my attention." With a piercing gaze, Xiang Wentian declared, "Is that so? Then prepare to experience the might of my second punch." Boom! The Heavenly Python Supreme, engaged in assaulting another, effortlessly countered Xiang Wentian's strike with a casual punch. However, the expression on the Heavenly Python Supreme's face shifted slightly as he remarked, "This punch possesses nearly double the strength of the previous one. This young man is rather intriguing. I must ascertain the true extent of your power." With that, the Heavenly Python Supreme advanced towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian's expression grew serious as he swiftly unleashed his third punch. Boom! The two fists collided, sending Xiang Wentian hurtling backward. The Heavenly Python Sovereign's demeanor shifted once more as he remarked, "This martial art is impressive. Each punch surpasses the last. Who imparted this technique to you? And what is the name of this formidable style?" With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian charged once more, declaring, "This is my self-created fist technique, named Angelic Pagoda." The two adversaries clashed fists once again, and Xiang Wentian was sent hurtling backward. The Supreme Heavenly Python chuckled, "Indeed, your talent is exceptional. You truly deserve to be the strongest on the human rankings. However, even so, the chasm between our strengths is insurmountable. You cannot hope to defeat me. I, the embodiment of the heavenly path, have chosen you as a talent. You may pass this trial." I may pass, but I must take my 3 brothers with me. Very well, but you must withstand a punch from me. If you can endure it, those accompanying you may proceed. If not, you shall perish, evaporating into nothingness. Agreed. But allow me a moment to prepare. After speaking, Xiang Wentian unleashed a flurry of 999 punches into the air. Just as he delivered his 10,000th strike, he found himself unable to restrain his energy and bellowed at the Supreme Heavenly Python. Dare you exchange a punch with me? The Supreme Heavenly Python smiled subtly and replied, This is intriguing. Then you shall receive one of my punches. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. The Supreme Heavenly Python staggered back a step. While Xiang Wentian spat blood, his demonic angelic form forcibly shattered. Observing this, Lin Fan swiftly soared into the air and caught the reeling Xiang Wentian, expressing concern. Are you all right, Xiang Wentian? I am mostly unscathed. Merely my demonic angelic form has been forcibly disrupted, and my soul and body have suffered backlash. A couple of days of rest will suffice, though during this time, I cannot wield a trace of holy power, so I will need your protection. At that moment, the Supreme Heavenly Python announced, Xiang Wentian, you have passed the trial. Take your friends and depart. As soon as the Supreme Heavenly Python finished speaking, dozens of strands of nether breath descended from the sky, enveloping Xiang Wentian, Lin Fan, Yi Fan, Xiong Kaishan, and the others from the Buddhist kingdom within. The instant the nether breath entered Xiang Wentian's body, the tremors to his soul and flesh swiftly dissipated. Simultaneously, the heavenly demonic annihilation scripture within him instinctively began to refine this immense nether breath. Soon after, the system notifications rang out. Ding. The host has refined the nether breath. The power of the soul has ascended to the 3rd tier of the Holy King. Ding. The host has refined the nether breath. The physical realm has elevated to the 3rd tier of the Holy King. Ding. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine power level stands at 146. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Cultivation. Sacred Level Soul. Sacred King. 3rd Layer Physical Body. Sacred King. 3rd Layer Divine Power. 0 Soul Rings. 9 Colored. Duration: 166. 666. 666 years. 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 Rainbow Colored. Duration: 166. 666. 666 years. 9 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 Colored. Duration: 166. 666. 666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Spatial Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Demonic Frenzy. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Sacred Judgment. Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame Slash. Demon's Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Stupa. Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill. True Body of Martial Soul. True Body of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill. Annihilating Strike. Oblivion of All. Ninth Soul Skill. Shattering the Heavens. Cataclysmic Tremor. Divine Soul Skills. Godly Sword of the Great Void. Unlimited Use. Divine King Skill. Heaven's Judgment. Eternal Passage. Divine Emperor Skill. Veil of Heaven and Earth. Eye of Annihilation. Sacred Level Skill. Golden Dragon Sky Shattering Strike. Sacred Dragon's Roar Soul Bones. Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking army demon soulbone skills. War god incarnation, fusion skill of the war god soulbone of the demon angel. Ignoring defense. Breaking army strike, skill of the right arm bone of the breaking army demon, divine skills. Tathagata's divine palm, heavenly punishment 9 styles. True body of the heavenly dragon sacred skills. 9-colored sky piercing finger, azure lotus over the sky points. 2, 500, 666. 666 cultivation method, true scripture of the celestial demon S annihilation. Overlord body of the firmament ability, devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After Xiang Wentian and his companions refined the breath of the nether, they rose and proceeded forward, unimpeded by the heavenly python sovereign. However, upon witnessing their advance, the others felt compelled to follow suit. Observing this, the heavenly python sovereign interjected, stating, "They are permitted to advance because they have passed my trial. But if you wish to proceed, you must first endure my examination." The crowd, upon hearing this, wore expressions of dismay and implored, "Esteemed elder, we truly are not your match. Might you allow us to depart?" The sovereign replied solemnly, "Indeed. Should you conquer my trial, you may leave in peace." The group's expressions darkened further, and someone shouted in frustration, "Damn it. We cannot retreat, nor can we advance. Let us confront him." In an instant, a fierce battle loomed, and the trial commenced once more. Chapter 238, Techniques and Martial Arts. As Xiang Wentian stepped through the portal of time and space, he instantaneously found himself in the 3rd level. All around him was a vast expanse of white, with snowflakes swirling in a tempest and the biting wind slicing through the air. The landscape was dominated by a towering peak, its height unfathomable. There was not a single trace of vegetation, only an endless stretch of glistening ice and snow. In that moment, Xiang Wentian suddenly realized that the oppressive force of gravity that had burdened many was no longer so severe, allowing him to soar swiftly through the air. As the celestial being, adorned with 8 wings, soared towards the mountain peak, Yi Fan and his companions hastened to follow. Atop the mountain stood an immense palace, a sight so extraordinary that it was seldom witnessed. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this palace be so vast? If we were to transport it back to the Yanhua sect, it would surely not fit." After recovering from his shock, Yi Fan jested, "This is the trial grounds of the Great Path. Do you think the heavens would allow you to remove it?" Xiang Kaishan, equally astonished, remarked, "This palace occupies a greater area than our sect. It truly deserves its reputation as a marvel along the supreme path." The palace's golden glazed tiles shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Surrounding the grand hall, the snow-covered landscape contrasted with the resplendent red walls and yellow tiles, exuding opulence. The palace's gilded roof and crimson doors, imbued with an ancient charm, evoked a sense of solemnity. Upon entering the grand hall, the visitors were greeted by rows of bookshelves, meticulously arranged with stacks of books. In the center of the hall, the plaque inscribed with the 4 gilded characters "Palace of the Great Path" gleamed brilliantly. Xiang Wentian initially intended to grasp the tome as if it were non-existent, visible yet intangible. At that moment, the bustling sounds from outside the grand hall resonated. Murmurs of the overwhelming power of the celestial python sovereign filled the air. Out of over 10,000 participants, fewer than 3,000 had successfully passed. And as they approached the 9th trial, one could only wonder how many would remain. Who could argue otherwise? Were it not for the reward of a wisp of nether breath, I would be gravely wounded and on the brink of death. I am far superior to you. I have emerged unscathed, and the nether breath has allowed me to transcend my previous limits." Suddenly, an authoritative and ethereal voice echoed from the heavens, "Welcome, esteemed participants, to the Hall of the Great Path. The requirements for this trial are quite simple. If you can master a set of sovereign-level martial techniques within 3 days, you shall pass." 3 days. To master a set of sovereign-level techniques, how could that possibly be achievable? This seems a deliberate attempt to force our withdrawal. Dissatisfaction murmured among the crowd, voices rising in discontent. Silence. This trial tests your comprehension. Those who cannot succeed shall remain as gatekeepers. Anyone daring to disrupt will face death. The stern, emotionless voice reverberated once more. Following this, countless books on the shelves transformed into radiant points of light, penetrating the minds of the participants. Commencing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin your enlightenment and learning. Upon hearing the commanding and ethereal voice, the crowd promptly seated themselves, delving into the martial techniques in silence, not daring to utter a single sound. In the depths of Xiang Wentian's mind, Two extraordinary martial arts techniques emerged, the Abyss Hell Shura scripture and the Blood Sea Shura palm. This set of martial arts exhibits an unparalleled degree of compatibility, both being supreme-level techniques of the pinnacle class, exceedingly rare in the world. The fact that the Heavenly Tao provides such profound martial arts for individuals to comprehend and learn underscores its profound esteem for the talented warriors on the path to supremacy. Ding. The system has detected two supreme-level martial arts techniques. Would the host like to learn them? Learning. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully learned the techniques, which have been added to the system panel. Please review the details. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Cultivation Level. Holy Class Soul. Holy King Level 3 Physical Body. Holy King Level 3 Sacred Power. 0 Soul Rings. 9 Colored. Duration: 166. 666 years. 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 Rainbow Colored. Duration: 166. 666 years. 9 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 Colored. Duration: 166. 666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill: Space Lock. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill: Angelic Glory. Demonic Frenzy. Third Soul Skill: Angelic Judgment. Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Skill: Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill: Angelic Flame Slash. Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill: Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill: True Martial Soul. True Demonic Form. Eighth Soul Skill: Annihilation Strike. Extinction of All. Ninth Soul Skill: Power Breaking the 9 Heavens. Primordial Tremor. God-Level Soul Skill: Giant Sword of the Divine. Unlimited Usage. Divine King Soul Skill: Celestial Slash, Eternal Passage. Divine Emperor Soul Skill: Veil of Darkness, Eye of Annihilation. Divine Monarch Soul Skill: Violent Hurricane Slash, Zenith of the Cosmos. Sacred Soul Skill: Golden Dragon's Heavenly Strike, Sacred Dragon's Roar. Soul Bones. Demon Angel's Warrior Skull. Demon Angel's Warrior Spine. Demon Angel's Warrior Left Arm. Demon Angel's Warrior Right Leg. Demon Angel's Warrior Left Leg. Ignoring Defense Right Arm of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skill: Warrior's Possession, Fusion Skill of the Demon Angel's Warrior Soul Bone. Defense Ignorance, Breaking Army Strike, Innate Skill of the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skill: Tathagata's Palm, Heavenly Punishment, S9 Forms, True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Sacred Skill: 9 Colored Sky Piercing Finger, Azure Lotus in the Sky. Supreme: Blood Sea Azure Palm, Pinnacle of Supreme Level. Points: 2, 500, 666. Cultivation Method: True Scripture of the Heavenly Demon S Annihilation, Celestial Titan Body. True Scripture of the Abysmal Hell Azura. Ability: Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After completing his studies under Xiang Wentian, his consciousness penetrated into the Buddhist realm within his palm, where he observed the Spirit Hall and the members of Shrek still earnestly contemplating the intricacies of martial arts and techniques. Xiang Wentian pondered, given their pace of comprehension, it would be impossible for them to master the techniques by next year. I must devise a method to facilitate their swift learning and success. Thus, Xiang Wentian's consciousness once again delved into the system's realm, inquiring, Is there a way to enable rapid understanding of martial arts and techniques? Ding. Certainly, there is. The host may purchase a wisdom stone, which allows one to swiftly grasp the profound truths, accelerating the comprehension and learning of martial arts by several hundredfold. The price is 100 million points. Will the host make the purchase? It is somewhat costly, but for their sake, I shall acquire it. Ding. The purchase was successful, and the item has been securely placed within the Palm Buddha realm. Within this realm, the individuals were struggling to comprehend the martial techniques in their minds when suddenly they sensed that the techniques had become significantly simpler. They could grasp them with ease, and as they excitedly engaged in rapid learning and understanding, their progress surged. After completing his studies under Xiang Wentian, Lin Fan followed closely behind, finishing nearly simultaneously. Meanwhile, Yi Fan appeared to be grappling with some sort of insurmountable obstacle. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The expressions of the crowd within the grand hall varied greatly. Some were filled with joy, others with concern, some with distress, and yet others with bewilderment. Chapter 239. The Source of Power. 3 days later, the path of enlightenment came to a halt. With fewer than 500 individuals successfully passing through, including Xiong Kaishan, who also failed to advance. These individuals would remain behind to guard the Hall of the Divine Path until they could ascend to the Supreme Realm and depart. The reward for the third trial was the martial arts techniques and philosophies they had personally comprehended. Xiong Kaishan, reluctant to leave, gazed longingly at Xiang Wentian, Yi Fan, and Lin Fan, lamenting, "I truly do not wish to remain here, yet there is no alternative. I have not succeeded in passing the trial." Xiang Wentian patted Xiong Kaishan on the shoulder and said, "Once you reach the Supreme Realm, do not forget to seek me out at the Spirit Hall. We shall revel together." Xiong Kaishan nodded earnestly and replied, "When I attain the Supreme Realm, I will certainly challenge you at the Spirit Hall." Xiang Wentian smiled faintly and said, "I shall await you." Xiong Kaishan gazed at Xiang Wentian and the others as they traversed the temporal gate, embarking upon the path to the fourth trial. With a sigh, Xiong Kaishan remarked, "Let us diligently cultivate our skills and strive to depart from this wretched place. The consolation lies in the abundant spiritual energy of this realm, intertwined with the forces of the Great Way. I should not require a millennium to ascend to the Supreme Realm." Upon entering the fourth trial, an expanse of nothingness unfolded before them, void of light, devoid of darkness, lacking the vibrant hues of existence. Suddenly, a luminous point surged from the distance with astonishing speed, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Xiang Wentian discerned that this was no mere point of light. It was, in fact, a stage. The arena, bathed in a deep crimson hue, took the form of an oval platform, approximately 100 meters in diameter, crowned by a massive black stone, standing 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The presence of this imposing stone perplexed the onlookers. Just then, a brawny man, bare-chested, emerged upon the stage. Towering at nearly 3 meters, he resembled a mighty bear. Beads of sweat trickling down his robust chest. His bronze skin radiated a gleaming sheen, rising and falling with each breath, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity that deterred any from approaching. His powerful arms epitomized boundless strength, and with a thunderous roar, he lifted the colossal stone with ease. Below his broad, thick brows, his astute and profound eyes sparkled with intelligence. His hands, from fingertips to palms to wrists, were calloused and rough, akin to having donned a shell of scales. After placing the stone down, he dusted off his hands, and with lips resembling plump sausages, he grinned and declared, "I am the sovereign of strength, the guardian of this fourth trial. This challenge is quite simple. As long as you can lift this stone, you shall pass." Next to Xiang Wentian, a peak expert of the sacred realm exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly that simple? I must have misheard." The Supreme of Power chuckled, "Indeed. It is that straightforward. Furthermore, if you succeed, you shall receive a fragment of the source of power." The mention of the source of power elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Among them, none exhibited greater excitement than Lin Fan, whose thirst for power surpassed all others. "Release everyone within your divine abilities," he declared, "for it is impossible to deceive me and pass through undetected." With a sense of helplessness, Xiang Weni could only release the individuals trapped within the realm of the Buddha in his palm. Upon releasing everyone from the realm of the Buddha in his palm, Xiang Wentian beheld the formidable strength of both the Spirit Hall and the Shrek team, which had undergone substantial enhancements. It was entirely reasonable, given the vast resources and countless opportunities they had encountered, for them to ascend to such heights. At that moment, The power of the spirit hall was as follows. Bibi Dong, with her first spirit, the Death Spider Empress, and her second spirit, the Soul-Devouring Spider Empress, stood at the pinnacle of the God Emperor rank, level 139. Xian Wentian, wielding the six-winged angel spirit, also reached the God Emperor rank, level 139. The Pig-Slaughtering King, with the spirit of Zhu Ganglai, attained the God Emperor rank, level 137. Hu Liina, possessing the spirit of the demonic fox, held the God Emperor rank, level 135. Yan, with the Flame Lord spirit, was at the God Emperor rank, level 135. Xiaoyu, wielding the spirit of Xiaoyu, also reached the God Emperor rank, level 135. Lin Fan was at the fourth layer of the Holy Realm, level 142, while Yu Fan stood at the third layer, level 141. Wu Jingyun, with the unparalleled sword spirit, reached the God Emperor rank, level 136. Nia Feng, wielding the blood-drinking Mad Blade spirit, was also at the God Emperor rank, level 136. Shui Binger, with the Ice Phoenix spirit, held the God Emperor rank, level 131. Feng Xiaotian, possessing the Swift Wind double-headed wolf spirit, was at the God Emperor rank, level 132. Huo Wu, with her innate spirit, the Fire Shadow, was at the Divine Emperor rank, level 126. Hui Yunxia, wielding the Fire Bullfrog spirit, reached the God Emperor rank, level 135. Dugu Qiubai, with the Heavenly Dragon Serpent Emperor sword spirit, stood at the God Emperor rank, level 138. Thus, the prowess of the Shrek team was formidable. Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, Sacred Realm, level 146. Ru Meng, Martial Soul, Seraph, Divine Emperor, level 139. Shimin Shui Shui, Martial Soul, Sky Edge Sword, Divine Emperor, level 139. Yi Guchen, Martial Soul, Dragon Slaying Blade, Divine Emperor, level 139. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Divine Emperor, level 139. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Divine Emperor, level 139. Xiaowu, Martial Soul, Soft-Boned Rabbit, Divine Emperor, level 139. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, Divine Emperor, level 139. Zhu Xing, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, Divine Emperor, level 139. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Divine Emperor, level 139. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, Divine Emperor, level 139. Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Divine Emperor, level 139. After everyone emerged, Ru Ming inquired, "Brother, what is the source of power?" With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian spoke. The source of power, as the name suggests, is the very essence of strength. Once acquired, it can significantly enhance one's own abilities. Ru Ming nodded in understanding. Oscar, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "I am a support soul master. What will I do if I cannot lift it?" At that moment, the supreme power chuckled and replied, "If you cannot lift it, you shall remain as a guardian. Only after you and your companions transcend to the supreme realm can you depart." Xiang Wentian smiled at Oscar, saying, "Fear not, should you fail to surpass this challenge, I shall leave you an abundance of resources, enabling you to ascend to the supreme realm within a century." "Thank you, Brother Tian, you are indeed the best to me," Oscar replied with a grin. "Of course, Brother Tian not only treats you well, but he is also commendable to all of us." Ma Hongjun chimed in joyfully. At that moment, the Supreme of Power declared, "Let us dispense with idle chatter. Let the trials commence. Who shall go first?" "I shall." A middle-aged man, clad in resplendent attire and bearing a stern countenance, stepped forward. Upon reaching the arena, the middle-aged man, under the watchful eye of the Supreme of Power, laboriously lifted the massive black stone. It was evident that he exerted every ounce of his strength to raise it. Seeing the man manage to lift the stone, the Supreme of Power nodded slightly and proclaimed, "Dugong Batian has passed." Subsequently, another middle-aged individual approached the arena, slowly and with great difficulty raising the stone. "Lord of Demons has passed. Heavenly God Lightan has passed. Ancient Dragon of Demons has passed. Emperor of Monsters, Yaodadeo, has passed. Buddha Guqing Xingfu has passed. Heavenly Dragon Emperor, Tai Longdo, has passed. Law Master Nye Yuan has failed. Si Rakshasa has failed. Lord of Nine Auspices has failed." Xiang Wentian observed that only a scant number of individuals had successfully passed, fewer than 100. At this moment, Lin Fan was fully prepared to ascend the stage. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant, his muscles bulging, ensnared by shackles of strength. radiating a constant glow of power. Chapter 240. The Dreamlike Heritage with Unwavering Confidence. Lin Fan approached the arena and stood before the colossal stone. To him, the boulder appeared as a mere pebble in the presence of his Tinjong physique. Summoning all his might, he strained to lift the immense rock. Gradually, the stone ascended until it was raised above his head, after which he gently set it down. Simultaneously, the voice of the Power Supreme resonated throughout the venue, declaring Lin Fan's triumph. Returning to Xiang Wentian's side, Lin Fan remarked, "I had not anticipated this stone to be so weighty, akin to bearing an entire world." With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, "I perceive that within this colossal stone lies unparalleled righteousness and boundless space. It must harbor an entire world." The moment arrived for Xiang Wentian. He let out a thunderous roar, instantly unveiling his demonic angelic form and the true essence of the heavenly dragon, unleashing an overwhelming force as he transformed into a towering figure. He approached the arena, and with both massive hands, he lifted the immense stone effortlessly above his head. Xiang Wentian has triumphed. Subsequently, one by one, others ascended the stage. Except for Yi Fan and Lin Fan, all from the Spirit Hall and Shrek team faltered here, unable to lift the monumental stone. As Xiang Wentian was about to depart, he spoke to Ru Meng, saying, "You shall remain here to cultivate for a while. Once I attain the Supreme Realm, I will undoubtedly rescue you." Time slipped away, and it is uncertain how long had passed as Xiang Wentian faced the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th trials. The 5th trial tested speed. Although Lin Fan possessed immense strength, speed was his Achilles heel. The 6th trial assessed defensive capabilities, where Yi Fan ultimately faltered. The 7th trial evaluated offensive power, and Xiang Wentian demonstrated his unparalleled prowess in attack. The 8th trial measured comprehensive combat effectiveness, which Xiang Wentian barely passed. Finally, he arrived at the 9th trial, a stage where only 9 individuals succeeded: the Demon Lord of the Demon Clan, the foremost expert of the Southern Sky Gate, the celestial being Litan Xing from the Northern Polar Demon Abyss, the Demon Emperor Yatadeo of the Eastern 10,000 Mountains, the Buddha Ancient Qing Sheng from the Western Paradise, the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, the legendary Dugu Baitian, and the first guardian of the Blood Sea of the Netherworld, Meichuan Daodu. Simultaneously, the Tao of Heaven materialized before them. The Tao of Heaven is not a being but rather an order manifested from human thought, truth, essence, nature, principles, laws, realms, and the myriad forms of existence. Though the Tao exists, it remains unseen. Congratulations on conquering the Supreme Path. You have all now become Supremes, endowed with the supreme divine positions. A century hence, the celestial star will dispatch formidable beings to engage in learning exchanges with the origin star. At that time, I shall send you forth to battle. Do you have any requests? The voice, both authoritative and ethereal, resonated from all directions. He solemnly addressed Xiang Wentian, saying, "I wish to request the release of my friends who are trapped on the Supreme Path. Certainly, they have now returned to the Spirit Hall. You may go and seek them." Oh, the heavens! In the vast expanse of the void, Xiang Wentian addressed the system, "Elevate all my soul rings tenfold, to the level of 1 billion years. Ding. To elevate the soul ring's duration to 1 billion years, a cost of 996 points is required. Does the host confirm?" Confirmed. Ding. Enhancement successful. The system panel is now accessible. Please review at your leisure. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul, Demon Angel Cultivation, Supreme Justice Soul, Holy King Level 3 Physical Body, Holy King Level 3 Divine Power, 99. 999 Soul Rings. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring. Duration. 1. 888. 888. 888 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Judgment. Demonic Heaven Cleave. Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame Slash. Demon's Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill. True Form of Martial Soul. True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill. Annihilation Strike. Desolation of All. Ninth Soul Skill. Force Breaking 9 Heavens. Primordial Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill. Colossal Divine Sword. Infinite Usage. Divine King's Soul Skill. Sky Splitting Slash. Eternal and Fleeting. Divine Emperor's Soul Skill. Veiling the Sky. Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Monarch's Soul Skill. Violent Hurricane Slash. Pinnacle of Heaven and Earth. Sacred Level Soul Skill. Golden Dragon's Heavenly Strike. Sacred Dragon's Roar. Sacred King's Soul Skill. Source of Power. Breaking all laws. Sacred Emperor's Soul Skill. Swift as Divine Light. Light Flow Escape Technique. Sacred Monarch's Soul Skill. Unmatched Combat Power. Invincible Chaos. Supreme Divine Position. Justice Supreme. Ender of Evil. Soul Bones. Skull of the Demon Angel War God. Backbone of the Demon Angel War God. Left arm of the Demon Angel War God. Right leg of the Demon Angel War God. Left leg of the Demon Angel War God. Right arm of the Breaking Army Demon, ignoring defense. Soul Bone Skill. War God Incarnation. Fusion Skill of the Demon Angel War God Soul Bone. Ignoring defense. Breaking Army Strike. Skill accompanying the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skills. Tathagata's Divine Palm. Heavenly Punishments 9 Forms. True Form of the Heavenly Dragon. Sacred Skills. 9-colored Sky-Breaking Finger. Azure Lotus in the Sky. Supreme. Bloodsea Azure Palm. Pinnacle of Supreme Level. Points. 2, 500, 666, 666. Techniques. True Scripture of Demon Destruction. Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. True Scripture of the Abyss Hell Azura. Ability. Devouring. Capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. At this moment, the martial soul hall is enveloped in the stillness of night. Before the dream dormitory, a middle-aged servant continues to sweep fallen leaves. As if the task of collecting them would never end, Xiang Wentian suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged servant, who remained completely oblivious to his presence. Xiang Wentian was taken aback to discover that this middle-aged servant possessed the cultivation of a peak Saint Emperor. Pray tell, who are you? After so many years of concealment within the Spirit Hall, what is your true intention? His voice echoed suddenly behind the middle-aged servant. The servant paused, turning to face Xiang Wentian with a hint of surprise. In just a few short years, you have ascended to become one of the supreme beings in the Origin Star realm. You are now worthy of my daughter. My daughter? Who is she? Xiang Wentian inquired. Perplexed. She is your betrothed childhood companion, Ru Meng. Ru Meng? How could she possibly be your daughter? The middle-aged servant sighed, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face as he recounted. I am Yi Wuhui, the patriarch of the Seraphim clan in the Angel Star realm. Years ago, I acquired a heavenly treasure, the Chaos Bell. Unfortunately, news of it leaked, and the 8 supreme beings of the Angel Star realm demanded I surrender the Chaos Bell. I refused, and in retaliation, they annihilated my entire clan. Severely wounded, I fled to the Origin Star realm with my child, who was but a month old. Yet, those supreme beings pursued me relentlessly. In desperation, I left my child at the doorstep of an orphanage to divert their attention, hoping to spare her life. I narrowly escaped their pursuit and thereafter lived in obscurity, fearful of revealing my identity to my daughter, lest they use her as leverage against me. I could only protect her from the shadows. Eventually, your mother adopted my daughter, giving her a name, which granted me some solace as I continued to watch over her discreetly. Why did you not participate in the path of the supreme beings? Xiang Wentian asked. The middle-aged servant smiled faintly and replied, because I am not a denizen of the origin star realm and lack the origin mark. Thus, I am unable to partake. Will you ever acknowledge Rumeng as your daughter? Shaking his head, the middle-aged servant replied, as long as the 8 supreme beings are alive. I cannot reveal my identity to Rumeng. As her father, I wish to shield her from calamity. Very well, I respect your choice. As I pushed open the palace door, I stepped into a dreamlike chamber. Upon awakening, Rumeng opened her eyes and exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, you have returned." With a gentle smile, she nodded slightly and inquired, "How did you come to be in the spirit hall?" We were diligently cultivating on the path of supremacy when, just a couple of days ago, we unexpectedly found ourselves in the spirit hall. I am at a loss as to how this occurred. Brother, have you completed your trials on the path of supremacy? Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "The challenge has been completed. I have attained the supreme divine position." Wow, brother, you are truly remarkable, Rumeng exclaimed with excitement. Xiang Wentian was aware that Rumeng genuinely wished for his happiness. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura surrounding the spirit hall, causing his expression to tighten. Rumeng inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. You continue your training. I shall take a stroll," Xiang Wentian replied. Rumeng affectionately nodded in agreement. As Xiang Wentian stepped out of the dreamlike dormitory, he vanished in the blink of an eye. He arrived above the spirit hall, where he beheld a familiar figure, none other than Meichuan Douluo. Xiang Wentian inquired, "What brings Meichuan Douluo to my spirit hall?" Meichuan Douluo replied nonchalantly, "It appears we are not well acquainted. What grievances could there be? Was it not you who annihilated the great Yamato battle god sect? Are you not the one who bears the name of Meichuan Quden?" "Indeed, Xiang Wentian. I have come to exact vengeance. Are you bold enough to engage me in the depths of chaos? What is there to fear? I, Xiang Wentian, have battled against heaven, earth, and humanity, and I have never feared anyone. Since we are adversaries, let us proceed." At present, both Xiang Wentian and Meichuan Douluo have attained the pinnacle of supremacy, and their confrontation on the continent would result in the annihilation of the entire world, necessitating their clash in the depths of chaos. The two ventured into the chaotic realm, where Meichuan Douluo, facing away from Xiang Wentian, struck a posture of unparalleled pride and declared, "Come forth, Sacred King's soul ring, first soul skill, source of power, endless strength imbued within. Sacred King's soul ring, second soul skill, breaking all laws, strength maximally enhanced. Sacred Emperor's soul ring, first soul skill, speed of divine light, speed significantly augmented. Sacred Emperor's soul ring, second soul skill, flowing light escape technique, speed enhanced to its utmost, reaching the limits of chaos. Sacred Sovereign's soul ring, first soul skill, unmatched combat prowess. Sacred Sovereign's soul ring, second soul skill, invincibility in chaos. Endowed with the supreme divine position. Empowered by the justice supreme. Graced by the terminator of evil. Boundless as heaven and earth, chaos and order, all converge within me. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian's form instantly soared to a height of 10,000 zhang. Meichuan Douluo, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "We are both supreme beings. Why then do you possess such overwhelming strength?" Xiang Wentian said lightly, "Even the supreme have their strengths and weaknesses. Are you prepared?" Meichuan's throat quivered as he gazed at Xiang Wentian in disbelief. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed the Blood-Sea Shuripalm. A blood-red imprint enveloped the entire chaos. Meichuan, fighting alone, bellowed with all his might, yet still could not withstand the force of Xiang Wentian's strike, suffering grave injuries. Staring in horror at Xiang Wentian, Meichuan slowly uttered, "I concede. Henceforth, I shall venture far into the cosmos, never to cross paths with you again. The enmity between us ends here." As Xiang Wentian gazed at Meichuan Douluo soaring towards the edge of chaos, a year later, he wed Rumeng, Qianrenxue, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Meng Iran, and Ning Rongrong, with celebrations echoing across the land and countless formidable beings gathering to offer their congratulations. 50 years hence, the 6 women bore Xiang Wentian 99 children. A century later, the Angel Star Universe and the Origin Star Universe engaged in mutual learning. while Xiang Wentian single-handedly battled 8 supreme beings, emerging victorious and thereby earning his illustrious reputation throughout the cosmos. 200 years later, he vanquished all the supreme beings of the Origin Star universe, securing the top position on the heavenly rankings. A millennium later, the Wuhuan Hall ascended to become the most dominant force in the myriad realms, with its members achieving the supreme realm. Ru Ming reunited with her father, Nangong Wudi. A million years later, Xiang Wentian took 9,999 wives, and 10 million years later, they bore him 1 million children. From that moment forth, the myriad realms were renamed in honor of the Xiang lineage. In the depths of chaos, Xiang Wentian engaged in battle, murmuring, "O Supreme Taoist Buddha, when the origins of myriad realms arise and chaos is shattered, I shall meet you." As Xiang Wentian turned his gaze with solemnity, he declared, "I await you in the myriad realms of Douluo Continent. If you wish to discover the unfolding of my tale, come to Douluo Continent's Origin of All Realms." The newly released work, Douluo Continent, Origin of All Realms, presents a city larger by a third than Falling Maple City. Its walls constructed from enormous black stones that glimmer faintly with spiritual light. Above the walls, teams of armored soldiers clad in azure patrol with an imposing presence. Should these 3 pills fail to rescue Old Hu or awaken Zhao Zilong, Old Hu would resign himself to fate. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Ming Yuda stood unmoving, his expression grave as he noted Zhao Zilong's indifference to his statements. Xia Fan fell into silence, uncertain how to respond. The corrosive effects of chemicals and diseases are disparate matters, not to be conflated. The former severely disrupts the mechanisms of function, rendering the affected area devoid of vitality. Even the ghostly needle technique, which can revive the dead, may not restore such degeneration. From their expressions, Zhao Zilong discerned that the fact he had been assassinated twice within a single day had been discreetly concealed by those with ulterior motives, preventing any rumors from circulating. Since the time, Zhong Tao had been quietly observing by Ruxin, yet she exhibited no unusual behavior. Thus, Zhong Tao chose to protect her, forbidding her from engaging with the bandit affairs or traveling alone, rendering her, despite being a person of the mountain gang, powerless. In this way, she posed no threat to the bandit group. Fu Luo, a hero among the D people, met his demise in this manner. Duan Yi watched him silently, witnessing his passing, no longer feeling the need to inquire further. Although Duan Ye's purpose for this journey was indeed to lead him to death, when the moment of demise arrived, some dignity should have been afforded to him. "Rest assured, senior brother, Rui shall not disappoint your trust. I hope for your swift return." Rui responded with a smile. A mournful horn sounded from the city walls, and El Guang's drummers seized the moment to begin beating the war drums. According to the customs of the battlefield, after 3 beats of the drum, it was time to charge. With the miscellaneous auction concluded, this transaction conference was declared at an end, lasting a full day without a single precious item being auctioned. Each cultivator, to varying degrees, left with their own gains, reflecting the meticulous planning and proper arrangements of the conference organizers. Having no further business, today I shall visit the flower shop. Wang Lan's wedding is adorned with fresh flowers. Thus I must take a look. Lindy planned to change clothes upstairs. Having arrived, I shall take a brief glance without disturbing her. Lindy's words were steeped in sorrow, prompting Li Yuehua to cast a sympathetic glance. At this juncture, both remained silent. Yet Lin Ziffin's heart was fervently calling upon the salty fish system. Sensing the emergence of 3 formidable beings in the god transformation stage from afar, Chi Feng remained outwardly composed, though an immense weight lifted from his heart. Within the confines of the Xiantian sect, outside the cave of the god transformation cultivator Qi Yuanzai, a distinguished middle-aged practitioner stood with an air of authority. In that moment, Qi Baijun realized it was time to depart. The realm of non-being had been established, and the sword technique had been acquired. No further aspirations remained. Gazing at the imposing black stone tablet, he felt a stirring within and knelt down reverently. Bowing thrice before rising in silence and turning to leave, the heavy doors quietly opening as the gravitational field dissipated. Without the Qingping sword, Tan Lingxin was akin to a tiger stripped of its claws, relegated to a lowly position even among the limitless golden immortals of the celestial realm. Even though she possessed the unparalleled treasure, the Taishan Wanqing seed, it paled in comparison to the Qingping sword, a chasm of difference separating the two. Cindy had long been ravaged by anguish, his strength entirely depleted. His consciousness remained intact solely due to the resilience of his will. Faintly, Mo Tian heard someone whispering in her ear, accompanied by a gentle pressure on her shoulder. Who could it be? Old June, since this cloud palace bears a barrier. What if the entirety of Shinting City is similarly cloaked? Wouldn't I risk being discovered? At this moment, Akamoto Masayoshi chuckled as he spoke, although I lack a boyfriend. I certainly attract the attention of many suitors. What about you? Sakai Rihei playfully covered her mouth with her right hand, letting out a light-hearted laugh. The prolonged passage of time did not diminish the discourse surrounding Huangshan. Rather, the actions of the court intensified it further. On the morning prior to the sword meeting, when Lin Chuxin learned that Li Bubi could be accepted into the Xianmin, her joy was tempered by concern that her father, Lin Songhai, might renege on his word. Thus, she cleverly persisted in her pursuit of a token. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, it became instrumental during a wager with Meirini. Qinjiao, if you have something to say or a grievance to air, why have you gathered us here? Inquired the demon emperor Jiang Dao, especially for Liyue Jin, by Yu Tao. Ensure how, upon noticing the absence of others, they hung his corpse from a tree and savagely struck it until it was a bloody mess. Finally relieving their pent-up frustrations. Before 1 a.m., he needed to disembark from the aircraft to rest, as a BO5 training match awaited them the following midday. However, most of the prodigies had congregated before the first 3 stone tablets, with only a select few daring to stand before the 4th, eager to prove themselves. Synopsis. In the world of Douluo, where soul power reigns supreme, the strong can split mountains and shatter stones, while the weak strive merely to survive. With the aid of a system, Xiang Wentian traverses to Douluo, witnessing how he turns the tides and becomes invincible across the realm.